Chapter 1. Uchiha Wooming. The setting sun bled across the horizon, painting the sky in a haunting crimson. Ravens circled above the battlefield, their hoarse cries intertwining with a lingering scent of gunpowder in the wind, weaving a tapestry of tragic beauty. The ground was stained with blood, remnants of a fierce clash that had unfolded not long ago. In this moment, silence reigned, broken only by the oppressive aura of death that permeated the air. Amidst this sea of crimson, 3 lifeless bodies of children lay still, their garments soaked in blood, and the innocence of their youthful faces marred by the terror and confusion they had experienced in their final moments. The young Uchiha Madara, accompanied by his clan members, approached the small corpses, each step feeling as though he was treading upon his own heart, for the fallen were his brothers. Madara trembled as he knelt beside them, tears streaming from his eyes and falling onto the cold earth. He reached out a hand, gently closing his brother's eyes, his voice choked with disbelief. It was merely a supply mission. Why were they ambushed? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes, aflame with rage, glowed a deep crimson, as if merging with the blood around him. Moments later, the Sharingan, with its distinctive tomo, shimmered with a fierce red light in his gaze. Brother. Behind Madara, a young Uchiha girl approached through the pool of blood, her hand softly resting on his shoulder as she spoke in hushed tones. Please, calm yourself. This is not your fault. Though her tone was serene, a tinge of sorrow lingered in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Madara abruptly stood, whirling to face her with fury, exclaiming, "How can it not be my fault? If I had accompanied them, this would never have happened." His voice was thick with grief and profound self-reproach. The girl silently regarded him, refraining from further words of comfort, for she understood that Madara needed time to come to terms with this harsh reality. Soon, the sun sank beneath the horizon. The girl extended her hand to support Madara as they turned to leave. Before departing, she commanded her attendants, "You there, retrieve the young master's bodies, and do so with utmost care." Yes. On the way back, silence enveloped them. Uchiha Wooming observed her brother's despondent profile, yearning to offer words of solace, yet ultimately remaining silent. Her reticence stemmed from both the lack of eloquence and the fact that she was not Madara's biological sister. At the tender age of 5, she had been discovered by clan members sealed within a desolate well, later adopted by Madara's biological father, Uchiha Taijima, and had been treated as a younger sister by Madara for the past 6 years. Despite the absence of blood ties, Wooming held her brother's siblings in her heart as if they were her own. However, now, among the 5 brothers, only Madara and Izuna remained alive. This left her heart heavy with sorrow. Upon returning to the clan's residence, Wooming began sorting through her brother's belongings in her room. The thought of the children who once called her sister, now utterly vanished from the world, felt like a dagger to her heart. Before long, she folded some garments and carried them in her arms, silently exiting the room. At that moment, Uchiha Madara sat vacantly on a chair in the courtyard. Upon seeing Wooming approach with her burden, he inquired, "Wooming, what do you plan to do with those belongings?" Wooming replied softly, "I intend to place them in my room, otherwise, father will send someone to dispose of them. May I have a look?" "Of course." Wooming moved to Madara's side and sat beside him. Uchiha Madara picked up a small toy, tears welling in his eyes, as he coldly remarked, "The intelligence department owes us an explanation for this." Wooming expressed her surprise. "Has the report from the intelligence department not been submitted yet?" "Not yet." Madara's gaze turned icy as he stared at the heavily fortified inner sanctum of the clan, mocking, "I suspect they are currently in a frenzy, trying to concoct a plausible excuse to placate me, the young clan leader." That night, the search results from the intelligence department were finally revealed. A nervous messenger approached Wooming and Madara, his demeanor anxious. "Young Master Madara, Miss Wooming, the intelligence department claims that there was no leak in this operation, and the ambush on the young masters was merely a coincidence." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara erupted in fury, incredulously retorting, "What nonsense is this? How could there be no leak? This ambush was clearly a premeditated attack on the Taijima clan's offspring. Has the head of your intelligence department lost their mind?" The messenger appeared distressed, knowing that facing the ire of influential figures was no easy task. Wooming, noticing the messenger's pleading gaze, sighed softly. "Brother, at this point, blaming him is futile. It is evident that enemy spies have infiltrated the upper echelons of the intelligence department, and it is highly likely that this was an internal coup targeting the Taijima faction." As she spoke, she rose, addressing the intelligence department with a steely resolve. "In any case, I cannot simply stand idly by. I must seek answers." "Wait," Madara interjected. "Wooming, you may inquire, but this matter involves many layers. If mishandled, it could bring danger upon us." You must not delve too deeply or act impulsively. Leave everything to me, understood? Wuming turned her face slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded, then strode away. Her agreement was merely pretense. She had no intention of heeding her brother's advice. Currently, as the young clan leader, Madara's position was precarious, with only a handful of young ninjas at his command. A rash move could offend the intelligence department, jeopardizing his status. To uncover the truth without undermining Madara, Wuming resolved to rely on her own capabilities. In this warring era, the world of ninjas was ensnared in an impenetrable web of ceaseless conflict and intrigue. The Uchiha clan's intelligence department served as keen eyes within this tumultuous landscape, perceiving every subtle movement within the ninja world. The headquarters of the intelligence department lay hidden deep within the Uchiha territory, safeguarded by numerous protective barriers, a sanctuary for information gathering and decision-making. At the head of this department sat Uchiha In, a man in his 40s with eyes as deep as the night sky. Clad in a dark clan robe, his demeanor was stern as he sat before a long table. As the meeting commenced, a low-voiced intelligence officer beside Uchiha In remarked, "Is it truly mere coincidence that the Senju clan has inexplicably shifted their target to attack the clan's young master? Their approach is too direct, clearly indicative of having obtained intelligence." Another voice chimed in, "However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of coincidence. While I acknowledge that my words may seem disrespectful to the clan leader, the loss of 3 children during a supply mission is not catastrophic. By your logic, continuing to dwell on this matter is pointless. I believe we should focus on the Sarutobi clan in the west. They have been strengthening ties with the daimyo and appear to be gathering resources." Another laid-back intelligence officer added, "Are you suggesting that the Sarutobi clan, with the backing of the political factions in the Land of Fire, aims to oppose us? Why fear that? The factions under the daimyo are diverse. It is only natural that some support the Sarutobi clan. But if it is true, Lord In, shouldn't we shift our attention to the political factions supporting the Sarutobi clan in the Land of Fire?" Uchiha In pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "I have looked into the Sarutobi situation. For now, we can afford to set aside the issue of the young master's ambush and prioritize the Sarutobi-affiliated factions. Should we then withdraw our surveillance on the Senju clan?" The laid-back intelligence officer inquired. "We certainly cannot withdraw entirely. We can lessen it somewhat and redirect some focus to the west." "Wait, Lord In, we cannot withdraw. The assassination of the young masters has made it abundantly clear that we have enemy spies within our ranks. If our strategic focus is revealed to the enemy, the consequences could be catastrophic. He is right. We must ensure that our intelligence network remains free of internal traitors. How can we be certain? The Uchiha clan is rife with ambitious individuals. How many of you are truly clean?" At this, a heavy silence fell over the room. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew grave. Clearly, all present understood that every decision discussed here carried immense weight. Even the slightest misstep could lead the Uchiha clan towards annihilation. Even Uchiha In found himself uncertain. After a brief moment, he stood, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority, declaring, "Gentlemen, the authenticity of intelligence is the deadliest sword in warfare. We shall postpone this decision. Allow me 2 days to reach a conclusion." Understood. The meeting concluded. As the warmth of the gathering lingered, the members of the intelligence department vanished like phantoms into the night. The seemingly indifferent Uchiha ninja from the meeting stepped lightly into the shadows, his seemingly careless gaze concealing a vigilant awareness. From his sleeve, he produced an exquisite scroll, performing a summoning technique that conjured a ninja dog from thin air. The scroll was carefully placed into the dog's mouth, and everything was executed in silence, as precise as a finely tuned clock. Just as he was about to dispel the summoning, a glimmering blade of cold light sliced through the darkness, piercing the dog's skull with unerring ace. The languid gaze of the Uchiha ninja fell upon a shadow, instantly filled with terror as he turned to the source of the kunai's trajectory. He beheld a young girl standing silently beside the lifeless body of a ninja dog, her eyes, possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, emanating an eerie and mesmerizing glow against the backdrop of the night. "Uchiha Yen, I never imagined the traitor would be you," spoke Uchiha Wuming, her voice cold and laced with murderous intent. "You are Uchiha Wuming?" Upon seeing her face, Uchiha Yen was flooded with questions, instinctively asking, "Did the young clan leader send you?" "No, I came of my own accord," Wuming replied, her tone frigid, akin to an icy blade in the night breeze. "Is that so?" A fierce glint flickered in Uchiha Yan's eyes since Wuming was alone. He felt confident he could eliminate her and escape unscathed. Yet, As he raised his blade, his gaze was ensnared by Wuming's ghostly eyes. In an instant, it felt as though his very soul was being extracted, all his strength ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving him to collapse to the ground, breathlessly exclaiming, "How is this possible? It is indeed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan." The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses unique ocular powers within each eye. The 8,000 Spears, one of Wuming's kaleidoscopic techniques, allows her to mark a target with her ocular power, siphoning their chakra for her own use. However, merely draining chakra to incapacitate an opponent was insufficient for gathering intelligence at that moment. Her other eye quietly activated a more enigmatic technique. Technique of the Radiant Stone. As Wuming extended her hand to touch him, a blue light suddenly illuminated Uchiha Yan's chest, blossoming forth to ultimately condense into a gemstone that floated away from his body. His form became a hollow shell, devoid of consciousness. Wuming's fingers darted like lightning, accurately reaching the gemstone. Her ability allowed her to transform a person's memories into a blue crystalline form, which she could peruse at will. In mere moments, Wuming acquired all of Uchiha Yan's memories. In the warring states of the ninja world, the Senju and Uchiha clans shone like the brightest twin stars in the night sky, suspended above the land of fire. They bore the aspirations of their nation and people, standing as titans in matters of intelligence and warfare. Yet the mountains cannot accommodate two tigers, and the conflict of interests exacerbated their rivalry. The Senju clan, renowned for their robust physiques, was illustrious, abundant in resources, prosperous in livelihoods, and boasted a population far exceeding that of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the Uchiha possessed their own advantages. Even the mere activation of a standard Sharingan endowed them with combat prowess that surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, solidifying their strength within the ninja world. Regrettably, in recent years, the Uchiha's geniuses had dwindled like shooting stars, brilliant yet fleeting. Aside from the direct descendants of the clan leader, few within the clan could awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan now. With their numbers dwindling, the family faced the daunting challenge of generational continuity. Humans are creatures unable to withstand trials, susceptible to the allure of power and gain. The intelligence department was particularly vulnerable, having long been entrenched in hostile territories, their bodies and minds weary and unrewarded. The Senju clan seized this opportunity, bribing some turncoats among the intelligence agents to carry out clandestine missions, targeting the 5 heirs of Uchiha Nijima. Once the war concluded, these traitors would stand atop the pinnacle of Senju glory, enjoying unparalleled honor. Wuming never anticipated that the seemingly harmless Uchiha Yen would turn out to be the traitor responsible for the demise of her brothers. Upon uncovering the identities of the other traitors, Wuming shattered Uchiha Yan's gemstone. Then, with a single hand seal, the 8,000 spears marked glowed, and Uchiha Yen was instantly consumed, his chakra entirely drained, leaving him as nothing more than a withered husk. For more to go, Wuming murmured, kicking aside Uchiha Yan's corpse, her gaze directed towards the intelligence center. Shortly thereafter, in the Uchiha territory, as night fell and the moon hung blood-red, the tranquility was shattered by the scent of blood. Beneath the moonlight, Wuming moved with the swiftness of a panther, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan glimmering with an uncanny radiance as she ghosted through the shadows, each strike finding its mark upon the betrayers. Who on earth is responsible for this? The scent of blood quickly led Uchiha Ine and his squad to the scene. Upon witnessing the carnage and the fury and sorrow burning in Wuming's eyes, shock gripped their hearts. "Wuming, how dare you execute members of the intelligence division without authorization?" Uchiha Ine reprimanded, only to find Wuming poised to deliver a fatal blow to the one beneath her feet. "Stop at once. Do you wish for the Uchiha to lose all their eyes and ears henceforth?" Wuming's actions did not falter after decisively executing the individual beneath her. She slowly turned to face Uchiha Ine, coldly stating, "Teacher Ine, these individuals expose the whereabouts of the clan's heirs. They are traitors." "What? How could they?" Uchiha Ine's face reflected shock, and, as he scrutinized the faces of the deceased, he closed his eyes momentarily, recalling the numerous doubts surrounding them, finally uttering with a hint of resignation, "Wuming, regardless of your reasons, the current situation depicts you as slaughtering intelligence personnel. You have crossed the line, and I must act impartially. I'm sorry." In the blink of an eye, Wuming was surrounded by a throng of ninjas. Not long after, within the interrogation room, the atmosphere was heavy as 2 figures stood in tense opposition. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Uchiha Ine's eyes. For 6 years, he had been the one to bring Wuming into the clan. To her, he was both teacher and father. Thus, Uchiha Ine was aware of Wuming's capability to resist arrest, Yet she refrained from employing the lethal power of the 8,000 spears, indicating that she still held his kindness in her heart. At present, while Uchiha Ine was not entirely oblivious to the presence of traitors, he had been hampered by a lack of sufficient evidence, which had delayed his actions. This hesitation ultimately culminated in an irretrievable tragedy, leaving him filled with guilt over the deaths of the clan's heirs. After a brief silence, Uchiha Ine spoke in a low tone, "Wuming, you should strike me unconscious and escape. The Intelligence Division's investigation has concluded you cannot prove to the clan that those deceased were traitorous spies. If you do not flee, tomorrow you will face the severe consequences of clan law." Upon hearing this, Wuming's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she softly replied, "Thank you, Teacher Ine, but I will not leave." "Why? You will die," Uchiha Ine questioned, perplexed. Because Wuming's expression was calm and resolute as she declared, "If I choose to flee, all suspicion and ire will turn towards my brother. I cannot, and will not, allow such a thing to occur, for when I was brought into the clan, my brother aided me." "You child," Uchiha Ine was moved by her words, momentarily rendered speechless, and could only storm away, coldly stating, "I have already given you the opportunity. But ultimately, it is you who decides your fate. I hope you will not regret it." The following day, the trial grounds of the Uchiha clan buzzed with fervent voices. A dense throng gathered in heated condemnation of the infamous Uchiha Nameless, who had mercilessly slaughtered her kin. The atmosphere crackled with tension, akin to gunpowder poised to ignite. Standing at the heart of the trial, Nameless faced an onslaught of accusations and inquiries, yet her heart remained astonishingly tranquil. "Have you heard? That child has dared to slay her own kind. It is best not to gaze into her eyes. They differ from ours, resembling the eyes of a demon." They whispered. How could she be the adopted daughter of the clan leader? What of Lord Madara? Why has he not intervened? It is said that Lord Madara departs early each day for training and is absent from the clan at this hour. Amidst the murmurs of the clansmen, a man in his 30s, clad in a crimson robe and bearing a massive sword upon his shoulder, slowly approached Nameless. She lifted her gaze and softly murmured, "Father." The figure before her was none other than the current leader of the Uchiha clan and her adoptive father, Uchiha Taijima. Accompanying Taijima were servants carrying 5 lifeless bodies, resembling withered trees. Uchiha Taijima approached the Nameless figure, gesturing towards the 5 lifeless bodies behind him, his brow furrowing slowly. "Did you do this?" he inquired. "Yes," the Nameless figure replied, lowering his head. Uchiha Taijima's gaze was fixed upon her as he inquired, "According to your assertion, the deceased are all traitors. Do you possess any evidence?" "The proof lies within my ocular technique. I can recreate the events of last night through Jinjutsu," Uchiha Nameless replied. "Since it is Jinjutsu, it is susceptible to fabrication. Your claims cannot be fully trusted," Uchiha Taijima retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. Given this, Uchiha Nameless pondered for a moment, seemingly resolute, and turned to Uchiha Taijima, stating, "You may examine the gem of my Manjiki Sharingan. This gem is the crystallization of memory, and it cannot be falsified unless another gem overlays it. You awakened the Manjiki at such a young age?" Uchiha Taijima expressed mild astonishment, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Indeed, Nameless eyes manifested the Manjiki Sharingan, drawing gasps of awe from those around him. It is well known that even the most gifted young clan leader, Uchiha Madara, had only awakened a 2-tomo Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha Nameless' talent was undeniably extraordinary. However, Uchiha Taijima remained silent, patiently awaiting Nameless' demonstration of his ocular technique. As a blue crystal hovered within Nameless' body, he stepped forward to grasp the gem, his gaze sharp and hawk-like as he scrutinized Nameless' memories from the previous night. Upon witnessing the transformation of individuals into desiccated corpses through Nameless' Manjiki Sharingan, a look of terror overtook his eyes. Instinctively, he began to probe into Uchiha Nameless' memories prior to the age of 5. After a prolonged silence, having beheld the ordeals that Uchiha Nameless faced before his 5th year, Uchiha Taijima's eyes flickered with fear, as if the Uchiha Nameless before him was a demon. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Taijima withdrew his consciousness from the gem. At that moment, the kindness in his eyes had vanished. He returned the gem to the unconscious Nameless. As Nameless slowly regained consciousness, Taijima spoke gravely, "Nameless, even if those you have slain were all spies of the Senju, the enforcement of justice is not a task you may undertake unilaterally. Should every clansman emulate your actions, the clan's regulations would be rendered void. This matter also bears responsibility upon Madara, and when he returns from his morning training, I shall personally administer punishment." "Father," Nameless hastily defended himself, You must have seen in the gym that this matter has no connection to my brother. I alone sought vengeance for my younger siblings. And any guilt lies solely with me. Madara regards you as a sister and a confidant. Whatever you do, he is inevitably aware, and he cannot escape culpability. Unless what? Nameless inquired in astonishment. Uchiha Taijima smiled and remarked, unless you acknowledge the crime of treason against the clan and accept exile to the western battlefield. Severing all ties with Madara and Izuna, Nameless contemplated for a moment and replied, very well, as long as my brother remains unaffected, I am willing to confess. In her eyes, the battlefield was not a burden. Excellent. Uchiha Taijima signaled to his subordinates, and 2 Uchiha ninjas swiftly dispersed, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. They utilized a sealing technique to bind Nameless firmly, rendering her immobile. Sealing squad, heed my command. The prisoner has confessed. Uchiha Nameless has disregarded clan rules and has taken matters into her own hands, branding her with the cursed seal of fire, rendering her hands useless. Yes, Lord Taijima. The 2 ninjas beside Nameless swiftly performed hand seals. The sealing array that had initially bound her erupted like ink, transforming into a torrent of darkness that swarmed over her, ultimately coalescing into countless tiny black symbols imprinted deeply upon her arms. Nameless cried out in pain, feeling as if her arms were being devoured by a myriad of ants. With the seal, any attempt to channel fire-style chakra through your arms will scorch you, the agony surpassing that of a heated iron. Father, if you merely wish for me to go to the battlefield, why impose this seal upon me? Nameless's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. The seal is already a leniency, at least it spares your life. I took you in as my adopted daughter at Madara's request. If you had remained obedient, serving as a humble servant, it would have posed no issue. However, your awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan and your burgeoning ambition are encroaching upon Madara's position, thus necessitating these restrictions upon you. You, Nameless, eyes turned crimson, finally grasping Uchiha Taijima's ruthless reasoning. From the moment she showcased her abilities, he began to assess the potential threat of the 8,000 spears to the regime. Even though Madara was the brother she esteemed most, Uchiha Taijima viewed such sentiments as fragile. After all, even blood relatives could betray due to personal desires, let alone an inconsequential outsider like her. Nameless' face turned ashen. If you fear I pose a threat to my brother, why not kill me now? The answer was simple. Do you understand why you were sent to the West? Uchiha Taijima crouched down, gripping Nameless' chin, causing her to emit a pained whimper. Uchiha Nameless, I require you to unleash the full extent of the 8,000 spears technique under the watch of the sealing squad on the battlefield. Why would I still fight for you? Nameless scoffed. Not for me, but for the ones you cherish most, Madara and Izuna. What do you mean? It is as it sounds, Uchiha Taijima stated solemnly. Currently, the Senju clan is expanding its influence on the Eastern Front. If they ally with the Sarutobi clan in the West, the Uchiha will find themselves besieged from both sides. Once conflict erupts, neither Madara nor Izuna can escape the fate of the battlefield. Nameless fell silent, her heart racing at the thought of Izuna being thrust into battle at such a tender age. It seemed that even in her ignorance, she should now grasp the reality of the situation. Do you not hold them dear? Then fight with all your might for them, and see if you will ultimately betray them. Uchiha Taijima, you are truly despicable. Wuming discerned the true nature of the person before her. She had never anticipated that someone she had regarded as a mentor for many years had never considered her family. This trial was no longer a quest for justice for the death of her kin. Uchiha Taijima cast aside familial bonds, opting for a more direct and ruthless approach. Attempting to control Wuming with an iron fist, aiming to mold her into a subservient war machine, extracting her value and forcing her to fight for the Uchiha. Wuming. At that moment, Uchiha Madara finally returned from his training ground. Father. Upon seeing Wuming restrained, Madara immediately positioned himself protectively in front of her. Wuming is our family. Why would you treat her this way, father? Has Madara returned? Uchiha Taijima scanned with an impassive expression before solemnly stating, Wuming committed a private punishment last night and has confessed. Moreover, she concealed matters regarding the Manjiki. You arrived late and are unaware. Wuming must have had her reasons. I believe she would never betray the Uchiha. Madara exclaimed anxiously. You are too naive, Madara. Wuming's power will inevitably threaten your future position as clan leader. Your father acts for your own good, Uchiha Taijima retorted coldly. Yet, as Madara gazed at Wuming, her gentle figure, devotedly caring for her younger brothers, flashed vividly in his memory. Madara clenched his fists, choosing to believe in Wuming, resolutely declaring, Father, if Wuming can end the war and lead the Uchiha to victory, what is the worth of a clan leader's position that we cannot relinquish? Moreover, Izuna has already lost 3 elder brothers. He, like me, regards wombing as family. Your actions will only chill the hearts of both Izuna and me, Madara said fervently. And what of that chill? The Uchiha clan requires enduring dominance, not senseless slaughter. The power of the 8,000 spears must be firmly controlled, otherwise it will lead to disaster. Uchiha Taijima's eyes could no longer conceal his fear towards the 8,000 spears. Father, enough. Madara, go accompany Izuna. Uchiha Taijima's words were as cold as ice. Upon closing and reopening his eyes, his 3-tomo Sharingan blazed like crimson lightning, casting an illusion upon Madara. Brother! Wooming cried out in desperation. Just as Madara intended to respond to Wooming's call, his expression turned vacant, and gazing at Wooming with confusion, he asked, Who are you? How could this happen? Wooming looked on in disbelief at this scene, turning to glare at Uchiha Taijima. What have you done? I have placed an illusion on Madara. He will forget you, facilitating my future control over him. As for you, henceforth, you shall possess neither freedom nor emotion, until the end of your life. I shall have someone continually cast illusions upon you, and you shall live solely as a weapon. Uchiha Taijima. The Nameless One gazed at Uchiha Taijima with a seething anger. She yearned to unleash her ocular technique, yet her burned arm acted as a shackle, binding her powers and rendering her unable to weave seals and utilize chakra. In a final act of defiance, she spat a mouthful of blood at Uchiha Taijima, resorting to the most humble means of resistance. Chapter 2. I have come to alter your fate. A year swiftly passed. Yet the conflict between the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans on the western battlefield showed no signs of abating. Not far off, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan marched cautiously, when suddenly a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, followed by an unending chorus of terrified cries. Over 50 members of the Sarutobi clan, as if beset by an invisible beast, had their life force drained in an instant, their deaths gruesome and appalling. In the distance, the survivors, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions, spreading a harrowing tale of a secret weapon possessed by the Uchiha clan, capable of silently draining individuals into lifeless husks. The news spread rapidly, soon reaching various ninja clans, and in an instant, the Uchiha clan became the target of widespread animosity, as fear and suspicion spread like wildfire. Today's task was executed admirably. Now return to your dungeon, Uchiha Nameless. Deep within the Uchiha camp, members of the sealing team bound Uchiha Nameless with heavy iron chains. The bandages on her legs were soaked with blood, her bare feet bruised and worn from prolonged torment. Her hands bore the scars of burns. Within her heart, there was no longer fear or anger, only a numbing acceptance of her grim reality. The ninjas of the sealing team relentlessly unleashed potent sealing and illusion techniques, attempting to shatter her will. Time and again, she was cast into the cold, damp dungeon, where the surrounding darkness and silence seemed to narrate a tale of despair. Soon, drained of her ocular power, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Within the dark, damp cave, only the flickering light of a candle illuminated the stone walls. Drip. A drop of water fell upon Uchiha Nameless' cheek, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Having been confined in a shadowy, moisture-laden place, deprived of sunlight for an extended period, coupled with severe food shortages during wartime, her skin appeared exceedingly pale in the candlelight. Now 12 years of age, she resembled a frail child of 7 or 8. It hurt so much. The Nameless One slumped against the cold ground. Her hands braced beneath her as a sudden wave of intense pain surged through her. Lowering her gaze, she beheld her arms, marred by burns, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The battle of the previous day had compelled her to unleash the 8,000 spears using chakra, resulting in her arms being scorched by the cursed flames. And even now, she had not recovered. This cycle of torment had persisted for a year. No one had sought her out, nor had anyone expressed concern for her plight. She was condemned to exist as a mere puppet, wielding her ocular powers as a weapon on the battlefield day after day. Countless opportunities had arisen for her to obliterate the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. However, such an act would unravel the balance in the Western Front, enabling the Sarutobi clan to join forces with the Senju clan from the east and mount an assault against the Uchiha, ultimately endangering the lives of Madara, Izuna, and her mentor. These 3 were all that remained for her. For their sake, she could endure being treated as a mere weapon by her kin, enduring the inhumane treatment, even if it meant forsaking her freedom. Yet, they had been out of contact for a year. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Could she truly endure any longer? Had Madara and Izuna forgotten her, rendering her perseverance meaningless? If possessing emotions meant suffering, should she not eradicate her feelings to attain liberation? The nameless one was engulfed in confusion and despair. She had no one to consult, no clarity on whether her actions were right or wrong, and no certainty that her stubbornness still held significance. She stared into the abyss of her dark prison. Raising her hand, she formed the required seals, slowly channeling her chakra. The searing sensation in her arms returned, yet she pressed on undeterred. "Forgive me, brother, Izuna, and mentor. I may not be able to endure much longer." As these words left her lips, a gem containing memories of her family and mentor slipped from her chest and fell into her hands. Her Sharingan had been imbued with numerous ocular techniques, and at that moment, Amaterasu, stored within the 8,000 spears, began to rise. Just as she prepared to incinerate the gem with Amaterasu, a sudden flash of light illuminated the cave, forcing her to shut her eyes against the brightness. What was happening? She sensed something fall to the ground, and when she opened her eyes again, a comatose youth appeared on the dark, damp floor before her. The boy, of similar age to her, bore golden hair, peculiar facial hair, and an unfamiliar forehead protector. Was he a ninja? The nameless one attempted to approach him. But having just gathered her ocular powers, the ensuing after-effects overwhelmed her, causing her limbs to weaken, and she collapsed to her knees. At that moment, a droplet of water fell from the damp stone wall, landing on the golden-haired boy's cheek, causing him to twitch slightly. Observing this, she instinctively retreated to the shadowy corner, peering through her hair to secretly scrutinize the golden-haired boy. Who was he? What was he doing here? After a brief moment, the golden-haired youth propped himself up on one hand and slowly sat up, bewilderedly observing the ceiling charms on the iron pillars around him. Is this a prison? So, I have been captured? Uzumaki Boruto stood up and glanced outside the cell, noticing the rusted iron bars of the door, contemplating whether he could break them with sheer force. Stop. Do you wish to die? A sudden voice startled Boruto just as he gripped the iron bars. In the next instant, his hands ignited as if doused in oil, causing him to release his grip in haste. Ouch, that is hot. Boruto exclaimed, shaking his hand to extinguish the flames, his voice tinged with distress. Is this for real? The iron bars can actually burn? The unnamed figure lowered her head and explained, the iron bars are imbued with a sealing technique. Any contact will trigger a fire release. Boruto turned to see the nameless girl huddled in the corner, hugging her knees. So that is how it is, he said, stepping back and approaching her. Thank you. If you hadn't warned me in time, I might have been reduced to ashes. The girl buried her face in her arms, showing no inclination to respond. Feeling ignored was disheartening for Boruto, who moved closer, kneeling before her. Anyway, I apologize for startling you. I didn't mean to. I just didn't expect anyone else to be here. Were you also captured? It seems our fortunes are not in our favor. Boruto chuckled at his own predicament. However, this might be fortuitous as I have some questions for you. I know it's strange to ask such things of someone I've just met, but I'm in a hurry to find someone. I wonder if you know her. She belongs to the Uchiha clan. The girl remained silent, not lifting her gaze. Hey. Boruto thought she might have fallen asleep and raised his voice slightly. Are you listening? After a moment of silence, she lifted her eyes slightly, void of emotion. I don't need to listen. It's none of my concern. Do you mean? Boruto finally noticed her face, which resembled someone from his memories, though she was not wearing the familiar headband. Excitedly, he grasped her shoulders, exclaiming, You are Nameless, Uchiha Nameless, right? The girl remained impassive, her expression unchanged. But the pain from his grip prompted her to glance up at him. So what? Boruto, brimming with excitement, replied, I found you. Truly found you. I thought you were elsewhere. I never imagined you would be here. I am so fortunate. This is wonderful. It's truly wonderful to see you. Boruto leaped to his feet, hands on his hips, a look of satisfaction on his face. Hooray. First objective accomplished. Now, let's south escape this place together. Noticing Nameless' continued indifference, he patted his chest confidently, declaring, What is the matter? Do you doubt my abilities? Don't worry. This mere prison can be easily destroyed with my ninjutsu. Chapter 3. Escape if you wish to leave. Then go alone, the Nameless one murmured, lowering her head and clutching her knees, unwilling to acknowledge the enigmatic individual before her. What do you mean? Boruto gazed at her in confusion. What is the point of not leaving together? And what of escaping? Outside awaits only manipulation. That desolate world is far less comforting than this confinement. She buried her head deeper, enveloped in despair. The world beyond is not solely about exploitation. Do not generalize based on a mere fragment, Boruto urged gently. Enough, she cried, pressing her head further down. At that moment, her consciousness was abruptly ensnared by an illusionary chakra. Visions flashed through her mind, incessantly whispering, compelling her to utter, "I am a weapon, born for the battle of the Uchiha clan. I shall employ ninjutsu as commanded to annihilate foes. I will not weep, nor waver, nor flee. For Madara and Izuna, I shall endure any pain until my last breath. Until given orders, I remain in this cell, bound to await commands. Unable to leave even amidst emergencies. This is the mission bestowed upon me. I must adhere to it. I am not permitted the luxury of freedom. What is this?" Boruto stared, astonished by the sudden aberration in the Nameless One. Is it an illusion? He waved his hands in front of her, but received no response. Sighing as he realized, it appears this illusion is periodic. The will of the caster continually brainwashes her subconscious. Unsure how to dispel the illusion, he grasped her arm, shouting, "Do not listen to them, Nameless One. You do not belong in this shadowy abyss. You were never meant to exist solely for combat. You must forge your own path." Ouch, that hurts. The pain in her arm jolted her awake, momentarily liberating her from the illusion-esque grasp. What is this? Boruto observed her cry out in pain. Noticing the myriad of sealing techniques and burn marks etched upon her arm, a sight that made him turn away in horror. This is unforgivable. How could they do such a thing to you? I will absolutely help you escape from here. With that, he turned and rushed toward the door, his right hand gathering chakra that swirled rapidly, resembling a glowing blue sphere of wind. Rasengan. Just as the Rasengan was about to shatter the prison, it abruptly dissipated. This cage can even seal ninjutsu? Boruto exclaimed in frustration. He glanced back, finding the Nameless One still curled up in her isolation. Damn it. I cannot allow her to remain trapped in this place any longer. Boruto faced the iron bars once more, gripping them tightly as if they were a branding iron. A sharp pain pierced through him. It was infuriating, but he had no time to dwell on it. He needed to pry open these iron bars before his hands were rendered useless. Flames spread from Boruto's hands up to his arms, and despite the excruciating pain, he stifled any cries to avoid alarming the girl behind him. In the blink of an eye, the sleeves of his black tracksuit caught fire, illuminating the entire cell. Damn it, break already. Boruto exerted every ounce of strength he had, yet the iron bars remained immovable. The unnamed girl, startled by the light of the flames, lifted her gaze and saw Boruto risking injury to pry apart the bars that confined her. In her despair, she thought he would soon relent, but as time passed, he continued his struggle. When she noticed the extensive burns on his arms, her heart, once ashen as dust, began to waver. With her lips parted slightly, she urged softly, "Please, stop. If you continue, you will be burned alive. If you wish to live, abandon this foolishness." I am not being foolish. Though the pain in his hands was unbearable, Boruto's resolve did not falter. He declared firmly, "Unnamed, no matter the circumstance, as long as we do not give up, we can forge a path ahead. My father, once engulfed in despair and loneliness like you, never ceased his quest for light. Ultimately, he carved out his own path through sheer determination. Therefore, I will not give up. I absolutely will not. Unnamed, you must not give up either. You can attain redemption." Though Boruto knew only the unnamed girl from his own timeline, he believed that she too could be redeemed in this moment. He had come here to alter her fate. Suddenly, the flames in the cell grew fiercer, nearly engulfing Boruto entirely. "Please, truly stop." The unnamed girl finally stood up, unable to bear it any longer. "I have already given up. Let me die like this. You need not sacrifice yourself for someone like me." Silence. Boruto seemed spurred by her words, gripping the bars even tighter as he shouted, "Do not allow others to dictate your fate. Unnamed, your destiny is yours to determine, yours to create. That is the fate that belongs to you." With a clang, the rusted iron bars were unexpectedly pried open by Boruto's sheer strength. The unnamed girl stood frozen, astonished by the sight of Boruto's back. She could not comprehend why this youth would go to such lengths for her sake. "See, I told you I would get you out of here," Boruto replied, lowering his singed arm and turning to her with a smile. Tears welled in the unnamed girl's eyes as she gazed at his injured hand. Why? Why would you get hurt for someone like me? I don't deserve it." At that moment, the sounds of many people running echoed from outside the cell. Was that the seal from within the prison? Had the seal been broken? Could it be the Senju clan? How could they locate this concealed dungeon? Damn it, there must have been an intelligence leak from the Nameless. But let us not dwell on that. We absolutely cannot allow the Nameless to escape, or the Western Front will collapse. Hearing the commotion, Boruto lowered his head and muttered, "Curse it, I spoke too loudly just now and was indeed discovered. This is not the time for chatter." He bent down and reached out to the Nameless, urging, "Hurry. We must flee." The Nameless stood frozen, overwhelmed by the surreal events unfolding before her, as she had never witnessed anyone willing to fight for her, even at the cost of their own injury, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. Seeing her hesitation, Boruto, with growing urgency, exclaimed, "What are you still hesitating for? Once we leave this place, you will no longer be used by anyone." Yet the Nameless found it difficult to meet Boruto's hopeful gaze. "Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you, Nameless. Trust me." After a brief moment, the Nameless looked at Boruto and nodded slightly. She raised her hand, attempting to accept his assistance. Chapter 4. Freedom, huh? Now that's more like it. Upon noticing the Nameless's willingness to follow him, Boruto's face broke into a wide smile. He stepped out of the cage first and then grasped the Nameless's hand, attempting to pull her from her confinement. However, the Nameless, weakened, stumbled slightly. "Nameless!" Boruto exclaimed as he instinctively channeled chakra into his legs, propelling himself forward at great speed, disregarding the pain in his hands, and securely embraced the Nameless. "You scared me. I thought I wouldn't make it in time." As he felt the surge of returning strength, he realized that once they exited the sealed dungeon, he could once again gather chakra. A faint smile graced his lips as he carried the Nameless out of the cell. Once they reached the woods, his pace quickened even further, as his lightning affinity chakra enabled him to move with remarkable swiftness. In mere moments, he had led the Nameless deep into the nearby forest. Shortly thereafter, the Uchiha guards arrived at the dungeon, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, the cell is empty. She is not inside. Quickly, go search for her. She is frail and cannot have run far." The guards responded promptly, initiating a pursuit upon discovering the absence of their captive. Before long, Boruto cursed under his breath, "What terrible luck." He gazed up at the bright full moon, which, although the darkest hour precedes dawn, shone particularly luminously tonight, making it difficult for them to conceal themselves. Despite being an agile ninja, his chakra reserves were limited, and the strain of running while holding the Nameless, due to his burned arm, proved challenging. Whoosh! Boruto felt the rush of wind behind him, and, seeing no way to evade, he utilized wind release, gale palm, to propel the Nameless further into the distant woods. Before facing the Uchiha clan member's flying kick with his bare hands. "You little brat." Ugh. Upon witnessing the scene, the Uchiha clan member was instantly consumed by fury, his powerful kick sending Boruto sprawling to the ground. Boruto could not help but marvel at the extraordinary strength of his opponent, which surpassed even the might of his instructor, Konohamaru. This realization made him reflect on the formidable prowess of ninjas from the Warring States period. Gradually, he rose to his feet, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the direction where Nameless had fled, filled with concern for her safety. Gasping for breath, Nameless had been propelled far by Boruto's wind technique. With one hand resting against a tree trunk and the other pressed against her chest, she struggled to stand. Indeed, the long absence of proper nourishment had rendered her body frail. Had it not been for Boruto's painful efforts to support her, they would have been captured long ago. That foolish boy, who could have easily escaped using his wind technique, chose to risk his life for someone like me. Nameless glanced down at the iron chains still shackled to her ankles, her small feet bare, relying solely on the bandages wrapped around them to alleviate the pain of walking. She could not comprehend why someone who did not even possess the right to wear shoes would be deemed worthy of such sacrifice. Yet, as she lowered her head, memories of Boruto flooded her mind, his earnest demeanor suggesting that his desire to help her was not a mere whim. Perhaps his efforts to rescue her were not coincidental. "If I were to leave now, I would forever remain ignorant of his identity and the reasons behind his willingness to aid me. I cannot allow that to happen." Uchiha Nameless smirked slightly, having already made up her mind. She stumbled back to Boruto's location, hiding behind a tree to observe stealthily. Suddenly, her heart tightened as she witnessed Boruto being besieged by 3 members of the Uchiha clan. How infuriating. This was truly a predicament. Vortex Boruto, under the tutelage of Uchiha Sasuke, had mastered the integration of lightning release into his taijutsu and had practiced the unique gentle fist technique taught by his aunt, Hanabi of the Hyuga clan. He still had a chance to fight against an average jounin. However, before him stood 3 Uchiha clan members who had awakened their Sharingan, effortlessly spotting Boruto's vulnerabilities. With years of brutal combat experience, they boasted not only a physical superiority but also a tactical advantage through their shuriken techniques and fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. This was intolerable. He had no choice left. Wedge. Boruto held in his hand a wedge from the Otsutsuki clan that could absorb ninjutsu, raising his hand inscribed with the wedge seal just to barely survive. "Perhaps it's time to cease your resistance, boy," one of the Uchiha sneered. Not yet. Boruto grimaced, forcing himself to stand. He had to endure until Nameless had escaped far enough. You survived our great fireball barrage. It's evident you are a remarkable ninja, possessing some peculiar techniques. To show our respect, we shall send you on your way with this ultimate move. With that, the three Uchiha Sharingan glimmered in the night, and they simultaneously leaped high into the air, forming the same hand seals for fire release. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In unison, they chanted, unleashing a torrential storm of Phoenix fire akin to a horde of locusts descending upon Boruto. This technique was distinct from the ordinary Phoenix fire technique. It was laced with lightning release chakra, rendering each fireball enormous and imbued with explosive energy. Making evasion impossible, this was a large-scale killing technique from the Uchiha clan only witnessed in times of war. Was this truly the end? Boruto pondered, wondering if Nameless had managed to escape safely. Gazing at the myriad fireballs, he realized that even with the wedge, he could not absorb the explosive impact generated by the fusion of lightning and fire from this bloodline limit, and injury was inevitable. Amaterasu Kagutsuchi. In that moment of despair, a pair of crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan ignited from within the forest, and a vortex of black flames, shaped and controlled by chakra, enveloped Boruto in protection. Sustained by the chakra of fire release and Kagutsuchi, the black fire vortex withstood the onslaught of the Uchiha's lightning-infused Phoenix fire, preventing it from dispersing the protection of Amaterasu. Onlookers beheld the lightning and fire twisting and spiraling upwards under Kagutsuchi's control, ultimately dissipating into smoke. How is this possible? Is that truly Amaterasu? Not only Amaterasu but also Kagutsuchi controlling the flames. Who could it be? The Uchiha trio wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Boruto too had caught sight of Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi, momentarily mistaking them for his mentor Sasuke come to rescue him. Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, he found no trace of Sasuke. Only a frail girl with a pallid complexion, tears of blood streaming beneath her left eye. Unnamed? Upon recognizing her, Boruto exclaimed in haste, "Fool! You could have escaped while I was fighting. Why did you return?" The girl, taken aback by Boruto's inquiry, trembled as she responded, I don't know." She lifted her gaze to meet his, inching closer and adding, "Perhaps it is because you saved me, regardless of whether it was by chance or whim. No one has ever come to my aid before. Therefore, I wish to protect you." Summoning her courage, she locked her eyes with Boruto. His anxious expression softened. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clansmen sneered derisively. Spare us your pretenses. You, who have slain countless lives, now wish to protect others? You know the fate that awaits those who resist us, don't you? Surrender now, unnamed. The punishment for betraying your clan is severe. Are you sure you wish to proceed?" The thought of betrayal made her gaze waver, memories of the various tortures she had witnessed flooding her mind, alongside the tragic fates of defectors. She instinctively stepped back, her feet bound by chains. "Enough of your rambling," Boruto interjected, stepping in front of the unnamed girl, casting a cold smirk at the Uchiha trio. "The unnamed before you is no longer the Uchiha you once knew. No one commanded her. She chose to return and save me. And she does not intend to surrender to you, but to carve out her own path." Chapter 5, Victory, Her Own Path. The unnamed murmured softly, reflecting on Boruto's words. She gazed at his confident silhouette, as if it were urging her not to succumb to a destiny dictated by others. Regardless of the obstacles she faced, as long as she did not give up, she could forge her own way, and it was her path to create. Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of strength within her like never before. The three-tomo Sharingan transformed once again into the kaleidoscopic Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha trio observed the unnamed wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, instantly retreating with heightened vigilance. They were acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of Hachakusa and Huishur, and hastily exclaimed, "Unnamed, it would be wise for you to refrain from harboring any nefarious intentions. You possess sealing techniques." "That is inconsequential," replied the unnamed one resolutely. "The condition of my arm matters not. Even if it were to be rendered useless today, I shall not be deterred by your sealing arts." He strode to Boruto's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing at the Uchiha trio with a fierce determination. "Are you truly prepared to forsake your kin?" inquired a member of the Uchiha clan. "If my fate is to be self-determined and forged by my own hands, then my choice now is to fight alongside him," the unnamed one declared with unwavering conviction. "What charm does this boy possess that makes you disregard the safety of our clan's heir? I care, indeed, but I care only for them. No longer shall I harbor illusions regarding the Uchiha clan. You cannot bind me with the fate of your people," the unnamed one stated gravely, turning to Boruto. As for him, though we have just met, inexplicably, his words kindle warmth within my heart. Absurd. Do you even comprehend your actions? At this juncture, I may not fully understand, yet among all those I have encountered thus far, he is the most extraordinary. He inspires me to fight for my own destiny. A smile crept upon the unnamed one's lips as he extended his hand toward Boruto. Her captivating smile held an undeniable allure, causing Boruto to gaze at her face momentarily, until a gentle reminder from the unnamed one prompted him to notice her outstretched hand. "All right," Boruto exclaimed, shaking off the pain burning in his palm and clasping the unnamed one's hand firmly. In an instant, a surge of blue chakra erupted as their hands met. The unnamed one transferred the entirety of Hachikusa's ocular chakra accumulated over the past year to Boruto, revitalizing his depleted chakra, which now radiated with lightning chakra surrounding him. Such an overflow that envelopes the entire body. What an astounding quantity of chakra! The Uchiha trio shielded their eyes from the blinding lightning chakra, instinctively raising their hands to protect themselves. The unnamed one glanced at Boruto, a faint smile gracing their lips. "This is the entirety of the chakra I have stored at this stage. I have been inscribed with a seal that renders me unable to fight. So I have transferred it all to you. You can still fight, correct?" Boruto met their gaze with a smile. "Of course, and we shall undoubtedly prevail. Damn it. That chakra was intended for the confrontation against the Senju clan, and yet it is freely given to this enigmatic individual. Who would have thought that one day we would find ourselves at odds with you, a weapon? Although it poses a challenge, we cannot allow you to escape." The Uchiha trio drew their swords, their bodies poised in readiness. Boruto stood shoulder to shoulder with the Nameless One, his hands clasped in determination. "This is our final battle. We must proceed." With that, Boruto unleashed two shadow clones. Fueled by an abundance of chakra, their lightning-style body flicker technique surged forth with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the trio in the blink of an eye, each clone brandishing a Rasengan. Yet, despite Boruto's swift movement, the Uchiha trio, armed with their Sharingan, reacted instantaneously with a mocking smirk. "Kid, your techniques are far too predictable." "Oh, really?" Boruto and his clones responded with smiles, their Rasengan crackling with arcs of electricity. "What? They vanished?" "Rasengan! Rasengan! Rasengan!" Three explosive roars erupted, raising a cloud of dust as the Uchiha trio was struck by Boruto's hidden Rasengan, infused with the nature transformation of lightning chakra. "Damn it, I never expected to be bested by such a brat." The Uchiha trio was defeated, and both Boruto and Nameless breathed a sigh of relief. "Did we win?" Nameless questioned, disbelief etched on her face. "Yes, it's all thanks to your assistance," Boruto replied, giving her a thumbs up. At that moment, the dawn dispelled the night, and the rising sun seemed to illuminate the intertwined fates of the two, casting a brilliant light upon the earth. "These individuals were merely the vanguard. The rest of our clan will soon follow upon receiving the news," Nameless stated. "We cannot afford to linger here. We must depart swiftly," Boruto agreed. They fled the forest and emerged onto a vast plain. Although they had dealt with the troublesome initial pursuers, many Uchiha remained stationed in the west. Nameless knew they could not guarantee there would be no subsequent pursuers. So even after defeating the trio, they continued to run without respite. "Damn it!" Boruto suddenly stumbled, almost falling. Nameless, quick on her feet, caught him just in time. "Are you all right?" she asked, concern evident in her gaze. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Boruto replied with a wry smile. Due to the lightning body technique acting as a catalyst, the fatigue from the battle left Boruto feeling more exhausted than Nameless at that moment. He gradually rose to his feet, noticing the absence of chakra signatures behind them, and cautiously relaxed his guard, panting as he leaned on his knees to catch his breath. "It seems we should be safe here for now," he remarked. Nameless turned to face the rising sun, her excitement bubbling forth. "I can hardly believe I've truly escaped." "Indeed," Boruto replied, looking at her with a smile. "You are free now." "Free?" Nameless murmured, reflecting on her life before meeting Boruto. She realized that she had never lived for herself. To survive, for Madara and Izuna, she had created countless debts of blood. The conflicts between clans were a matter of life and death. In this warring era, everything that could be utilized or plundered was a resource for victory, regardless of age or gender. In the realm of shinobi, when S-worth was quantifiable, each battle resulted in either depletion or reinforcement. Nameless believed herself to be just another expendable sacrifice of this age, devoid of rights and hope, with only slaughter remaining. Yet now, her despair had been shattered, and she had found her own son. As if to reflect Nameless' inner transformation, the morning sunlight suddenly cascaded upon her and Boruto, momentarily blinding them. Boruto suddenly sensed something amiss in his body. Certain parts were visibly turning transparent. His hand slowly fell as he realized he was about to vanish from this realm. And he couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, "It seems I can only accompany you this far." Huh? The sudden words of Boruto caught Nameless off guard, and she immediately noticed the unusual demeanor about him. With concern, she asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Boruto's eyes dimmed as he raised a hand to scratch his head. Apologizing, for certain reasons, I cannot accompany you. Nameless' pupils contracted as she anxiously pressed. I haven't had the chance to ask who you truly are and why you wish to help me. Boruto slowly lifted his gaze to meet Nameless. I cannot disclose too many details, but fundamentally, I am merely someone who desires to see you attain your freedom. Why would you go to such lengths for someone like me? Nameless inquired, bewildered. Boruto smiled. To me, you are not simply someone like you. This self-deprecating and trivial connection does not define you. You are a significant friend to me, and I wish to assist you, even at the cost of my own life. Nameless stood there, stunned, as Boruto's words seemed to pierce through the gloom that enveloped her heart. In Chapter 6, Madara and Hashirama, Boruto's figure began to grow increasingly transparent. He raised his hand, scratching his head awkwardly, and said, "But for you at this moment, I suppose my words may not make much sense. Yet to me, you are you, and that will never change." Before Boruto could finish, Nameless had suddenly rested against his chest. "Nameless, what is the matter?" She did not wish for Boruto to see her tears, burying her face in his chest. "I have always been alone, dwelling in darkness, and no one has ever regarded me as a person. I believed I had no companions. However, standing before me now is someone who has come not by chance or whim, but has intentionally arrived to save me, a person willing to consider me a friend." With her left hand grasping Boruto's, and the other brushing away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she expressed, "In any case, I am truly grateful to be alive and to have met you. Thank you for saving me and granting me freedom." Nameless lifted her head, blushing as she revealed a smile, determined not to let Boruto see her sorrow before his departure. "You're welcome. It's the least I can do because we are friends." Boruto nodded, his form becoming nearly invisible. Is the time already up?" Nameless gazed at the fading figure of Boruto, feeling somewhat lost. "What is happening?" "What exactly?" Boruto sighed. "Although it is with great reluctance, I must bid you farewell. However, there is one last thing I must convey to you." He grasped Nameless' shoulders and faced her directly. "Listen carefully. You are no longer Uchiha Nameless. Your name is Hikari, Uchiha Hikari. This is the name your father and mother bestowed upon you, your true name. You must live on in this new place, under the sun. And I hope you come to understand that the ninja world is not solely filled with suffering." As Boruto's face began to blur, the weight of his words lingered in the air. Uchiha Hikari raised her hand, her anxious expression grasping at Boruto's hand, yet she merely clutched at the air. Wait. Please." Unbidden tears streamed down her cheeks. "No, don't leave. Please. I still know nothing about you. I do not even know your name. I cannot accept this conclusion. I am still so unaware of everything. Uzumaki Boruto. My name is Uzumaki Boruto. Hikari, remember this. Even if we part ways, we will always be friends. You are never truly alone. Do not forget, I will always cheer for you." Boruto. Hikari cried out, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "No, don't go, Boruto. You must be happy." Uchiha Hikari. As her words faded, Uzumaki Boruto had completely vanished from this realm, leaving behind the Uchiha girl with outstretched arms. Attempting to stop his departure. "Boruto, how can I find happiness without you by my side?" Uchiha Hikari knelt on the grass, her head cradled in her arms as she wept bitterly. Without the radiant golden-haired youth, her surroundings felt desolate, leaving only the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks. Uchiha Hikari grasped a handful of grass from the ground and slowly lifted his head. "I will not give up. I shall never surrender. Boruto, just as you told me. As long as one does not relent, the path will inevitably unfold. I am determined to see you once more." Uchiha Hikari, unwilling to accept her fate, had finally discovered the person most significant to her. In her past, she had been exploited as a weapon, enduring a life devoid of humanity. It was during this interminable darkness that Boruto's presence illuminated her understanding of what it truly meant to live. Uchiha Light cast aside the handful of grass in his hand. Whispering softly under the sunlight, "Boruto, your encouraging words have warmed my heart, illuminating the path of embracing my own destiny. I shall no longer be the one who is easily preyed upon. This time, I will seize control of my fate and resolutely seek you out. Uchiha Hikari slowly rose to her feet, her crimson Sharingan gazing skyward, entrusting her longing to the sunlight. She cherished the freedom she had gained from Boruto and resolved never to be exploited in battle again. She would fight to reunite with Boruto and live alongside him in a sunlit ninja world. The following morning, the nearly exhausted Uchiha Hikari slept within a hollow tree, resembling a fairy of the forest. In her dreams, she witnessed Boruto stripped of everything, isolated and helpless, as if the entire world had turned against him. And she could only stand as a mere observer of his suffering. As Boruto's figure faded into the distance, Uchiha Hikari awoke from her reverie. What an irksome dream. She sighed softly. Thoughts by day manifest as dreams by night. Surely, her fervent desire to find Boruto had led to this anxious dream. Speaking of which, Boruto seemed to belong to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Hikari reminisced about Boruto's surname. She possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the Uzumaki clan. If she wished to venture there, she would need to traverse the western territories of the Uchiha, crossing into the domain of the Senju clan, until she reached the land of waves in the east. After a brief respite directed towards the east, Uchiha Hikari resolved to proceed. The forest waterfall, a boundary between the Uchiha and Senju clans, was an area where the Yui clan was situated, hidden within dense thickets, surrounded by towering ancient trees and swirling mists. The heart of the encampment featured an archaic yet majestic tent, where an extraordinary meeting was underway. At this moment, the interior was dimly illuminated, the atmosphere heavy with tension, and an unusual sense of urgency permeated the air. Uchiha ninjas, with their raven hair and crimson eyes, gathered alongside the elite of the Yui clan. Their gazes, sharp or profound, were unwaveringly fixed upon the long table at the center, which bore a comprehensive battle plan. This plan aimed to forge a clandestine alliance against their common adversary, the Senju clan. Esteemed members, this accord must remain strictly confidential, intoned the representative of the Uchiha clan. His voice low yet resonant, each word underscoring an unmistakable resolve. To confront the Senju, our only chance lies in unity. The leader of the Yui clan, an elder ninja, nodded in agreement, wisdom glinting in his eyes. Though our clans have a history of discord, we find ourselves with no choice in the face of a formidable foe. The Senju clan's growing power threatens our very existence. This alliance is not merely prudent, it is essential. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence, each member lost in thought. They understood that this was not merely a simple alliance, but a high-stakes gamble concerning the survival of their clans. But how do we ensure our operations go undetected? Inquired a young Uchiha ninja, his concern palpable. The Senju clan is replete with sages. Should they catch the slightest whiff of our intentions, the consequences would be dire. That is straightforward. We must maintain a fade of hostility towards the Uchiha clan, interjected a sage from the Yui clan. In pursuit of victory, the Senju will undoubtedly extend an olive branch to us. At that juncture, we simply need to turn against them, delivering a decisive blow. Hold on. There are outsiders approaching the barrier. What is the panic? Behaven T overheard our discussions. But the newcomers are Senju. What? Moments ago, Senju clan leader Senju Butsuma, accompanied by a small squad, was executing a raid on the Yui clan, closing in on the outskirts of their encampment. Stop, there is something amiss. In a sudden whisper from the thousand-hand Buddha, the members of the team immediately became alert, swiftly dispersing to conceal themselves within the shadows of trees and the underbrush. Among them were two youthful figures, Weijian and Banjian, the children of the thousand-hand Buddha. Although the thousand-hand squad had hidden themselves exceptionally well, the Yui clan and the Uchiha had erected a barrier around the area, and they were promptly discovered upon contact. The thousand-hand Buddha instinctively glanced towards the tent, where the glimmer of Sharingan eyes flickered ominously in the dim light, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. This is bad. We've been seen alongside the Uchiha. Inside the tent, the gaze of the Yui sage met that of the thousand-hand Buddha for a fleeting moment. What should we do? Even someone as dull as the thousand-hand Buddha should have anticipated this alliance. Damn it, prepare for battle. The sentinels of the Yui clan swiftly issued a warning, to which the Uchiha ninjas promptly responded. Shadows flitted through the forest, and amidst the clash of blades, the thousand-hand Buddha understood that they faced not only the Yui clan but also the elite forces of the Uchiha. The combination of these two powers surpassed their expectations. Had they not discovered it in time, the consequences would have been dire. Retreat, a swift retreat. No matter what. At least one of us must survive to deliver the information. The thousand-hand Buddha decisively commanded, recognizing the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, especially with the presence of children. They could only return to their clan for aid to survive. The team members quickly scattered, utilizing smoke screens and concealed weapons to successfully cover their retreat. Vanishing from the side of the Yuhi and Uchiha coalition. Who would have thought that the long-standing rivals, the Uchiha and the Yuhi, would join forces against the Thousand Hand clan? Enough of this chatter, Weijian, find a place to hide quickly. Yes, father. The concealed skirmish persisted for a while. Although the Thousand Hand Buddha managed to keep the two children hidden each time, fate seemed unwilling to spare them. Before long, Weijian inadvertently snapped a twig underfoot, heralding their doom and instantly revealing their position. Over there. They must not escape alive. The ninjas of the Uchiha and Yuhi immediately became vigilant, and amidst the flashing blades, the trio of father and son sustained injuries, blood staining their forms, yet they did not relinquish hope. Under the overwhelming pressure of numbers, the Thousand Hand squad was soon reduced to just the three of them. Observing the situation, the Thousand Hand Buddha resolved to take a detour upstream of the waterfall, attempting to leverage the terrain to evade their pursuers. Father, can we still escape? Banjian's voice was tinged with despair. Banjian, you are the young master of the Thousand Hand clan. How can you fear a mere band of Uchiha scoundrels? The voice of the Thousand Hand Buddha, though weary, resonated with unwavering encouragement towards Weijian. Who would have imagined that the illustrious leader of the Thousand Hand clan would lead his children to launch a surprise attack on the Yuhi clan? At that moment, the voice of an Uchiha ninja echoed behind the Thousand Hand Buddha, indicating that the Yuhi clan had indeed been underestimated. Nearby, the Yuhi clan, upon noticing that the Thousand Hand Buddha had brought so few individuals, could not help but laugh, saying, "It seems they stumbled upon this place by chance. Otherwise, why bring along such two burdens? So, does this mean the alliance has not been exposed? Given the circumstances, as long as they are eliminated, the alliance can continue its clandestine operations. What are we waiting for?" Upon the utterance of these words, the elite ninjas of Uchiha and Yuhi swiftly encircled Senju Foken, forcing him into a desperate struggle, unable to spare a moment to rescue his two sons. "Damn it, Wakana, Banaka!" Senju Foken exclaimed in distress. Not far away, Uchiha Hikaru concealed herself beneath the dense foliage, her Sharingan keenly observing the unfolding scene, her heart filled with turmoil. To intervene would mean exposing her whereabouts, jeopardizing her plan to journey to the land of whirlpools with unpredictable consequences. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the two innocent children, the most tender part of her heart was stirred. She could not bear to witness the innocent being ensnared in the throes of war. At that moment, the ninjas of the Yuhi clan had already swung their blades towards Banaka. In this critical juncture of life and death, Uchiha Hikaru, clad in azure, descended like a divine warrior, her strikes fierce and swift, instantly vanquishing several ninjas from both Uchiha and Yuhi clans. Her decisive actions, akin to a bolt of lightning, shattered the precarious balance of the pursuit. The Uchiha and Yuhi ninjas were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the unexpected arrival and equally shocked by her formidable prowess. "Who dares to impede the Uchiha and Yuhi?" One of the Yuhi ninjas inquired, his eyes glinting with vigilance and uncertainty. "Who I am is of little consequence. I simply cannot stand idly by while you slaughter innocent children. That is all," Uchiha Hikari replied, her response both succinct and forthright. Her gaze harbored no fear, only unwavering resolve. Senju Buddha, observing the suddenly appeared maiden before him, reflected a mixture of confusion and gratitude in his eyes, pleading, "Little girl, I implore you, spare my two children." Uchiha Kei, her eyes glimmering with tenderness, "All right?" With her words lingering in the air, before anyone could fully discern her features, Uchiha Kei swiftly shielded Weijian and Banjian as they retreated, leaving behind a scene of chaos and astonishment. Her sudden act of rescue provided Senju Buddha with a moment to breathe, allowing him to finally dedicate himself entirely to the battle. Not long after, in the Land of Fire, at the border that separates the Senju clan from the Uchiha clan, lies a neutral zone. Above a waterfall strewn with smooth pebbles, a clear stream meanders. The young Uchiha Madara, clad in a deep blue kimono, tossed stones into the river, engaging in the common pastime of children in this era, known as skipping stones. Recently, he had heard tales of a lively young girl in the western battle zone, whose formidable strength and awakening of the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan evoked a sense of frustration in Uchiha Madara, who felt surpassed by someone he had never encountered before. This time, he was determined to skip a stone all the way to the opposite bank. Pouting, Uchiha Madara began to gather momentum in his wrist. Just then, A stone suddenly soared past him from behind, gliding effortlessly across the river like a dragonfly skimming the surface. Remember to give it a slight upward flick when you throw. That's the secret. A refreshing voice of suggestion emanated from behind Uchiha Madara. He turned to behold a young boy adorned in a kappa hairstyle. Clad in a verdant kimono, Uchiha Madara cast a displeased gaze at the kappa youth and remarked, I am well aware of such matters. If I apply myself diligently, I can undoubtedly toss it across to the opposite bank. By the way, who exactly are you, you scoundrel? The kappa-headed boy chuckled and replied, if one must insist. I suppose I am currently your rival in this endeavor, yet I have already succeeded in throwing it to the other side. Uchiha Madara inquired, enough with the evasions. I demand to know precisely who you are. The kappa youth flicked the stones in his hand and replied, my name is Hashirama, though I cannot divulge my surname for certain reasons. Hashirama, you say? Madara pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. You must be vigilant. For this time I shall undoubtedly succeed. With that, Madara raised his hand, mimicking the motion of throwing. Observing this, Hashirama recognized the unmistakable hand sign of a ninja shuriken technique, having previously observed Madara's movements from a distance. He could now confirm that the youth before him was indeed a ninja. The force of Uchiha Madara's projectile was considerable. However, the angle of its trajectory was evidently flawed. After several encounters with the water's surface, the momentum was entirely dissipated, ultimately causing it to descend into the river. Uchiha Madara, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, lowered his head. Just moments ago, he had boasted with great confidence, only to be swiftly humbled, a most mortifying experience. Even Hashirama, standing behind him, found himself at a loss for words. Caught in the awkwardness of the moment, yet, in an effort to salvage his pride, Uchiha Madara turned to Hashirama and exclaimed in anger, you scoundrel. It is your fault for deliberately positioning yourself behind me and distracting me. I am a sensitive person, one who cannot relieve himself with someone lurking behind. I apologize, Hashirama responded, taken aback by Madara's sudden outburst, sinking into a state of dejection as he sat in silence. Chapter 7. The Cruelty of War. Uchiha Madara found himself somewhat bewildered by Hashirama's blunt demeanor. Well, I mean, there's no need for you to sink into such despair, he remarked. Yet, Hashirama continued to bow his head in dejection. I apologize. I shouldn't have made excuses to chastise you, Madara said while rubbing his forehead. No, it's actually my fault. I had no idea you were suffering from such severe feelings of guilt, Hashirama retorted, lifting his gaze. Hey, Madara exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Hashirama's nose. You scoundrel. Don't utter such hurtful words with a face full of remorse. It's truly perplexing whether you're genuinely kind or just prone to thoughtlessness. Haha. Hashirama, shaking off his previous gloom, stood up and laughed. Regardless, it's clear that I am more adept at skipping stones than you. How infuriating. Do you dare to challenge me? I'll use you as a stone to skip. Madara snapped back, visibly irate. Observing this, Hashirama immediately fell back into a state of melancholy. I didn't intend to provoke your anger. As an apology, I might as well prepare myself to be thrown into the river. Go ahead, throw me. With that, Hashirama truly curled up, bracing himself in place. Uchiha Madara had come to comprehend the undeniable truth that the youth before him was rather foolish. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, I shall toss you to the great spectre. However, he paused. Wait a moment. Do not be so hasty in your actions. What is that over there? As Madara expressed his disdain, Hashirama suddenly noticed a peculiar change in the color of the river. Am I seeing things? Why does the water appear red? How could such a thing occur? Madara retorted, turning his gaze. The river, once crystal clear, now flowed like a deep crimson ribbon, tainted by blood. Two shadowy figures drifted silently downstream, keeping pace with the current. The two men gazed in horror at the scene before them. It appears to be two individuals. Hashirama leaped into the center of the river, reaching out to intercept the two lifeless bodies, uncertain of their fate. Are you a ninja, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara observed as Hashirama walked upon the water's surface, utilizing chakra, and instinctively took a few steps back in apprehension. Hashirama regarded the corpses, the mirth fading from his expression, replaced by solemnity. Has this place too become a battleground? He examined one of the bodies, that of an adult male, whose armor bore the insignia of the Feathered Garment clan upon his shoulder. The other was a slender young girl, seemingly around his own age, devoid of any clan markings. Her arms marred by burns and inscribed with seals, with crimson tear streaks at the corners of her eyes. This child has suffered greatly. Was she pursued by the Feathered Garment clan? Yet she appeared to still draw breath. There is hope. Swiftly, Hashirama hoisted the girl onto his shoulder and turned to Madara, saying, I apologize, but the situation is dire. I must take my leave. Farewell. By the way, what is your name? I am called Madara. Though I cannot disclose my surname in the presence of outsiders, it is the way of the ninja. You are indeed a ninja, Hashirama replied with a smile. He sensed a kinship with Madara, as if they both sought a fleeting moment of tranquility amidst this tumultuous world. Then, I shall take my leave, Hashirama declared, lifting the girl as he prepared to depart. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort. Do you truly know how to heal with such carelessness? If not, you might as well entrust her to me. My clan possesses exceptional medical ninjas. She is completely drained of chakra, devoid of spiritual energy, and her injuries are far from ordinary. Common medical ninjutsu will not suffice to save her. However, I am aware of a method that could rescue her, Hashirama urged. Then you should hasten, for if you delay, her life may be lost. Madara, noticing the girl's injuries and gazing at her obscured face hidden beneath her long black hair, felt an involuntary curiosity as her silhouette seemed eerily familiar to him. The Senju clan's territory was enveloped by an expansive, dense forest, where the flora grew robust and untamed. Largely nurtured by the Senju's chakra, these plants not only possessed sensory abilities, but also effectively obstructed and delayed enemy advances. On that particular evening, the young Hashirama Senju returned to the encampment, delivering the rescued mysterious girl to the clan's elders. In an unusual manner, the elder instructed him to promptly head to the back mountain. Hashirama was about to inquire about the matter, but the elder, with a troubled expression, simply stated, You shall understand once you arrive. Thus, Hashirama hastened towards the back mountain of the clan. This place was tightly embraced by dense woods, with towering trees and flourishing branches forming a natural barrier, akin to a verdant castle harboring countless secrets. As the setting sun filtered through the treetops, it cast dappled light and shadow, bestowing an air of mystery and tranquility upon the forest. Upon his arrival, Hashirama spotted his brother, Tobirama Senju, silently observing the clan members digging into the earth not far away. Layers of yellow soil were being heaped upon a coffin, within which lay a child of approximately 7 or 8 years old. The atmosphere grew chilling, for this coffin contained the clan's 10th burial of the day, Senju Wakana, Hashirama's younger brother. Wakana, oh Wakana. In the crowd, Senju Banju trembled with grief, his shoulders shaking. Tears still fresh in his eyes as he mourned the loss of his brother. His sobs echoed through the forest, each sound a testament to boundless sorrow and longing. As he wept profusely, Enough, admonished Senju Butsuma, adorned with a white silk headpiece and bearing a serious demeanor. Ninjas must not weep. We are born to fight and die in battle. To recover even a portion of the remains is a blessing. This time, our enemies include not only the Yuhi clan but also the Uchiha clan. They are known for their ruthlessness and will show no mercy. You must remember this hatred. Hashirama approached Banju and, realizing that his own brother was among the fallen, was struck with disbelief at the scene before him. Wakana was only 7 years old. When will this endless conflict cease? In the presence of the thousand-handed Buddha, his expression remained impassive as he responded to Hashirama in a deep, resonant voice. Creating a world devoid of war necessitates immense sacrifice. This conflict shall not cease unless all adversaries are obliterated, even if it means sacrificing children, Hashirama retorted, his voice tinged with reluctance. Upon hearing this, the thousand-handed Buddha, incensed, struck Hashirama with a fist, admonishing him, I will not permit you to belittle Wakana. He died honorably as a formidable ninja, not as a mere child to be sacrificed. Hashirama fell to the ground, rubbing his face, and when he looked up again, their father had already turned away, his silhouette diminished in authority and quivering slightly. Hashirama understood that his father merely sought to imbue Wakana's death with meaning. Otherwise, the senseless loss would render the outcome unbearably desolate and cruel. Tobirama and Banjo approached Hashirama, aiding him to his feet. Are you all right, brother Hashirama? Banjo inquired. Tobirama added, Brother, are you not aware of the consequences of challenging father? Hashirama slowly rose, the pain in his face overshadowed by a deeper ache in his heart. Tobirama, Banjo, I simply wish to prevent you from meeting the same fate. Brother? Tobirama gazed at Hashirama. Hashirama called out, Father, even if we justify our actions with noble rhetoric about formidable ninjas, we cannot obscure the tragic reality of a child's death. Our actions mirror those of the Uchiha. We have slain their children, and thus, they seek vengeance. Do not be so naive, Hashirama. On the battlefield, even if the adversary is an infant wielding a weapon, we must regard them as a credible threat. In this world, Nurturing children to become self-reliant ninjas is the true expression of parental love. Chapter 8. Healing. But does being self-reliant not imply a short-lived existence? In this realm, one cannot predict when they will be killed or when enmity will arise. When encountering peers, the danger is so profound that even revealing one's identity is perilous. Such a world of ninjas is undeniably flawed. Thus, you are merely a naive child, utterly oblivious. The thousand-handed Buddha swung his fist once more towards Hashirama. Father, wait. Tobirama interposed, standing protectively in front of Hashirama. Today, brother is in a foul mood. Please forgive him. The thousand-handed Buddha, confronted by the three children and the gazes of his clan members, realized he had lost his composure. He reminded himself as he spoke. Alas, let us all take a moment to calm down. As evening fell, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Banjo concealed themselves within the forest. Noticing the somber silence enveloping the two, Tobirama broke the stillness. The adults are foolish. If we wish to end this war, we must never target the enemy's children. Otherwise, we will never be able to forge a truce. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Indeed, for those who have lost their children, their parents and brothers will never relinquish their hatred. Otherwise, their deaths would be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama spoke. Brother, I believe that henceforth, ninjas must suppress their emotions, establish stringent rules, and adhere to them. This way, we can avoid many unnecessary conflicts. Unnecessary conflicts? Hashirama fell silent, for he could comprehend Tobirama's proposal. Humans are emotional beings, and placing too much emphasis on feelings can sometimes lead to impulsive and foolish actions. As instruments of war, ninjas often need to stifle their emotions to ensure success in grand strategies. Tobirama's suggestion was indeed a practical strategy for the present. Yet Hashirama understood that merely reducing errors would not truly resolve the nature of war. Alas, is it truly impossible to forge a genuine agreement and achieve a peaceful alliance? Hashirama sighed. Brother Hashirama, what is a genuine agreement? Inquisitively, the young Izuna looked on, confused. Well, Hashirama stammered, grappling with how to respond to Izuna's question. Sensing the difficulty, Tobirama interjected, You do not comprehend this yet, but you must be cautious in the future. Avoid acting impulsively alongside our father as you did today. Or next time, it might be you who faces dire consequences. What do you mean by acting foolishly? What did father do? Izuna gazed at Tobirama, puzzled. Tobirama gestured for Izuna to continue. Lowering his head, Izuna sobbed, Today, father took me and Wajima to ambush the Uchiha clan's territory. He wanted to train us to adapt to killing, having heard there were many children our age there. What? Father truly took you to slaughter children? Hashirama erupted in anger. An immense wave of chakra emanating from him, causing the surrounding flora to flourish in response. Brother, calm down. Do not unleash such terrifying chakra indiscriminately. It will frighten Izuna. I apologize, Hashirama murmured, lowering his gaze before turning to Izuna. Please, continue. Izuna nodded, accustomed to the situation and unfazed, explained. When we arrived at the territory, we inadvertently exposed our alliance. We were discovered and fled towards the Senju stronghold. Despite father's formidable strength, he was overwhelmed, and Wajima and I became liabilities. And then? How did you escape? Hashirama queried. Initially, Wajima and I were destined to perish under their siege. Suddenly, a sister appeared, single-handedly slaying many Uchiha and Uchiha clansmen. However, it seemed she had been injured and couldn't save Wajima. In the end, she was wounded while protecting me, yet she used her last ounce of strength to ensure my escape. Sister? Hashirama murmured, recalling the long-haired girl he had encountered while saving Madara. After that, brother Hashirama, you are aware of what transpired. I returned to the stronghold, and father followed, leading the clan back, but they only found Wajima's lifeless body. I asked father, and he said he could not find that sister. In the midst of a conflict with the Uchiha clan, was the girl I rescued today the same one? Hashirama furrowed his brow, pondering with skepticism. Brother, what are you thinking? Tobirama noticed Hashirama's unusual silence and inquired. The incident occurred so suddenly that I failed to inform you both. Today, I saved a girl near the forest waterfall and just brought her back to the clan. Hashirama. Perhaps she is the lifesaver you mentioned. Really? Did brother save that sister? Upon hearing the news of a benefactor, Izuna exclaimed with excitement. Where is she now? Hashirama contemplated for a moment, then concealed the truth about Madara, recounting instead the encounter by the river with the Uchiha clan's corpses and the long-haired girl to Izuna and Tobirama. Brother, you actually brought an outsider into our clan? Have you considered that she might be a spy from another family? Tobirama frowned deeply. I did consider it, but she is merely a child, just our age. I could not bear to leave her to perish in the wilderness. Moreover, even if she were a spy. We could wait until she recovers before sending her away from the clan. You foolish brother. Even if we send her away, she would still know our clan's exact location. Tobirama, do not be angry with Hashirama. That sister could never be a spy. She did not hesitate to shield me from danger. She truly only wished to save me. Indeed, Tobirama, and besides, no one knew I was at the waterfall in the back mountains. It was sheer coincidence that I was there to save her, don't you think? Hashirama chuckled. Tobirama's temples throbbed with frustration, unable to withstand the pitiful gazes from the two. All right, I concede to both of you this time. Perhaps she is not a spy, but that does not mean every outsider is trustworthy. Never underestimate the capabilities of enemy spies, understand? Yes. Izuna replied, feeling wronged. Tobirama, you are becoming more like father. That night, within the Senju clan territory, Tobirama deemed the matter trivial, yet still felt it necessary to report it to their father. Hashirama and Izuna remained vigilantly by the side of the long-haired girl upon their return. Young masters, you should rest. We shall handle the matter here with Lord Slug. It will certainly heal the girl, the elder said. Esteemed elder, this person was brought back by me, and I am obligated to watch over her to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Hashirama declared. And I too, esteemed elder. This sister is my lifesaver, and I am equally responsible for being here, Izuna asserted, unwilling to back down. It is truly commendable to see such responsibility at your age, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard while channeling chakra, summoning a slug clone from the wet-bone forest to tend to the long-haired girl's wounds. After a considerable time, Izuna, feeling drowsy, impatiently asked, esteemed elder, her wounds seem to be healing, so why has she not awakened yet? Alas, the elder sighed, feeling somewhat powerless, and remarked, the wounds on this girl are not only inflicted by the Feathered Garb clan and the Uchiha clan, but also include extensive depletion of spiritual energy and significant blood loss. To be honest, it may take at least 10 to 15 days for her to fully recover. Chapter 9. Awakening per sister, is there truly no way to help her? Ban Jian inquired anxiously, gazing at the long-haired girl, as an oppressive silence enveloped the room. At that moment, a damp, white slug beside them spoke in a gentle tone. If the young master desires to expedite her healing, I possess a viable solution. Lord Slug, you have a method? Ban Jian exclaimed, excitement evident on his face, while Hashirama's interest was piqued as well. Indeed, the slug, resting on the girl's arm, raised its head and continued, it is quite simple. We merely need someone to replenish her depleted chakra and provide a blood transfusion. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. While the principle of replenishing what is lacking is indeed sound, it is a common understanding that does not apply to the Senju clan. Lord Slug. While supplying chakra is feasible, the Senju clan's chakra is excessively young, and the same applies to our blood. If we were to transfuse it to her, it could potentially harm her, Hashirama stated gravely. As the Senju clan has evolved, many renowned medical ninjas have emerged from within. And Hashirama was well aware of a fundamental rule in their medical history. Senju clan members must not donate blood to outsiders. Numerous individuals who disregarded this warning faced bizarre mutations or fatal incidents due to blood transfusions. You need not worry about that, young master. The girl's chakra is of an extremely keen nature. If we were to use the Senju blood for transfusion, it could even assist in rectifying her inherently frail constitution. The slug explained. Oh, is that truly the case? The elder eyed the girl's tightly shut eyes with skepticism. Really? Sister can be saved. That's wonderful. Ban Jian exclaimed with joy, extending his hand. Then Lord Slug, please use my blood. Once you are prepared, I will supply my chakra to her. Ban Jian, you are still too young. Allow your brother to handle the blood transfusion and chakra transfer. You should go rest, Hashirama said, gently stopping the eager Ban Jian and lifting him away as if he were a small chick. Young master, I too have matters to investigate in the literature. The elder addressed Hashirama with a bow. The forthcoming treatment will solely require blood transfusion and chakra infusion, with no further actions needed. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, esteemed elder. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Hashirama replied with a bow. It is but a trivial matter, no need for concern, the elder reassured. With a smile, the elder departed. Within the room, time seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only Hashirama, intently channeling precious chakra into the unconscious girl. After a considerable duration, a subtle unease began to blossom quietly in Hashirama's heart. How peculiar, he mused. I have been supplying chakra for such a long time, yet the girl's chakra remains so desperately scarce. He was well aware that his chakra reserves were extraordinary. far surpassing those of even the most venerable elders of his clan. However, tonight's experience unveiled an unprecedented phenomenon. After transfusing blood to the girl, Hashirama had relentlessly poured chakra into her. Yet, regardless of the passage of time, her chakra appeared to be an insatiable abyss, endlessly consuming every ounce of energy he provided. With no signs of replenishment, amidst this tedious wait, Hashirama began to scrutinize the enigmatic girl more closely. As the blood was cleared from her face, her previously obscured beauty gradually revealed itself to him. Her serene visage seemed to possess a certain allure, enchanting Hashirama further with each gaze, stirring within him a delicate sense of affection. He pondered deeply, what manner of being is this girl? And how does she possess such a remarkable constitution that allows her to harbor the blood of the Senju clan and such a vast reservoir of chakra? This mystery not only heightened Hashirama's curiosity, but also evoked profound sympathy for her fate. Interestingly, her attire bore a resemblance to that of Madara, standing together. One could easily believe they were siblings. A smile crept upon Hashirama's lips as he found this notion quite amusing. When he had the opportunity to visit the waterfall in the back mountains, he would certainly inquire of Madara whether this girl was indeed a member of his clan. The following morning, Uchiha Hikari gradually opened his eyes, discovering himself lying in an unfamiliar place. Beside him lay a peculiar with a kappa-like head. "Excuse me. Who are you?" The melodious and youthful voice of Uchiha Hikari was truly enchanting. She roused Hashirama from his slumber, and upon meeting her captivating gaze, he felt a momentary perplexity as he scratched his head. Although Hashirama was the son of the clan leader, he was surrounded by brothers, making it his first experience chatting with a girl of the same age in a shared space. "I am Hashirama. Yesterday, I rescued you as you were swept downstream. You are now in my clan's territory." "Oh," Uchiha Hikari replied, observing that Hashirama bore a kindness and naivety reminiscent of Boruto, which eased her initial wariness. "I see. Thank you for saving me." "Ah, it was nothing," Hashirama chuckled modestly. "In fact, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. If it weren't for you yesterday, my brother Tobarama might have perished." "Yesterday, you say?" Uchiha Hikari reflected upon the events of the previous day. She had fled with 2 children. But due to the depletion of the chakra stored in the 8,000 spears, coupled with the interference of the sealing evil fire, she was compelled to endure excruciating pain to unleash her ninjutsu to save the 2 children. However, weighed down by severe injuries and overwhelming fatigue, along with an extended period without sustenance, Uchiha Hikari exhausted all her strength and could only rescue one of them, while the child named Wakan perished before her eyes. "I am sorry, I could not save the other child," Uchiha Hikari said, her expression darkening. "You need not blame yourself. Wakan's fate was never intertwined with yours." "It was all destined," Hashirama replied. "But if only I had fought harder, it could have been different." Uchiha Hikari understood that some matters cannot be forced. Having lived in darkness for an extended period, she was acutely aware of how challenging it is to live without regrets. "By the way, I still do not know your name," Hashirama inquired. "I am called Hikari." "Hikari? Do you not have a surname?" Hashirama asked, intrigued. "No, just Hikari," she replied. "Hikari, you managed to save my brother Izuna and have slain numerous Uchiha clansmen. With such formidable strength, you must have belonged to some ninja clan in the past." Hashirama expressed his disbelief at Hikari's lack of a clan name. "In this warring era, a wandering ninja without a family has little chance to thrive." "I have no surname, but I indeed received blessings from the Uzumaki clan," Hikari stated. After Boruto departed, Hikari pondered for a long time. She wished to live freely, as Boruto had advised, no longer restrained by the identities of clan, family, or nation. If she had to choose a surname, a small part of her secretly desired to adopt Uzumaki, though the mere thought of it caused her to blush profusely, making it unthinkable to share with others. The only individuals of the Uchiha clan who held significance for her were Madara, Izuna, and her mentor, Kakashi. Beyond them, whether Uchiha, Senju, or any other ninja clan, she felt only animosity. Hikari did not want to be shackled by hatred. She continually attempted to let go, striving to live for herself, as Boruto had suggested. However, such hatred is not something one can easily digest in a short time. Her sole focus now was to find Boruto. The most promising way seemed to be to venture to the land of the whirlpools, the only place in the ninja world that bore the Uzumaki name. In hopes of fortune. "Uzumaki clan?" Hashirama observed the smile blossoming on Hikari's face, clearly recalling someone who brought her joy, and thus no longer doubted her words. "The Uzumaki clan of the land of whirlpools is distantly related to our Senju clan. Since you have benefited from the Uzumaki, it seems you are also connected to us Senju." "Really?" Hikari's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Yes, if the opportunity arises. I can take you to the land of whirlpools, Hashirama replied with a smile. The sunlight outside illuminated the smiles of Hashirama and Hikari, enveloping the air in a relaxed and warm atmosphere. Hashirama spoke. Hikari, you may rest in the room, or I can take you out for a stroll if you prefer. Hikari's gaze wandered across Hashirama's room, captivated by a unique and exquisite decorative piece on the corner of the table. What is this? Hikari curiously pointed at an oddly shaped wooden carving that seemed out of place within the room's layout. Ah, Hashirama said with a bittersweet smile as he approached to gently stroke the carving, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This was given to me by my grandfather. He said it was carved in the shape of a fish, but in the end, it resembles a peculiar monkey. Indeed, it does look like a monkey. With a chuckle filled with wonder, they began to discuss various objects, transitioning from the history of the Senju clan sculptures to delightful anecdotes from their childhood, and from the intricacies of ninjutsu to their aspirations for the future. The laughter of Hashirama resonated like a clear spring, bestowing upon Uchiha Kagami an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Just then, a gentle yet rhythmic knock on the door disrupted the warm atmosphere within. Who could it be? Hashirama rose and walked towards the entrance, pondering the identity of the visitor. Kagami's gaze followed Hashirama's figure as she too, filled with curiosity, stood and trailed behind him. Upon opening the door, they were met by a messenger of the Senju clan, whose eyes conveyed a sense of urgency. Lord Hashirama, the clan leader requests your presence along with this young lady, the messenger spoke in a low voice. Hashirama exchanged a glance with Kagami, realizing that their pleasant conversation would have to be momentarily set aside. Heeding the summons, Hashirama led Uchiha Kagami through the intricately arranged buildings of the Senju clan, ultimately arriving at the residence of the clan leader, Senju Tobarama. This place stood in stark contrast to the other houses in the clan, not only grand in scale but also exuding an air of solemnity and antiquity. Under the eaves, exquisite wooden carvings captivated the eye. Upon entering, Uchiha Kagami was deeply drawn to the interior's arrangement. At the center stood a massive wooden table, surrounded by intricately carved chairs, while the walls were adorned with portraits of past clan leaders, each one vividly lifelike. Seated in the main position was Senju Tobarama, whose penetrating gaze, though serious, also bore a hint of warmth. Flanking him were Tobarama and Banri, both seated with expressions of curiosity and respect. The elder who had diligently cared for Uchiha Kagami the previous day stood respectfully to the side, his serious demeanor failing to mask his concern for her well-being. Hashirama, you have arrived. Senju Tobarama's voice was steady and powerful as he gestured for Hashirama and Uchiha Kagami to take their seats. Hashirama respectfully replied, Father. He then introduced Uchiha Kagami, saying, This is my father, the clan leader of the Senju. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari cast a glance at Senju Tobarama, recognizing him as the individual besieged the previous day. Oh, is she indeed that girl from yesterday? Senju Tobarama turned his gaze towards Uchiha Hikari, acknowledging her with a tone tinged with concern. Father, this is Hikari. She is the one who saved Banji in the forest yesterday, Hashirama explained. His eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Hikari. Hikari, a lovely name. Senju Tobarama nodded, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Hikari as if assessing something. He then spoke. Thanks to you, Banji is safe and sound. The clan leader exaggerates. My abilities are not so formidable. Otherwise, Banji would not be feeling so despondent, she replied modestly. Senju Tobarama fell silent for a moment before continuing. Miss Hikari's timely intervention was surely not mere coincidence, was it? I recall your fierce techniques. It seems you harbor a grudge against the Uchiha clan? The recollection of the previous day's battle left a profound impression on him regarding Uchiha Hikari's prowess. Indeed. Uchiha Hikari replied coldly. The Uchiha Taijima took my elder brother and younger brother from me, and imprisoned me in a dark dungeon. Had I not been rescued by a boy from the Uzumaki clan, I would likely still be languishing there. Oh, Hikari, how tragic. Hashirama and Banji looked at her with hearts full of compassion. I see, Senju Tobarama remarked, as if he had discovered treasure. These inherently malevolent Uchiha. It appears they have committed such heinous acts. If the Uzumaki clan came to your aid, it suggests their discontent with the Uchiha's actions. As it happens, we Senju are seeking an alliance with the Uzumaki clan. If your account holds true, our chances of success may have increased. Are the Senju truly inclined to ally with the Uzumaki? Uchiha Hikari inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan is our distant kin. We have had little contact in the past. However, the current circumstances differ greatly. Many ninja clans yearn to conclude this protracted war and are seeking alliances. Should the Uchiha known for their militaristic nature, prevail, the shinobi world would surely descend into chaos. Thus, we plan to approach the Uzumaki for discussions. They are likely to agree. Father, such matters of alliance should not be discussed in the presence of outsiders. Tobirama interjected suddenly, having remained silent until now. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. Hashirama realized that alliances were indeed significant affairs for a clan, akin to the barriers established between the Uchiha and the Senju, which warranted utmost discretion in dialogue. It was certainly inappropriate for Senju Tobirama to divulge so much to someone from outside their clan, especially since Uchiha Hikari now possessed knowledge of the precise location of the Senju stronghold. Allowing her to leave unchecked could risk exposing sensitive information. Chuckling lightly, Senju Tobirama acknowledged the implications but chose to disregard Tobirama's warning and the murmurs of the others. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Hikari and inquired, by the way, "May I ask what your plans are moving forward, Miss Hikari?" "I intend to journey to the land of the whirlpools in search of my savior," Uchiha Hikari stated calmly, for there was no truth to conceal. "So, you are heading to the Uzumaki clan?" "Indeed, since Miss Hikari is bound for the land of the whirlpools. Might I accompany you from the Senju clan?" In these tumultuous times, although Miss Hikari possesses the ability to protect herself, unforeseen circumstances may still arise. Therefore, traveling together would provide mutual support, would it not? I am grateful for the chieftain's assistance, but as a mere wanderer, it would be inappropriate for me to involve myself in the affairs of the ninja clans. Miss Hikari saved my son. Her valor is well known within our clan. If she were to seek aid from the Senju clan without receiving due recognition, would I not be subject to scorn from others? Given this, I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed chieftain. My journey to the Uzumaki clan is indeed of utmost importance." Uchiha Hikari bowed respectfully to the Senju chieftain, though a hint of apprehension lingered in her gaze. For Hikari understood that the Senju clan's intent to ally with the Uzumaki clan was far more complex than it appeared. Senju Hashirama, unlike Uchiha Taijima, was a man of great strategic foresight, willing to engage with others. The primary reason for their alliance was to counter the union between the Uchiha and the Waihai clans. Yesterday, she had slain numerous ninjas from both clans before the Senju chieftain, and even if they were indeed spies from other clans, they would not oppose the Senju's alliance with the Uzumaki against the Uchiha and Waihai. Furthermore, this alliance was a natural progression, and bringing her along to the Uzumaki clan was not a significant matter. Allowing Hikari to depart alone could jeopardize the Senju's intelligence, making it detrimental to their interests. Thus, the chieftain sought to have her accompany the Senju to the land of the whirlpools, fulfilling Hikari's desire to find her savior, assuaging the sentiments within the clan, and simultaneously monitoring her actions, an endeavor that could be deemed a triple advantage. Indeed, Senju Hashirama, unaware of Uchiha Hikari's true sentiments, noted her unwavering agreement with a hint of admiration. "Miss Hikari saved one of our own. She is a friend to the Senju, and it is our duty to assist her. Brother Tobirama, sister Hikari." At that moment, the youthful Tobirama peered in, sensing the lightened atmosphere. Upon seeing Hikari standing unharmed alongside his brother, he exclaimed with delight, "Sister, why couldn't you wake up yesterday? Are you truly unscathed? Is there anywhere that still aches?" Tobirama, "Mind your manners," Tobirama reprimanded. "Yes, father," he replied. Still young and heedless of his elder's words, he rushed forward and embraced Hikari. "Tobirama, come down. She is still injured. Do you not fear causing her pain?" Hashirama chided. "It's quite all right, Hashirama." Uchiha Hikari interjected, her gaze fixed upon the adorable visage of Taijima, which evoked memories of Izuna. Unable to resist, she gently pinched Taijima's cherubic cheeks. "My wounds have healed completely, and the sense of weakness that once plagued me has vanished. I feel invigorated both physically and mentally. Even my vision is clearer than before, surpassing my state prior to the injury." Uchiha Hikari clenched her fist. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Hashirama. "Although I am unaware of how you two accomplished this, I am immensely thankful to you both, dear brothers." I know how it was done," Sister Guang exclaimed with excitement. "It was Lord Snail who suggested that Brother Hashirama provide you with blood and chakra infusion yesterday, which is why you have recovered." "Infusing me with chakra?" Kay gazed at with a hint of concern. Although she was unaware of the identity of Lord Snail, she was acutely aware of the immense toll that supplying blood and chakra entailed. The 8,000 spear eye technique was an insatiable abyss for chakra absorption, and on ordinary occasions, Uchiha Kei would never dare to employ it lightly, for it not only drained external chakra but also voraciously consumed her own. The fact that could replenish her 8,000 spear to its fullest capacity was a testament to the terrifying magnitude of his chakra. "I'm sorry," You must be quite fatigued, she murmured. It's nothing, Kei's sister interjected. Since childhood, no matter what injuries has sustained, all he needs is a good night's sleep to recover. Is that true? Light gazed up at Hashirama. He nodded slightly. With a sigh of relief, she finally felt at ease. She harbored no desire to harm these benevolent individuals. To her astonishment, Miss Light was capable of absorbing the blood of our Senju clan. At that moment, Hashirama also began to comprehend the dynamics among them. He approached and scrutinized Uchiha Light closely, stating, "Though you are an outsider, Miss Light, it is possible that you may share a distant kinship with our clan through blood. Is that truly the case?" Banjian exclaimed with excitement that if there truly existed a blood relation, she would gain another sister. Could it be solely from the Uzumaki clan? Hashirama inquired. No, the Uzumaki clan is characterized by their red and white hair. This sister possesses black hair, indicating she must belong to a branch of the Senju clan that has intermarried. Tobirama remarked. All right, no more speculation, it is futile. My parents passed away when I was very young, and I am as oblivious to this matter as you are, Uchiha Kagami stated. Is that so? My apologies. Kagami, Hashirama replied. There is no need for apologies. After all, I hold no memories of them either. Chapter 11. The daily life of the Senju clan in the conference hall of the Senju clan. The atmosphere was unlike the solemnity one might expect. It resembled a heartwarming family gathering. The elders observed as the clan leader's family sat together, the ambience light and joyful, devoid of the usual gravity. For the first time, the hall did not feel like a frigid center of power, but rather a nurturing home filled with affection and warmth. The young masters gathered around Uchiha Hikaru, sharing their joys and sorrows, discussing news concerning the Uzumaki clan. Noticing their familiarity, Senju Butsuma's expression grew somewhat serious. Since Miss Hikaru has agreed to accompany us, I must remind you of one important matter. This alliance with the Uzumaki clan is of great significance to the Senju clan, and I trust Miss Hikaru understands the importance of this information. Indeed, Uchiha Hikaru nodded. While we have complete faith in your character, we cannot rule out the possibility of outsiders using ninjutsu to coerce you into divulging sensitive information. Would you consent to allow me to inscribe a sealing technique on your tongue? What kind of technique is it? She inquired. It is not a powerful sealing technique. Merely a basic word sealing spell that would prevent you from disclosing any information about the Senju clan to outsiders. Father. Tobirama cast a resentful glance at Senju Butsuma. Brother. Hashirama intervened, shaking his head at Tobirama. You should understand what the leakage of clan information could mean for the children. Yet, Tobirama gritted his teeth, fully aware of the consequences of foolish benevolence. He felt that such actions might dishearten Hikaru, as he believed she would never engage in anything harmful to the Senju. Tobirama. It's all right. This is merely a form of protection for Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru smiled at him before addressing the clan leader. Please proceed with inscribing the word sealing spell. So, Miss Hikaru consents? Yes, Uchiha Hikaru nodded, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips. She realized that refusing might jeopardize her safety before nightfall. Excellent. Senju Butsuma nodded. Then formed hand signs, inscribing the sealing technique upon Uchiha Hikaru's tongue. Having witnessed the unfortunate fate of Uchiha Taijima, Hikaru was particularly attentive to the sensations on her tongues, vigilant for any underhanded maneuvers by Senju Butsuma. If there were any tricks afoot, she would not hesitate to unleash the full power of her kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, it soon became apparent that Hikaru was being overly cautious. Despite being a clan leader, Senju Butsuma's approach differed significantly from that of Uchiha Taijima. Before long, the word sealing technique stabilized completely, and those around her watched curiously. It seems there is no change? Hikaru smiled. Seeing her unharmed, Tobirama felt relieved and offered an apologetic remark. I'm sorry, Hikaru. Tobirama, if you continue to apologize, I will feel guilty myself. Uchiha KD, I am here of my own volition. Not only for the sake of our collective stance and principles, but also because I detest the barriers that hinder our communication. It is only through inscribing the words of power that we can cultivate mutual trust, is it not? Hiki, Miss K is indeed exceptional. Not only does she possess formidable strength, but her mindset is equally expansive, making the rest of us appear rather inadequate. Senju Buddha intervenes. The clan leader has been overly modest. Kei shook her head and smiled, saying, by the way, esteemed clan leader, I am eager to know when we shall prepare to set forth to the Vortex clan. Uchiha Kei knew that only by inscribing this safeguard could the Senju clan mitigate their prejudices and barriers against her. Having just inscribed the incantation technique, Uchiha Kei sought to inquire about the matter of utmost concern. Senju Hashirama contemplated for a moment, glancing at the corner of Kei's mouth, before responding. Recently, there have been rumors of a secret weapon deployed by the Uchiha clan on the Western Front going missing. Once the Sarutobi clan breaches the Uchiha defenses in that region, we can seize the opportunity to set forth, which will likely take about half a month. Clearly, with the incantation technique now a reality, Hashirama had begun to trust Uchiha Kei and no longer concealed information from her. Half a month? Kei murmured. During this time, we assure you, Miss Kei, that you will be regarded as a distinguished guest of our clan, receiving the same courtesies and treatment as our young clan leader, Hashirama. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Hashirama or his two brothers. Thank you for your care, clan leader. I appreciate your efforts, Kei replied, bowing once more. After imparting some clan customs to Uchiha Kei, Senju Hashirama departed with Tobarama and Banju, as they had matters to attend to beyond the Western Sarutobi clan, including alliances with the Hyuga in the north and the Akimichi and Nara in the south. Once these negotiations were settled, they would also prepare for an expedition to the Uzumaki clan. Clap. Once the others had left, Hashirama suddenly clasped his hands together, bowing his head towards Kei, saying, I apologize, Kei, for not being able to prevent my father from inscribing the incantation technique on you. I know you wish to travel to the Uzumaki village to find your benefactor who saved you, yet we have postponed due to our clan's circumstances. With only Hashirama remaining by her side, Uchiha Kei could no longer conceal her emotions, her countenance reflecting a hint of disappointment. Indeed, she longed to embark immediately for the Uzumaki village in search of Boruto. However, she also understood Hashirama's predicament as the young leader of the Senju clan. He had his own responsibilities. It's all right, Hashirama, you need not blame yourself. The Uzumaki clan won to vanish. Whether we leave a few days earlier or later makes no difference, Uchiha Kei replied with a smile. I truly feel very sorry. Although Hashirama was not particularly perceptive, he noticed the disappointment in Kei's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to hand her a scroll from his arms, saying, Kei, to make amends, please accept this. What is this? Kei asked, puzzled. It's the contract scroll for the Wetbone Forest. This is an important item, isn't it? Why would you give it to me? Kei looked at Hashirama in confusion. I'm not well versed in sealing techniques, so I cannot the seal on your arm. However, if you can summon Lord Snail, you need not worry about severe injuries the next time your arm ignites, Hashirama chuckled, scratching his head. Uchiha Itachi gently accepted the scroll from Hashirama, his eyes unconsciously glistening with moisture. Thank you, Hashirama. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan of ninjas and common folk alike hovered around 30 years. A statistic significantly skewed not only by the tragic loss of many children in their youth, but also by the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. On the battlefield, any ninja encountering a member of the Uchiha clan would invariably flee, for the Sharingan was an overwhelming force. In order to survive under the shadow of the Sharingan, children from other ninja clans began their chakra training at an exceedingly young age. In this militaristic era where every individual was a soldier, even a mere 7-year-old like Tobarama was compelled to practice ninjutsu daily, despite the detrimental effects of such early training on his foundational skills. Yet, in a world struggling for survival, no one cared to ponder the implications of aging. Shadow clone technique. On that fateful morning, within the grounds of the Senju compound, Tobarama exerted all his might, yet only managed to conjure 2 clones. How frustrating. What must I do to create as many clones as my brother Hashirama? Tobarama exclaimed in defiance. As Uchiha Kei passed by, a summoned little slug rested upon her shoulder. While she and the creature deliberated on her current physical condition, they chanced upon the diligent training of Banjien. Uchiha Hikari smiled and said, Obito, having more clones is not necessarily better. Big sister Hikaru. Obito turned around to see Uchiha Hikaru and immediately approached her, asking, why is it not better to have more clones? Obito, Hikaru explained. The purpose of clones is to serve as a diversion, a mere illusion to achieve a true objective. No matter how many clones one creates, if the tactical goal is not met, it is ultimately futile and merely results in a waste of chakra. Uchiha Hikari reminisced about the days when Madara instructed Izuna. Having always stood by his side, she imparted Madara's teachings to Izuna with unwavering fidelity. Although the Senju clan is renowned for their exceptional physical prowess, not every member possesses the extraordinary chakra reserves akin to Hashirama. In truth, the training philosophy of the Uchiha clan is more suited for a child like Izuna, who has a comparatively modest amount of chakra. I see, said Izuna, Sister Hikari. Would you teach me something else? Of course, she replied. Uchiha Hikaru found himself with little to occupy his time within the Senju clan. To alleviate his boredom, he dedicated the entire morning to mentoring Ban Jin in his training. The young boy exhibited remarkable insight, swiftly mastering the ability to learn from one experience and apply it to others. Uchiha Hikari held a deep admiration for Ban, appreciating his earnest demeanor. She fervently wished that this child would not meet an untimely demise on the battlefield. Thus she imparted to him several tactical applications of the shadow clone technique with utmost seriousness. The concepts Hikari shared were easily comprehensible, in stark contrast to the cryptic terminology employed by Tobirama during his teachings, which had left her utterly bewildered. "Does Hashirama not instruct you in your training?" Hikari inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Hashirama is quite the enigma. He merely exhorts me to exert my spirit and shout loudly, leaving me utterly confounded," Ban replied, a chuckle escaping Hikari's lips. As this indeed resonated with Hashirama's characteristic style. "Hey, I overheard you gossiping behind my back," came Hashirama's voice from behind, accompanied by Tobirama. The duo had been observing silently for a while, and upon witnessing Hikari's earnest guidance, they refrained from interrupting. Earlier, Tobirama had harbored doubts regarding Hikari's identity. Yet this scene softened his gaze towards her. "Hikari-ne, Ban, we have come to summon you for lunch," Tobirama announced. "Oh, is it already that time?" Hikari exclaimed, realizing that noon had crept upon them unbeknownst to her, as she had been wholly absorbed in her teachings. "Haha, splendid. After concentrating on chakra refinement for so long, I am famished," Ban exclaimed, darting towards the dining hall with remarkable speed. "Ban, do remember to eat moderately. We have a mission this afternoon. Be wary of an upset stomach," Tobirama sighed, shaking his head at the boy's exuberance. "Hikari, you two have toiled this morning. Will you not join us for a meal?" Hashirama inquired, casting a glance her way. "I am not particularly hungry. I must also express my gratitude for the blood and chakra you have provided." "I feel exceedingly robust now," Hikari replied with a smile, her chakra still in a state of abundant vitality. "Then, might you accompany me to a certain place this afternoon?" "Certainly. Where do you wish to go?" "To the forest waterfall, my secret base." "Secret base?" Hikari echoed, intrigued. "What makes it so special?" "Truth be told, it is not an extraordinary place. However, whenever I visit, my spirits seem to lift," Hashirama explained. Chapter 12. Hashirama's Dream, since it is a secret base. "How did you come across it?" Hikari inquired, her curiosity further piqued. "Let us converse while we walk," Hashirama suggested. "Very well." Hashirama led Hikari to the river where he first encountered Madara, picking up a stone and casting it across the water. "In truth, it was not I who discovered this place initially, but rather my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" Hikari asked, intrigued. "Indeed, he was fond of fishing here. As a child, I would often pester him to bring me along to play," Hashirama reminisced. "It is evident he meant a great deal to you. Your lips curl into a smile whenever you speak of him." "Yes, he was the kindest to me," Hashirama replied, his gaze drifting towards the fish in the river, a sigh escaping his lips. Alas, he never had the chance to witness Tobirama and Ban in their later years. "Has he passed away?" "Yes, when I was still very young." At that moment, Uchiha Hikari found herself at a loss on how to console Hashirama, for she had never met her parents, let alone her grandparents. Yet, she could empathize with Hashirama's feelings, as it was indeed the loss of someone profoundly significant. In this era of warring states, it is quite rare for a child to encounter elders from their grandparents' generation. Thus, you are, in truth, far more fortunate than others. Indeed, Hashirama managed a wry smile, reminiscing. "When I was a child, my grandfather and I would often engage in fervent discussions about our dreams, no matter how absurd my aspirations seemed. He always believed wholeheartedly in my potential to achieve them." "And what is your dream now?" Uchiha Hikari inquired with curiosity, leaning closer to Hashirama. "My current dream?" Hashirama was momentarily captivated by Hikari's charming visage, before regaining his composure and responding, "At present, I simply wish to protect my younger brothers. My greater aspirations remain somewhat nebulous. Perhaps it is a desire for world peace, free from the scourge of war." Upon uttering these words, a bashful expression adorned Hashirama's face. He had never dared to reveal such sentiments before, but perhaps seeing Hikari's earnest attention granted him a newfound sense of validation, emboldening him to articulate his thoughts for the first time. "Ah, world peace is something that, as a mere child, I could never hope to achieve. Let us not dwell on it, Hikari. You mustn't take it seriously." "No, Hashirama, you are mistaken," Uchiha Hikari interjected, shaking her head and grasping Hashirama's hand. Although I am unaware of how your grandfather supported you, I truly believe you can accomplish it. Do not give up. Hashirama felt tears welling in his eyes. Touched by Hikari's words, in his mind, the images of Uchiha Hikari and his grandfather seemed to intertwine. To pursue the dream of world peace undoubtedly requires traversing a path fraught with challenges, a journey of mutual understanding, one filled with hardship. Hashirama, I firmly believe you can achieve this, for you possess a gentle spirit. Thank you. But Hikari, how do you know to say such words? He asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Hikari responded, perplexed. My grandfather spoke the same words to me. Really? Uchiha Hikari exclaimed, a hint of surprise crossing her face, before she smiled sheepishly. Actually, those words were taught to me by others. I am merely embodying the beliefs they wish to impart. Was it that boy from the Uzumaki clan who saved you? Yes, Uchiha Hikari nodded, recalling the myriad moments shared with Boruto. Hashirama, it is possible that your grandfather was also saved by someone and chose to carry forth that person's ideals. If such a person exists, it must be my grandmother. Hashirama mused, smiling. My grandfather always praised her as a beautiful and kind woman. It was just that her passing was quite sudden. Her health had deteriorated long ago. Yet she kept it from us to spare our worries. I believe your grandmother must yearn for your presence filled with smiles, for she cherishes you dearly. Does she not? Uchiha Hikaru. Indeed, you speak the truth. It must be so. The emotional entanglement that had long plagued Hashirama since childhood has today been inexplicably unraveled by a single remark from Uchiha Hikaru. Ah, how vexing. I had intended to bring you here to help you momentarily forget the troubles of the outside world and to relax. Yet I find myself enlightened by you instead. Hashirama, feeling a bit embarrassed, cast a glance at Uchiha Hikaru. Not at all. Uchiha Hikaru replied with a smile, saying, I too found joy in hearing tales of your grandfather. For I have never met my own parents or any of my elders. If I were to have grandparents, I would hope they resembled the way you describe your Hashirama. I am certain they would. Hashirama clenched his fists and earnestly declared to Hikaru, because you are so kind, your elders must be the same. As evening descended, Hashirama and Hikaru returned to the Senju stronghold. Upon finding a place to rest, they observed the Senju clan members pacing anxiously. One of them, spotting Hashirama, hurried over and exclaimed, Young clan leader, you have finally returned. What has transpired? Hashirama inquired. The reconnaissance team has discovered an incursion by the Uchiha. It appears they intend to launch a surprise attack on the granary where young Ben has been stationed. What did you say? Those despicable Uchiha. Upon hearing this, both Hashirama and Uchiha Hikaru were instantly engulfed in a terrifying surge of chakra, vanishing from their location in the blink of an eye. The messenger stood in shock, momentarily recovering from the overwhelming presence of their chakra. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind echoed through the forest. Ban, wait for me. Brother, I will surely arrive. Hashirama urged his chakra to its fullest as he hastened towards the granary. Hashirama, you must remain calm. Ban will be fine. He is exceptionally clever and trains with great diligence. He possesses the strength to protect himself. You must have faith in him. Beside him, Uchiha Hikaru anxiously followed Hashirama, unable to bear witnessing his distress. I understand what you are saying, Hikaru, Hashirama replied, turning his face towards her. It is simply that the enemy is exceedingly cunning. The sooner we arrive, the greater the likelihood of Ban's survival, is it not? Uchiha Hikari nodded. Hikari, I must accelerate. Can you keep up? Yes, absolutely. With a resounding thud, chakra erupted beneath Hashirama's feet, the immense force even causing the tree trunk to crack. However, Uchiha Hikari was undeterred, her own chakra surging forth in an instant. Ever since Uchiha Hikari assimilated Hashirama's blood and chakra, her own chakra levels were nearly on par with his, making the pursuit effortless and filling her with delight. At present, both were consumed by a singular thought. Please, let nothing happen to Tobarama. Chapter 13. Tobarama becomes a little fanboy. The Granary Valley is located in the southwestern part of the Senju Forest, surrounded by dense woods and jagged rocks. Those who venture here not only struggle to discern their bearings but also face the peril of numerous traps. Thus, few outsiders dare to tread this ground amidst the ongoing conflicts. Hashirama and Hikari dashed forward when they suddenly spotted a white-haired youth advancing with remarkable speed ahead of them. Tobarama, big brother, sister Hikari, have you both caught up? Senju Tobarama turned, and upon seeing them, seamlessly joined their ranks. Tobarama, what on earth is happening? Why has the Granary Valley come under attack? I'm not sure. Perhaps there was a breach in intelligence. A breach in intelligence? Hashirama paused, contemplating the implications. The terrain of the Granary Valley is so complex that even those familiar with the Senju clan can lose their way. It stands to reason that the Uchiha could not have found it. Perhaps they stumbled upon it by chance, Hikari mused thoughtfully. By chance? Hashirama and Tobarama exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari affirmed, analyzing the situation. Yesterday, I heard from the clan leader that the Uchiha suffered a defeat on the Western Front. Therefore, the group invading the Granary Valley today likely intends to take a circuitous route southwest through the Land of Fire to provide support for the Western Front. No one knew the Uchiha's deployments on the Western battlefield better than she did. Tobarama pondered Hikari's words, and after a moment, nodded in agreement. Sister Hikari makes a valid point. The Senju and Uchiha clans are situated on opposite sides of the Land of Fire. With the Hyuga clan skilled in reconnaissance to the north and the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans to the south. If they wish to launch a surprise attack on the Saratobi clan at the Western Front, they would have to take the most accessible southern route. So, this means the intelligence has not yet been compromised, and they are unfamiliar with the terrain here? Hashirama inquired. Most likely, Uchiha Hikari confirmed. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's anxious demeanor eased somewhat. But Sister Hikari, with the situation in the west becoming increasingly dire, do you think they might resort to desperate measures and deploy a large force? As the door creaked open, he suddenly perceived that this elder sister named Kei possessed a distinct perspective on the battlefield, unlike his brother Hashirama, prompting an irresistible urge to seek her counsel. It is unlikely, Kei remarked, that the Uchiha clan would send numerous young warriors. As many have met untimely ends, their combat prowess diminished. If they aim for a surprise attack, they will likely dispatch only a select few elite members. We must act swiftly, Hashirama expressed his concern. For our clansmen stationed there cannot contend with the Uchiha's elite. Hashirama, Kei cautioned, stepping closer and gently patting his shoulder. Losing composure on the battlefield can lead to death. Moreover, your chakra has already been significantly depleted. Encountering an enemy in such a state could prove disastrous. Yet, I understand your worries about Tobarama, as I share them too. Rest assured, since they inadvertently stumbled upon the outskirts of the granary, they will certainly require time to navigate. You two brothers possess an advantage in intelligence, allowing you to avoid many unnecessary detours. The timing should align, so it would be prudent for you to recuperate your strength during this interval. In the past year, Uchiha Hikari has tirelessly immersed herself in the battlefield, her perspective on the war far more composed than that of Hashirama. Otherwise, given the multitude of battles, she would have perished long ago. Hashirama lowered his head, conceding the validity of Hikari's words. The tempestuous aura of chakra gradually diminished. Sister Hikari, you are truly an extraordinary individual, he remarked. Beside them, Tobarama gazed at Hikari with uncontainable joy. Hikari turned her head in surprise to face Tobarama. My elder brother tends to be overly concerned for his comrades, at times losing his composure. I have often discussed this matter with him. Yet he has never heeded my advice. Now, with your arrival, Sister Hikari, a few of your words have managed to calm his fury. I am not as formidable as you claim. I have merely experienced more, Hikari replied. Tobarama, you are a clever child. Once you step onto the battlefield and gain enough experience, skillfully managing someone as straightforward as Hashirama will be a breeze. Can I truly do that? Tobarama inquired. I have faith in you, Hikari smiled. Hey, how can you speak so openly about someone's flaws? Hashirama, now composed, retorted with indignation. I possess intelligence, you know? A laugh escaped Hikari and Tobarama as they exchanged glances. In the forest surrounding the grain storage, 5 swift figures darted through the treetops. The ground near 3 colossal boulders was strewn with weapons discarded after a fierce battle among ninjas. At that moment, the clouds shifted, revealing the moonlight that illuminated the blood upon the stones. The 5 Uchiha clan members, clad in robes emblazoned with fan insignias, brandished their katana and wind shuriken. Grinning wickedly at the boy standing before the stones, Senju Hashirama. He leaned against a boulder, breathless, clutching a kunai as he looked warily at the 5 figures before him. Noticing the defiance in Hashirama's gaze, one of the Uchiha hurled a kunai, embedding it into the stone beside his right ear. Then, a scarred Uchiha man revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan. The terrifying power of his gaze sent chills down Hashirama's spine, causing the kunai to slip from his grasp as he stared in horror at the group. Is this child also marked with the Senju's insignia? What shall we do now? What else can we do? We must kill him. We cannot let anyone discover that we infiltrated here. Very well, boy, do not blame us. Blame your ill fortune instead. The scarred man raised his katana, its cold gleam cutting through the air, and struck directly at Hashirama's chest. However, the anticipated spray of blood did not materialize. The figure of Hashirama before the scarred man suddenly became blurry, and gradually dissipated. How is this possible? It was merely a clone? The 5 elite members of the Uchiha clan displayed expressions of astonishment, ever since they discovered the presence of guards at this outpost. They had been observing with their Sharingan activated. The 7-year-old boy before them was well within their surveillance range, had he attempted to perform the body replacement technique. Their Sharingan would have detected it immediately. Quickly, find him. The boy cannot have gotten far. He must not survive, or our ambush plan will be compromised. Scatter. 100 meters away, behind the treetops, Banjian's weakened figure slumped to the ground. His survival this time was thanks to the desperate sacrifices of other clan members who created opportunities for him. However, the most crucial factor was the invaluable guidance provided by Sister Hikari during the day regarding the usage of the body replacement technique, which included unique insights on countering the Uchiha Sharingan. The foremost lesson was, never allow someone with Sharingan to witness your hand seals. Earlier, when Banjian witnessed the 5 Uchiha clan members ruthlessly slaughtering others, he had deliberately turned his back to perform the body replacement and clone techniques. Without Sister Hikari's instruction, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse by now. Chapter 14. Changing Destiny. How dare he toy with us? We must find him. In the dense woods, the Uchiha quintet searched fervently for Banjian's silhouette, akin to hounds on a hunt. Banjian dared not move recklessly, for the Uchiha's perceptive gaze was overwhelmingly potent. As the circle of 5 closed in, he could almost feel the shadow of death encroaching upon him. Even the slightest sound of rustling leaves quickened his heartbeat. As each footfall of the Uchiha echoed like a death knell, he understood that should he be discovered by the Uchiha, a grim fate awaited him. Am I going to die? Banjian felt like a startled bird, teetering on the brink of despair. Memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern as he recalled Sister Hikari's words during their training that day. Do not give up, Banjian. As long as you persevere, you can surpass your brother and become a formidable ninja. Sister Hikari. A flame of determination ignited within Banjian's heart. He yearned to survive, for himself and for those who cared for him. Kid, have you run out of tricks? The Uchiha quintet gazed upon the bloodstains and footprints on the ground, and through a meticulous search, they finally fixed their gaze upon the tree trunk where Banch resided. Meet your demise. The Uchiha clansmen swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful fire technique from their mouths. As the raging flames roared, Madara reluctantly closed his eyes. Wood style. Wood barrier. Water style. Water surge. In this critical moment, Hashirama and Tobirama's ninjutsu arrived just in time, descending like divine warriors to collaboratively thwart the Uchiha's fire attack. Brother Hashirama. Brother Tobirama. Madara, witnessing the wooden wall and the water technique rising behind him, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Madara. Don't forget that I'm here too. Uchiha Kei, standing nearby, exerted her chakra with all her might. Despite the excruciating pain in her arm, she was grateful that the little slug on her shoulder was healing her. Deliberately concealing her appearance to protect her identity from the Uchiha, she swiftly navigated the battlefield to lift the incapacitated Madara, moving him beyond the reach of the ninjutsu's aftermath. How are you? You're not hurt, are you? Kei asked, her concern evident. Madara felt elated to see Uchiha Kei, yet due to his exhaustion, he lacked the strength to embrace her as he once had. I never imagined I would be saved by you again, Kei. Feel ashamed? Then strive to become stronger, Kei reassured him, before turning to Hashirama and Tobirama, smiling as she made an okay gesture. The brothers cast grateful glances towards Kei, fully aware that it was her guidance during the day that enabled Madara to survive this perilous pursuit unscathed. Kei, I cannot express my gratitude enough. If it weren't for you, Madara might not have made it. Hashirama's voice was filled with sincere appreciation. Indeed, your teachings proved invaluable. We owe you a debt of gratitude, Tobirama echoed, acutely aware that in the face of life and death, every ounce of strength was a glimmer of hope for survival. Uchiha Kagami smiled gently and replied nonchalantly, your compliments are rather overwhelming. She lowered her gaze and noticed that Hashirama was peacefully asleep in her arms, causing her previously anxious heart to finally ease. It seems that in the future, she must continue to teach Hashirama some life-saving techniques. Enhancing one's strength remains the most fundamental safeguard. Very well. Are you all prepared for what lies ahead? Hashirama raised his hand to wipe away his tears, turning around with a serious expression. With a resounding clap, he brought his hands together, unleashing an immense surge of chakra that caused the surrounding trees to grow at an astonishing rate, as if invigorated by some unseen force. Uchiha Kagami has successfully rescued Madara. Thus Madara no longer needs to concern himself with inadvertently harming others. He unleashes the full extent of his chakra, Moments later, at the heart of the dense forest, flames soar into the sky, and smoke envelopes the surroundings. The 5 members of the Uchiha clan unleash their fire techniques, raging like hellfire, clashing with the wood and water release techniques of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Such youthful mastery of wood release? This boy must not be allowed to live. He will undoubtedly become a future threat. Among the Uchiha's fire specialists, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." In an instant, a colossal dragon made of flames erupted from his mouth, roaring with an overwhelming force of destruction as it lunged toward Hashirama. Yet, Hashirama remained unfazed, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He pressed his palms together and proclaimed, "Would release, birth of the trees." Suddenly, the earth trembled as enormous trees and vines sprang forth, standing like guardians to shield against the fire dragon. The vines were entwined with vibrant green life, contrasting sharply with the fire dragon's searing heat. How infuriating. Such power exists. A voice interrupted, "What are you looking at? Distracted?" Huh? The individual failed to react in time as Tobirama executed a body flicker technique, thrusting his blade into the assailant. The latter displayed an expression of disbelief. So fast. This boy's body flicker technique is somewhat sinister. I must restrain him with the phoenix fire. Humph, it won't be that easy, Tobirama retorted. Engaging with 2 other Uchiha fire ninjas, he deftly flicked his fingers, unleashing a water release secret technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A gigantic dragon of water roared forth, colliding with the Uchiha's fire techniques, the steam rising dramatically, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The clash of fire, wood, and water releases resonated like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding trees to sway and the ground to fracture, as the acrid scent of charred earth and moisture filled the air. This battle was not merely a collision of strength but a contest of wills. It has been a long time since I fought alongside my brother. Indeed, amidst the flames, Hashirama and Tobirama stood back to back, showing no signs of retreat even when faced with the combined might of the Uchiha elite. Their struggle extended beyond merely defending their comrade. It was a pivotal battle that would determine the fate of the Western Front. A victory here would shatter the Uchiha's resolve, who were embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Sarutobi clan. Do not underestimate the Uchiha. Uchiha Fire Formation. The remaining 4 Uchiha elites, realizing they could not subdue Hashirama and Tobirama in the short term, swiftly scattered in 4 directions. Suddenly, a purplish flame barrier appeared from all sides, ensnaring the 2 Senju brothers within. This is bad. The battle circle has shrunk. Brother, your wood release will backlash against fire techniques. Tobirama instantly discerned their intentions. In that case, let us engage in hand-to-hand combat. Although Hashirama found the situation quite challenging, he had no intention of surrendering. A massive sword was conjured from the scroll. The individuals before him were indeed the elite of the Uchiha clan. Had it been ordinary Uchiha, they would have succumbed to the prowess of the 2 brothers long ago. However, the adversaries they faced possessed techniques that countered his own. Despite Hashirama and Tobirama's extraordinary talents, prolonged combat began to take a toll on their stamina, and their breaths grew increasingly labored. It seemed that the moment had come. Observing the fierce battle between the 2 brothers, Uchiha Kei hid amidst the foliage, forming hand seals with one hand. Her scarlet Mangeki Sharingan flared to life. Technique of the 8,000 spears. Even with the barrier obstructing them, the 8,000 spears technique, a visual-based ocular jutsu, allowed Kei to inscribe the jutsu's mark upon her enemies as long as they were not entirely out of sight. In the blink of an eye, the Mangeki's imprint suddenly manifested on the remaining 4 Uchiha clan members. This should suffice. Kei wished to conceal her identity from the Senju brothers. Thus the process of chakra absorption was deliberately slow. However, given the swift tempo of the evenly matched battle, coupled with the Uchiha quartet's use of chakra-draining barrier techniques, the efficacy of Kei's 8,000 spears soon became apparent. Despite their formidable abilities, as time passed, their chakra was gradually absorbed by the 8,000 spears, and the seamless coordination between Hashirama and Tobirama began to reveal their fatigue, with several instances of Tobirama's body flicker technique striking at their vital points. The Uchiha 4 began to retreat in disarray. Damn it, these 2 brats are too strong. We must withdraw. One exclaimed. Not so fast. Hashirama shouted as he observed the barrier dissipate. He clasped his hands together, summoning swift vines that surged towards the 4. Would release. Binding vines technique. Do not underestimate us. The Uchiha members, regaining their composure, retaliated with a fire release, great fireball technique, incinerating the vines. As the smoke cleared, the four had already vanished without a trace. "Curse be it," Hashirama growled, eager to pursue, but was halted by Tobirama and Uchiha Hikari. Chapter 15. Silencing witnesses. Hashirama, there is no need to chase them. Why not? Shall we allow them to assist in the west? No. Kei shook her head, stating, "You are too focused on the battle. Have you not noticed that our reinforcements have already arrived?" Reinforcements? Hashirama turned to see Senju Butsuma leading the elite ninjas of their clan in a relentless pursuit. Casting him an approving glance. "Father, the reinforcements arrived remarkably quickly," Kei remarked. After all, with every battle her elder brother fought, the terrain underwent significant alteration, making it nearly impossible for their father and the others to remain unaware. As the night deepened, under the luminous glow of the full moon, Senju Butsuma led a cadre of elite ninjas, successfully encircling the four fleeing Uchiha ninjas. Despite their cheetah-like swiftness, they were grievously wounded by Hashirama and his companions, rendering them nearly defenseless within the tightening grip of their captors. Soon, they were presented before Senju Butsuma, whose expression was one of fury. For in less than half a day, he had once again come perilously close to losing his son. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing, and inquired, "Is it true that your Uchiha clan intends to support the battlefield in the west alongside the Sarutobi clan?" The encircled Uchiha ninjas, feeling the weight of Butsuma's sharp gaze, were visibly tense. One among them managed a strained smirk, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. "Isn't the Senju clan being a tad overzealous in their scrutiny?" Unmoved, Butsuma responded with unwavering conviction, "If your actions pose a threat to the Senju clan, it is indeed my duty to inquire." The Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation evident in their eyes. Finally, one of them spoke in a low voice, "We are merely executing a mission, our mouths sealed by the binding spell. The specifics of our objective, naturally, cannot be divulged." It seemed he had struck a chord. F10 of the Senju fell silent for a moment, already grasping the answer in his heart, and chose not to pursue the matter further. "Take them away, keep a close watch on them, and swiftly inform the clans in the mountains, Akimichi and Nara, to remain vigilant against any attempts by the Uchiha clan to traverse south in support of Sarutobi." "Yes, esteemed clan leader." Upon hearing the arrangements made by Senju F10, the Uchiha quartet instantly comprehended that the task assigned by their clan was now impossible to fulfill. They were escorted by the ninjas of the Senju clan along the winding path back to their stronghold. In the dead of night, after a day filled with tumult, most had succumbed to slumber. The Uchiha quartet, having sustained severe injuries, found their mobility greatly hindered, causing their return to the clan's domain to occur rather late. As they approached the clan's prison, a figure materialized quietly from the shadows beside the road. It was a masked girl, her eyes gleaming with an unusual crimson light, reminiscent of two flickering dark flames, advancing with a deliberate grace. The atmosphere grew tense with her presence. She stood silently, yet her eerie gaze fixated on the apprehended Uchiha, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. "How is this possible? What are you doing here?" Only those of the Uchiha clan understood the terror embodied by this secret weapon. The Senju ninjas, witnessing the Uchiha's evident trepidation, promptly halted, their vigilance heightened as they regarded this unexpected guest, weapons gripped tightly in readiness for any potential altercation. Can the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of Taijima, have become so inept as to fail even a simple support mission? The masked girl remarked coldly. "That's only because you betrayed us." The Uchiha quartet quickly recognized the girl's identity, realizing the gravity of their impending confrontation. They shouted, "Hey, Senju clan. If you wish to survive, you had best act quickly to subdue this girl." However, their exchange left the escorting Senju ninjas bewildered. "Do you know this girl? She is the Uchiha clan's hidden secret weapon. What are you hesitating for? Move now. It is already too late." The masked girl's voice was frigid and merciless, akin to the biting wind of winter. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami. A mere exchange of glances was sufficient for the members of the Senju clan's escort team to feel as though their spirits had been consumed by an invisible force, plunging them instantaneously into the illusionary realm conjured by the Sharingan. The scenery around them warped in an instant, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. Soon, they found themselves enveloped in an endless abyss, where chilling whispers echoed ominously in their ears. "Damn it, a useless bunch from the Senju clan, utterly unreliable." The Uchiha quartet muttered as they swiftly dispatched their captors upon encountering the masked girl. "Oh, by the looks of you, it seems you are contemplating betrayal of your kin in exchange for survival, collaborating with the Senju clan?" The masked girl's voice was laced with suspicion. "Humph, what of it? You ought to be aware of my circumstances. Thus, you should also know my stance toward Uchiha traitors, she replied, her tone seething with rage. What do you intend to do? Now that you've been captured, you should be prepared for death, she declared, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan igniting once more. Despicable woman. The Uchiha are cornered. Do you not care for the safety of your clan's territory? My only concern lies with Madara and Izuna. The survival of the Uchiha is of no consequence to me. The masked girl's tone was chillingly indifferent, as though the fate of the Uchiha clan was nothing more than a fleeting breeze, devoid of impact. Though she cared not for the Uchiha's survival, confronting traitors served as a cruel reminder of her past pains. Allowing such individuals to exist was an affront to the memory of her deceased brothers. For Uchiha Kagami, these traitors represented not merely a betrayal of kin but a betrayal of lost loved ones. Thus, every ounce of chakra drawn from her 8,000 spear-eye technique was imbued with unwavering resolve and determination for vengeance on behalf of her brothers. Perish. The patterns within her kaleidoscopic Sharingan seemed to deepen, akin to an all-consuming darkness. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Kagami siphoned their chakra along with their very lives, leaving behind 4 desiccated corpses, akin to forgotten twigs devoid of vitality, no longer capable of divulging any secrets of the Uchiha clan's formidable weaponry. Lord Clan Leader. It is dire. On the following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, the members of the Senju clan discovered 4 peculiar corpses, alongside a group of bewildered ninjas who had completely lost their memories of the previous night. The atmosphere was imbued with an indescribable eeriness, as if the night had stolen not just lives, but something far more profound. The clan members exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with confusion and fear. This sudden occurrence resembled an unsolved enigma, plunging the entire Senju clan into deeper turmoil. Chapter 16. The Reach Shore. Having learned from the events of a year prior, Uchiha Kagami's nocturnal raid this time was executed flawlessly, leaving no trace behind, ensuring that no one could link her to the incident. Within half a day, the deaths of the 4 war criminals from the Uchiha clan were interpreted as a consequence of internal strife, a tragedy ignited by personal vendettas. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobirama, exhausted from the fierce battle of the previous day, did not awaken until the afternoon. By the time they received the news, the matter had already been settled. They paid it little heed, perhaps viewing it merely as an act of vengeance from the radicals, a mere internal squabble that bore little impact on the larger scheme. The midday sun was bright and warm. After freshening up, Hashirama strolled through the courtyard and noticed Uchiha Kagami meditating with her eyes closed. A small slug nestled on her shoulder, seemingly utilizing its unique abilities to heal her. Good morning, Kagami, he greeted. It's already noon, Hashirama. Uchiha Kagami replied with a smile as she opened her eyes. Apologies, I did exert myself quite a bit yesterday, Hashirama chuckled sheepishly. By the way, your hand. He began, noticing that Kagami was attempting to conceal her injury, despite her efforts to mask it. The burns on her arm and the blood vessels in her eyes betrayed her. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Hashirama recalled the sealing technique inscribed on her arm. Any use of chakra would provoke a backlash from the fire-sealing curse. In his fervor to rescue Tobirama, he had forgotten the toll it would take on Kagami as she rushed to channel her chakra. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he bowed his head. Sincerely apologizing, Kagami, I'm sorry. I forgot that your hand would sustain injuries. Hashirama's words were laden with remorse, his eyes reflecting concern and regret, which momentarily stirred guilt within Uchiha Kagami. For the burns on her arm were not solely the result of her efforts to save Tobirama. Most were inflicted by her use of the 8,000 spears and the Tsukuyami the previous night. Naturally, she could not divulge this to Hashirama. In terms of grievances, she felt indebted to him as well, for she had concealed many matters while he had treated her with unwavering honesty. As they spent more time together, Uchiha Kagami gradually understood Hashirama's propensity to shoulder burdens on behalf of others. To alleviate his guilt, she encouraged, It's all right, Hashirama. This minor injury is nothing to fret over, and besides, I was eager to save Tobirama myself. Light the sealing technique upon your arm. I shall surely seek the assistance of the Uzumaki clan to unravel it for you. Hashirama raised his head, his gaze resolute, making a solemn promise. Uchiha Hikari nodded gently, aware that Hashirama was a man of his word. Once a promise was made, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to it. By the way, she mused, why has Tobirama been clinging to you today? Hashirama inquired curiously, glancing around Hikari. Tobirama is still asleep. That child exhausted all his chakra yesterday, which speaks volumes about the intensity of the battle, Hikari explained, her eyes reflecting concern for Tobirama. Since there is no urgency, Hikari, would you care to accompany me to the secret base? Hashirama suggested, a hint of crimson coloring his cheeks. Certainly, Hikari responded readily, not overthinking it. She simply cherished the little river at Hashirama's secret base, for sitting there brought her a profound sense of tranquility. That afternoon, beside the forest waterfall, the clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a somber veil over the river scene that was usually so radiant. Uchiha Hikari surveyed her surroundings, her previous visit having left little time for appreciation. Now, with a keen interest in the scenery, she resolved to stroll along the cliffside in search of more exquisite views. Meanwhile, Hashirama lingered by the riverbank, his countenance clouded with melancholy as he sat alone. Despite his younger brother Tobirama being safe the day before, Hashirama had, just 2 days prior, endured the profound loss of another brother, Wakana. Though he donned a facade of cheerfulness in public, his heart was perpetually ensnared by sorrow. In this moment, he craved tranquility to soothe the deep wounds within. "Ah, it has been a while," came a voice from behind Hashirama, as Uchiha Madara, clad in a blue kimono, approached him. "What was your name again?" Hashirama. "Oh yes, Hashirama, that was it." Madara lowered his hands, realizing he had indeed forgotten Hashirama's name. "Hashirama, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast today. What has happened? Why do you ask?" "I'm perfectly fine," Hashirama replied, instantly reverting to his practiced facade of composure upon noticing a visitor. "Who were you trying to fool? Why not share your thoughts with me?" "It's nothing, really. Nothing of great significance. Enough with the pretense. Just speak up." "No, I assure you, there is truly nothing wrong. Nothing has happened." "That is enough. Stop being obstinate and just tell me. Really, there is nothing to discuss. Nothing at all." Hashirama turned his head, his face stained with tears and snot. "Even in such a state, you still insist that all is well? Just speak, will you? You fool." Madara could not help but criticize. Though he found Hashirama's expression somewhat amusing, he maintained a serious demeanor as he pressed. "What on earth is the matter? You are not acting like yourself." "My brother has died," Hashirama said, wiping the tears from his face. "I came here because gazing at this river makes me feel as though the turmoil within me might be washed away." "I see," Madara replied, his expression darkening as he recalled past events. "Your name is Madara, isn't it? You must feel the same way, don't you?" Madara remained silent, tacitly affirming Hashirama's statement. "Speaking of which, do you have any siblings, Madara?" "In my family, including myself, there were 5 children, but that was in the past." Madara picked up a stone, his gaze fixed upon Hashirama. Hashirama turned back, astonished by Madara's words. "In the past?" Madara continued, "We are ninjas, never knowing when death may come. If there were any way to ensure that we all survive, it would be through open honesty with our enemies, forging brotherhoods without secrets, yet such a dream is nearly unattainable, for the human heart is inscrutable. One can never truly discern another's intentions. The very person you befriend might be seething with anger or acting as a spy, and you would remain oblivious. Is it truly impossible to be completely honest with one another?" As Hashirama gazed at the stone cast by Madara, he spoke solemnly, "I do not know. But I often ponder here, hoping to discover a method." With unwavering confidence, Madara looked upon the stone that successfully reached the opposite shore and smiled. "It seems that this time, I have vaguely found my direction. This journey has not only enabled you to reach the other side, but I too have succeeded." Upon hearing this, Hashirama regarded Madara with a grave expression and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, he felt a tinge of surprise, for no one had ever comprehended his thoughts, yet this individual named Madara did. Hashirama then realized that he was not alone in his desire to transform this war-torn era. There were others, equally foolish, who shared his aspirations. To be honest, Hashirama felt more than mere astonishment. He perceived Madara, the young man before him, as a divine revelation. "Ah?" Madara noticed Hashirama's unwavering gaze and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "By the way, even though I cannot see your heart, I can tell how you are. Your hairstyle and attire are utterly outdated." Hashirama was left speechless, feeling disheartened once more. Chapter 17. The reunion of Light and Madara. The scenery here is truly enchanting. Even the breeze that blows is warm and gentle. Uchiha Hikari opened her arms wide, reveling in the fresh mountain air. After exploring the cliffside along the waterfall, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a vast plain below on the opposite side of the cliff. The breathtaking view from above lifted her spirits immensely. She resolved to return and share this remarkable discovery with Hashirama, inviting him to join her in experiencing this unexpected delight and beauty. Soon after, Hikari skipped back to the riverbank, her gaze shifting to find Hashirama engaged in conversation with another individual. As she focused her attention, she momentarily thought she was under a genjutsu. For the person conversing with Hashirama was none other than her longed-for brother, Uchiha Madara. Overwhelmed by a rush of joy and excitement, she hurried towards him, unhesitatingly leaping into Madara's embrace, holding him tightly as her voice brimmed with longing. Brother Madara. How I have missed you. Huh? Who are you? Uchiha Hikari's sudden action rendered the air around Madara and Hashirama seemingly frozen. Brother? Upon hearing Madara's words, Uchiha Hikari displayed a look of skepticism, only to suddenly realize that this poignant reunion and the warmth it brought were hers alone to cherish. Madara felt both unfamiliarity and confusion towards the girl who had suddenly thrown herself at him. He was about to gently push her away when he caught sight of the glimmering tears at the corners of her eyes. In that instant, his internal resistance melted away, and his arm involuntarily relaxed, refraining from any further action. This scene left Hashirama beside them utterly astounded, scratching his head in disbelief. Could it be that I truly guessed correctly? From her attire to her hairstyle and color, I've always thought Hikari bears a striking resemblance to you, Madara. Could it be that you are indeed family? You fool, what are you saying? I don't know her at all. Madara. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as Hashirama observed him embracing the girl, pushed Uchiha Hikari away and inquired, by the way, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I am not your brother. In my family of 5 siblings, there are only brothers, no sisters. It seems my brother has yet to regain his memories. After being gently pushed aside by Madara, Uchiha Hikari instantaneously regained her senses. She realized that, due to the influence of Uchiha Taijima's genjutsu, Madara had long forgotten her. I'm sorry. Uchiha Hikari acknowledged that her sudden action would undoubtedly cause her brother confusion and distress. A tumult of emotions surged within her, joy at their reunion intertwined with the bitterness of being forgotten. Standing there, she was at a loss for how to proceed and could only retreat quietly, creating space for Madara, attempting to mask the turmoil within with a facade of calmness. Upon witnessing Hikari's expression, Hashirama shot an irritable glance at Madara. Hey, Madara, you wouldn't happen to be under the influence of genjutsu and suffering from amnesia, would you? Hikari resembles you so closely and even knows your name. Hashirama was somewhat aware of Hikari's past, to him. It seemed likely that the brother she spoke of as having been taken by the Uchiha clan was indeed Madara. Impossible. I am Uchiha, and I am far superior to you all. How could I fall victim to such an illusion? Madara retorted. But Hikari called you by name right away. It seems you are the one who is lying, Hashirama scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. You scoundrel, cease to tarnish my reputation. This girl must have heard tales of my unmatched prowess. She must have felt compelled to embrace me upon seeing my magnificent presence, indeed. It is all a consequence of my exceptional charisma, Madara declared, hands on his hips, exuding confidence, leaving both Hashirama and Uchiha Hikari astonished. Hikari. Perhaps you should take the lead, Hashirama suggested, massaging his temples, a hint of exasperation evident. Yes. Uchiha Hikari cast a grateful glance at Hashirama before turning her serious demeanor towards Madara. Though ordinary genjutsu may not affect you, the truth remains that you have lost your memories. What nonsense! How could I possibly lose my memory? Madara replied dismissively. Brother. The one who cast the genjutsu upon you is not an ordinary person, but your clan leader. Uchiha Hikari's tone was resolute, her gaze earnest and unyielding. What did you say? Madara's eyes narrowed, a flicker of malice crossing his expression. What utter nonsense! Pray tell, why would the leader of our clan use genjutsu against me? Confronted by the inquiries of Uchiha Ibito, Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath and began to recount her tale, a narrative steeped in sorrow, unfurling like a heavy tapestry between the three of them. I was a war orphan, and at the tender age of 5, I was brought to the clan by Uncle Ian. It was there that I met you, dear brother, along with your several younger siblings. Though I was an outcast within the clan, enduring solitude and rejection, you embraced me as your sister, shielding me and guiding me through those trying times. In the years that followed, both Uncle Ian and you not only imparted the art of ninjutsu, allowing my youthful talents to bloom, but more significantly, you taught me how to maintain composure and resolve in the face of adversity. Alas, such tender days were fleeting. A year ago, the lives of our younger brothers were cruelly snatched away by ninjas from rival clans. In the aftermath, my world seemed to shatter, and both you and I were left bereft of the most vital parts of our existence. Although Uchiha Kage's voice trembled, her gaze remained remarkably resolute, as if her unwavering conviction lent strength to her beliefs. Beside her, Uchiha Madara was visibly moved, for the name of the intelligence minister, Uchiha resonated inexplicably with the tragic loss of his 3 brothers a year prior, aligning disturbingly with the words of the young girl before him. "Kag, what happened next?" Madara inquired, his concern palpable. Subsequently, the clan leader recognized my talents as a ninja and, in a bid to ensure my focus on the battlefield, made a cruel decision. He employed Jinjutsu to erase the memories of my elder brother and Izuna, threatening your lives merely to compel me to fight for the survival of our clan. "What? You know Izuna? And he too had his memories erased?" Madara exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face as he regarded Uchiha Kag. The earlier suspicions began to dissipate upon hearing Izuna's name. Her words acted as a key, unlocking long-concealed fragments of Madara's memories. Yet, in light of Uchiha Kag's absurd past, a complex array of emotions flickered in Madara's eyes as he exclaimed, "But how could the clan leader, being so powerful, require the participation of a mere girl in war?" "You are mistaken, Madara. Kag's strength is formidable," Hashirama interjected earnestly. "Just her? How strong could she possibly be?" Madara retorted, skepticism evident on his face. "I believe Kag possesses the capability to contend against more than 3 Nin at once. Her chakra reserves are considerable," Hashirama asserted. He held a vague assessment of Kag's prowess, based on her ability to fully assimilate his chakra at peak capacity. A person with such a high threshold, even when employing basic ninjutsu, would yield extraordinary results. "Oh, I did not anticipate that a girl could wield such power." Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara took a moment to scrutinize Uchiha Kag closely. "By the way, Hashirama, have you known her for long? Do you not recall? 2 individuals drifted down from upstream the day before yesterday. One of them was her. She has been staying at my home for the past few days, and my younger brothers have taken quite a liking to her," Hashirama replied. "Was she the girl from that time?" Madara pondered, memories flooding back. Uchiha Kag had always exuded a blend of familiarity and strangeness, an elusive sensation that had lingered in his mind since their first encounter, causing him some unease. Before long, Madara turned to Uchiha Kag and inquired, "Your name is Kag, is it not?" "Yes," Uchiha Kag nodded affirmatively. "Kag, although your words sound preposterous to me, you do not appear to be lying. Perhaps I, as you say, have truly lost my memories. How about this? Continue with the topic you were discussing, and perhaps something will come back to me." "Very well, brother," she replied. Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath, recounting the myriad of misfortunes that had befallen her over the past year, deliberately concealing her connection to Madara, as both belonged to the Uchiha clan, along with the deeper familial grievances and entangled interests that lay beneath. She understood that the Uchiha Taijima's regime was at its zenith, and the revelation of certain truths required careful timing, particularly considering the relationship between her brother and Hashirama, as well as the potential repercussions. Thus, she opted to disclose only partial truths, aiming to protect Madara and preserve the intricate dynamics of their relationship. Chapter 18. The Oath of Brotherhood. Beside the riverside of the forest waterfall, the 3 sat in a circle. Madara and Hashirama listened intently as Uchiha Hikari spoke of her past, steeped in sorrow, unfurling like a series of heavy canvases between them. This encapsulated the essence of events. "Indeed, I have withheld certain aspects regarding the shinobi clan, for once revealed, it would place you, dear brother, in peril." Uchiha Madara quietly listened to the account of Uchiha Kagami, his heart rising and falling with the narrative, as if he could feel the profound sorrow and resilience concealed within. Having heard Kagami's experiences, Hashirama's voice carried a hint of anticipation, his gaze firmly fixed upon Madara's face. The corners of Madara's mouth curled slightly in disdain, devoid of any recollection. He then spoke with a tone of derision. "Am I to believe I have a long-lost sister? Has my memory been erased? Was she threatened by the Uchiha because of me? Imprisoned? Forced onto the battlefield? Marked with a sealing technique?" "Hashirama, do listen. Does this sound even remotely credible? Furthermore, with my capabilities, why would I require a girl to shield me? Her words are utterly untrustworthy." Madara could not suppress a scoff of sarcasm. "Brother, I speak nothing but the truth," Uchiha Kagami replied, his expression grave, eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. "The reality of this matter is known only to me in the higher echelons of our clan, while you and Izuna remain ensnared in an illusion, still shrouded in ignorance." Madara fell silent, gazing at Kagami, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features, unable to comprehend why he instinctively believed these fanciful claims. Observing Madara's troubled expression, Uchiha Kagami expressed his concern. "Brother, at this juncture, whether you trust me or not is inconsequential, but please, for the sake of all that is sacred, do not confront the clan's elders to verify the truth of my words. Such actions would only bring harm to you and Izuna, and you would inevitably come to regret it." Kagami's words, laced with warning, were also infused with deep care. Would it truly harm Izuna? The words of Uchiha Hikari served as a gentle key, delicately unlocking the heart of Madara. Despite his lingering doubts, a subtle tremor of uncertainty began to stir within him. If all of this were indeed true, what would his future hold? Hikari smiled faintly, a bittersweet expression gracing her lips. I wish to find my savior. And I hope that my brother, Izuna, as well as Hashirama and his siblings, remain safe. As for everything else, it holds little significance for me. Her aspirations were simple and pure, yet imbued with profound emotion. She did not press Madara to regain his memories, for while it might benefit her, it would pose an extreme danger to him within the clan. Upon hearing her words, a complex mix of emotions welled up within Madara. If all of this were true, the debts he owed Hikari were indeed considerable. Both of them were contemplating each other's well-being, and for a moment, the unspoken understanding between them rendered them speechless. I can't bear to watch this any longer. Madara, how can you complain when you have a sister who cares for you so deeply? Even if you don't remember her, wouldn't it be simply wonderful to acknowledge her as your sister again? Hashirama, feeling exasperated with the awkwardness of the siblings, decided to intervene and encourage them. Hashirama perceived that although Hikari was currently residing in his home and enjoying the company of Madara and the others, he wished for this familial warmth to become more complete. Noticing Madara's indifference, Hashirama continued, Madara, cherish this bond with Hikari. He placed a reassuring hand on Madara's shoulder and spoke earnestly, having a sister who considers your well-being is indeed a blessing. Madara remained silent, gazing at Hikari, his eyes reflecting both confusion and joy. Though he did not recall, the sincerity and persistence of the girl before him felt familiar and endearing. Perhaps, as Hashirama suggested, accepting her as a sister might not be such a bad idea after all. Very well, since you earnestly wish to call me your brother, I shall reluctantly accept you as my sister, Madara replied, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Really? That is wonderful. Uchiha Hikari was moved to tears, recalling how long it had been since she had seen such an expression on Madara's face. Now, that is more like it. Hashirama chuckled. And thank you, Hashirama. Without your help, my brother would never have believed me. Hikari expressed her gratitude. Under Hashirama's guidance, her relationship with Madara had indeed taken a step closer. Is that so? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, amused. You too, I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't start celebrating just yet. He interjected. What is the matter, Madara? Are you still being difficult? Hashirama teased. Enough with the chatter. I'm merely giving her a chance, as well as myself, to re-establish a connection with the girl who claims to be my sister. Furthermore, whether you can truly be my sister depends entirely on your own actions. Do you understand? Yes. Light gazed at Madara, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She understood that Madara's memories would not be easily restored, yet she was willing to wait, to grant him time. As long as he remained safe, her heart would be content. In the days that followed, Hashirama would occasionally bring Uchiha Light to the riverbank to meet Madara. He seemed to relish the role of mediator, hoping that such daily interactions would naturally ease and deepen the relationship between Madara and Light. Consequently, the atmosphere in Hashirama's secret base grew warmer. Light's presence made both Madara and Hashirama more fond of this place. Moreover, Uchiha Light was reacquainted with the warmth of family after a long absence. Although their thoughts did not completely align, each meeting deepened their understanding of the pursuit of peace in the ninja world. As their encounters became more frequent, they trained in ninjutsu and honed their skills without even knowing each other's surnames. A week passed unnoticed. The gentle breeze by the river, the babbling of the water, the occasional chirping of birds, and the fierce battle between the two men filled the air. Hashirama, your physical techniques and moves are quite remarkable. You managed to hold your own against me, Madara remarked during their routine sparring session. As Hashirama delivered a powerful punch, Madara retreated a considerable distance before dissipating the force, collapsing onto the ground. No, it's not a draw, since I'm still standing. Huh? You fool, look above. Eh? A falling rock struck Hashirama on the forehead, sending him tumbling to the ground with a pained grunt. Ouch, that hurts. So, is it a draw now? When did you throw that? Haha. Naturally, at the moment your heavy punch landed, you only focus on charging ahead, completely oblivious to your surroundings. I would never be defeated so easily by someone as simplistic as you, Madara chuckled. Brother, Hashirama, I found some delicious mountain spring water nearby. Would you like to try it? It's very sweet. Uchiha Light's figure sat quietly on a nearby boulder, cradling a bamboo tube filled with water. A faint smile gracing her lips as she observed the duel between her two brothers. Oh, as expected, Light is attentive. I happen to be thirsty. Hashirama leaped onto the rock and took the bamboo tube from Uchiha Light's hands, drinking eagerly. Well, you should at least consider whose sister you're dealing with. Madara approached, gazing at Uchiha Light, whose smiling face evoked a familiar and warm feeling in his heart. How enviable it is to have such a sibling bond. If only my brother were half as gentle as Light, Hashirama thought, recalling Tobirama's stern demeanor and the spoiled attitude of his younger brother, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Speaking of which, we've met numerous times now, Hashirama. Do you remember the last time I spoke to you about how the ninja world could move towards peace? Madara set down the bamboo tube and asked, crossing his arms. I remember, but the question remains, what specific actions can we take to change the current state of affairs? At present, I remain unable to envision the nature of my future aspirations. Hashirama sighed heavily, his brow furrowed in worry. I believe it is imperative to first solidify this conviction and to cultivate my strength. After all, the barks of the weak hold no weight. Indeed. If we can master various ninjutsu and grow formidable at the very least, the adults will no longer disregard our opinions. This means we must now overcome our inadequacies in ninjutsu and address our weaknesses. Madara chuckled, leaping down from the rock. However, in this regard, I have long since been devoid of any so-called weaknesses. Well, that's quite impressive, Hashirama smirked mischievously. Next time, when it's convenient for you, I shall observe from behind to see if you can still manage. Scoundrel, what nonsense are you uttering in front of someone else's sister? Chapter 19. Dreams ahead. The following day, Madara went to the riverside to relieve himself, suddenly feeling a chill of sweat down his back. To his surprise, he found himself halted. Hashirama stood behind him, wearing a sly grin. You scoundrel, I told you not to stand behind me. Moreover, you claim to have no weaknesses. Have I not just uncovered yours? Hashirama chuckled, covering his mouth. Do you believe I will toss you into the river where I just relieved myself? Madara exclaimed, exasperated. Ha! How despicable. Prepare to face my water release technique. Ah, that's filthy. Don't splash me. As their encounters grew in frequency, the bonds between Hashirama, Madara, and Kei deepened. During their training sessions, Kei would not join them but instead silently observed from a distance. Knowing the truth about the seal on Kei's arm, both Madara and Hashirama strictly forbade her from forming hand seals to gather chakra, preventing her from training alongside them. On the next day, Madara, listen to me. I've conceived a truly magnificent ninjutsu. Shall we practice together? Hashirama approached Madara, his face alight with excitement. What ninjutsu? Madara shot him an incredulous glance, curling his lip. The ultimate body technique, the super fire release illusion technique, the great shuriken dual segment technique. I cannot quite visualize what you are describing. By the way, is this technique classified as a body technique or an illusion technique? No. First of all, that name is absurdly long. Who could possibly remember it? To elaborate on this technique, Hashirama began to explain his ninjutsu in a manner reminiscent of a monk reciting scripture. Ah, how tiresome. Be quiet. Today, we shall compete in vertical climbing, Madara interrupted impatiently. With Madara's rejection, Hashirama once again curled up in a gloomy posture, hugging his knees. Stop sulking all the time. Isn't that your weakness? Madara quipped. Then your weakness is your unwavering belief that I am such a person, Hashirama replied with a mischievous grin. I deliberately let you think this is my weakness, Hashirama said, but before Madara could finish, he dashed ahead up the cliff face. You scoundrel. Upon regaining his composure, Madara immediately concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet and pursued ahead. Ha. You're too late. I shall take my leave first. He taunted. How infuriating. That dejected demeanor is merely a fade you've constructed, Hashirama declared, panting as he slumped to the ground. What do you mean? Isn't it because you cheated and ran away? Madara retorted irritably. Hashirama, brother, how did you two end up here? A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind. Like a gentle breeze carrying a hint of unexpected delight, the two turned to see Izumi Uchiha perched upon a massive rock at the mountain summit. Her hair secured with a clip, revealing her naturally exquisite features, adorned with the charming smile unique to her age, leaving Hashirama and Madara momentarily speechless. Cough. Madara was the first to regain his senses, clearing his throat. We were engaged in a vertical climbing contest. Vertical climbing? Izumi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the seemingly bottomless abyss, swallowing hard as she mused. Surely, these two did not ascend from the cliff's depths. By the way, Izumi, what brings you here? Hashirama asked, his curiosity piqued as he also snapped back to reality. I forgot to mention last time. This is the very place I have long wished to bring you both, Izumi said with a smile. What do you think? The scenery is splendid, isn't it? Indeed. This vantage point offers a breathtaking view of the entire forest. The distant mountains are also clearly visible, Madara asserted confidently, casting a glance at Hashirama. Speaking of which, in terms of visual acuity, I certainly want to concede to you. Care for a challenge? Why the sudden desire to compete in that? Hashirama replied, somewhat taken aback. You seem particularly confident about your eyesight. Of course, I possess the Sharingan. Madara paused abruptly, his words hanging in the air. What is the matter? No. Upon reflection, my eyes may not be as formidable as I claimed. Madara fell silent, seemingly grappling with an internal conflict, though the aura of self-assurance had not entirely dissipated. What is going on, Madara? One moment you exude confidence, and the next, you display an uncharacteristic humility. If my eyes were truly so extraordinary, I wouldn't have fallen victim to genjutsu, my brothers wouldn't have met their tragic fates, and Izumi wouldn't have endured so much suffering. When I ponder it deeply, it appears I have been unable to protect anything. Madara's voice trailed off, the proud declaration of the Uchiha clan's heir swallowed back, unspoken. Hashirama. Observing the melancholic profile of Madara, couldn't help but recall his late brother, Tobirama. I apologize. It seems I have inadvertently stirred painful memories for you, Madara expressed, remorseful. Madara, I had inquired about it earlier, but you deftly deflected the question. Izumi also seemed to imply that your brothers are no longer with us. Is that correct? Hashirama probed gently. Yes, I lost 3 brothers, leaving me with but 1 remaining. No, with Izumi, I now have 2. In any case, regardless of what transpires henceforth, I vow to protect them. With a gentle gaze, Madara turned his face to rest his eyes on the Uchiha light behind him, who responded with a grateful smile. By the way, Hashirama, what about your brother? I too have 2 siblings, and I would protect them at all costs, Hashirama said, his expression grave. It seems that as elder brothers, we both must exert ourselves even more. Indeed, the 3 of them understood the pain of losing someone dear, silently grappling with their inner wounds. After a prolonged silence, Hashirama suddenly stood up, drawing the attention of the others. Madara, light. This conversation has illuminated the path for me to realize my dream. Really? Yes. Hashirama opened his arms, calling out towards the depths of the forest. I have made my decision. Here, we shall build a village of our own. His voice echoed through the mountains, filled with aspirations and determination for the future. What kind of village will it be? Light inquired curiously. Hee, Hashirama replied, looking at Light and Madara with a smile. I hope that in this village, children will not fear being sent to the battlefield. We shall establish a school to train them, allowing them to grow up happily and become strong. Everyone can choose missions based on their individual abilities and strengths. We will need a leader capable of discerning the levels of tasks, someone powerful enough to protect everyone, ensuring that this village will not require sending our children to the front lines to fight for their lives. Humph, only you could say such a thing, Madara chuckled, a smile breaking through his facade. What do you think of this dream? Hashirama countered, his eyes shimmering with hope. Quite commendable, Madara remarked nonchalantly, though a spark of enthusiasm danced in his gaze. Then it is settled, Hashirama declared with conviction, his eyes gleaming with resolve. If the village truly comes to fruition, I shall ensure my younger siblings are settled in a high place overlooking the entire forest to protect them well, Madara said, casting a determined glance at Uchiha Light behind him. Living in such a village with cherished ones would undoubtedly be a source of great happiness, Light mused, approaching with a dreamy expression, patting the shoulders of the 2. Brother, Hashirama, as long as you support each other, this dream will surely come to pass. Light. What are you saying? It certainly won't be enough with just the 2 of us. You must join us as well, Hashirama responded, turning to smile at Light. That's true, Uchiha Light said, momentarily lost in thought, before nodding with delight. At that moment, a flame ignited within their hearts, fueled by the ambition to strive for their future dreams, solidifying their resolve to endure for the sake of those aspirations. In the evening, Light followed Hashirama and Madara as they walked in the afterglow of the setting sun, returning to the river that divided the Senju and Uchiha clans. This river served as both a boundary and a connection. Standing on opposite banks, Madara and Hashirama each picked up a stone and hurled it towards one another, catching each other's stones simultaneously. This time, we can both throw the stones to the other side. In a light-hearted manner, Hashirama remarked, You shall safeguard that stone for me until we meet again. Tobirama replied, Certainly. Chapter 20, Departure. Journey to the land of the whirlpools within the span of half a moon in the world of ninjas. A tempestuous upheaval quietly descended upon the western defenses of the Uchiha clan. Recently, the alliance between the Uchiha and the Yuhi clans had significantly increased the pressure on the Senju clan, with each encounter draining considerable energy and resources from them. At this juncture, the Sarutobi clan, a formidable force that had long been lurking in the shadows of the Uchiha's western front, finally revealed their fangs. Their sudden onslaught struck like a torrential storm, tearing asunder the Uchiha's western line with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, the Uchiha found themselves besieged from all sides. Their once stable front plunging into chaos and peril. This unforeseen turn of events granted the Senju clan a precious respite on the eastern battlefield, akin to a timely rain from the heavens, allowing them to withdraw momentarily from relentless combat, regroup their forces, and restore their fighting capabilities. Standing atop a high vantage point, Senju Hashirama gazed upon the distant battlefield. His heart was filled with both vigilance towards the enemy and gratitude for his allies. While the actions of the Sarutobi clan were driven by their own self-interests, they inadvertently provided the Senju clan with a strategic opportunity. Clansmen, Hashirama's voice resonated throughout the encampment. We have been granted a rare opportunity, yet such opportunities are often accompanied by peril. The actions of the Sarutobi have afforded us a moment to breathe, but they also serve as a test for us. We must utilize this time to adjust our strategies, fortify our defenses, and seek opportunities to counterattack. Under Hashirama's rallying call, the spirits of the Senju ninja soared. They understood that this fleeting tranquility was merely the prelude to battle. In the days that followed, the Senju clan prepared diligently, amassing supplies and designating various envoys to communicate with the Uzumaki clan and other major ninja factions to seek more robust alliances. Now, the upheaval instigated by the Sarutobi clan not only altered the dynamics of the battlefield but also subtly influenced the future of the ninja world. For the Senju clan, this might very well be the pivotal moment leading them toward a transformative victory. As dawn broke, the eastern sky gradually warmed with hues of orange and red. Uchiha Kagami stood quietly in the village, gazing towards that direction, his heart stirred with quiet anticipation. Recently, the Senju clan had been receiving a flurry of good news. Like a gentle spring breeze, the tidings she had long awaited were finally at hand. Hashirama approached with light steps, a warm smile gracing his lips, and spoke, "Kagami, I bring good news. The clan council has decided that I shall serve as the ambassador for peace to the Uzumaki clan." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. Could it be that I finally have the opportunity to set foot on the land of the Whirlpool country? Indeed. Hashirama nodded. My father is quite pleased and hopes that you can accompany him as an envoy. Me? Am I truly able to? Uchiha Hikari expressed her astonishment. Certainly. Hashirama exclaimed with enthusiasm. Your military achievements are remarkable. You have rescued Tobarama on 2 occasions, and now the clan unanimously acknowledges you as his personal mentor. Is that so? Hikari fell into contemplation. This time, Senju Tobarama appointed her and Hashirama as envoys, likely due to her amicable ties with the ninja of the Uzumaki clan. Her presence could perhaps enhance the likelihood of success in this strategic collaboration. On the other hand, it also affirmed her strength. For if any issues arose during the delegation's journey, the consequences could be dire. Reflecting on this, Hikari managed a wry smile. The clan leader is indeed considerate. Shall we prepare to depart? Hashirama, unaware of the deeper implications, innocently believed that his father had recognized Hikari. Very well. The midday sun filtered through the clouds, casting its warm glow upon the courtyard. Uchiha Hikari had long since made her preparations and awaited in the yard. Her long hair was gently pinned back, swaying softly in the morning breeze. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness for the Whirlpool country, yet concealed a hint of apprehension. For she was about to meet the person who resided in her heart. Hikari, your expression suggests an eagerness to reach the Whirlpool country without delay. Hashirama, carrying his satchel, wore a smile of contentment. Indeed, this day has been long anticipated. Uchiha Hikari chuckled lightly, stretching gracefully. She lightly patted her cheeks, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us go, Hashirama. Hashirama nodded, his gaze inadvertently resting upon Hikari's arm. Hikari, that sealing technique has troubled you for so long. I will ensure the success of these negotiations and seek their assistance in unraveling it for you. Thank you, Hashirama. Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath and smiled gently. However, my sealing issues are now trivial. What we are about to undertake is far more significant for a greater dream, is it not? Indeed, that is true. Nin scratched his head. During the days spent at the Forest of Waterfalls, Uchiha Hikaru rekindled the profound bond he shared with Madara and met Nin, a trustworthy companion. They exchanged their dreams, and as their friendship deepened, Uchiha Hikaru felt a budding desire to support the aspirations of both Nin and Madara. Madara's dream has always been the pursuit of peace, which resonated harmoniously with Nin's ideals. However, under the tyrannical rule of Uchiha Taijima, Madara's ambition to transform the Uchiha clan seemed utterly unattainable. To fundamentally alter the Uchiha lineage, they realized they must devise a means to overthrow the old order and establish a new regime. Only then could their vision of peace possibly materialize. Unbeknownst to them, the ambition to dismantle the existing Uchiha governance became a shared goal for the siblings. Yet, the foremost challenge in achieving this objective lay in negotiating peace with the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, renowned alongside the Senju and Uchiha in the ninja world, wielded formidable sealing techniques, rendering them an indomitable force. An alliance with them would undoubtedly enhance the strategic framework of the Senju clan. Contemplating this, Uchiha Hikaru gazed into the distance, pondering the imminent diplomatic maneuvering. Let us depart. With her command alongside Nin, the Senju envoy officially commenced their journey. The group traversed dense forests and crossed streams, encountering a myriad of ninjas along the way. Ultimately, after a week, they arrived at the borders of the Land of Whirlpools in the twilight glow of dusk. The Land of Whirlpools lies to the east of the Land of Fire, a coastal realm shrouded in mist and mystery. Due to its remote location, it is seldom visited, and the outside world is filled with enigmatic speculations about it. Often regarded as a hermit-esque refuge and dubbed the Village of Longevity, at the heart of this land stands the hidden village of the Whirlpools, the homeland of the Uzumaki clan, a sacred place steeped in rich history and resilient lineage. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, with their astonishing vitality, remarkable chakra recovery abilities, and unparalleled sealing techniques, have become legends within the ninja world. Uchiha Hikari's gaze transcended the boundaries, peering towards the distant and elusive Whirlpool hidden village. It appeared we had arrived. I never expected the hidden Whirlpool village to be like this, Hashirama murmured, his eyes brimming with wonder. The village before them resembled a secluded paradise, encircled by the tumultuous waters of the Whirlpool, a divine barrier rendering any approach nearly impossible. Young clan leader. The formation of this Whirlpool is no mere feat, cautioned a companion ninja skilled in barrier ninjutsu. It likely originated from profound sealing techniques, without the proper method. We may struggle to uncover a passage into the village. Upon hearing this, Hashirama chuckled wryly. Alas, I am not adept in unsealing techniques. Allow me to investigate. Uchiha Hikari raised her hand to shield her eyes, her gaze narrowing as her Sharingan honed in on the peculiarities before her. In her line of sight, ancient sealing runes adorned the village's periphery, seemingly harnessing the tidal forces of the sea to maintain the Whirlpool's ceaseless motion, capable of tearing a person apart with mere currents. Charging in recklessly may not be prudent, Uchiha Hikari remarked, a hint of concern etching her brow. Hikari, what shall we do now? Hashirama inquired, seeking her guidance. Uchiha Hikari quietly closed his Sharingan and turned towards Hashirama, proposing, let us establish our camp in a conspicuous location. It may attract the attention of the village and reveal whether they are inclined to engage in conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama concluded that there was indeed no superior strategy at hand and thus acquiesced to Uchiha Hikari's suggestion. Chapter 21. Uzumaki Mito. The following morning, outside the village of Uzumaki, the Senju clan had spent the night encamped in an area that offered a broad vista. Uchiha Hikari and Hashirama arrived early at the shores protected by the barrier ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Hashirama, visibly troubled, remarked, waiting like this is not a solution. If it comes to it, perhaps you could construct a bridge using wood release? Uchiha Hikari gazed into the distance and responded, that might work. But would it not offend the Uzumaki clan? Then let us wait a little longer. We shall resort to that method only if absolutely necessary, Uchiha Hikari smiled. Very well. Hashirama agreed. Uchiha Hikari and Hashirama returned to the shore where their group had gathered, exchanging cautious glances towards the ceaseless whirlpool ahead, ensuring they could promptly report any developments. At present, it seemed the whirlpool would only calm if the Uzumaki clan were willing to engage in dialogue, leaving the group to wait in silence. Lord Hashirama, Lord Hikari. Look. Just as impatience began to swell among them after waiting for an entire morning, a patrolling ninja from the clan suddenly noticed the whirlpool on the sea gradually ceasing its rotation, as if restrained by an invisible force. Subsequently, a gate formed by the power of the ocean slowly opened, revealing a path leading to the village of Uzumaki. Hashirama and Uchiha Hikari exchanged a glance. Both eyes alight with surprise and anticipation, it appeared that the Whirlpool clan was inclined to negotiate. Indeed, a resonant sound suddenly echoed from within the Uzumaki village. The call of a conch horn, powerful and solemn. Drawn by the sound, everyone turned their attention to the now-opened gate. Moments later, a procession emerged from within, led by a young girl. Her movements were as graceful as poetry, with fiery red hair that gleamed like flames, and a white kimono that highlighted her nobility and purity. The appearance of the red-haired maiden was like a striking landscape, causing Hashirama, who observed from a distance, to hold his breath in awe. "Greetings, I am Uzumaki Mizuho, both the princess of the Uzumaki village and the envoy for this negotiation," she declared, her voice as clear as a spring. She approached slowly, her eyes filled with curiosity and wisdom. "Are you the envoys from the Senju clan?" "Indeed." Hashirama stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am Senju Hashirama, and this is Hikari. We represent the Senju clan, seeking to establish a peaceful alliance with the Uzumaki clan while also discussing how to confront the Uchiha." "Confront the Uchiha?" "Precisely," Uchiha Hikari interjected. "The land of fire suffers greatly from turmoil and strife, with the Uchiha clan instigating conflict everywhere. Our hope is to discuss strategies to address the Uchiha and bring an end to this war." "I see." Mizuho nodded gently, her gaze lingering on Hikari's arm, seemingly intrigued by the sealing techniques inscribed there. She then spoke earnestly. "It is an honor to forge a bond with the Senju clan. And on behalf of the Uzumaki village, I extend my warm welcome to the envoys of the Senju." "We are equally honored," Hashirama replied, his eyes brimming with hope. "We sincerely wish to safeguard peace alongside the Uzumaki clan." "Peace?" Mizuho's gaze shifted between the two men, as if weighing something. Finally, she parted her lips. "Then let us enter the village and discuss this matter further." "Very well." The graceful Uzumaki Suijin leads Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Hikari through the quaint streets of the hidden Whirlpool village. The architecture of the village bears similarities to that of the Senju clan, yet its primary motifs are inspired by marine life. Both shops and residences are adorned with intricate carvings depicting ancient sea creatures. "Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to you all as you officially enter the hidden Whirlpool village." Suijin's voice resonates like a crystalline spring in the mountains, clear and melodious. "Our ancestors were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths and served as the original guardians of this land. They were renowned for their sealing techniques, safeguarding our homeland from external disturbances." "Descendants of the Sage? Is that truly so?" Uchiha Hikari inquires, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "For the legendary Sage of Six Paths is said to have existed over a millennia ago." "Indeed, it is true. Our clan seldom engages in diplomacy. Thus we have preserved much historical documentation and possess considerable knowledge regarding ancient affairs," Suijin replies. "But if the Uzumaki clan is descended from the Sage of Six Paths, does that imply that our Senju clan, as distant relatives, are also descendants of the sage?" Hashirama asks with curiosity. Suijin gently nods, affirming precisely. "Not only the Senju, but many clans trace their origins back to the ninja lineage established by the Sage of Six Paths. However, centuries of grievances have led to a fragmentation of this lineage, resulting in the formation of various ninja clans." "I see," Hikari responds, his eyes now brimming with reverence. As the conversation unfolds, the group strolls through the bustling marketplace. As Uchiha Hikari strolled past a scroll stall, she caught a glimpse of the runes etched upon them. She reached out, lightly touching the surface, and utilized her chakra to sense the engravings. To her astonishment, she discovered that she could perceive the various items sealed within. "How remarkably convenient is this storage scroll. Sister Mito, might I learn this technique? I could store fresh ingredients within it. Wouldn't food spoil if kept in a scroll?" Hashirama inquired, his expression filled with confusion. "It will not spoil," Mito Uzumaki replied with a smile. "The space within the scroll is completely static, devoid of the flow of time. While it is acceptable to store inanimate objects, living entities cannot be accommodated." "Why is that the case?" Hashirama pressed further. "The principle behind sealing techniques is intrinsically linked to the language of natural energy. Each form of energy corresponds to a specific rune. Through millennia of exploration, our Uzumaki clan has translated the language of natural energy into a grammatical form, breaking it down and recombining it to create ninjutsu that communicates with nature. This is the essence of our sealing techniques. However, there exists no corresponding grammar for sealing living beings within the scroll, rendering communication with nature impossible. Thus, it is utterly unfeasible to encapsulate a living entity within a scroll." "Does that mean sealing a living being within a scroll contradicts the laws of nature?" Hikari mused. "Indeed," Hashirama exclaimed in awe. "The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are truly remarkable. If the Uzumaki join forces with the Senju, I believe the war could be swiftly concluded." Upon hearing Hashirama's declaration, Mito halted abruptly, turning to face them. "Lord Hashirama, Miss Hikari, there is something I must inform you regarding the matter of alliance." Noticing the shift in demeanor, Hikari and Hashirama exchanged grave glances. "Sister Mito, please, go ahead," Hikari urged. "Though our Uzumaki clan remains distant from the world's tumult, We are acutely aware that peace and prosperity require the collective effort of all clans. We understand your intentions, but to gain our clan's approval, you must first pass a test as mandated by our customs. A test? Hashirama echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Mito confirmed. The Uzumaki clan, due to our formidable sealing techniques and regenerative abilities, has drawn the envy of many ambitious individuals, often plunging the hidden Whirlpool village into the maelstrom of conflict. In the face of repeated struggles and significant sacrifices, we have maintained a policy of isolation. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to forge a strategic partnership with us, you must both undertake the test at the True Waterfall on Giant Tortoise Island. Only upon passing will we be able to formally initiate our cooperative relationship. Understanding dawned upon Hashirama and Hikari as they exchanged knowing glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. It seemed that the path to an alliance was indeed fraught with challenges. What shall we do? Hashirama pondered. Let us return and discuss this with our comrades, Hikari suggested. Agreed, Hashirama affirmed. Upon returning to the inn, Uchiha Hikari and Hashirama resolved to grant everyone the liberty to rest, while they would accompany Uzumaki Mito to the Giant Tortoise Island for the assessment. By the time Uchiha Hikari had made all necessary preparations, the afternoon had already descended. Lord Hashirama, Miss Hikari, please follow me, Uzumaki Mito beckoned, guiding the two through the borders of the Whirlpool hidden village. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery transformed gradually until a vast expanse of ocean unfolded before their eyes. Amidst the azure waters lay an island. No, to be more precise, it was a colossal, mobile island, steadily approaching. That was Giant Tortoise Island. A hint of pride resonated in Uzumaki Mito's voice as she revealed that the entire island was, in fact, the carapace of an ancient giant tortoise. Goodness! Uchiha Hikari and Hashirama exclaimed, their gazes captivated by the immense island. The land was adorned with towering spires that pierced the clouds, rising even higher than mountains. Under the sunlight, the shadows of these spikes stretched long, resembling a natural barrier guarding this territory. How astonishing! Uchiha Hikari marveled. How did these spires come to be? Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly and explained, it is said that these spires grew in ancient times as the giant tortoise sought to protect itself. Now, they serve as the natural defense of our Whirlpool hidden village. It is truly magnificent, they both agreed. As Giant Tortoise Island drew nearer, Uchiha Hikari observed the dense forest blanketing the tortoise's back. The paths within the forest are quite intricate. Please stay close to me, Uzumaki Mito instructed as they approached the giant creature. Uchiha Hikaru and Hashirama exchanged nods, subsequently following Uzumaki Mito into the dense forest. As the trio progressed deeper into the lush wilderness of the Giant Tortoise Island, the surroundings became increasingly enigmatic. Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated through the woods, resonating with the majesty and power of a beast, causing Uchiha Hikaru to instinctively halt, a flicker of tension blossoming within him. Sister Mito, what was that sound just now? Chapter 22. The cascade of reality that is the sound of the island's beasts, Uzumaki Mito elucidated. The volume is so pronounced due to their formidable size. You two should be cautious not to be frightened. Before Mito's words could fully dissipate, Uchiha Hikaru and Hashirama beheld a colossal creature emerging slowly from behind the trees. It was a stag, its dimensions vastly exceeding that of ordinary beasts, with antlers intricately branching out like trees, each step seemingly trembling the very earth beneath it. Soon after, they also glimpsed a massive yet agile gorilla, along with giant squirrels that leaped gracefully among the treetops. Observing this, Uchiha Hikaru instinctively retreated behind Hashirama, his eyes reflecting both awe and a hint of fear. Hashirama, undeterred, exclaimed with excitement, "These creatures are astonishingly gigantic. I wonder if we could capture one as a summoning beast." "That might prove difficult," Mito replied. "Though these beings have grown large from absorbing the natural energies here over the years, they lack the sentience of creatures found in some sacred places. Forming a contract with them would require formidable genjutsu or ocular techniques. Otherwise, they would not comprehend the concept of a contract." "I see. What a pity," Hashirama lamented slightly. Uchiha Hikari remained cautiously concealed behind Hashirama, observing the colossal beast with trepidation. Despite her apprehension, she felt compelled to assist Hashirama in the test set forth by the Uzumaki clan for the sake of her dreams. Hashirama turned to her, concern etched on his features, and gently inquired, "Mito-sama, those giant creatures won't attack us indiscriminately, will they? As long as we do not provoke them, they typically steer clear of humans." Mito replied softly, "Did you hear that?" "It's all right, Hikari," Hashirama reassured her with a smile. "Indeed," Mito added, "every entity in nature holds its purpose. To respect them is to enhance our own understanding. In the future, should you encounter creatures of immense size, do not allow their appearance to instill fear within you. Beneath their grand exteriors may lie gentle hearts, obscured by their formidable size. I understand, Sister Mito, Uchiha Hikari responded, finding solace in Mito's words. The creatures, though undeniably large, were no menacing aura. Rather, they exuded a gentle presence. Her previous fears stemmed from an instinctive refusal to acknowledge the dignity of these beings, failing to observe them with an open mind. Upon closer inspection, she found them rather endearing. Afterward, the trio did not linger amidst the strange sights, proceeding towards the destination known as the real waterfall. Along the way, both Uchiha Hikari and Hashirama contemplated the prospect of befriending a colossal summoning beast, should the opportunity arise. With their comforting presence, Uchiha Hikari's initial trepidation transformed into appreciation for the creatures, recognizing them as a precious representation of the island's ecological diversity. After some time, Mito, who was leading the way, abruptly halted, her expression grave. Esteemed ones, ahead lies a waterfall known as the real waterfall. That is our destination. Mito-san, what exactly is the real waterfall? Uchiha Hikari inquired. In ancient times, it served as the training ground for the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Hikari and Hashirama exchanged glances, for such legendary figures felt distant to them. Hashirama-sama, Hikari-san. The reason we of the Uzumaki clan are so insistent on this test is due to another purpose, Mito explained. Another purpose? Indeed, Mito confirmed softly. Those who successfully pass the trial of the real waterfall gain the ability to connect their chakra with others, thereby revealing each other's true thoughts and intentions. Is that truly the case? Hashirama exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yes, Mito nodded. Uchiha Hikari felt a stir of emotions. Is it truly possible for individuals to understand one another without secrets? It seems that both of you greatly require this ability. Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly, saying, the legendary Sage of Six Paths created the ninja way with the purpose of fostering mutual understanding through chakra, thereby establishing genuine peace. Yet, for reasons unknown, humanity has chosen the path of conflict in the pursuit of power. Today, the only clan that still remembers the teachings of the sage is perhaps our Uzumaki clan. Is that so? Uchiha Hikari sighed. How wonderful it would be. If I possessed such power, I would no longer struggle to achieve mutual understanding with that fellow, Madara. Hikari, should you acquire this ability and allow your chakra to intertwine with Madara's, you would surely come to recognize one another completely, Hashirama remarked. Indeed. Uchiha Hikari nodded enthusiastically. She had previously contemplated using Jinjutsu to help Madara recover his lost memories. However, such a method, imposing personal thoughts onto him, would likely be met with his high wariness, and he would generally refuse her attempts. Moreover, even if she succeeded, Madara would remain skeptical of the truth conveyed by the Jinjutsu. Just as Uchiha Taijima had disbelieved her Jinjutsu testimony a year prior, the authenticity of illusions is inherently unverifiable. It is far too easy to manipulate and fabricate a reality for another. Therefore, should they gain the ability to comprehend one another through the true waterfall, Madara would be able to perceive the genuine thoughts within Uchiha Hikari's heart. Hikari, we must absolutely undertake the test. Yes. Shortly thereafter, the trio traversed a winding path and arrived at the foot of the waterfall. The cascade descended from above, the water crystal clear, as if capable of purifying all impurities. This is indeed the true waterfall, Uzumaki Mito explained. Do you see the small island at the center of the lake beneath the waterfall? Yes. You simply need to sit at the center of that island, and the waterfall will reflect the most authentic thoughts and emotions of your hearts. Mito-sama. What does the test entail? The test involves overcoming your true selves that emerge from the true waterfall. In truth, rather than my explanations, you will understand better by simply trying it for yourselves. Uchiha Hikari exchanged a glance with Hashirama. Allow me to take the lead, Hashirama. Uchiha Hikari spoke first. No. I shall go first, Hashirama replied. This matter concerns the negotiations between the Senju and the Uzumaki, and failure is not an option. I will attempt it first. If I cannot succeed, I can at least gather some intelligence for you. Do not forget our purpose here. Uchiha Hikari gently patted Hashirama's shoulder. Very well, Hashirama conceded, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the validity of Hikari's suggestion. With that, Uchiha Hikari leaped gracefully and settled cross-legged upon a small island in the center of the lake. As she closed her eyes, her spirit gradually descended into the realm of the true waterfall. Soon, a chorus of mournful voices echoed within her mind. Why have you not sought vengeance against Uchiha Taijima? Why have you not avenged the Senju clan? Have you forgotten the deaths of your brothers? Have you forgotten those days of enslavement, marked by seals? Those Saratobi and Sinjareches achieved their victories in the West, not through mere effort, but because of your assistance. They believe their triumphs are solely their own. How utterly revolting. A figure emerged from the waterfall before Uchiha Hikaru, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her. In those pitch-black pupils, a pair of crimson Sharingan glared menacingly at her. Who are you? Uchiha Hikaru inquired. Why do you look exactly like me? You'll understand once you look closely. I am you, the cold gaze of the other Hikaru mocked. I am your very essence, the true self buried deep within your heart. The embodiment of your most profound hatred. Ha ha ha, this place of truth is indeed remarkable, allowing me to manifest in the open. However, I prefer my former name over the one Boruto has given you. You may call me Uchiha Nameless. Chapter 23, The Power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Nameless, you say? Uchiha Hikaru replied softly. So, if I defeat you, I can restore Brother Obito's memories. Defeat me? Ha ha, what a jest, Uchiha Nameless retorted. With your capabilities. That is utterly impossible. Do you comprehend? Compared to a fool like you, I am the one who can truly unleash the deeper powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. For with greater hatred comes a mightier eye. Without me, you are merely a powerless girl at the mercy of others, a being who would have perished countless times over. Uchiha Nameless mockingly laughed at Uchiha Hikari, his expression transforming into a grotesque visage, with a palpable intent to kill intensifying in his gaze. Do not underestimate others. Sensing the murderous intent from his adversary, Uchiha Hikari activated her Sharingan, though she only awakened the three Tomo. In the realm of the mind, her own battle against herself rendered the 8,000 spears and the luminous stones utterly ineffective. Even the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan would merely serve as a futile expenditure of energy. Thus, employing the three Tomo Sharingan proved to be more pragmatically advantageous. Quite clever. Uchiha Nameless remarked with a cold smirk directed at Hikari, but it holds no value for me. Prepare yourself. Amaterasu. In the next instant, blood tears streamed down Uchiha Nameless' cheeks, and from his perspective, black flames erupted in the distance. Is that Amaterasu? Uchiha Hikari gasped in astonishment, but fortunately, the three Tomo recognized the chakra gathering within Uchiha Nameless' eyes, prompting her to swiftly evade. Uchiha K, in bewilderment, queried. The Amaterasu ocular power that was implanted within me has long since been depleted. How is it that you can still wield it? With your hands sealed. It is impossible for you to develop the techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan, yet I, residing within the realm of the mind, am capable of such feats. Acknowledge once more that you are not but a worthless fool, a simpleton who allows others to inscribe seals upon you. Is it possible that you possess the power of Kagaya? Although Uchiha K swiftly evaded Amaterasu, the flames transformed into several black serpents that surged towards her with great speed, leaving no room for escape. Uchiha Hikari instinctively gazed at her hands, suddenly realizing that she was within a mental realm, where the sealing techniques of the cursed flames were absent from her arms. The absence of any risk of burning signified that she could freely unleash ninjutsu in this space. Swiftly forming hand seals, Hikari executed the Uchiha clan's secret fire release technique, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, a colossal wall of flames, far more formidable than Amaterasu, surged forth like a tidal wave towards the direction of Uchiha Nameless. With the enhancement of Hashirama's chakra, Hikari's fire release prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights. However, despite the immense power of Great Fire Annihilation, as time progressed, it could not withstand the unquenchable flames of Amaterasu, dissipating within mere seconds. Fortunately, this vast display of fire provided a crucial distraction, granting Uchiha Hikari precious moments to escape the onslaught of Amaterasu. From a distance, Uchiha Nameless observed the unscathed Hikari. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes remained unabated. Uchiha K regarded the fearsome Uchiha Nameless with an air of vigilance, his three Tomo Sharingan fixated intently on his opponent, apprehensive of missing even the slightest opportunity for battle. Outside the spiritual realm of the true waterfall, Hashirama wore a concerned expression, his gaze firmly locked onto Uchiha K, Mito-sama. Are you aware of K's current condition? Hashirama inquired anxiously. Miss K is engaged in a confrontation with her inner self within the spiritual world. Mito replied in a grave tone. Is there no way for us to assist her? Hashirama's voice carried a hint of helplessness. No. The trial of the true waterfall can only be surmounted by the individual themselves, Mito elucidated, her voice resolute. Damn it, Hashirama muttered in frustration, watching Uchiha K, who had closed her eyes and descended into the spiritual realm. He could only silently pray for her safety, the turmoil within him difficult to articulate. Inside the world of the true waterfall, following the recent fiery confrontation, Uchiha Nameless hesitated to unleash Amaterasu upon Uchiha K once more. Faced with this development, Kei's eyes brightened as she suddenly grasped the connection between the waterfall and her own malevolent aspect. So that is it. The truth of the true waterfall is to provide a corporeal form and an equivalent amount of chakra to the darkness within my heart. No wonder you have refrained from attacking with Amaterasu. What are you barking about? A flicker of apprehension crossed Uchiha Nameless' eyes. Uchiha Itachi chuckled lightly, remarking, "You must be aware that in the realm of the mind, it is impossible to extract chakra through the 8,000 spears. While my great fire destruction does consume a considerable amount, it is still significantly less than the consumption of techniques like Amaterasu and Kagaya's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Should you attempt to strike again and find your efforts thwarted by my great fire destruction, the balance will shift, and ultimately, you shall be defeated." Uchiha Light has unwavering confidence in her prowess of battlefield analysis, particularly when confronting an opponent who has lost their composure. Even so, I shall never be defeated by you, for you have yet to witness the true power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Nameless' words exude certainty. Yet his smile takes on a sinister edge. Allow me to show you the third, awakened power of the Susanoo, only attainable through complete mastery of the Manjiki ocular techniques. Susanoo? Uchiha Light pauses momentarily, the name resonating like an otherworldly visitor. She has never heard of such power and cannot help but harbor doubts within her heart. Can her three-tomo Sharingan truly stand against it? As Nameless summons forth his might, a tempest erupts, and the very fabric of the world seems to be rent by an unseen force. A colossal red giant's upper body gradually materializes. Resembling a deity from ancient battlefields, clad in formidable armor and wielding a long sword capable of cleaving mountains. Uchiha Hikari's pupils abruptly constricted, her three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly in an attempt to discern the essence of this formidable power. However, the emergence of Susanoo loomed like an insurmountable chasm, causing her confidence to fracture for the first time. This entity was nothing short of a demon, a manifestation of murderous intent and hate chakra converging. Capable of stabilizing such a brutal chakra, truly a terrifying ocular technique. Uchiha Hikari sighed inwardly, then unleashed a fireball towards the Crimson Giant, proclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique. Futile. Susanoo is an impenetrable defense. Mere ninjutsu cannot hope to penetrate it." Uchiha Munin revealed a grotesque grin, showing no intention of evading Hikari's great fireball technique. Is this the true power of the Manjiki Sharingan? How intriguing. Uchiha Hikari mused, feeling an unprecedented surge of challenge against this unseen adversary. The brilliance of her three-tomo Sharingan shining even more resplendently. Chapter 24. Fusion. It appears I must create some distance. Uchiha Hikari murmured softly, unwilling to confront this nearly insurmountable ocular technique head-on. Such a potent technique could not be wielded without consequence. Uchiha Munin would undoubtedly exhaust significant ocular power to maintain that giant form. You shall not escape. Uchiha Munin's voice, laced with madness, echoed from afar. How could such a cumbersome body possibly keep up? A faint smile graced Uchiha Hikari's lips as she gathered chakra beneath her feet. Her three-tomo Sharingan accurately tracking the massive blade wielded by the red giant, evading each of Susanoo's assaults at full speed. Damn pest, darting about like a flea. Uchiha Munin's irritation grew as he relentlessly commanded Susanoo to strike at Uchiha Hikari. Yet, she executed the predictions and insights of her three-tomo Sharingan with unparalleled finesse, dancing around the razor's edge, continually depleting Uchiha Munin's ocular power. Perhaps 10 minutes had passed. The colossal form of Uchiha Nameless began to waver, and ultimately, after an intense clash, the immense Susanoo could no longer be sustained, transforming into a mere skeletal structure, barely draping over Uchiha Nameless, its former grandeur utterly dissipated. It seems you are no longer capable of maintaining the Susanoo's form. Uchiha Light's lips curled slightly, breathing heavily, with a glimmer of contemplation illuminating her eyes. 10 minutes, could this truly be the limit of my ability to unleash Susanoo to its fullest potential? Within this mental realm, Uchiha Nameless and Uchiha Light are, at their core, one and the same. Thus, whatever Uchiha Nameless can accomplish, Uchiha Light can as well. However, external factors have hindered Uchiha Light from freely channeling chakra to cultivate her ocular techniques, resulting in her battling in this mental space in a state unmarked by seals from a year prior. She firmly believes that if she can unravel the seal of the forbidden flames, she too can master Susanoo. Silence. Uchiha Nameless, drained of ocular power, tears of crimson streaming from her eyes, shouted in fury, "Have you forgotten the suffering we endured together? How can you still smile in the face of it all?" That fellow named Uzumaki Boruto, did he not abandon you as well? Why do you tirelessly pursue someone who has forsaken you? Have you not always harbored boundless hatred for those who betrayed and abandoned you? Uchiha Kagami silently listened to Uchiha Munin's inquiries and grievances, her heart surging with intricate emotions. She was acutely aware of Munin's suffering. After all, they were of the same lineage, sharing a singular soul. Yet, since her encounter with Boruto, the darkness within her had ceased to be so profound, as a ray of light had begun to illuminate her heart. She was striving towards that radiant direction. Despite the arduous and protracted journey ahead, her resolve remained unshaken. Munin, the pain we endured, I have never forgotten. Uchiha Kagami gazed at Munin, her voice imbued with an unprecedented firmness. Yet amidst the agony, I have also glimpsed hope, the possibility of transformation. Uchiha Kagami extended her hand, attempting to touch Munin. You are merely blinded by hatred. Even in the depths of darkness, you should still be able to perceive even the faintest glimmer of light. And what does it matter if one can perceive such light? It is utterly tedious. Uchiha Munin retorted, shaking off Kagami's hand, her voice a furious roar. You have been led astray by Boruto's empty words. He, along with Uchiha Taijima and his ilk, are merely exploiting our goodwill, encroaching upon us, only to reject and abandon us. Can you recall the anguish we felt when we were forsaken? The vile countenance of those we once lived alongside, such torment, such heartache. Only someone who shares my plight can truly understand your suffering. Do not place your faith in Boruto, the one who abandoned you. Perhaps you are right. Uchiha Kagami's expression darkened. This sudden shift left Uchiha Munin momentarily stunned. To trust someone sometimes leads only to disappointment, Uchiha Kagami mused, pausing for a moment before lifting her gaze to meet Munin's. However, before I wholly renounce this world, there is someone I wish to believe in. Whom do you wish to believe in? In the end, will you not be betrayed? Munin scoffed. The person I speak of is myself. I wish to attempt to trust in myself first. Upon saying this, Uchiha Kagami stepped forward and embraced Uchiha Munin. If I cannot even believe in myself, how can I claim the right to trust in the version of myself that Boruto speaks of, the one walking the path towards the sun? Uchiha Munin, upon hearing this, felt an immediate loss of strength, collapsing in Kagami's embrace. Why, when it is so painfully evident, do you still? Uchiha Hikari lifted his hand, gently embracing Uchiha Nameless' head, and said, It was Boruto who made me realize that, regardless of what one wishes to pursue, one must first unconditionally believe in oneself. Harbor no doubts, and take pride in one's existence. Uchiha Nameless raised his head and questioned, What do I truly mean to you? Have you forgotten? With a smile, Uchiha Hikari replied, From the very beginning, you stated that it is precisely because of your presence that I am able to survive in this chaotic world. You are my savior. If you are to endure any more suffering, then all you need to do is become me. It is not a difficult task, for you have always been a part of me. I sincerely apologize for having made you bear so much pain. That is enough. You need not endure any further suffering. Leave the rest to me. Uchiha Hikaru's words resonated like a warm ray of sunlight, piercing through the gloom that enveloped Uzumaki Munin's heart, gradually dissipating the darkness within her. Can I become like you, free from suffering? Since the you in this realm of truth is indeed me, surely your heart has long known my answer. Uchiha Hikaru asserted resolutely. Do you trust the path pointed out by Uzumaki Boruto? A smile graced Uzumaki Munin's lips as her figure suddenly vanished, ultimately disintegrating into fragments. Outside the realm of truth, Uchiha Hikaru slowly rose from her seated position, turning to face Hashirama with an unprecedented smile, one filled with innocence and confidence. It seemed she had succeeded. Hashirama beamed with relief, for it was the first time he had witnessed such joy in Hikaru. His anxious heart finally found solace. Yes. Hikaru nodded with a smile. So, does this mean you can now connect with the chakra of others and understand one another? Hashirama inquired with excitement. This remains uncertain. Uchiha Hikaru scratched her head, having yet to attempt it. Then let Lord Mito assist you in testing this ability. It will serve to demonstrate that some among us can indeed pass such a trial, Hashirama proposed. Uchiha Hikaru glanced at Uzumaki Mito, who nodded slightly and said, This is my duty. Even if you had not suggested it, according to the customs of the Uzumaki clan, you would still need to test this ability with me first. All right, but must we do it now? Uchiha Hikaru hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. If the ability of the realm of truth was genuine, the forthcoming demonstration would require her to unveil her deepest secrets before an outsider. Any time is fine, Lady Hikaru. Uzumaki Mito maintained her composed demeanor, entirely devoid of the playful nature typical of her age. Hashirama. Uchiha Hikaru turned to him. Could you please go and conduct the test in the realm of truth first? Huh? Why? Hashirama asked, perplexed. Well, it's just some little secrets among girls. Having you nearby would make me quite uncomfortable. Uchiha Hikaru concocted a reason to send Hashirama away, harboring certain secrets she was reluctant to share with him, fearing that Uzumaki Mido might inadvertently disclose something inappropriate later on. All right, Hashirama acquiesced, somewhat bewildered. He felt as though Hikaru had transformed into a different person upon entering the realm of truth. The pretense of maturity she had previously exhibited seemed to have vanished. Chapter 25. A New Hope. Hashirama complied with Hikaru's request, quietly sitting at the center of the lake to undergo the test of the realm of truth. Observing Hashirama with closed eyes, Uchiha Hikaru sighed in relief and turned to Uzumaki Mido. Lord Mido, how exactly should we connect our chakras? What is your most natural posture for channeling chakra? Uzumaki Mido inquired. Perhaps it involves forming hand seals with one hand, then striking or performing a jutsu. Uchiha Kei-jin spoke while gesturing. All we need to do is to strike our fists against each other and channel our chakra, he said. Uzumaki Mizuho smiled and replied. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is as simple as that. Uzumaki Mizuho nodded in affirmation. Uchiha's hesitant footsteps echoed as a tumult of emotions swirled within him. The ability to perceive the deepest secrets of one's heart resembled a double-edged sword. Once wielded, it obliterated any semblance of secrecy between them. Should he establish a connection with Uzumaki Naruto's soul, the truths of his Uchiha lineage and the secrets nestled within his heart would be laid bare. Uchiha Kei feared that once Uzumaki Mido divulged the secret to Hashirama, he would be heartbroken by the betrayal. She could not bear to see Hashirama suffer because of her. Yet if she did not unravel the seal binding her hands, the dreams of finding Boruto and creating a peaceful world and village alongside Hashirama would remain as distant as the stars on the horizon. Lady Mido, my situation is rather intricate. I am uncertain if you would be willing to keep some secrets for me. Certain truths, if known to Hashirama, might plunge him into despair. Everyone harbors secrets. Rest assured, I shall not divulge another's secrets lightly, Mido declared. Uchiha Kei gazed at Mido's serious demeanor and resolved within himself. In that case, Lord Mido, let us commence. Very well, replied Uzumaki Mido, his voice calm and serene, like still waters, devoid of any disturbance. Uchiha Hikari raised her arm. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if it could incinerate everything in its path, and gently met the fist of Uzumaki Naruto. At the moment their chakra intertwined, it was as though a new portal to another realm gradually unfurled. In an instant, their chakras entered a state of mutual connection. And the life of Uchiha Hikari unfolded like a delicate scroll within the depths of Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Oh, how much have you endured? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. And at last, a flicker of emotion crossed Uzumaki Naruto's composed visage. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed upon the fragmented inner world of Uchiha Hikari, struggling to fathom how she had persevered through such trials. From becoming a war orphan to being adopted, only to lose 3 younger brothers. From the painstaking journey to earn her brother's recognition, followed by being cast aside by her entire family, exploited and tormented, living a life devoid of humanity. From receiving guidance from Uzumaki Boruto to experiencing the profound solitude of abandonment. Uzumaki Naruto's heart, once a tranquil pool, stirred with faint ripples of compassion and sympathy as she confronted the tumultuous past of Uchiha Hikari. The experiences of Uchiha Itachi have been fraught with twists and profound tragedies, evoking an indescribable sorrow within Uzumaki Mido. Shortly thereafter, Uzumaki Mido slowly retracted her fist, rendered speechless for an extended period. Uchiha Hikari found herself momentarily speechless. Their understanding was mutual. She too had glimpsed the inner world of Uzumaki Mido. Mido's experiences were fraught with challenges, and while she had set her own burdens aside, the poised and composed red-haired maiden before her concealed a wealth of unimaginable hardships. She had endured countless trials of rigorous study and training, shouldering the immense expectations of the Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Kushina, as well as the weight of the future responsibilities that lay ahead. Hikari bore witness to all of this and empathized deeply. Let the past remain in the past. We all have our own paths to traverse, do we not? Mido smiled, offering Hikari the most sincere comfort. Indeed, that is true. However, since Lord Mido is already aware of my circumstances, there are matters on which I would like to seek your assistance. Hikari spoke softly. It pertains to the sealing technique upon your arm and the matter of Boruto Uzumaki. Does it not? Mido responded with understanding. Yes, Hikari nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, Mido replied slowly, lifting the seal of the cursed flame is not difficult. But what of Boruto Uzumaki? Hikari inquired eagerly. I regret to inform you, Miss Hikari, that within our Uzumaki clan, There is no golden-haired youth by the name of Boruto Uzumaki, Mito expressed with an apologetic countenance. Without Boruto, how could Hikari stifle a gasp, collapsing helplessly to the ground? Her heart once again filled with despair. She had traversed countless miles, yet had failed to find the one she sought within her heart. Uchiha Hikari was acutely aware that if she could not find Boruto among the Uzumaki clan, it would almost certainly imply that their reunion was indefinitely postponed. Boruto was the beacon of her soul, and now that beacon seemed to be collapsing beyond the horizon. In an instant, Hikari's inner world felt as if it had been struck by a catastrophic calamity, leading to a complete breakdown. Miss Hikari, despair is premature. We have yet to reach a point of hopelessness, Uzumaki Mito spoke gently. Though the Uzumaki clan may not harbor the golden-haired youth, it does not signify that other factions scattered elsewhere do not. But where in this vast sea of humanity could one possibly locate Hikari's despondent voice? If you are eager to find Boruto, I might have a solution, Mito continued thoughtfully. You have a solution? Hikari suddenly stood, her gaze fixed intently upon Mito's face. Mito nodded slightly. Have you ever heard of the renowned Three Sacred Lands? The Three Sacred Lands? Hikari was momentarily taken aback. The image of Lord Slug surfacing in her mind. I only know of the Wetbone Forest where Lord Slug resides. What are the other two? They are Mayaboka Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave, Mito stated with gravity. Among them, Mayaboka Mountain is home to a great toad sage, an ancient being capable of foreseeing celestial and terrestrial phenomena, possessing knowledge of both the past and the future. So, if I journey to Mayaboka Mountain and locate the great toad sage, I could uncover Boruto's whereabouts. Precisely. But, Lord Mito, where exactly is the fabled Mayaboka Mountain? I know very little about its location, Mito admitted, her expression dimming slightly. After our ancestor, Sage of Six Paths, lost contact with the great toad sage, we only learned that Mayaboka Mountain lies near the Sea of Moon, approximately in the northern part of the Frost Country. The Frost Country? I recall that it is situated in the northern region of the Fire Country, known as the Land of Cold. Hikari sighed, confusion flooding her mind. But shouldn't T-toads inhabit warm and humid southern regions? Once, the Sea of Moon was a vast expanse of land. After the Sage of Six Paths created the moon, the land transformed into an inland sea. As the water level receded, the oil minerals embedded in the rock layers became exposed, creating an ideal habitat for the toads. The reason Mayaboka Mountain is elusive is that many seekers, misled by the toad's habits, erroneously believe it is located in the south, spending their entire lives without ever discovering its true location, Mito elucidated. Ah, now I understand, Hikari exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Chapter 26, Hashirama's wedding. Just as Hikari was inquiring about Mayaboka Mountain, Hashirama's voice suddenly echoed. Lord Mito, Hikari, Aya Hashirama-sama? Have you completed the trial so soon? I'm not entirely sure, Hashirama replied awkwardly. I suppose I passed? How could that be possible? The trial of the true waterfall concluded remarkably swiftly, astonishing even Uzumaki Mizuho. She had never witnessed anyone reconcile with their innermost self in such a brief span, leading her to suspect that Hashirama might be fabricating his account. Hashirama, how did you achieve this? How could you confront yourself so expeditiously? Inquired Uchiha Hikari, equally intrigued. Hashirama scratched his head, revealing a hint of bashfulness. I encountered no one within, he admitted. What? Both Hikari and Mizuho were taken aback. Mizuho, perplexed, remarked, that's implausible. Everyone harbors a shadowy aspect they are reluctant to unveil. The true waterfall trial is renowned for its accuracy. Yet, I truly encountered nothing, Hashirama responded, chuckling innocently. Uchiha Hikari reflected on Hashirama's numerous feats, suddenly contemplating that this seemingly foolish boy might indeed be sincere. Well, Mizuho, I must gently explain. We have previously shared our thoughts, and you understand how I perceive Hashirama. Perhaps he is indeed truthful. Mizuho was momentarily speechless. She had never encountered such a situation. Lord Hashirama, she said, as he began to grow anxious. If I encountered nothing, how could I possess the ability to connect with others? That is quite simple. We shall ascertain it through a trial, Mizuho declared, extending her fist toward Hashirama. You need only channel your chakra to meet my fist. All right, Hashirama replied, extending his hand. In that moment of connection, Mizuho seemed to traverse the entirety of Hashirama's life. Her gaze reflected an unprecedented warmth and respect, for Hashirama was not only the purest individual she had ever seen but also the most authentic. His heart was fervent and warm, his aspirations grand, coupled with an unwavering resolve to realize those dreams. This young man had never erected barriers within his soul. His life bore no hidden shadows, only brightness and openness. His spirit resembled a crystalline waterfall, pure and transparent, needing no trial to cleanse it. For he had long since reconciled with himself, embodying his truest self. For the first time, Mizuho encountered someone like Hashirama. Someone who shared her dream, a person genuinely yearning for true peace in the ninja world. Lord Hashirama, you are indeed a rare gem in this world. Perhaps you truly can lead the ninja realm towards harmony. In her calm eyes, admiration began to glimmer for the first time. However, Hashirama expressed disappointment. Yet I could not glimpse into Lord Mizuho's heart. He withdrew his fist, visibly disheartened. Clearly, Hashirama had not managed to reflect his true inner self through the true waterfall, thus failing to gain the power of mutual understanding with others. Observing Hashirama's crestfallen demeanor, Mizuho gently spoke, "If Lord Hashirama does not mind, I would be willing to serve as a bridge for you to communicate with others' hearts." What does that mean? In a moment of confusion, Hashirama pondered. "You thick-headed fool, Lady Mido has expressed her willingness to stand by your side and utilize this ability on your behalf," Uchiha Kagami reminded him. "So, does this mean that Lady Mido has consented to an alliance with the Senju clan?" Hashirama's face brightened with joy. "Before I spoke with you, the Uzumaki clan had already resolved to commence specific collaboration once you both passed the test," Mido replied calmly. "Splendid." Hashirama and Uchiha Kagami exchanged smiles. That afternoon, they returned to the Hidden Tide village to share the delightful news of their alliance with everyone. The Senju envoy swiftly dispatched the message back to the Senju clan. In the following days, both parties engaged in thorough discussions regarding the details of their cooperation. The Uzumaki clan generously promised to provide extensive knowledge of sealing techniques and to dispatch skilled sensory ninjas and sealing experts from their clan to participate in the campaign against the Uchiha clan. In turn, the Senju clan guaranteed that their ninjas would unconditionally protect the Uzumaki clan, regardless of time or place. However, the most noteworthy development was the impending union between the Senju clan's young leader, Hashirama Senju, and the Uzumaki clan's princess, Mido Uzumaki. From a young age, Mido had exhibited a remarkable talent for sealing techniques, possessing not only an insightful perception of others' hearts but also rumored abilities to sense the malice hidden deep within. A transcendent skill beyond conventional perception. Upon learning of the Uzumaki clan's intention to ally through marriage, the Senju clan leader, Utsuma, could not contain his joy and readily consented to the union. As time passed, half a month swiftly elapsed. Today marked the day of Hashirama and Mido's wedding in the Hidden Tide village. Although they had yet to reach the legal age for marriage, Mido's impending departure to the Senju clan necessitated this ceremony, as she would no longer tread upon Uzumaki territory. To bid farewell to his beloved daughter, the Uzumaki clan leader, Ashina, organized this wedding as both a celebration and a farewell ritual. The clan's folk gathered in joyous unity, their blessings and laughter intertwining, adding warmth and solemnity to this unique occasion. During the ceremony, Hashirama appeared somewhat flustered, his awkward demeanor contrasting sharply with his usual image as the young clan leader. Eliciting laughter from the guests, he still found it hard to comprehend Butsuma's unwavering agreement to the marriage, as his dreams remained unfulfilled while he was hastily stepping into matrimony, stirring a sense of reluctance within him. Thus, on the eve of the wedding, he sought out Uchiha Kagami to reveal his feelings for her, only to be met with her apologetic rejection. This response was not unexpected, as her heart had long been claimed by another, leaving no room for Hashirama. Now, faced with the Uzumaki clan's warm hospitality, particularly Mido's sincere affection, Hashirama suddenly understood that this was an essential path to realizing his dreams. He gazed at the fiery-haired maiden beside him and resolved to wholeheartedly cherish this unconditional trust and support. Lord Hashirama. The Whirlpool Water Mistress possesses the ability to comprehend the heart of Hashirama. Her smile radiates warmth akin to the gentle caress of spring, and her eyes are filled with aspirations for the future and boundless trust in Hashirama. Time has flown by so swiftly, and it is remarkable that even Hashirama has found the most significant person in his life. During the wedding ceremony, Uchiha Kagami sat quietly by the window, her hands cradling her cheeks, gazing at them with a look of envy. Unconsciously, memories of Boruto flooded her mind. Had Boruto not vanished, would their future together have been as blissful as that of Mito and Hashirama? Chapter 27. The Departure of Light. Following the wedding between the two clans, Uchiha Kagami and Senju Hashirama have fully immersed themselves in the life of the Uzumaki clan over the past few days. Each day, in addition to their studies of sealing techniques, they have had the privilege of exploring the Uzumaki clan's library, where the tomes on sealing arts have truly broadened their horizons. Uchiha Hikari has managed to unseal the cursed flames affixed to him entirely on his own. On the following day, under the guidance of Uzumaki Mido, they paid a visit to the clan's training grounds. Witnessing the diligence and talent of the young ninjas, coupled with an educational yet entertaining training philosophy, filled Hashirama with boundless aspirations for the ninja school he envisioned establishing in the future. Hashirama, esteemed clan leader, I have received word that we are to return home tomorrow. Uchiha Hikari softly relayed, holding a communication dispatch from the intelligence squad. Are we really leaving so soon? A hint of reluctance flickered in Hashirama's eyes. He had grown fond of the harmonious atmosphere of the Uzumaki ninja village, where everything enveloped him in tranquility and warmth. Indeed, Hikari gently patted Hashirama's shoulder, his gaze shimmering with resolute light. But let us not forget our mission, to transform the land of fire into a nation as peaceful and joyful as Uzumaki village. Hashirama lifted his gaze, meeting Hikari's eyes, and a fervent flame ignited in their hearts. They understood that a long journey lay ahead of them. You're right, Hashirama said, slapping his cheeks to invigorate himself, the spark of vitality and determination rekindling in his eyes. I shall inform Sister Mito. With that, Uchiha Hikari turned and departed, his figure as light as the wind. On the fourth day at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, Uzumaki Mito, accompanied by several attendants and the Senju envoy, embarked on their journey back to the Senju clan. She gazed at the lush vegetation of the land of fire, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Speaking of which, this is my first time leaving Uzumaki Ninja Village, Mito murmured softly, as if conversing with herself. Or perhaps sharing her inner joy with Uchiha Hikari. Sister Mito, do you admire the scenery of the land of fire? Hikari's voice was gentle. Since learning sealing techniques alongside Mito, their bond had grown closer. Indeed, I find it utterly enchanting. Mito's gaze tenderly swept across the surroundings as if she could imprint every landscape upon her heart. When you reach the Senju clan, you will be even more astonished. The lushness there rivals even that of Turtle Island. Hikari's words brimmed with pride and anticipation. Is that so? Then I shall make sure to take a good look. Uchiha Hikari and Uzumaki Mito possess the extraordinary ability to sense each other's innermost feelings through chakra. Faced with Mito's unease and profound loneliness in this unfamiliar environment, Hikari empathizes deeply and strives to alleviate Mito's gloom by initiating conversation. By the way, have you heard about all the embarrassing things Hashirama did in the past? Would you like to hear, Sister Mito? A mischievous glint flickers in Hikari's eyes as she attempts to infuse their journey with a touch of levity. I would like to hear, Mito replies with a gentle nod, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Hey, Hikari, at least give me a bit of respect, Hashirama feigns discontent, though his eyes betray a playful mirth. All right, I shall refrain from sharing, Hikari retorts with a knowing smile. In that case, let me tell you about Hashirama's two younger brothers. Time passes swiftly amidst the joyful laughter and camaraderie shared between Hikari and Mito. The territory of the Senju clan comes into view, greeted by the warmest smiles and the most exuberant festivities from the clan, showcasing their utmost sincerity and respect. This moment marks Mito's first encounter with the revered Senju clan. After exchanging pleasantries, both Hashirama and Hikari sense Mito's youthful heart retreating, replaced by her remarkable prowess in the art of diplomacy as a princess of her clan. In the following days, Mito's wisdom and acumen leave many elders in the clan feeling humble. Not only does she firmly establish herself within the Senju clan through her own abilities, but her exceptional insights and extensive knowledge also earn her the admiration and following of numerous young ninjas, including Tobirama, garnering great respect and envy alike. As night falls, moonlight filters into Hashirama's residence. Sister Mito's capabilities are truly admirable. Hikari expresses her heartfelt admiration and envy upon witnessing Mito's outstanding performance. Indeed, her brilliance sometimes makes me feel undeserving of her companionship, Hashirama murmurs softly, his gaze tenderly resting upon Mito, who is peacefully asleep beside the desk, as he gently drapes a warm garment over her. Hikari, I have something important to tell you. Hikari's expression grows solemn, as if she is about to reveal significant news. You are planning to leave, aren't you? Hashirama speaks slowly, having sensed the underlying premonition of departure in Hikari's heart, though he had refrained from broaching the subject. Yes. Hikari lowers her head in remorse, though I wish to remain by your side and assist you in realizing your dreams. You now have the extraordinarily talented Sister Mito beside you, and Tobirama's strategies are maturing as well. Your strength is formidable, and it seems I am merely an inconsequential presence. Hikari, to me, you are anything but inconsequential, Hashirama asserts with unwavering determination, fixing his gaze on her. Every individual possesses unique value, and in my heart, you have always been irreplaceable. You were the first to acknowledge my dreams and have unwavering faith in them. I shall await your return. On the path towards establishing a peaceful village, I find myself in need of your assistance. Thank you, Hashirama. There is a profound affection and unwavering resolve in Hashirama's voice, stirring a warm current within Uchiha Kageme's heart. Indeed, had I not fortuitously encountered you, I might have perished amidst the onslaught of the Uchiha and the Yuhi clans. Your presence has bestowed upon me the hope of life and the opportunity to realize my dreams, and Uchiha Kageme's words are imbued with deep gratitude towards Hashirama. At least, would you kindly inform me of your destination? Hashirama's voice carries an indescribable sense of reluctance and concern. As for my destination, Sister Mito is aware, upon my departure. You may inquire with her to find out. Uchiha Kagami closed his eyes as if bidding farewell to this land. As the moonlight was subtly veiled by clouds, the interior of the room dimmed abruptly, the air thick with a gentle melancholy of parting. The figure of Uchiha K, like a fleeting shadow in the night, quietly vanishes into the darkness, leaving behind only a subtle trace of chakra in the air, whispering of her past existence. The departure of Uchiha Kagami weighed heavily on Hashirama's heart. He understood that each individual possesses their own mission and dreams, and his duty was to honor Kagami's aspirations. Chapter 28. The Truth. The following day, the departure of Uchiha K was akin to an abrupt winter chill, catching one off guard. The most difficult to come to terms with was the plight of Banjian. For Banjian, Uchiha K was not only a savior but also the sister who cherished him deeply, as well as the mentor who imparted the wisdom of survival. His tears fell like scattered pearls, silently narrating the anguish within his heart. Vortex Mito and Hashirama were aware of the circumstances surrounding Uchiha K, though stirred by emotions. They did not experience the same turmoil as Banjian. Yet, Tobarama, usually as calm as a placid lake, unexpectedly displayed a sense of loss this time. In Tobarama's heart, Uchiha K had become an irreplaceable confidant, while Mito had imparted a wealth of political knowledge. Uchiha K's unique insights into strategy and real combat had always been of immense benefit to him. On this day, Hashirama felt an emptiness in his heart due to K's departure. He once again sought refuge from the clamor of the clan, finding solace by the familiar stream near the forest waterfall. Is it true that K has left? The voice of Uchiha Ban, tinged with a hint of sorrow, sat beside Hashirama, as both gazed silently at the flowing waters, their hearts tumultuous. Has she not come to find you? Hashirama broke the silence, having acquired new abilities. She should be seeking Ban to restore her memories. She has not. Perhaps, as she said, only by distancing herself can she better protect me and Izuna. Ban murmured, filled with helplessness and concern. Speaking of which, do you currently sense the effects of the genjutsu you underwent? Though faint, I have indeed noticed blind spots in my memories. If I were to fill those gaps with K's words, it would form a complete recollection. So, you mean the clan leader there truly cast genjutsu upon you? Ban replied hesitantly, uncertain whether to trust his father or the sister he had just come to know. As evening fell, Hashirama unexpectedly encountered Tobarama on his way back to the encampment. What is it, Tobarama? Hashirama inquired with concern, recognizing the gravity in Tobarama's demeanor, signaling that matters were far from simple. Brother, I have something to discuss with you. Tobarama's grave tone tightened Hashirama's heart. He understood that Tobarama rarely displayed such emotions, indicating that crucial and troublesome matters lay behind them. The two returned to the clan's grounds with heavy footsteps, heading straight to the chamber of the clan leader, Senja Hashirama. As the door creaked open, they were met with the serious visage of Senja Hashirama, seated at his desk, his gaze profound. Hashirama, he spoke gravely. You often meet with a young boy by the river, do you not? How do you know of this? Hashirama's heart tightened. It is Father's command that I keep watch over you. Tobarama's voice broke the tense silence. Tobarama? How could it be that Hashirama's gaze shifted toward his brother? Filled with incredulity? In terms of perceptive ability, I far surpass you. It is impossible for you to discern my presence. Tobarama's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. Recently, the clan had been exceedingly busy due to preparations for war, and your frequent excursions during such a tumultuous time must surely have a reason. Senja Tobarama spoke solemnly. I have investigated the youth you encountered. He hails from the Uchiha clan. Hashirama's pupils contracted sharply, shock and confusion intertwining in his eyes. He has already slain numerous elite ninjas from our clan, reputed to be a boy gifted with extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Is this truly the case? Hashirama whispered to himself, recalling the moments spent with Madara, his friend's confident gaze now appearing laden with significance. You seem utterly unfazed. Surely, you cannot already be privy to each other's surnames? Tobarama's gaze was piercing, as if capable of penetrating the very soul. No, we are unaware, Hashirama attempted to clarify, though uncertainty tinged his words. Hashirama, you must comprehend the gravity of this situation. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tobarama's eyes, his voice carrying an irrefutable authority. The Senju and Uchiha clans are sworn enemies. I have yet to disclose this matter to our kin, but should it be revealed, you will be regarded as a traitor. If you wish to avoid being deemed a spy, you must follow that boy the next time you meet him and bring back intelligence on the Uchiha clan. This is your mission. Should he discover your intentions, you must eliminate him. Hashirama felt as though struck by lightning, his gaze unfocused. Nearly suffocated by the weight of this sudden pressure. Father, Hashirama hesitated, the turmoil and anguish within him rendering speech difficult. Hashirama, this is a task you must fulfill. Tobarama's voice was unyielding, akin to the ironclad laws of their clan. Hashirama's gaze grew hollow. His father's command loomed over him like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. Madara, the dear friend with whom he had shared countless moments, dreams, and hopes, was, in fact, a ninja of the Uchiha clan. If Madara belonged to the Uchiha, then so too did his light. Contemplating such a possibility, Hashirama hastily denied it. Please, wait a moment. Father, is he truly of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, Hashirama. Tobarama's tone remained resolute. If you expose your Senju identity, he will feign indifference to acquire information. He is not to be trusted. No. He would not act in such a manner. Hashirama attempted to counter, though his voice lacked strength. It was his clan that murdered your brother. Can you truly place your faith in such a person? Tobarama's rebuke was like a sharpened blade, piercing Hashirama's heart. No one knows what motives that boy harbors. Should you be deceived, it could plunge the Senju clan into peril. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Hashirama murmured to himself, his heart burdened with an indescribable anguish. To be on the safe side, Tobarama and I will accompany you. Do you understand? The cold voice of Senju Tobarama resonated, awaiting Hashirama's response. Hashirama comprehended the weight of Tobarama's reply, laden with profound sorrow and helplessness. As night descended, Hashirama returned to the residence of Uzumaki Mido in a daze. The stark reality of Uchiha Bido and the Uchiha clan echoing in his mind like thunder. This marked the first time in his life that he felt such bewilderment and despair, as if the world had lost its vibrancy. He was uncertain whom to trust or how to make his choices. Mido, while engrossed in official documents, looked up to find Hashirama entering with a despondent expression. Her eyes filled with concern. What troubles you? She inquired. Hashirama raised his gaze, locking eyes with his wife, and solemnly asked, You have long been aware of Abido's identity. Haven't you? A flicker of change crossed Mido's countenance as she took a deep breath and replied softly, Yes, Hashirama. But you must believe that Abido and our relationship is not adversarial. There are unspoken reasons behind her actions, and we have our own positions to uphold. However, the most crucial aspect is that I trust her, just as I trust you. Things are not as you perceive. Abido has her own unavoidable reasons. Mido's voice carried a hint of gravity. Unavoidable reasons? Hashirama's expression shifted to one of confusion. Indeed, Mido sighed, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Now that you are aware of her identity, I need not conceal the truth any longer. I shall share everything I know about Abido. Taking a deep breath as if to gather her thoughts, Mido began recounting the depths of Abido's heart, revealing her tragic background, the suffering and betrayal she endured, as well as the redemption and rekindled dreams she encountered. After listening, Hashirama felt his eyes welling up with tears, his heart aching. Why did she not confide in me? Even in her suffering? We are important allies. Why could she not let me share her burden? Mido approached Hashirama, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Her voice laced with tenderness. Hashirama, now that you understand everything, do you still feel betrayed after hearing Abido's story? Hashirama paused in silence for a moment, then fixed his gaze resolutely on the horizon, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Even before her departure, Abido was still supporting my dreams. I choose to believe in her. I shall not wallow in despair any longer. Mido looked at Hashirama with a sense of relief as he regained his strength, a warm wave washing over her heart. As night enveloped the world, Hashirama stepped outside, the moonlight casting a solitary glow upon him, accentuating his isolation. He retrieved the small stone that had been given to him by Ban from his bosom, gently caressing its surface with his fingers, as if he could sense Ban's emotions through it. Since I can place my trust in light, then Ban, I choose to trust you as well, he murmured softly, his voice dissolving into the night breeze. Raising his gaze to the starry sky, unwavering determination sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 29. The clash. As the dawn of the second day broke, the familiar river flowed quietly over the forest waterfall. Hashirama and Ban, two young souls, stood as they always did, gazing at each other from opposite banks. Have you come so soon? In that case, shall we greet each other with a game of skipping stones? Ban's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Certainly. Hashirama nodded in agreement. The two withdrew stones from their pockets and hurled them with force. The stones danced upon the water's surface, ultimately being caught securely by one another. Upon looking down, they simultaneously noticed inscriptions etched upon each other's stones, silent warnings. Hashirama, I apologize, but I cannot play today. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. Ben tucked away his stone and turned to leave. Is that so? Well, I had intended to return today as well. Hashirama waved goodbye, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. The inscriptions on the stones served as a covert signal, conveying urgent information. Run. It's a trap. Hurry. No sooner had the words left their lips than a powerful surge of chakra erupted beneath their feet, and they swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to escape in a flash. Is this an attempt to flee? Frowned Tobarama, who lay in ambush nearby. Swiftly deducing the situation, Hashirama has leaked information. We must act, Tobarama. Yes, father. Tobarama responded promptly, springing into action. In the blink of an eye, four ninjas stood at the center of the river, a tense atmosphere enveloping the scene. It appears our thoughts align, Tobarama, chuckled Uchiha Taijima, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, directing a mocking grin at the advancing Tobarama and his father. And Tobarama is also here, Taijima continued. As Uchiha Azuna revealed his battle intent, his gaze fixed intently on Tobarama. They had clashed numerous times on the battlefield, harboring a profound enmity for one another. Indeed. It seems so, Uchiha Taijima, Tobarama retorted with a cold smile. Oh? So Azuna is here as well. A spark of battle intent flickered in Tobarama's eyes. Oh no. At the riverbank, Hashirama turned back to witness the tense standoff, a weight settling in his heart. He had not anticipated the Uchiha clan's thoughts to align so remarkably with their own, the circumstances nearly identical. Tobarama and Uchiha Taijima, the two clan leaders, were evenly matched. Throughout their previous encounters, both parties were acutely aware of this fact. In the training of ninjas, regardless of the situation encountered, one must never exhibit the slightest hint of panic. A momentary lapse could determine life or death. As clan leaders, both adults understood that should their children be harmed, the ensuing turmoil within them would be inevitable. This meant that in this battle, the one who first struck down the other's child would secure victory. The gazes of Uchiha Taijima and Shinja Hashirama met, akin to two undercurrents colliding in the air, instantly stirring a tempest. In that fleeting moment, two shurikens, like arrows released from a bowstring, shot forth with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at Shinja Tobarama and Uchiha Azuna, seemingly destined to find their mark. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, urgent cries echoed from both banks. Stop. Madara and Hashirama, akin to two bolts of lightning, released stones from their hands, slicing through the air with astonishing speed and precision, deflecting the shurikens launched by Taijima and Tobarama, thus averting disaster. In an instant, the atmosphere froze, with both parties' gazes converging upon Hashirama and Madara. At that moment, the tension seemed to dissipate with their actions, establishing a 3-against-3 standoff. The eyes of Hashirama and Madara met, revealing not only confusion and resignation but also a trace of lingering camaraderie. Hashirama responded, his gaze equally complex, filled with sorrow for the present and nostalgia for the past. I will never forgive anyone who seeks to harm my brother. And I feel the same, Hashirama replied, his eyes resolute and unwavering. It appears that the foolishly beautiful future we spoke of may truly be out of reach. Madara's expression darkened. Madara. Despite the brevity of our time together, I have genuinely found joy, Hashirama. Madara's demeanor remained somber. Now, the situation stands at 3-against-3. What are our chances of victory? Uchiha Taijima inquired, his voice imbued with trust in Madara. No, Hashirama is stronger than I am. If we engage directly, we will lose, Madara analyzed, possessing a clear understanding of Hashirama's prowess. Is there a child, even mightier than my brother? Uchiha Azuna exclaimed in astonishment, having witnessed Madara's formidable strength since childhood. He could scarcely fathom a youth stronger than Madara. Is this true? Given such strength, we should retreat. Uchiha Taijima pondered for a moment before deciding to withdraw. He understood that the disparity in power rendered the odds of victory slim. Farewell, Madara turned, slowly retreating with the Uchiha clan. Madara, you haven't truly given up, have you? We have finally arrived at a shared vision and dream. Hashirama's voice bore a hint of pleading, unwilling to accept the scene before him. You are Senju. If only our ideals could diverge, Madara responded with resignation. My brother was slain by the Senju clan, and your brother was killed by the Uchiha, Hashirama countered. Therefore, there is no need for us to be candid with each other. From this moment on, let us meet upon the battlefield, Shinja Hashirama. My name is Uchiha Madara. As the words left his lips, Madara's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, the tomo of his Sharingan evolving from 2 to 3, signifying the awakening of his power. Father. Look, brother's eyes. The voice of Uchiha Izuna resonated with excitement. Hee. Although we could not acquire information on the Senju, we have obtained something else of great value. Uchiha Taijima chuckled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. The 3-tomo Sharingan, has it just awakened? The voice of Senju Hashirama revealed astonishment and contemplation. In that fleeting moment, Hashirama comprehended the profound implications of the awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Madara intended to erase their friendship from his heart entirely. He sought to bury all memories of the past, including camaraderie, deep within, leaving only a lingering hatred for his adversaries. On the riverbank, the tense atmosphere among the 6 gradually dissipated, giving way to a weighty sense of inevitability. From that day forth, the conflict between the Senju and the Uchiha escalated daily, and Hashirama and Madara irrevocably became foes. They stood at the farthest distance from each other's dreams, and each clash felt like a tearing asunder of their once cherished friendship. Every wound they inflicted became a farewell to the past. The warmth and aspirations that once resided in their hearts were consumed by the relentless reality, leaving only an endless cycle of battle and enmity. Yet, despite this, a corner of Hashirama's heart still harbored memories of Madara, a nostalgia for their innocent friendship. He understood that Madara's transformation was compelled by fate and driven by hatred. Chapter 30. The search for Myobokuzen, unaware of the tremendous upheaval engulfing the ninja world. Uchiha Kagami was wholly absorbed in her quest for the legendary sacred land of Myobokuzen. After a fortnight, traversing numerous perilous obstacles, she finally arrived at the Frost Country. Located in the northern region of the Land of Fire, a realm cloaked in ice and snow, shrouded in mystery. Guided by the words of Uzumaki Mido and the reminders from Lord Jiraiya, Uchiha Kagami began to form a rough idea of Myobokuzen's location. She tentatively concluded that it was concealed along the coastline at the border between the Frost Country and the Land of Waterfall. Uchiha Kira initially lingered in the Land of Frost for several days, yet she encountered not a trace of Myoboku Mountain. However, in the vicinity of the Moonlit Sea, she unexpectedly stumbled upon remnants of ancient civilizations and vast abandoned villages. Within these villages, totems and runes narrate tales of forgotten histories. Uchiha Hikari keenly discerned that this place had once served as a sanctuary for the followers of the Byakugan, seemingly intertwined with the Hyuga clan in myriad ways. Even more peculiar was the burial custom of these adherents, who interred their deceased kin within their abodes, vigilantly guarded by a cadre of intricately crafted puppets. Initially, Uchiha Hikari mistook these puppets for living beings, attempting to engage in conversation, only to be met with a tempest of shurikens that nearly cost her life. Alas, how could frogs possibly inhabit such a bizarre locale? Uchiha Hikari sighed softly as she meticulously disassembled one of the puppets for her research, and resolved to depart from the Land of Frost, continuing her quest towards the Land of Waterfalls. After another fortnight of arduous travel, she finally set foot upon the soil of the Land of Waterfalls. In stark contrast to the frigid climate of the Land of Frost, the Land of Waterfalls boasted a diverse landscape, with a temperate climate that exuded a serene tranquility, unmarred by the conflicts of the world. Uchiha Hikari felt an inner joy, for this was precisely the environment she envisioned for Myoboku Mountain, an idyllic habitat suited for frogs. In this land, the inhabitants lived in a state of almost primal innocence, harmoniously coexisting with every chirp of birds and gentle breeze. Life flowed slowly and serenely, resembling an untouched canvas untainted by the world. The village, with its ancient wooden houses nestled against the mountains, was arranged in a charming disorder, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, filling the air with warmth and the essence of home. The villagers adhered to the age-old rhythm of rising with the sun and resting with its descent, cultivating and harvesting, breathing in unison with the land. At night, in the Land of Waterfalls, the starlit sky was breathtaking, with the Milky Way stretching across the heavens like a flowing silver ribbon. The villagers gathered around a bonfire, sharing the fruits of their labor from the year and recounting ancient tales passed down through generations. Music and laughter danced in the night breeze, and this simplicity and harmony filled Uchiha Hikari with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and beauty, just as she was immersed in this serenity. A little girl approached her with curiosity and enthusiasm. "Beautiful sister, would you like to join us for today's water festival?" The girl's voice was like a clear mountain spring, pure and innocent. Water festival? Uchiha Hikari momentarily paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. "Yes," the girl exclaimed excitedly. "In our Land of Waterfalls, we hold the water festival at this time every year to thank the deities for their protection throughout the year." Deities? Uchiha Hikari keenly caught the key term. What do you mean by deities? Of course, the water god. The girl replied eagerly. Every year at this time, our village faces drought, but miraculously, the water god of Thorny Mountain bestows upon us life-giving rain, resolving all our issues. Water god, Uchiha Hikari softly repeated, having never heard of such a divinity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, shattering the tranquility like an earthquake. Sister, listen. That is the voice of the water god. The little girl exclaimed with excitement. What kind of being must the water god be to produce such a sound? Uchiha Hikari lamented, unable to associate the thunderous roar with the legendary deity. Forgive me. Little sister, I must take my leave. Amidst the mountains, an unprecedented epic confrontation unfolded quietly, reminiscent of a celestial battle between gods and demons. A colossal toad, whose immense form seemed to rival the very mountains, engaged in a breathtaking clash with a similarly grandiose serpent, winding through the terrain like a majestic range. Each leap of the giant toad sent tremors through the earth, as if the entire forest rallied behind it in encouragement. Meanwhile, the serpent's every constriction rendered the air palpable, its sheer power astonishing. The lake nestled in the mountains was disturbed by their fierce struggle, erupting like an enraged beast, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the villages below. In the collision of strength, the giant toad gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Its massive body struggled against the serpent's constricting grip, each attempt to break free appearing increasingly arduous, as if it were on the verge of being suffocated. Cursed serpent, darting about like that. The giant toad cursed in frustration, a hint of despair evident in its voice. Just at that critical moment, an exuberant voice pierced the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. It's a toad. Truly, a toad. And it can speak. As the words echoed, Uchiha Hikari descended like a divine warrior. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Her pupils contracted instantaneously, and an invisible illusionary force emanated from her eyes, penetrating the cold gaze of the serpent and drawing it into the realm of her kaleidoscopic genjutsu. The serpent's massive form suddenly stiffened, a flicker of confusion and fear crossing its eyes, its serpentine body no longer agile, as if bound by invisible chains. Ha, well done. Young lady. The enormous toad seized the opportunity to break free from the serpent's grasp, unleashing a thunderous roar filled with gratitude toward Uchiha Hikari, its mysterious savior. Uchiha Hikari stood atop the colossal toad, her hands resting confidently on her hips, gazing down at the giant serpent sprawled on the ground. The poise she exuded radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Your prowess is commendable. The voice of the enormous toad conveyed a hint of admiration, offering a high appraisal of Uchiha Hikari. Wow, the toad is speaking, truly speaking? Uchiha Hikari, taken aback, felt an unprecedented surge of curiosity and excitement. Isn't it astonishing? A mere human has ventured into this sacred land of Mayaboka Mountain. The giant toad's voice carried an air of incredulity. Mayaboka Mountain? You just referred to this place as Mayaboka Mountain, correct? Uchiha Hikari pressed, an overwhelming joy and exhilaration swelling within her. Indeed, the giant toad affirmed, its voice resonating like the clang of a hammer, quickening Uchiha Hikari's heartbeat. Splendid! I have finally found it. She joyfully leaped down from the great toad's head, embracing the creature's head with fervor. Oh, great toad, sir, could you possibly take me to meet your revered sage toad? I have a request. Certainly, after all. You saved my life. I can assist you with this minor favor, the giant toad replied with a warm smile, brimming with gratitude. However, we are still quite a distance from the true Mayaboka Mountain. It will likely be daylight by the time we arrive. No matter, I possess great confidence in my endurance. Uchiha Hikari responded with a smile as refreshing as a mountain breeze, invigorating the great toad. Under the moonlight, the great toad recounted the tale of Mayaboka Mountains, revealing that they resided in a mysterious region known as the Thorny Mountain Range. The entire range twisted and coiled like the sharp spikes of the northern tip of the Great Turtle Island, home to creatures as colossal as those on the back of the great turtle, embodying breathtaking wildness and strength. The Thorny Mountain Range boasted numerous entrances, yet each was guarded by layers of enigmatic barriers, serving as natural shields to completely isolate Mayaboka Mountain from the outside world, safeguarding the toads within the sacred land from external disturbances. Uchiha Light and the giant toad arrived at dawn. Pray tell, young lady, how did you navigate through the intricate barrier of the mountain? The giant toad's curiosity was piqued, and it expressed astonishment at Uchiha Light's ability to breach the barrier. Hee. Uchiha Light replied playfully, her Sharingan slowly awakening. My eyes possess a certain uniqueness, allowing me to easily see through this barrier. You indeed have the sage eyes. The giant toad remarked, a hint of admiration and awe in its voice. In human terms, it is referred to as Sharingan. What a peculiar name. The giant toad glanced ahead and declared, "Before us lies the land of toads and Mount Mayaboku." Oh, have we finally arrived? Chapter 31. The Sleeping Sage Mount Mayaboku. The land of toads. Lord Fukasaku, a human child, has arrived in the mountains, echoed the giant toad's voice within the sanctum of Mount Mayaboku. Here, lifelike toadstone sculptures adorned the surroundings, each in various poses, as if guarding the secrets of this sacred land. The cliffs around flowed with golden oil, resembling liquid gold sand, imbuing the terrain with an enchanting hue. At the center of the sanctum, on a diminutive altar, sat a tiny green toad. No taller than a human knee, its hands clasped, expression grave, and gaze profound, intently observing Uchiha Light. Oh, has the moment finally arrived? Uchiha Light was taken aback by the scene, incredulity washing over her as she inquired, "From your tone, it seems you anticipated my arrival. Are you then the great toad sage capable of foreseeing the future?" "I am not the great toad sage you speak of," the small green toad replied, a hint of mystery in its voice. "I know you would come because the true great toad sage informed me. He foretold that a human child possessing sage eyes would arrive at Mount Mayaboku, and instructed me to teach you the power of toads and bestow upon you prophecies." "Is there truly a power to foresee the future? How utterly astonishing!" Uchiha Light exclaimed. "Then, what prophecy does the great toad sage wish to impart to me?" "Alas, I do not know," the small green toad admitted, a trace of helplessness in its tone. "Eh?" Uchiha Light's expression was one of utter astonishment. "In any case, you must practice here while awaiting the great toad sage's prophecy," the small green toad continued, its tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. "Why can't you deliver the prophecy to me now?" Uchiha Light queried, perplexed. "Because the great toad sage is currently asleep. Your destiny lies in training here. Do not question further," the small green toad replied with a hint of severity, as if to remind Uchiha Light that some matters require patient waiting. "He is asleep?" Uchiha Light felt a twinge of embarrassment, a wry smile forming within her as she realized it would be inappropriate to disturb the great toad sage's slumber. "However, being here in Mount Mayaboku proves that you have been chosen as the child of destiny. Strive diligently, young lady." The words of the small green toad, Shinsaku, resonated with encouragement and anticipation. "Very well." Uchiha Hikaru nodded in agreement. On that afternoon, Uchiha Hikaru commenced her secluded life in Mayaboku Mountain, awaiting the prophecy while, under Shinsaku's meticulous guidance, she engaged in the training of sage arts and ninjutsu. "Young lady, please inscribe your name on this scroll to establish a summoning contract with Mayaboku Mountain," Shinsaku intoned gravely. "All right." Uchiha Hikaru pricked her finger, allowing her blood to flow onto the immense scroll brought by Shinsaku, inscribing her name. At that moment, it felt as if she had forged an indissoluble bond with the sacred land. Shinsaku carefully rolled up the scroll and addressed Uchiha Hikaru. "Now, should you find yourself in urgent need to return to Mayaboku Mountain, you can summon a contact toad, and through my reverse summoning technique, you will be transported here." "How incredibly convenient!" Uchiha Hikaru exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy, for this summoning contract would allow her to evade numerous unnecessary troubles in the future. Now that the contract is established, we must first satisfy our hunger before we begin our training. "Follow me," Shinsaku said with a touch of kindness in his voice. "Oh, are we going to eat?" Uchiha Hikaru replied excitedly, her anticipation for the culinary delights of Mayaboku Mountain palpable. However, upon arriving at the dining table of the Land of Toads, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted her. The table was laden with an array of distinctive dishes: boiled lotus leaves, boiled worms, boiled cicadas, deep-fried locusts, seasoned insects, and roasted bugs. "Come, indulge. It's quite nutritious," chirped a small purple toad named Shima, donned in an apron, with a cheerful demeanor. "I prepared this especially for you. Don't be shy, try these taro worms too." With that, he presented a plate of worms wrapped in white leaves, adorned with droplets of dew, as if whispering tales of their natural purity. Uchiha Hikari gazed at the sumptuous delicacies before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. Beside her, Shinsaku the toad had already devoured a plate of insects with the relish of one consuming sausages. Uchiha Hikari, however, regarded the unique spread with trepidation, summoning her courage. She picked up a spoon and took a tentative sip of the purple broth that emanated from the boiled insects. Never had she felt such fear, even in the face of formidable adversaries, yet now her hand trembled uncontrollably. "No, I cannot succumb to this feeling of nausea. For the sake of survival. For the sake of satiation," Uchiha Hikari steeled herself. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and brought the spoon to her lips, just a small taste, merely a morsel. Subsequently, she struggled to swallow the kaleidoscopic liquid, the flavor threatening to overwhelm her senses. As night fell, Uchiha Hikari and Shinsaku arrived at the training waterfall of the Toad Country. She lay weakly on the ground, the bitter taste lingering in her mouth, as if that meal still echoed within her. Seeing you like this. Your mother would undoubtedly be furious, Shinsaku thought, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. I forced myself to consume it all, Uchiha Hikari sighed, rolling her eyes in resignation. Her voice tinged with fatigue. Well, as long as it fills your belly, do not be picky. In time, you shall grow accustomed to it, Shinsaku reassured her. If I adapt, I fear I may no longer be human, she retorted. Enough of the complaints, let us commence your training, Shinsaku urged. Very well, Uchiha Hikari replied. Rising slowly. First and foremost, you must understand that what I am about to impart is not ninjutsu, but senjutsu, Shinsaku declared with a tone of solemnity. Senjutsu? How does it differ from ninjutsu? To put it simply, ninjutsu utilizes one's internal energy, whereas senjutsu harnesses external energy for its application, Shinsaku explained, his voice imbued with profundity. External energy? Uchiha Hikari inquired, puzzled. Indeed, you should know that ninjutsu involves the cultivation of one's mental and physical energies, employing chakra to execute techniques. Senjutsu, on the other hand, involves refining chakra cultivated within oneself along with externally absorbed natural energy, thereby producing a more potent chakra. This enhanced chakra, when utilized, can significantly amplify ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Chapter 32. The practice of senjutsu. So, the synthesis of mental energy, physical energy, and natural energy is what constitutes senjutsu? Uchiha Hikari articulated. Oh, you grasp concepts swiftly. It appears you possess significant potential as a ninja, Shinsaku remarked with a note of admiration. Then, Master Shinsaku, what precisely is this natural energy you speak of? Uchiha Hikari continued to inquire. That is the energy that exists in the atmosphere and the earth, apart from oneself. You may find it difficult to grasp intuitively, so allow me to demonstrate. Shinsaku the Toad said as he approached a colossal toad statue. With a peculiar gesture of his claws, he effortlessly lifted the massive statue, which was hundreds of times larger than his own body. Is it truly possible to lift that? Uchiha Hikari gazed in astonishment at Master Shinsaku, bewildered by the sheer strength contained within such a diminutive form. This is the power of sage techniques, infused with natural energy. Shinsaku the Toad replied, a hint of pride in his voice. However, I currently cannot perceive natural energy at all. How am I to acquire it? Hikari asked. To absorb natural energy into oneself, one must first achieve a state of oneness with nature, feeling its flow, and drawing it close. Ultimately mastering the art of circulating it within. But as a novice, you cannot calm your mind to sense this energy amid battle. Thus, you must first attain stillness, embodying the essence of a living being. Only when the currents of natural energy harmonize can you truly perceive it. Shinsaku's tone grew solemn. But merely remaining still seems rather simple, Hikari chuckled lightly, believing it to be one of the more manageable aspects of training. Young girl, it is not as effortless as you imagine. For animals, remaining motionless is the most challenging task. Some individuals spend their entire lives without ever sensing a trace of natural energy. Shinsaku cautioned with gravity. Must mastering sage techniques truly take so long? Uchiha Hikari hesitated, concerned that if she wasted too much time here, the situation outside might shift. If Madara and Izuno were to encounter danger, she would be consumed by regret. Your demeanor suggests a sense of urgency, Shinsaku observed keenly, detecting Hikari's inner turmoil. Indeed, for there are many whom I care for in the outside world, Hikari confessed, her voice laced with worry. Given that, there is a way to expedite your perception of natural energy. The oil flowing down from that mountain is the sacred toad oil of Myaboku Mountain. A treasure that emerged from the lunar layers during the era created by the Sage of Six Paths toad oil? How do I test it? Hikari inquired. Come this way and extend your hand, Shinsaku encouraged. All right, Hikari nodded in agreement, following Shinsaku to the edge of the toad oil pool. Shinsaku dipped his finger into the mysterious oil and then applied it to Hikari's arm. Simply applying this oil to your body will allow you to easily feel the influx of natural energy. The guidance of the deep summer toad is succinct yet profound. Ah, deep summer. This sensation is somewhat irritating, Uchiha Hikari murmured, her hand rendered uneasy by the cool, slippery toad oil, her sensitive nerves unable to suppress a soft whisper. Bear with it. This is a rare opportunity to sense natural energy. One day, you shall master it without reliance on this oil, Deep Summer Toad advised gravely, his tone earnest. However, this shortcut does carry certain risks. Uchiha Hikari's confusion lingered, but she soon discovered with alarm that her hand was transforming, resembling that of a toad. If one is not adept in wielding natural energy, there is a real danger of becoming a frog, Deep Summer warned. Eh? Uchiha Hikari gasped. Climbing onto the surface of the toad oil pool, the reflection in the water revealed half her face had morphed into that of a toad, and in fright, she fainted. What a disgrace! Wake up! Deep Summer Toad exclaimed, hastily producing a wooden stick and gently tapping it against her hand. That hurts. The pain jolted her back to consciousness. Huh? I'm back to normal. She gazed at her hands, now restored to their human form. Remember, the key lies in balance. You have already mastered the energies of spirit and body. Now, focus on controlling natural energy. When the three are in harmony, the art of the sage shall be at your command. However, the threshold for practicing sage arts requires the practitioner to possess sufficient physical and spiritual energy. In simpler terms, a formidable chakra is essential. Otherwise, one cannot suppress the natural energy drawn from nature and will ultimately face the fate of becoming a frog. It is imperative to remember to absorb natural energy within your limits, according to your chakra. Furthermore, should you inadvertently transform into a frog, there is still hope for recovery. But if too much time passes, you shall become one with nature entirely, much like those enormous toad statues behind you, which are the final resting places of failed practitioners. Those were once humans? Uchiha Hikari's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Indeed, but there is no need for excessive worry. Should you exhibit signs of turning into a frog during your training, I shall use this stick to help dispel the natural energy within you. Deep Summer Toad's words served as both comfort and caution. Very well, as she recalled the stick's power, tears welled in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. Now, remove your clothing and prepare to apply the toad oil, or your garments will become unbearably sticky. Must I remove everything? Uchiha Hikari's cheeks flushed, her embarrassment palpable. What is there to fret about? This is the realm of toads, and no one is watching. Rest assured. Toads are far more interested in the insects below than in humans. Uchiha Hikari felt a wave of despair. She sensed her journey into the art of sage was gradually distancing her from humanity. A week later. Crack. That hurts. Balance lost once more. Her hands transformed again into those of a frog. Oh no, I shall surely suffer internal bleeding tomorrow. What's this? Are you ready to give up? Lord Shinshaku. Uchiha Hikari clutched his hand, which throbbed with pain. Yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination. I have an idea that may serve as a shortcut to mastering the art of Senjutsu Chakra. A shortcut? Lord Shinshaku inquired with keen interest. Pray, enlighten me. While perceiving natural energy, I utilized my Sharingan and discovered that I could distinctly observe these energies. I see. The sage's eye. Your intention is to observe and precisely regulate the equilibrium between the external natural energy and your own chakra? Precisely. Very well. Let us give it a try. Sharingan activate. The three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Hikari sparkled like the stars, her perceptive abilities harmoniously complementing this brilliance. It was as though she beheld an expanse of golden ocean, where natural energy surged like a relentless tide. In that moment, a peculiar force coursed through her being, binding her to nature with an unprecedented intimacy. Uchiha Hikari was astonished to discover that as her perceptive range seemingly expanded, she could perceive the essence of wind, water, earth, and fire, along with the energies they harbored, all reflected in her eyes. By calibrating her chakra with the external natural energy, an astonishing state suddenly manifested. So this is what it feels like. With the aid of her Sharingan, Uchiha Hikari finally achieved a perfect equilibrium of the three powers within her body. An orange-yellow hue graced her eyes, enhancing the allure and charm of her pure demeanor. This was the initial sensation of balanced energy. The voice of Deep Sakuma, like that of a frog, resonated with satisfaction and approval. Have I truly accomplished it? Uchiha Hikari rose slowly, an unprecedented wave of confidence and joy surging within her. Indeed. Though it may be a clever shortcut, to attain such a balanced sage mode as a human is truly remarkable. Chapter 33, Uchiha Hikari has grown Deep Sakuma. If I can capture natural energy with my Sharingan, does that imply I can dynamically adjust my sage chakra during battle, achieving a harmonious balance with the natural energy? Indeed. Deep Sakuma nodded in approval. This way, you need not remain still while absorbing natural energy, greatly enhancing your agility. How wonderful! Uchiha Hikari exclaimed, leaping with excitement, only to be met by a sudden chill that made her shiver. Yarr, it's so cold. You foolish girl, of course, you would feel cold without proper clothing. Deep Sakuma chided gently. Your next goal is to learn to absorb natural energy without relying on frog oil. Go and prepare. Yes, Uchiha Hikari replied, heading towards the clear waterfall to cleanse the yellow frog oil from her body. By the way, little Hikari, Deep Sakuma's voice called out, after such extensive training. You must be hungry. Would you like to take a break and have some lunch? Absolutely not. Not in a million years. Uchiha Hikari immediately rejected the idea, recalling the ghastly banquet of insects wrapped in lotus leaves, sending shivers down her spine. Are you truly not going to eat? Deep Sakuma inquired. After our rest. We still need to practice moving boulders with sage techniques. With that, he bit into a writhing long worm, crunching it effortlessly. Upon hearing that voice, Uchiha Hikari instinctively submerged her head beneath the water, attempting to banish the haunting image from her mind. After all, this was the specially crafted bento by her mother, Shima, each dish a cherished favorite of hers. Although Uchiha Hikari initially contemplated resistance, the insistent protests from her stomach, echoing with a chorus of gurgles, proved insurmountable. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly donned her clothes and approached, her demeanor steeped in despondency. After a considerable interval, Uchiha Hikari gingerly picked up a golden-brown roasted insect and took a cautious bite. To her surprise, it was not as repulsive as she had anticipated. Rather, it possessed an oddly delightful crunch that compelled her to indulge in another taste. As she gazed at the now empty dining table, reminiscent of a tempest sweeping away remnants, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. It dawned on her that she had begun to find these insects somewhat delectable. During her time in Myobokuzen, Uchiha Hikari not only honed her senjutsu but also awaited the awakening of the legendary Great Toad Sage. Here, she forged bonds with numerous toad companions, the most remarkable being the enormous toad named Ryota, whom she had encountered first. Ryota would occasionally escort her to the land of waterfalls, where she partook in the villagers' exuberant festivals, sharing with him the ancient tales that circulated in the village, particularly those that revered Ryota as the deity of water, always eliciting hearty laughter from him. As time swiftly flowed by, 3 years of training seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The prowess of Uchiha Hikari has undergone a magnificent transformation akin to a chrysalis emerging as a butterfly, evolving from youthful naivety to exquisite maturity. Under the meticulous tutelage of Shinsaku the Toad, she has mastered the ability to perceive the subtle energies of the natural world without relying on her Sharingan or toad oil. She has woven this immense power into her ninjutsu, with each sweep of her hand and every leap embodying the vast force of nature. 3 years of training have not only honed her resilient martial skills but also transformed her from a budding girl into a graceful beauty. Nourished by the exquisite culinary delights of the all-insect feast at Myoboku Mountain, her skin has become akin to meticulously crafted jade, delicate and smooth, reflecting the beauty of her surroundings. With a lithe figure and alluring curves, every turn and smile radiates an enchanting charm, akin to the first rays of dawn breaking through. Gentle yet resolute, if anything has remained unchanged, it is her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, lustrous and dark, glimmering softly in the sunlight, dancing with the breeze like a silent poem. As she moves, her steps are as light as willow fluff in the wind, gracefully imbued with a hint of carefree elegance, each stride seemingly narrating the tranquility and composure within her heart. On this particular day, a sun-kissed afternoon, Uchiha Hikari languidly reclined upon the back of the toad, Kyotai, ready to indulge in a moment of serene repose. Suddenly, Kyotai's voice shattered the stillness. By the way, little Hikari, my child is soon to be born. You are so clever. Could you help me choose a name? A name, you say? She pondered for a moment before inquiring, then, Kyotai, what kind of frog do you wish your child to become? I hope that child can be as clever as you, unlike me, who can't even defeat a stinky snake, Kyotai replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Well, since you wish for it to be intelligent, how about we name it Wantai? Uchiha Hikari suggested, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Oh, Wantai? That's a splendid name, Kyotai exclaimed with hearty laughter, as if envisioning the clever visage of his progeny. Just then, a slender messenger frog suddenly hopped before them, exclaiming, Little Hikari, Lord Shinsaku urgently calls for you. Oh, what is it? Uchiha Hikari inquired. The great toad sage has awakened. Is that true? How wonderful. Uchiha Hikari, who had been reclining on Kyotai's head, abruptly sprang to her feet, her eyes alight with excitement. After 3 long years of waiting, this moment had finally arrived. Uchiha Hikari promptly followed the messenger frog, her heart racing with mounting excitement as she approached each step closer. Before her lay the grand palace of the great sage Toad. The voice of the messenger frog echoed in her ears, guiding her gaze to reveal a magnificent edifice. The interior of the palace was dim and damp, with only a feeble light illuminating the surroundings. On the walls, colossal scrolls were meticulously arranged, each akin to a load-bearing wall. At the center of the scroll-laden wall sat an enormous orange toad, vastly larger than even Gamabunta, quietly poised. This toad adorned a black hat and wore a necklace inscribed with ancient characters, seated in a throne marked with the symbol of the sage. Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath and slowly approached, kneeling on one knee. "Lord Great Sage Toad, did you summon me?" "Ah, you finally arrived at long last." The Great Sage Toad responded, a gentle smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Who are you again?" "Great-grandfather, that child is Hikaru, Uchiha Hikaru." The nearby Shinsaku Toad interjected, beads of sweat forming on his brow, anxious that the Great Sage Toad might forget such an important name. "Oh yes, that's right, that name." You've grown," the Great Sage Toad remarked, his eyes narrowing into a crescent shape, reminiscent of a new moon in the night sky. Filled with compassion and satisfaction as he regarded Uchiha Hikaru, akin to admiring a long-lost masterpiece. "Honestly, it was you who called her here. How could you forget?" "You foolish old man," chided Shinsaka Toad's wife, Shima Toad, her tone laced with playful reproach. "How can you call great-grandfather a foolish old man?" Shinsaka Toad interjected hurriedly, his voice tinged with exasperation. All right, let us not quarrel. Harmony is essential between a husband and wife," the Great Sage Toad interjected with a smile. His voice as smooth as jade, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the heart, instilling warmth and reassurance. "By the way, who is that girl over there?" Uchiha Hikaru felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Shinsaku, unable to endure the Great Sage Toad's jest any longer, took the cue and continued, "Hikaru, great-grandfather has dreamed of you. As you know, this is a prophecy. Listen closely." "Yes," Uchiha Hikaru's expression grew solemn. Chapter 34, The Prophecy Now. "I shall unveil the prophetic dream to you," the Great Sage Toad began, his voice imbued with an indescribable weight. "In the coming 75 years, you shall witness 5 great ninja wars." 5 great ninja wars. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Uchiha Hikaru's eyes. It appeared that even if Hashirama could temporarily bring peace to the ninja world, such tranquility would undoubtedly be fleeting. And with each great ninja war, your choices will usher in monumental transformations within the ninja realm, the Great Sage Toad continued, his tone steeped in mystery. "Transformations?" Uchiha Hikaru echoed, perplexed. "Indeed. These transformations may herald unprecedented tranquility or lead to devastation," the Great Sage Toad affirmed gravely. "What must I do to bring about peace?" Uchiha Hikaru inquired eagerly. "At the dawn of each transformation, a red-haired individual will guide you, compelling you to make critical decisions." The Great Sage Toad's immense eyes slowly opened, glimmering with an extraordinary light, as if foreseeing the trajectory of the future. Could the red-haired individual be Sister Mito? Uchiha Hikaru pondered momentarily, then looked up, her eyes shimmering with resolve. "Oh, Great Sage Toad, in the future you foresee, is there a boy named Uzumaki Boruto?" He possessed golden hair and azure eyes, adorned with 4 distinct whiskers upon his visage, perpetually brimming with vitality. "Ah, that child with golden hair and azure eyes. He is indeed a child of destiny." The Great Toad Sage fell into reminiscence, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. However, the pivotal moment of that child's fate would not commence until 75 years hence. Before that, your paths were fated never to cross. 75 years hence? Uchiha Light sat upon the ground, her heart a tumult of emotions. Why must we wait so long? You two were merely a fleeting intersection within the vast river of destiny. It was your choice that intertwined 2 lines of fate that were meant to run parallel. The child you so fervently wish to meet is, in truth, a future being yet to be born, thus explaining the necessity of this prolonged wait of over 70 years. A being of the future, how enlightening, no wonder Boruto remains elusive. The perplexities within Uchiha Light's heart gradually unraveled. But why was I able to meet the future Boruto 3 years ago? Because that golden-haired youth harnessed the powers of the divine lineage, traversing the currents of time, returning from a future 75 years ahead to liberate you from the constraints of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, your fate was irrevocably rewritten. On the original timeline, you were never rescued by the golden-haired boy, remaining ensnared in an abyss of perpetual darkness. An abyss of eternal darkness? Indeed. You were sealed by the Uchiha clan for a span of 75 springs and autumns. Later, some nefarious beings liberated you, and filled with animosity towards the ninja world. You incited the Fifth Great Ninja War. Ultimately, it was that golden-haired youth who intervened, extending a hand of friendship to you, averting the impending crisis. I see now. A wave of trepidation washed over Uchiha Light. She felt a pang of realization that her former self might indeed have acted in such a manner. Regaining her composure, Uchiha Light inquired, "So, if I choose to be sealed, I shall meet Boruto 75 years later? This path, while feasible, will ultimately lead your fates to the abyss of destruction. Why is that?" An unease began to stir within Uchiha Light. Because 75 years hence, the destiny borne by the golden-haired youth will deprive him of the support of the entire world. Simultaneously, a demon possessing 10 tails will transform into a sage, gathering allies with the intent to annihilate the world. Even with countless dreams observed, I have failed to uncover a future that could reverse this fate. Then, Great Toad Sage. Has my choice commenced from this very moment? Uchiha Light gazed intently at the Great Toad Sage, her eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. Indeed. The choices you make in this moment will dictate whether the world enjoys peace 75 years hence or descends into ruin, the Great Toad Sage intoned solemnly, his profound gaze seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and insight. Yet, if I am not sealed, 75 years from now, I shall be but an old woman. Will Boruto still recognize and accept me? A subtle hint of worry and fragility laced Uchiha Light's tone. This is a matter you must explore for yourself. The Great Toad Sage chuckled softly, his smile imbued with unwavering confidence and trust in the future. However, there is no need for concern. In the future, I foresee, you will retain your current visage and spirit. It seems you possess a unique secret to preserving your youth. With that, another question arose within him. Uchiha Kagami gazed intently at the Great Toad Sage, his eyes shimmering with determination. Has your prophecy ever aired? The Great Toad Sage's smile was profound and inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, "There has never been a mistake." Understanding washed over Uchiha Kagami, a tumult of emotions surging within her. She inhaled deeply, transforming all her doubts and anxieties into a driving force for her journey ahead, for she had finally received news of Boruto. As the dawn of the following day broke, Gamma Ryu quietly lay at the mountain gate, watching Uchiha Kagami's figure gradually recede into the distance. "Little Kagami, must you truly depart?" A hint of reluctance laced Gamma Ryu's voice. Uchiha Hikari paused in her steps, turning to Ryota with a gentle smile. "Indeed. For the sake of the future 75 years hence, there remains an abundance of tasks I must undertake. Furthermore, the denizens of Myaboku Mountain are akin to family to me. I cannot bear the thought of witnessing the destruction of all this beauty in 75 years. Is that so? The mountain shall once again grow quiet," Ryota mused softly, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. "I am sorry, Ryota," Uchiha Hikari replied earnestly. "I too harbor a deep affection for all that is here. I cherish the moments spent with everyone. Yet now, the circumstances have changed. Although I am unsure of where to begin, an instinct within me compels me to first address the pressing issues at hand. At the very least, I must strive to bring peace to the ninja world. As for everything else, I shall ponder in due time." Frog Ryota nodded in understanding. "Then go forth, little Hikari, regardless of the trials that lie ahead. Always remember that you possess the power to alter destiny. Each step you take shall bring hope to this world. May your journey be filled with light and warmth. Yes. Farewell, Ryota." Uchiha Hikari waved her hand, a glimmer of tears welling in her eyes. This parting was not merely a farewell to Myaboku Mountain. It was also a farewell to the comfort and tranquility that resided deep within her heart. Uchiha Hikari embarked on her journey home, her heart laden with the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. Her mission was to put an end to the turmoil in the Land of Fire, to safeguard those she cherished, to eradicate the malignant threats to peace, and ultimately to seek out Uzumaki Mido, to ascertain whether she was the red-haired figure destined to illuminate her future. Chapter 35. The lives of the people. The current state of the ninja world had undergone a dramatic transformation. The Senju clan, in alliance with the Uzumaki, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Nara, and Akimichi clans, had launched a full-scale war against the Uchiha and the Yuhi clans. The escalation of military conflict plunged the Uchiha clan into an unprecedented crisis. Furthermore, this intensification of hostilities was not confined to the Land of Fire. The lands of Earth, Wind, Water, and Lightning also erupted into unification wars. The magnitude of this warfare not only plunged various nations into chaos, but also posed a direct threat to the peaceful existence of the common folk. As Uchiha Hikari once again set foot on the soil of the Land of Fire, The sight before her was one that pierced her heart with anguish. Countless displaced individuals, rendered homeless, their wails of despair echoed like lashes upon her soul. She beheld villages reduced to ruins, the sorrow of families torn apart, and the bewilderment in the eyes of children regarding the uncertain future that lay ahead. Uchiha Hikari quickened her pace, her heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of urgency. She understood that time waits for no one. Every fleeting moment could signify the loss of more lives amidst the ravages of war. On this day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down like a river that had burst its banks. Uchiha Hikari sought refuge from the rain, ultimately taking shelter in a dilapidated earthen temple. Young man, in this tumultuous era, wandering alone is exceedingly perilous. Why do you still choose to take such risks? Within the temple, a monk clad in tattered robes huddled in a corner, his voice laden with the weight of age and exhaustion. To alter my fate. Uchiha Hikari replied softly, leaning against a weathered wooden pillar to rest, wishing to disregard the stranger's conversation. Suddenly, the wail of an infant emerged from the monk's embrace, the sound jarringly piercing the stillness of the temple. The child is crying. It must be hungry, Uchiha Hikari observed as she approached, retrieving some provisions from her belongings. Would you like a bite? Yet, in that fleeting moment, the infant's visage grotesquely contorted, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, its chin unnaturally drooping, revealing a row of venomous, glistening fangs. Another puppet. Uchiha Hikari swiftly retreated, her three-tomo Sharingan igniting in the glimmering rain. In this harsh world of ninjas, one as Navi as you is indeed a rarity, the monk remarked, his wrists moving with a certain grace as his gaze shifted from the shadowy corner to Uchiha Hikari, his tone tinged with regret and resignation. Alas, fate cannot be easily altered. When faced with a predetermined destiny, one must simply accept it. In these times of war, humanity's fragility has stripped us of the very right to choose our fates. Do you not intend to attack? Uchiha Hikari queried, her gaze steady as she regarded the monk, betraying no hint of carelessness. This puppet in my arms was once my own flesh and blood. Had it encountered someone as benevolent as you during its time of suffering, perhaps its fate would have been different, the monk continued, gradually retracting the mechanisms from the puppet infant, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. He turned and gently placed the puppet aside, continuing, you may leave. I only slay those who would harm others for profit. Will you remain here? Uchiha Hikari gazed at the rain-soaked puppet, a surge of conflicting emotions swelling within her. Indeed, my child perished here. I shall remain. The monk's voice resonated in the rain, imbued with unwavering resolve, yet intertwined with profound loneliness and sorrow. Is that so? Uchiha Hikari's expression grew forlorn as she beheld the monk's solitary figure within the temple. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. She could sense the monk's pain and determination, a final vestige of his devotion to justice. Bidding farewell to the monk, she stepped out of the earthen temple. The raindrops pattered against her cloak, producing a faint sound, akin to nature's sigh. On the following day, Uchiha Hikari finally stepped into a city that appeared bustling, yet beneath its facade lay a profound gloom. The eyes of the people were hollow, devoid of any spark. Like the flowers of this land ravaged by war, stripped of their vibrancy. Ah, this young lady is truly breathtaking, a voice remarked. A smooth, glib voice echoed in the air as Uchiha K turned his head, only to behold a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable greed. What do you think? Are you interested in working at our establishment? The recent hires as hostesses have been nothing but aging women, each looking haggard and incapable of attracting patrons. Should you decide to join us, you would undoubtedly receive the premier treatment, ensuring a life of indulgence. Boss, this is not what was promised. A heavily made-up woman interjected suddenly, clinging to the man's arm with faint charm, her eyes glinting with jealousy. Did you not say I would be the star of the show? Enough of your prattle. This industry has always been one where the new generation surpasses the old. The boss retorted impatiently, shaking off the woman's grasp. He then turned to Uchiha K, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. My dear, in this world, it is a struggle to satisfy one's hunger. If you find it challenging, you are welcome to come here. I assure you, your needs will be met, and you shall bask in glory. Not necessary. I am pressed for time, Uchiha K replied coldly, leaving the boss momentarily speechless. Haha, serves you right. The heavily made-up woman cackled in delight, as if celebrating her own triumph. Vile woman, get out of my sight. The boss, infuriated, forcefully shoved her to the ground, causing her to curl up in pain, wailing in distress. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha K's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. her three-tomo Sharingan piercing through the boss's spirit like a sharpened sword, instantly enveloping him in a wave of icy dread. The Uchiha clan was renowned. As the boss beheld the Sharingan, his expression transformed in an instant, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. The woman who had been pushed down also bore an expression of shock, exclaiming, "Young lady, this territory now belongs to the Senju Alliance. Should any Uchiha ninja be discovered, they will swiftly be hunted and captured. I advise you to leave at once." Indifferent, Uchiha K replied with a dispassionate tone, for no one would remember. As her words fell, the three-tomo Sharingan within her subtly shifted, the kaleidoscopic patterns swirling in her gaze like a profound vortex. In but a fleeting glance, all those surrounding, save for the fallen woman, became ensnared in the illusionary realm woven by Uchiha K. The strong woman's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily paralyzed by the murderous intent that Uchiha K had inadvertently revealed. Yet in the next instant, she beheld the girl, brimming with lethal energy, extending a hand toward her. "Are you all right?" Uchiha K's malevolence dissipated, her voice tinged with a gentle warmth, in stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor. Yes, I'm fine." The woman responded, extending her hand, only to be taken aback by the surprising strength of Uchiha K, which stood in stark contrast to her petite frame. "May I ask, why did you save me?" she inquired, bewildered, unable to comprehend why an Uchiha would offer her assistance. This city had once thrived under the tyrannical rule of the Uchiha, and for many, the name of their clan evoked a sense of dread. "Because, dear sister, you possess such beautiful red hair," Uchiha K replied with a smile, her eyes shimmering with sincerity and kindness. "My hair?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. She had never anticipated that the very trait that had brought her so much sorrow throughout her life would become the reason for her salvation. In these tumultuous times, any member of the clan, lost and wandering, would be coveted by the ninja factions. She had traversed from the eastern lands of Fire Country to the west, aiming for the Rain Country, the farthest from the ravages of war. Chapter 36. The return. My red hair has brought me much trouble. You are the first to genuinely compliment it. Uchiha KM, aware of the plight endured by the Uzumaki clan outside, empathized with their sense of displacement and softly inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Originally, I had intended to save enough funds here to escape to the land of rain." A glimmer of longing flickered in the red-haired woman's eyes. Though small, that land seemed a refuge amidst the brutal civil wars ravaging the great nations, where perhaps a semblance of safety could be found. However, it now appeared that such hopes had been dashed. The red-haired woman gazed at the proprietor, ensnared by the genjutsu of the Sharingan. As a member of the Uzumaki clan yet not a ninja, in these tumultuous times, one had no recourse but to rely on wealth. Uchiha Hikari spoke little, her Sharingan sweeping across the shop's interior, suddenly capturing an unusual flow of natural energy, a turmoil that hinted at the extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, Uchiha Hikari ventured further into the establishment. The red-haired woman followed, inquiring, "What is it? It feels as though numerous individuals are concealed within." "Surely not. This shop has been rather desolate. Who would visit during the day? Not inside the shop, but beneath it." As Uchiha Hikari's words fell, a shadow flickered at the corner of her eye, activating the sage mode. She sensed the anomaly. It was indeed present here. Kneeling, Uchiha Hikari gently placed her hand upon the floor, attuning herself to the pulsations beneath. Suddenly, she struck down with a powerful fist, producing a resounding crash as the floor shattered, revealing a dim, subterranean space. "What is this?" In the shadowy recess of the underground, a prison cage came into view, containing more than 10 children, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Their frail bodies were clad in tattered garments, a poignant reminder of their abandonment in this forgotten corner. The red-haired woman's voice trembled, for she had never imagined that beneath the facade of this seemingly ordinary shop lay such a dark secret. That scoundrel. The light of the Sharingan in Uchiha Hikari's eyes intensified. It appeared that the proprietor was not only involved in illicit enterprises but was also secretly engaged in human trafficking. "We lack a key. What shall we do?" "No matter." Uchiha Hikari effortlessly tore open the iron gate of the cage, as if it were mere paper. The children were gently cradled in her arms, their eyes vacant, as if the flame of life within them had long been extinguished. "You are truly remarkable." The red-haired woman marveled once more at Uchiha Hikari's intuition and strength. In the corner, there stood a golden safe. Hikari gestured towards it, indicating that all the ill-gotten gains were contained within. With a resounding crash, she struck it with a single punch, shattering it and scattering gold and silver treasures across the floor. "Take this money and leave, But remember to deliver these children to the security office. And what about you? There is a considerable sum here, the red-haired woman questioned, perplexed. Even ninjas require money. Life should not be solely about combat. Money holds no significance for me. Uchiha Hikari replied nonchalantly, turning away without a hint of regret. Wait, young girl, I do not yet know your name. Hikari, Uchiha Hikari. Vortex Jiku, that is my name. Little Hikari, I hope one day we may meet again in the land of rain. Let us hope so, Uchiha Hikari whispered. Her chakra gathering as her form shot forth like an arrow, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The earlier commotion had attracted several ninjas from the Senju clan. Hastening towards this direction. Her time was precious. Every moment could alter the course of the battle, leaving no room for trivialities. Half a month later, Uchiha K traversed the desolate remnants of the battlefield, returning to the main arena where the Senju and Uchiha clashed, the barren expanse of the rocky plain. Here, an eerie silence of death prevailed. Corpses lay scattered, severed limbs and broken arms adorned the ground, each inch of soil soaked in blood and sorrow. Withered trees and charred remnants intertwined to create a canvas reminiscent of the apocalypse, bearing witness to the fierce confrontations between the Senju and Uchiha. Uchiha Hikari stood at the center of the battlefield, the wind carrying the scent of smoke and death, gently brushing against her hair. She closed her eyes, feeling the mournful cries of the land, as a heavy sense of duty weighed upon her, making it difficult to breathe. She understood that she must find a path, a way to reconcile the two clans and allow the blossoms of peace to flourish amidst the ruins. Uchiha Hikari wandered on the periphery of the battlefield, her gaze abruptly drawn to several familiar figures. The unmistakable contours tightened her heart in an instant. It was Madara and Uchiha Taijima. To think that the illustrious Uchiha Taijima, would be cornered by you Senju scoundrels to such a dire extent. Taijima's voice was laced with resentment and fury, reminiscent of a beast driven to the brink of despair. Uchiha Taijima, your life shall end here today. Senju Madara, despite his youthful visage, bore an unwavering resolve beyond his years. With a blade in hand and eyes ablaze, he aimed directly at Uchiha Taijima. Boy, do not underestimate us Uchiha merely because of your alliance's advantage. Taijima retorted with a cold laugh, the brilliance of his Manjiki Sharingan flaring as he unleashed the Tsukuyami technique. Madara fell victim to the sudden illusion, rendered a mere puppet under Taijima's control, becoming a living bargaining chip. This is bad, young Master Madara. How infuriating, Uchiha Taijima. At such a juncture, will you not surrender? The tides have turned. Will you not step aside? Do you wish for this lad to perish? Taijima sneered, tightening his grip around Madara's throat, threatening with the boy's fragile life. His face contorted in a grotesque display of survival instinct, revealing the most loathsome aspects of humanity. Who would have thought that the once mighty Uchiha clan leader would resort to such despicable means to seek survival? Whispers of disdain rippled through the ranks of the Senju ninjas. There is no concept of despicability on the battlefield, Taijima remarked coldly. What to do? We must ensure that young Master Madara remains unharmed. The Senju clan found themselves in a precarious dilemma, their blades wavering in indecision. Anxiety surged within them, yet they dared not act hastily, fearing that any misstep would render Madara an innocent casualty of this war. Uchiha Taijima, your actions remain as revolting as ever. Just as both sides reached an impasse, a sudden voice shattered the stalemate, plunging the battlefield back into chaos. Huh? Who? Taijima, upon hearing the familiar yet indifferent voice, felt a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. It is I, have you forgotten? As the words fell, Uchiha Hikari materialized between the two factions, like a rose blooming amidst the battlefield. Her gaze bore a chilling intensity, as though she could see through Taijima's very soul. Chapter 37, Revenge. With but a fleeting glance from Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Taijima felt as if struck by lightning. An unprecedented fear surging within him. He collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. How can you possibly still be alive? To Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Kagami was akin to the most terrifying nightmare. Upon receiving the news of Uchiha Kagami's disappearance from the Western Front, Uchiha Taijima realized that the Western Front would inevitably fall under the dominion of the Sarutobi clan. Thus, his hatred for Uchiha Kagami ran deep within his bones. You are nothing but a weapon, yet you have developed a self-awareness that should not exist. If only you could harness the power of the 8,000 spears, the entire ninja world would bow before the Uchiha. Why, O wretched child, can you not fulfill my desires? Uchiha Taijima shouted in exasperation. Uchiha Light's expression was as frigid as ice as he spoke. Uchiha Taijima, you once took in the wretched and forsaken me, and I regarded you as a father, holding you in reverence. However, your subsequent actions have unveiled your true nature, plunging both my brother and me into a hellish existence. Today, I shall return this torment to you twofold. At this point, do you still cling to such naive notions of familial bonds? Uchiha Taijima sneered. It is you who embodies naivety. There are individuals and matters in this world that must be sustained through emotion, even if it is a FAA day. It provides solace and warmth. Had you chosen not to seal and exile me to the west that day, but rather embraced your role as a father, showing understanding and protection towards me, who had just lost my family, along with my brother and Izuna, perhaps the fate of the Uchiha clan would have unfolded differently. You insolent brat, cease your grandiloquent rhetoric. Regardless, your ocular technique, the 8,000 spears, possesses the potential to obliterate the ninja world. I merely made the most prudent choice. An excessively potent force in this world must be restrained, for no one can assure that you will not one day act to jeopardize the ninja realm. When did you become concerned about the future of the ninja world? Your true interest lies solely in power and lineage. Do not use the peace of the ninja realm as a smokescreen to shield your own sordid ambitions. Uchiha Nameless, you are a scourge. Had I known this would be the case, I should have eliminated you from the outset. At last, your true nature has been revealed, Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Hikaru approached slowly, each step heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Uchiha Taijima's heart and driving him to the brink of despair. In light of this, the hostage had become of no use. Uchiha Taijima extended his hand, unaware of the profound bond of mentorship between Uchiha Hikaru and Senju Hashirama. Seeing Uchiha Hikaru advance without restraint, he thrust Hashirama forward as a last desperate attempt, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique, intending to engulf both of them. Lord Hashirama. The clan members behind him cried out in panic, realizing they were running out of time. Uchiha Taijima, is this the extent of your underhanded tactics? Uchiha Hikaru remained unfazed by the sudden burst of flames, gently catching Hashirama with a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. With a graceful sweep of her arm, a gust of natural energy sent the great fireball soaring away. How is this possible? She deflected it? Uchiha Taijima stood dumbfounded. He could not recall this woman possessing wind nature chakra. Uchiha Taijima, it is time to pay for your crimes. After the flames subsided, Uchiha Hikaru's voice was calm, yet authoritative, each word piercing like a sharpened blade into Taijima's soul as she drew closer. Humph, do not forget the seal you bear. Without ninjutsu, do you think you can defeat me? Uchiha Taijima attempted to mask his inner fear with disdain, sneering coldly. However, a smirk graced Uchiha Hikaru's lips. That seal had long been undone, so what if it has been released? I can impose it again. Seal of the evil flames. Uchiha Taijima struck the ground with one hand, summoning black talismans that surged towards Uchiha Hikaru. Truly foolish. Release the evil seal. Uchiha Hikaru shouted. A radiant light enveloping her as the binding seals attempting to ensnare her transformed into specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. What? You deflected it? When did you become so proficient in sealing techniques? Proficient is an overstatement. I merely learned a bit. Your sealing techniques pale in comparison to Sister Mito's. Now, what do you have left to rely on? Uchiha Hikaru's eyes brimmed with scorn. You vile woman, do you think this is enough to defeat me? Do you know how much I've contributed to the prosperity of the Uchiha clan? What right do you have to judge me, you unworthy wretch? Uchiha Taijima's face twisted in a blend of fear and despair, his Sharingan intently observing Uchiha Hikaru's hands. He was wary of the 8,000 spears technique. Thus, he remained poised to react at any sign of movement from her. You seem quite anxious. Rest assured, I have no need to resort to that technique against someone like you. Uchiha Hikaru chuckled coldly, her demeanor unfazed. Suddenly, a red hue appeared around her eyes, a color that signified her mastery of sage techniques. With a gentle wave of his hand, Uchiha Hikari unleashed an invisible force that bound Uchiha Taijima, rendering him immobile. Impossible. How can you perform a binding technique without hand seals? This is sage art, fool. Uchiha Hikari approached, grasping Uchiha Taijima by the neck and lifting him high. With the activation of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Uchiha Hikari amplified his already formidable ocular power through sage techniques, overwhelming Uchiha Taijima's mind and plunging him into his illusionary realm. In but a fleeting moment, Uchiha Taijima fell unconscious. Such strength, this power is utterly terrifying. Is she the girl who, single-handedly, thwarted the Sarutobi clan in the West all those years ago? It appears that the Uchiha clan harbors such formidable beings. Release the young master of the Banjin at once. At this moment, witnessing Uchiha Hikari effortlessly subdue Uchiha Taijima, while the onlookers shouted in protest, their legs remained rooted, paralyzed by fear. Uchiha Hikari paid no heed to those behind her. Observing that Uchiha Taijima had lost his capacity to resist, she gently patted the shoulder of Uchiha Banjo with her bare hand and intoned, "Jinjutsu, release." In that moment, Banjo's consciousness withdrew from the illusionary realm created by Uchiha Taijima. Rubbing his eyes, he was momentarily bewildered by the events that had transpired. "Are you all right, Banjo?" Uchiha Hikari inquired, lowering herself to his level with a look of deep concern. "Have you grown complacent in your training now that your sister is absent? It seems you have failed to recognize such a blatant Jinjutsu ambush. Have you forgotten all that I have taught you? Is it truly you, Sister Hikari?" Banjo's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that the person before him was indeed the sister he had longed for. He lunged forward, his eyes welling with tears. "Sister Hikari, where have you been all these years? I missed you so much." "Hikari? Could it be the esteemed Lady Hikari?" Murmurs of disbelief spread among the onlookers. How could it be? She is the weapon of the Uchiha. Upon hearing her name, the crowd's astonishment was palpable. During her time with the Senju clan, Uchiha Hikari had garnered considerable admiration. She had not only rescued the clan's young master on 2 occasions, but had also vanquished numerous Uchiha and Yuhi ninjas, playing a pivotal role in the peace negotiations with the Uzumaki clan. Even now, many remembered the brilliant young woman who shared a close bond with the young clan leader and Lord Uzumaki Suibudo. Little did they know, she was the Uchiha clan's secret weapon. "This marks the 3rd time I have saved you, Banjo," Uchiha Hikari said softly as she affectionately stroked Banjo's hair, disregarding the murmurs around them. "Sister Hikari, they say you are an Uchiha. Is that truly the case?" Uchiha Hikari remained silent, gradually turning to face Uchiha Taijima's direction. "Banjo, miracles do not occur every time. In the future, when I am not by your side, you must strive for yourself." "Sister Hikari?" Banjo's expression turned bewildered. "You are not deceiving us, are you? Please come back with us. Brother, second brother, and Sister Suibudo all miss you dearly. Banjo, you have grown up. You can no longer afford to be so naive." "Sister Hikari, the Uchiha clan is on its last legs. You must not go back. I cannot bear to see you harmed. It is not too late for you to return. If you kill Uchiha Taijima, we can all overlook the past and join forces for the assault on the Uchiha." "I will not return." Uchiha Hikari's voice resonated in the air. "I have matters of a personal nature to resolve within the Uchiha." With one hand, she lifted Uchiha Taijima as one would a kitten. "Perhaps after this is concluded, I may consider returning." With that, she flickered and vanished from sight, leaving behind a crowd in stunned silence and Banjo with a gaze filled with complexity and longing. Chapter 38. Flying Thunder God / After parting ways with Banjo, Uchiha Hikari sought a secluded spot, biting her fingertip until blood dripped, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a soft exclamation, she struck the ground, and immediately, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, obscuring everything around. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Uchiha Hikari emerged, carrying the unconscious Uchiha Taijima within the vast inner pouch of a colossal toad. She bound Uchiha Taijima within the confines of this fleshy wall, employing the dual powers of the toad summoning technique and the kaleidoscopic eye technique to ensure his escape was impossible. Having completed this, Uchiha Hikari dispelled the summoning technique and stood alone on the desolate battlefield, her mind already devising subsequent actions. The reason for sparing Taijima's life was to utilize the Sharingan to lift the seals on the memories of Madara and Izuna, thus allowing them to reclaim their former recollections. Now, whenever necessary, she could summon Uchiha Taijima from the inner wall of the toad, should Madara and the others doubt her intentions. She possessed a final recourse learned from the true waterfall, a technique of heartfelt communication. Upon her return to the land of fire, Uchiha Hikari inquired widely, discovering that over the past 3 years, both Madara and Izuna had flourished rapidly, becoming the de facto leaders of the Uchiha clan. This signified that even if their memories were restored, they would no longer be constrained by the old faction led by Uchiha Taijima. It was time. Uchiha Hikari gazed steadfastly in the direction of her clan's territory, her eyes resolute, her whispers laced with determination. In the distant valley of the End, a landscape that had borne witness to countless battles and glories, Uchiha Madara and Izuna are engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. The battle between Madara and Hashirama unfolds with a peculiar harmony, despite their boundless chakra and extensive repertoire of ninjutsu. Their clash is confined to a duel of blades and physical prowess, reminiscent of an ancient samurai showdown. Conversely, the combat between Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama is starkly different. Their techniques are ruthless, each strike aimed directly at the opponent's vital points, imbued with a lethal intent, whether through ninjutsu or taijutsu. With a resounding clang of metal, Uchiha Izuna's eyes suddenly blaze with intensity, the power of his Sharingan inadvertently ensnaring Senju Tobarama in an illusion. Without hesitation, Uchiha Izuna delivered a powerful kick that sent Tobarama crashing against a massive rock. Fire release, great fireball technique, Izuna exclaimed, as a colossal fireball swiftly engulfed Tobarama's figure. The pain and shock jolted Senju Tobarama from his illusion. Confronted by the approaching fireball, he promptly executed the water dragon jutsu, encasing himself in water and successfully thwarting the fiery assault. The clash of water and fire conjured a thick steam that enveloped the battlefield. Amidst the swirling vapor, Tobarama brandished 8 shurikens, skillfully launching them towards Uchiha Izuna. Despite the obstructed view, the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan allowed Izuna to effortlessly evade the barrage. Such blind attacks are futile against the Uchiha, Izuna sneered, seemingly assured of his triumph. However, just as he confidently dodged, Tobarama's cold voice echoed ominously in his ear, flying thunder god slash. In an instant, Senju Tobarama appeared at Izuna's side, delivering a precise strike to his chest that shattered his composure with a thunderous impact. What? How is this possible? Uchiha Izuna gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest. When did you? This is a space-time ninjutsu developed with the assistance of Mito, specifically designed to counter the Uchiha Sharingan, Tobarama replied coldly. Were the earlier smoke and shurikens merely a prelude to your scheme? Indeed, to catch you, the arrogant Uchiha, off guard and expose a fatal flaw, Tobarama remarked. His gaze fixed on Izuna as he slowly collapsed. Izuna, from a distance, Madara, embroiled in a fierce battle with Hashirama, witnessed this scene with mounting dread. He swiftly rushed to Izuna's side, cradling him carefully. Stay strong, Izuna, brother will certainly save you. Madara hoisted Izuna onto his back, preparing to retreat, when Hashirama, who had been locked in combat with him, approached. Madara, step aside, Madara commanded resolutely. Madara. Hashirama advanced slowly, eventually planting his blade into the ground before extending a hand towards Madara. Let us bring this to a close. With the mightiest Uchiha and Senju united, no clan across the nations could stand against us. The turmoil will inevitably subside, and peace shall prevail. Absolutely not, brother. Izuna's voice suddenly resonated, filled with a weak yet determined fury. Do not be deceived. Kana, Ye, and Ju were all harmed by the Senju. Have you forgotten? The gaze of Uchiha Ibito flickered between the lifeless bodies of his clan scattered across the battlefield and the gravely injured Izuna. A tumult of emotions surged within him as he ultimately reached a decision, casting a smoke bomb into the fray. As the haze dissipated, the figures of the Uchiha brothers vanished without a trace, leaving Hashirama alone in the stillness, his outstretched hand yearning for what had been lost. With Ibito's retreat, the spirits of the clan members seemed to be drained, their fervor extinguished in an instant. One by one, they lowered their weapons, surrendering to the inevitable. It was evident to all that, confronted by the relentless assault of the Senju alliance, the Uchiha clan's fate was sealed. Years of warfare had left both sides weary, and the people's grievances echoed in the air, a silent yearning for peace taking root in every heart. At the Uchiha encampment, Ibito, bearing the weight of the injured Izuna, moved with the swiftness of the wind, his voice resonating through the night with an urgency hitherto unknown. Medical ninjas. Come quickly, my lord Ibito. A medical ninja rushed to his side, anxiety etched across his face. What has happened? Izuna is wounded. Attend to him at once. Ibito commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. This injury. The medical ninja's expression turned to one of shock at the sight of the grievous wound that exposed bone. They knew that in this era of limited medical resources, such an injury often spelled certain death. Prepare the medications and surgical instruments immediately. We must commence the operation. Though Ibito's voice was low, it radiated unwavering resolve. The medical ninjas dared not delay, plunging into a flurry of urgent preparations. Inside the operating room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension, each individual wholly focused on the task at hand. The medical ninja performing the surgery felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Such severe injuries seemed beyond salvation. Yet, no one dared voice this despair aloud. Do not give up. Even in the face of hopelessness, we must fight to save him. Otherwise, if Lord Izuna succumbs, we too shall face Ibito's wrath. An experienced medical ninja whispered. Acutely aware of Ibito's temperament and understanding that Izuna was an irreplaceable part of his life, The lights in the operating room burned through the night as the Uchiha medical ninjas exerted every ounce of their effort. However, despite their diligence, Izuna's flickering life force continued to wane. "My lord Obito, we have done all we can." A medical ninja's voice trembled, filled with resignation. "Get out, you incompetent fools!" Obito bellowed, expelling everyone from the chamber, leaving only himself and Izuna. He knelt beside his brother, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. "Brother." This faint call pierced through Obito's heart like the gentlest of blades. "Izuna." He swiftly grasped Izuna's hand, his voice quavering. "You will be all right. Trust me, brother. I will find a way." "That is enough, brother. I can no longer endure." Izuna's voice grew fainter. "My organs have already begun to fail, and I can no longer feel anything." Chapter 39. Izuna's sister. How could this happen? Madara wept inconsolably, tears cascading down his cheeks like a string of pearls. "If only I had not hesitated and had resolved to fight to the bitter end alongside Hashirama, perhaps I could have saved you. It is all my fault. What kind of brother am I? What kind of leader of the Uchiha clan am I? Brother, take my eyes." Izuna's voice suddenly resonated. "Izuna, I understand that in the countless battles, your ocular power has been depleted. In today's confrontation with Hashirama, you could scarcely see anything, correct? Although our Uchiha clan has fallen from grace, this is not your fault, brother. Among the younger generation, you are the most exceptional. It is the misguided decisions of the elders that have led us into this predicament. In any case, this is my heartfelt wish. Brother, you must accept it." "Izuna." "Brother, summon the medical ninjas. Have them use their healing techniques to transplant my Sharingan along with the optic nerve. This way, you will never go blind and will gain the true power to protect the Uchiha clan." "Izuna, I am hardly worthy of such a gift. Though I may die, I can still become your eyes, enabling you to see the future. The Uchiha clan shall be entrusted to you." "Izuna." Ah, Madara's anguished cries were heart-wrenching, as if he could tear the heavens apart. "Lord Madara." At that moment, the door burst open and medical ninjas rushed in. "This is bad, Lord Madara. A rogue ninja has stormed our encampment overnight and is already here. Which fool dares to provoke us at such a time?" Madara roared, his sorrow and fury intertwining into an unquenchable battle spirit. He wiped away his tears, rising to his feet. "One man dares to invade the Uchiha? Not even Hashirama had the audacity for such an affront. You, how bold you are!" Madara, unable to contain his rage, awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, igniting with a blazing blue flame. Spirals of blue chakra coalesced into a skeletal form, ultimately transforming into a colossal, half-giant figure clad in Tengu armor. Standing imperiously against the night sky like a deity, exuding an aura of inviolable authority. With a thunderous roar, he swung his blade down, colliding with the encroaching dark figure, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, clouds of dust erupted, obscuring the sky and sun. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan gathered around, their Sharingan fixed intently upon the battlefield, unwilling to allow even a moment of complacency. Gradually, the clouds of dust began to disperse, and the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. However, the anticipated scene of carnage and dismemberment failed to materialize, replaced instead by the incredulous expressions on their faces. As the dust settled, they were astonished to discover a colossal crimson half-giant standing boldly beneath Madara's Susanoo, mirroring it in form, though distinct in hue. The red giant wielded dual blades, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the blue giant, their shimmering blades illuminating the arena in a dazzling display. Could it truly be a Susanoo? How is this possible? Madara, encased within the blue giant, stared in disbelief at the crimson Susanoo before him. Among the current Uchiha clan, only he possessed the ability to command a Susanoo. Even Izuna, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, had yet to reach this echelon. Who then? Was this mysterious individual commanding the red Susanoo? "Who are you?" Madara roared in a fit of rage, only to be suddenly overcome by a sharp pain in his eyes as the Susanoo began to dissipate. He knelt upon the ground, blood streaming from his eyes. "This is bad. The clan leader's ocular power has reached its limit. Yet that figure possesses a Susanoo. We are no match for them. How infuriating." In this critical moment, Madara slowly rose to his feet. Despite his vision blurring, his resolve remained as steadfast as steel. He could not falter, for he could not predict what the enigmatic wielder of the Susanoo might do to his clan. After a moment, the red giant advanced steadily. Yet the anticipated assault did not descend upon him. Madara observed as the crimson Susanoo gradually faded, a familiar aura washing over him. Suddenly, warmth enveloped his chest, the familiar sensation rendering him momentarily speechless. "Brother Madara." The well-known voice resonated. "Is it?" "Yes. Uchiha Kei extended her hand, tightly embracing Uchiha Madara, as if to make amends for the years lost. Where have you been all these years? Madara also reached out to hold his sister. Brother. Now is not the time for questions. I heard that Izuna is injured, which is why I rushed into the clan grounds at night. How is his condition? Izuna. He still has a breath left, but he may soon succumb. Madara's voice was low, filled with sorrow. Brother, do not jump to conclusions just yet. Perhaps I can save him. You can save him? Yes. Uchiha Kei stepped away from Madara's embrace, her form like lightning as she instantly appeared at the operating room door. Her eyes filled with determination and urgency. Who are you? This is a medical area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed entry. The medical ninja, unaware of the situation, attempted to block Uchiha Kei's path. Step aside. She is my sister, Uchiha Kei. Anyone who dares to obstruct her tonight shall not live to tell the tale. Madara's voice boomed like thunder, and the murderous intent sent chills through the medical ninjas present, some even trembling in fear. They hurriedly made way, not daring to hinder her further. Kei, go. Bring Izuna back. Madara's voice was gentle yet resolute. At this moment, Izuna's condition was nearly hopeless. Yet he was willing to believe in any flicker of hope, no matter how faint. Yes, Uchiha Kei softly agreed, her steps resolute as she approached Izuna's side. Gazing at his nearly lifeless form, her eyes welled up with tears. When she left home, Izuna was merely an 8-year-old child. Now he had grown to the point where she could hardly recognize him. Summoning technique. In a whisper, Uchiha Kei bit her fingertip, gathering a vast amount of chakra to summon a slug of adult size. She gently placed Izuna on the slug, and at the moment of contact, the blood from his wounds began to evaporate, wafting into the air as blue smoke. Ninjutsu, contagion isolation technique. Uchiha Kei traced a circle around Izuna's wound with her blood-stained fingertip, and as chakra flowed into it, a sterile barrier formed around the injury. Great slug. I have utilized all the emergency measures I can. Does Izuna still have a chance? Little Kei, your handling is very timely. But whether the injured can recover ultimately depends on their will to survive. If the desire to live is strong enough, every cell in their body will respond and strive to heal. Then Izuna's current situation is not optimistic. The slug's voice conveyed helplessness. Is there truly no other way? There are options, but do you remember when you were gravely injured by Uchiha and Yuhi? I remember. A hint of contemplation laced Uchiha Kei's voice. Back then, Ch-Sen, the young head of the clan, transfused his blood to save you. The blood of the Senju clan possesses the ability to enhance vitality and recovery, but it should not be given lightly to outsiders. However, if you were to transfuse your blood, which is already merged with Senju blood, to Izuna, it should not pose a problem. Is that so? You mean I need to donate my blood? I understand. Uchiha Hikari exhibited no hesitation as she swiftly grasped a nearby blood transfusion apparatus, resolutely inserting it into her own arm. As the transfusion commenced, the blood bag became the vital link between Uchiha Hikari and Izuna's existence. Within the confines of the operating room, time appeared to stand still, with only the intertwined sounds of their breaths filling the air. The medical ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Uchiha Hikari's actions. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled them to explore every possible avenue. As Uchiha Hikari's blood flowed into Izuna, the cellular components of the Senju clan began to merge with those of the Uchiha, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with Izuna's corporeal form. Gradually, a miracle unfolded. The organs within Izuna's chest began to staunch the flow of blood, visibly mending before their eyes. It was nothing short of miraculous. Beside her, a supporting medical ninja murmured, Lady Hikari, Lord Izuna's injuries have been preliminarily stabilized. Is that so? Uchiha Hikari replied weakly, rising unsteadily, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. The most arduous part has passed. The remainder is entrusted to you. She slowly made her way toward the door of the ward, her steps faltering. Clearly, the battle that had ensued during her incursion into the clan's territory the previous night had taken a toll, not only activating Susanoo but also draining her reserves through extensive blood donation. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, the figure of Uchiha Madara appeared beside her like a flash of lightning, enveloping her in a firm embrace. In that instant, all weariness and weakness seemed to find solace. Uchiha Hikari peacefully slumbered against Madara, a blend of exhaustion and contentment enveloping her. Hikari, you have done remarkably well. Now it is my turn to protect you. Madara's voice was gentle yet resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance within Uchiha Hikari amidst her fatigue. She closed her eyes, resting her head softly against Madara's shoulder. And in that moment, all her hardships transformed into sweetness. In Madara's steadfast embrace, Uchiha Hikari experienced an unprecedented tranquility and security. She understood that regardless of what the future held, she was no longer alone, for family stood beside her. Chapter 40. Recognition as the first rays of morning light. Akin to gentle fingers, caressed the curtains and grazed Uchiha Hikari's face, she gradually opened her eyes, resembling a flower quietly blooming in the dawn. The faces of Madara and Izuna came into view, their concerned gazes as warm as the morning sun, providing her with comfort and familiarity. Hikari, Izuna is fine, and I have already informed him about you. Madara's voice was soft, akin to a spring breeze, imbued with boundless tenderness. A look of confusion and curiosity adorned Izuna's face. It is truly astonishing. I never imagined I had an elder sister. But why can I not recall this at all? Doubt flickered in his eyes. Izuna, you are awake? Uchiha Hikari's voice brimmed with delight and gentleness. How are you? Does anything hurt? Let me take a good look at you. She attempted to rise but stumbled after taking 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. You silly girl, before caring for others. You should first care for yourself. Madara swiftly caught Uchiha Hikari, his eyes filled with affection and concern, as if she were a precious treasure in need of tender care. Izuna is injured more severely than I am. Uchiha Hikari regained her balance and slowly approached Izuna, gently cradling him in her arms. Do not worry your sister. You foolish brother. Her words were laced with tenderness and reproach, yet they radiated an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. Once imprisoned in the western dungeon, Uchiha Hikari had envisioned this very scene countless times. She had imagined herself weeping, yet upon its actualization, she discovered that only the joy of reunion remained in her heart. Sister Hikari, Izuna blushed at her concern. Although memories of this sister were absent, her genuine care made him feel an undeniable familiarity with Uchiha Hikari. Hikari. Now the power of the Uchiha clan rests entirely in the hands of Izuna and me. The militant faction of the Taniguchi remnants has been thoroughly eradicated by the Senju alliance. Madara stepped forward with a serious demeanor and piercing gaze. Now, you may share with me the secrets you have long concealed. Uchiha Hikari chuckled softly, a complex light glimmering in her eyes. 3 years had passed so swiftly. She had not anticipated such a drastic shift in circumstances. She approached a corner of the hospital room, standing still for a moment before biting her fingertip. A droplet of blood traced an arc through the air, and at the instant it touched the wall, the enigmatic incantation of the summoning technique materialized before her. In an instant, the entire room transformed. The walls were replaced with the orange-yellow flesh of a toad, and Uchiha Taijima's body gradually emerged, propelled by the fleshy barrier. I never expected he would ultimately fall into your hands, Madara remarked with a bitter smile. His gaze, alongside Izuna's, was as serene as a tranquil lake, remaining undisturbed as they observed Uchiha Taijima, who was slowly rolling down from the interior of the toad. Madara's heart had always yearned for peace and light. Yet many of Taijima's policies contradicted his cherished ideals of harmony and the protection of children. However, as the absolute ruler of the Uchiha clan, Taijima rendered the brothers' resistance often futile, akin to fish struggling against the current, arduous and solitary. Yet, the present bore no resemblance to the past. The Taijima faction had suffered grievous losses in their war against the Senju alliance, nearing annihilation. Madara and Izuna had finally awaited this long-anticipated opportunity to freely construct their envisioned Uchiha clan, one unshackled by the shadows of the past. A family founded upon the pillars of peace, justice, and love. He was meant to perish amidst the Senju's siege. It was I who spared his life. Uchiha Hikari stated coldly. Her eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan, as she gently caressed the brow of the unconscious Uchiha Taijima. Her voice imbued with an undeniable authority, lifting the genjutsu cast upon Madara and Izuna, restoring their memories. Uchiha Taijima appeared as though he were a puppet under control. Activating his Sharingan, a mysterious chakra surged forth from his eyes, racing towards Madara and Izuna. In the blink of an eye, the illusions ensnaring their minds were utterly dispelled. Shock and bewilderment flickered across the faces of Madara and Izuna, as the fragments of their long-lost memories pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle. They realized that there was another profoundly significant individual in their lives, Uchiha Nameless. Nameless' voice was deep and resonant. Sister Nameless, Izuna called out, his tone imbued with an indescribable complexity of emotions. The restoration of their memories was akin to unsealing a long-locked door. As recollections of Uchiha Nameless flooded back like an overwhelming tide, she had accompanied them since childhood, nurturing and silently safeguarding them, shouldering countless unspeakable burdens in the shadows. All without a word of complaint, a true family member. The resurgence of these memories overwhelmed Izuna, causing his emotions to spiral into chaos, tears streaming down his face. Madara clenched his fist tightly, his eyes glistening with moisture, as a profound sense of guilt and gratitude welled up within him. They came to the realization that Uchiha Nameless, this unassuming guardian, was indeed an irreplaceable presence in their lives. Her sacrifices and unwavering devotion made them cherish their reunion all the more. Sister Nameless, welcome home. Izuna sobbed, his tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, silently conveying his inner excitement and gratitude, a joyous resurgence, a call of familial love. A heartfelt acknowledgement of Nameless' quiet contributions over the years. Yes, I have returned, Uchiha Hikari softly replied, her smile radiating relief and warmth. She knew that she had finally returned to the home she had longed for, back to the embrace of those she loved dearly. Madara stood by, his eyes slightly moist, as his hand gently rested on Uchiha Hikari's back. Uchiha Hikari recounted to her two brothers the experiences of the years gone by, narrating the origin of her true name. Uchiha Hikari, each character laden with the weight of past hardships and perseverance, just as the three were immersed in the reminiscence of bygone days. A voice from outside interrupted this rare moment of tranquility, announcing, Lord Madara, the envoy from the Senju clan has come once more to advocate for peace. Shall we, as before, send them back? That Hashirama fellow has certainly not given up. Madara chuckled softly, yet did not provide an immediate response. His gaze turned to Uchiha Hikari, seeking her opinion. What do you think? Uchiha Hikaru pondered for a moment, reflecting on Hashirama's words. If the Senju and Uchiha were to unite, the current ninja world would face no adversaries, and it could be assumed that the Land of Fire would experience unprecedented stability. Then, brother, sister, shall we make our decision? Izuna's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Wait a moment, Madara interjected, interrupting Izuna. Go and inform the Senju clan, tomorrow. The Uchiha clan's princess will hold a grand celebration for her birthday. If they wish to negotiate peace with us, let that Hashirama fellow come personally to sign the agreement at the banquet. The messenger ninja departed, bewilderment etched on his face, filled with questions. Uchiha princess? Since when did the Uchiha clan have a princess? Brother? Hikaru and Izuna exchanged puzzled glances. With a smile, Madara elucidated. Although our Uchiha clan has faced defeat in this war, we must not appear weak. Moreover, I intend to make Hashirama regret not marrying such an exceptional girl as my sister, Uchiha Hikaru, choosing instead a woman from the Uzumaki clan. I will publicly declare at tomorrow's banquet that she is my sister, the princess of the Uchiha clan, indeed the foremost princess in the entire ninja world, rivaling any from the Uzumaki clan. Brother, your grievances run deep, Izuna remarked, a smile dancing on his lips. Brother, it was I who rejected Hashirama initially. Do not blame him for this. Hikaru's cheeks flushed, her voice tinged with shyness as she realized she would officially face the Senju brothers as a member of the Uchiha clan the next day. Enough of this noise. Both of you be silent. Madara's tone, though authoritative, could not conceal the profound affection he held for his family. Chapter 41. The Princess of the Uchiha clan 10 years prior. This child, I found her in the northeast battle zone, and she has no name. A rough Uchiha ninja callously dropped the 5-year-old Uchiha Hikaru onto the ground. Brat, greet our clan leader, Lord Taijima, standing before you. Must you treat such a small child with such harshness? Taijima's 6-year-old son, Uchiha Madara, glared disapprovingly at the subordinate. Young clan leader, this child is no ordinary being. She was discovered on the battlefield by the Intelligence Division, a terrifying weapon. When we found her, over 50 ninjas surrounding her had perished, their forms unrecognizable. How could a girl accomplish such a feat? You lot are fabricating tales to deceive me and my father. Since you all disdain her, from today onward, she shall be my sister, and none of you are permitted to bully her. Madara approached Hikaru, carefully lifting her from the ground. You have no name? Henceforth, you shall be called Nameless. With a name, you shall no longer be regarded as a weapon. Madara's words, spoken in his youth, became an everlasting beacon for Uchiha Hikaru, illuminating her path ahead. Returning to the present, just before the grand celebration of her birthday, rumors began to circulate. For years ago, in the Western theater, there was a girl of remarkable valor, a veritable hero of legend, who has now returned to her clan. To my astonishment, it turns out that she is the sister of Lord Madara. Had it not been for her steadfast defense of the Western Front, our territory would have been overrun by the Sarutobi clan 3 years prior. Yet, curiously, she vanished from the public eye thereafter. What could have transpired? It is said that this silence is due to internal power struggles within the clan. Nevertheless, her return to the Uchiha is an immense blessing for us. Lord Itachi. This garment suits you perfectly. Beneath the azure sky, within the Uchiha clan's administrative quarters, the most esteemed tailors and designers stand in admiration of this young lady. In the courtyard, she sits gracefully in an exquisite kimono, a living portrait, while 10 maidservants diligently attend to her appearance. A group of Uchiha youths, captivated by her beauty, lean over the walls to steal glances. Initially, they sought merely to behold the visage of the clan leader's sister. However, upon catching sight of her unparalleled beauty, they felt as if struck by Cupid's arrow, their eyes entranced by her radiant glow, unable to divert their gaze. Outside the Uchiha main hall, banners and flags fluttered in the breeze. Today was not merely a celebration of the Uchiha princess's birth, but also a momentous occasion marking the impending signing of a peace treaty between the Senju and Uchiha clans. This news had long been anticipated by the people of the Land of Fire, drawing foreign visitors and commoners alike, all eager to extend their blessings on this double celebration. From the break of dawn, the Uchiha's welcoming seats were filled to capacity, with every corner of the clan bustling with spectators eager to witness the event. As the drums and horns resounded, a fully armed honor guard stood in precise formation, parting to create a solemn pathway for the grand entrance of Uchiha Kagami. The beauty of Uchiha Hikari today is simply breathtaking. She has meticulously styled her iconic long hair and is adorned in the traditional long skirt of the Uchiha clan. Her youthful innocence having faded away, radiating a noble aura akin to that of a princess. Her beauty truly befits the title of Uchiha Princess, leaving an indelible impression. Hikari, you are truly enchanting. Hashirama and Tobirama, seated in the distinguished section, gazed at the stunning young lady with eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. Tobirama had previously expressed reservations regarding the concealment of Hikari's identity, yet upon witnessing her unparalleled beauty today, even his steely heart was stirred. Feeling for the first time the quickening of his pulse, has Sister Mido not arrived? Hikari's gaze swept across the crowd, noting the absence of Sister Mido. Clearly, the Senju clan still harbored reservations towards the Uchiha clan, wary of allowing the princess of the Uzumaki clan to step into this den of dragons and tigers. Lady Hikari, please step forward, the MC announced, staff in hand, bowing respectfully to Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari gracefully glided forward, her skirt billowing gently in the breeze. Each step light and elegant. Today, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who have traveled from afar to partake in the grand celebration of Princess Uchiha Hikari, the sister of clan leader Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, we invite you to witness the momentous signing ceremony of the peace treaty between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. The voice of the MC resonated throughout the square. Uchiha Hikari gracefully approached the center of the main hall, delicately raising her pristine wrist. A flicker of firelight blossomed at her fingertips, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. She turned to face the guests, her demeanor poised, offering a courteous salute to all present. The assembled guests reciprocated, enveloping the atmosphere in a solemn yet fervent warmth. To all of you who have traveled from afar to celebrate my birthday, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The truth is, I am uncertain if today truly marks my birth. For I am but an orphan of war. At the tender age of 5, my brother, Uchiha Madara, took me in, and henceforth, I grew under the protection of the leader of the Taijima clan. Throughout these years, I have traversed countless battlefields, bearing witness to the merciless brutality of war, the dislocation of innocent lives, and the despair of those who have lost loved ones. Yet I have also encountered steadfast souls who tirelessly strive for peace. Thus, I am acutely aware of the sacrifices that have paved the way to this moment. In commemoration of this day, a milestone in the peace process of the Land of Fire, my brother, Uchiha Madara, has chosen today as my birthday. I, the princess of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hikari, shall forever remember the significance of this day. With my life, I pledge to dedicate myself to the pursuit of peace within the ninja world, unwavering in my commitment. To all present, you are the witnesses of my vow and the overseers of my journey ahead. On behalf of my brother, Uchiha Madara, I declare that from this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall be reborn, not as a feared nation of war, but as a lineage imbued with love and peace, basking in the sunlight. Sworn to defend the people of the Land of Fire. The hall was momentarily enveloped in silence before it erupted into a thunderous applause that resonated to the heavens. The image of Uchiha Rin, exuding warmth and approachability, has utterly subverted the conventional perceptions held towards the Uchiha clan. Her oration elicited the most fervent cheers for today's celebration. Next, the ceremony for signing the peace treaty with the Senju clan is to commence. I invite the esteemed leader of the Senju clan, Lord Senju Hashirama, along with the vice leader, Lord Senju Tobirama, to take the stage. As the announcer proclaims, Hashirama ascends the stage with a smile, his gentle gaze resting on Uchiha K. K, your speech today was truly inspiring, and I am profoundly moved. To articulate such sentiments is a testament to your character, my beloved Uchiha K. Nei-chan. Tobirama, standing beside him, emphasizes the Uchiha name with a hint of jealousy. I apologize, Tobirama. My initial concealment was born of necessity. Uchiha K responds with an apologetic smile, acknowledging the differing stances they once held. Yet you confided in brother and sister Mido ahead of time, Tobirama retorts, tinged with a note of rivalry. All right, Tobirama, let us forgive K. Hashirama gently pats Tobirama's shoulder. Given the deep-seated prejudices you and father held against the Uchiha clan, how could K have easily confided in you? I understand, brother. Times have changed. Since the Uchiha now seek peace, I will refrain from playing the role of the disruptor, Tobirama replies. It is commendable that he can set aside his animosity for the sake of peace. Uchiha K smiles. I would not feel joy in receiving praise from the Uchiha. Tobirama quips, though a smile betrays his true feelings. Observing this, Uchiha K's lips curl into a slight smile as she playfully touzles Tobirama's white hair. It is indeed remarkable that he can put aside past grievances. She perceives Tobirama's initial disdain for the Uchiha, yet recognizes that his encounters with individuals like her have softened his views considerably. By the way, Kei, where have you been all these years? If your only endeavor was to seek my Bokuzen, it seems you were gone for an inordinate amount of time, Hashirama inquires. While I was at my Bokuzen, there were opportunities for me to return, but I found myself engrossed in contemplation, Kei replies. Contemplation about what? During my training at my Bokuzen, I often reflected on the dreams we shared by the forest waterfall, conversing with you and Brother Madara. Over these years, as I traveled the world, I sought my own answers. Your own answers? Yes. Unlike you and Brother Madara, who resolved issues through conflict, I have spent the past 3 years examining the essence of war and peace from the perspective of the common folk, rather than from the viewpoint of the shinobi world. Indeed, for the majority of this world consists of ordinary people. I have traversed countless battlefields, witnessing endless suffering and sorrow. I have conversed with those who have lost everything, listening to their heart-wrenching tales of lost homes and loved ones. Gradually, I began to contemplate that peace is not merely a piece of parchment, but rather a profound goodwill and understanding that blossoms from the hearts of the people. We must not only cease the clash of arms, but also achieve reconciliation on a spiritual level, allowing love and understanding to serve as the bonds that connect us. Simultaneously, we must remain vigilant, cherishing this hard-won peace. Oversight and education, could this be your answer? Hashirama inquired. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami nodded. It appears that the three of us have differing perspectives. My elder brother believes that peace requires the maintenance of power and force, Hashirama. Your stance is that it necessitates love and mutual support, while my view is that peace demands prolonged education, subtly nurturing an intrinsic desire for harmony within individuals, alongside a greater number of people to ensure that this peace does not deteriorate. Your words resonate profoundly, Hashirama exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Since returning from Myaboka Mountain, you seem to have undergone a transformation. Did you receive some extraordinary enlightenment there? One might say so. I received a prophecy from the great sage Fukasaku. Uchiha Kagami replied softly. It foretold that my decisions would shape the fate of the ninja world. If we adhere to the old ways, the peace that you and your brother seek may prove difficult to sustain. Thus, you have discovered this enduring strategy? Can you elaborate? Tobirama keenly perceived the underlying meaning in Kagami's words, his gaze sparkling with anticipation. Let us set that aside for now, Tobirama. Kagami interrupted, directing his attention toward the gathered crowd. So many await us. We should hasten to sign the peace treaty. You were right. I almost forgot this crucial matter. Hashirama chuckled, striding forward to take up the pen, solemnly inscribing his name on the prepared agreement. He then shook hands with Uchiha Kagami, symbolizing the dawn of peace. By the way, where are Madara and Izuna? Tobirama scanned the surroundings, puzzled. It is indeed strange that the two brothers are absent on such an important day. Madara and Izuna underwent a surgical procedure and are temporarily unable to attend, Kagami explained. However, even after the operation, they are unlikely to appear, as my brother has expressed complete trust in all my decisions. A surgical procedure? Hashirama furrowed his brow. Is Izuna's injury still not healed? Izuna's injury has long since healed. They underwent a surgery for eye transplantation. A transplantation? Tobirama and Hashirama exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. Indeed, Madara's vision had deteriorated prior, fortunately. Our Uchiha clan can perform transplant surgeries among close relatives to address such issues, Kagami replied, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. This is truly hard to believe. Hashirama remarked with a sigh. By the way, Hashirama, my brother wanted me to convey a message to you, Kagami stated, a hint of helplessness in his tone. He mentioned that once the dust settles, he will be waiting for you at that old place. Although you have emerged victorious in battle, the contest between you two remains unresolved. A smile graced the corners of Hashirama's mouth, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable anticipation. He was all too familiar with Madara's unyielding spirit. As night descended, the festivities of the Uchiha clan approached their conclusion, amidst the harmonious melodies and dances. The seeds of peace quietly took root. In the land of fire, at the forest waterfall, Hashirama donned his battle armor. His steps resolute as he made his way toward the waterfall. Ahead, a familiar figure stood with arms crossed, his crimson Sharingan gleaming with an indomitable light. It was Madara, who had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, exuding an unprecedented aura. As Hashirama approached, Madara was engulfed in blue chakra, which enveloped him like a phantom. The skeletal structure expanded rapidly, muscles forming as if he were transforming into a god of war. Hashirama, our duel will reach its conclusion today, Madara declared, his voice firm and resolute, as the massive fist of Susanoo swung toward Hashirama. Very well. Would release. Flowering tree world. Hashirama retorted fiercely, summoning colossal flowering trees that surged forth like mountains, entangling Susanoo's arms and rendering it immobile. With the torrent of Hashirama's chakra unleashed, the roots of the flowering trees spread like a vast net, encasing Madara's Susanoo in layers and relentlessly striking down upon the defiant giant. Uchiha Madara exerted control over his Susanoo, striving to break free. Suddenly, atop the giantess' head, blossoms unfurled, showering golden pollen like rain, settling upon the Susanoo. Was this the poison of the pollen? Madara inadvertently inhaled some, and in an instant, the Susanoo collapsed with a resounding thud. What happened, Madara? Surely you possess more prowess than this, Hashirama remarked with a light chuckle, his tone laced with mockery. Humph, do not underestimate me. Enraged by Hashirama's taunt, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo surged back to its feet, rapidly expanding. The armor of the great Tengu warrior enveloped its entire form, an immense chakra accumulating until it transformed into an even larger humanoid figure. The complete form of Susanoo towered several times higher than the trees of the flower tree realm, rendering the pollen from those flowers utterly incapable of reaching Madara's altitude. Observing this, Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals. Would release, would Golan technique. In an instant, Hashirama stood atop a colossal wooden figure resembling a dragon coiling around its shoulder. This wooden giant was on par with Madara's Susanoo, exuding a sense of steady and formidable power. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo collided fiercely with Hashirama's wooden giant, causing the very earth to tremble. In the distance, Uchiha Hikari, who was organizing documents within the clan's territory, felt the ground quiver. She raised her gaze towards the direction of the forest waterfall, her heart racing in anticipation for the two combatants. Has it already begun? Uchiha Hikari murmured softly, her emotions intricately entwined with the distant battlefield. Chapter 43. The formative shape of the village. The monumental confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama lasted an entire day. The landscape surrounding the forest of the waterfall had undergone a complete transformation. Apart from the ceaseless cascade, not a single tree remained in sight. The earth seemed irrevocably reshaped by the sheer force of their clash. Hashirama knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, while Madara lay, utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Since the dawn of day, Uchiha Kagami had arrived at the battlefield's edge, and at this moment, she approached Madara with measured steps, her eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions. At this age, still competing like a child, brother, you truly are a foolish one, she murmured softly, her tone betraying her concern as she gently propped Madara up. I apologize for causing you worry, Kagami, Madara replied, a smile of relief gracing his features. If I am aware that my actions might induce concern, I ought not to pursue them. Kagami supported Madara against her shoulder, cautioning, if anything were to happen to you, the younger generation of Uchiha who follow you would surely create a commotion. The Uchiha clan no longer possesses the same fervor as before, Madara remarked with a wry smile, acknowledging that his ascendance to power was largely due to the casualties suffered by the radical faction of Taijima. Even in this moment of scarcity, the future will undoubtedly yield new prospects, Kagami asserted. A tiger without fangs will ultimately become the prey of others. At that moment, Hashirama's voice resonated. Our battle has concluded. Do you still recall our former dream of establishing an ideal village together? We are no longer inconsequential youths. By founding a village, we can protect those we hold dear. What do you say? You always keep me on my toes, Madara chuckled softly, though his heart was stirred with emotion and anticipation. He turned his weary gaze and added, "At the very least, let us return to recuperate before contemplating further." "Thank you, Madara. You remain the loyal and principled person I have always known." Hashirama replied with a smile, sincerity sparkling in his eyes. "I firmly believe that from this day forth, the Uchiha and Senju shall know no further conflict." "Indeed." Madara nodded gently. "No longer shall children like Kagami bear the weight of sacrifice, nor shall innocent lives be extinguished by the ravages of war." The news of the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans swept through the ninja world like a tempest within just 2 days. The union of these two prominent families drew numerous clans to respond, embarking on a journey from the ground up. Beneath the meticulously chosen cliffs by Uchiha Light and Hashirama, they collaboratively forged the nascent form of a ninja village. Subsequently, this united ninja village partnered with the governance of the Land of Fire, endeavoring to establish an existence where ninjas coexisted equally with the state, thus becoming the cornerstone of peace. The village's construction was ethereal, rapidly taking shape on a grand scale. One day, Hashirama, Madara, and Light stood atop the mountain that once served as their arena, gazing down upon the village, their hearts brimming with profound sentiment. "Now that numerous clans have converged into one village, we ought to decide upon a unified name and emblem." Hashirama's voice resonated in the gentle breeze. "A name and emblem?" "Indeed," Hashirama mused, plucking a leaf and caressing its veins. "How about Konoha?" "I quite like the name Konoha," Uchiha Light replied with a smile. "And what of the emblem?" Madara inquired. "The emblem could also be a leaf. What do you think?" Hashirama proposed. "Honestly, you fool, that lacks originality," Madara retorted. "Light, do you have any suggestions?" Hashirama turned to Uchiha Light, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Hashirama, do not forget who played the most pivotal role in this ninja world war." Uchiha Light responded with a hint of annoyance. You and Madara? You thick-headed fool, it was Mito-san. Without her, how could you have formed the Senju alliance so swiftly?" "Ah, right, how could I forget? You only think about playing around with Madara and leisurely fishing. Mito-san must feel unfortunate to have married you, burdened daily with endless affairs." Uchiha Light huffed lightly, her eyes filled with reproach. "Oh, I see. So, Light, you mean to suggest incorporating elements of the Uzumaki clan into the village emblem?" Hashirama's face lit up with understanding as he casually picked up a stone and began sketching a design in the dirt. "How about this?" Uchiha Hikari and Madara stooped to observe closely, discovering that Hashirama had inscribed a left-leaning leaf upon the ground, its heart adorned with a swirling pattern. "This is acceptable," Madara remarked with a cursory glance. Upon seeing that emblem, Hikari felt her eyes moisten involuntarily, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbol upon Boruto's forehead protector in her heart. Could it be that Boruto would become a ninja of Konoha in the future? "Hikari, what troubles you? Does this symbol not please you?" "I can alter it," Hashirama inquired with concern. "No, do not change it. This is perfect. Please do not modify it," Uchiha Hikari hastily interjected. "I truly adore this emblem. Very well thus, through the collective efforts of the three, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire was officially named. That distinctive village emblem not only encapsulated a vision of peace and unity, but also bore the weight of boundless aspirations for the future. The Warring States period, at long last, reached a historic milestone and drew its first curtain. 2 years later, in the first year of Konoha, the village had burgeoned into a considerable establishment. Towering city walls, bustling commercial districts, schools nurturing ninjas, governing buildings, and medical research facilities all advanced toward stability and prosperity. Uchiha Hikari, now serving as an advisor within her village, dedicates her heart and soul to the planning and development of the community. 2 years ago, at a grand banquet, her name resounded throughout the shinobi world. Today, she has blossomed from a naive girl into a captivating woman, gaining considerable respect within the village. As the sister of the formidable Uchiha Madara, along with her deep friendships with Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, she has garnered an aura that seems to intimidate her peers from expressing their affections. With rumors circulating that one must first surpass Madara and Hashirama in strength to win her hand, a notion that has troubled Hikari for some time. On this particular day, Hikari strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, where she serendipitously encountered Hashirama, surrounded by adoring villagers, and Madara, whose serious demeanor cast a shadow over the scene. Hashirama's kind face and cheerful nature endear him to the villagers, often receiving flowers from children in a display of harmony. In contrast, Madara's stern visage and reputation as the shinobi of the shadows seemingly create a barrier, leaving him yearning for connection but often unintentionally frightening the children. Much to the amusement of Hashirama and Hikari. Approaching the two, Hikari chimed in playfully. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has been urging us to promptly decide on a leader for the village. Which of you two aspires to be the village head? The title of village head is rather mundane, isn't it? Madara scoffed. How about we call it the leader of the shinobi protecting the Land of Fire? Hashirama proposed confidently. That's a bit cumbersome. You clearly lack an appreciation for the art of naming, Madara retorted, shaking his head in disapproval. Then let us simplify it and call it Hokage, shall we? Hashirama suggested. That's quite agreeable, Madara conceded with a smile. And who shall take on this role of Hokage? Hikari inquired. Her gaze shifting between the two. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, each believing the other to be the most suitable candidate. I think, Madara, this position rightfully belongs to you. Hashirama said earnestly. Why me? You are equally capable, Madara replied, puzzled. Madara, you have lost more brothers than I have, thus. I hope you can regard all the ninjas in the village as your brothers and protect them, Hashirama stated solemnly. In terms of loss. Hikari and I are on equal footing, but when it comes to leading the village, I believe Hikari is more fitting, Madara remarked, turning his attention to Hikari, who is beloved by the villagers and adept at policy-making, adding, and I have no fondness for bureaucratic duties. That makes sense, Hashirama agreed, turning to Hikari. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Hikari averted her eyes in guilt. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, Hashirama, Madara. But I fear I cannot assume the role of Hokage. Why not? They asked in unison. Because, Hikari turned her face away. I may not be able to see everyone for much longer. Not see us anymore. They echoed together. What does this mean? Ban grasped her shoulders. Concern radiating from his gaze. Looking into Ban's eyes, Uchiha Hikari sighed heavily and lowered his head, saying, recently, I have been studying sealing techniques and sealing with Sister Mido, as you are aware. Indeed, Hashirama nodded. I plan to seal myself within a scroll shortly. Uchiha Hikari declared. Hikari, what are you saying? Living beings cannot be sealed within a scroll. Do you wish to die? Ban exclaimed in astonishment. I want tea, brother. I have mastered sage techniques in Mayaboka Mountain, allowing me to merge with nature. Once I enter sage mode, I can be preserved within the scroll in a state akin to suspended animation. Furthermore, within the world of the scroll, time does not flow, enabling me to maintain my current form until the future, Uchiha Hikari explained. But why must you do this? Hashirama inquired, puzzled. With closed eyes, Uchiha Hikari envisioned Boruto's figure filling her mind. She slowly opened her eyes and solemnly stated, I wish to seek the person I hold dear in my heart. And for the future of the shinobi world. This is a strategy one have deliberated with Sister Mido. Her expression turned grave. According to the prophecy, over the next 70 years, I will endure 5 great ninja wars, and each choice I make will be crucial. Uchiha Hikari gazed at her hands, clenching her fists. However, my lifespan cannot extend that far, which is why I require Sister Mido's assistance for sealing. Whenever a war is about to commence, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan can unseal me, and once the conflict concludes, they will seal me again. Thus, I can exist throughout the 5 wars. Preposterous. Ban retorted angrily. To sacrifice yourself for a vague prophecy, how lonely shall your future be? I will not allow you to tread this irreversible path. Your decision is unacceptable. After regaining his memories, Ben felt a deep sense of guilt toward his sister, Uchiha Hikari. He could not bear to watch her confront the cruelty and solitude of the future alone. Brother, Uchiha Hikari spoke softly, this is not a sacrifice, it is a responsibility. I must make choices for the future, to bring peace to the shinobi world. Be silent. If you persist, I shall destroy the shinobi world right now. Uchiha Ben shouted. Ban, you are too agitated, Hashirama said, placing a hand on Ban's shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. Yet, you are correct. The price of Hikari's choice is indeed quite steep. Brother, Hashirama, have you both forgotten the dreams we shared atop the cliff? Uchiha Hikari's gaze was resolute. I have never given up. But Hikari, Ban's voice trembled, I cannot accept this. We have only just reunited. Brother. I do this to fulfill the promise made on my birthday. Uchiha Hikari stepped before Ban, her tone unwavering. As a member of the Uchiha clan and a part of Konohagakure, I must make a responsible decision. But I do not wish to see you embark on this path. As Uchiha Kagami gazed at Uchiha Hikari, his eyes brimmed with reluctance. I would rather allow that boy Tobarama to marry you, so that you may enjoy a tranquil old age in the village. I cannot agree, Hikari, your choice entails too great a sacrifice. Hashirama approached solemnly, stating, If we must support the future, then allow me to go. I have been diligently training in the sage arts of the wet-bone forest. Huh, Hashirama. You remain as foolish as ever, Uchiha Hikari chuckled, shaking her head. The land of fire enjoys peace precisely because of the two of you. Other nations are emulating us, establishing one village per nation. If you were not here, the next conflict would transcend the struggles of the shinobi clans and devolve into a full-scale war between nations. Upon hearing this, Hashirama lowered his head. He was a righteous man, yet not blind to the realities of the situation. Hikari's words were indeed objective truths. Is there truly no other way? Hashirama, I have contemplated this extensively, and it seems there is no alternative. Tears glimmered in Hikari's eyes. So, Hashirama, dear brother, please forgive my selfishness. Hashirama and Kagami exchanged glances, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Although they understood Uchiha Hikari's intentions, the thought of never seeing her again felt like a knife to their hearts. Hikari, Hashirama's voice trembled. What can we do for you now? Brother Hashirama, I implore you to protect Konoha and safeguard this peace. This is my only request, Hikari said, tears welling in her eyes. We shall, Kagami vowed resolutely. No matter where you are, Konoha will always be your refuge. Thank you, Hikari smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude. She turned away, hands clasped behind her back, her hair flowing in the wind, concealing her tear-stained visage. In the coming days, I will remain by Sister Mito's side, learning the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. If you have time, please come to visit me. However, on the day of farewell, do not come. I do not wish to enter the seal in tears. Such a girl, refusing to be seen off? Kagami retorted, somewhat exasperated. And Hikari, listen well, I only temporarily consent to your method. I will find my own way to assist you. Do you understand? Brother, do you truly have a way to help me? Uchiha Hikari turned around with curiosity. Recently, I encountered a peculiar fellow in a conical hat who claims to possess a method for immortality. I am also investigating, but that individual is quite suspicious, and his words should not be taken at face value. Uchiha Kagami recalled the dark figure he met near the southern shrine. Brother, you haven't stumbled upon a charlatan, have you? There is no such thing as immortality in this world, Uchiha Hikari remarked, casting him a skeptical glance. Please do not recklessly pursue this for my sake and fall prey to deception. Rest assured, your brother is a demon of the shinobi world. Who would dare deceive me? Uchiha Kagami declared confidently. That is true, Uchiha Hikari mused. Indeed, no one in the shinobi world would dare to provoke him. All right, let us cease discussing such melancholic topics. In a moment of reflection, Hashirama remarked, despite the prolonged journey and the many detours taken, it felt as though they had returned to their childhood. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami sighed. Speaking of the village's impending transition into a formal stage of development. Recently, Tobarama had been frequenting both his and Mito's company, and as an intern advisor, he had begun to exhibit a commendable level of competence. It seemed that soon enough, he would be capable of independently managing these troublesome matters. Kagami expressed his satisfaction, stating, that young man, I would suggest making him Hokage. Uchiha Madara, however, perceived the Hokage role as a burdensome endeavor, constantly engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. If Tobarama were to ascend to that position, it would also serve as a means of avenging the grievances stemming from years past concerning Izuna's demise. Indeed, Tobarama possessed the requisite qualifications. Hashirama chuckled, fully aware of his brother's relentless efforts, recognizing that his drive stemmed from a desire to draw closer to the girl he cherished. Regrettably, that girl would soon be lost to him forever. Hey, before the conversation could continue, Tobarama's voice echoed from the stairway by the cliffside. What are you all dawdling about? The daimyo of the land of fire has arrived. Hurry up and gather for the meeting, you rascals. A meeting? Hashirama and Madara exchanged bewildered glances before turning their attention to Uchiha Kagami. Are you two truly so oblivious to the world around you, spending your days fishing and idling? Kagami lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Ahem, Hashirama cleared his throat. Kagami, please enlighten us on the current situation. It would be quite disrespectful to be caught off guard by the daimyo's inquiries. Seriously, why do the most capable individuals often lack awareness? Kagami grumbled in annoyance. Listen closely. The Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans wish to join us in Konoha. Additionally, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans are also eager to align with us. This village will continue to expand, and the daimyo's visit is to finalize the agreements that will allow their settlement in Konoha. Chapter 45. A rift reopens in the contemporary shinobi world. The nascent form of Konoha Shinobi Village gleamed like a brilliant new star, illuminating the heart of the shinobi realm. The once unified Senju Alliance's various clans responded to the call, converging under the banner of Konoha, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Collectively painting a grand vision for the new era, Uchiha Hikari devoted himself to the study of sealing techniques. Absorbing every lesson imparted by Uzumaki Mito as a sponge absorbs the nourishing rain of knowledge. Hearing the news of Hikari's impending sealing, Tobirama frequently visited the residence shared by him and Mito, engaging in discussions about ninjutsu and exchanging insights. However, it was evident that Tobirama's enthusiastic visits were motivated by more than mere academic interest. He yearned to be close to the one he cherished, even though this affection was destined to remain unfulfilled. Soon, the convergence of the three prodigies of the ninja world ignited an unprecedented spark of wisdom. Through their collaborative endeavors, a myriad of unique ninjutsu was developed, including various innovative applications of the Flying Thunder God technique, preliminary theories of the impure world reincarnation, and the creation of the multi-shadow clone technique. Tobirama, you truly have dedicated considerable effort to contemplating the future, Mito remarked softly, her admiration evident. Indeed, the development of these techniques will provide Konoha with greater assurance for its future, Tobirama replied, a hint of pride lacing his words as he cast a sidelong glance at Hikari, who was engrossed in reviewing materials submitted by the intelligence department that morning, causing a chill to settle in his heart. Hikari, Mito gently tapped Uchiha Hikari on the shoulder. Hikari looked up, noticing Tobirama's forlorn expression, and offered a dry laugh. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Let me see. Uchiha Hikari gazed at the scrolls on the desk, which meticulously detailed several ninjutsu techniques, and with a look of satisfaction, turned to Tobirama. You have done excellently. Tobirama beamed with joy, yet in the next moment, Hikari's expression shifted to one of gravity. However, I believe this is insufficient. Observing this, Tobirama hastily replied, do not worry, Hikari. In the future, I will enhance these techniques further. I trust you, Tobirama. But my concern is not with the ninjutsu, it is regarding the direction of Konoha's development. Uchiha Hikari turned her gaze towards the materials from the morning, her words sending ripples through the hearts of everyone present. Hikari, if you have ideas, pursue them. We have a week until the sealing begins. Uzumaki Mito, sensing Hikari's anxiety, encouraged her with a smile, fully aware of Hikari's extraordinary intuition and insight. At that moment, her resolution was paramount. With a nod of determination and resolve, Uchiha Hikari departed from Uzumaki Mito's quarters. Tobirama watched her retreating figure, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. Mito approached to offer comfort. Tobirama, regarding Hikari, your brother and I share the same view. It is time to let go. I understand. Senju Tobirama lifted his head and spoke solemnly. Hikari has devoted herself entirely to seeking the one who resides in her heart, leaving no energy to regard others. Sister Mito, I find myself truly envious of that future descendant of the Uzumaki clan. At times, matters of the heart indeed follow a sequence. What arrives late is simply too late. I cannot help but feel discontent. Tobirama clenched his fists and turned back to delve into the techniques inscribed in the scrolls. Before long, Uchiha Hikari found herself before Madara and Hashirama, who stood atop the heights of Konoha, gazing out over the land to which they had devoted countless efforts. Oh, Hikari, you have arrived, Hashirama remarked, turning at the sound of her footsteps. Yes, brother Hashirama, she replied. Is there something you wish to discuss? Madara inquired with concern. Uchiha Hikaru stepped forward, presenting the materials submitted by the intelligence department, and stated, this is the recent financial report from the Land of Lightning. We surmise they are preparing for war, seemingly intending to attack Konoha. Hashirama took the report and perused its contents, exclaiming in astonishment. Their expenditures on weaponry and supplies are astonishingly high. I see. It appears the Land of Lightning harbors such intentions. What is there to fear from such a trifling nation as the Land of Lightning? If they dare to approach, we shall send them back, Madara scoffed. However, brother, should we engage in battle now, it could potentially jeopardize all that we have built thus far, Uchiha Hikaru cautioned. We must discover a way to resolve this without bloodshed. Hikaru, do you think it possible that their intentions are solely defensive? Hashirama inquired, somewhat deluding himself. Hashirama, if it were merely for defense, it is improbable they would raise the national tax to such an extent, Uchiha Hikaru analyzed. Moreover, while the major ninja villages are gradually stabilizing, the trend for resource competition will not diminish. Our Land of Fire is fertile and centrally located among the 5 great nations. Thus it is inevitable that we will attract envy. Curse it, must war commence anew? Hashirama gritted his teeth. Fear not, the land of lightning, such a petty entity, is but an ant before us. If we instill fear in them, they shall naturally refrain from approaching, Madara retorted dismissively. What you say is wise, brother. We must demonstrate Konoha's strength to the world, ideally dissuading those lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Hikari proposed. Then what specific actions shall we undertake? The three exchanged glances, each momentarily at a loss. Uchiha Hikari gazed upon Hashirama and Madara, then glanced towards the ruins near the forest of waterfalls. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Brother, Hashirama, I propose that you feign a falling out, then boldly announce it to the world, staging a dramatic confrontation before the eyes of the ninja realm, allowing them to witness the true strength of Konoha. Feign a falling out? Madara swiftly discerned Hikari's intent, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. Her words struck like a sharpened blade, hitting the core of the matter. I see. If we display an overwhelming power that Dita's envy, perhaps war could be averted. Hashirama exclaimed. If that is the case, we might indeed dissuade our enemies without shedding blood. Precisely, Hikari continued. Although the renown of the god of shinobi and the demon of the ninja world resounds throughout the land of fire, few nations have truly witnessed your prowess. The ignorant are often unafraid. Some adversaries must indeed encounter a formidable wall to temper their ambitions. Hikari, you remain too benevolent. We might as well seize this opportunity to obliterate the land of lightning, Madara interjected. Moreover, the method you propose can only last until I and Hashirama depart from this world. Without our deterrence, the future will remain unstable. Brother, Hikari replied. Konoha is still a fragile fledgling, not yet ready to soar. Warfare, if possible, should be avoided, for it brings nothing but tragedy, a truth you are well aware of. Madara fell silent. Meanwhile, Hashirama internally concurred with Hikari's suggestion, yet furrowed his brow and remarked, however, convincing the world of our rift will not be an easy task. It requires a plausible catalyst. Leave that matter to me, Madara said with a mysterious smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You two should come to the forest of waterfalls tonight. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 46, Madara's Betrayal as Night Fell. The moonlight bathed the land in a serene glow. Uchiha Kagami and Hashirama arrived at the small riverbank where they often encountered one another. The moonlight cascaded upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. At the center of the river, a stone bore an inscription left by Madara, Southern Shrine. I await you there. The familiar handwriting and tone stirred a complex array of emotions within Hashirama. Without lingering, they seized the cover of night and stealthily made their way to the southern shrine indicated by Madara. Soon, Madara's silhouette emerged from the shadows, clad in armor, exuding an air of solemnity. He uttered but a single phrase, "Follow me, I wish to show you something," before turning to step into the darkness. Uchiha Light and Hashirama followed in silence, their minds brimming with questions. Madara's footsteps guided them through a series of tranquil passages, leading to a concealed underground stone chamber. Here, Hashirama was captivated by a small stone tablet before him. This was a relic guarded by the Uchiha clan for generations, never revealed to outsiders. Its content was exceptionally unique, requiring ocular prowess to decipher. Madara spoke with an even tone, yet his eyes shimmered with an unusual light. The message I have discerned with my current abilities is a deity, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into two opposing forces that interact with one another, giving rise to the myriad phenomena of existence. This is a truth applicable to all things in the world, implying that as long as two opposing forces complement each other, true happiness can be attained. Hashirama pondered this, turning to Uchiha Light, who, upon activating his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, nodded and remarked, "Brother is correct. However, I do not comprehend the inscription fully. Does it suggest that the Uchiha and Senju must assist each other to achieve genuine peace and happiness? I am uncertain." Uchiha Light shook his head. There remains much more content, and even with my kaleidoscopic Sharingan, I cannot fully perceive it. Perhaps the true answer requires a more potent ocular power to uncover. After saying this, Uchiha Light gazed at Madara, seeking answers. Light, Hashirama, Madara turned, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary in the dim stone chamber. He spoke, "I shall feign the incitement of rebellion as per Light's plan, after which I will completely depart from the village." His words carried a resolute finality as he stepped toward the staircase. Before leaving, he added, "To decipher the tablet and uncover the truth is the path I have found, one that can aid Light. Before embarking on the road to the future, Hashirama, I shall relish our conflict." Madara? Hashirama's heart was filled with mixed emotions as he pressed, What exactly is this future path? After executing the plan of betrayal, why do you not intend to return to the village? Is our objective not here in this village? You are blind, Madara turned his face, the crimson of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan piercing through the darkness. The pathway to the true dream ahead can only be traversed by the Uchiha. But Madara, I still require your guidance, both as a leader and as a friend. Pray tell, what is this dream that lies ahead? If it is merely a continuation of this village's dream, there is no such continuation, and moreover, you will never realize it. Even if you chase after me, it will be in vain. A sardonic smile graced Madara's lips, appearing somewhat sinister in the dim light. You must understand. No one can stand behind me. With that statement, Madara's figure gradually faded at the staircase's end, like a wraith in the night. How could this be? Hashirama suddenly felt that Madara had become a stranger. Uchiha Hikari stood within the stone chamber, his gaze upon the monument imbued with a hint of skepticism. It seems to me that my brother has discerned the reality that the current peace of Konoha is merely maintained by our elite combat forces, should that power falter. The tranquility of Konoha would dissipate in an instant. Hikaru, do you suggest that Madara has discovered an alternative means to achieve a more enduring peace? This remains unclear to me. However, my brother recently stated that he would assist me on the path ahead. I believe he must have unearthed some insights. Yet perhaps he has not fully substantiated them, which is why he has refrained from disclosing them to us, Hikaru remarked. In my recollection, my brother has always been forthright, never one to speak in veiled terms. If he ever speaks as though enshrouded in riddles, it is likely that he himself has yet to clarify his thoughts. Or perhaps he is under surveillance, preventing him from articulating his thoughts clearly, much like when, in our youth, Madara would lie to Uchiha Taijima to shield her from harm. Speaking of which, my brother recently alluded to a method that only the Uchiha could employ. Perhaps, aside from the extreme approach of sealing, there exist other avenues to attain immortality as well. Uchiha Obito turned to gaze at the stone tablet. In any case, this matter is exceedingly enigmatic. Perhaps when I discover a means to enhance my ocular prowess, I shall unveil my brother's true intentions. Does this imply that Madara, like you, harbors aspirations for the future? Hashirama clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. His two closest confidants were gradually distancing themselves in pursuit of future peace. Once the most formidable among them, he now stood as the sole individual yet to uncover a method to reach the other shore. In the forest of fire, the night was as dark as ink, the moonlight flowing like water, and a chilling breeze swept through the woods. It has been a while, Lord Madara, a strange, deep voice sliced through the silence from the depths of the forest. You seem to be in a rather dismal mood. Did you not come specifically to see me? I am well aware of the growing rift between you and Hashirama. However, the peace he envisions is merely ephemeral. True harmony within the ninja world necessitates an eternal overseer. From the shadows, a figure slowly materialized, cloaked in a heavy mantle, revealing only a pair of deep, hollow golden eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss. How progresses the task that Kagaya instructed you to undertake? Madara's tone bore a hint of impatience as he cast a sidelong glance at the mysterious figure beneath the straw hat. The location of the Nine Tails has been determined. It is currently concealed within the heart of the Land of Fire. Is that so? Madara's voice sank low, as if lost in contemplation. That very night, Madara returned to his clan's territory, sowing seeds of discontent among his kin, striving to ignite the flames of rebellion. He recounted his unjust experiences, alluding to his failure in the election for Hokage, attempting to awaken the spirit of resistance in his clan, urging them to recognize that only strength could serve as a true safeguard. Yet, those Uchiha who had tasted the sweet nectar of peace turned a deaf ear to his proclamations. The allure of tranquility far outweighed the bitterness of conflict. They were unwilling to revert to the era drenched in blood and tears. Madara's fervor was met only with the indifference of his clan, provoking a grim smile of rage as he swept away, leaving behind a vow. One day, I shall return and reduce Konoha to ashes. This declaration rippled through the ninja world like a stone cast into the center of a lake, creating waves that spread far and wide. The news of Uchiha Madara's defection from Konohagakure spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, shocking the hearts of every shinobi. Upon receiving the news, the Land of Lightning was the first to extend an olive branch to Madara, attempting to win over this rare powerhouse within the realm of ninjas. They understood that his allegiance would undoubtedly grant the Land of Lightning an unprecedented strategic advantage. Chapter 47. The Nine Tails. Deep within the Land of Fire lies an ancient forest. a verdant paradise where spring reigns eternal, teeming with life. Concealed within this woodland is the legendary creature known as the Nine Tails. Each of its 9 magnificent tails harbors immense natural energy, its fur ablaze, and its crimson eyes glimmering with intelligence and cunning. The Nine Tails did not originate from this place. Rather, over the ages, it was drawn to the tranquility and harmony of the forest, gradually adopting it as its home. Initially, the denizens of the forest were filled with fear and suspicion towards this colossal newcomer. However, as time passed, the Nine Tails revealed its gentle nature, employing its unique abilities to maintain the forest's balance, shielding the weak and repelling intruders. On a serene morning, the Nine Tails was reveling in the tranquility of its harmonious existence with nature. Yet, this peace was abruptly shattered by the arrival of an unexpected visitor, whose presence transformed the atmosphere of the forest into one of tension and gravity. The newcomer donned deep red armor, carrying a massive fan upon their back. The armor was adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan, flickering like flames, a testament to their pride in their lineage. Uchiha Madara stood resolutely, exuding an undeniable aura of authority and grandeur. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he treaded upon the azure stones, contemplating, "So, this is the Nine Tails? Heh, such power is merely trivial." A haughty smile graced Madara's lips as he formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fire jutsu towards the Nine Tails. In an instant, a fierce confrontation laden with the scent of gunpowder unfolded within the forest. "Are you seeking death, boy?" The Nine Tails remarked, observing the incoming fireball, its 9 tails swirling violently. Each movement conjuring fierce winds and tumultuous chakra fluctuations, effortlessly dispersing Madara's flames. "How dare a mere human encroach upon my domain?" The eyes of the Nine Tails flickered with fiery wrath, as if intent on reducing everything before it dashed. In a moment of concentration, a tailed beast bomb coalesced at its throat, a manifestation of its ultimate power capable of annihilating all. "Is this the tailed beast's technique?" Madara mused, a smirk gracing his features, unwavering in the face of the impending threat. His eyes, alight with the brilliance of the Manjiki, projected an oppressive force that was suffocating. With a deep, resonant growl, his form became enveloped in a shimmering blue skeletal structure, and with a mighty sweep of Susanu's blade, chaos ensued. The collision of their powers resembled the clash of 2 worlds. The tailed beast bomb met Susanu's sword in midair, erupting in a dazzling display akin to the collision of stars. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, uprooting trees and tearing the ground asunder, redirecting rivers, transforming the once serene forest into a desolate wasteland. As the battle escalated, the landscape underwent cataclysmic alterations. The previously lush forest was now reduced to scorched earth and crumbling ruins. Boulders shattered into dust. Deep craters marred the terrain as if the earth bore scars. The air was thick with smoke and debris. Even the sunlight struggled to pierce the dense battlefield mist. As the dust settled and the remnants of the battle gradually subsided, Madara's voice resonated through the woods. "Nine Tails, your current form is but a temporary state, merely a fraction of your dispersed power." "Silence," the Nine Tails growled, its voice imbued with an authority not to be underestimated. Though a beast, it possessed wisdom and dignity rivaling that of humanity. "You are nothing but a volatile force lacking intellect," Madara retorted disdainfully, unaffected by the Nine Tails' admonition. "Silence," the Nine Tails reiterated, this time with a hint of anger. Though it preferred solitude, it was acutely aware that its strength was on par with the intruder, especially within the sanctuary of its forest. "Only Uchiha can guide you tailed beasts," Madara proclaimed, his words like a sharpened sword, piercing the Nine Tails' pride. "You tailed beasts are but servants to the wielder of the Sharingan." "Silence." The nine-tailed fox could no longer endure. A glint of cold light flashed in its eyes, and the chakra surrounding it surged violently, as if the entire forest trembled under its wrath. "Submit," Uchiha Madara commanded, his visage twisted with malice, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes shimmering ominously, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating, akin to a pair of profound black holes that mercilessly devoured the will of the Nine Tails. In an instant, the Nine Tails' once vibrant crimson eyes dulled, ultimately transforming into the pattern of the Sharingan. The formidable presence it once commanded dissipated like petals swept away by a tempest, leaving it feeble and subdued, resembling a slumbering fox, stripped of its former brilliance, replaced by an ineffable sense of confusion and surrender. Was it truly the Nine Tails that had been tamed? Is this the might of the Shura of the ninja world? Observing from a distance, the shinobi of the Land of Thunder were filled with astonishment and reverence. Only after the thunderous roars subsided did they dare approach the Nine Tails and Madara. A pact had been forged. Whenever needed, this beast could be summoned. Madara, with his fan and scythe slung over his back, gracefully approached the assembled ninjas of the Land of Thunder. It was utterly inconceivable. This was none other than the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. Subdued merely through ocular power? Such strength was truly terrifying. With Lord Madara and the Nine Tails at their disposal, the conquest of the Hidden Leaf Village was assured. The shinobi of the Land of Thunder gazed at Madara with exhilaration and cheer, as though the fertile lands of the Land of Fire were within their grasp. Uchiha Madara cast a disdainful glance at the group before him. He had discerned that the quality of ninjas from other nations paled significantly in comparison to that of the Land of Fire. The Land of Thunder had long coveted the Nine Tails, yet they lacked the ocular prowess of the Uchiha and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. They had already located the Nine Tails, but their attempts to subjugate it had repeatedly failed. In the days that followed, news of Uchiha Madara taming the Nine Tails and aligning with the Land of Thunder spread throughout the ninja world. This man, once a comrade who fought alongside Hashirama, had now become the foremost threat to Konohagakure. His betrayal struck like a heavy hammer upon the heart of the village, leaving the entire ninja world in shock. Not long after, the leaders of the ninja clans from the Land of Thunder gathered around Uchiha Madara, who sat regally in the hall, and respectfully inquired, "Lord Madara, having now tamed the Nine Tails, when shall we march to assault Konoha?" Madara, with a calm demeanor, replied, "With your disorganized rabble, you would perish in an instant against Hashirama's ninjutsu." He closed his eyes in contemplation, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued. "The power of the Nine Tails alone is insufficient to vanquish that man. In the time to come, I shall harness the Nine Tails' strength to develop new ninjutsu." "And how long will this take?" they asked. "1 year," Madara declared, rising from his seat, leaving the people of the Land of Thunder with no room for negotiation as he exited the Grand Hall. That very night, the Land of Thunder announced that the date for the assault on Konoha alongside Uchiha Madara would be set for 1 year hence. Simultaneously, Madara proposed inviting many prominent figures from the ninja world to witness the impending display of the Land of Thunder's might. Chapter 48. Uchiha Kagami has been sealed. 1 week after the announcement of Uchiha Madara's acquisition of the Nine Tails and the declaration of war, news of the impending sealing of Uchiha Itachi was also disseminated throughout Konoha. The revelation of this information instantly unsettled the shinobi world. Many were perplexed as to why, at such a critical juncture before an impending conflict, Senju Hashirama would choose to seal away such a vital asset as Uchiha Itachi. Was he truly so confident in his own prowess? Unbeknownst to them, this was a strategic ploy orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi himself. On one hand, it served as a farewell to his brother, who resided far away in the Land of Lightning. On the other, it was a calculated move to bolster the morale of Konoha's forces, instilling in them the knowledge of a hidden weapon for future battles, while simultaneously serving as a deterrent to other ninja villages, signaling that Konoha harbored a young prodigy rivaling the legendary warriors of the shinobi world. On this day, the sun shone brightly, casting a pleasant warmth over the land. After organizing materials in the governing hall, Uchiha Hikari prepared to depart when she encountered Tobarama, accompanied by 5 young children. "Teacher Hikari, aren't you meeting with Teacher Tobarama today?" inquired one girl, youthful yet with her hair elegantly styled, her face alight with excitement. "Koharu, do not jest about adult matters," Tobarama reproached, his expression somewhat complex, unable to meet Uchiha Hikari's gaze. "I am not joking. Everyone at the Ninja Academy is gossiping that Teacher Tobarama has been frequently visiting your residence. Your romance is already public knowledge," exclaimed the mischievous Koharu, only to receive a light smack on the head from Tobarama. "Ouch. That hurt." "Koharu, you are as spirited as ever," Uchiha Hikari chuckled, well aware of the rumors. However, she regarded Tobarama merely as a younger brother, devoid of any special feelings, thus she did not take the gossip to heart. "With your behavior, it may prove difficult to join the umbu established by Teacher Tobarama after graduation," remarked Mito, a bespectacled boy with a cold demeanor. "It doesn't matter if I don't join. Unlike you, my dream is to succeed Teacher Hikari and strive to become the Hokage's advisor," Kohara declared, running over to embrace Uchiha Hikari. "Teacher Hikari, please don't be sealed away. I still have so much to learn from you." "Koharu, teachers don't remain hidden forever," Uchiha Hikari replied with a smile, gently ruffling the girl's hair. "But what if a ninja war erupts when I am old? The next time I see you, I will be a grandmother," Kohara lamented. "If that were the case, it would signify a reduction in wars, which is a positive outcome," Uchiha Hikari remarked. "That is not preferable. I would much rather be by Teacher Hikari's side than witness peace in the ninja world," Kohara pouted, sticking out her tongue. In the newly established Konoha, adhering to traditional norms, many significant positions were predominantly held by men, with few female ninjas achieving the heights of figures like Uzumaki Mido or Uchiha Hikari. Consequently, many young girls in Konoha idolized Uchiha Hikari and Uzumaki Mido, with some even willing to spend lavishly to seek Uchiha Hikari as their mentor. Although Uchiha Hikaru diligently studies ninjutsu every day, he still finds himself with some leisure time. Under the gentle persuasion of Konoha's higher-ups, he ultimately succumbed to the pressure and accepted 2 students, one being the transfer student, Naruharu, and the other named Uchiha Kagami, a remarkably talented member of the new generation of the Uchiha clan. Recently, Tobirama has officially become Konoha's chief of staff, overseeing the Ninja Academy, establishing the Umbu, and managing the military and economic affairs of the clan. Since the era of the Ninja Wars, various ninja clans have held Tobirama in high esteem, now believing that he is destined to be the second Hokage. In light of the family's future development, they have been sending their most promising children to be mentored by him. Currently, among the 5 children around Tobirama, 4 have been brought in by other clans: Shimura Danzo, Saratobi Hayashi, Mido Hamura, and Akimichi Torikase. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Uzumaki Mido linked arms with Hashirama, both rarely seen together at the administration building. Midone. Uchiha Hikaru approached to greet her. Upon seeing Uchiha Hikaru, Mido's eyes betrayed her emotions as she spoke softly. Hikaru, the sealing ceremony has been prepared. You may come by any time today. Is that so? Uchiha Hikaru gradually lowered his head, then lifted it again to smile at everyone. Then let us go now. I am not one for farewells. Wait, Hikaru, must you truly go? Tobirama stepped forward, gently grasping Uchiha Hikaru's hand, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. This moment mirrored a classic scene from a tale. Nearby, Naruharu, the #1 fan of both Tobirama and Hikaru, nearly gasped, her heart racing as she silently cheered. Tobirama-sensei, he has finally come to his senses. You can do it, Tobirama-sensei. The other children wore expressions of eager anticipation. Only Hashirama, unbeknownst to when he had joined the group of children, stood among them, his face alight with expectation. Mido, observing from the side, felt exasperated by Hashirama's childlike enthusiasm. Hikaru, we. Uchiha Hikaru turned to face Tobirama, but before he could finish his thought, Tobirama gently covered his mouth with his hand. Upon seeing the calmness in Uchiha Hikaru's eyes, Tobirama instantly comprehended everything and began to fear hearing the definitive rejection. I understand, Hikaru. I will not hinder you any longer. Tobirama spoke softly. The opposite of love is not hatred, but rather an endless indifference and neglect. Having grasped this truth, he wore a somber expression and turned to leave. Behind him, several children silently followed, accompanying Tobirama in quiet solidarity, their silhouettes appearing particularly forlorn. Only Naruharu, sulking in frustration, exclaimed, Tobirama-sensei, you must show some courage at a time like this to win her over. Uchiha Hikari stood motionless, gazing at the receding figure of Tobirama. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that this parting might signify much more. Yet, for the sake of her convictions, she chose not to plead him to stay. Hashirama, observing from the side, regarded Tobirama's departure with concern, sensing that this experience might hinder Tobirama's prospects of romance with other women in the future. Indeed, Uzumaki Mido approached Hashirama, also fixed on the direction of Tobirama's retreat, and sighed softly. He may remain despondent for quite some time. Tobirama is exceptionally gifted. I believe he will soon find his footing again, Uchiha Hikari remarked, turning to Mido, her lips forming a thin line. After I depart, could you kindly convey my apologies to him, Sister Mido? Soon after, the village of Konoha was enveloped in an atmosphere both solemn and sorrowful. The villagers gathered in the territory of the Uzumaki clan, their gazes solemnly fixed upon Uchiha Hikari, who sat in meditation at the altar. Her stillness akin to that of a statue, exuding an extraordinary aura. Today, we shall perform a sealing ceremony for the future of Konoha, for peace and tranquility. Mido intoned as she stepped forward, her words crystalline, yet weighted with gravity. Uchiha Hikari will make a tremendous sacrifice for Konoha. Let all present, and the generations to come, remember her dedication today. We will, Lady Mito, came the choked responses from the crowd. Tears shimmering in their eyes, an expression of reverence for a hero and the heartache of parting. Mito nodded gently, turning to Uchiha Hikari with warmth and resolve. Hikari, are you prepared? Yes, Hikari replied softly, a faint blush appearing at the corners of her eyes, a sign of her entering sage mode. In that realm, You will be isolated from the world. Are you truly ready? Sister Mito, although my physical form will merge with nature, I will still perceive the flow of chakra from the outside world. I can also transfer my consciousness to the Tsukuyami space, where I will immerse myself in the study of ninjutsu, awaiting the call of the future. It shall not be monotonous, Uchiha Hikari said, managing a strained smile, clearly aware of her own self-deception. Then, I shall commence, Mito said, her face betraying reluctance as she clenched her fists and inhaled deeply, with a soft utterance. Mito formed hand seals, her vast chakra surging like a river, transforming into a torrent of runes directed towards Uchiha Hikari. This scroll, seemingly unadorned, concealed a universe within. It resembled a cage, imprisoning both the body and soul of Uchiha Hikari. The power of the sealing technique slowed time within the scroll, rendering Hikari's existence as if frozen in that moment, unable to communicate with the outside world or escape. The figure of Uchiha Hikari gradually blurred, ultimately transforming into a wisp of light, ensconced within an ancient scroll. This scroll, now inscribed with intricate sealing runes, emanated a soft glow, twinkling like the stars. The villagers of Konoha, witnessing this solemn scene, were engulfed in a profound mix of shock and sorrow as an unbearable silence descended upon the village. Vortex Mizuhito's fingers gently brushed against the scroll, as if she could feel the warmth of Uchiha Hikari. Hikari, all that you have done for Konoha will forever be etched in history. The solitude and suffering you are destined to bear for the sake of enduring peace must indeed be immeasurably heavy, she murmured, her voice laden with concern and reverence. After the ceremony, the scroll sealing Uchiha Hikari was delicately cradled by Vortex Mizuhito, who then handed it to Senja Tobarama, who had already been reduced to tears. Behind Tobarama stood not only Saratobi Hizashi and several other children, but also the grown Uchiha Azuna and Senja Hashirama, both wearing expressions of profound melancholy. Although these three brothers held differing sentiments towards Uchiha Hikari, they all regarded her as the most significant person in their hearts. Tobarama, may I have a moment to touch that scroll? At that moment, a man nearing 50, dressed in Uchiha garb, approached, his gaze fixed upon the scroll, revealing a look of guilt. Who are you? I am Uchiha In, the one previously chosen as the leader of Konoha's Anbu. Oh, you are the individual Hikari spoke of favorably, Tobarama replied. Hikari mentioned you were both her benefactor and mentor? Indeed. I brought her back to our clan from the battlefield when she was merely 5. Later, upon witnessing her being bullied by our clan members, I taught her ninjutsu and the ways of survival. Realizing that this was someone of great importance to Uchiha Hikari, Tobarama refrained from intervening, allowing Uchiha In to touch the scroll that contained her essence. Uchiha Inse gently caressed the scroll as if it were his own child, reflecting on the hardships endured since her return to the clan, lamenting that she had never known a moment of peace in her life. It seems, he mused, that at last she may find some respite. Observing Insei's tears, Tobarama offered a word of comfort, saying, Kei once mentioned that you are one of the few individuals she regards as family. I am unworthy of such a title, Insei replied, filled with remorse. I led her from one hell to another, failing to fulfill my duty to protect her. He then lifted his gaze to Tobarama and inquired, It appears that you are well acquainted with Kei, therefore, you are aware of her circumstances? Indeed, Tobarama nodded. During those years, the political pressure from Uchiha Taijima was at its zenith, and I lacked the courage to seek her out in the West. Had I acted with greater resolve back then, perhaps Kei's 3 younger brothers would not have perished, and she would not have had to endure the suffering that followed. I, too, am one of the guilty. Yet on the night the interrogation squad took me away, Kei did not turn against me. Uchiha Insen's voice gradually grew hoarse. He approached Tobarama, returning the scroll and spoke in a low tone, Lord Tobarama, although I once led the Uchiha Intelligence Department, my years have advanced. I beseech you to permit me to withdraw from the Anbu and enjoy my twilight years in peace within the village. However, the Anbu has only recently been established and requires the guidance of esteemed predecessors, such as yourself, Tobarama replied. I have become nothing but a hesitant old man. He bowed his head, continuing, Since you are resolute in your decision to retire, I shall not impede you. However, I do hope you will occasionally serve as an advisor to the Anbu, contributing to the intelligence department of our village. Since you place such trust in me, I happen to have an outstanding young individual to recommend to you. His name is Uchiha Kagami, a gifted ninja whose talents rival those of the young Kei. Uchiha Kagami. Is he the student of Kei? Tobarama inquired. Indeed. Before becoming Kei's pupil, he had been learning at my side, also an orphan. I see. Tobarama pondered for a moment before frowning, but Mr. Insen, Joining the Umbu signifies a closure of emotions. All actions must be dedicated to the greater good of the village, exposing one to its darker aspects. Can you truly bear to recommend such an exceptional child to the Umbu? I trust Kei's judgment. If she believes that the Umbu, which you established, serves as a bridge to maintain peace, then I too choose to believe in it. Very well, I understand. Chapter 49. The Valley of the End. A year has passed since Uchiha Hikari was sealed. The village of Konohagakure now found itself enveloped in a subtle atmosphere. The century-long conflict between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara loomed like an unsheathed sword, threatening to strike at any moment and stirring the hearts of every ninja in Konoha. Within the governance building, Hashirama continued to strive for Madara's ascension as the first Hokage. Tobirama, you understand that Madara has sacrificed so much for the village. If he ultimately receives no reward, Konoha will owe him a debt that cannot be repaid. Tobirama's expression revealed a sense of helplessness. Brother, we both know that the final decision regarding the Hokage must consider the opinions of the Fire Country and the villagers, and must be communicated with the higher-ups. This is not a matter we can resolve privately. Currently, the likelihood of Uchiha Madara being elected as the village leader is negligible. His feigned defection, Kei's request before her sealing, and the current state of the Uchiha clan are realities we cannot evade. Hashirama sighed deeply, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. I understand. But what Madara endures is not merely the scars of battle. It is also the burden of misunderstanding and solitude, a sacrifice few can comprehend. Konoha cannot disregard his future. Brother, the issues facing the Uchiha extend beyond Madara. Tobirama replied gravely, recently. There has been continuous infighting between the extreme old-school Taijima faction and the moderate faction led by Kei. A flicker of concern flashed in Tobirama's eyes. Some of these individuals have seen their ocular powers grow alongside their hatred. The future trajectory of this group poses a perilous variable for the village's development. This assertion, Tobirama, should no longer be mentioned. Hashirama interrupted his younger brother, casting a sidelong glance out the window. He opened the window, allowing the night breeze to gently caress his face. Just moments ago, it seemed that someone was nearby. Tobirama, your perceptive abilities should have detected this. Tobirama shook his head, his expression serene. No, brother. I did not employ chakra just now, and do not divert the topic. In any case, the village must implement a democratic policy moving forward. This is a demand of the times. Do you have any objections? No, none at all. Let us proceed as you suggest. Hashirama's voice resonated within the governing building, accompanied by a faint echo, confirming his ultimate decision to assume the role of Hokage. From the era of conflict, the two ninja clans, Uchiha and Senju, have transformed from deadly adversaries into allies, collaboratively establishing a paradise for ninjas. This lengthy and tumultuous history of warfare is finally on the verge of concluding. Once, the trio on the cliff endured countless hardships to reach this moment. Now, as they traverse the long-desired streets of the village, only Hashirama remains. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Madara, those two comrades who once fought valiantly alongside him, have now departed from his side after immense sacrifices. Yet, across the globe, the ninja village alliance established by the longtime adversaries, Uchiha and Senju, is held in high regard and has become a model for emulation. It has evolved into a symbol of peace and collaboration, demonstrating that even amidst profound hatred, a path forward can be discovered, initiated by the Land of Fire. The system of ninja villages, led by village chiefs, has swiftly spread to other great nations, just as Uchiha Kagami prophesied, marking the dawn of a new era. The Land of Lightning birthed the village of Cloud, with its leader known as the Reikage. The Land of Earth gave rise to the village of Rock, governed by the Tsuchikage. While the village of Mist in the Land of Water and the village of Sand in the Land of Wind are respectively steered by the Mizukage and the Kazekage. Ultimately, not only the great nations but even the smaller ones began to adopt this framework. Children of ninjas are no longer compelled to tread the battlefield. Instead, they revel in the joys of learning and the freedom to play, growing to an age where they can savor fine wine and experience the vibrancy of life. Amidst the flourishing scene of the ninja world, the day of Madara's challenge to Hashirama quietly approached, bringing with it the specter of war that threatened to shatter the hard-won tranquility of the nations. On the eve of this monumental conflict, scouts from various ninja villages gathered at the Valley of the End, anxiously preparing to relay every detail of this epic battle back to their respective villages. Their faces bore the weight of solemnity, for this confrontation held the potential to alter the future landscape of the ninja realm. At the precipice of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, two legendary figures of the ninja world, stood face to face. Madara, I have heard that the ninja from the village of Cloud came with you. Why do I not see them? Hashirama inquired. This battle is merely a prelude. Once I defeat you, they will naturally launch their assault, Madara retorted. Madara, deep down, you must still care for the village, Hashirama's voice echoed in the valley. There is still time to turn back. Hashirama, do you think I am unaware of anything? Madara's tone was cold and resolute. Your brother Tobirama is politically marginalizing the Uchiha clan, and the future of our clan in Konoha is bleak. Hearing this, Hashirama's face betrayed a sense of guilt. For Madara's words clearly stemmed from his awareness of Tobirama's policies regarding the Uchiha. With urgency in his voice, he implored, Madara, if it concerns the village, leave it to me. I will find a way. You are the right hand of the Hokage, my brother, and I wish for you to return and help me protect Konoha, our shared home. Hashirama, I appreciate your goodwill, Madara replied with a hint of finality. But we both know the fate of the Uchiha clan has long been sealed. The paths we tread are destined to be parallel lines, forever devoid of intersection. In the silence that enveloped them, Tobirama found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether Madara was merely performing for him or genuinely expressing his emotions. Tobirama could perceive the resoluteness in Madara, as well as his profound helplessness. Yet, as the Hokage of Konohagakure and once a close friend of Uchiha Madara, Tobirama, despite his uncertainty regarding Madara's true intentions, felt compelled to inquire, Madara, what was our shared purpose in founding Konoha? Was it not to achieve peace and freedom for the world of shinobi? Peace and freedom? Madara's voice dripped with sarcasm. Tobirama, you are exceedingly naive. Peace is never granted through mere supplication. It is seized through strength. If you genuinely wish to protect Konoha and our dreams, then summon forth your true power. The silhouettes of the two men elongated against the setting sun, and Tobirama lowered his head, his gaze melancholic. Madara, one day the people will come to understand you and recognize your virtues. At that time, you could undoubtedly assume the mantle of the second Hokage and guide Konoha towards a more illustrious future. After you, it should rightly be your brother, Hashirama, who succeeds as Hokage. Madara's voice carried a hint of bitterness. At this rate, the Uchiha will inevitably be isolated, leading to our demise. I am acutely aware of this, which is why I urged the Uchiha clan to leave the village with me, yet not a soul was willing to follow. The clan I wish to protect does not trust me. No, that is not the case, Tobirama interjected hastily. If you return, they will soon. It is already too late. Tobirama, Madara interrupted, his tone resolute. At this juncture, you must choose between the village and me. Chapter 50, The Might of Annihilation in response to Madara's challenge. Tobirama unexpectedly smiled. For, from the moment he heard Madara call for rebellion among their kin, he realized that Madara was merely acting. After all, the ones Madara wished to protect still resided within the village. He would not allow Light and Izuna to be ensnared in the quagmire of war. With this realization, Tobirama lifted his head, resolved to see through this grand performance that Uchiha Light had initiated. Madara, are you truly willing to let everything we have worked for, all our efforts, come to naught? Tobirama's voice bore the weight of sorrow. Our conflict will yield no benefits. It will only wound the village and its shinobi, and dishonor our brothers and comrades. Are you lecturing me, Tobirama? Madara's retort brimmed with indignation. You wish to spare my life? Is that to imply you could take my life at any moment? Madara's lips curled into a smirk as he recognized that Tobirama had grasped his underlying intent. That is not the case, for we are friends, Tobirama answered with unwavering conviction. However, Madara's voice echoed in the wind, resolute. I have already reached a shore you cannot see. With this declaration, the kaleidoscopic patterns of his Sharingan erupted with a peculiar brilliance. Summoning technique. Arise, Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara bit his finger, blood dripping onto the ground as his hands swiftly formed seals, activating the summoning contract with the Nine Tails at that very moment. The Nine Tails, summoned by Madara, appeared on the battlefield, filled with fury and confusion. You bastard, Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails roared, its eyes brimming with hatred towards him. However, just as it prepared to strike with its claws, Madara's whisper echoed like an incantation. Submit, Nine Tails. With a single hand forming seals. The powers of his Sharingan manifested as invisible chains, instantly sealing the will of the Nine Tails. Patterns of the Sharingan emerged in the creature's eyes, despite its desperate struggle. It was utterly powerless against Madara's genjutsu and ultimately succumbed to his command. In that instant, the Nine Tails' gaze, sharp as a blade, redirected its wrath towards Senju Hashirama. How troublesome. The Nine Tails, Hashirama remarked with a smirk. Though his tone was laced with complaint, his eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. He swiftly formed hand seals and declared, would release. with dragon technique? As he uttered these words, the earth trembled violently, and a colossal dragon, composed of thick trunks, writhed forth, its length spanning hundreds of feet, entwining around the nine tails, rendering it immobile. Yet, under the manipulation of Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, the nine tails did not yield. It gathered chakra in the form of a tailed beast ball, a sphere imbued with destructive power. Prepare to receive this. Madara's eyes glinted with malice, a smile curling at his lips as he directed the nine tails to aim the tailed beast ball at Hashirama. Oh! A confident light flickered in Hashirama's eyes as he faced the tailed beast ball. He clasped his hands together and intoned, would release, would golem technique. At his command, the ground split apart, and a massive wooden hand erupted from the earth, firmly catching the tailed beast ball. Subsequently, the giant hand elongated, transforming into a towering wooden giant, wielding the tailed beast ball and hurling it towards Madara. Susanoo, Beast Fury. Madara intoned, his blue skeletal structure materializing instantaneously as Susanoo shielded the nine tails. The moment of collision sent tremors through the heavens. The force of the explosion was staggering, tearing apart the clouds, while flying stones and debris were cast like leaves in a tempest, blown kilometers away. Dust enveloped the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that reached towards the horizon. Even the observing ninjas were swept away by the hurricane, suffering grievous casualties. In this apocalyptic scene, all held their breath, awaiting the dissipating dust. When clarity returned, a shocking sight emerged. Uchiha Madara had clad Susanoo's armor upon the nine tails, causing the giant beast to swell in size, as if transformed into a true god of destruction. Beast Fury, the power of this technique surpasses even Susanoo and the tailed beast ball. I never anticipated you could withstand it. As he gazed at the slowly emerging figure of Hashirama amidst the swirling smoke, Madara chuckled softly. I see. So it's the wood release jutsu of the wood fortress. The ground beneath them began to crack, and the wooden edifice opened up, revealing Hashirama, who stepped forth with a calm smile adorning his face. Observing the scene before him, Hashirama couldn't help but reminisce about the days of playful sparring by the riverside with Madara during their childhood, a time when they could hardly fathom the brutality of the battles that awaited them in the future. To think you've donned Susanoo as armor for the tailed beasts, Madara. You truly are a crafty one, Hashirama remarked with a light laugh, his words laced with admiration for Madara's innovative tactics. Humph, Madara retorted, his response as straightforward as ever. Enough of your prattle. He commanded the nine tails, the colossal blade slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning cleaving the heavens. I have seen through your attack. Hashirama replied calmly, as wooden arms shot forth, catching the blade barehanded. He then formed a series of hand seals, declaring, would release, jutsu of the all-encompassing bag. In the blink of an eye, 10 sturdy trees shot up around Susanoo's nine tails, forming an impregnable green wall. Sealing jutsu, is it? Do not underestimate me, Madara bellowed, wielding the nine tails to cleave through the towering trees. A tempest surged once more, reshaping the terrain, as countless shards of stone and branches flew about, plunging the watching ninjas into peril once again. Hashirama sighed inwardly. If this continued, the land would be left in ruin. It would be wise to retreat to the seaside. He swiftly pivoted, moving like a gentle breeze. Do not think you can escape. Madara, commanding Susanoo and the nine tails, pursued relentlessly, merging the tailed beast chakra with the giant blade to launch a tailed beast bomb shuriken, an onslaught of ferocity. This attack is low. You cannot hide in your wooden fortress as before. What will you do now, Hashirama? Madara's confident laughter hinted at a challenge directed at Hashirama. Turning to face him, Hashirama bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip, and invoked a summoning technique, 5-stage Rashomon. 5 colossal stone gates, each adorned with imposing masks, rose from the earth, standing resolutely before Hashirama like guardians. With meticulous calculation, the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb shuriken was deftly altered by the 5-stage Rashomon, sending it soaring toward the distant continent across the sea. Although its force was significantly diminished during the passage, upon impact with the ground, it unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the sky seemed to tear apart, the night transforming into day as billowing clouds of dust enveloped the landscape. Earthquakes and tsunamis followed in rapid succession, plunging the Valley of the End into a true apocalyptic scenario as the earth groaned and the seas roared. Chapter 51. The End. Hashirama. It has truly been a long time since we've engaged in earnest battle. You must realize that I am not the same as I once was, correct? The voice of Uchiha Madara resonated from within the Susanoo of the Nine Tails, exuding an aura of unstoppable might, as though he were poised to deliver a fatal blow to Hashirama. In a hushed tone, Hashirama surveyed the surroundings. Witnessing the foreign ninjas who had been paralyzed by the overwhelming ferocity of the battle, now rendered helpless, to ensure their survival and the transmission of vital intelligence. Hashirama clasped his hands together, the markings of sage mode gradually emerging upon his visage. Sage art would release true thousands of hands, transformation into the Buddha. With his incantation, the earth quaked violently as a colossal Buddha statue emerged from the depths below, its gargantuan form casting a shadow that obscured the sun, while thousands of immense hands seemingly imbued with life swung toward the Susanoo of the Nine Tails. Hashirama, ha! Madara, ha! Their thunderous roars reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The multitude of colossal hands of the great Buddha struck down upon the Susanoo of the Nine Tails, each impact igniting explosions of a magnitude comparable to tailed beast bombs, enveloping the battlefield in mushroom clouds, obscuring the day and night for the observing ninjas. The aftermath of the cataclysmic blasts lingered for an extended period, and when the dust finally settled, the Susanoo encasing the Nine Tails lay in ruins, most of its armor shattered, revealing the immense form of the Nine Tails. As the haze dissipated, a tumult of emotions stirred within Madara's heart at the sight. The remnants of the Susanoo were strewn across the ground. What was once invincible now bore only the scars of destruction. Madara's voice carried a note of disbelief, as if he himself had not anticipated such an outcome. Has the Susanoo been destroyed? His tone conveyed a complex array of feelings: surprise, resentment, and a renewed recognition of Hashirama's power. Hashirama offered no reply, merely guiding the colossal Buddha forward. The great Buddha stood as an ancient guardian, each step causing the ground to tremble. Upon reaching the Nine Tails, it seized the creature with ease, lifting it effortlessly into the air. Kan nu orc zen shsh. Hashirama's voice echoed in the wind, and with his call, the power of would release manifested as invisible chains, binding the Nine Tails securely. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape the grip of this formidable force. Perched upon the shoulder of the great Buddha, Hashirama commanded a wooden figure beneath him, which suddenly struck down upon the head of the Nine Tails with a force that could shake mountains, instantly robbing it of will. The massive body crumpled to the ground, akin to a mountain collapsing, as dust enveloped the area once more. The few remaining observing ninjas from various nations could no longer endure the magnitude of the battle. Ultimately retreating, they realized that if they remained, they would be unable to convey the truth of this monumental conflict back to the leaders of their respective villages. In an instant, the Valley of the End was left with only Madara and Hashirama. Their battle had raged throughout the night. At last, the two exhausted combatants stood on either side of the waterfall. Hashirama, it seems there is no one left around us. Uchiha Madara gazed at the panting Hashirama. Shall we continue this performance between us? Hashirama inquired. Since it is a play, let us see it through to the end. Before me stands a Mirwood clone. Does it not, Hashirama? Madara queried softly, his eyes fixed on the sluggish form of Hashirama, wielding a colossal scythe. A flicker of resoluteness crossed his gaze as he dashed forward, the scythe slicing through the air and striking Hashirama's waist. The latter fell heavily. Though it was indeed a wood clone, it retained some chakra and did not immediately transform into a tree. Madara's suspicions were confirmed as he surveyed the surroundings with a sidelong glance, intentionally raising his voice. Hashirama, this time it is I who stands, contrary to that moment. He approached the fallen clone, gesturing as if to deliver a fatal blow, yet whispered a quiet warning. Hashirama, when your true self ambushes me from behind, do not hesitate, pierce me through. Hashirama, concealed beneath the water, gazed at Madara in confusion. However, upon meeting the latter's unwavering gaze, he steeled himself. Underwater, Hashirama formed seals, urging the fallen clone to act as he raised his voice, laced with profound sorrow. Madara, my dream has just begun to materialize. I wish to safeguard it. I cannot allow you to shatter it any longer. How desponding you sound, Hashirama. Have you once again succumbed to despair? Madara laughed heartily. As the sound resonated from the center of the pool, Hashirama slowly maneuvered beneath the water, ultimately circling around to Madara's rear. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, he was suddenly struck by an excruciating pain. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that a blade had pierced through his chest, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Madara feigned astonishment, his face displaying a look of disbelief. As he observed Hashirama before him gradually transforming into wood, he turned to see the true form of Hashirama standing behind him. A wood clone. A smirk crept across Madara's lips, surprised to find himself stabbed from behind. You have changed, Hashirama, Madara proclaimed loudly, performing this final act. Madara, you can't possibly die like this, can you? Hashirama inquired softly, watching Madara's form gradually collapse. Anxiously, he added, after all, you were the one who instructed me to stab you in the back. Rest assured, I have contingencies in place. Just ensure that I am not cremated. Moreover, do not reveal to the world that I may still live, Uchiha Madara weakly articulated, before sinking his teeth into a piece of flesh from Hashirama's hand. Subsequently, he succumbed entirely into the waters below. Life, akin to the flowing blood, ebbed away slowly. No one anticipated that this monumental battle would conclude with Senju Hashirama slaying Uchiha Madara. Morning arrived. Tobirama, following Hashirama's orders, led the Leaf support troops to the Valley of the End. Brother, this is the first time I have seen you require medical ninjas to attend to you. It seems the battle with Madara took a tremendous toll, he remarked. In response, Hashirama sat upon the ground, his gaze weary. Tobirama, did this battle yield the results you and Light desired? Indeed, it has borne fruit. The Umbu have discovered that the major hidden villages, led by the Cloud Village, have halted their military production overnight. They likely will not harbor ill intentions towards the Leaf for some time, Tobirama replied with a smile. Is that so? Once again, Light's words have proven true. It seems our efforts were not in vain, Hashirama said with a rueful smile, glancing at the wound beneath his shattered armor. Tobirama, after this battle, I feel that my lifespan may not be long. Not long? Brother, what do you mean? Tobirama asked in alarm. Since childhood, my cells have been capable of catalyzing vast amounts of chakra, stimulating various proteins, and accelerating the rate of cell division for regeneration of tissues. This is not merely recovery. It is regeneration. However, such regenerative capabilities demand immense chakra and longevity to sustain. After all, the number of times a human's cells can divide throughout their life is finite. Accelerating cell division effectively shortens one's lifespan. I have endured countless battles throughout my life, and I can distinctly sense how much of my lifespan remains, Hashirama explained. What? Tobirama gazed at Hashirama in disbelief. Brother, why did you not tell us sooner? Had we known your body had reached its limit, we would never have allowed you to confront that fiend, Madara. Everything is to protect Konoha. Tobirama, do not speak any further. Hashirama closed his eyes, gasping for breath. Tobirama, infuriated by Hashirama's words, turned with a furious glare at the lifeless body of Uchiha Madara. Is he truly dead? Yes, I killed him, Hashirama replied solemnly. Although he was uncertain of any lingering schemes Madara might have, Hashirama had vowed not to disclose to the world that Madara still lived. Brother, have you thought about how you will explain this to Izuna? Tobirama inquired as he stepped before Hashirama. Moreover, if she is ever unsealed in the future and learns of this, regardless of what transpires, I must protect our village. Hashirama's voice was resolute and steady. I firmly believe that to safeguard the village is to safeguard humanity, to protect ninjas and children alike, whether they are my friends, brothers, or even my children. Anyone who dares to oppose the village shall not be spared. Brother, you are misplacing priorities. One day, this will cast a shadow over the village, Tobirama expressed his concerns. Chapter 52. Kurizetsu. Upon the cliffs of the Valley of the End, a shadowy figure observed the battlefield below. It was Kurizetsu, cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat, appearing despondent. Cursed fate, how many times have I attempted to approach the reincarnators of Indra and Ashura? Has this plan to awaken the Rinnegan failed once more? I have dedicated over 1,000 years to this endeavor, believing that this time Uchiha Madara would be different. Now, having fallen to Senju Hashirama, has everything returned to square one? Kurizetsu gazed reluctantly at the figures below the cliff. In his line of sight, Senju Hashirama lay grievously injured, unable to heal as he normally would without hand seals, and even the medical ninjutsu of the healers could not aid in mending his wounds. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama led a group of red-haired ninjas, sealing Madara's body within a scroll. On the cliff, Kurizetsu, initially filled with despair, felt a surge of hope as he observed the Uzumaki clan meticulously reclaiming Madara's remains. Generally, the retrieval of corpses from the battlefield would not warrant such solemnity, especially not with sealing techniques involved. The extensive efforts clearly indicated that Tobirama intended to bring Madara's body back for further study. It must be noted that Madara was not a fool. He would not engage in such a reckless battle without a backup plan. Kurizetsu, gazing at Tobirama holding the scroll containing Madara's body, could not help but smile with a hint of intrigue. A month later, in the forest behind the Hidden Leaf Village, it seemed fate had not abandoned me. For a ninja, Madara's body was akin to a treasure trove. Tobirama, deeply engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of the Sharingan, had indeed not discarded the body, but rather concealed Madara within the depths of Konoha's mountains. Heijue arrived at a certain graveyard deep within the mountains of Konoha. Among the graves, there was one of particular significance, adorned with peculiar markings. Heijue descended underground, discovering a space sealed by a barrier. However, this did not impede his movements. For his physical form was a fusion of the 7 elemental nature transformations: wind, water, fire, lightning, earth, yin, and yang, creating a bloodline limit that allowed him to traverse effortlessly through soil and rock. Although the chakra density was not exceedingly high, preventing him from achieving the formidable offensive power of the Sage of Six Paths, he still moved with grace. As Heijue delved deeper, he found a tightly sealed coffin at the very center of the subterranean chamber. With ease, he unraveled the seals that bound the coffin. Upon sensing the seal's dissolution, the body of Uchiha Madara within suddenly opened its eyes with great intensity. In a mere blink, the coffin was violently ejected, and Madara sat up slowly. Truly formidable. He mused. He had anticipated that even after his defeat at the hands of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju would not dispose of his corpse, thus allowing him to perform a technique on himself. How long has it been, Heijue? Madara inquired, gazing at his own hands. It has been half a month, my lord. Half a month, and my body has not decayed. That Tobirama must have used a sealing technique akin to that of the time-space seal. Madara rose gradually, forming hand seals to create a shadow clone, instructing it to masquerade as a corpse and return to the coffin. My lord, after this battle with Hashirama, you should now comprehend that only the infinite Tsukuyomi can save the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara disregarded Kurizetsu, instead brushing off the dust from his attire. Subsequently, he sutured the flesh that had been torn from Hashirama's body onto his own wounds. So this is it, this regenerative ability, which requires no hand seals, reveals the secret of Hashirama's unique constitution. Yet, the number of times human cells can divide in a lifetime is finite. Hastening the pace of cellular division effectively truncates one's lifespan. Hashirama, after enduring so many fierce battles, how much of your life remains? Uchiha Madara sighed as he gazed at the flesh gradually merging with the scar on his chest. He could distinctly sense the power within him gradually returning. It appears that, as you have said, the fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers is essential to attain true strength. Master Madara, what shall we do next? Black Zetsu inquired. First, we must restore the vision in my right eye. The Manjiki Sharingan can cast techniques with a temporal difference. I have set a Zanaji within my right eye, ultimately rewriting reality at the cost of that eye to achieve resurrection. Now, however, my right eye is entirely blind. Yet, with Hashirama's cells, regaining my sight is merely a matter of time. It seems we are in for a lengthy wait, Black Zetsu remarked with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the two departed from the underground tomb and made their way to a secret stronghold near Konoha and the Land of Earth. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's residence, Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tobirama gazed gravely at the injuries adorning Hashirama's form. Ordinarily, no matter how severe his wounds, Hashirama would recover overnight. Yet this time, the injuries on his arm, including the portion bitten off by Madara, showed no signs of healing whatsoever. Half a month had passed, and even with the healing abilities of the slug, Hashirama's arm remained unhealed. It seems, as the doctor stated, that my brother's cellular division has nearly reached its limit. Tobirama lamented. Upon hearing this, Hashirama forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, Mido, Tobirama. It seems I truly do not have much time left. You fool. Why did you hide this from everyone? Why push yourself so? Seeing Uzumaki Mido in tears, he approached and embraced her, expressing his remorse. I apologize, Mido. What I am about to say may seem selfish, but before I depart this world, I must accomplish something for Konoha. It's the Nine Tails? I assent it? Mido, capable of perceiving others' hearts through touch, had known Hashirama's intentions from the very beginning. Indeed, my body has reached its limit. I may not live for many more years. While I am still able to fight, I wish to help Konoha obtain the Nine Tails before I leave this world. Having battled the Nine Tails, Hashirama understood the immense threat its power posed should it fall into enemy hands. With his absence, and with Madara's fate uncertain, it would be challenging for Tobirama and the others to resolve such a significant dilemma. Legend speaks of nine-tailed beasts, among which the Nine Tails is the most formidable. If Konoha can secure the Nine Tails first, even if other nations possess all the tailed beasts, they would pose no threat to Konoha. Tobirama, you have been keeping an eye on the Nine Tails movements these past 2 weeks, correct? Yes, after your battle with Madara. The Nine Tails returned to the depths of the forest of the Land of Fire. Excellent. Once my chakra has recovered sufficiently, I shall prepare to set out and capture the Nine Tails. Tobarama, this time I will accompany you. The whirlpool's Watergate grasped the arm of the pillar, his expression grave. Chapter 53. The Left Behind Izuna. This is dire news, Tobarama, he stated. Suddenly, a messenger ninja rushed into the Hokage's residence. All the Umbu ninjas tracking the Nine Tails have perished. What? What happened? Tobarama inquired, turning to the messenger. The brothers Kin and Jin from the Hidden Cloud, wielding sage tools, have once again attacked the Nine Tails. Once again? What does that imply? Hashirama asked. These two had previously engaged the Nine Tails before Uchiha Madara forged a contract with it. In a fit of rage, the Nine Tails swallowed them, and after 2 weeks of turmoil within its belly, it eventually expelled them, unable to endure their presence any longer. Sage treasures, you say? Murmured the Whirlpool's Watergate. What troubles you, Watergate? The legendary treasures of the Sage of Six Paths, once safeguarded by the Whirlpool clan, were stolen by those brothers. He continued, to wield such treasures necessitates immense chakra. It seems those brothers possess a sage physique rivaling that of Hashirama. In that case, Tobarama, summon the Umbu at once and accompany me, Hashirama declared, rising to his feet. Wait a moment, brother, Tobarama interjected. Without Uchiha Madara's support, they may not be capable of subduing the Nine Tails, and besides, your chakra has yet to fully recover. I share the same sentiment. We need not rush, Hashirama. Allowing them to deplete the Nine Tails' strength could serve as a strategy. The Whirlpool's Watergate grasped Hashirama's arm. If I cannot intervene, we could send some Uchiha ninjas. If Madara's Sharingan can control the Nine Tails, surely they could as well. Brother, given the current situation, we cannot afford to dispatch Uchiha ninjas lightly. What do you mean? The Uchiha clan is presently divided into the militant faction and the diplomatic faction, as you know. The remnants of Light S faction and the old Taijima faction are embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. The diplomatic faction leans towards Konoha. Yet aside from a few exceptionally talented young ninjas, most lack the strength of the older Taijima faction. Are you suggesting that the Pro-Hokage faction currently lacks any Uchiha capable of controlling the Nine Tails? Indeed, Tobarama sighed. What of Izuna? He possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. He should be able to, right? Brother, have you forgotten that you just killed his brother? Tobarama replied. That is a valid point, Hashirama sighed. If only Light were here now. With Light present, I feel certain a solution would emerge, the Whirlpool's Watergate remarked. We must not become overly reliant on Light. As Mr. In noted, she has toiled throughout her life. We should allow her to rest well, Tobarama stated solemnly. This matter poses a test for Konoha, and we must resolve it ourselves. In the Uchiha clan's territory, a long-haired maiden beamed a smile at the despondent young man beside her, saying, Lord Izuna, there is a clan festival today. Would you care to join us? It promises to be quite lively, and there will be plenty of delicious food. I shall not attend. Ruri, Izuna replied with a heavy heart. I must go to the altar to clean today. I truly appreciate your invitation, he continued. You have handled so much of my paperwork in recent days. You should take the opportunity to enjoy yourself today. The young maiden, Ruri Uchiha, gazed at him with evident concern. Clenching her fists, she summoned her courage and exclaimed, the fireworks display tonight will be truly magnificent. I will wait for you at the South Shrine, Lord Izuna. Uchiha Izuna did not respond to the promise made with Ruri. Instead, he walked dejectedly toward the cliffs of Konoha. In this fleeting year, with Uchiha Kagami sealed and Uchiha Madara perished, Izuna found himself bereft of all his kin. The weight of the clan leader's responsibilities now rested heavily upon his shoulders. Once, there were 6 carefree souls, and now he remained the sole survivor. The anguish that Izuna endured far surpassed that experienced by Kagami and Madara. In a daze, Uchiha Izuna arrived at the forbidden ground beneath the cliffs of Konoha, where an underground altar enshrined the scroll that sealed Uchiha Kagami. You are indeed here, he murmured. Suddenly, the figure of Senju Tobarama appeared beside the altar, approaching Izuna. It is you, Izuna replied, casting a fleeting glance upward before resuming his melancholic task of sweeping the altar dedicated to sealing Uchiha Kagami. Izuna, I hope you can become the new leader of Konoha's Umbu, Tobarama stated. We have discussed this matter before, and my answer remains a refusal, Izuna replied impassively. Izuna. The Umbu of Konoha is also the culmination of Kagami and Hikari Sensei's efforts. As Kagami's brother, do you not wish to carry forth their dream? Tobarama. I am aware of your feelings for Sister Hikari, and how you have come to regard me as a brother. However, with Sister Hikari gone and Madara killed by your brother, you once nearly took my life, and have since felt indebted to me. Izuna turned to Tobarama. But I lack the aptitude for leadership. I do not even know how to manage the chaos within the Uchiha clan. Please dismiss any thoughts of me taking on such a role. Izuna, you are one of the few I can trust within the Uchiha clan. For the sake of Kagami and Madara's dream, please assist Konoha, Tobirama implored, bowing his head, understanding the burden Izuna bore from the recent tragedies that had befallen him. With a light chuckle, Uchiha Izuna responded, "You, the chief strategist, are indeed in a pitiful position, having to humble yourself to plead with someone like me, a mere failure." He understood Tobirama's predicament. Those who do not govern cannot fathom the difficulties of maintaining equilibrium among the myriad clans, especially with the loss of the formidable Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagami, which had thrown the clan into disarray. The rift between the moderates and the militarists was profound, with spies from both factions fanning the flames of discord within. It had become impossible to discern the truth and identify allies. Thus, Tobirama's proposals to marginalize the Uchiha were born of necessity, rather than the prejudice that outsiders claimed he harbored against the clan. The two remained silent for a considerable time. Seeing that Izuna remained unyielding, Tobirama spoke gravely, "Izuna, it seems I am unable to persuade you." His hands hung limply by his sides as he sighed and slowly approached Izuna, producing a letter from his pocket and extending it towards her. He remarked that today marked the 1-year anniversary of Light's sealing. She had entrusted him with delivering this letter to you on this very day. This was Izuna receiving the letter from Tobirama. Light had written that this day also happens to be your birthday, and all the words she had yet to convey to you were contained within. Having spoken, Tobirama gradually departed, leaving only Izuna standing in the flickering candlelight. He slowly raised his hand, recognizing the handwriting as that of his beloved sister, Light. Izuna opened the envelope and withdrew the letter within. "To my dearest brother, Izuna. Happy birthday, Izuna. By the time you read this letter, sister must have already been sealed away. It is such a pity that I could not witness your coming-of-age ceremony. I imagine that after a year, you have grown considerably. However, you are no longer at the age where you can cling to your brother and sister for affection. You must have become a capable ninja by now. I wonder if there is a girl you fancy, though I cannot assist you in matters of love. Having failed to find happiness with my own beloved, I am certain that the one you like is an exceptional girl. Izuna, you may be facing many sorrows now, and perhaps you are grappling with numerous challenges, but please do not lose hope. As an adult, it is all right to express your complaints occasionally. If solitude weighs heavily upon you and tears begin to fall, remember the encouragement of your sister and brother. In those moments, I will always be there, cheering for you and offering you support. Moreover, it is perfectly acceptable to fail. What truly matters is your unwavering resolve to never give up. Izuna, I will always protect you." Under the candlelight, Izuna had dissolved into tears. Deceiver, he thought, how can you say you will always protect me when you are no longer here? He approached the scroll beside the altar, feeling the weight of his solitude. Do you have any idea how lonely I am? Light, you and Madara were too cunning, leaving me alone to reminisce about the past in this vast estate, all by myself. I have just come of age and before outsiders. I must endure and prevent my tears from falling. That night, the sound of Izuna's wailing echoed throughout the altar, outside the underground shrine. The thunderous sound of explosions drowned out his cries. After a long while, Izuna emerged from the underground altar, walking beneath the night sky of Konoha, gazing at the fireworks cascading in the heavens like shooting stars, ultimately fading into stillness. As he took in the scene, he wiped away his tears. The dimness in his gaze had vanished. It was quite late, and the fireworks must have come to an end. In Izuna Uchiha's gaze, a flicker of concern replaced his usual demeanor. Memories of that evening flooded his mind, recalling the girl who had promised to wait for him indefinitely. Izumi Uchiha hurriedly made his way towards the Nana shrine. The visitors to the shrine had already dispersed, leaving behind the vast festival with only a few staff members tidying up the site. Uchiha Izuna searched anxiously, even activating his eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his desperation. After a thorough investigation, he finally spotted a slender figure with long hair, gently leaning against the torii gate at the summit of the shrine. The girl appeared drowsy, her eyelids fluttering as if engaged in a battle against sleep. Uchiha Izuna clutched the letter tightly in his hand and approached Uchiha Ruri, gently tapping her shoulder. Chapter 54. The Will of Fire Lord Tobirama. Here is today's report. In the corridor of the governing building, Uchiha Kagami presented the report he held. After receiving it, Senju Tobirama perused the documents, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Has battle finally erupted?" "Indeed," Uchiha Kagami replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. The Uchiha clan's factions of pacifists and warriors clashed violently last night, igniting long-suppressed hostilities that erupted with ferocity. In the span of a single night, blood stained the clan's stone pathways, and innocent lives were lost amidst the chaos. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Konoha. And the ensuing wave of public opinion thrust Senju Tobarama, a member of the village's decision-making echelon, into the eye of the storm. Alongside Hokage Hashirama, several leaders of Konoha faced unprecedented pressure, with villagers, senior officials, and envoys from neighboring villages all awaiting their stance. Has the situation escalated to this extent? Tobarama inhaled deeply, acutely aware that the Uchiha clan's actions not only threatened Konoha's stability, but also tugged at the delicate fabric of peace within the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha's conflict had already resulted in innocent casualties, and the populace's panic was intensifying. Lord Tobarama, decisive action is imperative, urged Uchiha Kagami, his eyes glimmering with concern. I understand, yet we must approach this matter with caution. We cannot allow the Uchiha to feel isolated. Our current objective must be reconciliation, not further confrontation, Tobarama replied. But the warrior faction of the Uchiha appears unwilling to compromise, Kagami interjected, his brow furrowed. As a member of the pacifist faction, he harbored resentment towards the warrior's actions. Kagami. Even if we were to eradicate the warrior faction, it would not resolve the underlying issues, Tobarama sighed. Why not? They have harmed civilians. Should we simply turn a blind eye? Kagami asked. Resolving this through force will have far-reaching consequences. Other clans will grow wary of Konoha's ruling class, which would hinder the village's growth. Tobarama responded with a heavy heart. They have yet to recognize the true threat. We must make them understand that internal strife will only weaken them further, plunging Konoha and the entire shinobi realm into a deeper crisis. The malevolence in Uchiha Kagami's eyes dissipated as he quietly listened to Tobarama's words. He realized that this leader, renowned for his disdain towards the Uchiha clan, harbored no significant prejudice against them. All his actions were merely considerations for the greater good of the village. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Hokage's office. Kagami, you should return and continue your surveillance. I need to discuss our next strategy with my elder brother. Tobarama instructed. Understood, Lord Tobarama. With that, Uchiha Kagami's figure vanished into the corridor. After knocking, Senju Tobarama opened the door, only to find Senju Hashirama engaged in conversation with someone. Senna, have you truly agreed to assist me in gathering the tailed beasts? At this moment, Senju Hashirama stood up, brimming with excitement. Indeed, and not only the nine tails, we must also gain control over the other tailed beasts, Uchiha Senna affirmed with a nod. Your assistance is invaluable. The internal chaos within the Uchiha clan is quite severe. Our higher-ups, in their efforts to maintain the overall situation, have focused primarily on gathering intelligence about the tailed beasts, leaving no time to address the infighting within the Uchiha. If this continues, we shall accomplish nothing. Your help has directly alleviated our urgent predicament. Senna, Tobarama, having overheard their conversation, stepped into the room and casually closed the door behind him, approaching them slowly. So, you are finally willing to lend your strength to Konoha? A look of satisfaction spread across Tobarama's face, indicating that Uchiha Hikari's letter from the previous day had made an impact. Humph, it's you, the useless advisor. Uchiha Senna retorted, turning to face Tobarama with a look of disdain. Isn't it simply due to your incompetence that matters have escalated? To resolve issues, one must first discern priorities and tackle them one by one. You both wish to grasp both fish and bear's paw simultaneously. It's utterly laughable. I apologize. Madara and Hikari are absent, and we are indeed somewhat stretched thin, Tobarama admitted, feeling a sense of shame, for Uchiha Senna's words rang true. Senna, thank you for stepping forward for the sake of the Uchiha and Konoha. My actions are not motivated by those reasons, Uchiha Senna replied, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. To me, the Uchiha, Senju, Konoha, the ninja world, and the balance of war and peace are of little consequence. However, if I do not intervene now, everything my sister, brother, and the young ones who believe in me wish to protect will be lost. In Izuna Uchiha's mind, flashes of daily life with his elder siblings mingled with the memory of Uchiha Ruri, who had waited for him beneath the fireworks last night. The recollections of those who unconditionally believed in him became increasingly vivid, rendering Izuna unable to remain indifferent to the current circumstances. He raised his gaze towards Hashirama and Tobarama, declaring, I merely wish to protect what my brother and sister sought to safeguard. I cannot allow it to dissolve into nothingness. His words resonated deeply, and for a moment, even Hashirama and Tobarama's expressions darkened. Indeed, Izuna was correct. If Konoha continued to wallow in such disarray, the sacrifices made by Hikari and Madara would be rendered utterly meaningless. After a brief silence, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Hashirama was the first to lift his head and smiled at Izuna, saying, "By the way, Izuna, Hikari never imposed her will upon you. She always hoped you could live freely." He continued, "Yet, it is surprising that through your own observations and reflections, you have inadvertently inherited Hikari's will. It is a testament to your bond as her brother." "What do you mean?" Izuna inquired, gazing at Hashirama with confusion. "What is my sister's will?" "That will signifies the willingness to transcend familial and positional constraints, a person who toils tirelessly to protect children and avert war. I refer to them as possessors of the will of fire." Hashirama approached Izuna, gently patting his shoulder while smiling. "Your earlier response perfectly encapsulates the will of fire. It is truly magnificent." "The will of fire?" Izuna murmured, recalling the visage of Uchiha Hikari. "It is a pity that, at this stage, there are not many who embody the will of fire within Konoha. Fortunately, your sister, Uchiha Hikari, once guided her subordinates and students, all of whom have embraced this spirit. Furthermore, Hikari's act of sealing herself has indirectly spurred the propagation of the will of fire." Hashirama sat upon the desk, beaming at Izuna. Upon hearing this, Izuna's expression flickered, ultimately feeling a pang of shame. He often clung to his sister's side, yet had never made an effort to comprehend her enduring thoughts. "Izuna, it is not solely your sister who embodies the will of fire. Madara does as well," Hashirama remarked. "In the final battle at the Valley of the End, Madara persisted until the very end, putting on a final performance to safeguard both you and Hikari." Whenever the topic of Madara arises, Hashirama inevitably finds himself lost in memories. This morning, in order to address the issues concerning Uchiha, Hashirama and Izuna laid their cards on the table, intending to reveal the information that Madara was still alive. Upon investigating the body of Madara, they swiftly realized that the figure lying in the coffin was merely a shadow clone. Clearly, Madara was indeed alive, however. The original purpose of the monumental event at the Valley of the End was to instill fear among the great shinobi villages. Now that this intimidation had been achieved, Madara had yet to return to the village. Hashirama was bewildered, pondering what kind of threat could compel Madara to orchestrate such a charade of death. Soon, however, he relinquished this line of thought, as the lack of information rendered any conclusions futile. After abandoning his considerations regarding Madara, Hashirama devoted his attention entirely to the future of Konoha, feeling an urgent need to contribute to its welfare within the limited time available. "During these idle days, as Hokage, I have not been devoid of thoughts. Since the internal strife that transpired yesterday, I believe that the path Konoha must take involves eliminating the barriers between the major clans. Fostering a collective mindset centered on the protection of our village," Hashirama expressed to his brother. "But brother, how do we resolve this?" "It is no simple matter," Tobirama inquired. "I have a general course of action in mind. However, we must first address the issue of the tailed beasts," Hashirama replied with a mysterious smile. "It seems you have devised a strategy?" Uchiha Izuna regarded Hashirama, recognizing him as one of the few shinobi he truly admired, a ninja whose strength surpassed even that of Madara. "Indeed," Hashirama nodded, his expression radiating confidence. "Then, I shall return to my clan to stabilize the situation. Once you are prepared, we will embark together to hunt the tailed beasts," Uchiha Izuna declared, turning his gaze toward the ninja village beyond the window. Chapter 55. The distribution of the tailed beasts. The atmosphere within the Uchiha Council Hall was taut as a bowstring. The discord among the clan had escalated to a fever pitch. The representative of the moderates, the clan leader's secretary, Uchiha Ruri, spoke with a trembling voice. "Our skirmish last night has left innocent civilians harmed. You must accept the penalties of Konoha's loss." The leader of the militant faction, Uchiha Rengoku, stood his ground resolutely. "You moderates have been tamed by the Senju of Konoha, forsaking the pride of the Uchiha clan. If this continues, we shall inevitably be consumed." He was not wrong. Had we foreseen such humiliation within our own clan, we should have followed Lord Madara from the outset. "Where is clan leader Izuna? Bring him forth. What kind of man is it to have a mere girl like you take the stand?" When Lord Madara and Lord K-Ka were present, the Uchiha were not as they are now. The dispute intensified, and Uchiha Ruri's eyes glistened with tears, yet she spoke with unwavering resolve. "We are Uchiha, not marauders. Enough prattle. Every major family seeks to seize greater power in Konoha. You moderates are being exploited by the Senju without even realizing it." Rengoku's fury seemed poised to engulf her words, and he slammed his palm onto the table, causing Ruri to instinctively recoil, a flicker of terror crossing her eyes. At that moment, The door to the conference room was thrust open, and a calm yet authoritative voice resonated. Enough. Uchiha Ruri, upon seeing the visitor, was instantly overcome with tears. Lord Izuna. Uchiha Izuna stood at the entrance, and his mere presence instantly quelled the palpable tension in the room. Lioli stepped back. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lioli obediently retreated, her eyes glistening with a hint of reassurance. As Izuna slowly entered the conference room, each stride seemed to emanate a formidable aura, causing everyone present to hold their breath involuntarily. We, the Uchiha clan, are the guardians of Konoha, not its destroyers. I will personally address the events of last night. Izuna's words resonated with conviction as he surveyed the room, his gaze piercing. Remember, strength is not meant to harm the innocent, but to protect the vulnerable. Should I witness any further disputes within the clan that incite chaos over power struggles, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In the depths of Izuna Uchiha's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a chilling chakra began to unfurl. The ethereal form of Susanoo loomed before the gathered crowd like a mountain pressing down upon them. Throughout his life, Izuna had existed under the protection of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Madara, never revealing his true prowess as he did on this day. As the brother of the light of the ninja world and the Azura of the ninja realm, his name held significant weight. But it was the terrifying ocular power of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan that truly resonated today. It was only after witnessing Izuna's purple Susanoo that everyone remembered this young clan leader, who had long remained aloof from worldly affairs, was indeed a formidable force to be reckoned with. 3 days later, with Izuna Uchiha's assistance, the tumultuous atmosphere within Konoha was temporarily subdued. The Umbu finally found respite, channeling their full efforts into the pursuit of tailed beast intelligence, thereby elevating Izuna's reputation within their ranks. Subsequently, Hokage Hashirama Senju announced his intention to embark on a journey to capture the tailed beasts alongside his wife, Mito Uzumaki, and the Umbu under the leadership of Izuna Uchiha. As for the village's defenses, they were entrusted to the chief strategist, Tobarama Senju, who, alongside the Hokage's direct guard, remained in Konoha, employing barrier perception techniques learned from the Uzumaki clan to remain ever vigilant against surprise attacks from foreign ninja. This expedition to subjugate the tailed beast spanned 6 months. Konoha's efforts in capturing the first 7 tailed beasts proceeded smoothly. However, during the attempt to capture the 9 tails, Hashirama unfortunately sustained severe injuries in battle. No longer possessing the regenerative capacity of his peak years, he gazed solemnly at the 9 tails and declared, "Nine tails, your power is too formidable. I regret that I cannot disregard you. Hashirama, allow me to take this on." Mito Uzumaki stepped forward, her expression grave as she regarded the exhausted 9 tails. 9 tails, should you unleash your power, it will only invite hatred. Please remain quietly within me. On that day, the endeavor to gather the tailed beasts in Konoha reached a significant conclusion. Senju Hashirama, in collaboration with Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Izuna, successfully captured all the tailed beasts except for Shikaku, the one tail, and returned triumphantly. Uzumaki Mito, by sealing the 9 tails within herself, pioneered the concept of the Jinchuriki within the ninja world. At present, Konoha's strength has ascended to its zenith, a pinnacle not witnessed since the absence of the Uchiha siblings, Izuna and Madara. With the god of shinobi, 8-tailed beasts, and the unparalleled might of Uchiha Izuna, they possess formidable power. The return of these individuals served as a beacon of hope, dispelling the shadows that loomed over the hearts of Konoha citizens. However, at this moment of prosperity and strength for Konoha, the other 4 great nations began to feel increasingly uneasy. A year later, observing the burgeoning power of Konoha, the major ninja villages conspired to unite and launch a full-scale war against it. This intelligence reached Konoha's Umbu, prompting the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to initiate the renowned First 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron to safeguard Konoha from the impending siege by the other 4 nations. In the Land of Iron, within the Hokage Assembly Hall, the leaders of each village, accompanied by their respective second-in-commands, sat in silence at the 5 points of the table, draped in silks emblazoned with their national insignias. Once all were gathered, Hashirama spoke first. To witness the 5 founding Kage convening in such a manner for a summit truly warms my heart. Grasping the corners of the table, he bowed deeply to the 4 Kage across from him, expressing his profound gratitude. Beside him, Tobarama observed Hashirama's folly, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Brother, as the representative of Konoha, the land of fire, how can you so easily bow before the other Kage?" With tears glistening in his eyes, Hashirama replied, "But I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Lord Hokage, please lift your head, urged the first Raikage. Such behavior is unbecoming of a leader. The first Tsuchikage added, however, bowing will not compel me to sign without due consideration. Indeed, echoed the first Mizukage. If you humble yourself too much, it may appear as though you have ulterior motives. Cautioned the first Kazekage. You are all correct, Tobirama interjected. Our distribution of the tailed beasts will take balance into account. But each of you must contribute resources for the acquisition. A gift would suffice, Hashirama exclaimed. Silence. Tobirama retorted sharply, causing Hashirama to lower his head in response. Unperturbed by Hashirama's antics, the first Kazekage continued solemnly. Our son Agakure has historically sealed a tailed beast within a certain temple, and we do not require more. If we are to sign an agreement, it must be distinct from those of other villages, ensuring appropriate compensation. Is that acceptable? What scheme are you concocting? The first Raikage inquired. The first Kazekage replied, My nation is beset by endless sands, thus I seek to acquire fertile lands from our neighboring country, Konohagakure, rather than tailed beasts. Furthermore, I demand that 30% of the funds used by other nations to purchase tailed beasts be surrendered to us. What? Are you jesting, Kazekage? Your demands are excessive, my lord. Should these conditions remain unmet, I shall abstain from signing the agreement. The first Kazekage responded, as a desert nation, we are incapable of engaging in production. To contend with the other four great nations, we must fully leverage the tailed beasts that our village possesses. In that case, we four nations can unite to assault the land of wind. The first Mizukage interjected. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and fraught with animosity. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the table was struck forcefully. The assembly beheld Senju Hashirama once more bowing his head against the table, stating, Indeed, we have harbored numerous conflicts in the past, all born from our desire to protect our kin and families. At times, these actions were perhaps born of desperation. Even if today the five nations successfully signed this accord, to be frank, I doubt how long it will endure or how faithfully we will adhere to it. Yet, I have always envisioned a day when ninjas transcend national boundaries to aid one another, uniting in solidarity as a single entity. This is the dream I cherish for the future. I implore you all to allow today to be the inaugural step toward realizing this dream. As the words fell, the gathered shadows exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. They had not anticipated that this legendary god of ninjas would possess such a Navi disposition. In that moment, no one paid heed to Hashirama Senju's remarks. The latter part of the conference was predominantly overseen by Tobirama. After the various nations successively signed the agreements, they departed in haste. Upon his return, Hashirama wore a countenance of dejection. He had come with the belief that the leaders of the nations shared his earnest yearning for peace. Yet, it became painfully clear that he had gravely misjudged the situation. His meticulously prepared discourse had not wielded significant influence during the Five Kage Summit. The primary motivations for the other Kage's attendants were to advocate for their own national interests and to ascertain the current stance of the Hidden Leaf. Such an idealistic vision, steeped in dreams, must contend with numerous practical considerations in reality. Evidently, Hashirama's aspirations could not be easily realized within the span of just a few generations. However, after the Hidden Leaf allocated the tailed beasts among the various nations, it garnered substantial financial resources. Although Konoha experienced a decline in military prowess, it reaped a remarkable reputation among its populace, leading to their burgeoning prosperity. The economy of the Land of Fire reached unprecedented heights. Moreover, with each nation now possessing tailed beasts as deterrents against others, minor skirmishes gradually subsided. For the first time, the ninja world entered a period of peace that lasted a remarkable 8 years. Chapter 56. The passing of Hashirama Senju. During this pinnacle of prosperity in Konoha, Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of the ninja world, envisioned a new future for the village with his unparalleled magnanimity. On this day, he summoned all villagers and ninjas to gather in the plaza beneath the governing edifice, where he proclaimed his decision. Esteemed citizens, true peace demands not only victories on the battlefield but also harmony and understanding among our clans. Today, I intend to implement a policy aimed at bridging the divides between our families. I believe this initiative will illuminate Konoha's future like the dawn's first light. Henceforth, the Senju clan name shall no longer grace Konoha. Standing at the pinnacle of our village, my voice resonates with the steadiness of a mountain. We, the Senju clan, shall forsake our surname, conceal our identities, and endeavor to intermarry with the common folk, allowing the Senju bloodline to intertwine with every inch of Konoha's land. This is my commitment to Konoha, and it is also our Senju clan's pledge to peace. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The prominent clans present wore expressions of sheer shock, for Hashirama's intention was to lead by example, entirely abandoning the notion of individual families and consolidating the future of all clans into the collective guardianship of Konoha. This initiative not only averted the prospect of the Senju clan monopolizing power in the aftermath of the Ninja World War, but also served as a stark reminder to all clans that the decision-making body of Konoha must prioritize the broader interest of the village. Decision-makers might even choose to forfeit their own family's illustrious history for the sake of the village's long-term prosperity. Consequently, clans that acted against the interests of the village would find themselves ostracized, and any calls for internal clan benefits would be thoroughly suppressed. They understood that from this day forth, Konoha was poised for a transformation. Hashirama's decision was akin to a gentle spring breeze, awakening the will of fire within Konoha, fostering unprecedented unity and strength. The citizens of Konoha, whether once clan members or commoners, deeply felt Hashirama's profound love and sacrifice. People began to perceive one another, Konoha, in the future through a renewed lens. From that moment, Konoha was no longer a fragmented stronghold of various clans, but rather a true homeland, collectively safeguarded by the Senju. Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Saratobi, Shimura, Inuzuka, Uzumaki, and many other families. At that instant, under Hashirama's guidance, the will of fire in Konoha blazed even more fiercely, becoming an indelible light. However, in the period following the implementation of the new policy, while Konoha thrived, Hashirama's health began to deteriorate. It was as if he had fulfilled his mission. The vitality that once shone in his eyes had dimmed. Before long, Hashirama resigned from the position of Hokage due to illness, passing the mantle to Tobirama Senju as the second Hokage. 2 years later, Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade, was born. Devoid of his cell division abilities, Hashirama had become a frail old man. Although he lacked his former vigor, he still gazed upon the flourishing Konoha with glimmers of light in his eyes. Gradually, as he relished the joys of family life, Hashirama transformed into a doting grandfather, finding his greatest pleasure in accompanying little Tsunade to various gambling establishments throughout the Land of Fire. Yet, each time he returned home, he found himself impoverished, often facing a scolding from Mito Uzumaki. Little Tsunade consequently developed a penchant for gambling, even sneaking out to sample the liquor Hashirama had hidden. Grandfather? Grandfather. In the 12th year of the Konoha calendar, on a rainy morning, little Tsunade sought out Hashirama to play, only to find him slumped over the table, unresponsive to spider calls. It is with great sorrow that I must inform you, Lord Hashirama has passed away. Lady Mito, Princess Tsunade, please accept my condolences. On that day, Hashirama's home was filled with mourners, each face etched with grief. Grandfather. The visage of the young Tsunade was marred by tears, her sobs drowned by the tempest outside. This marked the first occasion that the beautiful little girl faced the profound loss of someone paramount in her life. Shortly thereafter, the village of Konoha announced the passing of Hashirama Senju. For the entire Land of Fire, this heralded an immense sorrow. As one of the founders of Konoha, his departure resonated like the thunderous fall of a towering tree, leaving behind an expanse of emptiness and silence. In the hearts of the villagers, Hashirama embodied the essence of peace, embracing all with his expansive spirit. His luminous life, the radiant, was fleeting within the annals of the shinobi world. Upon learning of Hashirama's demise, Konoha was enveloped in a shroud of grief. Villagers congregated spontaneously in the central square, their silence heavy with collective sorrow, each pair of eyes reflecting reluctance and melancholy. Tobirama and Bonri stood before the crowd, their silhouettes exuding a profound solitude as they grappled with the weight of losing their elder brother. Today, we mourn not merely a leader, but a father, a brother, and a friend. Though Tobirama's voice quivered, each word rang with resolve. Brother Hashirama, through his very life, illustrated the true path of a shinobi. He taught us that peace is not an instantaneous achievement. It requires each of us to safeguard it through our actions and to perceive it with our hearts. Before the grave of Hashirama Senju, Uzumaki Mito stood in solemn silence, tears cascading down her cheeks like a gentle river. The tale she shared with Hashirama, though fleeting, was profoundly impactful. His departure felt as though a fragment of her heart had been irrevocably severed. Yet, what Hashirama bequeathed was not merely sorrow, but also an enduring hope for the future. She understood that Hashirama longed for a world where ninjas coexisted in harmony, a realm devoid of animosity and conflict. Alas, the reality is harsh. As Uchiha Madara once proclaimed, with the loss of Hashirama, an unparalleled force, Konoha's equilibrium of peace would swiftly unravel. With the passing of the first Hokage, The ninja world seemed to have lost its final bastion of tranquility, and the ominous shadow of the First Great Ninja War swiftly engulfed the entire continent. Hashirama's unmatched prowess and esteemed reputation had served as an insurmountable bulwark, deterring the four great nations from reckless actions, lest they provoke the wrath of this divine ninja. However, with Hashirama's departure, that barrier crumbled instantaneously. The ambitions and desires of the nations surged forth like an unleashed torrent, flooding uncontrollably. Within a mere fortnight, the village hidden in the clouds could no longer restrain itself, launching a fierce assault on the land of fire with a swiftness that took all by surprise. As if bursting forth after a prolonged suppression, shortly thereafter, the remaining three great nations, not to be outdone, eagerly joined the fray. Intent on seizing the opportunity to partition the territories and resources of the Land of Fire in its moment of vulnerability. In an instant, the Land of Fire found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis, as the once vibrant peace and prosperity seemed to evaporate into mere illusion. Chapter 57. The First Great Ninja War in Konoha. Within the Hokage building, a palpable tension hung in the air. In the strategic conference room, ninjas gathered, their urgent discussions intertwining like a tapestry of concern. Sitting in the foremost position was Tobirama Senju, with a meticulously crafted map of the ninja world unfurled before him, each mark and alteration signifying the deadly struggles of the battlefield. Lord Tobirama, the enemy's assault is most intense in the northeastern direction, reported the intelligence officer, causing the atmosphere in the room to thicken with apprehension. Northeast, the village hidden in the clouds? Tobirama's finger glided thoughtfully over the densely forested region depicted on the map, his tone imbued with contemplation. Is there a tail beast involved in their attack? He probed further. According to reports, Lord, the tailed beast from the village hidden in the clouds remains in an unstable state and did not participate in this offensive, the intelligence officer replied promptly. Yet Tobirama's brow furrowed, revealing lingering doubts. At that moment, Mito's voice flowed through the conference room like a refreshing breeze. The village hidden in the clouds lacks the formidable sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan to bind tailed beasts within human vessels, nor do they possess sealing artifacts. At this stage, they cannot wield tailed beasts as I do through a Jinchuriki. Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Thus, the most challenging aspect of the northeastern battlefield remains the Reikage ninjutsu? He gazed at the map, pondering for a moment before resolutely declaring. Since they have not deployed a tailed beast, I shall personally lead a counter-offensive using the Flying Thunder God technique to contain them. Is there truly no issue? Uzumaki Mizuho furrowed her brow, her words laden with concern. If there is indeed pressure, I shall break the seal of light. Rest assured, Sister Mizuho, Tobirama replied with confidence. Time has swiftly passed, and Konoha has transformed from its former state of fragility. This time, I aim to demonstrate to the other four great nations that even without the protection of a top-tier powerhouse like the God of Ninja, Konoha remains formidable. In just a few days, the ninja world has plunged into unprecedented turmoil. This conflict finds its roots in the passing of Senju Hashirama. The ambitions of various factions have erupted like a volcano, ready to ignite and impossible to contain. Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo, once either foes or allies, now become direct adversaries on the battlefield. All are striving to seize opportunities for survival and expansion amid this chaos. On the battlefield, countless ninjas shed their blood, fighting for their respective villages and beliefs. Their jutsu burst forth like brilliant fireworks, both dazzling and lethal, chronicling the harsh realities of the ninja world. Leading the sealing team, Mizuho confronts the tailed beast weapon of Iwa. By her side, Sarutobi Hizashi has grown into a formidable ninja. Though shielded by Mizuho, Hizashi's adept fusion of 5 nature transformations, water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning has equipped him to stand independently on the battlefield. Against Iwa's unparalleled Inoki, Sarutobi Hizashi demonstrates tactical superiority through his versatile techniques. The collision of elements and intellect becomes a celebrated legend on the battlefield. In the distant eastern coastal front, Uchiha Hikari leads his clan members as a supporting force aiding Senju Tobirama in the Land of Lightning. However, they are intercepted by approaching ninjas from the Mist Village. While Mist excels in concealment techniques and cannot directly overpower the Uchiha clan, their illusions cleverly delay the Uchiha, preventing timely support for Tobirama. Fortunately, Tobirama possesses the formidable techniques of Edo Tensei in the explosive tags, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, causing great distress among the ninjas of the 4 hidden villages. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique, like a specter, traverses the battlefields, instilling fear in the hearts of their enemies. Amidst the baptism of this war, the legendary speed of Shinji Tobarama resonates once more throughout the ninja world. Simultaneously, while the Sand Village of the Wind Country participates in the offensive, their tactics appear more cautious, often engaging in half-hearted attacks that fail to exhibit the same aggressiveness as the other great nations. In the face of such an opponent, Konoha dispatches a group of elite ninjas hailed as the strongest new generation. Mizuho Minin, calm and wise, consistently uses her keen insight to unravel enemy strategies in the most critical moments, turning the tide for her team. Togen Koharu, the prized pupil of Uchiha Hikari, although lacking the enhancement of the Sharingan, possesses exceptional tactical intuition and adept fire techniques inherited from Uchiha Hikari. Her presence was akin to a stabilizing anchor within the ranks, ensuring the equilibrium of the battlefield. Shimura Danzo, known for his ruthless demeanor and proficiency in covert operations, skillfully incited and ambushed, leading many adversarial ninjas to waver under temptation, ultimately transforming them into rebel ninjas who contributed to the triumph of Konoha. Akimichi Choji, combining his physical prowess with the family's secret multiplication technique, became a formidable force in close combat. Each charge he made was akin to a tempest, instilling dread in the hearts of his foes. The battle against Sunagakure became a stage for their renown, showcasing the profound heritage of Konoha. They demonstrated through their might that the glory of Konoha belonged not solely to the legendary heroes, but to each ordinary ninja who took up arms. As the war progressed, the founding shadows of the major ninja villages fell one by one, their names etched forever in the annals of ninja history like fallen stars. Ultimately, Shinji Tobarama led the ninjas of Konoha to a resounding victory over the four great hidden villages, their overwhelming might sending tremors across the entire ninja realm. The defeated four villages could only retreat in disarray, opting to renegotiate a peace treaty with Konoha. Thus, the first great ninja war transitioned into a phase of localized conflicts. Half a year later, the four great ninja villages learned from their failures and began to emulate Tobarama's political acumen, establishing ninja academies and covert divisions to cultivate their own new generation of talent. The seven ninja swordsmen of the mist emerged during this period. After a period of recuperation, Kimogakure decided to stake everything on a bold gamble. Under the leadership of the second Raikage, they amassed over 1,000 ninjas to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. However, Tobarama was no ordinary adversary. Upon receiving word of the incursion, he swiftly gathered the elite ninjas of the village, repelling the enemy at the borders of the nation. In the midst of the confrontation at the borderlands, a substantial number of Kimogakure's ninjas perished, suffering another devastating defeat. This loss led to internal divisions within Kimogakure. Confronted with the harsh reality of defeat, the second Raikage realized that mere brute force could not conquer Konoha, led by Tobarama. At this moment, the towering fortress of Kimogakure, situated in the Land of Lightning, was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression. In the Raikage's office, the second Raikage gazed intently at the rolling thunderclouds outside, his heart tumultuous like the storm above. What progress had been made with the seals of the Two Tails and Eight Tails? Could they not be utilized as combat power? His voice resonated with a low, commanding authority. Lord Raikage, we have attempted every sealing technique, but have yet to completely subdue the Two Tails and Eight Tails. A ninja replied with his head bowed, clearly reluctant to convey such news. Damn it, at this rate. Have we merely spent vast sums to carry two ticking bombs at our sides? The Raikage's brow furrowed, his words laced with profound concern and fury. Those Konoha scoundrels sold us the tailed beasts but did not impart the means to seal them. The advisor beside him added, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. The Raikage's gaze darkened as he coldly declared, since Shinji Tobarama shows no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. His words resonated like thunder, sending a tremor through every soul present. Contact the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist. Raikage-sama, what is your intent in reaching out to them? The advisor inquired, perplexed. Given that we lack sealing techniques, acquiring them by force is our only option. The Raikage's eyes glinted with cunning as he gazed towards the Land of Whirlpools in the southeast of the Land of Fire. Tomorrow, I shall announce a truce to the Land of Fire, inviting the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama. Is Raikage-sama planning to compel Shinji Tobarama to come to the Land of Lightning under the pretext of peace talks? Indeed. If the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist launch an offensive again, they will be unable to divert their attention to support the Land of Whirlpools. This time, we shall seize every valuable possession of the Uzumaki clan, the second Raikage sneered. Chapter 58, Uchiha Light, returns. The plan of the Hidden Cloud Village, akin to a sharp blade, severed the fragile peace that had only recently been restored in the ninja world. The two significant nations, the hidden stone, and the hidden mist, recognized the opportunity and unhesitatingly agreed to the Raikage proposal. Although they possessed decent sealing techniques, who would refuse more in the face of potential gain? If they could acquire the sealing techniques and treasures of the Uzumaki clan, it would undoubtedly be a decisive move on the chessboard of the ninja world. Thus, at the moment the Raikage announced the peace talks, the second Suchikage and the second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Gitsu, discreetly set their plans into motion, leading their elite ninjas like phantoms in the night, silently infiltrating the Land of Fire to launch a surprise attack. The Land of Whirlpools, a mysterious territory nestled between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, became the primary target due to its proximity to the Hidden Mist village. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist, in alliance with a select few elite from the Hidden Cloud, took advantage of Senju Tobarama's journey to the peace talks, stealthily maneuvering towards the Land of Whirlpools. Despite the formidable oceanic barrier established by the Uzumaki clan outside their village, it could not withstand the combined assault of the second Mizukage, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the brothers Kin and Jin from the Hidden Cloud for long. The Land of Whirlpools now teetered on the brink of annihilation, urgently signaling for aid from Konohagakure. At dawn the following day, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the rooftops of Konohagakure. Though the Umbu received the Uzumaki clan's distress signal, Senju Tobarama was leading Konoha's elite, including Saratobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazuki, Tikake Rin, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and Shimura Danzo, towards the Land of Lightning to prepare for the peace talks. Last night, Izuna Uchiha led the elite members of the Uchiha clan to fiercely repel the assault from the Land of Earth, leaving the village devoid of readily deployable ninjas. Mito Uzumaki's heart, akin to leaves caught in an autumn breeze, was filled with despair and anxiety. She understood that the fate of the Uzumaki clan hung precariously overhead like a sword, poised to fall at any moment. It was imperative for her to devise a solution. Otherwise, she would helplessly witness her kin and homeland succumb to an endless abyss of darkness. Thus, Konoha became her sole beacon of hope. Gently caressing the Uzumaki crest upon her chest, she silently prayed for the safety of her clan as she hastened to seek aid from the various ninja clans of Konoha. For the first time, she chose to approach the residence of the Shimura clan. Lady Mito, our Shimura clan has suffered considerable losses in the previous battle. Perhaps it would be best for you to seek assistance from other families. The voice of the clan leader, laced with resignation, cast a shadow over Mito's heart. Departing from the Shimura estate, her steps did not falter as she made her way to the domain of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Ruri's gaze flickered, ultimately leading her to shake her head in resignation. Lord Mito, our Uchiha clan is currently engaged in battle with the Land of Earth, rendering us unable to assist. I apologize. Ruri's voice, akin to a glimmer of warmth amidst a chilling wind, could not alter the stark reality that surrounded them. Mito's heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles, each step weighed down with an unbearable heaviness. She subsequently sought audiences with the prominent clans, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Akimichi. We have our own duties and cannot divert our attention. Was this command from the Hokage? If not, we regret our inability to extend our aid. The responses from each clan leader were nothing short of icy rejections. Their words struck Mito's heart like sharp blades, causing her deep anguish. Vortex Mito. Though you are held in high regard among the citizens of Konoha, this admiration is confined to the populace alone. The true strength of Konoha lies within the esteemed clans. In the days of Hashirama, we held you in esteem, yet now the words of the Hyuga clan leader feel like a shard of ice, extinguishing the flicker of hope within Mito's heart. Standing alone in the desolate street, surrounded by a landscape both familiar and foreign, she felt an unprecedented sense of isolation, as if the entire world had turned against her. I once believed that Konoha was a symbol of unity, a home for us all. Mito's voice trembled, and for the first time, despair and anguish shone through her eyes. Yet in this moment, I perceived the darkness of the village, the indifference of humanity. Tears, akin to pearls severed from their string, silently cascade onto the frigid stone pathway, each drop bearing the weight of Uzumaki Mito's shattered heart. At this moment, Konoha no longer resembles the home she once knew. The enemy advances relentlessly, and the fate of the Land of Whirlpools hangs precariously like a flickering candle in the wind. While she feels an unprecedented sense of helplessness, the tears that escape Mito's eyes flow not only for the survival of her clan, but also for the indifference and harsh realities of Konoha. The once sacred vows and unity seem, at this instant, to have disintegrated into nothingness. Mito gazes coldly at the clan members, those allies with whom she once fought side by side, now reduced to mere indifferent spectators. She turns away, her steps heavy as she walks toward the cliff beneath Konoha. Arriving at the altar that seals the essence of Uchiha Kagami, silence envelopes the surroundings, broken only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. As if nature itself whispers to Mito's tumultuous heart, her face is ashen, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance, resembling the dimmest star in the night sky. Solitary and helpless, Mito approaches the altar slowly, her fingers delicately brushing the edges of the sealing scroll, upon which the name of Uchiha Kagami is etched alongside intricate sealing techniques, resembling shackles that tightly bind Kagami's essence through time. Little Kagami, Mito murmurs, her voice quivering with nostalgia for cherished memories and a profound resignation to the cruelty of reality. Her fingers swiftly form seals, each motion imbued with reminiscence and a deep plea. It is as though she races against time, battling fate for a glimmer of hope. As the final hand seal is completed, the sealing light begins to flicker, akin to an ancient power awakening. Atop the altar, the radiance converges, and the figure of Uchiha Kagami, like a phantom, slowly materializes from the scroll. Uchiha Hikari remained clad in her iconic blue robe, adorned with a diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead. Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion, however, upon beholding the crimson locks of the individual before her. Along with the signature white kimono, her gaze softened with warmth and compassion. Sister Mito, upon seeing your visage, I surmise I have been sealed away for an extended period. The voice of Uchiha Hikari was akin to a gentle spring breeze, breathing life once more into the parched lands of Uzumaki Mito's heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clung tightly to Uchiha Hikari. Please, little Hikari, help the Whirlpool Village, Mito choked, transforming all her pain and helplessness into the most sincere of pleas. She grasped the fabric of Hikari's sleeve, fearful that this person might depart just as others had. Gazing upon Mito in such a state, Uchiha Hikari revealed an unprecedented gravity in his expression. Chapter 59. Reverse Summoning Technique. Uchiha Hikari's gaze grew solemn as she gently raised her hand into a fist, reaching towards Uzumaki Mito. In that moment, their eyes met, transcending the need for words. Uzumaki Mito lifted her delicate fist, meeting Uchiha Hikari's in a gentle collision. That subtle touch bridged their souls. As all of Uzumaki Mito's grievances and resentment transformed into a torrent of memories, flooding into Uchiha Hikari's mind. Uchiha Hikari witnessed the departure of the legendary figures of the ninja world, Madara and Hashirama, an event that resonated like a cataclysm, reshaping the very fabric of the shinobi realm. She beheld the ruthless scenes of the 4 great ninja villages, driven by greed, launching an assault on Konoha. The grotesque internal strife among the clans of Konoha unfolded before her eyes, replaying in her mind, illuminating the events that had transpired in the shinobi world over the years. Tears of blood streamed from the corners of her eyes as she gazed at the haggard visage of Uzumaki Mito, her heart awash with a tumultuous blend of emotions. Uchiha Hikari suppressed the flicker of anger and murderous intent, exerting all her strength to display a comforting expression on her face. It is all right, Sister Mito. Her voice, akin to warm sunlight, melted the frost within Mito's heart. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall never allow the village of Whirlpool to fall. The words of Uchiha Hikari shone like the dawn, illuminating the darkness that shrouded Mito's heart. Hikari, the young Mito lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she beheld the radiant light of hope. It seemed that as long as Uchiha Hikari was present, nothing was beyond reach. Clutching Hikari's hand tightly, she felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping her. Thank you, Hikari. Mito's voice resonated with gratitude and resolve. Uchiha Hikari turned, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, where the direction of the Whirlpool Village lay, a shared concern between her and Mito. I shall take my leave now. There is no time to squander, she declared. Her words concise yet powerful, imbued with a sense of urgency and unwavering commitment to her mission. Indeed, Mito replied with a gentle nod. The figure of Uchiha Hikari darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the ground with breathtaking speed. The surroundings blurred into obscurity, leaving only a fleeting shadow, a testament to her resolve and strength. Upon emerging from the underground, Uchiha Hikari utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly transport herself to the cliffside of Konoha, a favored vantage point of Hashirama and Madara. She had previously inscribed a mark there for the convenience of contacting her brother and Hashirama. At the base of the cliff, her mark, resembling the pattern of her kaleidoscope Sharingan, was left from her rudimentary studies of the Flying Thunder God technique. She was unable to sense distant marks, having not yet had the chance to inscribe them throughout the ninja world before her sealing. Thus, in her urgent desire to reach the land of whirlpools, she could not rely on the flying thunder god for swift battlefield transitions. With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Hikari bit her finger, forming a hand seal before striking the ground. Summoning technique. "Oh, is it little Hikari? It has been quite a while," came the voice amidst the swirling smoke as a slender communication toad materialized before her. "Toad B, could you please contact Lord Shinzakura and inquire if there is a toad's heavenly well in the land of water?" "The heavenly well? Are you suggesting I reverse summon you there, little Hikari?" "Indeed, I have urgent matters to attend to." "Very well, wait a moment." With that, Toadby clasped his hands together and vanished in a puff of smoke before her. Soon, the dust around Uchiha Hikari swirled once more, and when it settled, she found herself in a coastal city. "Little Hikari, this is the land of waves. The only toad's heavenly well we have in the southeastern sea is this one. It is still some distance from the land of whirlpools. Is that acceptable?" Toadby inquired. "That is no issue. I can reach it swiftly with my speed." Uchiha Hikari gazed toward the town of Kazahana and said, "Thank you, Toadby. You may return to rest, and please convey my regards to Lord Shinzakura." "Of course, I shall." With that, Toadby leaped into a stone well. In the land of whirlpools, at the hidden whirlpool village, the infamous brothers, Kin and Jin, their eyes glimmering with greed and madness, breached the village's barrier. They led an elite squad to launch a surprise assault on the Uzumaki clan. Targeting the artifacts left behind by the Sage of Six Paths brother, "This time we must succeed. Those artifacts could significantly enhance our power." Kin's voice was low yet exuberant, his eyes shining with the thirst for strength. Jin, however, remained more composed, cautioning, "Do not underestimate them. The Uzumaki clan harbors formidable masters, especially regarding their sealing techniques, which should not be taken lightly." Faced with this sudden onslaught, the Uzumaki clan fought valiantly against the ferocity of the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, yet ultimately, their resistance proved futile. Artifacts of great power fell one by one into the hands of their assailants, and bolstered by the devoured chakra of the Nine Tails, the brothers reached an unprecedented pinnacle of strength. These fiends could transform into a Nine Tails form, akin to a Jinchuriki. "You are but a swarm of ants." Jin Jiu laughed maniacally, clutching an artifact, his eyes brimming with disdain. Yin Jiao coldly remarked, "This power is what we truly seek. The Uzumaki clan is merely a stepping stone on our path to greater strength." They embodied the harbingers of destruction, their eyes glinting with a merciless light, wielding a power imbued with the annihilating force of the Nine Tails chakra. "Let all be rendered to nothingness." Jin Jiao's voice was deep and frigid, akin to the winter's chill, heralding the arrival of death. "Uzumaki clan, your pride shall be obliterated beneath our might." Yin Jiao's tone dripped with contempt, as if the defiance before them was no more than insignificant dust. With their arrival, the once tranquil village was instantly enveloped in fear and chaos. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's crimson claws, each strike accompanied by the roar of the Nine Tails chakra, were like a tempest, sweeping away all. Behind them lay the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, the desperate gaze of their kin. This ambush not only seized their treasures but also etched an indelible scar upon the hearts of the Uzumaki clan. The ambition of the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao spread like wildfire. No longer could these two be allowed to wreak havoc. "I will confront them. You protect the children and retreat." The clan leader, Uzumaki Rumina, finally reached the front line, his gaze resolute, facing the dread-inducing Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers. At this moment, the safety of the clan's children rested solely upon his shoulders. "Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, your ambitions end here." Uzumaki Rumina bellowed, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled with avarice. "Uzumaki Rumina, though your sealing techniques are formidable, do not forget that the chakra coursing through us is that of the Nine Tails." Jin Jiao laughed arrogantly, as if victory were assured. "Die. The battle was imminent." "Humph, mere trifles." Uzumaki Rumina smiled confidently, forming hand seals as a powerful sealing technique unfolded instantaneously, suppressing the Nine Tails chakra within the brothers, rendering them immobile. "This is the chakra of the Nine Tails, and yet it has been so easily subdued." Yin Jiao's face was one of disbelief. "The Nine Tails chakra within you is but trivial. You cannot even unleash a tailed beast bomb. To think you could annihilate the Uzumaki clan with such arrogance is laughable." Uzumaki Rumina formed seals, and a colossal Maijin gate descended from the heavens, striking the two and leaving them gasping for breath. "In terms of arrogance, are you not the same, Uzumaki Rumina?" Just as Uzumaki Ashina believed victory was within his grasp, an ominous presence emanated from the distance, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This fierce power was rapidly approaching the battlefield. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have arrived. Ashina's expression shifted. For he understood that relying solely on sealing techniques would no longer suffice against this new threat. Children, flee at once. This is an order, he bellowed, his voice piercing the night sky, reaching the hearts of every clansman. Ashina, your time is up. The brothers Kin and Jin struggled, on the verge of breaking free from their bindings. A band of disgraceful traitors, Ashina scoffed, his eyes still shimmering with an indomitable spirit, even when surrounded by overwhelming foes. The battle escalated once more, as the clash between the formidable forces of the Kin and Jin brothers and the 7 ninja swordsmen plunged the entire battlefield into further chaos. Ashina's hair turned from crimson to silver as he exerted every ounce of his strength to protect the children of his clan, his silhouette appearing particularly grand beneath the moonlight. Even in the face of such overpowering might, he showed no sign of retreat. Chief, go. We will hold them off. Several brave warriors of the Uzumaki clan stepped forward, their sacrifice buying precious time for the chief and the children to escape. Chapter 60, Journey to the Land of Bears. Situated between the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpools, is the coastal city closest to the Land of Whirlpools among the southern islands. Please, take me across the sea, Uchiha Hikari implored, having rushed from the Land of Waves to this point. The expanse of ocean ahead seemed far too daunting, and traversing it using chakra absorption appeared improbable. Young lady, even if you plead, we are powerless to assist, the middle-aged man said, stepping into the dim room and interrupting Hikari's conversation with the ship's crew. What is all this commotion? What has happened? Boss, this girl has come from the Land of Waves, asking us to take her to the port of the Land of Whirlpools. The port of the Land of Whirlpools? From the Land of Waves? No wonder she knows nothing, the boss remarked as he retrieved an old map from the wall, spreading it before Hikari. Listen closely, young lady. This here is the battlefield you wish to reach in the Land of Whirlpools. However, the journey is fraught with peril, as massive sea beasts lurk beneath the waves, having devoured countless fishermen, leaving none to tell the tales of that horrific sea. Worse yet, the Mist and Cloud villages have recently joined forces to attack the Whirlpool Hidden Village, and rumors suggest that various nations are harboring fleeing members of the Uzumaki clan, hoping to gain access to the secret techniques of the Land of Whirlpools. To venture there now would only lead to a fate of utter annihilation. Young lady, the place you wish to go is a true battlefield. For your safety, even if you implore me, I cannot allow you to go there. It's all right. I am strong. The eyes of Uchiha Hikari gleamed with unwavering determination as her Manjiki Sharingan quietly activated. A deep crimson chakra emanated from her being, causing the very dock to tremble slightly under the weight of her formidable power. Young lady, are you a ninja? The voice of the boss carried a hint of trepidation, and his words faltered as he beheld Uchiha Hikari, who shone like a star in the night, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Is she of the Uchiha clan? How could a Uchiha ninja appear in my dilapidated port? I have heard that you come here solely for monetary gain, without inquiring about the past. Uchiha Hikari replied with calm assurance. Upon hearing this, the boss paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, young lady, your audacity is remarkable. I admire it. Since you are so resolute in your intentions, I shall make an exception and provide you with a vessel to aid your quest. But, boss, that sea is fraught with peril, protested Aki. You, Aki, are excessively cautious and lack the discernment to see potential. Discernment? Yes, Aki, you fail to comprehend. This war has plunged our shipping business into decline. This young Uchiha, though her motives remain unclear, possesses the strength and audacity that may prove pivotal in altering the chaos of the southern coast. This time, I am willing to take a gamble on her. Can she truly succeed? The crew member's face was etched with skepticism as he prepared for the boss's orders. They readied the most formidable vessel in the port. Uchiha Hikari sat quietly at the stern of the boat, the deep sea breeze caressing her long hair, as if she were one with the vast ocean. In the Land of Waves, deep within the southern coastal forest, 17-year-old Uzumaki Aitai closely followed her master, Uzumaki Ishimura, weaving through the dense foliage alongside her fellow disciples. Their destination was a hidden port in the south, the only hope for their escape from the Land of Waves and the pursuit of a new life. As they approached the last outpost before the port, Uzumaki Ishimura raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Ahead lies the final outpost. Once we pass through safely, we shall flee to the southern islands. Can we truly escape this turmoil in the south? Atai's voice brimmed with yearning for the future. Ishimura scrutinized the outpost, sensing no presence, and spoke. Utai, go inform the civilians in the rear to prepare for departure from here. Yes, Master, I understand, Utai replied softly. Just as Ishimura contemplated the darkening hues of the horizon, a piercing sound suddenly shattered the tranquility. A shuriken, imbued with merciless intent, accurately pierced his heart. His body collapsed heavily towards Utai, blood instantly staining her garments and coloring her world red. Utai stared in disbelief, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. Master! Captain Ishimura! The cries of alarm echoed through the ranks, chaos and panic swiftly engulfing them. Enemies are lying in ambush. Someone shouted, trying to awaken the fighting instincts of their comrades. Damn it! Find their position and retaliate. The orders were laced with fury. Yet what responded to them was an even deadlier assault. Several kunai flew forth, this time rigged with ignited explosive tags. Amidst the explosion, the group suffered devastating losses. Utai was thrown aside, landing in a nearby thicket. Struggling to rise, she surveyed her surroundings, witnessing the once brotherly comrades now reduced to a bloody mess. In that instant, an unprecedented wave of fear and helplessness washed over her. Utai, flee. A red-haired woman, her eyes glimmering with defiance, called out to her from the ruins. Senior sister. Utai's voice trembled with emotion. Without hesitation, she rushed to her side and hoisted her onto her shoulder. Utai, do not worry about me. You must escape. The senior sister's voice was weak, yet resolute. No, I cannot abandon you. Utai's gaze was steadfast, stubbornly carrying her sister as she ran deeper into the forest. As dusk fell, Utai, utterly exhausted, continued to persevere, bearing her wounded senior sister while searching for a glimmer of hope for survival. Senior sister, we must live to leave this land of waves. The voice of Uzumaki Yudoi resonated with determination and resilience. However, fate was not inclined to grant her respite. Above the dense forest, several mist ninjas, clad in masks, stood eerily still upon the branches like grim reapers. Their cold gaze fixated on the two diminutive yet tenacious figures below. In their eyes, there was no trace of compassion, only a chilling intent to kill. The leading ninja slowly raised a hand, executing a simple gesture, prompting a nearby mist ninja to spring into action. Launching a shuriken that flew like an arrow aimed directly at Yudai's back. Yudai, with her last ounce of strength, her senior sister shielded her from the lethal strike. Sister? Yudai cried, as she witnessed her sister's fall. In that moment, her world shattered, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Whoosh! Another shuriken followed, this time entwined with an explosive tag, akin to the deathly kiss of a reaper. Observing her sister's pallid visage, as pale as parchment, Yudai stifled her sorrow and leaped deeper into the forest. Distraught, she stumbled repeatedly, unaware of the countless times she was tripped by unseen roots. Meanwhile, the mist ninjas perched upon the branches seemed to revel in the spectacle, their eyes reflecting nothing but mockery and ruthlessness. Ultimately, when the hunters appeared to tire of their deadly game, the captain unleashed a shuriken. It mercilessly pierced Yudai's back, pinning her to the ground. As Yudai fell, the world around her plunged into silence, her body stilled, leaving behind a tranquil forest and the metallic scent of blood hanging in the air. Chapter 61. The little mustache, the cawing of crows echoed through the woods. Had she perished? The mist ninjas descended from the treetops like phantoms, encircling Yudai's lifeless form. The Uzumaki clan truly are a pampered lot, one ninja scoffed. This is the consequence of isolation, the gulf between them and us, who have fought our way out of the blood mist, is insurmountable. That is why they have become the prey, another added. After all, there is nothing more enticing than a target that does not resist. Is this the last of the Uzumaki clan? One ninja surveyed the surroundings. No, another remarked. Observing a movement in the distance, it seems there may be more behind. Interesting, the captain's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appears we can continue to enjoy this hunt for a while longer. Captain, it seems a vessel is approaching, one ninja suddenly alerted, gazing toward the harbor. Oh? The captain turned his gaze in that direction, sneering, the mist has completely seized the ports of the land of Whirlpool. And yet there are still ships from other nations sailing in? In the distance, the once azure waters have been transformed into a shocking crimson. The surface of the sea and the shore littered with the lifeless bodies of the Whirlpool clan, their red and white hair intertwined, silently narrating the brutality of a recent battle. Amidst the perplexed gazes of the mist ninjas, Uchiha Light arrived aboard a vessel cutting through the waves, slowly entering this blood-stained harbor. Little girl, we have arrived at the battlefield, the boatman remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. A hint of melancholy surfacing even in his rugged demeanor at such a scene. Damn it, Uchiha Light murmured, her heart a tumult of emotions as she gazed upon the corpses floating on the water. Am I too late? This is already the southernmost port of the land of water, the boatman exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice heavy with disbelief. I never imagined this place would fall as well. There must be Mist Ninja stationed further ahead. We must turn back. His tone reflected a sense of resignation as he skillfully maneuvered the helm, attempting to steer the ship away. However, when he turned back, he found that Uchiha light had vanished, as if she had melded into the very air. The surrounding waves erupted in an instant, and all the boatman could discern was a blurred silhouette dashing towards the harbor at an astonishing speed, causing the water to part dramatically and create a striking wake. Akin to a fissure on the surface. Is that a woman? A member of the Mist team squinted, astonished by Uchiha Light's superhuman velocity. That woman is incredibly fast. One of them murmured. Act quickly, commanded the leader, but before the order could fully escape his lips, Uchiha Light was upon them. Greeted by a barrage of exploding tags and shurikens, fierce as a tempest, following the deafening explosions as the dust began to settle. The onlookers were taken aback to see a deep crimson skeletal shield erected before Uchiha Light, seemingly impenetrable. Before they could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain struck their backs. Shurikens had pierced through them. How was this possible? The members of the Mist team stared incredulously at their own chests, having perceived only one adversary moments ago. They turned to find Uchiha Light as shadow clones, emotionless, wielding shurikens that had penetrated their hearts. Did she already form the seals amidst the smoke? Moreover, these tangible clones created without the need for elemental chakra. You girl, are you a ninja from Konoha? This technique is known as the shadow clone. Uchiha Light observed as the members of the Mist team began to fall. The deep crimson skeletal armor enveloping her gradually receded. At that moment, a cold chuckle echoed beside her as a hidden Mist ninja emerged, brandishing a glinting shuriken aimed directly at Uchiha Light's vital points. I didn't expect you to be this formidable, but your adversaries are not limited to them. The newcomer was a man devoid of eyebrows, sporting a prominent mustache and a small goatee. His long hair shimmered in a golden hue, and he was clad in a high-collared trench coat, cinched at the waist with a black satin ribbon, underneath which lay a green autumn garment. The ethereal Uchiha Hikari, having shed her corporeal form, exhibited no surprise at this sudden appearance. Instead, she revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. In an instant, she transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from sight. What? The man with the goatee exclaimed, his eyes widening as he searched frantically. Eventually, he discovered that the true form of Uchiha Hikari was perched quietly upon a branch, gazing down at him with an expression of icy disdain. To think you managed to draw our attention with a Susanoo manifested through a shadow clone while your true self plotted an ambush from the rear. What is so peculiar about this? Deception is a fundamental aspect of warfare, Uchiha Hikari remarked, spreading her arms and wearing a smirk tinged with mockery. I am rather intrigued. However, as to who instilled in you the erroneous belief that Uchiha wield their Susanoo with reckless abandon? Few ninjas possess the ability to summon such a power. I am well aware of you. The man with the goatee's demeanor grew serious. The Uchiha's war weapon. Have you not been sealed away by Konoha? How did you come to be here? I am under no obligation to answer you. Uchiha Hikari's tone dripped with menace. You Mist ninjas must retreat today, otherwise, I would not hesitate to transform your village into a literal blood mist. Is that a denial? Though I only speculate, he countered. A cunning smile creeping across his face as he slowly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Since a ninja of your caliber has appeared, it seems this farce is nearing its conclusion. He produced a signal flare and sent it soaring into the sky. The hidden Mist ninjas nearby began to withdraw silently. It appears I have misjudged my opponent. Retreat it is. Spare us your tricks. Before you stands an Uchiha, Uchiha Hikari declared, not diverting her gaze from him, but rather focusing her Sharingan upon the trees behind, where another man with a goatee was stealthily pointing at her back, preparing for an unseen assault. I am known for my loquacious nature, possessing a wit that is well regarded on the battlefield. Yet, you fail to recognize my identity, which is quite disheartening. Nonetheless, allow me to enlighten you on how today's ninjas contend with the Uchiha, the figure behind the trees proclaimed with confidence. Uchiha Hikari's gaze briefly passed over the bearded man below. The power of Amaterasu within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan was silently activated, incinerating the water clone in an instant, transforming it into a wisp of azure smoke. The mist concealment technique, the bearded man behind the tree said with a confident smile. Under the dual interference of my illusionary arts and the mist concealment technique, your Sharingan will be rendered utterly futile. An illusionary distraction, is it? Uchiha Hikari replied with a smile, shadows dancing at the corners of his eyes. What, pray tell, is your purpose in having the Mist Village encamped here? I harbor no grievances against the land of waves. Gui Deng, Huan Yue casually remarked. My sole intention in visiting Wuchao village is to procure a colossal clam from Giant Turtle Island to serve as a summoning beast. As his words echoed, numerous figures identical to his own suddenly emerged from all directions, resembling reflections in a mirror, making it difficult to discern the genuine from the false. Uchiha Hikari wielded the power of Amaterasu, sweeping it across those elusive figures, yet, rather than igniting them, the scorching flames merely scorched the ground and tree trunks behind. Were these mere phantoms devoid of substance? A flicker of doubt danced within Uchiha Hikari's mind. She closed her eyes, entering sage mode to enhance her perception. And upon detecting the true form of the little mustache, she swiftly activated Amaterasu. How intriguing! The voice of Kaigetsu Hanyue resonated from all directions. Uchiha Hikari, you are indeed remarkable. However, I am not merely a practitioner of stealth. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Uchiha Hikari sensed a powerful surge of chakra behind her. She pivoted quickly to find Kaigetsu Hanwei standing not far away, gathering formidable water-style chakra in his hands. Was that previous figure also a water clone? Uchiha Hikari's hands moved with the swiftness of the wind, forming seals. And just as she was about to unleash a torrent of searing flames, Kaigetsu Hanyue's voice unexpectedly echoed from a distant point. Although I wish to continue our game, those here are nothing but water clones. Confronting you with them would be rather futile. Uchiha Hikari paused momentarily, retracting her hands from the hand seals, her gaze following the direction from whence the voice emanated. Through her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the silhouette of Akatsuki Gitsu appeared diminutive, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. As enigmatic as his initial arrival. Chapter 62. The outcome of the illusion technique. This little fellow, seemingly fleeing in haste, was in fact luring me into a pursuit. Uchiha Hikari fixed her gaze upon the fading figure of Gitsu, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She refrained from acting impulsively, instead turning her attention to the unconscious vortex Udoi sprawled upon the ground. Summoning technique. Uchiha Hikari gently bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall, merging with the earth. As her incantation unfolded, a diminutive slug gradually materialized. Little Hikari, it has been a while. You have grown. The slug's voice remained tender. Slug-sama. I apologize, but this is not the time for reminiscing. Uchiha Hikari left behind a shadow clone, instructing the slug, this child's life hangs by a thread. I implore you to lend your assistance. Do not worry, little Hikari, I shall take care of everything, the slug assured her. Uchiha Kaido nodded in gratitude, while his body transformed into a swift gale, racing towards the direction of Akatsuki's Gitsu. The man with the small mustache, though flamboyant and unrestrained in demeanor, possessed a profound cunning in actual combat. When the opportunity arose, he would spare no effort to unleash his lethal techniques. The clones he utilized were not mere illusions, but tangible shadows, which explained why the Sharingan could not discern their authenticity. Uchiha K analyzed quietly in his heart, recalling the sights and sounds from a few years ago in the Uzumaki clan. There existed a clam known as the Mirage Clam, capable of conjuring illusions that confound the senses. This might very well explain the failure of Amaterasu. Shortly thereafter, he remarked, "Oh, little girl, you have managed to catch up." The water clone of Zuki Man Gitsu tilted its head with a smile, a glimmer of admiration flashing in its eyes as it raised a finger, saying, "Next, I shall employ the legendary water iron cannon technique, and if you do not evade, you shall face dire consequences." Uchiha Hikari's pace remained unyielding, her Sharingan swiftly transforming into its three-tomo form, her ocular prowess fully unleashed. "Do you wish to confront me head-on?" A playful smirk graced the lips of Akatsuki Hozuki. As the water cannon at his fingertips discharged like a bullet, the chakra-compressed water surging forth at an astonishing velocity, piercing straight through Uchiha Hikari's chest. Were you caught off guard? It is merely your overconfidence and inflated sense of self. Hozuki's face revealed a hint of regret. It seems the legendary weapons of the Uchiha are but hollow titles. With a resounding thud, before his words could fully dissipate, Uchiha Hikari struck through the chest, transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished without a trace. So that was your stratagem. You activated your Sharingan to mislead me into believing you would evade. Anger flared in Hozuki's eyes as veins throbbed upon his forehead. You stubborn girl, so fixated on illusions. Do you truly wish to contest me tactically? No sooner had he finished speaking than Uchiha Hikari's figure silently materialized behind him. Such tactical intuition is indeed promising. Yet it is regrettable that it is housed in a mere girl, Hozuki mused with an appreciative smile as his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a towering figure of 3 meters. Surrounding him, water-style chakra mingled with oil, forming luminous bubbles that encircled Uchiha Hikari, trapping her in the center. What a pity. Had I come in my true form, I would have engaged in a truly exhilarating battle with you. Hozuki formed a hand seal with one hand, and the oil bubbles instantaneously morphed into a light screen, exploding to illuminate the night sky as brightly as day. After the explosion, the surrounding forest lay flattened, enveloped in a veil of white steam. In the battleground where light and shadow intertwined, Uchiha Hikari found herself on one knee amidst the scorched earth. Her crimson Susanu's skeletal frame shattered, haunted by memories of that monstrous figure. Oh, you survived my steam explosion? Another water clone of Hozuki emerged from the mist, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a smile tugging at his lips. Our battle grows ever more intriguing. Enough of this chatter. Uchiha Hikari's gaze was as frigid as ice, and in response to Hozuki, she unleashed a searing inferno. Fire style, great fire annihilation. She formed hand seals, and torrents of flames erupted from her mouth, roaring forth like an enraged dragon, aimed directly at the newly emerged Hozuki. Water style, water barrier. By Hozuki's side, 2 squads of mist ninjas swiftly came to his aid, simultaneously unleashing jets of water, erecting a wall akin to a sheer cliff. The clash of fire and water triggered yet another eruption of steam, the expanse so vast it surpassed even the mist technique. This fire technique necessitates the combined efforts of a dozen water techniques to counter it, Hozuki marveled. Yet, at this level, how do you intend to contend with me amidst this mist? In a swift motion, the spectral figure of HZ Jinsetsu once again formed intricate hand seals. The surrounding vapor, chilled by the frigid air, transformed into a cascade of hailstones. The massive figure, conjured from the fusion of oil and water, gradually morphed under the icy onslaught, ultimately taking the shape of a chubby child. This was the Water Shadow Lord's ultimate explosive ninjutsu, the steam burst. The misty ninjas gasped in alarm, urging each other to flee lest they be caught in the catastrophic explosion of steam. No sooner had the warning escaped their lips than a scythe materialized upon the child's arm, and his form swelled at an astonishing rate. Before the terrified gazes of the mist ninjas, the chubby child's physique expanded relentlessly until he transformed into a colossal monstrosity, wielding the scythe as if the harbinger of death itself had descended upon them. Uchiha Hikari gradually rose to her feet, the steam obscuring her line of sight. Yet, her 3-tomo Sharingan, fixed intently on the chubby child, seemed to pierce through the mist. The speed of her movements was astonishing, propelled by the vapor, as swift as lightning. In her mind, she conducted a careful analysis. The earlier fire release, despite its immense power, yielded no advantage against this group of mist ninjas, masters of water techniques. Furthermore, the long-standing conflict between the Mist and Uchiha clans in the shinobi world had rendered her adversaries well prepared for her Sharingan. Although techniques such as Amaterasu and Yusaka Magatama could effortlessly dispatch ordinary foes, they would be futile against a master of deception like Suigetsu Hoshigaki. Any misjudgment would merely lead to a needless drain of her ocular power and chakra. The dual limitations imposed by the Mist's techniques and the steam heightened her sense of pressure. Uchiha Hikari couldn't help but lament the emergence of such a prodigious ninja within the realm of shinobi in just over a decade. There appeared to be no other recourse. The corners of Uchiha's eyes were once again etched with the crimson mark of Sage Mode. She bit her fingertip, summoning 2 azure toads, each towering at 2 meters. Toad B, utilize oil. Toad D, unleash wind. Understood. The 2 toads chimed in unison. Toad B and Toad D clasped their hands together, with the former expelling a stream of yellow toad oil, while the latter unleashed a fierce gust of wind-release chakra. Uchiha Hikari once again formed a series of intricate seals, invoking the sage art. Fire release, great fire annihilation, 5 right gate. The fusion of sage chakra, fire release, toad oil, and wind release coalesced into a devastating force, surging towards the diminutive figure formed by the steam explosion. Water release team, prepare, commanded Kirigakure's Gozen Mangetsu. Understood, echoed the response of the mist ninjas in unison. Water release, 1,000 miles water barrier. Multiple squads of mist ninjas simultaneously unleashed their technique, erecting a water barrier that rose like mountains, staunchly resisting Uchiha Hikari's cataclysmic attack. The strategy of the mist was as ever, attempting to thwart all of Uchiha Hikari's onslaughts with their water barrier, steadfast in their belief that the power of water could neutralize any assault, regardless of how fierce the fire release or any other jutsu might be. However, Uchiha Hikari gazed upon this scene with a cold smirk, confidence shimmering in her eyes. This is a sage art fire release, infused with various elemental transformations. How much can mere water release truly withstand? Her words dripped with disdain and an unwavering self-assurance regarding her own prowess. Enhanced by Sage Chakra, this Sage Art Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, 5 Right Gate, wielded power far beyond that of conventional techniques. Though the Mist Ninjas were prepared, their lack of experience against a fire release empowered by Sage Chakra left them with a sense of unease. As Uchiha Hikari's attack drew near, the water barrier initially served its purpose, yet soon the true might of the fire release, combining multiple elemental changes, became apparent. The fierce collision of water and oil did not extinguish the flames. Rather, it ignited a more violent explosion, intertwining steam and fire into a chaotic maelstrom, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of heat and mist. Chapter 63. The Fall of the Land of Waves. The flickering flames draped a warm cloak over the night forest. Uzumaki Yudai slowly opened her heavy eyelids, her gaze falling upon a black-haired woman seated in meditation. It was Uchiha Hikari's shadow clone, her eyes closed in deep concentration, sensing the distant battlefield, appearing particularly serene in the glow of the firelight. Upon hearing a sound, Uchiha Hikari's shadow clone softly spoke. "Are you awake?" She turned to face Uzumaki Yudai, her voice as gentle as the night breeze. "Rest here for a while. Once dawn breaks and the Mist Ninjas are repelled by my true self, you will be safe." Uzumaki Yudai's complexion was as pale as parchment as she gently touched her chest. The wound that had once pierced her was now miraculously healed, as if reborn. "Who are you, and why did you save me?" Her voice carried a hint of confusion and gratitude. "I am Uchiha Hikari, a dear friend of Lady Mito." The shadow clone of Uchiha Hikari spoke slowly, her tone imbued with a subtle tenderness. A flicker of relief crossed Uzumaki Yudai's eyes, as if she had found a beacon of light in the darkness. "I see. Has the reinforcement from Konoha finally arrived? My apologies." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari bit her lip tightly, a flicker of complexity passing through her gaze. "This time, I am the only one who has come." "What?" Her words, like a chilling wind, instantly shrouded Yudai's heart in a veil of gloom. Vortex Yudai suddenly grasped Uchiha Hikari's collar, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why? Did not the Senju and Vortex clans agree to unconditionally support Vortex Village at all times and in all places? Why are you the only one here now?" "I am sorry." Uchiha Hikari's voice was low and filled with remorse. The intricate schemes among the great nations had ensnared Tobarama and Izuna, rendering them unable to escape. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito found it challenging to mobilize the clan's shinobi for assistance, and as the host of the Nine Tails in Konoha, she was further constrained within the village. Releasing Uchiha Hikari from her seal and sending her to provide aid was the utmost effort Mito could muster. "Liars. You are all a bunch of deceivers." Uzumaki Yudai's voice was hoarse as her fist struck heavily against Uchiha Hikari, each blow laden with immeasurable sorrow. "Why did you only come after the fall of the Land of the Whirlpools? Why did you only appear when everything had already been decided?" Uchiha Kei gazed solemnly, bearing the weight of her anguish and helplessness. She understood that, at this moment, any words would be utterly futile. What purpose would your arrival serve now? It is far too late. Sobbing echoes through the night. The voice of Uzumaki Aitai was laden with despair, her whimpers resonating in the stillness of the evening. "Do not move recklessly. Your injuries may worsen." "I shall not. The children, whom Lord Ashina has sworn to protect, are still awaiting my return." Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, Uzumaki Aitai struggled to rise, resolutely making her way northward, step by determined step. Uchiha Kei's heart ached with compassion as she silently approached, the radiance of her Mangeki Sharingan shimmering in her eyes. She whispered softly, "You rest here for now. Leave the rest to me." Meanwhile, Uzumaki Yudai's gaze gradually became hollow, and her body slowly lost its strength. Tipping over to the side, Uchiha Hikaru swiftly caught her, gently placing her aside. He then swiftly formed hand seals, employing the summoning technique to safely transfer Uzumaki Yudai within the protective confines of the great toad's flesh, ensuring her safety. Having accomplished this, Uchiha Hikaru's shadow clone gazed towards the north. It was time to relay the intelligence. As soon as the words left his lips, the shadow clone dissipated into a plume of white smoke, vanishing into the night. On the battlefield where Uchiha Hikaru's true self resided, the water clone of the second Mizukage, Terume, led several small teams, reducing them to ashes under her sage art, fire release. The land lay in ruins. devoid of any trace of the hidden Mist Village's ninjas. Just as the shadow clone vanished, delivering the intelligence, Uchiha Hikaru's gaze abruptly shifted towards the north. So it was. Uchiha Hikari gazed towards the direction of the hidden Whirlpool Village. In the next instant, her figure flickered and vanished as if she had never existed. At that moment, the hidden Whirlpool Village had long lost its former splendor, now a scene of devastation, scarred by the remnants of war. The once thriving prosperity had been reduced to an eerie silence, and what was once a cherished homeland had transformed into ruins. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, in alliance with the brothers Qin and Jin, unleashed a massacre on the land of Whirlpool after eliminating the Whirlpool clan's Namikaze. They plundered treasures, plunging countless innocent citizens into despair. After seizing a considerable amount of artifacts and weapons, the brothers from the Cloud Village had already retreated from the hidden Whirlpool Village. Before departing, Qin and Jin discovered a mysterious space within the Great Turtle Island, where they could control the consciousness of the giant turtle simply by infusing it with tailed beast chakra. They exchanged knowing smiles and commandeered the Great Turtle Island back to the Land of Thunder. Accompanying them was the second Mizukage, Terumime, who, upon obtaining the summoning contract with the mythical beast, commanded the ninjas of the mist to withdraw from the Whirlpool Village, partly to evade Uchiha Hikari's pursuit. Additionally, he intended to follow the Raikage plan to advance towards the Land of Fire, coordinating a pincer attack with the Stone Village against Konoha. Now possessing the advantage of the elusive Shinjutsu, he hoped to potentially eliminate the mummy capable of dust release during this assault on the Stone Village. When Uchiha Hikari finally arrived at the Whirlpool Village, the fate had already been sealed, and the tragedy had become a haunting memory. She remained in sage mode throughout her journey and ultimately discovered several children of the Uzumaki clan amidst the crumbled walls. Their eyes were hollow, as if their souls had been extracted. Cursed cloud and mist, Uchiha Hikari muttered under her breath. Her heart was overwhelmed with deep remorse as she embraced a few of the older children, tears cascading down her cheeks unbidden. She could scarcely recall the last time she had wept, but in this moment, confronted with these traumatized children, her heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. Uchiha Hikari softly called out, yet the only response she received was silence. The hearts of the children were evidently burdened by immeasurable trauma. Who could have anticipated that, overnight, their homeland would be shattered, loved ones scattered, and the warmth that once enveloped them would now be replaced by a landscape of crimson and flames? Uchiha Hikari let out a resigned sigh as she activated her Mangeki Sharingan once more, casting an illusion that lulled the children into a deep slumber, preserving their dwindling spirits. Following this, she summoned the flesh wall of the Great Toad of my Bokuzen, placing the children alongside Uzumaki Yuta within its protective embrace. Having accomplished this task, she found herself engulfed in a haze of despair. Before her departure, she had sworn an oath to her sister Mito, vowing to safeguard the land of whirlpools from any disturbance. Yet, she had not anticipated the formidable resistance posed by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, now under the leadership of a new generation. Although she had managed to rescue a portion of her kin, the annihilation of Uzumaki Village had become an undeniable reality. Uchiha Hikari gazed steadfastly toward the northeast, her eyes flickering with determination and resolve. She could not allow the hidden cloud and hidden mist to depart unscathed. She must seek justice for her sister Mito and the citizens of the Land of Waves. Chapter 64. The Deadlock of Tobarama in the Land of Lightning. On the battlefield of the hidden cloud, although the smoke of war had dissipated, its scars remained etched in the heart of the second Raikage, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of anxiety and unrest. At the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, an important meeting was imminent. Negotiations between the second Raikage and Senju Tobarama. Leading an elite team, Tobarama arrived at the border with the swiftness of a gale. Lord Tobarama, we can finally sit down to discuss matters. The second Raikage's voice betrayed a hint of barely perceptible tension and anticipation. His gaze wandered over Tobarama, searching for any signs that he might be aware of the recent attack on the Whirlpool Village. Lord Raikage, I hope your nation genuinely yearns for peace this time. Tobarama replied, his tone as steady as ever, yet his eyes were sharp and perceptive. Your eagerness for negotiations this time. Could it be that you fear the strength of Konoha? Tobarama's words dripped with irony. The second Raikage clenched his teeth in response. Indeed, Konoha's strength is formidable, especially with the sealing techniques from the Whirlpool Village controlling the Ninetales. We, the Hidden Cloud, are undeniably at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses and public discontent. Thus, this negotiation is a necessity. Then it seems we should commence our discussions, Tobarama stated, his demeanor devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The second Raikage noted this, chuckling, "No rush. Lord Tobarama, how about we take this opportunity to sample the tea produced by our hidden cloud village? Since when has the hidden cloud possessed such leisure to offer me tea? It wouldn't happen to be poisoned, would it?" Tobarama retorted with a smirk. "We genuinely aspire for peace. If Lord Tobarama prefers not to partake, let us proceed directly to discussing the new agreements we must adhere to post-negotiation," the Raikage proposed. "Very well," Tobarama conceded. The lengthy negotiations thickened the air with tension as he and the Raikage locked their gazes. "Lord Tobarama, regarding the drafting of the peace treaty, we have conducted multiple rounds of discussions." The Raikage's voice was steady and authoritative. "I believe we have identified terms that both parties can accept." The representatives exchanged anxious glances. Mito Munin quietly addressed Tobarama. "Lord Tobarama, we have meticulously reviewed the terms to ensure Konoha's interests are safeguarded. It appears you are inclined to accept them." The Raikage rose, declaring, "On behalf of the Hidden Cloud Village, I pledge to uphold every clause of the treaty. We look forward to advancing together with Konoha." After a moment of hesitation, Senju Tobarama picked up his pen and inscribed his name at the bottom of the treaty, followed solemnly by the second Raikage. The peace treaty, the result of prolonged negotiations between both parties, was finally drafted. "Lord Tobarama, this agreement will usher in enduring tranquility for our nations," the second Raikage remarked, extending his hand in a gesture of reconciliation, though his mind was already contemplating deeper strategic maneuvers. The previous confrontation with Senju Tobarama had been akin to a nightmare, inflicting tremendous losses on the Hidden Cloud Village while simultaneously shattering his ambitions and confidence. Thus, regardless of the outcome of the assault on Yuzushiogakure, he resolved to engage in peace talks with Senju Tobarama, signing a superficial peace treaty. Yet, this was merely a tactical delay. The Raikage's true objective lay in securing time for the Hidden Cloud Village to research the sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools, aiming to fabricate the Jinchuriki weapons of the Two Tails and Eight Tails, thereby gaining the upper hand in future conflicts. However, at the moment when Senju Tobarama extended his hand, seemingly ready to conclude this facade of peace, a deafening roar resonated from the horizon, mocking fate and shattering the fragile tranquility. On the seafront, the brothers Kin and Jin, riding atop the colossal Turtle Island, emerged like a monstrous beast cleaving through the waves. Upon seeing the timid expression of the Raikage, Kin bellowed, "Raikage, you are indeed a coward. With our sealing techniques, the Nine Tails chakra, the Sage's ninja tools, along with the Two Tails and Eight Tails, we can surely wage war against Konoha once more." "Brother speaks true," Jin echoed, his tone laced with provocation and ambition. "There is no longer any need to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. The right choice for the Hidden Cloud is to seize Senju Tobarama here and now. Kin and Jin, do you wish to incite rebellion?" The second Raikage inquired angrily, as the sudden appearance of the brothers completely disrupted his plans. The premature revelation of the existence of sealing techniques would undoubtedly alert Konoha, plunging his original strategy into chaos. "Raikage, you are too timid to lead the Hidden Cloud Village." The brothers scoffed, reveling in their bloodthirsty nature, deriding the second Raikage's caution and restraint. Having severed ties, they decided to reveal their true strength, determined to dictate the future of the Hidden Cloud Village through sheer force. Die. With their declaration, their tailed beast forms manifested, unleashing two destructive forces upon the second Raikage in a lethal assault. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, his body was torn apart, blood staining the coastline, and the hope for peace shattered like fragile glass. "Damn it," Senju Tobarama cursed inwardly. Reacting swiftly, he commanded, "Monkey, Danzo, lead the others to retreat." Quickly, under the leadership of Senju Tobarama, the team members swiftly sprang into action, evacuating the peace negotiation site with utmost urgency. Before departing, Tobarama cast a lingering glance at the receding island of the giant tortoise, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. He not only recognized the treachery of the Cloud Village in their assault on the Whirlpool Village, but also the impending threat posed by the two Jinchuriki. Above all, he understood that safeguarding the hopes of this new generation from Konohagakure was of paramount importance. By midday, the news of Kin and Jin's opposition to the alliance and their coup to assassinate the second Raikage spread like wildfire throughout the shinobi world. Accompanied by Saratobi Izashi, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, Nara Shikaku, and Uchiha Kagami, Tobarama broke through the encirclement of elite ninja led by Kin and Jin, making a desperate dash towards Konoha. In the forest, several kunai laced with explosive tags shot towards Danzo, resembling birds of death. However, Danzo, being an elite of Konoha, deftly evaded the onslaught of the explosive tags. Once the chaos subsided, Hisashi quickly approached him, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right, Danzo?" Impatiently, Danzo brushed Hisashi aside. "Mind your own business. Let us not speak in such a manner. In situations like this, we cannot afford to lose any more comrades," Hisashi gently urged. Danzo cast a disdainful glance at Hisashi, but upon regaining his focus, he was astonished to find Uchiha Kagami and Narashikaka had somehow forged ahead, clearing a path for them. "Are you both unharmed? Kagami, Shikaku?" Hisashi inquired, scanning the two with concern, worried for their well-being. "We're fine," Shikaku replied softly. Although he attempted to appear nonchalant, the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed the toll of battle. "There are too many enemies," Kagami questioned. "What should we do, Hisashi?" "First and foremost, let us find a way to reunite with Lord Tobirama," Hisashi asserted with determination, quickening his pace, with Kagami and Shikaku closely following. Danzo let out a cold snort, feeling displeased at Kagami's sole inquiry about Hisashi's suggestions. The sensation of being overlooked and unrelied upon deepened his jealousy towards Hisashi. Chapter 65, Tobirama's Awakening. Shortly thereafter, the 6 individuals reunited with Senju Tobirama deep within the dense forest. They gathered on a patch of soft grass, enveloped by tranquil trees. With the occasional chirping of birds that, instead of calming their spirits, seemed to herald an impending crisis, filling their hearts with unprecedented tension and unease. Tobirama slowly closed his eyes, his fingers lightly grazing the earth. "We are surrounded. There are more than 20 enemies. Judging by their tracking abilities, they are undoubtedly elite Jainin from the Cloud Village. Furthermore, 2 formidable sources of chakra are approaching. The Kin and Jin brothers are already in pursuit. And including Lord Tobirama, we are left with only 7 of us." The voice of Mito's inflammation quivered with trepidation. If this continued, we might succumb to despair. At this moment, we must not show weakness. Kozakura's voice was resolute and powerful. The enemy had yet to ascertain our precise location, and we should seize this opportunity to set a trap and launch a surprise attack, striving to carve out an escape route. However, Sister Kozakura Uchiha Kagami's words revealed a contemplative tone. In such circumstances, someone must be willing to serve as bait to divert their attention. Bait? Akimichi Torif echoed the term, his gaze flitting among his companions. Regardless of the outcome, the bait would undoubtedly perish. Among us, who would be willing to bear this heavy responsibility? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Senju Tobirama remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he observed each individual's choices and resolve. In the dense forest, the tense atmosphere was akin to a taut bowstring, ready to snap. Danzo lowered his head, his peripheral vision sweeping over the group. He had long since prepared for sacrifice. Yet at this critical juncture, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clenching his fists, the scale of courage and fear within him swayed precariously. Danzo attempted to convince himself, but that final flicker of weakness clung to him like a stubborn shadow. Just then, Hiruzen's words shattered the paralyzing silence. "Let me be the bait." "Hiruzen." Disbelief tinged the voices of those around him. "Rest assured, despite my appearance, I pride myself on being the strongest among you. I shall not fall easily." Hiruzen's confidence stood as steadfast as a mountain. Danzo's trembling hand stilled at that moment. Deep within, the last vestige of his weakness was stirred by Hiruzen's bravery. Intertwining guilt and remorse, yet a sliver of relief crept into his heart. Hiruzen gently patted Danzo's shoulder. "Danzo, from now on, I entrust everything to you. If it is you, you can surely lead Konohagakure toward the light." Silence. Danzo shrugged Hiruzen's hand away, anger laced with reluctance. "I had intended to be the bait as well. Do not think you alone can play the hero. Allow me to take on the role." "Danzo?" Hiruzen's astonished gaze fell upon him. "My father and grandfather both perished as ninjas on the battlefield. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a ninja." Danzo's voice was resolute, yet mournful. However, at that moment, Senju Tobirama slowly spoke. "The bait shall be my responsibility. You are the future of the village, the bearers of the will of fire." "No. You are the Hokage," Danzo urged desperately. "There is no one stronger in the village than you." Tobirama spoke earnestly. "Danzo, you and Hiruzen are always competing. But at this moment, what we need is mutual support among comrades. Do not let personal grievances cloud your judgment. Delaying a decision is a reality. You must first examine yourself and remain calm. If you continue as you are, you will place your comrades in peril. In any case, Danzo, Hiruzen, you are still young. There is no need to rush. The moment of sacrifice will inevitably arrive, but until then, safeguarding your own life must remain your foremost priority." With these words, Tobirama rose. his resolve as unwavering as the mountains. Monkey, protect those who harbor aspirations for the village and trust in you. Then, nurture them into individuals capable of shouldering the next era. From tomorrow onward, you shall be the Hokage. Tobirama's proclamation struck the assembly of youths like a thunderclap, sending ripples of astonishment through their hearts. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes tightly, kneeling on one knee in the most solemn gesture of acceptance. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo stood by, his face a mask of discontent, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. Jealousy and regret surged within him like a tempest. Tobirama spoke no further, dashing towards the northeast, having decided to personally cover the retreat of Konoha's fledglings. In his swift advance, he deftly set several flying Thunder God marks and explosive tags. When the time was ripe, he detonated the tags, diverting the attention of the encircling forces from Kumogakure. As the sun set like blood, painting the horizon a vivid crimson, his silhouette was elongated and solitary in the afterglow, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, revealing an indomitable spirit amidst his calmness. Flying Thunder God slash. With his low exclamation, the fabric of space seemed to rend under an unseen force. Kin and Jin, already marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, were instantaneously locked in a life-and-death struggle. However, Kin and Jin's response was astonishingly swift. Utilizing the explosive power of their tailed beast transformation, they narrowly evaded this lethal strike, darting across the battlefield like two crimson bolts of lightning. Water release, water-severing wave. Tobirama offered no respite. Following up with a water technique that surged forth like a drawn sword, a massive column of water erupting from the ground to strike at the two brothers. Yet, the tailed beast transformed Kin and Jin boasted defenses akin to an impenetrable fortress, with their tailed beast chakra absorbing the brunt of the water's onslaught. So troublesome is the tailed beast transformation, Tobirama murmured, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. In the next instant, the assault from elite ninja of Kumogakure descended upon him. Faced with no other option, Tobirama clasped his hands together, calling out, Edo Tensei. The ground split open instantly, and 10 wooden coffins rose rapidly from the earth. The lids of the coffins were flung open, and several fallen heroes of Konoha, but their flames of life had long been extinguished, rose once more to the battlefield at the summoning of the Edo Tensei, their eyes alight with an indomitable fighting spirit. Lord Tobirama, they called in unison, their voices imbued with reverence for their former leader. Enough pleasantries. Kumogakure has betrayed the peace talks. Now, let us eradicate them together, Tobirama commanded, his tone unwavering. Yes. The fallen warriors offered no further protest, rejoining the fray alongside Tobirama. Mutual detonation of explosive tags. The voice of Tobirama echoed once more, accompanied by the resounding blasts of explosions. The battlefield was engulfed in a sea of flames, as thousands of explosive tags descended like raindrops, creating a cacophony of detonations and illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. The tailed beast chakra of the brothers Kin and Jin trembled amidst the chaos. Yet they clung to the waning power of the Nine-Tails chakra to persist. Chapter 66. The downfall of Tobirama. The battlefield was set ablaze by a cataclysmic explosion triggered by the chain reaction of the explosive tags. Amidst the inferno, Senju Tobirama, aided by the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly darted behind the brothers Kin and Jin, delivering a well-deserved retaliation. During the swift teleportation facilitated by the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobirama transported 2 reanimated ninjas simultaneously, triggering explosive tags to detonate once more. Unlike the previous encounter, he first employed the water release, water prison technique, encapsulating the explosion within a sphere of water, resulting in a concentrated series of detonations. Despite the formidable defenses provided by their tailed beast cloaks, the brothers, Kin and Jin, sustained severe injuries. However, the continuous release of the Flying Thunder God technique alongside the water release began to strain Tobirama's chakra. Upon witnessing the complete dissolution of the brothers' beast cloaks, he expended his final reserves of chakra to teleport into the nearby forest. This battle unfolded like a solitary boat amidst a tempest as the entirety of the cloud-hidden village mobilized, skewing the balance of power on the battlefield to an alarming degree. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even the legendary speed of the ninja world felt unprecedented pressure, compelling him to retreat. As night fell, the tranquility of the dense forest was shattered by the sounds of combat and explosions. Tobirama concealed himself, quietly sensing the chakra around him, realizing that the monkeys had approached the limits of his perception, signifying their successful escape. A faint smile graced his lips as he nestled within a thicket. Now, he needed only to conceal his presence and await the restoration of his chakra, for he might yet find a chance to survive. At that moment, he sat on the ground, gazing at the night sky. With a brief respite, he began to analyze the current situation. This time, he had underestimated the strength of Kin and Jin, failing to eliminate them entirely. This meant that Konoha would have to confront the sage's tools and 4 hosts endowed with tailed beast chakra, with his elder brother, Hashirama, now deceased. The village's only potential defenders against them were the likes of Uzumaki Mido and Izuna. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue robes flashed through Tobarama's mind, causing his lips to curl into a smile once more, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope within the abyss of despair. He reminisced about Uchiha Kagami. Recalling the night he rushed to rescue Ban and her first compliment on his cleverness. On the night of his brother's wedding, he had eavesdropped on her assessment of him from the adjoining room. Later, he discovered that Uchiha Kagami belonged to the very clan he most despised. On the day of the peace negotiations between the Senju and Uchiha clans, he had intended to mock her. Yet she presented herself that day with an air of grace befitting a princess. When they met, the carefully prepared jibes failed to escape his lips, for throughout his life, her piercing gaze, capable of recognizing the strengths of others, always inspired him with the warmest words, igniting the deepest courage and conviction within him. In the early days of the village's establishment, atop a precipice, Uchiha Kagami, Hashirama, and Madara deliberated over who should assume the role of Hokage. Tobarama had stealthily approached to inform his brother about their meeting, only to inadvertently overhear Uchiha Kagami express her endorsement of his capabilities. The praise for Uchiha Kagami is akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing one's heart. Each mention evokes ripples within Tobarama, lingering in his thoughts. Before long, he found himself utterly enamored with Uchiha Kagami. Subsequently, he immersed himself in work and the development of ninjutsu, believing that such endeavors would bring him closer to her. Yet, Tobarama understood deeply that Kagami harbored grand aspirations, and within that vast blueprint, there was no place for him. Thus, until the moment Kagami was sealed away, he never dared to unveil the emotions he had concealed so profoundly. Ultimately, the memories in Tobarama's mind crystallized at the moment before her sealing, captured in her steadfast gaze that entrusted the village's future to him, along with the apology conveyed by Uzumaki Mido. Tobarama, you are exceptional. I believe you will soon recover from this heartbreak, but please forgive my selfishness. For the future of the ninja world, I had to do this. Found it. 1 o'clock. Behind that treetop, just as Tobarama was lost in reminiscence, a shout from nearby jolted him back to reality. He acutely sensed the chakra of the Cloud Ninjas rapidly closing in. Whoosh. The speed of the Cloud Ninjas' body techniques was akin to a tempest, with many skilled sensory ninjas among them. The elite forces of Kin and Jin regrouped, swiftly pinpointing Tobarama's hiding place. The carousel of memories was abruptly halted, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in Tobarama's eyes. Confronted by the impending enemies, a surge of reflective power welled up within him. Although renowned for his intellect and ninjutsu, this did not imply that Tobarama neglected the training of taijutsu and swordsmanship. In this life-and-death moment, his comprehensive abilities were vividly showcased. Over 20 cloud pursuers surrounded him. Yet under Tobarama's adept experience and fierce swordplay, more than half had already fallen to his blade. Apart from Kin and Jin, the others dared not act recklessly. Truly worthy of being the second Hokage, he single-handedly decimated over 70% of the elite from the Cloud Village. Kin, wielding the Six Paths ninja tools, approached the exhausted Tobarama, his long blade tracing a chilling arc through the air. As Tobarama gazed at the oncoming edge, a bitter smile graced his lips. It seems, Kagami, I shall not have the chance to meet you again. If news of his demise were to reach Konoha, what would Kagami feel upon learning of it after breaking the seal? Would that calm gaze of hers also ripple with emotion? In response, only Kin's cold, merciless voice echoed, Die, Senju Tobarama. In the critical moment between life and death, the movements of the Golden Horn abruptly halted. Silver Horn and the surrounding Cloud Ninja suddenly changed their expressions, terror-stricken as they retreated. Their gazes reflected the horror of witnessing the gates of hell opening. Even the once arrogant brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, found their formidable presence utterly diminished, their weapons clattering to the ground. An oppressive aura filled the air, suffocating all in its wake, as a graceful figure emerged slowly from the forest. Her eyes, as deep as the abyss, instilled a sense of dread within every onlooker. Her penetrating gaze lingered upon the brothers, a chilling stare that seemed capable of piercing through all facades. Golden Horn and Silver Horn exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they recognized an unprecedented fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Tobirama furrowed his brow, observing the scene unfold and feeling an unusual premonition stir within him as he scanned the cloud ninja before him. Suddenly, an exceptionally familiar chakra surged from behind, reminiscent of a long-lost breeze that sent a shiver through his heartstrings. Without turning, Tobirama sensed that familiar presence. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. Despite the passage of time having elevated his stature, the girl beside him retained her unchanged appearance from his memories. The height difference made her small hand resting on his shoulder appear somewhat strained, yet she seemed unfazed, as if relishing the moment. "You have done well, Tobirama. Leave the rest to your sister." The familiar voice, akin to warm sunlight piercing through the battlefield's gloom, resonated with him. That tone, that chakra, and the unwavering bond of sibling affection stirred ripples within Tobirama's heart. Clad in a flowing blue robe and with long, dark hair, she appeared as a celestial being stepped from a painting, embodying both infinite grace and formidable power. Uchiha Hikari stood resolutely in front of Shinja Tobirama, solitary yet formidable, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan radiating an aura akin to that of a celestial savior. With a singular force, she interposed herself between Tobirama and the looming threat. The murderous intent emanating from her core was more intense than when she had faced Uchiha Taijima. Fueled by an uncontrollable rage and loathing following the harm inflicted upon those she cherished. Chapter 67. The divine artifact of Uchiha Hikari. The sheer magnitude of her chakra was astonishing. Cold sweat beaded upon the foreheads of the members of the Yunin reconnaissance unit as they were struck by the realization that the chakra of this woman rivaled that of a tailed beast. "Hey, second Hokage, does Konoha possess such a secret weapon?" Kinjo exclaimed incredulously, casting a glance at Senju Tobirama. "If such a being exists, why did you not employ her in the previous war? You need not worry about her involvement in dealing with you," Tobirama retorted with a scoff, inwardly lamenting. "She is the one I hold dear. How could I possibly send her into battle?" "Hikari? I understand now. She is the sealed weapon of the Uchiha Hikari," whispered Ginkaku. "It is said that during the Warring States period, she single-handedly withstood the ferocious assault of the Sarutobi clan. To think I would witness her true form today." "Ah, so this is how Konoha has become embroiled in this situation. She must have raced here the moment her seal was lifted." Kinjo pondered for a moment before brandishing the kinch-rope, coiling it tightly around his hand. "Though our tailed beast chakra is nearly depleted, we still possess the sage tools left by our predecessors. We are not without a chance against a humanoid tailed beast. However, it seems this lady is rather reticent," Ginkaku remarked with a hint of mockery in his laughter. "Heh, as long as the kinch rope ensnares her, her silence will matter not," Kinjo retorted with a cold smirk, his form shifting like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly toward Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari's Manjiki Sharingan had been activated, and the black flames of Amaterasu blazed fiercely under her command, engulfing the space before her. Witnessing this, Kinkaku smirked coldly as the SHK no J, as if endowed with sentience, swiftly ensnared a hidden Miss Ninja. With a flick of his arm, he hurled the unfortunate soul forward as a shield. As the black flames of Amaterasu made contact, an inferno erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. Dragging the burning body along, Kinkaku charged ahead, his right hand wielding the SHK no J like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Uchiha Hikari. Fire release, add-on earth technique. Uchiha Hikari remained unperturbed, deftly manipulating the black flames before her, which twisted into a whirlwind, encircling Kinkaku. The sudden onslaught of Amaterasu's fire scorched Kinkaku's form as if he were being consumed by the flames of hell itself. This Amaterasu could shift its shape at will. The ninjas of the hidden cloud were astounded, confronted by a spectacle that surpassed their comprehension. "Stay focused. Our primary objective is to rescue Kinkaku," Silver Kinkaku shouted. "Water release, water surge wave." A water ninja, heeding the command, sprang into action, attempting to extinguish the swirling black flames surrounding Kinkaku with a torrent of water. Yet, in the next moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "This fire release cannot be quenched by water. Damn it, what should we do?" "Do not panic. Kinkaku possesses the amber purification bottle. In a dire situation, he will utilize a sealing technique to absorb the black flames," Silver Kinkaku proclaimed. "Everyone, let us subdue this woman first." "Understood." Lightning release, lightning, flash wave. The ninjas of the hidden cloud rapidly dispersed, the lightning creeping along the damp earth like silent serpents. Drawing near to Uchiha Hikari, their adversary was an Uchiha, and the water ninjas were ever prepared to counter her fire release. The perception ninja from the hidden cloud commanded, "Illusion class, let us simultaneously unleash the lightning illusion, lightning pillar." Yes. As the command was issued, blinding white light burst forth from the illusion class, so intense that all present were compelled to shut their eyes. I see. They intend to first obscure her Sharingan's line of sight. Tobirama, concealed behind a tree, observed quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, Hikari is no ordinary Uchiha. In the forest under the night sky, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, Uchiha Hikari merely smiled softly, a crimson hue appearing at the corners of her eyes. In the next instant, Silver Kinkaku's body flicker technique brought him close to Uchiha Hikari, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at her abdomen. However, in Sage mode, Uchiha Hikari could draw strength from nature itself. Silver Kinkaku's formidable strike not only failed to budge her, but instead left his hand aching from the impact. In shock, Silver Kinkaku had never encountered such resilience. But his moment of distraction was fleeting. He swiftly displayed extraordinary combat acumen, shifting tactics and tightly wrapping his arms around Uchiha Hikari's waist, binding her firmly. Beside him, two hidden cloud ninjas, wielding blades infused with lightning chakra, swiftly approached, their razor-sharp edges glinting under the moonlight, aimed directly at Uchiha Hikari's neck. "I suggest you refrain from such actions." The voice of Uchiha Hikari was laced with cold sarcasm. "She speaks the truth. Lord Ginkaku, cease at once." A perceptive ninja from the hidden cloud cautioned aloud from behind. As his words echoed in the air, the crowd suddenly awoke to the shocking realization that the figure cradled in Ginkaku's arms had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into the unconscious Kinkaku. Was this an illusion? Confusion and astonishment swept through the onlookers. When did someone begin to murmur, "Damn it, retreat!" Ginkaku exclaimed, clutching the severely burned Kinkaku, hastily pulling back while questioning. "With your power, you could have easily incinerated Kinkaku, so why show mercy and spare us?" For if that had been the case, the weapons of the Uzumaki clan would have turned to ashes as well. Uchiha Hikari replied nonchalantly, holding the kinch rope and the seven-star sword, which she had seized from Kinkaku. "I see now. We owe our lives to the ninja tools," Ginkaku thought, a lingering fear reflected in his gaze towards Uchiha Hikari. Yet, Hikari did not afford them a moment's respite. She swiftly flickered before Ginkaku with the body flicker technique. Her kaleidoscopic eyes bore into him, and in that instant, Ginkaku felt as though he were ensnared by an enormous crimson hand, powerless to resist, like a mere plaything. Is this an illusion? No. This is not an illusion. It is the Susanoo wielded by Uchiha Madara. Ginkaku was filled with dread as the deep red Susanoo's arm gripped him tightly, binding him like iron chains, rendering him immobile. He had initially thought that Uchiha Hikari would hesitate to act due to the ninja tools in his possession. Yet he had overlooked the relentless prowess of the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques. For her, dispatching them without damaging the ninja tools was a trivial task. Damn it. I was careless. Ginkaku cursed inwardly, realizing he was utterly immobilized. Release Lord Ginkaku. The perceptive ninja behind, witnessing the scene, urgently hurled explosive tags toward Uchiha Hikari in a desperate attempt to rescue him. "As you wish, I shall release him," Uchiha Hikari replied softly, tossing Ginkaku aside as if he were a ragdoll. The shattered and injured Ginkaku instantly became the shield against the explosive kunai. The explosion roared with deafening intensity, transforming Ginkaku into a mangled, charred form amidst the chaos. The perceptive ninja, upon witnessing this, cursed vehemently, "Damn Uchiha!" But before he could finish his sentence, he was horrified to find his own body ensnared by enormous crimson chains. Is this the kinch rope? The perceptive ninja stared in disbelief at the Susanoo before him, which had undergone a dramatic transformation, no longer in skeletal form but now adorned with half armor. Furthermore, not only did it possess formidable arms, but it also sprouted two powerful additional arms from its back, achieving an unprecedented four-armed stance. The Susanoo of Uchiha Hikari is adorned with a proportionately enlarged golden rope, securely binding its left forearm, while in its grasp lies the seven-star sword. The right hand is elevated, holding a proportionately enlarged banana fan. The left rear arm firmly clutches a proportionately enlarged amber purification bottle, and the right rear arm grasps a proportionately enlarged purple gold gourd. The 5 sage tools previously seized from the golden horn and silver horn have now astonishingly merged with Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo, presenting a breathtaking spectacle before all those present. Whether they be the ninjas of the hidden cloud village or the distant observer Tobirama, are profoundly moved by this extraordinary scene. Uchiha Hikari, with her eyes closed, is wholly engrossed in sensing the subtle transformations of her Susanoo. Initially, her intention was merely to utilize the Susanoo to restrict the movements of the golden horn and silver horn. However, the moment the Susanoo made contact with those sage tools, everything transcended her expectations. These tools were drawn to the Susanoo as if by a magnetic force, merging into a singular entity. Chakra serves not only as the source of power, but also as a bridge of consciousness. Uchiha Hikari, through the chakra of her Susanoo, sensed that these ninja tools had now transformed into her Susanoo's exclusive artifacts, as if intertwined by blood, inseparable from one another. It seemed that the Susanoo had indeed revealed the true purpose of these tools. With a wry smile, Uchiha Hikari realized she would have to apologize to Sister Mito. Initially, she harbored a flicker of hope to return these precious ninja tools to her. However, the current circumstances had rendered such a notion utterly impossible. Chapter 68, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. False. Uchiha Hikari stood silently on the battlefield, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan piercing through the very essence of the sensing ninja before her, as if seeking to delve into his soul. "Tell me your name," she demanded, her voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Instantly, the sensing ninja was ensnared within the moonlit realm woven by Uchiha Hikari, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if bound by invisible shackles. "Sid," he mechanically repeated his name, as though caught in a dreamlike state. "Sid." Uchiha Hikari echoed softly, her voice akin to a devil's whisper, resonating clearly within the depths of Sid's consciousness. "Yes," he replied, his voice stripped of emotion, leaving only compliance. In the next moment, Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo stirred to life, its deep crimson form revealing the cap of an amber vessel, which slowly unfurled. Within, the black water resembled an ancient eye, observing all that transpired in the world. Sid's body was drawn toward the vessel by an unseen force, gradually succumbing to its depths, ultimately engulfed and vanishing into the abyss. So this is how effective the word's spirit sealing technique is when combined with the illusion of the Sharingan, Uchiha Hikari mused softly. With a gentle wave of the fan in her other hand, a tempest of 5 elemental chakra natures surged forth, akin to a torrential storm, sweeping in all directions and overwhelming the remaining cloud ninja, whose cries echoed relentlessly. As the smoke and dust settled, Uchiha Hikari breathed softly, acutely aware of the severe depletion of chakra within her. Though the power of the Susanoo fan surpassed that of her great fire annihilation, the chakra consumption was staggering. A mere flick of the fan had nearly rendered her unable to sustain the existence of Susanoo. "I must devise a way to replenish my chakra," Uchiha Hikari contemplated inwardly, her gaze suddenly falling upon the unconscious brothers, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, not far away. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan ignited once more, the mark of the 8,000 spears manifesting like a specter upon them. In an instant, the residual Nine-Tails chakra within the brothers flowed into her, as a stream converges into the vast ocean, silently absorbed by Uchiha Hikari. This chakra carries an overwhelming hatred. She closed her eyes, savoring the essence of the Nine-Tails chakra she had just absorbed, which contained the endless grievances of the Nine-Tails accumulated over millennia. Like dark currents surging through the depths of the sea, tumultuous and chilling, Uchiha Hikari, through the heartfelt technique of the true waterfall, perceived the entirety of the situation and recognized the duality of this power. The forceful manipulation of this chakra indeed allowed for the manifestation of the tailed beast cloak, resulting in a tremendous surge of strength. However, the forced fusion of these two distinct chakras would inevitably inflict irreversible harm upon the body over time, potentially even shortening one's lifespan. The chakra of the Nine-Tails is a double-edged sword. With a sense of urgency, Uchiha Hikari silently recited the intricate seals, her hands swiftly forming the necessary patterns, as a palpable tension enveloped the air. "Sealing technique, for symbol seal," she exclaimed, transferring the Nine-Tails chakra, absorbed from the 8,000 spears, to her abdomen. Subsequently, she formed the seals, condensing the chakra into the runes of the sealing technique. Dark runes danced like ethereal dragons around her navel, ultimately inscribing the sealing formula within a swirling pattern. At this moment, she had successfully sealed the Nine-Tails chakra, seized from the golden and silver horns firmly within her. Now, she no longer needed to fear the resentment of the Nine-Tails affecting her, while also being able to summon this formidable chakra at will, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. Having completed this task, Uchiha Hikari exhaled deeply, turning her gaze towards Tobarama, who sat slumped on the ground. "So, Tobarama, can you still stand?" Her voice carried a hint of concern. I'm out of strength. I was hoping you could carry me, Tobarama replied, a fatigued yet slightly playful smile gracing his lips. Tobarama. Uchiha Hikari shot him an exasperated look. You've grown quite bold with age, daring to jest with your elder sister. Tobarama chuckled softly. Hikari, at my age, I could very well be your uncle. His tone bore a trace of resignation, interwoven with the weight of years gone by. You certainly don't look your age. You seem to be in your 20s. Uchiha Hikari retorted, settling beside Tobarama as she leaned against a tree stump. Taking a deep breath, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Tobarama, if I hadn't arrived in time, were you truly prepared to sacrifice yourself here? Upon hearing her words, Tobarama felt a flicker of disappointment in his heart. For he discerned the concern in Uchiha Hikari's tone. It was a familial care, distinct from romantic affection. Yet, even so, the warmth of being cared for by a relative pierced through the gloom of his heart like a long-lost ray of sunlight. Since he had come of age, it had been a long time since he felt the tender warmth of familial affection, and to experience it again, brought forth by Uchiha much younger than himself, was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, Yes, just like you. Just like me? Uchiha Hikari lowered her head, feeling that her reproach was no longer as biting due to Tobarama's words. Indeed, she too was similarly inclined. What right did she have to criticize his choices? As night deepened in the forest, two individuals separated by the chasm of time found solace in emotions that only they could truly comprehend. Uchiha Hikari and Tobarama engaged in a dialogue, sharing the events that had transpired over the years. She expressed her deep concern and helplessness regarding Uzumaki Mido's imprisonment and isolation within the village. Has the land of waves already perished? Tobarama felt a surge of guilt akin to that of Uchiha Hikari upon hearing this news. Both were ninjas who had fought fervently for their ideals, and in their struggles, they had unwittingly become victims of the relentless march of history. Although Tobarama regarded Mido as family and had relinquished many of his powers to her within Konoha, he was taken aback by the swift betrayal of those once steadfast allies during his uncertain fate, igniting a flame of indignation within him. What are your plans moving forward? Tobarama inquired, directing his gaze toward Uchiha Hikari. I have executed all the culprits from Kumogakure who invaded the land of waves, Uchiha Hikari replied resolutely. Next, I intend to travel to Kirigakure to deal with the troublesome Kagaya Mangetsu. Is that so? Tobarama pondered, when suddenly, the cry of an eagle pierced the tranquility of the moment. It was the messenger hawk, Ijiro, responsible for delivering intelligence to Konoha. Uchiha Hikari immediately recognized the bird, having interacted with Ijiro daily during her tenure as chief strategist. Observing the hawk, Tobarama raised his hand and let out a sharp whistle, prompting the bird to descend gracefully onto his shoulder. With practiced ease, he unwrapped the scroll from the hawk's leg and began to peruse its contents. Moments later, a wry smile appeared on his face. Hikari, it seems you need not travel to Kirigakure after all. Really? Uchiha Hikari responded, her eyes filled with curiosity. Tobarama continued. While we were engaged in fierce combat with Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, led by the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu and the 2nd Mizukage Kagaya Mangetsu, seized the opportunity to raid the Land of Fire. Ironically, they clashed over the spoils of war. Weren't they allies? How could they come to blows? Uchiha Hikari asked, her confusion evident. Tobarama shook his head with a rueful smile. In truth, Mu and Mangetsu have harbored a long-standing grudge against each other. Many years ago, they engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in Mu being severely burned by Mangetsu's steam explosion, leaving him perpetually bandaged. It appears he intends to settle the score. And what happened afterward? Why do you say I need not go to Kirigakure? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Uchiha Hikari's mind, as she was well aware of Mangetsu's formidable nature, recognizing him as an exceptionally challenging adversary. Indeed, when they crossed paths in Konoha, their enmity flared, resulting in a deadly confrontation. Tobarama's response left her in a state of shock. Is it true that the little mustached man has perished? Uchiha Hikari found it hard to believe, vividly recalling the formidable nature of Akatsuki's H-Getsu. Well, the 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu, possesses considerable strength. You have been sealed away for quite some time. You must be unaware of dust release, right? Tobarama's words carried a hint of regret. In the past, she had heard her brother mention it, but he dismissed it as mere trivial techniques, which she had disregarded. The image of Madara's haughty visage flashed through Uchiha Hikari's mind, his tone always dripping with disdain. Is dust release merely a trivial technique? Tobarama chuckled bitterly. That guy Madara never fails to be insufferably arrogant. Is it not a trivial technique? Certainly not. Tobarama retorted, rubbing his forehead as he continued. You must not heed your brother's misguided notions. To counter Uchiha Hikari's underestimation of dust release, he earnestly elucidated its terrifying aspects, his tone grave, hoping she would truly grasp its potency. Before long, Tobarama was nearly speaking sparks, tirelessly reiterating every detail of dust release until a serious expression emerged on Uchiha Hikari's face. In summary, this bloodline limit, born from the fusion of 3 elemental transformations, far surpasses ordinary limits. If you ever encounter it, do not engage directly, for any substance will be disintegrated into atoms by dust release. No one can survive its onslaught. Do you understand? Tobarama's voice held a stern edge, hoping Uchiha Hikari would commit this warning to memory. I understand. If I encounter it in the future, I will exercise caution. Uchiha Hikari, noticing the deep concern etched on Tobarama's face, offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Tobarama, I truly remember. Remembering and still smiling? You clearly do not grasp the gravity of the situation, Tobarama remarked, his brow furrowing, his tone serious. If you keep talking like this, you'll soon be my uncle. Uchiha Hikari teased, covering her mouth in jest, attempting to alleviate Tobarama's tension. Just as Tobarama was about to respond, he found himself momentarily speechless by Uchiha Hikari's retort. A mix of amusement and affection in his eyes as he said, Hikari, remember, safety always comes first, no matter the circumstance. You are an exceptional ninja. But even the most skilled have their limits. Do not recklessly challenge what lies beyond your capabilities. Uchiha Hikari nodded, aware that Tobarama's concerns were not unfounded. The era of ninjas evolves rapidly, with formidable talents emerging periodically. Smiling gently, Hikari brushed Tobarama's white hair and remarked, I never imagined that little brother Tobarama has grown up. Now worrying about his sister. Tobarama, feeling a mix of emotions from her tender gesture, thought to himself that only she dared to treat him this way in all of Konoha. Should I stop? He asked. Hikari's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. No need. Tobarama averted his gaze, his face flushing like a blossoming red cloud. As a solitary man in his 40s, he had never experienced such treatment before. Well, if you insist on not stopping, I find my hand growing weary, Hikari teased. Quickly write the information for the scroll to send back to Eaglemara to ensure all is well. Tobarama pondered, a hint of resolve in his tone. I will not return for the time being. You're not going back? Hikari exclaimed, surprised by his decision. What will Sister Mito do if you don't return? There is no need to worry about Mito. She will be well taken care of by monkeys and the others, Tobarama reassured her, slightly lifting his chin. Koharu, Manin, and Kagami have matured into exceptional ninjas capable of handling responsibilities on their own. This is the perfect opportunity for me to assess this generation of Konoha's finest and see if they can uphold the weight of our village. Are you planning to step back or operate from the shadows? Hikari inquired thoughtfully. I do have such intentions, Tobarama replied slowly, his expression grave. Over the years, I have encountered matters within the village that were difficult to address due to my position as Hokage. While the Umbu is designed to handle such complications, they still carry their own identities and stances. If I were perceived as a mere ghost in the eyes of the public, it would be relatively easier to manage sensitive issues. Tobarama continued, his voice laced with contemplation. Moreover, in confronting death, I realized that apart from the days spent with you, I had almost entirely immersed myself in busyness, attempting to numb my emotions, leaving me little time to truly savor life. A hint of self-mockery tinged his voice as he added, at times, I find myself envious of my elder brother, who gets to play with Tsunade every day. After speaking, Tobarama lifted his hand, returning the scroll brought by Eaglemara to its original state, watching as Eaglemara departed for Konoha. Once he had completed this, he turned to the contemplative Hikari and inquired, And what about you, Hikari? Hikari hesitated. Now that the enemies of the Uzumaki clan have perished, what are your plans? Will you continue to return to Konoha and be sealed away by Sister Mito? In the doorway, a question arose. Uchiha Hikari reflected deeply, recalling the helplessness and despair reflected in the eyes of the few children from the Uzumaki clan whom she had rescued. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. I intend to establish a new sanctuary for these surviving children of the Uzumaki clan, providing a refuge for the remaining members of their lineage. Only after that will I contemplate the matter of returning. Do you not plan to send them to Konoha? Uchiha Hikari shook his head, stating that Konoha is no longer the same village it was during Hashirama's time. He expressed his desire to shield these children from the internal strife of clan factions within Konoha. Chapter 70. The Village Hidden in Rain. After Uchiha Hikari finished speaking, he raised his hand and pricked his fingertip, then formed the hand seals for the summoning technique. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a white ninja cat, exuding an air of arrogance and nonchalance, came into view. "Long time no see, Hikari. Have you brought me any delectable treats this time?" the white cat inquired, its voice laced with a hint of languor and anticipation. "Man, I apologize. The situation is urgent, and I did not have the opportunity to prepare any culinary delights. Next time I pass by the dumpling shop, I will certainly invite you to indulge together," Uchiha Hikari replied softly, his tone imbued with regret. "Then, what is the purpose of summoning me this time?" the white cat asked curiously, a flicker of seriousness crossing its eyes. "I possess crucial intelligence that requires your personal delivery to Izuna," Uchiha Hikari stated, retrieving a scroll from his robe and writing swiftly. His gaze was grave, each word carrying a weight of significance. "Man, this information is of utmost importance. Please ensure it reaches Izuna directly," he implored. "I understand," the white cat nodded, forming hand seals and licking its paw, seemingly preparing for some ritual. "Do not forget about the dumplings, Hikari." "Rest assured," Uchiha Hikari responded with a gentle nod, his eyes brimming with trust. As soon as the words left his lips, the white cat transformed into a wisp of delicate white smoke and vanished, leaving Uchiha Hikari and Tobirama behind. "Man?" Tobirama exclaimed, astonished, clearly taken aback by the name of the ninja cat. Uchiha Hikari explained to Tobirama with a side profile. "It is merely a case of coincidental nomenclature regarding the ninja cat. They are the unique summoning beast of the Uchiha clan. During our childhood, we would each seek out a ninja cat to forge a contract." Tobirama chuckled, his tone laced with teasing. "If Madara were to learn of this, he surely would not take it lightly." "Indeed, my brother is rather displeased that a ninja cat shares his name, yet in his youth, he could not overpower that feline," Uchiha Hikari replied with a smile. "Was that cat truly so formidable?" "Yes, for it is a legendary great yokai. The form of a cat is merely its temporary guise. The Uchiha's ninja cats are truly astonishing." "All right, enough about the cats," Uchiha Hikari interjected. "I have already conveyed our report to Izuna, and I trust she will relay it to Sister Mito, alleviating her concerns." "What did you say?" "I informed them to first assist the Uzumaki clan in finding a new homeland. Once everything is settled, we shall reassess the situation regarding our return." Uchiha Hikari's gaze was resolute, as though he were articulating an unbounded vision for the future. "And you, Tobirama? What are your plans moving forward?" As a glimmer of mischief flickered in Tobirama's eyes, he gazed at Uchiha Hikari, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "I intend to follow you unwaveringly until the next time you are sealed away." The following day, the dawn's light dispelled the night's silence, heralding news that sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. The report of the brothers Kin and Jin, leading the pursuit from the village hidden in the clouds, perishing alongside the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, swept through every corner like a tempest. It was said that Senju Tobirama single-handedly vanquished the brothers, who wielded the Nine-Tails chakra and the Six Paths ninja tools, along with the elite ninjas of their command. This act of valor, though almost unfathomable, was impossible to dismiss. Tobirama's demise left an indelible scar on the history of Konohagakure, yet he also became an immortal monument in the hearts of countless future ninjas. He embodied the true spirit of a ninja and the relentless pursuit of legacy through his sacrifice. Thus, the second phase of the First Great Ninja War was officially concluded. Excluding the Wind Shadow, 4 of the 5 great nations' second-generation shadows had fallen on the battlefield, undoubtedly a heavy blow to their respective ninja villages. Sunagakure suffered no casualties, as their focus was on researching Shikaku, seeking its stabilization, making them the sole exception among the great nations. In the main theater of war, the Kin and Jin brothers assassinated the second Raikage during a peace ceremony between Konohagakure and Kumogakure, shattering the peace treaty and directly provoking Tobirama's sacrifice, thus initiating the third phase of the First Great Ninja War, which continued to unfold between Konohagakure and Kumogakure. After thoroughly purging the remaining Iwagakure and Kirigakure ninjas within their village, Konohagakure prepared for another assault on Kumogakure under the leadership of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Due to Tobirama's prior elimination of elite Kumogakure ninjas, their strength was considerably diminished, rendering them unable to contend with Konohagakure. Ultimately, Konohagakure emerged victorious in the First Great Ninja War, leading to a gathering of the 5 great nations to sign a peace treaty, seemingly ushering in a long-awaited era of tranquility. However, the brutalities of war had left indelible scars, and due to profound losses, the 5 great nations chose to cease their communications, transforming what could have been a peaceful coexistence into deep-seated enmities and rifts. In the aftermath, within Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo, with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, quietly established his own power base. Under the guise of the Umbu Training Division, this clandestine force executed covert missions for the village. Subsequently, Uchiha Kagami vanished, Akimichi Takafumi withdrew from the political sphere, and Nara Shikaku along with Mito Kazumi assumed the roles of senior advisors to the third Hokage. With the dawn of a new era, the governance of Konohagakure underwent a subtle transformation. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, the Land of Fire began to thrive, establishing itself as an undeniable powerhouse within the ninja world. As time flowed, in the 16th year of the Konohagakure calendar, 3 years had elapsed since the smoke of the first great ninja war had cleared. Smaller nations began to emulate the great powers, establishing their own ninja villages. At the confluence of the Land of Wind, Land of Earth, and Land of Fire, a modest nation known as the Land of Rain recently founded a small ninja village named Amigakure. Despite its size, this village thrived with vitality. Uchiha Hikari and Tobirama arrived here after departing from Kumogakure 3 years prior. After some inquiries, Uchiha Hikari located the Vortex clan member Uzumaki Jiku, with whom he had forged a friendship in the Land of Fire. After acquiring a substantial fortune, Jiku settled in the Land of Rain, exhibiting generosity that gradually earned her respect as a landowner. When Uzumaki Jiku beheld Uchiha Hikari and his kin seeking refuge, tears shimmered in her eyes. The fall of the Land of Vortex had struck every Vortex clan member's heart like a heavy hammer, and witnessing so many of the clan's children still alive filled Jiku with an indescribable sense of gratitude. After the arrival of Uchiha Hikari, she remained industrious, simultaneously educating the children of the Uzumaki clan and addressing a series of pressing livelihood issues in the Land of Rain. She personally led the children in eradicating the mountain bandits that plagued the region, and their heroic deeds became legendary within the village, earning them the deep affection of the people. Once stability was achieved, under the meticulous guidance of the two masters of ninjutsu, Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobirama, the children of the Uzumaki clan flourished rapidly. They not only mastered ninjutsu, but also exhibited extraordinary talent in sealing techniques. Uzumaki Utai, the eldest descendant of the Uzumaki clan, displayed a talent that rivaled that of the legendary Uzumaki Mito. Her sparring sessions with Hikari showcased her ability to use sealing techniques and the adamantine sealing chains, making it challenging for Hikari, who could not activate her Manjiki Sharingan, to achieve easy victory. This earned her immense prestige within the village. Observing the children's growing strength, Uchiha Hikari decided to establish a ninja village in the Land of Rain. However, due to the formidable reputation of her secret weapon status and the necessity for Tobirama to remain concealed from the public eye, Utai assumed the dual role of both the leader of the Rain Hidden Village and the educator at the ninja school. Uchiha Hikari and Tobirama have retreated to the shadows, donning disguises while tirelessly negotiating long-term cooperative projects with the feudal lord of the Land of Rain, laying a robust political, economic, and military foundation for the future of Amigakure. 3 months later, the tranquil existence of Amigakure was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen crisis. The nearby lake, which should have been a serene expanse reflecting the shimmering light, suddenly became a source of terror. A venomous black salamander quietly emerged, enveloping the village in a cloud of panic. The current village leader, Uzumaki Itai, upon hearing of this menace, acted decisively. With unparalleled swiftness, she dispatched the toxic creature, alleviating the villagers' fears. In the aftermath of the shocking event, the villagers began to ponder the potential of the salamander's venomous sac. While its toxicity was alarming, it could perhaps serve as a formidable weapon to protect the village. A faction of medical ninjas commenced efforts to adapt the venom sac into defensive apparatuses, with Itai's tacit approval. For she understood that a weak nation could easily become prey to those who would exploit it. Through rigorous selection, it was determined that the children of the Uzumaki clan were unsuitable for the venom implantation, as their wounds healed too swiftly, preventing any significant release of the toxin. Thus, they turned their attention to a local ninja named Hans. Hans, raised by Uzumaki Itai, Uchiha Hikari, and Senju Tobirama, had just come of age. Upon learning of this development, Utai felt reluctant to subject Hans to the venom sac, yet driven by his deep love for the village and yearning for peace, Hans eventually convinced her to proceed with the implantation. Henceforth, he earned the moniker Hans the Salamander. This transformation endowed him with remarkable resistance to toxins. Yet it also rendered him a living source of poison. With each breath, those around him unwittingly inhaled the noxious fumes. leading to Hans becoming a figure of dread among the villagers. Although Hans felt disheartened, his affection for the villagers remained unwavering. To prevent causing harm, he donned a mask. What should have been a carefree existence turned him into a pariah, ostracized despite not being a Jinchuriki, receiving scorn and injustice not unlike that endured by a host of tailed beasts. "Batai-sensei, my patrol for today is complete," Hans reported as he returned to the village, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Hans, the venom sac within you is not yet fully stabilized. Do not overexert yourself." Batai's voice was gentle and filled with concern as she gazed upon the mask adorning Hans's face. She understood that removing the mask could grant him an advantage in battle. Yet if the venom sac were to rupture, he would be unable to withstand the lethal toxin. With Hikari-sensei and Tobarama-sensei absent from the village, it fell upon her to safeguard the villagers diligently. Hans smiled confidently. He had grown up remarkably. Yudai chuckled softly, her gaze shifting from Hans to the intricate seals and incantations laid out upon the table, the embodiment of her dedication and aspirations. "Yudai-sensei, what is this?" Hans's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned closer to the table, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for the unknown. "I am researching a technique," Yudai replied, her voice gentle yet focused. "One that can seal your venom sacs into an alternate space through a sealing jutsu. This way, you would no longer need to wear a mask every day." "Really?" A childlike excitement blossomed across Hans's face. Although the villagers understood that his mask was a sacrifice made to protect the village, the peril of the toxic gas still compelled many to instinctively keep their distance, leaving Hans with a tinge of loneliness at times. "Indeed," Yudai affirmed, her eyes brimming with encouragement. "However, the specific details must await the return of Master K and Master Tobarama. For now, I have only developed a prototype and am still striving to resolve some challenges." Time flew by. 7 days later, Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobarama concluded their diplomatic mission with the daimyo and returned to the hidden rain village. Upon learning of Utii's predicament with Hans, Uchiha Hikari pondered for a moment before speaking. "Utii, I believe this technique can be reformed using the four-symbol seal. However," Uchiha expressed his concerns, saying, "But Master Hikari, if we employ the four-symbol seal, the suppressive force may be excessively potent. Furthermore, Hans had to repeatedly unlock the seal during its application, and the quantity of poison gas from the toxin pouch would be significantly diminished." Uchiha Hikari smiled and said, "In that case, we simply need to increase the quantity of the poison sac." "Ah, so that is the solution." Yudai's eyes sparkled with realization. "Teacher Hikari, are you suggesting that we seal the entire salamander within Hans, much like sealing a tailed beast?" "Precisely," Uchiha Hikari replied, stepping closer to gently pat Hans on the shoulder. His eyes filled with pride. The toxicity of the salamander stems not only from its unique physiology, but also from the biological chakra it harbors. Upon employing the four-symbol seal, the toxic chakra of the salamander can be released in moderation from the confines of the seal, allowing Hans, as the salamander's Jinchuriki, to manipulate this toxic chakra at will. "Is that truly the case, Teacher Hikari?" Hans's eyes gleamed with uncontainable excitement. "Then, in the future, it will be much more than that," Uchiha Hikari interjected. "Once you become the salamander's Jinchuriki, your body will gain complete immunity to its toxins, liberating you from the fear of being poisoned by it. Furthermore, the 5-minute interval required to summon the salamander to replenish the toxic gas will no longer pose a challenge, for you will essentially embody the salamander yourself." "That is splendid news," Hans exclaimed. Uzumaki Yudai turned to face Hans, her eyes radiating warmth and affection. Uchiha Hikari then stated, "Let us schedule the sealing ceremony for Hanzo tomorrow morning. Later this afternoon, Teacher Tobarama and I shall venture to catch a fresh mountain pepper fish for Hanzo, to conceal their identities." Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobarama assumed the aliases of Hikari and Tobarama in the hidden rain village. "Thank you, esteemed teachers," Hanzo expressed his heartfelt gratitude, excitement radiating from him as he dashed out. Upon witnessing Hanzo's departure, the gravity etched upon the faces of Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobarama was palpable, akin to dark clouds looming overhead, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Vortex Yuta, perceptive as ever, sensed the subtle shift in their demeanor. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her gaze, and she gently inquired, "Teacher Hikari, Teacher Tobarama, what has transpired? Why do you both appear so grave?" Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobarama exchanged a glance, seemingly communicating silently. Vortex Itai inquired, "Teacher Hikari, did the negotiations with the daimyo prove unsatisfactory?" From the context, it was evident that Uchiha Hikari's tone carried a hint of resignation, The daimyo had largely acquiesced to their requests. However, Tobirama interjected. The neighboring country of the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass, is currently facing an invasion from the Land of Iron. In order to secure the support of the daimyo, we must dispatch a contingent of ninjas to the Land of Grass for an extended period, driving out the invading forces of the Land of Iron. Chapter 72. Making a name in the ninja world. Vortex Itai furrowed his brows, resembling two tightly locked mountains. His words laced with uncertainty. If I recall correctly, they do not possess ninjas. Indeed, but they wield a formidable force known as samurai, Senju Tobirama responded. His brow slightly furrowed, a serious glimmer in his eyes. They are adept in the use of chakra blades, and their combat prowess is considerable. With this understanding, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Vortex Itai's gaze. Let us send the younger generation from our village to support the Land of Grass. It shall not only serve as valuable training for them, but also present an exceptional opportunity to establish their names in the ninja world. Uchiha Hikari exchanged a glance with Tobirama, both pairs of eyes reflecting mutual admiration. Uzumaki Itai smiled in response, her confidence in the village's children unwavering, as if she could envision their future brilliance within the ninja world. The following day, the village of Amigakure remained shrouded in its perennial gentle rain. The architecture of the village predominantly featured dark hues, with heavy gray tiles blanketing the rooftops, worn by years of rainfall that imparted a sense of time as passage. Along the streets, a series of neatly arranged drainage pipes lined the sides. At the village's heart stood a towering edifice, the iconic structure of Amigakure, serving as the gathering place for its shinobi. A thin veil of mist perpetually enveloped the tower's summit. And since the arrival of Uchiha Hikari and Tobirama alongside the Uzumaki clan, the villagers had come to regard this building as a miracle. In this moment, Uchiha Hikari, Senju Tobirama, and Uzumaki Itai stood shoulder to shoulder before Hanzo, while a defeated salamander lay aside, rendered unconscious by Uchiha Hikaru's Susanoo. Medical ninjas first extracted the toxin pouch from Hanzo's body, after which Uzumaki Itai performed the four-symbol seal, binding the salamander within Hanzo. As Hanzo sensed the transformation within himself, he unfastened his mask and clothing clasps. All present held their breath, witnessing the cessation of toxic gas in the surrounding air. Success. I no longer need to fear harming anyone. After being sealed as the host for the salamander, Hanzo felt as though he had been reborn, his power undergoing a qualitative leap akin to a phoenix's resurrection. Excellent. Hanzo, though this is rather abrupt, the instructors have a task to assign you. Uzumaki Itai spoke with a serious demeanor, gathering the children of Amigakure. Under the meticulous arrangements of Hikari and Tobirama, Hanzo, along with the Uzumaki shinobi of Amigakure, set forth to the Land of Grass to confront the warriors of the Land of Iron. On the battlefield of the Land of Grass, Hanzo's voice resonated, summoning technique. The salamander emerged in response, with Hanzo standing resolutely atop its head, declaring, Ibufu, advance. The salamander opened its immense jaws, and poisonous gas rapidly enveloped the area, shrouding the battlefield in a thick miasma, akin to the black cloak of death, obscuring all. The warriors were gripped by terror, having never encountered such a bizarre and formidable assault. In an instant, many succumbed to the poison, frothing at the mouth, as despair and chaos permeated the battlefield. The combination of Hanzo and the salamander established dominance on the field, decisively turning the tide of battle. Damn it, this fellow intends to annihilate us with poison. The leader of the samurai roared, his voice resonating across the battlefield, yet it seemed utterly powerless in the face of the overwhelming toxic mist. Confronted by this eerie and lethal assault, they found themselves helpless, forced to watch their comrades fall, their hearts brimming with despair and fury. In but a single battle, the name of Hanzo the salamander swept through the ninja world like a tempest. The pervasive poison claimed all life in its path, transforming even the rain into a corrosive venom, as if the entire realm were shrouded in a pall of death. This struggle endured for 3 days. The young generation of the Rain Ninja Village, led by Hanzo, emerged as the sovereigns of this battleground. To this day, merely uttering the name Hanzo the Salamander instills terror in countless foes. On the 4th day following the arrival of the Hidden Rain Village, the samurai of the Land of Iron were driven back to the border by Hanzo and his forces. Amidst this desperate conflict, a young man named Mitsuba chose to remain alone, wielding a chakra blade, resolutely standing before Hanzo. His figure appeared strikingly solitary amidst the toxic fog, yet exuded an undeniable strength. There was a tremor in Mitsuba's voice, a primal fear in the face of an unknown adversary, yet in his eyes flickered an indomitable light. "Are you Hanzo the Salamander?" Mitsuba inquired, his voice quivering yet firm. Indeed, Hanzo responded calmly, not underestimating the warrior before him. For he recognized that one who could stand tall amid such terror was far from ordinary. The gazes of the two men collided in the air, as if a current of electricity coursed between them. In the next moment, Mitsuba's chakra blade sliced through the mist, its brilliance clashing with Hanzo's poison to create sharp gusts of wind. Following this, the clash of samurai sword against scythe tore through the night, igniting dazzling sparks. Hanzo wielded the toxic mist as his weapon, deftly countering Mitsuba's assaults. After a flurry of exchanges, Hanzo's strike left a deep gash across Mitsuba's right cheek, exposing bone, while Mitsuba's blade shattered beneath the force of Hanzo's scythe chain. "My side is imbued with the poison of the salamander," Hanzo remarked slowly, his voice tinged with indifference. "You will soon be numb to pain, and in 2 days, the toxin will claim your life." "Damn it." Mitsuba gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his forehead, blurring his vision, yet his resolve remained unyielding. "Your blade is too dull," Hanzo remarked flatly. "A person is akin to a blade." "It seems I am but a dull knife," Mitsuba murmured, his voice laced with a hint of reluctance and self-mockery. After Mitsuba fell to the ground, Hanzo did not pursue, but instead quietly stated, "The end of a person is not merely death, but the moment they lose their faith." However, defining this concept is exceedingly difficult. Even if you were to die here, you would not be a dull knife. By dull knife, I refer to your companions who flee upon hearing my name. You stood before them, your body a shield, and as compensation for the life you are poised to lose, I shall proclaim to the world that you are a hero. Speak your name. I yearn to exchange my life for your promise." Mitsuhashi, despite his weakened state, uttered these words with a resolute yet fragile voice. "Speak. Do not harm my companions any further." Hans gazed at the man before him in astonishment, admiring Mitsuhashi's spirit of self-sacrifice to protect his comrades, a reflection of the will of fire that his mentors had instilled in him. Slowly, Hans took a seat and retrieved a small vial from his bosom. Mitsuhashi's weary eyes flickered with curiosity as they fell upon the bottle in Hans's hand. An antidote. Hans extended the vial toward Mitsuhashi, stating, "I previously mentioned that one's beliefs are challenging to define externally. Some matters can only be assessed through combat. I bear no disdain for someone like you." Mitsuhashi accepted the antidote, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He had never anticipated that he would receive a glimmer of hope for life from this legendary ninja. He tilted his head back and consumed the bitter liquid in one swift motion, feeling the taste of rebirth course down his throat. "Hans," Mitsuhashi murmured, his voice imbued with gratitude. "Thank you." "I require no thanks," Hans replied nonchalantly. "I am merely doing what I deem to be right. Your courage and sacrifice warrant my respect." Chapter 73. "Return to the village. This time you have lost to me for another reason," Hans said, his voice low as he regarded Mitsuhashi. "What reason?" Mitsuhashi inquired. "I have heard that the land of samurai reveres harmony, yet your foolish lord has chosen aggression. This has dulled your blade," Hans explained slowly. "Is it not true that you from the Hidden Rain village have engaged in warfare against other nations for the sake of conquest?" Mitsuhashi retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. "Our motives for battling the samurai differ. The people of the Hidden Rain possess conviction." Hans rose gradually, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, expressing that merely striving to uphold that conviction is immensely challenging. "What is your conviction?" Mitsuhashi pressed, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "We aspire to bring peace to the world." Hans turned, tapping the tips of his 5 fingers upon his abdomen before rotating them. The seal of the 4 symbols was set, and the surrounding toxic gas was drawn into Hans's core. After completing this act, Hans spoke softly. "I spare your life not only out of admiration but also to witness whether you will perish clinging to your beliefs or survive by forsaking them." Having spoken, he departed from this place, merging with the forces of Rain Hidden Village, as elusive as a gust of wind, arriving without a trace and leaving just as mysteriously. In a mere 4 days, Rain Hidden Village swiftly brought the conflict between the Grass Country and the Iron Country to a close. The name of Hanzo of the Salamander became renowned through a single battle, spreading like wildfire amidst the ninja world. After the skirmish, he chose not to slay Mifune, but instead allowed him to depart. Thus, Mifune became the sole warrior in the Iron Country to emerge unscathed from Hanzo's grasp. With Hanzo's clemency and his own convictions, he reflected upon the future of the Iron Country. From that day forth, Mifune successfully ascended to the position of the Iron Country's general, promptly announcing to the leaders of the 5 villages that henceforth, the Iron Country would abstain from any conflicts within the ninja world, adopting a stance of neutrality towards the world. Mifune's reputation and commendation within the ninja realm were well established. prompting the 3/3 Hokages of the 5 great nations to extend their respect to him, agreeing to refrain from any aggression towards the Iron Country. Following this event, Rain Hidden Village was acknowledged within the ninja world, and under the dual impetus of reputation and prestige, Hanzo succeeded Uzumaki Eitai as the village leader, infusing Rain Hidden Village's future with hope and brightness. Days later, upon witnessing Rain Hidden Village return to its rightful path, Uchiha Kagami bid farewell to Uzumaki Eitai, Hanzo, and Tobirama, embarking on his journey back to Konohagakure. This time, Tobirama did not accompany Uchiha Kagami to assure Uzumaki Mido. He intended to remain in Rain Hidden Village to fulfill his brother's promise to the Uzumaki clan, unconditionally caring for them. In that same year, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, diligently reformed the educational system of the Ninja Academy, enhancing ninjutsu instruction and establishing a format where one teacher would mentor 3 disciples. He personally took on the role of teacher, accepting Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade as his students. In the Konoha training grounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a bell. His gaze sharp and penetrating. "There are 2 bells, which means one of you must be eliminated?" The young Orochimaru inquired, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Very perceptive, Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen praised, fully acknowledging the student's abilities. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, saying, "Hey, if I get the bell, will you go on a date with me?" To which Tsunade replied, "If you lose, don't pester me again." Seeing that Tsunade did not refuse, Jiraiya's enthusiasm surged. "All right. It's settled." His eyes sparkled with determination, as if victory was already within his grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded his 3 vibrant and promising disciples with a heart full of contentment and anticipation. With a commanding shout, the 3 swiftly darted away like arrows released from a bow, concealing themselves in the various corners of the training ground. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya discovered Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely enjoying his lunch beside a wooden post, with a pair of conspicuous bells lying on the ground nearby. A sly grin crept across his face as he dashed toward the scene, exclaiming, "An opportunity." However, in the blink of an eye, he was ensnared by a trap hidden on the ground and found himself dangling upside down from a tree, swaying in the wind, a spectacle both comical and awkward. Once the contest concluded, Tsunade regarded the bound Jiraiya at the wooden post with a mischievous smile, her small bell glinting in the sunlight. "Jiraiya, the bet is mine. I knew from the start you would be the one to be eliminated. Haha. If I were to choose a boyfriend, I would certainly find Orochimaru more dependable than you." "You lecherous fool. Enough with the chatter, you flat-chested Tsunade." Jiraiya retorted defiantly, but as the words escaped his lips, he realized his blunder. "What did you say?" Tsunade fumed, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar and scolding him, "You devious pervert." All right, enough of the bickering," Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected with an exasperated expression. "Tsunade and Orochimaru, you may return first." After a moment, Hiruzen stood alone before the suspended Jiraiya, shaking his head with a sigh. Honestly, how can a ninja fall for such an obvious trap? He had dedicated the entire morning to training Jiraiya, attempting to instill in him a sense of caution and agility. "I truly do not know how to teach you," he lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Ah, that technique." With that, he bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals, and struck the ground. "Ninjutsu, summoning technique." With a powerful shout, a cloud of smoke erupted, and when it cleared, a towering 2-meter-tall ape covered in white fur appeared before them. Hiruzen's voice was steady and authoritative. The summoning technique allows one to form a blood contract with a creature, enabling it to be summoned at will. Jiraiya, bound and eager, exclaimed, "Can I form a contract with that guy?" "That is not possible," Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. "Each individual's destiny is unique, and the creatures one can contract with are predetermined." "What creatures can I summon then?" Jiraiya inquired, filled with curiosity. "Before forming a contract, you must refine your chakra diligently and master the hand seals," Hiruzen explained patiently. "More training, huh?" Jiraiya sighed in resignation. "Fear not. Once you reach a certain level of proficiency, the answer will reveal itself," Hiruzen encouraged, his eyes brimming with anticipation. From that point forward, Jiraiya dedicated himself to the arduous journey of refining his chakra, striving to become the strongest ninja and win Tsunade's heart once more. Each drop of sweat embodied his unwavering determination and commitment to the future. A week later, at the Konoha training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed Jiraiya's training progress. He stood quietly to the side, unintrusive, yet his gaze was imbued with concern and encouragement. "Not only Tsunade, I am determined to win over all the beautiful sisters." Jiraiya resolved to focus his chakra, his eyes resolute, as if he could penetrate all obstacles. with the hand signs of the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and sheep. Jiraiya swiftly formed the seals, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wait, you haven't established a contract yet, and you're using space-time ninjutsu. Who knows what consequences await? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. But before his words could fully escape, Jiraiya had already slammed his hands onto the ground, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Chapter 74, Taking on a Disciple. The Land of Frogs. The mysterious, misladen MT Mayaboku. 2 days prior, Uchiha Light was on his way home, savoring the anticipation and tranquility of returning to the village. When unexpectedly, he was summoned to this foreign land by the prophetic toad of MT Mayaboku through a reverse summoning technique. Lord Shinzaku, did you summon me back in such haste for a specific reason? Uchiha Light inquired with curiosity. The Shinzaku toad slowly began to speak. It is the great sage toad who has commanded me to summon you. Before long, a remarkable human child will set foot upon the land of MT Mayaboku. A human child? A hint of intrigue and confusion flickered across Uchiha Light's brow. Indeed. And the great sage toad has expressly instructed that you personally guide this child, the Shinzaku toad pronounced with solemnity and gravity, adding that before it fell into slumber, it had chosen to first share with him the prophecy concerning this child. Uchiha Hikari could not help but furrow her brow, feeling a twinge of reluctance within. Isn't it within Master Shinazaku's capabilities to handle such matters? Though she was filled with longing for her companions in Maibokuzan, the thought of remaining here to subsist on insects filled her with aversion. After all, in the hidden rain village, Tobarama had taken exceptional care of her, providing an abundance of delectable dishes. Her palate had become exquisitely discerning, spoiled by the rapid transportation of delicacies from various nations through the instantaneous flying thunder god technique. Enough of the complaints, Master Shinazaku admonished, retrieving that black rod which she both adored and loathed. This was the very implement that had guided her countless times during her instruction in sage techniques. Uchiha Hikari instinctively recoiled at the sight. A flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Master Shinazaku, please put that rod away. I shall teach. I will do so immediately. Her words hastened, fearing once more to become the target of that rod's instruction. Very well, Master Shinazaku mused, stroking his unique whiskers, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. You must remember, that child is paramount to you. He is the harbinger of transformation in the world of ninjas. You must dedicate yourself to guiding him with care. Uchiha Hikari nodded gently, her heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. Subsequently, she encountered the great sage of the mountains, from whom she gleaned the prophecy concerning that young boy. The magnitude of this revelation lingered in her thoughts for quite some time, prompting her to exclaim, once again, we have a child destined to alter the future of the shinobi world. Thus, Uchiha Hikari patiently awaited at Mount Mayaboku, spending her days in the company of the frogs inhabiting the mountain. In recent days, she strolled through the forests, frolicking with Ryota's child, Bunta, chasing the great serpents of the mountains, reveling in the rare tranquility and joy. Unbeknownst to her, Ryota's other 2 children, Frog Hiroshi and Frog Kin, had quietly matured. And amidst the playful days with the frogs, Uchiha Hikari collected countless moments of laughter and warmth. These times became her most treasured memories. Soon after, as Uchiha Hikari dozed atop Bunta's head, she finally awaited the arrival of that human child. Yet this first encounter brought her misfortune. Oh no, I'm going to fall. With a startled cry, Uchiha Hikari was awakened by an unexpected turn of events. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya, summoned by the summoning technique, descended upon her like a meteor, landing squarely upon her. Uchiha Hikari gasped in pain. Jiraiya's impact nearly took her breath away. I'm sorry. Jiraiya immediately sensed the unusual softness beneath him, a fragrant warmth that sent him into a flurry, and he quickly scrambled to his feet. Uchiha Hikari clutched her chest, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She had never imagined that someone would dare to use her bosom as a mere cushion. Rising slowly to her feet, she beheld a silver-haired youth, whose eyes were adorned with peculiar tear marks, fixating upon her with an insufferable gaze that only fueled her ire. Are you that child? Hikari's voice carried a chill. What child are you referring to? Jiraiya replied with a smirk, unfazed by her fury, accustomed as he was to the ire of beautiful women. Despite the palpable threat emanating from Uchiha Hikari, he found himself compelled to compliment her. Sister, you are truly stunning, and your figure is exceptional. Might you consider being my girlfriend? Uchiha Hikaru furrowed her brows and inquired, what is your name? I am Jiraiya, aspiring to become the strongest ninja. If you become my girlfriend, I assure you, happiness awaits you. Jiraiya proclaimed confidently, his thumb pointing towards himself, exuding an air of self-assuredness. Jiraiya, you say? The anger within Uchiha Hikaru gradually dissipated as she continued. It appears you are the one whom the great sage Toad instructed me to await. Come with me. Come with you? Is that true? Are we to hold a wedding right away? Jiraiya exclaimed, his excitement soaring as if he had already stepped into the sanctum of matrimony. Wedding? Nonsense. Do not let your imagination run wild. Uchiha Hikaru shook her head resignedly. I have been entrusted by the sage here, from this moment forth. I shall officially become your master. A beautiful woman like you as my master? Huh, how splendid it is to learn the summoning technique. Jiraiya leaped in joy, as if he had struck a jackpot. By the way, master, I still do not know your name. I am Uchiha Hikaru. Master, are you of the Uchiha clan? Indeed. Uchiha Hikaru. That name seems familiar, as if I have heard it before. Jiraiya pondered, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow in concentration. I recall now. It was mentioned in the history of the founding of Konoha. But that was 16 years ago. You hardly resemble the person described in the textbooks. I was sealed away for over a decade due to certain circumstances, only to be released 3 years ago during the Great Ninja War, Uchiha Hikaru explained softly. A flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Ah, I see. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I must learn diligently to receive guidance from the legendary Kunoichi. Renowned alongside the first Hokage is an unparalleled opportunity, far better than being taught by that stubborn old man Sarutobi. Your foolishness bears a striking resemblance to that of a monkey. Uchiha Hikaru chuckled lightly, observing the youth before her, whose carefree demeanor concealed a fervent desire for strength. At that moment, a resounding voice suddenly emanated from beneath their feet. Hikaru, is this lad the prophesied one? The ground can speak? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, pointing incredulously at the ground beneath him, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Uchiha Hikari gently pressed her forehead, effortlessly seizing Jiraiya by the collar. Akin to lifting a mischievous chick, and gracefully leaped down from the back of Gamabunta. Such an enormous toad, once steady on the ground. Jiraiya finally beheld the full grandeur of Bunta. Furthermore, the toad could actually converse. This was utterly astonishing. Hikari, the lad beside you appears rather dim-witted. Are you certain he is all right? Bunta inquired with a look of concern. He should be fine. After all, the prophecy of the great sage Toad is seldom erroneous. Hikari sighed. Bunta, I apologize, but I must take him with me. You may continue your training against the snakes. Remember, strike the snake at its vital point. But Hikari, my claws are far too slippery to grasp the snake's vital point. Uchiha Hikaru pondered for a moment, and then his eyes brightened. When the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in procuring an excellent weapon. What type of weapon do you find most comfortable to wield? A short blade, perhaps. It is both compact and agile. When Tai replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very well, once I gather the necessary materials, I shall forge one for you, Uchiha Hikaru declared, waving his hand as he departed. Jiraiya, I shall first escort you to sign the contract. Understood, master. Jiraiya responded. Addressing me as master feels rather formal. You may simply call me Teacher Hikaru instead. Understood, Teacher Hikaru, Jiraiya saluted. You initially appeared rather disobedient. What has prompted this newfound compliance to my words? Because Teacher Hikaru, you are an enchanting beauty. When a beauty speaks, I find myself compelled to listen. Uchiha K was rendered speechless. Chapter 75, Bonds Uchiha Hikari guided Jiraiya, introducing him to Lord Shinsaku. The gaze of Lord Shinsaku was as profound as a deep abyss, and he spoke slowly. Little Hikari, have you disclosed the prophecy to him? Not yet, Lord Shinsaku, responded Uchiha Hikari softly. Given my current strength, knowing those secrets would only serve as shackles. I intend to wait until he reaches a certain level of growth before revealing them. The prophecy? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, a blend of confusion and curiosity evident on his face. It seems you have known I would come from the very beginning. Uchiha Hikari's gaze softened as he spoke. In the realm of Mayaboku, there exists a sage toad with the gift of foresight. It is foretold that you will usher in an unprecedented transformation for the world of ninjas. However, I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment, for doing so may alter the course of your future decisions. For now, focus on your training here. When the time comes for you to make a choice, I shall guide you. Train here? I have only just earned the admiration of the village maidens. I must return. Jiraiya exclaimed with urgency. Why does everyone complain upon arrival? Lord Nagakatsu sighed, shaking his head, his gaze briefly darting towards Uchiha Hikari as he gently tapped his teaching staff against the ground. Uchiha Hikari felt somewhat uneasy under Lord Shinsaku's gaze, and she quickly forced a smile. Well, Jiraiya, Returning to the village to train is certainly an option, if needed. I can accompany you, provided that you commit to your training sincerely. Really? Teacher Hikari is willing to accompany me back to the village? A radiant expression of joy blossomed on Jiraiya's face. Yes, but there are conditions. Uchiha Hikari's tone turned serious. You must first cultivate a good relationship with all the toads of the land of toads. Huh? Why? If possible, I would prefer to establish connections with beautiful women. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Stop complaining. Building friendships with the toads is of great significance, Uchiha Hikari patiently explained. In battle, you can summon various toads to assist you. You have witnessed the formidable presence of Fukasaku. In real combat, he is exceptionally powerful. Fukasaku? A glimmer of aspiration sparkled in Jiraiya's eyes. If I could summon him, it would indeed be quite impressive. Thus, Jiraiya began to forge friendships with each and every toad in the land of toads, one by one. Every day, Uchiha Hikari engaged in rigorous training with him, not only honing his fundamental physical techniques and combat instincts, but also occasionally imparting the esoteric secrets of sage arts. During her leisure hours, she discovered a substantial iron ore within the rocky strata of the mine. Utilizing her fire release and the immense power of Susanoo, she meticulously refined it, crafting a sharp short blade for Bunta with her own hands. Such days flowed by like a tranquil stream, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Bunta, behold the short blade you have longed for. I even fashioned a wooden sheath for it. Uchiha Hikari smiled as she presented the blade. Oh, at last, it is complete, Bunta exclaimed, joyfully dancing with excitement. Without hesitation, he dashed off to challenge the great serpent dwelling in the mountains, ultimately triumphing over the creature. The following day, Gamakichi and Gamaken, upon learning that Bunta had acquired his own weapon, clamored for Uchiha Hikari to craft weapons for them as well. Uchiha Hikaru found herself bemused by the pleas of the toads. Very well, I shall forge weapons for you, but on one condition. Should Jiraiya find himself in peril, you are to lend your utmost support without hesitation. Do you understand? Understood. They responded with commendable eagerness. Uchiha Hikaru quietly grumbled as she re-entered the mine, commencing yet another round of forging. As night descended, she returned to Miyaboku Mountain, where the stars twinkled above. Her gaze swept the surroundings, landing on Jiraiya, who appeared utterly dejected, slumped on the ground. A wave of concern washed over her. Jiraiya, what troubles you? Why are you lying here? I can scarcely consume Lord Jiraiya's full-course banquet. I fear I may starve if this continues, he lamented, his expression one of exasperation. I also struggle with my appetite. Uchiha Hikaru replied with a wry smile, her lips twitching. She glanced up at the starry sky and, struck by inspiration, proposed, How about this? You grasp my hand, and I will take you to a different place? Really? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as his hand instinctively moved toward her. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a thunderous sound erupted, and he was suddenly struck by an immense force, plunging into the earth. Teacher Hikaru, that hurts. His voice emerged from the ground, tinged with a hint of grievance. If it hurts, then do not act foolishly, you foolish disciple. Uchiha Hikaru chided lightly, patting his back gently while forming hand seals for the flying thunder god technique. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. When Jiraiya regained his senses, they found themselves in a bustling commercial street. Teacher Hikaru, what is this? This is the flying thunder god technique, a space-time ninjutsu allowing instantaneous long-distance travel, akin in principle to reverse summoning, Uchiha Hikaru elucidated. You may have heard of it. It was created by the second Hokage. I have indeed heard of it. This is why the second Hokage is known as the god of speed in the ninja world. In truth, the flying thunder god was developed collaboratively by myself, Tobirama, and Sister Mito, Uchiha Hikaru confessed with a faint smile. However, Tobirama indeed wields it most adeptly. Can I learn it as well? Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with yearning as he gazed at Uchiha Hikaru, filled with anticipation. The flying thunder god technique necessitates a profound sense of perception and resonance with the markers in order to activate it. Uchiha Hikaru pondered for a moment before turning her gaze to Jiraiya. Do you possess a talent for perception? Probably not, he replied, disappointment coloring his tone. That is of no consequence, Uchiha Hikaru reassured him. Do not lose heart. In the future, I can teach you sage techniques and barrier perception methods. Will mastering sage techniques enable me to comprehend the flying thunder god? Jiraiya's eyes rekindled with hope. It should be feasible, Uchiha Hikaru nodded. Just as with me. My perception may not match Tobirama's, but upon utilizing sage techniques, my perceptual range is significantly enhanced. In ordinary circumstances, Traversing from my Boku Mountain to the city at its base without employing sage techniques is already a formidable feat thus, for a ninja devoid of sensory talent. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique necessitates first achieving a flawless equilibrium in sage arts. A hint of regret laced Jiraiya's tone, although his summoning technique had reached a pinnacle. The delicate balance of sage arts and sensory abilities remained a challenge for him. Do not be disheartened, Uchiha Kagami replied with a light chuckle. For a ninja, what truly matters is not the extent of your mastery over ninjutsu or innate talents. Why is that? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled. Isn't it true that the stronger the techniques, the better? Indeed, the more ninjutsu one possesses, the greater the chances of survival. Uchiha Kagami leaned closer to Jiraiya, gently brushing his fingers through the strands of his white hair, his smile radiant and warm. Yet, I believe that the unwavering tenacity to never give up is far more significant than the pursuit of ninjutsu. Uchiha Hikari's voice was gentle yet resolute, conveying the belief that, even in the absence of profound ninjutsu, one could still emerge as a capable ninja. Jiraiya gazed intently at Uchiha Hikari, tears shimmering in his eyes. As if a myriad of words swirled within him, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. What troubles you, Jiraiya? Why the sudden tears? Uchiha Hikari inquired with concern. Teacher Hikari. Jiraiya's voice quivered slightly. My parents perished in the Great Ninja War, and I have been alone ever since. This time, I was assigned to a team with Orochimaru due to my inferior strength. I have longed for recognition, unwilling to remain merely a shadow of Orochimaru, constantly seeking opportunities to challenge him. However, since my arrival in the land of toads 3 months ago, I have been embraced by a group of toads who believe in me, and I have a beautiful teacher who unconditionally teaches and cares for me. I have never felt such happiness before. I see. Uchiha Hikari replied, her expression as gentle as water, her heart aching for Jiraiya. Unintentionally, she caught sight of a stall selling popsicles by the roadside, and an idea struck her. She approached the stall and purchased a popsicle that could be divided in two, smiling as she handed him half. Here, enjoy this. Tonight, it's on me. Really? Teacher? Jiraiya replied, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Just a little, please. I don't have much money on me either. Uchiha Hikari sighed as she rummaged through her withered wallet. Chapter 76, Orochimaru in the brightly lit and bustling commercial street. Uchiha Hikari and Jiraiya wove through the lively stalls, from the steamy, aromatic ramen stand to the enticing, flavorful grilled fish booth. Each culinary delight elicited a satisfied smile from Jiraiya, the shadow of the ominous banquet long dispelled by the warmth of human existence. Uchiha Hikari sat beside him, her gentle gaze fixed upon the young boy before her. That look brought a long-lost warmth to Jiraiya, evoking a sense of belonging akin to that of home. Jiraiya, how is your relationship with the toads of Mount Mayaboku? Uchiha Hikari inquired softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Well, I've become friends with Wentai and the others. Jiraiya replied, nodding with enthusiasm shimmering in his eyes. Then it seems we should return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Our training need not be confined to Mount Mayaboku. Hikari stated, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Really? That is wonderful! Jiraiya exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement, his eyes alight with confidence. This time, I will undoubtedly impress Master Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. I shall prove myself through my strength. Your determination is commendable, but do remember, it is crucial not to divulge my affairs to others, Uchiha Hikari cautioned, her tone tinged with seriousness. Why not? Isn't Teacher Hikari also a member of the Leaf? The fact that my seal has been lifted is still unknown to the village. If outsiders learn that my seal was secretly undone, it could bring unnecessary troubles to Sister Mito, Hikari explained, concern flickering in her eyes. Then upon our return, how will you guide my training, Teacher Hikari? That is something you need not worry about. I have my methods, Hikari replied with a mysterious smile. In that moment, the seal upon her forehead began to shimmer, light gradually coalescing. Moments later, a remarkable transformation occurred. Her body began to shrink, reverting instantaneously to her 12-year-old form, appearing almost the same age as Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he became even more convinced that this Teacher Hikari was far more enigmatic and extraordinary than he had ever imagined. Uchiha Hikari let out a light laugh, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, seemingly capable of perceiving the secrets of the human heart. The in-sealing technique allows one to freely alter their age and appearance. Unlike ordinary transformation techniques, it does not require chakra consumption to maintain, making it difficult for even the most seasoned ninja to discern its mysteries. she explained, a proud smile gracing her lips. This youthful guise was the result of her meticulous selection. In Konohagakure, aside from Izuna and Mito, no one could recognize her, affording her greater freedom and safety during her endeavors. However, at that moment, Jiraiya suddenly burst into tears, his voice tinged with grievance. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Hikari paused, casting a puzzled glance at the tear-streaked boy. Teacher Hikari's chest is turned into a washboard, Jiraiya sobbed, his words laced with his characteristic bluntness. "Go to hell." Uchiha Hikari delivered a swift reprimand. Jiraiya's studies at Myoboku Mountain had concluded, and after bidding farewell to him and the toads, Uchiha Hikari embarked on her journey back to the Leaf Village. The cemetery of Konohagakure lay peaceful, quietly resting countless ninjas who had devoted their lives to the village. An air of solemnity and reverence enveloped the surroundings. Orochimaru sat despondently before a gravestone, a bouquet of flowers in hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly behind him, his gaze reflecting boundless sorrow and comfort. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru slowly rose, gripping a peculiar object in his hand, and inquired, "Teacher Sarutobi, what is this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the object in Orochimaru's grasp as he replied, "This is the shed skin of a white snake." "I have never seen this before," Orochimaru expressed, curiosity evident in his tone. "Neither have I," Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently. "It is quite rare and precious. The shed skin of the white snake symbolizes good fortune and rebirth. In the world of ninjas, it embodies a hope, a power to rise anew from the ashes." "Why is it white then?" Orochimaru pressed, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. "I do not know, and I suspect few would notice such things," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "But I believe the white may represent purity, or perhaps symbolize new beginnings." "Ah, so it's rebirth," Orochimaru mused, delicately touching the snake's skin, its fine texture seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that left his mind in turmoil. "Finding it here is also your destiny. Your parents may very well attain rebirth somewhere, and one day they will meet the grown version of you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, like a spring breeze, caressed Orochimaru's heart, offering him endless comfort and hope. "When might that be?" Orochimaru whispered, his eyes shimmering with infinite longing for the future. "I cannot say. War is cruel, and those of us left in its wake can only sustain ourselves through such thoughts. That is how I have endured." The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen carried a hint of weariness and resilience, embodying the wisdom acquired through countless storms, still able to face life with a smile. "Is that so?" Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the snake's shed skin in his hands, a bold thought blossoming in his mind. If a snake can shed its skin, could a human also attain rebirth? This notion took root quietly in his heart, like a seed germinating. Just as the two immersed themselves in a discussion about the meaning of life, hurried footsteps echoed outside the cemetery. Tsunade arrived, breathless and urgent, her voice laced with anticipation. "Teacher Sarutobi, Jiraiya has returned." "Oh? After 3 long months, he finally comes back?" A relieved smile spread across Sarutobi's face. Having been unable to stop Jiraiya from performing the summoning technique that day, he had been worried for his safety ever since. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were orphans from the First Shinobi World War, and he held these 2 children in high regard to quell any discord within the village. "Where is he now?" "He's already at the shopping district," Tsunade replied. "Good, lead me to him." Sarutobi followed Tsunade, swiftly departing the cemetery. "Has that guy really returned?" As the two left, Orochimaru discreetly tucked away the precious snake skin. Ever since losing his parents, he had not found Jiraiya, who often sought his company, to be unpleasant. In fact, deep down, he regarded him as a rare companion. At this moment, he trailed behind Sarutobi and Tsunade, heading towards the village's commercial street. Chapter 77. No longer concealable, Sarutobi and his companions hurriedly traversed the streets of Konoha. Upon reaching the familiar sign of the dumpling shop, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. There sat Jiraiya, the usually jovial fellow, now engaged in laughter and conversation with a girl of similar age, both relishing the delightful dumplings. In the girl's arms, a pure white cat curled up, seemingly touched by the warmth of the moment. "Oh, Teacher Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, you all came too?" Jiraiya exclaimed, springing up from his seat, waving his arms in surprise upon seeing them. "Where on earth have you been these past 3 months?" Tsunade strode forward, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar, her eyes a tempest of anger and concern, her voice tinged with unmistakable reproach. "Because of your foolish disappearance, our team was unable to accept missions. How do you plan to make up for this?" Sorry. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. I was whisked away by a space-time ninjutsu to a far-off place and just got back today. Who told you, you idiot? To use the summoning technique recklessly without signing a contract? Tsunade tightened her grip on Jiraiya's collar, her tone fierce. In any case, you must report to the mission office tomorrow. From now on, you'll work twice as hard to compensate for our losses. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, attempting to reassure her. Please, let me down. I promise that starting tomorrow, I will diligently complete my tasks. Tsunade released her grip and turned her gaze to the unfamiliar girl, curiosity stirring within her. She gently inquired, so, who is she? She is my girlfriend whom I met on my way back to the village. Jiraiya, sweating profusely, scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly realizing that he had yet to inquire about Teacher K's identity, leaving him somewhat flustered. My name is K, pleased to meet you. Uchiha K offered a faint smile, radiating warmth and composure as she stood and bowed to the group. Her elder-like, caring smile instantly diffused Tsunade's anger, rendering her friendliness irresistible. Hello? I am Tsunade. Tsunade reciprocated with a polite smile, but soon her expression sharpened as she turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you seem hardly the type to attract a woman like her. You haven't deceived her, have you? Not at all. I won her over with my charm. Jiraiya puffed out his chest defiantly. Besides, she's far better than you. You violent woman. Who are you calling a violent woman? Tsunade's anger flared, and the two began to grapple, rolling about as onlookers suppressed their laughter, casting amused glances their way. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood quietly to the side, his deep-set eyes fixed on Uchiha K, devoid of any visible emotion, as if he were contemplating some profound mystery. He spoke softly, Hello, I am Orochimaru. His voice was like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Calm and profound, drawing attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, sensing a familiarity in K's demeanor. His sharp gaze fell upon the ninja tools at her waist, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. Are you a ninja? He inquired cautiously, as if probing for something deeper. Not quite. My parents passed away shortly after I was born, and I was raised by my uncle, who taught me some ninjutsu for self-defense. Most of the time, I survived by crafting ninja tools. Her voice was serene and detached, as though she had buried the pain of her past deep within her heart. Teacher Sarutobi, Jiraiya interjected, leaning closer and gently patting his teacher's shoulder, his eyes shimmering with pleading. Please don't pry into my girlfriend's past. She isn't a ninja. Upon hearing this, a fleeting, complex emotion flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. He was acutely aware of the brutality and intricacies of the ninja world, where every decision could impact the village's safety, necessitating vigilance. Jiraiya, I understand your feelings. He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. However, civilians from outside Konoha must undergo a rigorous identity verification process before residing here. For the safety of the village, I must take her for an investigation first. Even in peaceful times, espionage from other villages never ceases. However, it seemed as if Jiraiya's throat was constricted by some invisible force. He attempted to speak, yet no sound emerged. With a face etched in concern, he gazed at Uchiha Kagami, his heart brimming with conflict and unease. He was acutely aware that the investigation process could potentially yield unnecessary trouble, ensnaring Kagami in a predicament. Do not worry, Jiraiya, you can rest assured, Uchiha Kagami softly reassured, her voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, tender yet resolute. She comprehended Sarutobi Hiruzen's judgment. In this intricate and ever-shifting world of shinobi, a little caution was not unwarranted. Upon hearing Kagami's words, Hiruzen's brow gradually unfurled. He nodded, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Excellent. I appreciate your understanding and cooperation. We shall conduct this investigation in the most just and respectful manner possible. Konoha is one big family, and we welcome every individual willing to contribute to peace. Before long, Uchiha Kagami was escorted by Sarutobi Hiruzen into the solemn and austere interrogation room deep within Konoha Hidden Village. She was secured to a chair, her hands bound by specially crafted handcuffs, inscribed with intricate sealing techniques capable of obstructing chakra flow. Do not attempt to free yourself, Hiruzen stated, his gaze piercing and voice imbued with undeniable resolve. These are the specially designed sealing handcuffs of Lord Uzumaki Mido. Any reckless behavior will only lead to your own harm. Who exactly are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to Lady Uchiha Kagami from 16 years ago? I am merely an ordinary civilian. How could I possibly resemble the legendary Uchiha Kagami, who is renowned alongside the first Hokage? Kagami replied solemnly, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. I advise you to speak the truth to spare yourself unnecessary suffering. The door to the interrogation room swung open once more, and in walked the esteemed Hokage's senior advisor. Midomen in, alongside Uzumaki Kahara. Their arrival thickened the atmosphere with gravity. Though I have high hopes for that child Jiraiya, as Tsunade has remarked. His inexplicable charm with women is rather improbable. I advise you not to use that as an excuse going forward, Hiruzen declared. Hearing such words from his own mentor would surely sadden Jiraiya, Kagami thought, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She then turned her gaze towards the others and sighed. It seems that the truth can no longer be concealed. No sooner had she spoken than Uchiha Kagami effortlessly dispelled the sealing techniques on the handcuffs, which fell to the floor as if devoid of life. With a resounding clatter, her appearance transformed back to her original form, and she smiled, saying, Koharu, it appears you have truly aged beyond me this time. Koharu stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Kagami-sensei. Chapter 78. The darkness of Konoha. The gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Midogate were fixated upon the woman before them, whose visage transformed before their very eyes. It was none other than the legendary figure Uchiha Kagami, a woman who had once stood alongside the first and second Hokage, penning the chapters of peace and glory for the village of Konoha. Lady Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resounded, as if traversing the corridors of time, trembling with disbelief. Within his eyes danced a myriad of emotions, astonishment, reverence, and a poignant reminiscence of days gone by. Teacher Kagami, were you not sealed away? What brings you here? The voice of Nara Shikamaru was laced with confusion and astonishment, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. On the fateful night, when the Uzumaki clan encountered calamity, Lady Mido released my seal, Uchiha Kagami explained softly, her tone tinged with a subtle melancholy. I hastened to the battlefield to safeguard the Uzumaki clan and the village of Yuzu, engaging in a fierce battle against the forces of mist and cloud. It appears Lady Mido had long laid her plans, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his voice imbued with profound emotions and a sense of relief, yet predominantly filled with a deep nostalgia for the past. However, now that your seal has been lifted, why do you not return to the village? If you were to lead, the position of the third Hokage would rightfully belong to you. Uchiha Hikari's gaze swept across everyone present, her words laced with a sense of resignation and contemplation. As members of the village's leadership, you surely comprehend that certain truths must remain concealed. The reason I have not returned is that I do not wish to burden Sister Mido. Uchiha Hikari continued to elucidate her stance, asserting that, in the eyes of the villagers, her actions were always for the welfare of the village. Should they come to realize that she had been secretly unsealed by Mido-san, it would undoubtedly invite suspicion and criticism. At her words, an enveloping silence fell upon the assembly. Within each heart surged a tumult of complex emotions, understanding, admiration, and a profound weight of the burdens borne by Lady Hikari. As for my other reason for not returning, it was to atone for Konoha's debts to the Uzumaki clan. A flicker of guilt crossed Uchiha Hikari's gaze. These past 3 years, she and Tobirama had been diligently assisting the Uzumaki in rebuilding their homeland. Is Tobirama-sensei still alive? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled with disbelief, fearful that this glimmer of hope was but a mirage. Yes, Hikari replied, nodding gently. Her tone was calm. On the day you were besieged, I saved him, and, in the process, ended the lives of Kinjin and Jinjin. Yet, if Tobirama-sensei is alive, why does he not return to Konoha? Hiruzen's voice held confusion and curiosity. Tobirama is one of the founders of Konoha. He, along with Hashirama and myself, understands that the present stability of the Senju alliance owes much to the unwavering support of the Uzumaki clan. We are deeply indebted to them, in this time. Tobirama chose to remain to honor an old promise. Uchiha Hikari's voice flowed like a gentle rain, gradually revealing that long-buried history. She recounted the day of the Uzumaki clan's demise, the darkness that enveloped Konoha, a time stained with blood and tears, a pain forgotten by history. Such hidden truths illuminated the reason behind Mido-san's withdrawal from the political sphere, choosing to lead a solitary life focused solely on the study of ninjutsu. Hiruzen's voice was tinged with guilt and regret. Konoha owed too much to Mido-san. However, since Tobirama-sensei is alive and has spent 3 years with his beloved Hikari-sensei, he must be filled with joy, remarked T-Rune Komatsu, her words akin to a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a hint of envy and heartfelt blessing. Ah, Komatsu. At your age, your thoughts are still like a young girl's, always curious about the trivialities between me and Tobirama. Hikari chuckled lightly, her gaze laced with affectionate exasperation, as if chiding her for her playfulness. Isn't it because you and Tobarama-sensei had a quarrel, and you returned to the village in a huff? Komatsu's eyes widened, the spark of gossip dancing within them, eager for more details. Komatsu, you've read too many romance novels, Hikari sighed, amusement threading her voice. I returned because the lives of the Uzumaki clan have finally stabilized. On my way back, I fortuitously encountered Jiraiya in Miyaboka Mountain and imparted a few ninjutsu techniques to him. Once he matures further, I intend to return to the sealing scroll. Then won't Tobarama-sensei be lonely again? Komatsu murmured quietly, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes. Not at all. He currently has a little apprentice by his side. Hikari reassured her. Uchiha Kagami's tone carried a hint of mockery as memories of Yuta's affection for Tobarama surfaced in his mind. That child seemed to harbor a unique sentiment towards Tobarama, her clear eyes concealing a profound admiration filled with responsibility and care for him. On the day Uchiha Hikari departed from the Hidden Rain Village, Tobarama hesitated on whether to accompany her back to Konohagakure. In that moment, she discerned a fleeting sense of reluctance in Yuta's eyes. Presently, it seemed that Tobarama's lifelong endeavors were on the verge of a breakthrough, and as her elder sister, Hikari was filled with unbounded joy. However, she decided to shift the conversation. With a serious demeanor, she stood and addressed the trio, monkeys, In, and Koharu, stating, "What I am about to disclose is strictly confidential and of utmost importance to our village. Please, Hikari-sensei, enlighten us." They responded in unison, their expressions solemn. The Vortex clan had now established their residence within the Hidden Rain Village. Hikari's voice carried a note of relief as she continued. Although the current generation of our clan harbors some grievances towards Konoha, under the careful guidance of Tobarama and myself, the divisions between us have gradually begun to dissolve. One day, Mitone will inevitably leave us. She paused, her tone shifting to one of gravity, and at that time, a new Jinchuriki must be sought to succeed the Nine Tails. You must, in my name, journey to the Hidden Rain Village, identify a suitable child, and bring them back to our village to become the next Jinchuriki. But Hikari-sensei, why must we alone bear the truth of the Vortex clan? Would it not be better to disclose it publicly and invite them to Konoha? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice bore confusion and curiosity. There are many with ambitions within our village, Hikari sighed softly. If they were to discover that the Vortex clan still exists, I fear unforeseen consequences may arise. Her gaze swept across the room, filled with trust. Among those whom Tobarama and I have taught, Uchiha Q has gone silent, and now, I can only place my faith in the three of you. Indeed, we understand, remarked Narakaharu, her cheeks slightly flushed. You are correct, Hikari-sensei, Mito Yuta added. If they were to return and become embroiled in the internal conflicts of Konoha, it would only endanger them. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in agreement. I comprehend now. Thank you for your trust, Hikari-sensei. Rest assured, we shall maintain the utmost secrecy regarding this matter. Excellent. Following the completion of my teachings to Hizashi's disciples, I intend to impose another seal upon myself, Hikari stated, her gaze resolute. However, before that, I must first investigate the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Q's disappearance. Uchiha K's gaze was heavy with concern. That child was her student. Recently, she learned from Uchiha Nico that Uchiha Kagami had inexplicably vanished from the village. A notion she found utterly unacceptable. Kagami had disappeared 3 years prior. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely, stating that they had dispatched the Umbu to search extensively. Yet their efforts had yielded no results. Before his disappearance, did he offend anyone? Uchiha K pressed, urgency lacing her voice. There are no known enemies. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a shake of his head. After all, Kagami, as a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu, and serving as the Hokage's bodyguard, was not one to be trifled with. However, it seems he had a confrontation with Danzo prior to his disappearance. Chapter 79. The darkness protecting Konoha. Uchiha Hikari furrowed her brow, a glint of sharp insight flashing in her eyes. Danzo? Now that I think about it, I haven't seen that boy today. Danzo is currently the leader of the Umbu training facility known as Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a heavy expression, remarked. He is now responsible for handling sensitive missions that cannot be made public, alleviating the burdens of Konoha. So it is, Uchiha Hikari murmured, a flicker of doubt and contemplation crossing her gaze. After a moment of silence, her tone grew solemn. Monkey, henceforth, I wish to move freely within the village under the guise of a friend of Jiraiya. Please arrange for a low-profile identity as a genin. Hikari-sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, clearly harboring reservations about Uchiha Hikari's plan. This is for the good of Konoha. If we neglect the disappearance of our own shinobi, The village will inevitably be engulfed by darkness. Uchiha Hikari's words were resolute and visionary. Hiruzen fell silent, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. His gaze wavering as it met Uchiha Hikari's eyes. "Oh, and please refrain from dispatching Anbu to monitor me," Uchiha Hikari asserted with an undeniable tone. "Should I uncover any clues and find myself under surveillance, I will not hesitate to eliminate the threat, regardless of whether they are friend or foe." "I understand, Hikari-sensei." Hiruzen nodded, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. That afternoon, Uchiha Hikari, assuming the identity of an ordinary genin, quietly integrated herself into the daily life of Konoha. After returning to her residence and discussing matters with Jiraiya, night had fallen. She wandered alone through the village's alleys. Arriving at the Uchiha clan's compound, what was once a desolate home now radiated warmth and vitality, illuminated by glowing lights. She approached stealthily, peering through the window to see Uchiha Izuna playing with his newborn granddaughter, his smile radiating warmth and affection. Beside him, Uchiha Aruri busied herself with a look of contentment on her face, the aroma of her cooking seemingly transcending time, awakening deeply buried memories within Hikari's heart. Izuna appeared to be exceedingly happy. "She looks so blissful," Hikari whispered, her mind drifting back to past moments spent with her brothers. The warmth and laughter of those times coming alive once more as if they were unfolding yesterday. Uchiha Hikari stood atop the treetops, quietly gazing upon the heartwarming scene. A tumult of complex emotions surging within her. She gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye. Uchiha Hikari understood that her presence might disrupt this tranquility and happiness. Thus, she chose to depart quietly, determined to protect this ordinary yet precious joy. She resolved to unveil the dark side of the village, ensuring that no shadow would ever again cast a pall over this sacred land. After her departure, Uchiha Izuna sensed something amiss as he gazed toward the treetop where Hikari had once stood. At that moment, it was empty, save for the gentle caress of the night breeze. The footsteps of Uchiha Kagami did not falter. After inquiring around, she arrived at the residence of Uchiha Kagami. Prior to the Great Ninja War, Kagami had established a family with his wife, Uchiha Sakura, and their son, Uchiha Shirshin, forming a warm and cozy household. "Excuse me. May I trouble you?" Uchiha Kagami gently tapped on the door. Before long, Uchiha Sakura, clad in her nightgown and displaying a hint of confusion, opened the door. "Little sister. At this hour, what brings you here?" "I wish to inquire about Uchiha Kagami." As soon as Uchiha Kagami's words fell, a flicker of alarm crossed Uchiha Sakura's face. She covered her mouth and whispered, "I'm sorry, I cannot disclose anything." Attempting to shut the door, Uchiha Kagami was swift. She firmly grasped the doorframe, preventing its closure. The crimson hues of her eyes shimmered, revealing the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Haru felt a sudden tightening in her chest, as if an unseen force were guiding her, rendering her unable to resist. In the next moment, a radiant gem materialized at her heart, and she promptly lost consciousness. Uchiha Hikari stepped forward and grasped the radiant stone. Expressing her remorse, "I had no intention of causing you harm. I merely seek the truth." Memories from 3 years past unfurled before her like a tapestry. Within the brilliance of the stone, she witnessed a conversation between Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Haru amidst the woods. "Haru, I have discovered that Danzo is secretly collecting Sharingan while simultaneously conducting experiments with Hashirama cells. I must bring this matter to light." The subsequent scene revealed Uchiha Kagami, having uncovered the truth, mercilessly slain by Danzo's rude Anbu. Even more abhorrent was the fact that Danzo, to avoid arousing suspicion, ensnared Kagami's wife and child within a dual curse of genjutsu and linguistic jutsu, condemning them to a life steeped in deception and terror. This entire saga had once been attempted to be unveiled by Uchiha, Hikari's former mentor, yet the aged Uchiha, whose strength had waned, had sought to confront Root that night, only to tragically fall victim to the pursuit of Konoha's Anbu, ultimately sacrificing himself at the forest waterfall. In the eyes of Hikari and her mentor, the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely, had it not been for the power of the radiant stone. This truth might have been irrevocably concealed. In that moment, she was on the verge of recklessly charging toward Root to confront Danzo in a battle to the death. However, at that instant, Hikari discovered herself encircled by a cadre of Anbu ninjas. Leading them was none other than the armored Sarutobi Hisashi. "What is the meaning of this, monkey?" Hikari's voice was laced with confusion and fury. "I am sorry, Teacher Hikari. Times have changed. For the sake of protecting Konoha, Danzo cannot be allowed to perish." Sarutobi Hisashi's words were heavy and resolute. Are you fully aware of what you are doing? If this matter reaches Tobarama. Hikari's voice trembled as disbelief washed over her. Her former student stood on the opposing side. Teacher Hikari, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected. Konoha is no longer solely the domain of the Senju and Uchiha. It now belongs to all ninja clans. In a few years, Konoha will not possess top-tier warriors like you and Lord Hashirama. Thus, for the cultivation of strong guardians for the village, Danzo's research is essential. So today, I implore you to rest. Ninjutsu, for Crimson Sun's formation. With Sarutobi Hizashi's command, over a dozen Umbu swiftly performed hand seals. And the air crackled with the heat of chakra as the four Crimson Sun's formation gradually enveloped Hikari at its center. Ninjutsu, space-time severance technique. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was steady and resolute as he personally executed the sealing technique, aiming to halt the powers of time and space, with Uchiha Hikari firmly in his sights. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Hikari spun rapidly as she sought to break through the dual seals, yet she ultimately fell just short. A formidable sealing technique, executed in unison by dozens of Umbu ninjas, enveloped her in an invisible net, trapping Uchiha Hikari within a deep crimson barrier, rendering even the Flying Thunder God technique's markings and the summoning contract ineffective under the oppressive weight of this dual confinement. Among the Umbu, several striking red-haired members of the Uzumaki clan stood out prominently. They collaborated to employ a sealing technique using a scroll, aiming to completely seal Uchiha Hikari away. Monkey, by allowing the darkness to fester in the village, Konoha will inevitably be consumed by this very darkness. Uchiha Hikari's voice, though suppressed, remained resolute. Teacher Hikari. Sarutobi Hizashi replied coldly and decisively. The village's continuity cannot rely solely on splendid ideals. What I inherit is the unwavering will of our ancestors, who sacrificed everything to protect this village. You need only serve as a symbol of hope within the scroll. This era does not require idealists such as yourself. If you wish to avoid being sealed away, it would be best to embrace sage transformation. Uchiha Hikari was thoroughly suppressed by the binding of dozens, and even her kaleidoscopic Sharingan could not transcend this confinement. Observing the steadfast gaze of Sarutobi Hizashi, she sighed softly, Monkey, it seems I cannot persuade you. I understand your approach, yet I have always believed that protecting the village need not be so extreme. There must be a better way. Teacher Hikari, you have long been away from the front lines, and are unaware that Konoha no longer has the luxury of time. Sarutobi Hizashi's tone was grave. The military might of Awagakure and Sunagakure is on the rise. Once the likes of Lord Mido and Lord Izuna pass on, the Second Shinobi World War will swiftly descend upon us. As Sarutobi Hizashi's words fell into silence, the light dimmed like morning mist, and Uchiha Hikari's figure was swallowed within the depths of the ancient scroll. This scene was witnessed solely by the Umbu directly under the Hokage's command, while the two advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mido Gaidon, remained oblivious, deliberately excluded from the secret. Hokage-sama, this scroll belongs to the Umbu of the Uzumaki clan. One of the Umbu ninjas cautiously picked up the scroll from the ground, his voice low and careful. Sarutobi Hizashi took it with a heavy hand, the scroll feeling weighty as if burdened with unspeakable significance. This scroll must not be disclosed to Lord Mido, he said solemnly. Just place it in the corner of my secret chamber. The following morning, before the remnants of night's chill had dissipated, Jiraiya rushed toward the Hokage's office, his heart laden with unease and questions, desperately seeking to uncover Uchiha Hikari's whereabouts. Where is Teacher Hikari? He inquired urgently of Sarutobi Hizashi, his eyes flickering with concern and confusion. Sarutobi Hizashi's response was cold and unwavering. Hikari has gone to execute a secret mission. After its completion, she will be sealed within the scroll. She should have given her instructions before departing. But the Chunin exams are about to commence. Teacher Hikari promised to teach me barrier ninjutsu once everything was resolved. The voice of Jiraiya resonated with a hint of reluctance and despondency. A barrier ninjutsu? Perhaps? The gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to pierce through Jiraiya's anxious demeanor, reaching deep within his soul. Such ninjutsu, I can indeed impart to you, he stated with an undeniable authority. As for Uchiha Kei, you must refrain from further inquiries. This is the village's most profound secret. Why is that? Jiraiya questioned, perplexity flooding his heart. Kei has her own matters to attend to. She cannot always be by your side, Sarutobi replied coldly. But sensei, she has never been one to break her promises, Jiraiya murmured, confusion enveloping him. Jiraiya, Sarutobi's tone grew solemn and profound, do not pursue this matter any further. You must simply trust your teacher. Everything we do is for the future of the village. Fine, very well, Jiraiya acquiesced, taken aback by the seriousness that adorned Saratobi's visage for the first time. Watching his disciple's figure recede into the distance, Saratobi felt a tumult of emotions within him. He then dispatched several Umbu to covertly monitor Jiraiya, ensuring he did not uncover any threads of truth. Once all arrangements were secured, he returned home and entered a concealed chamber. There, he personally sealed several additional sealing techniques upon the scroll of Uchiha Hikari. The whereabouts of Uchiha Hikari must remain the village's most closely guarded secret. As Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen must ensure that this secret does not easily escape, even to his most trusted disciples. Upon accomplishing this task, he released a long sigh of relief and stepped out of the hidden chamber, unaware of any unusual occurrences. However, in the dim corner of the chamber, a shadow emerged quietly from the depths below. The upper half of the shadow, resembling a sinister pitcher plant, split open to reveal a face half black and half white, with golden pupils sparkling with a cunning light, fixated intently on the sealing scroll of Uchiha Hikari. Sneering with disdain, this sealing technique pales in comparison to the exquisite skills of the Uzumaki clan. Black Zetsu effortlessly broke through the meticulously arranged seals set by Saratobi Hiruzen, deftly tucking the scroll into his possession. Subsequently, he produced another identical scroll from his robe, replacing it seamlessly in its original position, as if no alteration had ever occurred. Upon completing the exchange, Black Zetsu's form flickered and quietly sank back into the earth, his eyes glinting with fervor. The people of Konoha are truly foolish, delivering such a precious gift into my hands. Haha, this child will undoubtedly become an asset to the infinite Tsukuyami plan. As time flowed on, 1 week later, in the shadowy underground at the border between the land of earth and the land of fire, you have returned? A figure sat quietly before a colossal statue, obscured by darkness, yet the red glow of their eyes revealed an extraordinary identity. Black Zetsu rose slowly from the depths, a smug smile gracing his lips as he presented the scroll to the figure. Konoha has indeed betrayed this child. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Saratobi and the Uchiha clan were once enemies, and the shadow beneath the statue received the scroll, their tone laden with gravity, particularly regarding the Saratobi clan's deep-seated hatred for Hikari. Her innocence blinded her to this darkness. The shadow sighed softly, forming hand seals, and spoke with certainty. The path pursued by Hashirama is ultimately misguided. The will of fire will inevitably descend into the village's shadows, ultimately becoming an inescapable darkness for the entire shinobi world. Should we allow that child to join our plan? Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of urgency. This matter, I shall let Hikari decide for herself, replied the enigmatic shadow beneath the statue, their tone imbued with an unfathomable chill. Within the confined space of the scroll, Uchiha Hikari's consciousness was immersed in a moonlit realm, suffused with the crimson hue of her inner fury. Before long, she was abruptly engulfed by a tumultuous sensation, as if some unseen force was attempting to extract her consciousness from this self-imposed realm. Uchiha Kagami was taken aback. Since the moment her sister Mito had momentarily lifted her seal, no one had been able to breach this domain. Who has dared to unravel my seal? In the dimness of the space, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a pair of Sharingan she knew all too well. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading silently down her cheeks. She rushed forward, tightly embracing the familiar silhouette, weeping like a child. I thought you were gone. Kagami. In the darkness, the figure's outline gradually sharpened, revealing none other than Uchiha Madara, the brother she believed had long since departed from this world. A rare tenderness graced Madara's face as he chided her. All these years, could you not have been as considerate as Izuna? Must it take a crisis for you to feel remorse? But brother, how did you know? I dispatched White Zetsu to covertly protect you and Izuna. Thus I became aware of your predicament at the earliest opportunity. White Zetsu. Uchiha Kagami's astonishment was palpable. Madara's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mystery dancing in his expression, and then a transformation occurred in his Sharingan. The once crimson hue gradually faded into a soft lavender, the tomo multiplying in his eyes, encircling one after another. This is the final evolution of the Sharingan, Madara remarked with a faint smile. Only one who possesses both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines can awaken the Sage Si, known as the Rinnegan. As Madara's words resonated, the underground chamber was suddenly illuminated, revealing a colossal and enigmatic statue before Uchiha Kagami. Its fingers splayed outward, exuding an aura of majesty tinged with an unsettling eeriness. Uchiha Hikari involuntarily retreated a few steps, not out of fear, but due to the discomfort caused by the countless eyes on the demonic statue. This is a vessel that can only be summoned from beyond the moon by those who have awakened the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara explained slowly. I refer to it as the outer path demonic statue. Awakening the Rinnegan requires immense ocular power and Senja cells, and it draws upon the vast yin-yang chakra within the awakened one's body. Without the fresh cells and chakra provided by this statue behind me, I fear I would have long ceased to exist. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari finally noticed the several branch-like conduits inserted into Madara's back. She looked at his weathered face with a heart full of compassion, her confusion and sorrow intertwining. Brother, why do you treat yourself so harshly? You could clearly enjoy your twilight years in Konoha with Hashirama and Izuna. Madara's lips curled into a warm smile. Despite the aging appearance of his eyes due to the awakening of the Rinnegan, the tenderness in his gaze remained as familiar as it had been in years past. He slowly approached Uchiha Hikari, raising his hand to gently caress her hair. I can never come to terms with leaving you to face the hardships of the future alone. He murmured softly. Thus, I have chosen this path to accompany and protect you. I will not allow you to face this all by yourself. His words were imbued with unwavering determination. Whether in darkness or light, I will stand by your side. Brother. Uchiha Hikari's eyes glistened with tears as she felt the profound love and protection emanating from Madara. Her voice trembled with emotion. Please don't move. The tubes behind you might get torn. Her eyes were filled with concern, as Madara's current state involuntarily reminded her of the days she had spent imprisoned in a dungeon. Engulfed in the loneliness and fear of never seeing the light of day, she could not bear the thought of Madara enduring the same agony. Do not worry, little Hikari. Brother is fine, Madara gasped, offering her comfort. Let me help you to rest. I apologize. Madara expressed his regret. Uchiha Kei took a deep breath. Striving to calm her turbulent emotions, she gradually rose to her feet, delicately assisting Madara towards the chair beside the demonic statue. Her movements were tender, as if she were safeguarding the most precious of treasures, fearful that a careless touch upon the tubes sustaining Madara's life might cause this fragile reliance to vanish. Chapter 81. The Eye of the Moon Plan. Uchiha Hikari leaned quietly against Madara, her heart yearning to do something for her brother. Madara gazed at Uchiha Hikari, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, both pride in his sister's growth and a sense of helplessness regarding their current predicament. Hikari, the road ahead of you is still long. You can no longer afford to remain Navi. Madara's voice seemed to transcend the passage of time, imbued with a sense of weariness and sorrow. As Saratobi Azashi once stated, the matters of this world cannot be easily resolved with mere idealistic words. The end of self-sacrifice often culminates in betrayal and solitude. Both you and Mito have given your hearts sincerely, and you must understand the pain and helplessness that lie behind this earnest devotion. Uchiha Kei listened intently to Uchiha Madara's words, each weighty phrase drifting down like autumn leaves, creating ripples upon the surface of her heart. Madara continued, I understand your yearning for true peace, to resolve the conflicts between people. However, I believe we must first sever the ties of causality that bind this world, creating a realm where only victors exist, a world filled exclusively with peace and love. But brother, Kei replied, is there such convenience in this world? Madara's voice carried a profound depth. The affairs of the world rarely align with one's desires. Yet if there are those willing to impose their will upon it, then the world shall indeed be compelled to change. I have discovered a method. Would you care to hear of it? But brother, before we proceed, we ought to grant Konoha a chance. Perhaps what it lacks is merely time, Kei gently articulated. The words of Saratobi Hiruzen echoing in her mind since the day of the sealing. To entrust the future to others is inherently a gamble. The outcome is well understood by both of us. Should you wish to continue, I shall not hinder you, but you must be prepared to face potential setbacks and failures. Yet Kei hesitated, her heart brimming with turmoil and conflict. Light, Madara mused, I have lived in this world for far too long. In reality, all that surrounds us is suffused with anguish, pain, and solitude. Wherever there is light, shadows inevitably follow. This is the nature of causality, inseparable and immutable. If escape is impossible, then perhaps the wisest refuge lies in abandoning the burdens of reality and retreating into a dream filled with happiness. Gently, Madara brushed his fingers through Kei's hair, his gaze imbued with tenderness. In this dream, everything is within reach, even the impossible becomes possible. The boy from the Uzumaki clan, our past selves, our departed brothers, that can all be reunited in the realm of dreams. Is it your intention to create a vast world of illusion, entirely severing the ties of causality? Kei inquired softly, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Precisely so, Madara affirmed. But how shall such a world be forged? Madara's smile radiated warmth akin to the winter sun, comforting yet profound. It seems you have begun to feel the allure. If you are willing, gaze into my eyes. Uchiha Hikari acted upon his words, and suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a realm of pristine white. This space bore an uncanny resemblance to her Tsukinomi, yet it was infinitely more expansive. This is my realm of illusion, he declared, though it appears as a blank canvas. I possess the will to create and command all that resides within. By merely connecting to the golem and harnessing its power, there is naught that cannot be achieved. With a gentle lift of his hand, his weathered visage transformed in an instant, radiating the vibrancy of youth, gradually reverting to the form etched in Uchiha Hikari's memory. He continued, by employing illusion, one can construct the most ideal world and then extend this illusion to all of humanity. Leading them into it, this is how it can be realized. To impose an illusion upon all of humanity? Uchiha Hikari's voice brimmed with incredulity. How could such a feat be accomplished? Rather simply, he replied, his tone shrouded in mystery. By utilizing the moon as a medium. Substituting this eye to amplify the scale of the technique, one can create a world of dreams. To elaborate, we must delve into the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails? Hikari recalled the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. But isn't that a mythical being? Behind every myth lies a shadow of truth, he elucidated. The tail beasts distributed among the nations by Hashirama are the remnants of the power divided from the 10 Tails by the Sage of Six Paths. His words acted as a key, unlocking the annals of history. The golem you have seen is, in truth, the remains of the 10 Tails, which can only be wielded by those who possess the Rinnegan. By merging the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, the 10 Tails can be revived, and then transformed into the God Tree to project its shadow upon the moon, thus unleashing the boundless Tsukinomi. To command all tailed beasts? Uchiha Hikari furrowed her brow. Though she possesses some strength, in a world rife with powerful nations and formidable shinobi, seizing the tailed beasts from their grasp would be akin to scaling the heavens. Do not fret, he assured, his voice steady as a stabilizing anchor. Using white Zetsu as a catalyst, I have cultivated Hashirama cells. Those artificial beings are the products of my endeavors. While they may not match Hashirama in essence, their sheer number will suffice for your purposes. And Hikari, you are fortunate, he added gently. In your youth, Hashirama bestowed upon you blood and released chakra, ensuring that your Sharingan would not suffer blindness as mine and Izuna's did. Should you acquire a substantial amount of Yin-Yang chakra, you may even awaken the Rinnegan, granting you control over the golem. I understand. Uchiha Hikari's voice resonated with determination, akin to the first light of dawn. I shall give it a try. Though I would prefer if understanding among people could be achieved without resorting to such illusions. If it is indeed possible, then let your decisions align with your vision. He affirmed. I shall unconditionally support your desires. A tender smile blossomed upon his face, a reflection of his affection. However, Hikari, should you choose to accompany me, every word and sentence I impart henceforth must be etched into your heart. His words resonated like the chimes of a midnight bell, clear and powerful. Beyond the realm of illusion, that individual known as Kagaya Black, in his arrogance, attempted to deceive me into believing he was a product of my Yin-Yang release. Yet, I discerned his truth long ago. This being, having endured far more years than either you or I, undoubtedly harbors unspeakable secrets, and could very well become an obstacle to our moon's eye plan. Therefore, I shall impart to you the Uchiha's forbidden techniques, the Six Paths technique, and the Yin-Yang release through illusion. Only with the black rod of the Six Paths in hand can one restrain Kagaya Black's chakra, rendering him unable to evade detection. This is the sole method to counter him. Then why not eliminate him immediately? Uchiha Light inquired, puzzled. Kagaya Black's abilities can still be of use. His obsession with resurrecting the 10 Tails ensures he will not betray us in the near term. During this time, you must leverage his power wisely and remain vigilant. I understand. Uchiha Light replied, his voice resolute and profound. In an instant, the two exited the space of Tsukuyami, returning to reality. Light, after my demise, you shall take my Rinnegan and transplant it into a being of extraordinary vitality and chakra. When the time is ripe, utilize the Yin-Yang release to control him, invoking the rebirth technique upon me. In doing so, I shall awaken at will, ready to lend you my strength. Madara's voice, tinged with fatigue yet unwavering, conveyed his resolve. Having spoken, Uchiha Madara removed the life-sustaining apparatus, collapsing breathlessly into the chair, his voice faint yet filled with trust. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. The eyes of Uchiha K, reminiscent of water-stained orbs, glistened with tears that cascaded like a string of severed pearls, falling silently. She clutched Madara's hand tightly. That hand, once her most steadfast support, now felt achingly feeble. Within her heart stirred a tumult of emotions, sorrow, responsibility, reluctance, and an indescribable weight that bore heavily upon her soul. Uchiha Madara, once at the pinnacle of the ninja world, has now reached the end of his life. His departure, akin to a fallen star, has left an irreplaceable void in the heart of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Hikaru gazed into the past, reminiscing about the three who once passionately discussed dreams of peace upon the cliffside. Now, she finds herself alone, surrounded by the haunting silence that has replaced the joyous laughter of yesteryears. Chapter 82. Brother has transformed into a sphere. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Obito reflects an infinite well of sorrow and resoluteness. The body of Madara, once brimming with power, now gently levitates a piece of azure gem. As if it were the final bequest of his soul, Uchiha Kei extended her hands gently, carefully stowing away the precious gem as if it were the most treasured of artifacts. Subsequently, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her bosom, her hands deftly forming seals to confine Uchiha Madara's lifeless body within its confines. In that realm, time stood still, Madara's form would endure eternally, and his Rinnegan would remain unscathed. Having accomplished this, her gaze fell upon the silent Kagaya, an entity once spoken of by her brother. "Greetings, Lady Kei," Kagaya bowed, his voice imbued with a mix of reverence and enigma. "Are you the Kagaya my brother mentioned?" Uchiha Kei's voice sliced through the air, sharp and composed. "Indeed," Kagaya replied, an ineffable respect evident upon his countenance. "I am the little birth from Madara's Inyang release, existing to execute your commands." "Is that so?" Uchiha Kei murmured softly. Before her hands formed seals once more, conjuring a formidable red barrier that engulfed Kagaya in an instant. "Lady Kei, what is the meaning of this?" Kagaya's voice trembled with alarm. "You have not collaborated with me, thus you remain ignorant of my methods." Uchiha Kei approached, her whispers akin to the chilling night breeze. "I, for one, show no mercy towards my adversaries. Do you think I would spare the life of one who has beguiled my brother, preventing him from enjoying his twilight years? I am Madara's will. Are you intending to betray your brother?" Kagaya struggled, a palpable fear resonating in his tone. In Madara's narratives, Uchiha Kei was depicted as gentle and kind, resilient yet filled with love. Yet the woman before him revealed a starkly different visage. Akin to a rock amidst a tempest, cold and resolute. A cold smile graced Kei's lips. "Betrayal? I understand my brothers will more profoundly than anyone else. You are but a deceiver. My actions are solely to protect my brother's true desires. You." Kagaya was taken aback by Uchiha Kei's words, having never encountered such an unpredictable Uchiha. Yet, this could not be entirely blamed on Madara. From her youth, Uchiha Kei had been the one to bear the burdens among her brothers, always lurking in the shadows, using her fragile form to erect an invisible barrier that shielded Madara and Izuna from the chaos of the battlefield and the darkness within their clan. Madara had never been afforded the chance to witness Uchiha Kei's undisclosed side, her decisiveness and unwavering courage. In his memories, she would forever remain the innocent, self-sacrificing sister, a being devoted solely to her family. "I am truly Madara's will." Kagaya gazed at Uchiha Kei with trepidation. "Without my assistance, you shall see your grand dreams crumble." "Ha." Uchiha Kei found Kagaya's words amusing. "Kagaya, since you so fervently wish to embody my brother's will, allow me to fulfill that desire." Her words, like a blade, struck deeply into Kagaya's heart. In the next moment, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan was unleashed once more, and a gem coalesced instantaneously within Kagaya's chest. Uchiha Kei extended her hand, firmly grasping the radiant stone. Subsequently, she gently placed Uchiha Obito's memory stone within the body of Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, you now embody Obito's memories," she remarked, her expression a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. "This is my Meijiki Sharingan technique." Uchiha Kei spoke slowly, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "You possess my brother's memories now, yet his soul remains absent. However, that is far preferable to having a treacherous individual linger by my side." "Oh, I see. I never anticipated you possessed such an ability," Black Zetsu replied with a wry smile. In his memories, he had just bid farewell to his sister, and the next moment he felt as if he had been reborn, engulfed by the torrents of time and space. "Since you carry my brother's memories, I shall refer to you as brother as well," Uchiha Kei said with a light laugh, swiftly forming hand seals to unravel the crimson barrier's sealing technique, her gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light. "By the way, brother, do you not wish to explore Black Zetsu's memories?" she inquired playfully, manipulating the memory stone as if it were a mere trinket under her command. "Black Zetsu is indeed elusive and troublesome. I never imagined you could subdue him so effortlessly," Black Zetsu remarked, stepping closer, his eyes reflecting surprise and admiration. You are correct. I am genuinely curious about the schemes he has been orchestrating. Very well, let us commence. Uchiha Hikari declared, securing the stone as both extended their hands, gently touching, as though unlocking a door to the depths of memory. Embarking on a journey into Black Zetsu's inner world. In that moment, a torrent of images surged into their minds. Kagaya Tsutsuki, H. Rimyu and H. Ori, Indra and Azura. The Ten Tails, and the historical tapestry of the ninja world over the past millennium unfolded before their eyes. The inscriptions on the stone tablet, the truth behind infinite Tsukuyami. The terrifying secrets surrounding White Zetsu, and the existence of other Tsutsuki beyond this planet, all of it was instantaneously revealed to them. I initially believed him to be merely an ambitious man. Little did I know he was entangled in such profound mysteries, Uchiha Hikari mused after perusing Black Zetsu's memories. A chill running down her spine, her heart a tumult of emotions. Infinite Tsukuyami is, in fact, a ruse. Black Zetsu's voice carried a note of disappointment. It seems that achieving one's desires in this world is not as effortless as it appears. I had warned you, brother, that you were deceived, Uchiha Hikari sighed. Her tone laced with resignation. Wasn't that out of concern for you? Black Zetsu's words were imbued with unspeakable affection and helplessness, and in that moment, the bond between the siblings appeared to deepen. All right, Uchiha Hikari playfully stuck out her tongue, a hint of seriousness beneath her jest. However, in light of this, the conflicts currently unfolding in the ninja world are mere trifles. The true threat lies with those extraterrestrial beings known as the Tsutsuki. They are the greatest peril to this world. What are your plans moving forward? The black-spotted figure gazed deeply, inquiring. I believe it is best to first gather the tailed beasts. Uchiha Hikari pondered for a moment, his tone resolute. Even if this information were to be disclosed now, no one would believe it. Perhaps it is wiser for us to accumulate strength in the Rain Village. What about you, brother? Shall we resurrect now? No. The black-spotted figure shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. Now that the truth is known, I believe it more prudent to await an opportune moment for my resurrection. He paused and continued. This body is quite fascinating. It bears a remarkable resemblance to the Nara clan's shadow techniques, yet it transcends them. It seems to amalgamate the 7 attributes of wind, lightning, earth, water, fire, yin, and yang. If chakra is abundant, it may even attain capabilities akin to those of the truth-seeking orbs. Are you referring to the black sphere behind Otsutsuki Kagaya? Uchiha Hikari recalled, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Shall we test it now? Indeed. The corners of the black-spotted figure's mouth curled into a slight smile. Imbued with a sense of anticipation, Uchiha Hikari, with profound understanding, swiftly formed hand seals, separating and merging them with remarkable finesse. The chakra radiating from her 5 fingers shimmered like the brilliance of stars. With a gentle turn, she effortlessly unsealed the 4-symbol seal that contained the 9 tails chakra, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. Immediately thereafter, her eyes ignited with the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan, activating the 8,000 Spears technique, which precisely infused a portion of the purloined 9 tails chakra into the body of Black Spot. The physical form of Black Spot seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, quietly detaching from the soft, formless body of White Zetsu. The once insubstantial black cotton began to undergo a remarkable transformation upon receiving the 9 tails chakra. It gradually solidified, its contours becoming increasingly distinct, ultimately morphing into a black sphere the size of a palm, suspended around Uchiha Hikari's being, reminiscent of the most mysterious star in the night sky. Brother, you become a sphere. Uchiha Hikari observed this extraordinary scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with indescribable delight and curiosity. The voice of Black Spot emanated from the black sphere, though its form was unseen. One could sense the helplessness and a hint of embarrassment within. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Hikari's laughter rang out like a clear spring, as she stepped forward and gently touched the black sphere, seemingly engaging in a unique form of communication with her brother. Brother, you look rather adorable like this. She chuckled softly, her words imbued with affection and warmth. The voice of Black Spot resonated once more, tinged with self-deprecation. This form is indeed an unexpected outcome. However, this power is undeniably formidable. Chapter 83. Return to the hidden Rain Village. Uchiha Hikari's gaze lingered upon the enigmatic orb, and she softly inquired, Brother, do you intend to remain by my side indefinitely? A hint of curiosity laced her tone. No, given the circumstances, I must prepare thoroughly for the future. Black Zetsu gradually descended, merging into a white Zetsu body. Subsequently, the truth-seeking orb subtly transformed, cloaking the white Zetsu's form in a profound darkness. As his chakra infused it, the shape of white Zetsu gradually altered, ultimately assuming the youthful visage of Madara, vibrant and vivid. Oh! Uchiha Kei's astonishment was palpable. She had never anticipated that white Zetsu could take on the appearance of another. This is white Zetsu's unique ability, Uchiha Madara elucidated, though it cannot possess the true power of the individual it mimics. Uchiha Hikari, lost in contemplation, promptly handed the scroll containing Uchiha Obito to him, saying, "Brother, since you intend to take action, why not transplant the Rinnegan onto this replica?" The replica of Uchiha Obito received the scroll, pondered for a moment, and then proceeded directly to the secret chamber to secure the scroll, stating, "No, I cannot guarantee a safe return for the endeavor I am about to undertake. The Rinnegan should be preserved for now, until the opportune moment arises and a suitable candidate for transplantation can be found." With that, he retrieved a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan from a nearby liquid storage tank and deftly installed them onto the replica. Instantly, the eyes radiated brilliance. In the blink of an eye, a vivid and vibrant Uchiha Obito stood once more before Uchiha Hikari. The cells of Hashirama are truly remarkable, with these eyes installed. They are immediately functional, Uchiha Hikari remarked. However, brother, what precisely do you mean by thorough preparation? Uchiha Madara's gaze was profound as he declared, "I intend to investigate the information concerning the Tsutsuki clan." His voice resonated with a deep and resolute tone. "If there are any developments, I shall contact you through White Zetsu. Is there not a risk involved?" Uchiha Kagami's tone betrayed a deep concern for his elder brother. "Dear Kagami, I have already faced death once. What is there left for you to fear?" Uchiha Madara's clone chuckled softly. "Rest assured, with the power of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, unless I encounter a truly formidable opponent, it is unlikely that any ordinary individual could stand against me. Then, if I obtain any intelligence on my end, will I also be able to inform you through White Zetsu?" Uchiha Kagami inquired further. "Of course," the clone of Madara replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Within this space, there happens to be an individual particularly suited for the task of relaying such information." He affixed several spores of White Zetsu onto Uchiha Kagami's form. And then, utilizing the abilities of Black Zetsu, he vanished into the underground, leaving no trace behind. Before long, Uchiha Madara re-emerged accompanied by a White Zetsu, whose visage was obscured save for a single exposed eye, his entire being adorned with spiraling patterns that exuded an air of enigma. This fellow is known as Obito, born from the golem, and he represents a relatively successful creation of artificial life. He possesses the ability to utilize wood release and all of White Zetsu's capabilities, with a body of remarkable resilience. As if on cue, Obito enthusiastically inquired, "Hello there, young Kagami, could you enlighten me on what it feels like to relieve oneself?" Obito's question caused Uchiha Kagami to blush, turning his face away in embarrassment, unwilling to engage. Obito does not require sustenance. He survives on nutrients supplied by the golem. He will remain here at the base to relay information between us, Uchiha Madara explained, then approached the wall beside him, addressing Uchiha Kagami. "Kagami, you may lean against me. We are underground, and conventional means of escape are futile. Only my abilities can facilitate your departure." Uchiha Light softly acquiesced, nestling closely beside Madara. The two seemingly gliding through the earth, weaving through the very veins of the land. Before long, Uchiha Light found himself near the Kamizukabashi Bridge, situated at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. This place appeared to be the vital artery for transportation between the two nations. Uchiha Light surveyed his surroundings, pondering deeply. Indeed, Uchiha Madara remarked quietly, if war were to break out between the two nations, this would be the choke point for transporting supplies. "Where do you intend to go, brother?" "I plan to venture to the land of frost for reconnaissance, and shall not return in the short term. If I do return, I will await you at this base." "I understand, brother," Uchiha Light replied softly. "I will first return to the land of rain to discuss strategies with Tobirama, and I will inform you of any developments through White Zetsu." The siblings exchanged a smile before embarking on their respective journeys, each heading in different directions, yet united by the same conviction and objective. The distance from Kamizukabashi to the land of rain was not great. Uchiha Light activated Sage Mode, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly traverse the rain-soaked landscape, returning to the familiar yet foreign land of rain. The land of rain remained shrouded in a somber atmosphere, with incessant rainfall throughout the seasons and the drainage pipes on the black towers creating a distinctive tableau. As Uchiha Hikari returned, he found Uzumaki Aitai deeply engrossed in studying the sealing techniques laid out on the table, her expression serious. "It has been a long time, Aitai. I have returned, Uchiha Hikaru gently remarked, his voice imbued with the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. Teacher Hikaru? Uzumaki Eitai exclaimed in surprise, lifting her gaze. Disbelief flashing in her eyes. Did you not say that you would be sealed in Konoha after your departure? The situation is rather complex, Uchiha Hikaru replied, scratching his head with a slightly awkward smile. What of Tobarama and Hans? They are busy guiding the children in their training, Utai added, her eyes reflecting a measure of respect. They have invested tremendous effort into nurturing the next generation. Then I shall call them over, Uchiha Hikaru nodded, stating, once everyone is gathered, I will divulge all that has transpired. She stepped out of Eitai's room, her heart swirling with intricate emotions. Her footsteps involuntarily quickened, for she knew that the news she was about to share would alter the fate of each person present. At that moment, at the edge of the training ground, Hans was patiently instructing a group of young ninjas, his gaze filled with anticipation for their futures. Meanwhile, Tobarama observed from the side, occasionally offering crucial advice. His presence akin to a stabilizing anchor, enveloping the entire training ground in an atmosphere of steadiness and harmony. These two renowned ninjas, celebrated in the shinobi world, not only excelled on the battlefield but also devoted themselves tirelessly to the development of a new generation. Upon arriving, Uchiha Hikaru softly called out, her voice resonating solemnly amidst the sound of rain, her expression more serious than ever. Hans, who had been guiding the young ninjas, looked up in surprise. Teacher Hikaru, you have returned? His voice could not conceal the joy of their reunion. Tobarama also paused in his guidance, his expression a blend of surprise and a hint of confusion. There is something we need to discuss together, Uchiha Hikaru stated earnestly. Tobarama and Hans exchanged a glance, a note of caution reflected in their eyes. They clearly remembered Uchiha Hikaru's previous declaration that upon returning to Konoha, she would be sealed. Her sudden appearance now suggested that matters were far more intricate than they seemed. Chapter 84. Omen of the Second Shinobi World War as night fell and thunder rumbled. Hans and Tobarama concluded today's special training with the young ninjas and returned to the high tower with Uchiha Hikaru. In the conference room, the torrential rain outside mirrored the wrath of the heavens, resonating with the weighty atmosphere within. Uchiha Kei withdrew the black gem from her bosom and extended it for all to see. Within that gem lay the sealed memories, embodying the truth of the entire ninja world. This time, she unreservedly recounted her experiences in Konoha, Uchiha Madara's schemes, and the multitude of challenges she faced. Each word etched into the hearts of everyone present like a chisel on stone. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Tobarama and Hans's furrowed brows mirrored the dark clouds outside. The only sound within the room was the rhythmic patter of rain against the window, crisp yet solitary. At that moment, Tobarama's fury threatened to engulf him. The actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo left him profoundly disappointed, even eliciting a twinge of regret for entrusting Konoha to them. In contrast, Hans and Uti remained composed. Lacking any attachment to Konoha, they nonetheless empathized with Uchiha Kei's plight. Regarding her with palpable sorrow, Kei, Tobarama finally spoke. Like the first ray of dawn after a thunderstorm, what are your plans moving forward? Uchiha Kei pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, I intend to first gather the tailed beasts. However, as various nations are preoccupied with preparations for war, their vigilance over the tailed beasts is exceptionally stringent. I plan to seal myself away until the next great war begins. Perhaps then I may discover an opportunity amidst the nations. In response, Tobarama nodded, let Yutei seal you, and await the opportune moment. Yet, Uchiha Kei's concerns were palpable. Fear not, Master Kei. Hans's voice was firm and steady, his clear eyes shimmering with visions of the future. The hidden village of Amigakure has transformed beyond recognition. I assure you, when you are unsealed once more, a brand new and formidable land of rain will unfold before your eyes. Within Uchiha Kei's heart, a warm current surged forth, stirred by Hans's promise. Accompanied by a group of like-minded friends, she felt emboldened to bravely forge ahead, undaunted by the thorns that lay ahead. As her thoughts meandered, Uchiha Kei directed her gaze towards Tobarama and softly inquired, Tobarama, what are your plans moving forward? After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Tobarama's eyes as he replied, I intend to assist Madara in collectively investigating the intelligence of the Tsutsuki clan. I know you must be concerned about Madara being alone, aren't you? Uchiha Kei solemnly advised, Tobarama, I appreciate your concern, but do exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, I am the embodiment of speed in the ninja world. When I choose to depart, none can detain me. Tobarama's smile radiated warmth and brilliance, akin to the sun on a winter's day. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 29th year of the Konoha calendar. 17 years since the smoke of the First Shinobi War had cleared. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan alliance system of Konoha flourished, standing tall like a mighty tree with deep roots and lush foliage. In their leisure, the ninjas collectively chose to embrace parenthood, infusing this era of peace with warmth and hope. 6 years prior, new generations of ninjas such as Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Namanaka Kaiji, Akimichi Chca, and Nara Shikaku had been born, shining like the rising sun, vibrant and full of life. 2 years ago, the descendant of a commoner ninja, Namikaze Minato, also entered the world, destined to inscribe his own legend with the pride of the common folk. The future of Konoha brimmed with infinite possibilities, thanks to these youthful lives. Yet, beneath this veneer of peace, other nations did not share the same tranquility. War and chaos continued to ravage certain corners, rendering the peace of Konoha all the more precious. 17 years had passed since the smoke of the First Shinobi War dissipated. Yet time had failed to bestow lasting peace upon the ninja world. As the economic disparities among nations became increasingly pronounced, militant factions seized the opportunity to rise, reigniting the flames of territorial and resource conflicts. Awagakure and Sunagakure, the radical factions of their respective nations, were the first to shatter the fragile equilibrium, casting their ambitions toward Konoha. In their quest for dominance, Iwa and Suna repeatedly traversed the Land of Rain, bringing untold suffering to its people. Hanzo of the Salamander, the guardian of the Land of Rain, faced the dire threat of national ruin and resolutely declared war on the three formidable foes, Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha, under the banner of sovereignty and justice. This action ignited the flames of the Second Shinobi War, akin to dry tinder catching fire. The shadow of war rapidly enveloped the entire ninja world. The Land of Water, choosing to isolate itself, became the only nation to abstain from the conflict. Iwagakure, having initiated hostilities, launched a fierce assault on Amigakure. Subsequently, Konoha and Sunagakure converged from different directions, transforming the hidden rain village into a battlefield engulfed in blood and fire. In Konoha, Jiraiya had matured into an exceptional young ninja. After the mysterious disappearance of Uchiha Kakashi, he traveled between Mount Miyaboku and Konoha, diligently training and seeking any information about Kakashi's whereabouts. Clearly, the explanation provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen 15 years prior could not quell the doubts festering in his heart. He earnestly implored his mentor to lift Kakashi's seal, yet each request met with refusal. In Jiraiya's heart, Kakashi was a person of unwavering promise. Her disappearance was far from voluntary. This bond between mentor and student, coupled with his affection for Tsunade, illuminated his soul with two eternal beacons. He firmly believed that by continually strengthening himself, he could not only recover his teacher but also win Tsunade's heart. Thus, with every enhancement of his abilities, he eagerly confessed his feelings to her. However, Tsunade remained unresponsive to Jiraiya's pursuits. In her eyes, the ideal partner ought to be noble, handsome, extraordinarily capable, and brimming with dreams, qualities that Jiraiya, with his penchant for mischief and frivolity, evidently lacked. A few years prior, in a bid to capture Tsunade's affection, Jiraiya orchestrated a heroic rescue scenario. He enlisted Orochimaru, who donned a mask to portray the villain, while Jiraiya assumed the role of the hero, intending to showcase his valor before Tsunade. Yet, fate appeared to relish in irony. That day, Tsunade had just returned from a disheartening visit to the casino, seething with anger, and nearly harmed the impersonating Orochimaru. When Jiraiya arrived, he was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected chaos, unsure of whom to rescue first. On the eve of the impending battle, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru rested beneath a tree. It has been quite some time since the three of us have been together, yet we hardly know each other as dreams. Jiraiya mused. My dream is quite simple, Tsunade replied, a smile gracing her lips, her beauty now radiating with a glimmer of hope for the future. I wish to travel the world and conquer every casino. Tsunade, you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With your determination, you could easily become Hokage yourself, Jiraiya responded. Perplexed. Let Shinsuke handle the Hokage business, Tsunade laughed lightly. That child has aspired to be Hokage since childhood, wanting to protect the village left behind by our grandfather. As his sister, I must support him. Oh, that explains why you gifted that necklace of the first Hokage to him yesterday, Jiraiya remarked with a mischievous grin. In that case, my dream is to travel the world with you as your bodyguard. Keep your distance. I certainly do not require a bodyguard, Tsunade retorted with disdain. And you, Orochimaru? What about your dream? Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued as he turned his gaze to the ever-mysterious and aloof companion. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, his deep-set eyes seemingly concealing boundless desires and pursuits. With a stoic expression, he spoke, I wish to learn more ninjutsu. Is that all? You truly are a dull fellow. Jiraiya frowned, seemingly disappointed by Orochimaru's response. However, the pursuits of Orochimaru cannot be encapsulated by the mere term dull. Beneath his seemingly mundane words lies an insatiable thirst for knowledge and power. He yearns to comprehend the essence of all things in the world. For him, learning more ninjutsu transcends the mere mastery of shinobi techniques. It is a profound exploration into the meaning of life. Chapter 85, Tsunade's Tragedy. To this day, the elder generation of elite warriors in Konohagakure, led by Izuna Uchiha, has entered the twilight of their years. Consequently, the burden of the battlefield in the Land of Rain has fallen upon the shoulders of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. The proud disciples of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by the main forces, remains vigilant against the impending assault from the Hidden Cloud Village in the northeast. These three youthful figures have matured into formidable shinobi, each commanding their own troops and bearing significant responsibilities. Jiraiya confronts the challenges posed by the Hidden Stone Village. Orochimaru faces the threats from the Hidden Rain Village, while Tsunade, in her capacity as a medical ninja, traverses the lines, becoming a bridge between life and hope. In the Land of Rain, amidst the hilly battleground, Orochimaru leads his troops tirelessly, traversing enemy territory by day and resting in woodland encampments by night. The quality of his ninja forces varies, and although the preparation period for this conflict has been lengthy, the Land of Fire finds itself once again besieged, with the primary strength concentrated at the battlefield of the third Hokage and the Land of Lightning, compared to the situation in the Land of Rain. The shinobi available to the three are primarily Chunin, with even some Genin thrust into combat, as Orochimaru is the most distinguished among the third Hokage's disciples. The grandson of the first Hokage, Nawaki, has been assigned to his unit, clearly a testament to the high regard in which he is held by the higher-ups. As night fell, Orochimaru employed summoning jutsu to dispatch a small snake to scout for enemy activity. Everything appeared tranquil. However, the stillness of the night was abruptly shattered by the sounds of chaos. Lord Orochimaru, we are under attack by the Iwa Nin. They have allied with the Rain Village for a joint assault. A messenger ninja appeared like a specter, his voice urgent and tense. A glint of coldness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he swiftly issued commands into the night. Relay my orders. We must retreat southeast. We cannot allow ourselves to be encircled. Lord Orochimaru. At that moment, a firm and youthful voice resonated behind him. The enemy's numbers are not substantial. We should press the advantage and eliminate them entirely. Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly in contemplation as he turned to regard the descendant of the first Hokage, weighing his thoughts internally. Lord Orochimaru, please allow me to engage in battle. Nawaki's voice exuded an undeniable determination. I am the descendant of the first Hokage, the future Hokage. I cannot falter at this moment. No. Orochimaru's countenance was grave, and his tone resolute. Though the enemy was few in number, it could well be a cunning trap. Well-versed in the art of war, Orochimaru understood the treachery of the battlefield. This might merely be a test from the adversary, and rashly pursuing them could lead to an ambush. I had heard tales of Lord Orochimaru's genius, yet I did not anticipate such hesitation in the throes of combat. The provocations from Ju heightened the tension in the air. Observing Orochimaru's indecision, Ju gritted his teeth and, like an arrow released from its bow, charged into the enemy ranks without a moment's hesitation. Ju moved with incredible swiftness, wielding a kunai and employing the body flicker technique to swiftly dispatch two Iwagakure shinobi. As the remaining foes fled into the depths of the forest, he pursued them relentlessly. Other units, retreat. You follow me to chase that boy, Orochimaru decisively commanded, leading an elite ninja to stealthily trail Ju. Their pace was as swift as the wind, and soon they beheld Ju, visibly fatigued. Clearly, the enemy's tactical depth had exhausted this impassioned youth. Orochimaru's heart was a tumult of emotions, admiration for Ju's valor mingled with concern for his recklessness. Ju, halt! Cried the accompanying ninja, hastening his steps in an attempt to pull Ju away from danger before an enemy ambush could ensue. Just as Ju bravely advanced toward the cliffs held by Iwagakure, a violent explosion erupted at the foot of the mountain, and amid the roaring chaos, smoke billowed upward, engulfing Ju's figure entirely. Flames erupted, swiftly spreading to the surrounding woods, creating an inferno. The ninja beside Orochimaru, paralyzed with terror, collapsed to the ground, shrieking. Lord Ju. The swiftness of death's arrival left even Orochimaru momentarily incredulous, as he stood transfixed, gazing at the raging inferno. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a necklace belonging to the first Hokage lay quietly at Orochimaru's feet, silently narrating an unspeakable sorrow. Orochimaru's heart tightened, not only due to the difficulty of explaining this to Tsunade, but also in lamentation of the fragility of life on the battlefield. Even noble bloodlines could not escape the brutality of war. Slowly, Orochimaru picked up the necklace, his expression somber, and softly said to the prostrate ninja beside him, "We must depart. Further ahead lies the trap of a Wagakure." As the conflict escalated, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were summoned back to the village by the third Hokage to participate in a crucial council meeting regarding the war. On the eve of the gathering, the sky was overcast and a torrential downpour fell outside the Hokage's office. Orochimaru stood alone in the corridor, his gaze fixated on a necklace in his hands. Enveloped in silence, through the veil of rain, Tsunade, drenched to the skin, rushed towards him, her expression fraught with anxiety. She halted, breathless, her eyes locked onto Orochimaru. Jiraiya had long been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Tsunade's troubled countenance, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, slowly shaking his head, silently conveying a profound sorrow. Orochimaru withdrew the necklace from his cloak, his deep voice resonating amidst the patter of rain. In times of war, ninjas become like this. For there are no doctors on the battlefield. Even children can become fervent in their desire for achievement, especially the day after receiving a gift. Tsunade trembled as she took the necklace, and at that moment, memories surged forth like a tide. She could almost hear her words from the day before. On Shinsuke's 12th birthday. "Shinsuke, happy birthday. Sister, I'm grown up now. I don't need these birthday gifts anymore." His youthful stubbornness echoed in her mind. "What nonsense are you speaking? You are still so young. Open it. I promise you will love this gift." Tsunade smiled, her eyes brimming with affection. "Sister, this is, yes? It's the necklace of the first Hokage, our grandfather." Her voice carried a sense of solemnity. "Really? Sister, I like you the most." Excitement sparkled in Shinsuke's eyes. "I believe you are more deserving of it than I am. You have always wanted this, haven't you? Remember to cherish it well. Not just this necklace, but this village is also grandfather's treasure. I am also the grandson of the first Hokage who founded Konoha, and one day, I will inherit the title of Hokage. For being Hokage is my dream. Shinsuke, take off your forehead protector." "Huh? Don't just stand there. Take it off quickly. I have another gift for you, one that can make your dreams come true." Tsunade's voice was gentle yet resolute as she pressed a soft kiss to Shinsuke's forehead. Her eyes filled with trust and anticipation for her brother. Now, those promises had transformed into the deepest wounds within Tsunade's heart. Before her, Shinsuke's dream-filled smile seemed to linger, and she could almost hear his vows. Yet, the harshness of reality rendered everything so distant. She caressed the necklace, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 86. Nagato. On the battlefield of the Rain Village, where rain fell in torrents, the heavens appeared to be torn asunder, with raindrops cascading like arrows. A slender figure clad in a blue robe, her vortex-patterned white mask obscuring her visage, revealed only a pair of eyeholes adorned with tomo patterns. Uchiha Kagami stood silently amidst the tempest, bearing a colossal fan upon his back. The long robe adorned with the Uchiha crest billowed fiercely in the gusts, while the lifeless bodies of the Rock Village ninjas lay scattered around, silently narrating the brutality of battle. "Xiaoguang, you have marred my visage with 2 holes." Disrupting my customary aesthetic, came the voice of Akatsuki, laced with a hint of playful resignation from behind his mask. "Akatsuki, please bear with it," Uchiha Kagami sighed. "If I only open 1 hole in the mask, I will feel unbalanced while running. Then tell me, what is the meaning of urgency? And I shall permit you to create an opening." "This is hardly the time for jest," Uchiha Kagami retorted with irritation. "First, see if you can save this child." She gently crouched, her gaze fixated on the 12-year-old boy before her. We once aspired to forge a world where children would not tread upon the battlefield. Yet here we are, years later, and the shinobi world has regressed to its original state. Sorrow glimmered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Before her, the boy lay, his legs claimed by the explosion, blood staining the rain-soaked ground, the flicker of life within him barely discernible. Akatsuki observed him and spoke with a tone of exasperation. "What a bother. I merely wish to understand the meaning of urgency." Uchiha Kagami furrowed her brow, then mischievously replied, "Akatsuki, if you can save this child, perhaps he will enlighten you on the meaning of urgency." "Really?" Akatsuki's voice brimmed with a hint of surprise. Indeed, as her words fell, The white mask adorning Uchiha Kagami began to bloom gently, akin to a lotus in full bloom. White tendrils, like vines of life, tenderly reached towards the lower half of the boy, ravaged by war. Oh, this sensation of comfort. Could this be what urgency feels like? Akatsuki's voice resonated with incredulous delight. Are you not an artificial being? How can you experience comfort? Uchiha Kagami shook her head, bemusement creeping into her tone. Because the vitality of this child resonates remarkably well with the cells within me, allowing for an effortless fusion, Akatsuki's tone hinted at astonishment. Remarkably compatible? Uchiha Kagami's skeptical gaze fixated on the boy's youthful forehead. Could he possibly be a descendant of Hashirama? A trace of incredulity tinged her voice. Before long, Akatsuki completed his fusion, fully separating from Uchiha Kagami and attaching himself to the boy, miraculously enabling the child, despite his lost legs, to stand upright. In a playful manner, Akatsuki employed would release to conjure a toilet-shaped wooden sculpture, infusing the scene with a touch of unusual humor. Indeed, being attached to this child is far more comfortable than with Xiao Guang. Akatsuki's voice brimmed with a satisfied mirth. Akatsuki, cease your antics. Uchiha Kagami's tone turned serious. Assess his current physical condition. He is completely healed, though he remains unconscious. He should awaken shortly. Afei's response was simple and straightforward. In that case, please take care of him for a while longer, Uchiha Hikari whispered. I must journey to other lands to gather intelligence on the tailed beasts. Eh? No way. I have no desire to engage in such troublesome matters, Afei replied, separating from the rope tree and transforming back into a mask, which he deftly placed back on Uchiha Hikari's face. Afei, don't you wish to know about his condition? You could watch over him until he awakens, Uchiha Hikari proposed tentatively. But I still hope that little Hikari will answer my question. Afei's voice carried a playful tone. Little Hikari is unlike anyone else. Every time I ask him, he blushes and his heart races. It's truly delightful. Uchiha Hikaru adjusted his forehead, addressing Akatsuki. The matter of the tailed beasts is of great significance to me. I'm aware of that, Akatsuki replied, his benevolence evident as he opened 2 holes in his mask. However, I believe it unnecessary for you to investigate the intelligence regarding the tailed beasts. They are currently under tight surveillance, leaving you with no opportunity. How can you be so certain? Uchiha Hikaru inquired, curiosity piqued. I possess the ability to communicate with all the white Zetsu underground, Akatsuki asserted with confidence. Wherever a white Zetsu dwells, there is nothing beyond my knowledge. Does that mean my unsealing was in vain? A hint of resignation tinged Uchiha Hikaru's tone. I wouldn't say it was in vain, Akatsuki replied mysteriously. 2 years ago, Madara transplanted the Rinnegan into a child in this vicinity. You might as well go and take a look. Oh, the Rinnegan has already been transplanted? Uchiha Hikaru expressed profound interest in the legendary eyes. Then please, take me there. And what about the child? Akatsuki gestured toward the rope tree. This is a battlefield. Leaving them here could lead to their demise. Alas, Uchiha Hikaru sighed. This is truly troublesome. I am still hungry. Without further ado, she hoisted the rope tree and, following Akatsuki's guidance, proceeded toward a small village in the northeastern region of the Land of Rain. Amidst the turmoil of war, the skies over the Land of Rain seemed perpetually shrouded in dark clouds. The citizens lived in dire poverty, grappling with the fear of invasion from enemy ninjas. People huddled within their homes, hesitant to venture outside. 2-leaf village ninjas intruded upon the dwelling of an ordinary villager, searching for food to satiate their hunger. Have you found anything? One of the leaf ninjas inquired, his voice tinged with expectation. A few cans, the other replied succinctly, his tone betraying a hint of joy. Wonderful. I haven't seen food in 4 days. Enough chatter, the other urged. Hurry and eat. I'm on the verge of starvation. Afterwards, let us search elsewhere. Perhaps we will uncover more. The ninjas, lured by the promise of sustenance, momentarily forgot the chaos of the outside world. However, while they reveled in the comfort of food, in the adjacent room, a family of 3 cautiously prepared to escape. The father, clad in a coarse cloth garment, spoke nervously to his wife and child. Now is our chance. We must flee at once. But what if we are discovered? The child trembled, fear evident in their eyes. I'm so scared. The father attempted to reassure them. It will be all right, Nagato. As long as we remain quiet and avoid making noise. The trio moved with utmost caution, the air thick with tension and dread. Suddenly, Nagato's elbow inadvertently brushed against a vase perched on the table's edge, sending it crashing to the floor with a jarring shatter that pierced the night's stillness. Who is there? 2 leaf village ninjas, armed with kunai, approached the doorway with a vigilant demeanor, their voices betraying the readiness for combat. Upon witnessing this, the father, without the slightest hesitation, rushed to confront the ninjas. Gripping tightly the hand of one holding a kunai. "Now's our chance, we must flee," he urged. "Nagato, go." The mother's voice trembled as she grasped Nagato's hand. Her eyes filled with urgency. "Don't even think about escaping." Another leaf ninja, mistaking them for enemies, charged at the mother with his kunai, piercing her abdomen. She collapsed instantly to the ground. Simultaneously, the father found himself embroiled in a struggle with the ninjas, only to be stabbed in the stomach by another kunai, falling into a pool of blood. "Daddy! Mommy!" Nagato cried out, his gaze fixed on his parents lying in a crimson pool. Tears streaming down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string. "It's just a child." The voice of the leaf ninja was laced with shock and guilt. "This is bad. These two are not even ninjas. We mistakenly took them for foes." Another ninja's voice echoed with deep regret. "What should we do? We killed civilians. How dreadful. I can't believe there were civilians in this war zone. I'm so sorry, child." The tone of the leaf ninja turned somber, as flashes of lightning illuminated their forehead protectors adorned with swirling patterns, mocking the tragic scene before them. "Ah!" Nagato's cries shattered the night's stillness, his tears flowing uncontrollably like a river breached. Under the flicker of lightning, he lifted his gaze for the first time. The light of his pale violet rinnegan shimmered in his eyes, reminiscent of a hellish demon, consuming the chakra of everyone present, including himself. In the next moment, the two leaf ninjas were reduced to mere husks, and Nagato succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming release of chakra. When Nagato awoke once more, the sight before him plunged him into despair. The two leaf ninjas lay lifeless, bloodied, and still on the ground, as if time had frozen at that moment. "What on earth has happened? Mom, Dad?" His voice trembled, a frantic shout met only with silence, enveloped in an unending solitude. Clang! Just as Nagato was engulfed in despair and confusion, a sudden clatter of pots and pans echoed from the kitchen. The sound, akin to a flicker of light in the night sky, drew Nagato's attention. With a glimmer of hope, he instinctively ran toward the kitchen, yearning for the source of the noise to offer him a semblance of comfort. However, the scene in the kitchen left him frozen in place. The source of the sound was not his parents, but rather a black-haired girl who appeared to be of similar age, clad in a blue robe. She sat at the kitchen table, contentedly devouring canned meat, as if she had discovered the most exquisite delicacy in the world. "Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you," she said, noticing Nagato's gaze. She looked up at him with a hint of an apologetic smile. "But this canned food is truly delicious." Her voice was gentle, imbued with an inexplicable sense of comfort. In Nagato's heart, the torrent of despair seemed to find a temporary haven at that moment. He stood there in a daze, gazing at the girl. "Who are you?" A tremor laced Nagato's voice. "Where are my parents?" He was uncertain whether this suddenly appeared girl was friend or foe. Observing his reaction, the girl placed down the can she held, gracefully rising to her feet and approaching Nagato. Her movements were delicate, as if each step tread upon Nagato's heart, offering a glimmer of solace. "I am Uchiha Hikari," she said, her words falling softly like a gentle rain upon Nagato's heart. "Do not fear, I will not harm you." Chapter 87. The convergence of fire and rain do not come any closer. Instinctively, Nagato recoiled, his voice tinged with a mix of caution and panic. "What have you done to my parents?" Uchiha Hikari slowly raised her hand, pointing towards the dormitory not far away, her voice gentle. "They are fine. I have just rescued them." Nagato followed the direction of her finger and saw two slugs tending to his parents' wounds. He approached the dormitory and, upon witnessing their steady breaths, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, allowing him to sit down in relief. "I apologize. I truly meant no harm. I was simply too hungry," Uchiha Hikari remarked, continuing to lower her head to eat from a can, though its contents were nearly depleted. "I rushed here without having a single warm meal." Nagato's gaze shifted from vigilance to curiosity. There was no food left. It was wartime, and the villagers had evacuated. His mother mentioned that soon Lord Hanzo would lead an army to drive away the enemies here, which was why they had stayed. Uchiha Hikari pondered for a moment. They might not come. The attacks from the land of wind are too fierce. Hanzo is currently entangled with Chiyo of Sunagakure and cannot extricate himself. What are we to do then? A glimmer of despair crossed Nagato's face, and soon, the pangs of hunger began to torment him, his stomach growling audibly. Uchiha Hikari gazed upon Nagato before her, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within her. She could not simply stand by and witness the demise of the one entrusted with her brother's eyes. "What is your name?" she inquired. I am called Nagato, the boy replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. Your hair is red, much like your mother's. Are you of the Uzumaki clan? Hikari's gaze fell upon the unconscious red-haired woman, a gentle glimmer flickering in her eyes. Indeed. My mother often remarked that red hair is the pride of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato's tone was somber, yet it could not conceal the pride emanating from his lineage. After Lord Yute rescued my mother from the land of whirlpools, they established their home here. I see. Hikari sighed softly, ripples of realization washing over her. Nagato's mother was among the children she had rescued from the village of the whirlpools. Nagato, it is perilous for your family to remain here. Why not accompany me for the time being? She suggested, her eyes brimming with concern. But my father and mother Nagato's brow furrowed, worry evident in his gaze. Leave this to me. It is quite simple. Hikari smiled gently, swiftly forming hand seals. The walls began to shift, and she summoned forth the flesh wall of a great toad, tenderly placing Nagato's parents within. You are remarkable, Nagato exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is this ninjutsu? This is the summoning technique, Hikari elucidated. I will first secure them here, and once we reach a safe location, I shall summon them again. Can I learn this ninjutsu as well? Nagato's eyes glimmered with longing. Of course you can, Hikari replied with a wry smile. As a wielder of the Rinnegan, you can master all chakra natures. Your ocular power is immensely formidable, rendering summoning beasts nearly incapable of resistance. Xiaoguang, are you ready? A voice from outside, belonging to Akatsuki, interrupted. Yes, I am coming, Hikari responded. She dispelled the summoning technique, grasping Nagato's hand. Let us go, Nagato. I shall introduce you to my friends. Nagato, touched by Hikari's warm smile, felt an inexplicable trust welling up within him, and he nodded in agreement. Outside, Akatsuki's peculiar branches gently released, awakening the rope tree from its stupor. Before it lay an unfamiliar yet wondrous scene. Two pairs of curious eyes, similar in age to its own, were examining it, while it found itself ensnared in a soft, white embrace. You are finally awake, Hikari exhaled in relief, rubbing her growling stomach with a light laugh. I do not wish to carry you any longer. Nagato's gaze wandered over to the rope tree, and he asked with curiosity, Xiaoguang. Is he the friend you mentioned? He is a passerby I rescued on the battlefield. The friend I speak of is actually the tree attire he wears, Hikari clarified. Akatsuki unfurled, freeing itself from the rope tree, and excitedly introduced itself. Hello there. My name is Akatsuki, and if anyone is willing to enlighten me on the concept of convenience, I shall become their steadfast friend. The tree can talk. How astonishing, Nagato marveled. Afei. I have told you countless times not to discuss such matters upon our first encounter. Uchiha Hikari lightly tapped Afei's whirlpool head. A mix of exasperation and affection evident in his demeanor. At this moment, SHU finally emerged from his stupor, brandishing a kunai, and warily inquired, Who are you? Where is this place? Nagato. Hikari. Afei. The three spoke in unison, their responses succinct and straightforward. SHU's gaze shifted between them, his mind swirling with questions. Are you ninjas from a rival nation? Uchiha Hikari shook his head. Nagato and I are villagers of the land of rain, while Akatsuki is the spirit of the trees here. You were previously injured by a trap set by the rock shinobi, losing your legs. It was Akatsuki who rescued you and helped reattach them. SHU was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze to his legs, only to discover that his trousers around his thighs had vanished, replaced by oddly pale limbs. So, it was you who saved me. SHU's voice bore a hint of self-mockery. Realizing that Lord Orochimaru's judgment had been correct, he truly was a fool, arrogantly believing that the enemy had fled in fear. Misjudgments on the battlefield are, after all, unavoidable. Uchiha Hikari gently patted his shoulder in consolation, reminding him that one cannot predict the future. In any case, thank you both. SHU bowed his head, expressing his gratitude sincerely. I must return quickly, otherwise my sister will worry. Wait a moment, Uchiha Hikari interjected. The outside is engulfed in flames of war. It would be far too perilous to venture out now. However, just as SHU intended to leave, a rumble from his stomach interrupted him, a blush of embarrassment creeping across his face. Uchiha Light exchanged a knowing glance with Nagato and proposed. Why don't you accompany us for now? Once we have satisfied our hunger, we can discuss matters further. What do you say? After a moment of hesitation, SHU nodded in agreement. Before departing, Uchiha Light did not forget to eliminate the potential threat lurking within Nagato's home. She carried the two bodies of the Konoha ninjas outside, and incinerated them with a fire technique. Light, why do you do this? Nagato inquired, somewhat perplexed. This war will eventually come to an end, and if your home is left with the stench of these two, you will find it uninhabitable. Uchiha Light smiled softly, brushing the ashes from her hands. Thank you. Nagato expressed his gratitude. Are these two from Konoha? SHU noticed Uchiha Light's actions. Indeed, Uchiha Light affirmed. They intruded upon Nagato's home, harmed his parents, and stole their provisions. In his anger, Nagato dealt with them. Upon hearing this, SHU was taken aback and quickly bowed. I am sorry, Nagato. Everyone was taken aback. In truth, Konoha and the Land of Rain share no profound enmity, SHU continued, his tone imbued with guilt and sincerity. The Land of Rain happens to lie on the route between us and the battlefield against Awagakure. Hanzo declared war upon us first, which has fostered animosity among the people of Amagakure. Our ninjas are somewhat on edge. Nagato, hearing this, experienced a flicker of confusion. SHU, I do not quite comprehend what you are saying. However, you need not apologize for their misdeeds, as you are not responsible for them. Yet SHU shook his head, his eyes glimmering with determination. But I am the grandson of the first Hokage, and I aspire to become the Hokage of Konoha. Therefore, the affairs of Konoha are my own, and I must take responsibility for its wrongdoings. Ultimately, this was a misstep on Konoha's part. And if one day I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall formally apologize to you, Nagato. Nagato gazed at SHU, an inexplicable emotion welling up within him. Though he harbored resentment towards Konoha, the sincerity of the youth before him began to soften his heart. He nodded slowly and said, I await the day you become Hokage. SHU. A glimmer of emotion shone in SHU's eyes as he tightly grasped Nagato's hand. Thank you, Nagato. I will certainly do my best. Chapter 88. The Angelic One. Uchiha K gazed intently at SHU, as if time itself had reversed. In her eyes, the shadow of a youthful Hashirama was reflected, embodying resilience and innocence. A gentle smile graced her lips, her gaze shimmering with affirmation and hope. It was revealed that this child was, in fact, the grandson of Hashirama. Uchiha Light believed that SHU would undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional Hokage, a resolute leader far surpassing the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, let us proceed, Uchiha Light murmured, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. All right, Nagato, Akatsuki, and SHU responded almost in unison, and the four embarked on a new journey. The villages in the war-torn region resembled barren deserts, where sustenance had become a luxury. The quartet departed from Nagato's homeland, setting forth toward the uncertain promise of hope. With Akatsuki, the living map, by their side, they would not lose their way in the endless wilderness as they ventured toward a village untouched by the ravages of war. Although the journey was long and hunger loomed like a shadow, the skies of the Land of Rain generously showered them with refreshing rain. In the hilly terrain, the three collapsed onto the ground, eagerly drinking the rainwater, temporarily quenching their thirst. As a treeman, Akatsuki had no need to worry about food. When any of the three faltered from exhaustion, he would transform into a mobile means of transport, allowing them a moment of respite. After a protracted trek, only half a loaf of bread remained in Nagato's small backpack, akin to an oasis in a desert. Uchiha Hikari discerned the physical limits of her companions and suggested they rest within the belly of the great toad. However, Akatsuki interrupted her, stating that their destination was within reach. As they were nearing their goal, a small dog suddenly darted from behind, clinging tightly to Nagato's pant leg. Its eyes gleaming with desire, fixated on Nagato's backpack. The four exchanged knowing smiles. Nagato bent down and offered the precious half-piece of bread to the little dog. As they continued onward, the dog became their loyal shadow, following them until they all arrived at the untouched village that had evaded the ravages of war. Gently cradling the dog, Nagato softly murmured, I'm sorry, little one, but even with you by our side, we have nothing left to give. After bidding farewell to the dog, they stepped into the village. With hearts full of hope, they visited each house, seeking a glimmer of sustenance. Yet, the villagers' reactions were unexpectedly harsh. Upon realizing the newcomers sought food, the villagers displayed expressions of disdain, unhesitatingly turning them away. What should we do? It seems the villagers do not welcome us, Nagato sighed, his eyes filled with resignation. They must think we are beggars, Uchiha Hikari whispered, tears welling in her eyes as she handed Nagato the few thin bills remaining in her wallet. Perhaps you could try trading these for some food? Shinju, noticing the pitiful state of Uchiha Hikari's wallet, couldn't help but chuckle. Generously, he produced his own wallet, rubbed his nose, and said, My family is relatively well off. Please use mine. Shinju, you are truly a savior, Uchiha Hikari and Nagato exclaimed in unison, gratitude overflowing in their voices. Shinju's generosity shone like a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating their hopes. With Shinju's money in hand, Nagato approached a household, filled with optimism as he knocked on the door. I apologize for the intrusion, but could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten in quite some time. We have money if needed. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles. I'm sorry, but I have no surplus food to offer you. In this world, money has lost its meaning. It's a struggle to fill one's own stomach. In any case, you should try elsewhere. But this was the last house. The three exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with disappointment. Just as they prepared to leave, Akatsuki suddenly chimed in. I just checked inside this family's home. They clearly have ample food. You all could share enough to suffice. Never mind, Akatsuki. Since they are unwilling, we cannot force them. Nagato sighed, his eyes reflecting understanding and resignation. Nagato is right. Shinju firmly agreed. We must not become bandit ninjas who harm the innocent. Since this approach is futile, let us proceed to the next village. Uchiha Hikaru proposed, Afei, you should attach yourself to Nagato. With Shju and I possessing chakra, our physical strength surpasses his. Afei readily complied, transforming into a white cloak that enveloped Nagato, supporting his frail body. However, Hikaru voiced a concern, but can we truly endure until we reach the next village? Shju asked, his eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. If the next village lacks provisions, I shall guide you to the land of frogs. While their banquet of all insects may not be palatable, at the very least, it will satiate our hunger. Hikari sighed with a bittersweet smile. The mere mention of the insect banquet made Shju and Nagato exchange glances, their stomachs churning at the thought, nearly expelling the meager saliva they had managed to gather. The group resumed their arduous journey, their steps heavy, yet hope lingered in their hearts. After a while, Shju's voice, tinged with resignation and fatigue, broke the silence. I cannot go on any longer. Is our only recourse truly to feast upon insects? Before he could finish, he succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Nagato had already succumbed to hunger, relying solely on Afei's resilient cloak to drag him forward. Uchiha Koya felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at him, his vision blurred and eyelids heavy as he struggled to keep them open. The three of them sought refuge under a colossal stone, gradually succumbing to a haze of consciousness, drifting into a profound slumber. Soon, a gentle prod from Akatsuki stirred Nagato awake. As he opened his eyes, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. A girl with azure hair, holding an umbrella, sat quietly beside him. With a tender voice brimming with compassion, she offered him a piece of bread, saying, Please, eat this. Nagato swallowed hard, struggling to rise. Is it really all right? He dared not believe his fortune. Yes, the blue-haired girl replied with a smile that radiated warmth and brightness, akin to sunlight after a rainstorm. He accepted the bread but did not keep it all for himself. Instead, he divided it into 3 portions. Glancing at the slumbering Uchiha Koya and Nagashi, a wave of reluctance surged within him. Yet, he placed the 2 portions beside them and swiftly consumed his share. After finishing, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the blue-haired girl. Before long, the enticing aroma of the bread roused Uchiha Koya and Nagashi, who, disregarding its cleanliness, eagerly grabbed it and devoured it. The blue-haired girl watched their ravenous consumption and cheerfully suggested, Shall I take you to our base? The trio looked up, their eyes filled with gratitude. Her smile was like a gentle breeze, dispersing the shadows that lingered in their hearts. In the rain-laden land of rain, she seemed to be their sole beacon of hope. Together, they exclaimed, Thank you, dear angel. Shortly thereafter, they followed the blue-haired girl to a brightly lit cave. Inside, a boy with orange spiky hair suddenly heard footsteps and turned to see the 3 famished figures trailing behind the blue-haired girl. Frowning, he inquired, Conan, who are these people? I'm sorry, Conan softly explained, covering her mouth with one hand, her tone laced with regret. They looked like they were on the brink of starvation. The orange-haired boy, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, approached the trio, sitting atop an old box to scrutinize the unexpected guests. What are your names? He asked. Nagato, one voice replied. Koya. Another chimed in. Nagashi, the third responded almost in unison, their voices tinged with fatigue, yet revealing an unspoken camaraderie. And I'm Akatsuki, came a slightly delayed voice, seemingly dismayed by his own lag. Who spoke just now? The trio hastily waved their hands, insisting, Don't mind it, don't mind it. In a discreet moment away from their sight, Akatsuki quietly wiped away a tear. You truly are a peculiar bunch, remarked the orange-haired boy. I am Yahiko. Like Conan, I am an orphan of war. In this world, adults are utterly untrustworthy. For us children to survive, we must exert every ounce of our strength. Having spoken, Yahiko gently patted the box beneath him, which seemed to conceal treasures within. How impressive! There is so much food. Nagato's eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. If you wish to stay here, you must join me and Conan in procuring food. The author cannot dine without sustenance. Yahiko's words were succinct and straightforward. Procure food? How shall we accomplish that? Nagato inquired with curiosity. Naturally, we shall resort to theft. Yahiko replied in a calm tone, as though discussing a matter of mundane nature. Theft? But that is morally wrong. Nagato hesitated. Are you foolish? In this world, we must rely on ourselves to fill our bellies. If we are to starve, what use our lofty ideals? Yahiko's voice was resolute, tinged with a hint of resignation. His words struck Nagato's heart like a heavy hammer. Observing Nagato's continued indecision, Yahiko earnestly stated, regardless of whether it is theft or robbery, the only alternative to action is a path leading to our demise. Do you understand? Chapter 89. We are friends. We are planning to venture to the commercial district to acquire some food. Would you like to join us? Yahiko proposed. Upon hearing this, Nagato furrowed his brow, grappling with a difficult decision in his mind. Uchiha Hikari exchanged a glance with SHU and his ninjas. They naturally refrained from competing for food with commoners. After their silent communication, Uchiha Hikari softly addressed Nagato, saying, We shall not go. But if you wish to assist Yahiko and the others, you may. Why aren't you two joining us? Yahiko inquired with curiosity. Uchiha Hikari smiled faintly as she picked up SHU's wallet, for they could purchase openly and without shame. Humph, so you're the child of a wealthy family? Yahiko scoffed, a hint of envy coloring his tone. That's my wallet, SHU reminded softly. SHU, as a boy, you must embody gentlemanly grace to be well-liked. Hikari replied with a smile. SHU had no retort, merely nodding silently. The bustling sounds of the shopping street gradually wafted over, starkly contrasting with the tattered clothing and dirt-streaked faces of Conan and Nagato. They stood at the entrance of a shop, gently pleading, Please, could you spare a bit of food for us? Even just a little would suffice, we beg you. There is nothing extra to give you, so be off. The shopkeeper responded coldly. How stingy, Conan muttered under her breath. What did you say, brat? The shopkeeper glared at them angrily, unaware that while Conan and Nagato drew attention, Yahiko had stealthily slipped into the kitchen and successfully snagged a large fish. However, this ploy had long been uncovered by other shopkeepers in the street, and a few of them quickly surrounded Yahiko, capturing him. After the three children received a thorough beating, they were unceremoniously tossed beside a garbage heap. All of this was witnessed by Uchiha Hikari and SHU, who were procuring supplies nearby. They refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe silently. Their hearts stirred with conflicting emotions. Their gazes reflected both sympathy for the war orphans and a sense of helplessness. I had previously focused solely on the children who win a battle, not realizing that the war orphans left behind also deserve attention. Hikari thought as she gazed at Nagato and the others, feeling an unwilling pang of empathy. It appears my perspective has been narrow. The small nations ravaged by conflict are utterly powerless to shelter these orphans, leaving them to struggle for survival by their own means. SHU's eyes fell upon the trio, and he too felt a wave of sorrow. Had it not been for the war, their fates would surely have been different. Everything was the fault of the conflict. All right. Hikari sighed deeply, smiling as she said, They want tea of hot meals tonight. We must bring them something, right, SHU? SHU glanced at his increasingly deflated wallet and sighed, Fine. At that moment, he understood the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet. As evening descended, the bruised trio returned to their base, exhaustion weighing heavily on their bodies, and hunger surged like a tide. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted into their nostrils, and the three exchanged incredulous glances as they ventured into the interior of the base. Inside, a large table was spread with a feast of delectable dishes, their colors and scents enticing. Nagato's parents were engaged in lively conversation with Uchiha Hikari, while SHU stood to the side, gazing down at his empty wallet with a look of dismay. Dad, Mom, Nagato exclaimed joyfully, rushing into his parents' embrace. Nagato, came their loving reply. His mother, Uzumaki Kushina, tenderly caressed the bruises on his face, saying, I'm so sorry, Nagato, for the suffering you've endured. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Nagato nestled in his mother's embrace, his eyes shimmering with happiness. Nagato, once your parents have healed, I will summon them back, explained Uchiha Hikaru as he approached. Thank you. Hikaru, Nagato turned around, sincerely expressing his gratitude, his gaze filled with appreciation for Uchiha Hikaru. All right. Uchiha Hikaru clapped his hands, since everyone is here. Let us commence the meal. This feast is hosted by SH Ju. SH Ju, standing nearby, looked at Uchiha Hikaru with an expression of despair, reluctantly accepting the reality. At the dining table, Uzumaki Shime suddenly spoke with grave seriousness. Nagato, you must not call him Hikaru so casually. Lord Hikaru is our benefactor who saved the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools. He is also the founding leader of Amigakure. His status is, in fact, more esteemed than that of Hanzo and Yuta. What? Nagato's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Hikaru, while the others also wore expressions of shock. Uchiha Hikaru found himself under the watchful gaze of many, feeling somewhat awkward. Rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly remarked that it was indeed a matter of some embarrassment, for it had transpired long ago. The current strength of Amigakure, capable of standing against the 5 great nations, was largely attributable to Itai and Hans. In truth, he felt he had contributed little. Yet, you appear to be of similar age to us, Nagato expressed in confusion. Due to personal circumstances, I requested Itai to seal me away. On the day of SH Ju's incident, I was fortuitously released from that seal. Is it true that Lord Hikaru is such an extraordinary figure? Nagato marveled. Hikaru is fine. Nagato, after all, are we not friends? Uchiha Hikaru smiled, warmth shimmering in his eyes. Is it truly permissible for me to address you so? Of course. Ui. SH Ju, Yahiko, Konan, and Obito, we are all friends. Uchiha Hikaru surveyed the room, taking in the joyful faces of family and friends. A wave of warmth swelling in his heart. However, Nagato, Uchiha Hikaru said solemnly, now that you and your parents have reached a place of safety after this meal, Obito and I must take our leave. Will you not stay, Hikaru? Nagato's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Uchiha Hikaru smiled faintly, stating that her intent was to assist. And now that everything had been arranged, she had her own path to follow. However, she assured, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may always seek me out, for we are friends. As she spoke, Uchiha Hikaru recalled her childhood encounter with Boruto. After enduring years of trials, she discovered she could finally express these sentiments openly. After a brief silence, Nagato inquired with concern, Hikaru, may I ask where you plan to go next? I intend to seek out Hanzo and find a way to bring an end to the war in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Hikaru replied, her expression turning grave. This conflict had inflicted suffering upon too many innocent civilians. The Land of Rain could not be allowed to descend further into despair. Upon hearing this, Nagato gazed deeply at Uchiha Hikaru, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. In that moment, he realized how heavy and noble the dreams this young girl bore truly were. I understand, Nagato nodded solemnly, tears glistening in his eyes. Although he could not grasp the intricacies of the situation, he knew that Uchiha Hikaru was a friend worthy of trust. All right, enough of this. If we continue, our food will grow cold, Uchiha Hikaru said, breaking the somber atmosphere with a smile. Konan, come sit with me over here. The dishes over there are too oily for our taste. Sure. Konan replied with a cheerful smile. She and Yahiko were not well versed in the complex history of Amigakure, only aware that Uchiha Hikaru was an extraordinary ninja, which spared them the emotional burden felt by Nagato's parents. Following a day of defeat, Yahiko and Konan were unconcerned with appearances and began to devour their food heartily. After all, this was their secret base, free from the constraints of formalities. That evening, laughter and joy filled the base, as the aromas of food intertwined with the warmth of home, momentarily allowing them to forget the chaos and suffering of the outside world. For Nagato, this meal was not merely a feast for the senses but a balm for the soul, rekindling hope amidst despair. Chapter 90. The heroes of the Second Shinobi War. Among this group, SH Ju's emotions were particularly complex. He had long noticed the unique clan emblem on Uchiha Hikaru, initially assuming she was merely a displaced Uchiha civilian ninja without delving deeper. However, as Uchiha Hikaru's deeds began to surface, fragments of memory were awakened within him. The annals of Konoha recorded a secret weapon long sealed away by the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Hikaru, a genius ninja confined within the forbidden grounds of Konoha. Yet, how could such a legendary figure find herself in the Land of Rain? Even more perplexing is the fact that she has become the inaugural village chief of the Rain Hidden Village. This unexpected twist left S.H. Ju filled with bewilderment. Uchiha Hikari, sensing S.H. Ju's penetrating gaze, felt a certain discomfort within. Faced with his inquisitive stare, she decided to abandon all pretense and quietly revealed the truth of her identity as Uchiha Hikari. After all, it is quite challenging to conceal one's identity while bearing the iconic Uchiha fan. It is far better to meet with honesty. Now, the Second Great Ninja War has reached an unprecedented stalemate, skillfully orchestrated by the Rain Hidden Village. Each clash between Konoha and Awagakure is met with the intervention of the Rain and Sunagakure, who launch assaults on both Konoha and Awagakure. Conversely, when Konoha engages with Sunagakure, the Rain Village aligns itself with Awagakure to strike at Konoha and Sunagakure. The Land of Rain, a fence-sitter, has managed to bring considerable distress to the major nations through its precise strategies. Hanzo the Salamander, with his singular might, has held sway over the battlefields of the three great nations, achieving a pinnacle of fame and being revered as a demigod within the ninja world. The Konoha hero's cemetery lies in a profound silence. Tsunade clutches a necklace tightly, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, as she stands quietly before S.H. Ju's gravestone. Her heart, much like the autumn winds that sweep through the cemetery, is suffused with an ineffable sorrow. Princess Tsunade, the third Hokage requests your presence at an important meeting, said the messenger ninja outside the door with utmost respect. I understand, Tsunade replied, gripping the necklace that bore memories of the past and longings. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes as she stepped towards the Konoha administration building, mentally preparing herself for what lay ahead. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kage, and T-Sun Kamaru sat in anticipation of Tsunade's arrival. When Tsunade stepped into the room, all eyes turned to her. I believe it is imperative to reform the current team structure, Tsunade began, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. Regarding the four-person teams, if a medical expert is included during prolonged small group operations within enemy territory, the survival rate and success rate of missions will significantly improve. Thus, Tsunade continued, the cultivation of medical ninjas with advanced healing techniques, along with the establishment of medical institutions, is the most urgent task at hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gently, a contemplative expression crossing his face. You make a valid point, Tsunade. However, as you are aware, we are amidst a war, and establishing a medical system requires time which is in short supply. What do you mean, you old fool? Tsunade retorted, fury flashing in her tear-filled eyes. At this rate, no matter how long it takes. At that moment, a long-haired man rose from a corner of the conference room, his voice steady and resolute. I concur with Tsunade's perspective. We cannot allow the sacrifices of the ninjas who have fallen thus far to be in vain. We must learn from this. Your proposal is commendable, and Sarutobi's interruption has brought an end to the debate. However, during times of war, we must prioritize strategies that yield immediate results. Kat's voice was heavy as he addressed the assembly, stating that our Leaf Village is severely constrained by Hanzo of the Salamander from the Hidden Rain Village. Only your transformation technique can penetrate his deadly poison. You must exert every effort in tomorrow's mission. We shall consider and implement your proposals regarding the medical system after the war concludes. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Hokage. As the meeting adjourned, Tsunade's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, and she hastily pursued Kat. Thank you for what you did earlier, she said softly, her voice laced with gratitude. There is no need for thanks, for you spoke nothing but the truth, Kat replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. However, what Konoha needs most at this moment is time. Noticing Tsunade's despondent expression, Kat suggested, it is quite late. Allow me to escort you home. Oh, is that all right? Which direction is your home? Tsunade inquired, somewhat surprised. In precisely the opposite direction of yours, Kat chuckled. Then perhaps I shall decline, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. It is quite all right, Kat continued. I wish to converse with you further. This path I have traversed many times before, especially when I used to pick up my sister from the Ninja Academy. Used to? Kat's smile faltered slightly, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Yes, a year ago, during the nighttime raid on Konoha, Tsunade observed, reading the same sorrow and loss in his gaze. It became evident that he, too, had suffered the loss of someone dear. In the present, the battlefield in the Land of Rain is wrought with devastation. Kat spoke softly. If a medical ninja could accompany our squads, perhaps fewer lives would be claimed under Hanzo's poison. Are you heading to the battlefield tomorrow? Tsunade's tone revealed her concern. Kat nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, but I shall exercise caution. Tomorrow's mission is crucial for both myself and Konoha. A complex wave of emotion surged within Tsunade as they walked side by side in the dimming twilight, the streets now largely deserted. Tsunade, Cat's voice emerged gently. Tinged with a barely perceptible tenderness, there is no need to worry about me. Losing someone dear in battle is not the duty of a ninja. Yet it is precisely because we live in a world where death is ever present that I strive to fight for peace. I hold a deep love for this village, for my comrades, and thus I wish to protect them. Ever since my sister's passing, this conviction has been my guiding light through the endless darkness. I aspire to become Hokage, to be the guardian of all, for being Hokage is my dream. Tsunade listened intently, her gaze fixed upon Kakashi's unwavering eyes and gentle smile, which seemed to overlap with the memory of the late Sh. She clutched the necklace in her hand, a relic of Sh, and in that moment, a new resolve blossomed within her. She approached Kakashi slowly and tenderly placed a kiss upon his forehead. Kakashi, I hope you will accept this, Tsunade whispered, as she gently laid the necklace in his hand. With the dawn of the next day, to ensure the flawless execution of Kakashi's spirit transformation technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen granted the medical ninja Tsunade permission to join the four-man team tasked with confronting Hanzo of the Salamander. Kakashi's spirit transformation technique was akin to a razor-sharp blade, capable of traversing the battlefield regardless of distance, weaving through enemy lines. Upon striking the foe's soul, he could swiftly complete the precise embodiment, eliminating his adversaries without a trace. Not only could he control the bodies of his enemies, but he could also whisper into their minds, tormenting them to the brink of death. Thus, like Hanzo of the Salamander, Kakashi became a fearsome legend in the annals of the Ninja World War. Many among the Konoha ninjas believed Kakashi to be the most likely candidate to inherit the title of the fourth Hokage after the Second Ninja World War. His valor, wisdom, and a heart ablaze with the desire to protect his village and comrades stirred deep admiration. Deep within Konoha, hidden in the shadows of the root, an organization nurtured to serve Danzo. An unusual atmosphere pervaded the air. Danzo, with his left eye and arm bound in bandages, sat in the shadows, concealing secrets unknown to others. His demeanor was grave as he listened to his subordinates report on Kakashi's team's movements. Lord Danzo, Kakashi's team is already set out. A member of the Umbu whispered. Excellent, continue your surveillance, Danzo replied, his voice as cold and somber as ice. Relay this information to Hanzo. If he has no opportunity to eliminate Kakashi, then you shall act from the shadows and resolve him. But, Lord Danzo, another Umbu member hesitated. We have heard that the spirit transformation technique possesses strong sensory capabilities. While the soul has keen perception, Danzo interrupted, his tone chilling, the original body, once the soul departs, cannot sense its surroundings. At that moment, the body becomes an empty shell, utterly defenseless, and then you may strike. A calculating glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. Having nurtured his confidence for 2 decades, his thirst for power burned within him like an unquenchable flame. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen tragically fall in this war, he would have the opportunity to ascend as the fourth Hokage. In contrast, Kakashi, a promising youth with rising renown and prowess in Konoha, would merely serve as an obstacle on his path to Hokage. Remember, Danzo's voice resonated once more. Actions must be swift and clean, leaving no trace behind. Let Kakashi's demise be perceived as a seemingly accidental heroic sacrifice. Understood. Chapter 91. The heavens envy the talented in the Rain Country. A somber sky enveloped the secret haven of Mihiko and Konan. Within this sanctuary, far removed from the clamor of the world and the ravages of war, a white Zetsu emerged stealthily from the earth beneath Uchiha Hikari's feet. With an air of casual ease, it greeted, Hikaru, I have located Hanzo. He is currently engaged in battle with Tsunade and a ninja named Kato Dan. Kato Dan. Uchiha Hikaru furrowed her brow, the name striking her as enigmatically unfamiliar. A ninja skilled in the art of intangibility, he stood as a formidable force for Konoha in this fierce conflict. Ju's words shattered the silence. And upon hearing news of his sister, a flicker of concern and resolve flashed in his gaze. Hikaru, I wish to seek out sister. Uchiha Hikari's gaze met that of Ju, and a flicker of determination passed through her eyes. Very well. Her words were succinct yet powerful as she turned to White Zetsu, commanding, lead the way. However, just as she prepared to depart with the body flicker technique, Yahiko's voice suddenly resonated, interrupting her movements. Please wait. There was a hint of hesitation in Yahiko's tone, his eyes lingering on Uchiha Hikari, as if he had a multitude of unspoken words to share. Konan, standing beside her, grasped Uchiha Hikari's hand, her eyes brimming with concern. Uchiha Hikare's gaze shifted between Yahiko and Konan as she quietly awaited their words. Though I am unaware of your true prowess, if you regard us as friends, we too wish to lend our support, Yahiko expressed earnestly. Could you perhaps guide us and teach us ninjutsu? He continued. Once we acquire the ability to stand on our own, we will undoubtedly be of assistance to you. Faced with this unexpected request, Uchiha Hikari fell into a momentary silence. She was acutely aware of the perils of the battlefield, particularly the treacherous domain of Hanzo. I can teach you ninjutsu, but not at this moment. Uchiha Hikari replied with a serious and resolute tone. The battlefield ahead is fraught with danger, and I cannot lead you into such risks. Before Yahiko and Konan could respond, the forms of Uchiha Hikari, SH Suk, and White Zetsu vanished like phantoms from the base, leaving only a faint ripple of chakra in the air. Nagato's tears slipped silently down his cheeks, reminiscent of raindrops in the land of rain, quiet and sorrowful. Yahiko and Konan exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them as they began to pack their belongings. Yahiko, Konan, what are you two doing? Nagato inquired, puzzled. We are going to pursue Kei, Konan declared with conviction. Both Yahiko and I are orphans of war. We have witnessed too many promises made, only to be broken. We cannot simply wait. Destiny is something one must strive to seize. Yahiko took over, his eyes glimmering with hope for the future. Konan is right. Nagato, you need not remain in tears. Mere weeping cannot alter our circumstances, much like this nation that perpetually weeps in the rain. I too wish to change this country, just as Kei does. With that, he picked up his bag, stating, I have never relied on mere words. I act. However, to realize this dream, strength is essential. Thus, I must take Kei as my mentor. Let us go, Yahiko. Konan packed provisions that could last a while. We will pursue Kei. Uncle, Auntie, Nagato. The supplies in this base are for you. Please take care of yourselves. Wait. Nagato's voice rang with determination as he stepped in front of Yahiko and Konan. I wish to join you. I, too, want to grow stronger. You cannot, Nagato. Your parents would never agree to let you go. Kushina's voice carried concern. Mom, Dad? Kei has saved our family more than once without asking for anything in return. I am Kei's friend, and I wish to do something for her. Nagato's voice trembled. I am sorry, he exclaimed, gripping Yahiko and Konan's hands tightly as the three of them rushed out of the base, plunging into the torrential rain of the land of rain. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the rain, leaving behind an infinite yearning for the future and an unwavering belief. The rain seemed to cheer them on, applauding their bravery and perseverance. Under the baptism of rain, the hearts of the trio were tightly intertwined, embarking on a journey in pursuit of strength and the transformation of their destinies. In the rain country stone plains, torrential downpours continued to fall, resembling a lament echoing through the heavens. Upon this land, shrouded in rain and battle clouds, a massive salamander gracefully glided over the battlefield, with Hanzo, the seasoned salamander sage, standing silently atop it, unmasked unlike other ninjas, becoming a unique and striking presence amidst the toxic battlefield. Suddenly, an almost invisible specter, like a ghost, emerged from the toxic mist of war, aiming directly for Hanzo's head. However, Hanzo reacted swiftly, forming seals with one hand, employing the body flicker technique, his figure vanishing like a wraith, deftly evading the specter's assault. So this is what they call the spirit transformation technique? Hanzo's voice dripped with scorn. Such tactics were truly the underhanded schemes of petty rogues. How could one like this ever hope to be my equal? What a grand jest. Hanzo evidently held a disdainful view of underhanded tactics, and the keen insight and exceptional skills of the top-tier ninja enabled him to navigate the confrontation with Cat Dan with remarkable ease. No wonder he is revered as a demigod in the ninja world. Indeed, he is a formidable opponent, Cat Dan mused, a newfound respect for Hanzo blossoming within him. From the onset of the duel, Hanzo showcased his distinctive combat style. With the intelligent support from Danzo, he skillfully exploited the unique environment of the hidden rain village, utilizing the rain and toxic fumes to render his movements elusive, flitting about like a phantom. Even though Cat Dan's spirit transformation technique allowed him to easily evade Hanzo's physical strikes, Hanzo remained unperturbed in the face of it. He understood that while Cat Dan's technique could shield him from direct attacks, it demanded an immense expenditure of chakra. Adjusting his tactics, he adopted a more conservative strategy, cleverly utilizing the environment and misdirection to force Cat Dan to expend even more chakra to maintain his ethereal state. As the battle wore on, Cat Dan began to show signs of fatigue. The relentless drain on his chakra imposed unprecedented pressure upon him. However, Hanzo was merely dancing on the edge of a blade, Should he reveal even the slightest opening, Cat Dan's technique could swiftly dispatch Hanzo. Just as Hanzo and Cat Dan were wholly engrossed in their duel, not far away, the camp of Tsunade's team was also rife with tension. The team members took turns guarding the corporeal form of Cat Dan in his spirit state, ensuring his safety throughout the conflict. "Tsunade, you haven't rested for a day and a night. It is my turn to keep watch," said a burly leaf ninja beside her with concern. "I can still hold on." Tsunade's voice, though tinged with fatigue, radiated an unwavering determination. She was reluctant to entrust the safety of Kato Dan to anyone else. "You are the medical ninja of our team. If you were to fall, our chances of survival would diminish significantly." The voice of her comrade bore an unassailable conviction. "Rest now. We shall guard Dan. Should anything arise, we will awaken you immediately." After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade finally nodded. Her eyelids grew heavy as she leaned against the tree trunk, swiftly succumbing to slumber. However, the seemingly concerned leaf ninja at her side curled his lips into a cold smirk and signaled discreetly. From the shadows, several ninjas clad in the attire of the leaf Zumbu, their faces obscured by masks, stealthily approached, their target being the unprotected Kato Dan. These Zumbu ninjas, donning root masks, moved with the grace of phantoms, their blades aimed directly at Kato Dan, swiftly delivering a lethal strike that ravaged his insides before vanishing into the night. Oblivious to the encroaching danger, Tsunade remained in her dream. Meanwhile, Kato Dan, trapped in a state of ethereal transformation, was unaware of the peril befalling his corporeal form. After executing their grim task, the tall man ruthlessly inflicted a wound upon his own arm, the crimson blood instantly staining his sleeve. He then hurled an explosive tag into the distance. As it detonated, a tremendous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night, rousing the three slumbering figures. "Damn it. We are under attack." The man's voice rang with a mix of alertness and fury. "What happened? What's going on?" Tsunade arrived in an instant, her gaze scouring the darkness, only to be struck dumb by the sight that unfolded before her. She beheld Kato Dan collapsed in a pool of blood, his life silently ebbing away. "Pull yourself together, Dan." Tsunade's voice trembled as she quickly knelt beside him, striving to rouse Kato Dan. He had fought to a standstill against Hanzo, intending to return to his body to replenish his chakra, but upon his return, he was confronted with the disheartening reality of his own decay. "Tsunade, I do not wish to die yet. There is so much I still need to accomplish." His voice was weak, yet it resonated with a profound yearning for life. "Do not speak," Tsunade commanded, her eyes wide with panic as she beheld his body, now bereft of a kidney. "I cannot perish in such a place." "It's all right. The bleeding has stopped. You will be saved, Dan." Tsunade endeavored to steady the tremor in her voice, attempting to instill confidence in Kato Dan. "Is that so? That is wonderful." His voice grew fainter, the flame of life appearing to flicker. "Dan, hold on. Dan, damn it, the blood must cease. Stop. I command you to halt." Tsunade's voice was filled with despair and helplessness as she pressed desperately against Kato Dan's wounds, striving to stem the flow of his life. "Cease. He's already gone," a companion gently urged, their tone laced with resignation. Tsunade, in a state of frantic disarray, gazed at the blood staining her hands, crying out in anguish. Chapter 92. Tsunade's resentment in that moment. Time seemed to freeze amidst the rain-soaked night, transforming into eternity. Within Tsunade's heart, guilt and anguish intertwined like an intricate web, as tears mingled with raindrops, blurring her vision like a shattered mirror reflecting an irreparable regret. On that blood-stained rainy night, she knelt beside Kato Dan, her hands stained with the harrowing crimson, akin to an indelible mark of guilt. She could hear the sound of her own heart shattering, echoing in the rain, becoming the most desolate and sorrowful melody of that night. "Shinju, you and Defei go save the others. I will retrieve those Umbu ninjas." A voice suddenly pierced through the forest, deep and resolute. "I understand, Xiao Guang," came the reply from another, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. In that moment of despair, two figures descended like meteors in the night sky, arriving quietly. Shinju, clad in a phase armor, charged towards Tsunade and Kato Dan with a swiftness that defied belief, as the healing chakra contained within the white Senju cells flowed like a life-giving spring, mending the wounds of Kato Dan's missing organs. Another figure, bearing a massive fan on his back, glided through the night like a specter, his speed so great that he left behind only fleeting shadows, pursuing the direction in which the Umbu ninjas had vanished. "Lord Shinju, how is this possible?" The tall man who had injured his arm exclaimed in shock and disbelief upon seeing the newcomer. Shinju paid him no heed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. would release transformed into sharp, resinous spikes, unhesitatingly piercing through the traitor's chest, bursting forth from his back like branches, pinning him to the ground. You traitor! Cease your pretense here. Tsunade, hearing that familiar voice, turned in disbelief. Her face, intermingled with tears and rain, was etched with shock and confusion. Shinju, I heard from Orochimaru that you were killed in an explosion. How can you be here? Tsunade's voice trembled and choked, filled with incredulity. Sister. Shinju's voice was gentle yet fervent, the murderous intent fading, replaced by the joy of reunion after a long separation. He embraced Tsunade tightly, as if to transform all past regrets and pain into the warmth and solace of the present moment. It was Xiaowang and Fei who saved me, he said with a light laugh, gratitude evident in his words. But let us not delve into that now. I must concentrate my chakra to help Fei restore Dan. With that, he knelt down, touching Kato Dan's wounds with his bare hands. The seamless cooperation between Shinju and Fei was nothing short of a match made in heaven. Utilizing the powerful Senju cells and cloned organs, they miraculously revived Kato Dan's life. Tsunade, the medical expert of Konoha, watched in utter disbelief. She had never witnessed such a method of healing, which seemed to transcend all her knowledge of medicine. Moments later, footsteps approached. The figure of Uchiha Hikari emerged silently from the shadows, bearing the lifeless bodies of 3 root Umbu ninjas, reminiscent of trophies from a victorious conquest. You are not Tsunade. Yet upon seeing Uchiha Hikari, memories swiftly returned to over a decade ago, to that encounter at the dumpling shop. Long time no see, Tsunade. Uchiha Hikari greeted her with a smile, casually tossing the bodies before the gathered crowd. These individuals are from the root of Konoha, subordinates of Danzo. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Why are they here? I witnessed it alongside Xiaokei. These people were responsible for injuring Brother Dan, Shju explained. His tone laced with indignation. Rather than elaborate, it would be more effective for you to see for yourself. The kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan gradually emerged in Uchiha Hikari's eyes as she cast a gem from the corpse of the root ninja at Tsunade's feet. You are Uchiha, and your appearance remains unchanged from over a decade ago, Tsunade observed skeptically, her confusion evident. Sister, Xiaokei is the legendary secret weapon of Konoha. The esteemed Lord Uchiha Hikari, Shju clarified, sensing Tsunade's doubt. Uchiha Hikari? The one that Mido often speaks of, closely connected to my grandfather? Tsunade felt ripples of recognition within her heart. The tales of Uchiha Hikari had warmed her spirit since childhood, illuminating her inner world. Even without a personal encounter, she understood the indomitable resilience and unwavering commitment to peace that Uchiha Hikari embodied. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari replied with a soft chuckle, the brilliance of her Sharingan shimmering. I am Uchiha Hikari. Some matters cannot be succinctly explained, but rest assured, we all strive for Konoha, for peace. A myriad of emotions welled within Tsunade as she gazed at Uchiha Hikari. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to set aside her doubts and astonishment. Was it the Sandaime and the others who unsealed you to come to our aid? Tsunade inquired. No, the scroll left in Konoha was a forgery. I have spent these past 10 years in the land of rain. Uchiha Hikari slowly revealed, sharing the truth of her betrayal by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Along with the clandestine research on the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, and the tragedies of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha-in, the Sandaime allowed such things to transpire? Tsunade's voice brimmed with disbelief and fury. Hiruzen is merely overly obsessed with protecting the village. That is understandable. However, Danzo's actions are utterly unforgivable, Uchiha Hikari asserted, gesturing to the gem at Tsunade's feet. What lies before you is the gem created by my ocular technique, containing the memories of these individuals. The truths you seek are all contained within. After speaking, Uchiha Hikari refrained from further words, allowing Tsunade the space to uncover the truth herself. With a sense of suspicion, Tsunade picked up the few luminous stones, and suddenly, determination surged within her as she began her investigation. In an instant, she grasped the entirety of the truth surrounding Kato Dan's ambush. A glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, as anger and resolve intertwined within her heart. Danzo, that old wretch. I shall return and ensure that the decrepit mummified elder pays dearly for his transgressions. With a fierce grip, she crushed the luminous stones in her hand, producing a resounding bang as they shattered into powder, scattering across the ground. Tsunade, it would be prudent for you to bury this matter deep within your heart. Currently, the power in Konoha is held by those stubborn elders. Should you recklessly reveal this, it would only invite trouble upon yourself. Uchiha Hikari was acutely aware of the internal power dynamics within Konoha. despite Tsunade being revered as a princess. The Senju clan had long since merged into the populace after losing its practical authority in the early days of Hashirama. She was merely a figurehead, renowned yet devoid of genuine power. Could this truly be the end? Though not a naive child, Tsunade understood the deeper implications of Uchiha Hikari's words. Yet a sense of discontent lingered within her. She would not allow this to pass quietly. That old thief Danzo would ultimately pay for his blood debts. The murderous intent in Uchiha Hikari's eyes resembled a profound night sky, concealing an unknown tempest, while Tsunade harbored a deep-seated hatred for Danzo as well. Her feelings paled in comparison to Uchiha Hikari's. After all, those she cherished were still alive, whereas Uchiha Hikari had long lost both his esteemed teacher and beloved student. This pain was indelibly etched into his heart. Tsunade, I propose that Kato-dan be sheltered with me for the time being, and Shinji should refrain from returning to the village. The group fell into a prolonged silence before Uchiha Hikari spoke solemnly. Why? If they are alive, wouldn't it be more appropriate to return to Konoha? Danzo dared to strike at Kato-dan outside the village. Returning to Konoha would only heighten the danger. He will not tolerate anyone obstructing his ascent to the position of fourth Hokage. Moreover, Kato-dan's ethereal transformation technique is crucial to Konoha. There will inevitably be times when the village will require his assistance, yet we cannot always be present to rescue him. Uchiha Hikari turned her gaze towards SHJu. And knowing that SHJu's aspiration was to become Hokage, she felt uneasy about allowing him to return as long as Danzo remained at large. Tsunade nodded in understanding. She was acutely aware that for the safety of both Kato-dan and SHJu, it was paramount to keep them under Uchiha Hikari's protection. The best way to safeguard the two most important individuals in her life. Chapter 93. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade and SHJu were enveloped in the atmosphere of their reunion. However, as Uchiha Hikari had indicated, SHJu was indeed unfit to return to the village at this time. After a moment of contemplation, she solemnly addressed SHJu. From this day forth, you must heed Lord Hikari's commands. I shall return to see you when the opportunity arises. Tsunade's words were laden with reluctance, as she planned to conceal the matters concerning Dan and SHJu in accordance with Uchiha Hikari's strategy while the remaining two ninjas and their party returned to Konoha. Wait a moment, Uchiha Hikari interrupted before their departure, her eyes activating the Manjiki Sharingan as she quietly erased the memories of the two ninjas beside Tsunade. Subsequently, she formed a summoning jutsu seal, safely placing the unconscious Dan within the protective confines of the toad's flesh wall. Is this the same summoning technique as that of Jiraiya-sensei? SHJu inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Ah, by the way, SHJu, you might not know this, but I am actually Jiraiya's mentor. Uchiha Hikari replied with a light chuckle, a hint of pride in her tone. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised to hear any news from you, Hikari. SHJu remarked with a bittersweet smile. Aren't you planning to see Jiraiya-sensei anytime soon? As long as the conflict between Konoha and Amigakure persists, we will undoubtedly have another chance to meet, Uchiha Hikari stated, her words imbued with certainty. With that, she took SHJu away from the battlefield. Let us adhere to our previous plan and seek out Hanzo first. In the stone plains of the Land of Rain, the curtain of rain fell like a veil. Hanzo stood amidst the downpour, his battle with Kato-dan having drained his stamina, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Within the mist of rain, Uchiha Hikari wielded a large fan, sweeping away the surrounding poisonous fumes and bringing a breath of fresh air to the battlefield. She and SHJu, enveloped by Akatsuki's cloak, gradually approached Hanzo. It has been a long time, Hanzo. Uchiha Hikari's voice resonated distinctly in the rain. Is that you, Teacher Hikari? Hanzo initially paused, then broke into a long-awaited smile. It has indeed been a while. You seem to have changed not at all. Was it Uraai-sensei who released you? Yes, I had originally intended to seize the opportunity of this ninja world war to gather tailed beasts. However, it appears that the major nations, in a tacit agreement, have refrained from deploying their tailed beast weaponry. It seems I have missed my chance this time. Uchiha Hikaru let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret reflected in his gaze. However, my own matters have become inconsequential. It is you, Hanzo, who has successfully guided the Rain Village to a position of equal standing with the 5 great nations, and for that, I am deeply gratified. This impending conflict appears to be a contest among the 4 great nations, yet, in truth, their covetous eyes are set upon the annexation of the territories of the Rain and Grass countries. Should they succeed, both nations would merely become the front line of their ambitions. The strife of the powerful shows little regard for the welfare of the people of the Rain country. Thus, I must rise to confront them in defense of our homeland. Hanzo's words bore a mixture of resignation and resolve. You have worked tirelessly, Hanzo, Uchiha Hikaru expressed with genuine concern. Hanzo, confronted by the seemingly childlike care of Uchiha Hikaru, felt a tumult of emotions within him. Now in his 40s, he responded with a complex expression, Teacher Hikaru, I am no longer a child in need of protection. I am now regarded as a demigod in the world of ninjas. Indeed, I apologize. This is merely a habitual flaw of mine, Uchiha Hikaru replied, scratching his head with an apologetic demeanor. However, as it stands, Iwagakure and Sunagakure are methodically retreating, and Konoha retains a significant combat force. In this contest among the three southern nations, it seems likely that victory will ultimately belong to Konoha. True. Yet, Teacher Hikaru, while Konoha may seem assured of victory, I believe we, the Rain Village, must leave them with an impression that is not easily disregarded. Do you have any plans? Hanzo pondered, his eyes glimmering with profound insight as if plotting an extraordinary counterattack. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade perhaps? Uchiha Hikaru murmured, his eyes alight with contemplation. Do you feel confident? I have faced those three before. They are merely fledgling youths and hardly worthy of concern, Hanzo replied with disdain. Nearby, the figure of Kage wrapped within the body of Akatsuki's Zetsu trembled slightly. Uchiha Hikaru took note of the situation and turned to Hans, suggesting, in that case, once war commences, it would be prudent to spare their lives. After all, they must return to Konoha bearing the reputation of the Land of Rain. Indeed, instilling psychological trauma proved to be a far more effective strategy than merely extinguishing their lives. Hans smiled knowingly, in complete agreement with Uchiha Hikaru's proposal. Tsunade brought the news of Cat Dan's demise back to Konoha, a revelation that struck like thunder, inciting the wrath of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as Uchiha Hikaru and Hans had analyzed, he wasted no time in dispatching his three most esteemed disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, to form an elite squad, vowing to confront Hans of the Salamander and penetrate the heart of Amigakure. However, all of this lay well within the expectations of Uchiha Hikaru and Hans. With the assistance of White Zetsu, no matter how Konoha strategized, they could hardly evade the ambush laid by Amigakure. Moreover, due to Hans' mastery of poison, even in the face of Konoha's assault, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade remained standing on the battlefield. Hans gazed at the three weary opponents before him and casually threw a kunai wrapped in explosive tags, a dangerous aura permeating the air. Orochimaru, with swift reflexes, evaded the blast, his form slithering away like a serpent. Tsunade reacted equally quickly, her immense strength smashing the ground and raising a rock slab to shield her from the lethal impact. Amidst the swirling dust, Hans began to weave hand signs, preparing for his next wave of assault. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "Over here." It was Jiraiya. Hans frowned slightly, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Was there truly someone who would alert their adversary during an ambush? Channeling his chakra, Hans unleashed the colossal tail of the salamander behind him, striking Jiraiya and sending him crashing through the mud, where he rolled helplessly before coming to a stop. Damn it, Jiraiya muttered as he slowly rose, covered in dirt yet with an indomitable fire burning in his eyes. Hans looked down upon the three, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. This war may very well lead to your victory, Konoha. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. I shall grant you mercy. We do not seek your pity. We are still capable of fighting. Jiraiya shouted, his voice brimming with resolve. Enough, Jiraiya, Tsunade softly urged, her eyes reflecting the weariness of reason. She understood some of the relationship between Uchiha Hikaru and Hans. Indeed, the three of you are formidable. To survive such a brutal conflict is no small feat from this day forth. I shall refer to you as the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, Hans stated solemnly, a hint of respect in his tone. As the price for your survival, bear the weight of your own honor henceforth. Hanzo spoke in a deep voice, expressing his admiration for the trio of young warriors before him. Among the multitude of adversaries, they stood as the only ninjas, alongside Kato, Dan, and Chio, capable of battling him until the very last moment. Although the Land of Rain had not tasted defeat in this conflict, the stark disparity in national strength compared to the Land of Fire rendered the ultimate outcome painfully clear. Despite the constraints posed by the Land of Lightning and the disturbances from the Land of Rain, Konoha had successfully repelled both Iwagakure and Sunagakure, maintaining its supremacy among the five great nations. Yet, for Hanzo, such matters had lost their significance. His sole pursuit was to bring peace to the people of the Land of Rain. He had never contemplated seizing land or resources through warfare. His participation in this battle was solely to elevate the Land of Rain to the status of an equal among the 5 great nations. Now that this objective had been achieved, the future of the Land of Rain would no longer depend on the whims of the other nations, facilitating their endeavors considerably. Chapter 94. The future front. A torrential downpour, akin to the weeping of deities, drenched every inch of the Land of Rain. Amidst the scarred ruins of battle, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan trudged through the mud, searching for traces of Uchiha Itachi, their hearts filled with a thirst deeper than the rain. Nagato, who would have thought you could boldly voice your dreams in front of everyone without fear? Yahiko's words were laden with admiration. It was because you first shared your dream that you inspired me, Nagato replied with a lightness in his tone. I spoke up because I refused to squander my life in this war-torn land. Moreover, I harbor an even grander dream, he continued. What dream? Nagato inquired, intrigued. To conquer the world, Yahiko declared, his eyes shimmering with fervor. If the entire world were in our grasp, we could dictate our own destinies, free from suffering and hardship. Conquer the world? Nagato responded with a blend of astonishment and anticipation. Indeed, this way we can honor our parents who gave us life in this land. Furthermore, if we conquer the world, we would be free to do as we wish, would we not? Yahiko elaborated, the spark of ambition flickering in his eyes. Wouldn't that make us akin to gods? Nagato mused, filled with dreams of the future. If only we could become gods, then wars would cease, and peace would reign in the world. Just as the trio reveled in their ocean of dreams, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from the nearby mountains. Powerful shockwaves sending them tumbling. Are you all right? Yahiko struggled to rise, concern etched on his face. Yes, Konan nodded, a flicker of resolve shining in her eyes. What is happening? There are ninjas fighting, and it seems to be Hanzo and the ninjas of Konoha. The 3 took refuge behind a rocky outcrop, cautiously observing the battlefield. Their hearts filled with shock. To have survived under Hanzo's command, they must be exceptionally strong. Nagato's voice was tinged with a hint of reverence. Yahiko cast a disdainful glance at Hanzo before turning to the 3 and stating, although I yearn for a mentor, I would not mind seeking out other powerful individuals if we cannot find Konohamaru. Nagato, Konan, let us pursue those 3. His words were imbued with unwavering determination. Wait, just as they were about to take action, a familiar voice echoed from behind, akin to a long-awaited gentle breeze, causing the trio to halt in their tracks. Nagato turned around, his heart soaring with joy as he discovered Uchiha Itachi, SHJ, and a long-haired man had somehow appeared behind them, instantly recognizing the 2. His delight was palpable. Konohamaru, SHJ, Yahiko and Konan also turned at the sound, and upon seeing the familiar figures, an indescribable excitement surged within them. The children could hardly contain themselves as they rushed forward, embracing each other tightly. Why didn't you all behave and wait for us at the base? Surrounded by fervor, Uchiha Hikari remained steadfast in her rationality, casting a reproachful gaze upon the 3. The proximity of commoners to shinobi is exceedingly perilous. Do you not realize how easily you could have been mistakenly slain? Apologies were uttered sincerely by Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, their heads bowed in remorse. Enough, Hikari. Now is not the time for reproach. We have pressing matters to attend to, SHJ interjected, aiding the group in extricating themselves from the situation. Indeed, you are correct. Uchiha Hikari responded, regaining her composure as she turned her gaze towards the battlefield beyond the mountains. Their battle has concluded. We must proceed. Shortly thereafter, the 6 arrived at the port of the Land of Rain, just in time to encounter the departing legendary 3 of Konoha. Wait, sister. SHJ's voice echoed from a distance as he approached, radiating urgency and excitement. Tsunade turned, her eyes landing on SHJ. Astonished to see Kato Dan and Uchiha Hikari among the 5 figures trailing him. Dan, you are unharmed? Her voice was laden with disbelief. Kato Dan nodded, a glimmer of relief illuminating his gaze. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's attention lingered upon the 2, curiosity and intrigue flickering in his eyes. Is that you, Jiraiya? He trembled, incredulity evident as he beheld the newcomers. Is it truly Teacher Hikari? Yet, a myriad of questions swirled within him, leaving him at a loss for words. It has been a long time. Jiraiya, Uchiha Hikari smiled as she approached the group, her tone earnest. I understand you all have many inquiries. How about I invite you to Rain Hidden Village as guests, where I can address your queries? The legendary 3 of Konoha exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Uchiha nodded, swiftly forming the hand seals for the summoning technique, transporting the group into the flesh of the great toad. Subsequently, she dispelled the summoning jutsu and employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly returning to the divine tower of Amigakure. When the group reappeared, they found themselves in a conference room atop the highest tower of the village. At the meeting table sat Hanzo of the Salamander, Uzumaki Yuta, the elderly Senju Tobarama, and a clone of Uchiha Madara, all seemingly waiting for quite some time. "Oh, is that you, Tsunade? You've grown so much," Tobarama remarked, his eyes softening with warmth as he gazed at his granddaughter and grandson, as if time itself had slowed to a gentle warmth in that moment. "Granduncle?" Tsunade's voice carried disbelief. She recalled Tobarama's warm smile from her childhood, and now, the once-deceased granduncle stood before her again, stirring a complex array of emotions within her heart. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us set aside pleasantries for the moment. I have summoned you here to discuss a potential alliance with Konoha," Uchiha Hikari stated, gently placing the fan she had carried against the wall, her gaze becoming serious as she looked at the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. "An alliance?" The three ninjas exchanged glances, puzzled by Uchiha Hikari's intentions. "Before we delve into the particulars of this collaboration, it is imperative that you understand certain matters," she continued, taking her seat at the head of the table, her Sharingan eyes shimmering with intensity. In an instant, she enveloped them in the illusionary realm of Tsukuyami that she had crafted, revealing the early history of Konoha. Recounting the truth behind the conflict between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as well as the betrayal that befell Uzumaki Mido, herself, and Kato Dan, leaving no detail unspoken. She even disclosed the looming threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan without reservation. "I see. So all your actions before and after this Ninja World War were in response to the threat of the Otsutsuki clan?" Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of understanding. "Indeed." Uchiha Hikari confirmed with a nod. "The current ninja world is rife with suspicion and animosity among the five great nations. Even if we were to publicly unveil these truths, finding allies would prove difficult. On the contrary, it could incite greater trepidation among the five nations, potentially leading them to unite against us. Then, what precisely does your proposed collaboration entail?" Orochimaru inquired, a note of curiosity and caution lacing his tone. In the depths of Uchiha Hikari's resolute gaze, a flicker of determination emerged. She inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "The valor demonstrated by the three of you during this war has rendered your names resounding throughout the shinobi world. I firmly believe that the future governance of Konoha will be firmly established in your capable hands. I hope that the future of Konoha can stand united with our village. Amigakure, on the front lines against the Tsutsuki clan. But according to your words, hasn't the Tsutsuki clan been sealed away for a millennium?" Tsunade's voice was laced with skepticism. "Not quite," interjected the clone of Uchiha Madara, his tone grave. "In the shinobi world, other members of the Tsutsuki clan remain hidden, as Madara had indicated." Tobarama took over the conversation. "For the past 20 years, Madara and I have been covertly investigating intelligence regarding the Tsutsuki clan. In one of the relics belonging to Kagaya Tsutsuki, we unearthed a startling truth." "What truth?" the assembly asked, curiosity piqued. "The Tsutsuki clan is a lineage of deities from another world. They have always arrived in pairs to plant the god tree. Although Kagaya has been sealed by the Sage of Six Paths, another member of the Tsutsuki clan remains concealed within the shinobi world, their whereabouts unknown." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the conference room became palpably tense. If such an adversary were indeed lurking, then no one in the entire shinobi world could stand against them. Chapter 95. Mido's critical condition. If such an enemy truly exists, what should we do? Jiraiya inquired, intrigued. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Uchiha Hikari's eyes. "Jiraiya, I have been sealed for a long time and have yet to convey the prophecy of the great sage Frog to you." "That's all right, Kei-sensei. I have already learned about the prophecy from Lord Shinsaku," Jiraiya replied, his tone light, his smile gentle, as if reassuring Uchiha Hikari. "Then you are aware of your mission, I presume?" Uchiha Hikari approached Nagato with solemnity. "According to the prophecy, the disciple you take under your wing is likely to become a ninja who will bring about a transformation in the future of our world. Currently, the only one possessing the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths is Nagato. He may very well be the child of prophecy. So you must guide him with utmost dedication." "I understand," Jiraiya said, his gaze tenderly resting on Nagato, his smile imbued with hope and encouragement. Uchiha Kagami turned to Tsunade, his tone imbued with a hint of gravity. "Tsunade, as I have previously articulated, the Hidden Leaf Village is presently shrouded in darkness. Noble individuals like Cat Dian and S.H. Ju, should they hastily attempt to take root in such a tainted soil, may well encounter misfortune. It is only when you have, one day, purge the village of its decaying forces, that the return of Cat Dian and Shju will be rendered safe. Tsunade nodded slowly, a flicker of resolve illuminating her eyes, as if she had firmly resolved her course of action. Uchiha Itachi's gaze ultimately settled upon Orochimaru. I have heard of your profound interest in the studies of life and ninjutsu. In my possession are numerous experimental specimens of Senju Hashirama's cells, along with the comprehensive knowledge of ninjutsu from both Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Should you find this intriguing, I would be delighted to invite you to join us in our scientific endeavors. Although the Hidden Rain Village possesses formidable ninjutsu capabilities, we are considerably lacking in talents such as yourself and Tsunade, who are adept in cutting-edge scientific technology. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he stood in silence. Uchiha Light's proposal stirred a tempest within him, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. There is no rush for your reply. Observing that Orochimaru remained silent, Uchiha Light gently parted her lips, a warm smile gracing her features, inviting you to visit the Hidden Rain Village whenever you reach a decision. As her words hung in the air, the others finally felt a sense of relief and departed from the realm of Tsukuyami. After reminiscing and deliberating, Orochimaru and Tsunade were the first to return to Konoha. Jiraiya, on the other hand, chose to remain in the Hidden Rain Village, where he collaborated with Uchiha Light to mentor Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagashi, imparting to them wisdom and skills. Madara continued his quest to uncover information regarding the Otsutsuki clan, accompanied by Kato Dan, as the spirit transformation technique proved invaluable for reconnaissance. Both harbored deep concerns for those they cherished, bearing the weight of a grave mission as they traversed the uncertain path ahead. Tobirama, now well past 50, had spent the last few years in the Hidden Rain Village. Alongside Uzumaki Yurui, 2 years prior, they welcomed a daughter into the world, naming her Uzumaki Kushina. From the moment of her birth, the Hidden Rain Village regarded her as a precious gem, with Hanzo and Yurui nurturing her as the future successor of the village. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Hikari gazed upon Nagato and the other children, now grown to the point of independence, and voluntarily proposed to seal herself once more. This time, she entrusted the descendants of the Uzumaki clan with the task of unsealing her when the opportunity arose to capture the tailed beasts in the future. Since his return to Konoha, the allure of Uchiha Hikari's invitation echoed persistently within Orochimaru's mind. The brutality of war had rendered him a witness to the downfall of countless comrades. However, unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, he chose not to express his emotions through sorrow, but instead attributed it all to the inherent fragility of life. This led him to cultivate an insatiable yearning for power and a pursuit of immortality. Life, he perceived, was delicate, easily shattered by external forces. Orochimaru was determined to discover a means to fortify existence, even at great cost, in his quest for eternal life. Driven by this obsession, he delved deeply into scientific inquiry, embarking on a thorough investigation of his own species, a process fraught with harrowing cruelty. Initially, with the tacit approval of Konoha, he employed volunteers as subjects, attempting to transplant the cells of Senju Hashirama in hopes of enhancing human limits. However, the experiments yielded disastrous results, incurring grievous costs. Faced with a succession of failures and sacrifices, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately issued a prohibition, completely abolishing the project. Yet, with preliminary findings in hand, Orochimaru and Danzo did not relent. They covertly amassed experimental materials, even resorting to the kidnapping of infants to continue their research. Following this, Orochimaru made 2 significant advancements. One was the Cursed Seal, and the other was the refinement of the Edo Tensei technique. The Cursed Seal originated from a place known as the Village of the Scales, where villagers occasionally fell into uncontrollable frenzies, undergoing bodily transformations and acquiring extraordinary chakra. In his studies of the Village of the Scales, Orochimaru discovered a unique chakra that could awaken human potential, albeit accompanied by unpredictable side effects, transforming individuals into monstrous beings endowed with immense power. By transplanting this enigmatic force, one could invigorate the human form like never before, amplifying strength and significantly enhancing regenerative abilities. Although it could not grant eternal life, it rendered beings less fragile. Nevertheless, the success rate of Cursed Seal transplantation was alarmingly low. Thus, Orochimaru's primary focus became the reduction of its lethality, striving to make this power more controllable. As for the Edo Tensei technique, he stumbled upon it in the sealing chamber of Konoha, where countless forbidden jutsu captivated him. including the formidable eight-headed serpent technique and the Edo Tensei left behind by the second Hokage. While elated, Orochimaru lamented that mastering all ninjutsu required a protracted investment of time and effort, while the lifespan of the body was all too brief. Once deceased, all endeavors would be rendered void. During his studies of Edo Tensei, his craving for immortality intensified, propelling him to accelerate his exploration of eternal life, seeking pathways to infinity within the confines of his finite existence. Meanwhile, upon her return to Konoha, Tsunade devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study of medical ninjutsu. Following the blueprint sketched by Dan, she brought unprecedented transformation to the medical field of Konoha. After years of dedication to medicine, Tsunade earned the esteemed title of Princess of Slugs, becoming the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. Fully aware that she could not yet wield significant political influence, she resolved to win the hearts of the people by saving more lives, never relinquishing her dream of bringing Dan and SHT back to Konoha. In the 36th year of the Konoha Chronicle, 7 years after the Second Shinobi World War, ominous clouds loomed over the village. The news of Uzumaki Mido's critical illness cast a shadow over Konoha, enveloping the atmosphere in tension, with worry and unease filling every heart. Should anything happen to Mido, it would herald the tumultuous return of the Nine Tails. Her grave condition plunged the entire village into despair. The Uzumaki clan ninjas, under the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen, were entrusted with great expectations. They immediately commenced their research into sealing techniques capable of smoothly transferring the Nine Tails to a new host. For days on end, they labored tirelessly, seeking a glimmer of hope. However, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan under Sarutobi Hiruzen were among the refugees who had fled in despair all those years ago. Possessing only rudimentary sealing techniques and lacking the innate talent of Uzumaki Kushina, faced with such a grave crisis, Konoha found itself at a loss. News spread rapidly, and the pressure of public opinion bore down heavily on the higher echelons of Konoha. Hiruzen returned to his quarters with a countenance as dark as storm clouds, silently gazing at the scrolls stored there. Was he left with no choice but to summon her? Chapter 96. Uzumaki Kushina outside Hiruzen's residence. The figures of Tika and Mitarashi Anko paced anxiously. Burdened by the weight of Konoha's predicament, they finally summoned the courage to knock on the heavy door. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? The situation is dire. Only by calling upon Lady K can we turn the tide, Tika urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Hiruzen's expression mirrored the oppressive sky, grave and somber. In the past, to protect Danzo, he had betrayed Uchiha Kagami, a betrayal that had pierced Kagami's heart like a dagger. Furthermore, Danzo's research had not only stagnated, but had also been completely halted, as everything seemed to spiral toward the worst possible outcome. He had failed to manage both matters adequately. At this juncture, if he were to release Uchiha Kagami, he could not assure that she would not take drastic actions. After all, she was also of the Uchiha clan, and her emotional fluctuations were unpredictable. After a tumultuous internal struggle and weighing his options, Hiruzen resisted the pressure from his colleagues and, with heavy steps, made his way to the intelligence department. He dispatched Eagle to send a plea for assistance in Uchiha Kagami's name to Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure, requesting the aid of the Uzumaki clan members to assist Konoha in sealing the Nine Tails within the new Jinchuriki. In Amigakure, upon receiving Konoha's plea, Hanzo smirked coldly. The esteemed third Hokage, reduced to such humility, he scoffed, finding it audacious that Hiruzen had the gall to seek help under the name of Lady K. He turned his gaze to Uzumaki Yuta, inquiring, Yuta, should we send someone to visit, considering that Uzumaki Mido is gravely ill? Is Aunt Mido gravely ill? Yuta's voice trembled as she swiftly took the letter, her vision blurred by tears that had begun to fall. We must go, she declared resolutely. We cannot allow Aunt Mido to face the cold confines of Konoha alone in her final moments. Mom, what is happening? Why are you crying? At that moment, the 9-year-old Uzumaki Kushina, her youthful face etched with concern, looked up at Uzumaki Yuta, her eyes filled with confusion. Kushina, go to your mother's room and bring the sealing scroll, the one that holds Lady K, Yuta instructed. Is that the scroll for little K? Kushina asked, her face a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Kushina, how many times must I remind you? K is your mother's teacher. You must address her with respect. But little K looks so young. Kushina pouted and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, hurried to her room. Moments later, she returned, cradling a scroll sealed with the Uchiha light. Uzumaki Yuta accepted the scroll, a flicker of determination gleaming in her eyes. Regarding the matter of traveling to Konoha, it would be prudent to consult Master K. As this situation pertains to the tailed beasts, Yuda deftly unsealed the scroll, and the figure of Uchiha K gradually materialized. The instant his eyes opened, he was greeted by the curious visage of Kushina. "Oh my, Kushina, you've grown so much," Uchiha K remarked gently, approaching her and playfully ruffling her cheek, a smile adorning his face. "Still as adorable as you were in your childhood. Be gentle, K. That hurts." Kushina pouted, her expression laden with grievance. "Master K, this child has been particularly rebellious lately. No matter how I instruct her, she refuses to change her ways." Uzumaki Yuda sighed in exasperation. "There's no need for concern. Children are inherently curious and persistent when it comes to novelty. Once I break the seal, she will naturally amend her behavior," Uchiha K replied with a reassuring smile. "By the way, have you summoned me at this hour regarding the latest intelligence on the tailed beasts?" Uzumaki Yuda's voice grew somber as she recounted the plea for aid from Konoha, each word weighing heavily upon her heart, akin to a stone pressing down. "Is that so? Mito-san." Uchiha K's expression shifted to one of complexity. The years spent sealed within the scroll felt to her like a prolonged slumber. Yet each awakening confronted her with the painful departures of those she cherished most, instilling a deep-seated fear within her. "Master K, are we truly going to Konoha this time?" Uzumaki Yuda inquired. Uchiha Light fell into a brief reverie, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. "It is imperative that we go. Albeit this time it shall be just myself and Kushina. The Hidden Leaf Village requires a new Jinchuriki, and we can seize this opportunity to reclaim the Nine Tails." "Is Teacher Light intending for Kushina to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" "No." Uchiha Light gently shook his head, his gaze softening as it rested upon Kushina. "She is merely a FAAD to lower the village's defenses. Otherwise, we would not even be able to meet Sister Mito." He tenderly stroked Kushina's head, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. "Furthermore, I will not permit Kushina to endure the agonizing scorn that accompanies being a Jinchuriki. But how shall we proceed? My brother entrusted me with the summoning contract of the Nine Tails before his passing. Once Sister Mito unseals it, I will summon the Nine Tails from a distance and use my ocular technique to control it, sealing it within my own body. Is it truly unnecessary for us to accompany you?" "No, it is not." Uchiha Light's tone was grave. "The internal affairs of the Leaf Village are intricate, and the fewer the number, the better. At that moment, I can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Kushina out. The more people involved, the more entangled I will become. If we are restrained, we shall all fall into peril." Her words served as an anchor, instilling a semblance of calm in Uzumaki Yuda. "I understand." Uzumaki Yuda nodded solemnly, turning his gaze towards Kushina. "Kushina, as we venture into the Leaf Village, you must exercise utmost caution and heed Teacher Light's instructions. Do you understand?" "Mother, do not worry," Uzumaki Kushina declared confidently, clenching her small fists. "I am strong enough to protect Little Light." "This child," Uzumaki Yuda sighed. "Little Light." At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing several familiar figures. "Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagashi, have you all come as well?" Uchiha Light turned his head, his eyes brimming with surprise and delight. "We heard you have been unsealed, so we naturally had to come and see," Nagashi said with a cheerful grin. "Is it truly unnecessary for us to accompany you?" Nagato inquired with concern. Over the years, he had honed his mastery of the Rinnegan to perfection. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Uchiha Light could not assert his dominance over him. Nagato was gradually revealing himself as a formidable force, following Hanzo of the Salamander. "Brother Nagato, do not worry if trouble arises. You can simply use that Shinra Tensei you demonstrated last time to obliterate the Leaf Village, can't you?" Kushina chimed in playfully, leaning closer to Nagato. "Kushina, do you mean to say that my Shinjutsu, Birth of the Tree World, pales in comparison to Nagato's Shinra Tensei?" Nagashi interjected, feeling a twinge of jealousy as his little sister seemed to favor Nagato. Yahiko also joined in, wearing a broad grin. "Kushina, do not fabricate tales out of fear of those two brothers. Deep down, you know that Brother Yahiko's water style is the most formidable, right?" "Yahiko, why are you joining in on the fun too?" Konan, with a hint of reproach, pinched Yahiko's ear gently. She sheltered Kushina behind her, her eyes brimming with affection. Yet she did not hesitate to cast a disdainful glance at the three competitive boys before her. The trio, intimidated by Konan's gaze, took a step back. Uchiha K stood beside Kushina, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Look at our little princess, so adored by her numerous older siblings." in the hidden rain village. She will undoubtedly walk with her head held high. Alas, if this continues, Kushina may truly be spoiled by their affection. Uzumaki Utai shook his head with a soft sigh, warmth shimmering in his eyes. In the future, if Kushina finds someone she loves, seeing her family members, each more formidable than the last, might just frighten him away. But Tai was already concerned about Kushina's prospects of marrying in the future. At his words, everyone burst into laughter, creating a cozy and relaxed atmosphere. Chapter 97, To Fill a Vessel with Love. Uchiha Itachi tightly grasped Kushina's delicate hand as they stood side by side before the imposing gates of Konoha. Uchiha Hikari quietly inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal into Kushina's palm, gently advising, Kushina, once you enter Konoha, should you sense any danger, simply channel your chakra into the seal, and I will be able to sense it. Do you understand? I understand, Kushina replied solemnly, nodding with determination glimmering in her eyes. As she stepped out of the rain village for the first time, the bright sunlight of Konoha filled her with a sense of wonder and anticipation. Before long, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a group of Umbu, arrived, and the gates of Konoha slowly opened before them. You are the new princess of the Uzumaki clan? Sarutobi's gaze was gentle yet scrutinizing as it settled upon Kushina. Yes, I am Uzumaki Kushina. I come representing the Uzumaki clan of the Rain Village to facilitate the transfer of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina stated with poise. Her steady tone and composure at the age of 9 capturing the attention of everyone present in Konoha. What a wise child, Sarutobi remarked with a light chuckle, shifting his gaze to Uchiha Hikari beside her. And who might this be? She is my attendant, responsible for my daily care. You may call her Nameless, Kushina introduced. But why does she wear a mask? Nameless suffered facial injuries in a fire. My mother, seeing her plight, took her in as a maid, Kushina explained, a hint of sympathy lacing her words. I see. Sarutobi nodded. Though questions lingered in his mind, he chose not to press further, to avoid past mistakes. Uchiha Hikari cleverly used Akatsuki's mask as a disguise, masking her own chakra with Akatsuki's, ensuring that even Sarutobi could not discern her true identity. Kushina. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a top-secret matter of our village. Your purpose here must remain absolutely confidential for your safety. Do you understand? Sarutobi's tone turned serious, concern evident in his gaze. I understand, Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Kushina replied, nodding gravely, her eyes resolute. Next, I will arrange for you to enroll in the Ninja Academy as an exchange student. Are you prepared? Sarutobi continued. Yes, I am ready, Kushina softly responded, her eyes sparkling with courage and determination. The news of Kushina's arrival in Konoha was strictly sealed as a top secret, known only to a select few high-ranking officials, including the third Hokage, while even the legendary 3 ninjas remained oblivious. This decision is aimed at safeguarding the future of the Uzumaki clan and is intrinsically linked to the safety of Konohagakure. Subsequently, Kushina and Uchiha Hikari were led to the residence of Uzumaki Mido. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a grand bed, adorned with a magnificent Uzumaki symbol at its headboard, a testament to the clan's glory and legacy. Seated at the edge of the bed was Uzumaki Mido, who, since the passing of Hashirama, had ceased to employ the Yin seal to alter her appearance. In that moment, she embodied the visage of a frail elder. Yet she remained resplendent in her iconic white kimono, exuding elegance that brought tears to Hikari's eyes. Mido slowly turned her head, her gentle gaze falling upon Kushina, and she beckoned her closer with a wave of her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Kushina approached Mido. Mido tenderly grasped Kushina's small hand. Her voice as warm as the spring sun. You have traveled a long way. It must have been arduous. She caressed Kushina's hair, her eyes brimming with understanding and compassion. We are both vessels of the Nine Tails. You must have felt shock, sorrow, and pain upon learning this, but it is all right. Here, you may confide your true feelings to me. Mido's words flowed like a soothing balm, easing the tension in Kushina's heart. Kushina, with clear and resolute eyes, shook her head and replied, Grandmother Mido, I am strong. I have so many people who love me. I do not feel sorrow or pain. Is that so? How wonderful. Mido responded, her smile radiating warmth akin to spring, her eyes filled with contentment. She then turned her gaze toward Uchiha Hikari, whose masked figure, despite revealing no true visage, conveyed an unmistakable inner turmoil. Mido extended her hand, softly inviting Hikari to come closer. Uchiha's heart was a tumult of emotions, feeling wary of Sarutobi Izashi's presence. She refrained from removing her mask, yet beneath it, tears streamed down her face. In the current Konoha, Even the simplest exchange in public had become a luxury for them. She quietly approached, and Mito gently clasped her hand. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. In an instant, the three of them were drawn by a mysterious force into a realm of heartfelt connection, a space that belonged solely to them, pure and authentic. Sister Mito, it has been so long. Uchiha K's voice resonated with the sentiment of a long-awaited reunion. It has indeed, little K. After all these years, you remain just as you were, Uzumaki Mito remarked, reflecting on how time had etched its marks upon her. Yet her care for K had remained unwavering. Sister Mito, I am sorry for not being able to prevent the tragedies in the Whirlpool Village. Uchiha K's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her words laden with guilt. No. It is I who should apologize, little K. Uzumaki Mito gently shook her head. I placed the burden of our clan upon your shoulders. I only sought your aid in times of need, yet failed to offer you support when you needed it most. Sister Mito, you need not apologize to me. Uchiha K lowered her gaze. Had it not been for your guidance, I would not have had the strength to pursue my dreams as I do today. My heart is filled with happiness. Moreover, are we not the best of friends? I would do anything for a friend without a hint of resentment. This is a lesson I learned from Boruto, and now I pass it on to you. Tears shimmered at the corners of Uzumaki Mito's eyes as she nodded gently. Moved by the depth of their friendship, Uchiha Light continued, Therefore, it is I who should apologize. Had I not compelled Hashirama to make that fateful choice, your destinies would surely have been different. It is I who caused Hashirama's demise, and it is I who forced you, Mito, to exist solely as the vessel of the Nine Tails. Not at all, dear Light, Mito replied gently. Although I have indeed lived the latter part of my life as the container for the Nine Tails, there are ways to find happiness even in such circumstances. It begins with filling the vessel of one's own heart with love. Thus, even as the host of the Nine Tails, one can attain joy. So, Mito, do you now feel happiness? Uchiha Light softly inquired. Vortex Mito smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with warmth. The dreams that Hashirama and I cherished have been beautifully passed on through you, and we both believe in your strength to persevere and make them a reality. Therefore, before Hashirama and I departed, we felt an immense sense of happiness. Uchiha Hikari pressed her lips together tightly, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. The spirit of Uzumaki Minato slowly approached, enveloping Uchiha Hikari in a warm embrace. Little Hikari, thank you for allowing me to see you one last time before my departure. I am also grateful that you still regard me as your closest friend. Entrusting the Uzumaki clan to you has been the wisest decision of my life. Truly, thank you. Little Hikari, as the final words lingered in the air, the spirit of Uzumaki Minato began to gradually fade, transforming into specks of light that gently dissipated within this ethereal realm. Uchiha Hikaru raised his head, gazing at the vast expanse of luminous screens above. Sister Mito, rest assured. The Uzumaki clan is no longer as it once was. It is now surrounded by a circle of steadfast friends for protection. Although Kushina is a little princess, she is not like you were in the past. She has never been constrained by the shackles of rigid customs and formalities. Every individual around her cherishes her deeply, and she is blessed with numerous friends. No one pressures her to grow stronger. Rather, her desire to improve stems from within her own heart. Therefore, you need not worry. She will surely blossom into a new princess capable of bearing the weight of her clan's legacy. In the words of Uchiha Hikari, there resided an unwavering resolve and a promise. She turned her gaze toward Kushina, her eyes brimming with tenderness. At that moment, Kushina was reduced to a small, weeping figure, possessing the ability to connect deeply with others from a young age. She had witnessed firsthand the profound emotions and stories shared between Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Hikari within the hearts of these three individuals. She had come to know everything there was to know about Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Hikari. Through her sobs, she softly called out, Hikari, what is the matter? Kushina? Uchiha Hikari inquired with concern, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. I can sense your feelings, and I understand that even until the very end. Mito-san remains deeply worried about the safety of Konoha. Although she harbors resentment towards the village, she cherishes the profound affection that Hashirama-sama held for it. Wiping away her tears, Kushina spoke with determination. I truly admire Mito-san, and thus I wish to share in her burden of responsibility. May I willingly become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari's expression turned to one of compassion. To become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails meant to bear the weight of others' fear and disdain, as well as to endure unspeakable pain and hatred. As a Jinchuriki, you would be perpetually monitored, restricted, and even deprived of the freedom to leave the village. Are you truly certain you wish to endure all of this? Uchiha Hikari's words were laden with concern. She was acutely aware of the weight of this responsibility and was loath to see Kushina endure such a fate. Kushina lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Obasan Mito taught me that my heart must first be filled with love. Even when confronted with insurmountable challenges, one can still discover happiness. I aspire to be that kind of person. Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath, tears glistening in her eyes. Kushina has grown up. Chapter 98. Kushina's talent. The ethereal curtain of consciousness gradually dissipated, and the two souls returned from their intimate realm to the reality that awaited them. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito lay feebly on the bed, the flame of life flickering perilously close to extinguishment. Within the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with alarm, shouting, "Everyone, prepare. The Ninetales is about to break free from its seal. What is there to panic about?" Kushina's voice resonated. As she emerged from the depths of the spiritual realm, her tone unwavering. "I shall inherit the seal of the Ninetales. Nameless, assist me." "Understood," Uchiha Hikari responded, her voice resolute. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Hikari positioned themselves on either side of Uzumaki Mito. Beneath the mask, Uchiha Hikari's Mangeki Sharingan quietly activated as she delved deeper into Mito's consciousness, encountering the Ninetales, ensnared by the sealing technique. "Obey me, Ninetales." With a mere glance from Uchiha Light's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the raging Ninetales fell into an eerie silence. "I am prepared," Uchiha Light murmured, his voice imbued with an undeniable confidence. "All right," Uzumaki Kushina replied with a smile, her hands swiftly forming seals as her cherry lips parted slightly. "Sealing technique. For symbol seal." With a sharp exclamation, she altered her gestures, and the power of the four-symbol seal began to gradually unfurl. It seemed as though invisible threads intertwined at her fingertips, a manifestation of the energy coalescing within the sealing technique. The four-symbol seal is a complex and intricate ninjutsu, typically employed to seal or control formidable chakra entities. As Kushina continued her movements, the intricate patterns of the seal began to glow, radiating rings of light that spread through the air like ripples of sealing energy. The Ninetales, trapped within Mito's body, began to manifest as the sealing power waned. "Cursed Uchiha, cursed brat of the Uzumaki clan." The Ninetales let out a final, defiant roar, its immense chakra transforming into a beastly cloak that enveloped Uzumaki Mito's lifeless form. The will of the Ninetales was subdued by Uchiha Light's ocular prowess, allowing Kushina to focus entirely on the four-symbol seal without expending additional chakra on the adamantine sealing chains. "The density of the Ninetales chakra is exceedingly high. Can you bear it, Kushina?" Uchiha Light inquired with genuine concern, his voice laced with worry. "It is somewhat challenging." Kushina gritted her teeth, yet her expression remained resolute. "If it becomes unbearable, I can apply another four-symbol seal, and together we can transform the sealing technique into the 8-trigram seal." Uchiha Light's voice hinted at profound anxiety. "It seems we have no choice," Kushina remarked, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she offered a wry smile. "Without Mito's guidance, relying solely on my strength, I can only seal a portion of the Ninetales within." "Then let us commence." Uchiha Light and Uzumaki Kushina moved in perfect synchrony, adopting the same posture and forming identical seals to execute the four-symbol seal technique. 8-trigram seal. 8-trigram seal. The tailed beast cloak surrounding Mito was drawn in as if by a black hole, swiftly surging into Kushina's abdomen. The chakra of the Ninetales, equivalent to the cumulative power of multiple tailed beasts, was so immense that it surpassed Uchiha Light's comprehension. Even the 8-trigram seal, formed from the combination of two four-symbol seals, could not immediately contain the Ninetales entirely within Kushina's body. There is no other way. Uchiha K once again activated her Mangeki Sharingan, inscribing the mark of the 8,000 spears upon the abdomen of Uzumaki Kushina. She intended to absorb the excess Ninetales chakra into her four-symbol seal through the 8,000 spears. However, after a period of absorption, she discovered that the initial capacity of the seal could no longer accommodate the influx, and she could not help but lament inwardly. Had she allowed for more space when inscribing the runes, the circumstances would have been vastly different. Left with no alternative, she resorted to partitioning the surplus Ninetales chakra, sealing a portion within the Ein seal on her forehead, while temporarily storing another portion within the 8,000 spears of her Mangeki Sharingan. As the tempest within the room gradually subsided, The wild and untamed aura of the Nine Tails finally dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached slowly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Had she succeeded? Uzumaki Kushina, drenched in sweat and slumped on the ground, bore a relaxed smile upon her lips as she gave a thumbs up. There should be no issues. She gently lifted her garment to reveal her abdomen, where the intricate 8-trigram seal, formed from the overlapping 4-symbol seals, was clearly visible, akin to a new life emblem imprinted upon her fair skin. Uchiha Hikari stood to the side, a sense of contentment and pride emanating from beneath his mask. Kushina's prodigious talent was astonishing at the tender age of 9. She could single-handedly suppress half of the Nine Tails chakra. Excellent. Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated with solemnity. From this day forth, you shall officially become the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Konoha will duly register your identity. Henceforth, you will be a member of Konoha, enjoying the unwavering protection of our Umbu ninjas. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina curled her lip in disdain, casting a scornful glance at the masked ninjas before her. These individuals panic at the mere mention of the Nine Tails rampage. I have no need for their protection. I have my own strength. Her words were blunt and forthright, leaving the Umbu ninjas momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone grew serious. There are certain matters I must clarify with you. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, your existence is crucial to maintaining the balance of tailed beasts among the villages. Thus, any future excursions outside the village must be reported to Konoha in advance. From this moment on, you are not only the princess of the Uzumaki clan, but also a property of Konoha. While you may enjoy certain privileges in the Land of Rain, everything will be different here. Kushina was well aware of these regulations, yet she paid little heed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, for she knew that whenever she desired, she could summon Hikari to use the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk her away. Her decision to remain stemmed from a yearning to personally experience the allure of Konoha, as safeguarded by Mito, and to understand what made it worthy of such affection. With that in mind, the school's instructors will take you to register at the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Lord Hokage, how should we arrange accommodations for Miss Kushina? Uchiha Hikari's voice, muffled beneath his mask, was both respectful and cautious. Konoha had no shortage of vacant houses. However, considering that Kushina would be attending the Ninja Academy, it was essential that no attendants accompany her. Let us select a suitable residence for Kushina together, he proposed. Very well, replied Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, Uchiha Light and Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced their quest to find a residence for Kushina that was both secure and comfortable. They traversed the streets and alleys of Konoha, meticulously evaluating each potential abode, striving to create an environment that would safeguard her while also allowing her a sense of freedom. Chapter 99. Picking up the child from school, Kushina followed her teacher into the Ninja Academy, and as she entered the classroom, she was immediately enveloped by the gaze of numerous wide-eyed children, their expressions brimming with curiosity. She let out a soft huff, pondering to herself how remarkably naive the village children were. It was rather trivial, after all, to make such a fuss. Her gaze swept across the faces before settling on a boy who stood out among the rest. With his golden hair and blue eyes, he appeared almost otherworldly. Yet amidst the sea of blank stares, he exuded an unusual calmness, as if he sensed her extraordinary nature and regarded her with a tranquil curiosity. A subtle smile crept onto Kushina's lips, and she silently commended him for being rather decent. The teacher, somewhat awkwardly, introduced her as a new student, seemingly unaware of her name due to the village's stringent confidentiality protocols. With a slight smirk, Kushina boldly proclaimed, I am Uzumaki Kushina, remember it well. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. Some marveled at her unique hair color, while others began to whisper, and a few even resorted to mockery. That hair is utterly outrageous. How can anyone have such red hair? How much dye must that require? The teacher hurriedly attempted to restore order. All right, everyone, quiet down. But Kushina could no longer contain herself. You lot, if you have an issue with my hair, meet me in the square after class for a one-on-one. Though she was regarded as a princess in Amigakure, the reason the village children refrained from provoking her was not merely her title, but her formidable strength. Did you hear what she said? An outsider, so arrogant, does she think she is the Hokage? Someone taunted, but Kushina merely smiled with indifference. What is so remarkable about a Hokage? She scoffed, recalling Sarutobi Hiruzen's flustered demeanor in the face of the Nine Tails. In her heart, she felt disdain. A Hokage was nothing special. Since you are all so terrified of the Hokage, I shall become the first female Hokage of this village." Her declaration fell into a profound silence, as the crowd regarded her with a mix of complex expressions, seemingly weighing the authenticity of her proclamation. Among them, the golden-haired boy rose slowly, his voice gentle yet resolute. "I too wish to become a Hokage recognized by the village. Let us strive together." "What a softy, utterly unreliable. How could someone like you possibly become Hokage?" Kushina scoffed, rolling her eyes at his response, perceiving him as foolish. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the atmosphere outside the classroom remained anything but relaxed. A newcomer from another village, insisting on becoming Hokage, certainly exhibited peculiarities. "Tomato. Yes, from this day forth, you shall be called Tomato." With a plump, round face and bright red hair, she indeed resembled a tomato. The children pointed at Kushina's hair, laughing as they bestowed upon her this new moniker. "How could a tomato possibly become Hokage? I utterly detest tomatoes," one child declared. "Me too. If there's a tomato in my salad, I leave it all behind." How could such an unpopular tomato ever gain the villagers' approval? Listening to their taunts, a surge of unnameable anger ignited within Kushina. She scanned the group, her gaze colliding once more with that of a blond boy, who wore an expression of indifference, merely observing her in silence. An inexplicable irritation brewed within her. "Oh, Tomato's face has turned red." Suddenly, a child tugged at her crimson locks, teasingly exclaiming, "It's harvest season. Come gather the fruits." This provocative remark instantly thickened the air with tension. "Who are you calling Tomato?" Kushina gritted her teeth and seized the audacious child, asserting, "Let me clarify. I loathe tomatoes just as much." With an explosive burst of energy, she spun the child like a top, sending nearby children tumbling in disarray. "If you dare mock me again, calling me Tomato, you'll regret it." Kushina lifted one child and gave him a thorough thrashing. During the scuffle, her eyes met the blonde boy's again, who was grinning at her. Irritated, she shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Startled by her outburst, the boy turned away, no longer daring to look her way. Kushina pummeled all the boys who had called her Tomato, leaving them with bruised faces resembling overripe tomatoes. From that day forward, her classmates dubbed her blood-red chili pepper, a name that suited her rather well. In the evening, Uchiha Itachi, donning a mask, quietly stood by the swing at the school's entrance, awaiting Kushina. From a distance, he observed the other children avoiding Kushina, wary of crossing paths with the fierce blood-red chili pepper. As they walked home together, they chatted about the day's events at school. "Kushina, did anything happen at school?" Itachi inquired with concern. "Nothing significant. Just taught a lesson to a few who mocked my hair." Kushina replied with a smile, her small fist clenched in pride. "It seems I needn't worry about you being bullied at school," Itachi remarked. "I've already relayed the information back through the communication frog. Everyone in Amigakure is quite concerned about you. I heard you were confined in Konoha, and Nagato intended to retaliate against the village, but thankfully, Konan and the others intervened. Nagato, you truly are making a fuss over nothing. How could such a feeble village, as delicate as bean sprouts, ever bully me?" Kushina scoffed, wearing an expression of disdain. Has Kushina encountered anyone she fancies in class? Uchiha Hikaru attempted to shift the topic. "Classmates, there isn't a single decent one among them. They pale in comparison to the quality of ninjas from our rain village." Kushina expressed her dissatisfaction, utterly baffled as to what Mito Grandma found appealing about this place. "Kushina, although many care for you, having a few peers of your age is always advantageous," Uchiha Hikaru patiently advised. "After all, you can rely on each other and progress together. Even rivals can be beneficial to oneself. Those few guys in my class." Kushina shrugged, the image of a golden-haired boy flashing through her mind. "I doubt it will work out." "Kushina." Uchiha Hikaru gently patted her head. "Arrogance is a ninja's greatest foe. One must never underestimate any opponent, as it is fundamental for survival in the ninja world. I spoke with the parents earlier and heard that there are a few exceptionally talented geniuses in higher grades. Names like Fugaku and Keich. There are always those better than oneself. One must not become too complacent. Then I shall seek them out for a challenge tomorrow." Upon hearing Uchiha Hikaru's words, Kushina's eyes lit up with excitement. Uchiha Hikaru was momentarily taken aback. This child's personality is indeed unique. Yet, seeing the determination in her eyes, he couldn't help but smile. This spirit is an indispensable quality for becoming an outstanding ninja. Chapter 100. The greatest matchmaker in the ninja world. As the school season commenced, the village of Konoha was adorned with a splendid display of cherry blossoms, resembling a picturesque painting. Kushina and Uchiha Hikaru stroll side by side along the cherry blossom path of the village, petals dancing gracefully in the wind, akin to pink snowflakes carpeting their path. Kushina extended her hand, delicately catching a few falling cherry blossoms, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Little Hikaru, I find myself increasingly enamored with the scenery of the Land of Fire. Her eyes sparkled with joy at the new environment, unlike the Land of Rain. Where it rains incessantly, here the flowers are vibrant and captivating, mesmerizing to behold. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari sighed softly in the Land of Rain. My clothes always take days to dry. She couldn't help but recall the relentless downpours of her homeland, secretly vowing that one day, that land would welcome a prolonged stretch of sunshine. As they immersed themselves in the beauty of the cherry blossoms and their aspirations for the future, a brown-haired boy emerged from behind a cherry blossom tree, followed by a tall young man, strolling towards them. They cast a teasing glance at Kushina and Uchiha Hikaru. The tall young man stepped forward with confidence, fixing his gaze directly upon Kushina. So you are the one who always makes my brother cry. His words were laced with inquiry and provocation. Kushina cast a sidelong glance, her fingers lightly tapping toward the brown-haired youth beside him. Isn't it he who instigates me every time? Clearly timid as a mouse, he should refrain from seeking trouble. A hint of disdain colored her tone. The tall young man, upon hearing this, puffed out his chest, pointing proudly at his Konoha forehead protector. I am a genin. Quite formidable, wouldn't you say? He shook his fist with unwavering confidence. If you dare to bully my brother, I shall teach you a lesson. Faced with this sudden challenge, Kushina wore an expression of incredulity, exchanging a glance with Uchiha Kagami, a glimmer of mockery dancing in her eyes. Little Kagami, may I eliminate him? Uchiha Hikari pressed her forehead in exasperation, waving her hand dismissively. Of course not. Just give them a good lesson and send them on their way. There was a hint of frustration in her voice. How dare they underestimate a ninja? The tall young man was completely incensed by their attitude. He suddenly drew a kunai and hurled it towards Kushina. The weapon traced a silver arc through the air, ultimately embedding itself in the ground beside Kushina, failing to touch her even slightly. A genuine kunai? Hikari's eyes narrowed as her Sharingan ignited beneath her mask, an aura of murderous intent surging forth. As a ninja, you should understand what it signifies to draw a kunai against an ordinary person, correct? In her eyes, chakra coalesced into a vortex, and the black flames of Amaterasu seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Wait, Hikari, there's no need to go that far with someone like him. Kushina swiftly grasped Hikari's hand, pulling her behind her. You just told me not to take a life, yet now you're ready to unleash carnage? Apologies, when emotions surge. My ocular abilities tend to activate reflexively. Hikari sheepishly scratched her head. Indeed, the Uchiha lineage could be quite vexing at times. Kushina stepped forward, fixing her gaze on the tall youth. A genin from Konoha? Why do you look like an old man? How many years have you been a genin? What did you say? The tall youth appeared bewildered. For someone like you, one hand is sufficient. Before he could react, Kushina vanished, instantly reappearing in front of him. With a precise elbow strike, she struck his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. However, the figure on the ground transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique? Kushina reacted swiftly, retreating hastily, but at that moment, the man's figure suddenly materialized behind her, delivering a strike towards her neck, sneering. You didn't even notice the substitution technique. You really are just a child. Humph, Kushina scoffed, a cold smile curling at her lips. In the next instant, her crimson hair seemed to come alive, entwining around him like countless slender ropes, binding him tightly. Oh, isn't that Jiraiya's wild lion's mane technique? Hikari exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Kushina's remarkable skill. Damn this red hair, it's as tough as fishing line. The man struggled, his voice filled with resentment. Kushina turned her face, her gaze icy, locking onto him. I will never forgive anyone who insults red hair. With a surge of chakra, the bindings of the wild lion's mane tightened further. She unleashed a flurry of punches, followed by a fierce kick, sending him hurtling away. I've turned into a blood-red pepper. A brown-haired boy, witnessing the scene, was so terrified that he fled in panic. The tall youth, now sprawled on the ground, clumsily rose, casting a spiteful remark. You outsider, don't even think about becoming Hokage in our village. Having spoken, he fled the scene with a look of panic etched upon his face. Humph, this village is filled with spineless individuals. Kushina brushed off the dust from her attire, her crimson hair gradually returning to its former glory. Yet, not entirely. Kushina, Uchiha Hikari chuckled softly, raising her hand to point towards the cherry blossom tree nearby. Following her gaze, Kushina noticed that the blonde-haired boy from their class had quietly perched himself upon a branch without her noticing. A frown creased Kushina's face. Is it merely because I am an outsider that he wishes to hide away and witness my embarrassment? The blond boy hesitated. Words caught in his throat. You must be thinking that, Kushina asserted, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Not at all, Kushina. Uchiha Hikari gently placed a hand on her shoulder, speaking softly. That boy has been watching you with concern. He likely wishes to assist. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Kushina's face, as she had not anticipated that amidst the disputes, someone had been silently attentive to her safety. Uchiha Hikari softly spoke. Dear classmate, since that is the case, would you kindly take us to admire the cherry blossoms? We are from a distant village and are not quite familiar with this place. You must know where the most splendid cherry blossoms bloom, right? Of course, replied the golden-haired youth, gracefully leaping down from the tree with a gentle smile, extending his hand. I am Namake's Minato. I look forward to your guidance. I am Nameless, a servant of Kushina. Hikari introduced herself, extending her hand to lightly grasp Minato's. Beneath her mask, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Why does this chakra feel so familiar? With his golden hair and blue eyes, could it be? Hey, Kushina interjected, stepping closer to Minato and scrutinizing him. Why do you always look at me with that cheerful grin in class? Because you are unique and incredibly strong. Minato replied with a smile, exuding an air of innocence. Your flattery is top-notch. No wonder the girls in class are all around you, Kushina scoffed, rolling her eyes. Now, lead the way. After the blossoms, we still need to grab a meal. Sure, Minato said as he walked ahead to guide them. Just as Kushina prepared to follow, she suddenly noticed Hikari standing still, seemingly frozen in place. The mask obscured Hikari's expression, so Kushina leaned closer, waving her hand before the holes of the mask, asking, Little Hikari, what's wrong? Why are you not moving? Hikari snapped back to reality, turning to see Kushina standing beside Minato. Suddenly, with uncontainable excitement, she blurted out, When are you two getting married? This unexpected question left both Kushina and Minato momentarily stunned, engulfing the atmosphere in an awkward silence as they struggled to comprehend Hikari's peculiar train of thought. After a brief pause, Kushina regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she fervently retorted, Who would marry this effeminate guy? Wait, Hikari exclaimed, panic rising in her eyes. Minato is definitely not effeminate. He is truly remarkable. Kushina, you should reconsider. Kushina, your friend is acting rather strangely today, she observed, a suspicious glint in her gaze as she scrutinized Hikari. You aren't concocting some bizarre scheme, are you? Uchiha Hikaru felt beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. That is not the case. You are overthinking it, Kushina. Then why do you praise a stranger's excellence, and even encourage me to marry him? Kushina inched closer, intent on removing Uchiha Hikaru's mask. Faced with Kushina's probing questions, Uchiha Hikaru scratched her head, awkwardly lowering her hands, her fingers intertwining restlessly across her chest. She silently lamented, realizing that Boruto might be the child of these two individuals, although she longed to forcefully unite them at this very moment. She understood that pressing too hard might provoke a negative reaction from them. If, by chance, Boruto were to vanish, she would have nowhere to grieve. As the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, Minato cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Since we are to enjoy the flowers, let us set off. Otherwise, this splendid moment will not last. Yes, let us go, Kushina nodded, walking side by side with Minato, while Uchiha Hikaru silently trailed behind, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Chapter 101. Resolving the QB's disturbance. A new vessel. I can sense your fear, which binds you more than it does me. It is you who must break the seal and allow me to liberate you. Cold sweat drenched Kushina's forehead as she jolted awake from her dream. The figure of the QB swirling like a nightmare, its massive shadow incessantly urging her to unbind the heavy seal. What troubles you, Kushina? Uchiha Hikaru entered the room, her eyes filled with concern. You do not look well. The QB. It has been persistently urging me to unbind the seal in my dreams. Kushina curled up, her voice low. This creature is restless once more. Uchiha Hikaru's Sharingan quietly activated. Kushina, look at me. Kushina lifted her gaze, and Uchiha Hikaru's eyes seemed to pierce through her, and in the next moment, she found herself within Kushina's mental realm. The bound QB, upon seeing Uchiha Hikaru, exploded in fury, thrashing violently. One day, I will annihilate all of you little brats. QB, can you not be still for once? Uchiha Hikaru sighed. You wail like a baby at night. Who has the time to entertain your ruckus? If you find it bothersome, Why not unbind the seal? That way, this girl need not be trapped in this village, rife with barriers and surveillance, every day. Oh, you still care for Kushina? Uchiha Hikaru expressed surprise, realizing that, as a fellow-bound spirit, the Kyuubi had developed a sense of empathy. Who would pity that little human girl? I simply wish to escape this accursed place. The Kyuubi roared, its voice filled with resentment and fury. You surprisingly are not so forthright, Uchiha Hikaru chuckled. If you truly wish to leave, I could assist you. After all, my attachment to Konoha is no longer as profound as it once was. Are you willing to help me escape this place? It would not be difficult to aid you. However, have you considered where you would go after being unsealed? Anywhere would be better than here. The Nine-Tails disdainfully curled its lip, seemingly having never considered the matter at hand. Uchiha Hikaru remarked, I dare say that even if you manage to escape, a multitude of ninjas from various countries will soon be in pursuit of you. Presently, the sealing techniques across nations are advancing, making it nearly impossible for tailed beasts to resist. Do you truly believe this will intimidate me? No, I do not seek to frighten you. Rather, I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? The Nine-Tails inquired. Indeed, Uchiha Hikaru nodded. However, to establish a cooperative relationship, we must first earn each other's trust. Ninjas like myself and Madara, who possess formidable ocular techniques, harbor no fear of you tailed beasts and do not regard you with the disdain or terror that others might. Uchiha Kei strolled gracefully towards the Nine-Tails, slowly raising her arm and extending her fist towards the creature, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented resolve and sincerity. One day, I shall grant you your freedom and, with the collective might of the Land of Rain, protect you. However, it is imperative that upon your departure, a portion of your chakra remains within Kushina, ensuring her safety, for the extraction of a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki inevitably leads to the latter's demise. Why should I trust you? The Nine-Tails scoffed, disdain evident in its gaze. You have existed since the era of Otsutsuki Kagaya and are undoubtedly aware of her training grounds. The true waterfall, are you not? Uchiha Kei met the Nine-Tails' gaze unwaveringly. How does this little girl know Kagaya's name? The Nine-Tails was taken aback, a flicker of caution crossing its eyes. Enough of the chatter. If you wish to uncover the truth, then let us clash fists, Uchiha Kei replied, impatience lacing her tone. Humph. With a dismissive grunt, the Nine-Tails lightly tapped its massive paw against Uchiha Kei's fist. In an instant, their memories intertwined like crashing waves, their secrets laid bare before one another. A somber realization flickered in the Nine-Tails' eyes. It comprehended the gravity of the lurking Otsutsuki threat within the ninja world. If Uchiha Kei's memories held any truth, then its capture by the Otsutsuki and subsequent transformation into the Ten-Tails' sustenance was merely a matter of time. The Otsutsuki are a common enemy to us all. Currently, only our village, Amigakure, is preparing to confront them. Can you place your trust in me now, Kurama? Uchiha Kei spoke candidly. Humph, you do not appear to be lying, Kurama replied, a subtle acknowledgement glimmering in its eyes. Uchiha Light's proposal illuminated a potentially viable path for the Nine-Tails' survival. Thus, shall we delve into the matters of collaboration? Uchiha Light suggested. In truth, Kushina is merely a child. There is no need for you to be at odds with her. Moreover, should you choose to collaborate, you could effortlessly unravel the mysteries of the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular techniques, thereby alleviating any sense of helplessness when faced with our Uchiha clan in the future. The Nine-Tails fell into silence, yet a glimmer of acquiescence flickered in its eyes. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Uchiha Hikaru offered a faint smile, his figure gradually fading from view. Please wait a moment. I shall summon Kushina. When he reappeared, Kushina stood at his side. Little Hikaru, what were you discussing just now? Kushina inquired, her gaze fixed warily upon the Nine-Tails. Kushina. First, use your technique to release the Nine-Tails from its binding. Being impaled like that causes it immense pain, which is why it disturbs your sleep, he suggested. However, wouldn't that compromise the seal on the Nine-Tails? Kushina expressed her concern. Rest assured, there will be no issues this time. Uchiha Hikaru reassured her with a smile. Though filled with doubt, Kushina's trust in Uchiha Hikaru compelled her to act. Release. She swiftly formed hand seals, and with her soft command, the massive stake piercing the Nine-Tails vanished in an instant. The colossal beast descended gently from the stone formed by the cataclysm, quietly resting before the two. Little Hikaru. Kushina murmured, a hint of fear in her eyes as she instinctively retreated behind Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha Hikari gazed at Kushina, her thoughts drifting back to her experience on the giant tortoise island, where she too had once been engulfed by a similar fear in the face of numerous colossal beasts. She tenderly stroked Kushina's hair and gently remarked, Kushina, whether it be a person or a tailed beast, one should refrain from hastily judging by appearances. Oftentimes, unwarranted fear of the other can inadvertently inflict harm upon them. For there are entities whose exterior may appear fearsome, yet their hearts are filled with kindness. Upon hearing this, Kushina turned her gaze toward the quietly resting Ninetales, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Is it truly so? The Ninetales offered no response. Instead, it opened its large mouth and let out a languid yawn, addressing Uchiha Hikari. After finally liberating myself from that predicament, do what you must swiftly. For now the pain has subsided, and once this is over, I shall retire to slumber. Observing this, Uchiha Hikari smiled encouragingly. Kushina, do you not possess the ability to connect with others? Go on, exchange a fist bump with the Ninetales. With a slight bite of her lip and a swirl of complex emotions, Kushina stepped forward. Noticing the Ninetales' lack of reaction, she quickened her pace. Her small palm gently brushed against the Ninetales' furry paw, and in that instant, she felt an unprecedented warmth envelop her. Their emotions intertwined at that moment, akin to a drop of clear spring water falling into the heart of a lake, creating ripples that spread outward. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Kushina's eyes as she sensed the Ninetales' intricate and profound feelings, along with its loneliness and yearning for freedom. Uchiha Hikari stood aside, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She understood that this marked the beginning of a transformative relationship between Kushina and the Ninetales. A budding understanding and trust between them. The ability to connect heart to heart allowed this world, rife with hostility and misunderstanding, to forge a bridge between souls through a mere fist bump. Chapter 102. Spiral. This young girl is a descendant of the feather garment, and her chakra resonates harmoniously with mine. The voice of the Ninetales resonating deep and powerful, tinged with a subtle excitement. However, she has only just sealed this power and has yet to fully adapt. For now, she can only borrow a fraction of my strength. Incredible, Kurama. Your chakra is no longer suffused with endless resentment as it once was. Kushina murmured softly, feeling the delicate changes within her body. As if the entire world had become brighter and warmer in the fleeting moment her eyes closed. Immersed in the warm and potent chakra of the Ninetales, she experienced a vigor unlike any before, a force that not only dispelled the shadows of her spirit, but also brought forth an unprecedented vitality. This power was akin to the most radiant sunlight of spring, warming her body and awakening all life around her in an intangible manner. As the Ninetales' chakra flowed, the wooden furniture in the room appeared to be stirred by this energy, undergoing subtle transformations. Tender sprouts bravely emerged from the crevices of the wood, vibrant and green, as if the entire room had been imbued with life. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, noting that she seemed to be adorned in a robe of chakra. An overwhelming sense of emotion swelling within her. This wondrous connection was a profound resonance that transcended flesh and form. How wonderful! Kushina, Hikari's voice brimmed with reassurance and joy. From this day forth, you need not expend chakra daily to maintain the seal. Now, Kurama shall feel no more pain, and you can enjoy sweet dreams. Her words were filled with care and tenderness for Kushina. Kushina suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned to Kurama, offering an apology. I am so sorry, Kurama. For the excessive actions I took against you before, I truly regret it. Humph. Kurama huffed dismissively, ignoring the two as if swatting away bothersome flies, casting them out of his mental realm. I shall sleep now. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Uchiha Hikari turned her gaze towards the window, where two masked Umbu ninjas had long been stationed in the trees beside her home, silently conducting their surveillance. Due to the unique status of the Jinchuriki, Kushina was confined to the protective barrier in the heart of Kanahagakure, her daily routine limited to a monotonous cycle between home and school, which left her feeling somewhat stifled. One of the Umbu ninjas approached the window and inquired, "What are your plans for today?" "I need to report to my superiors. We intend to visit Lady Mito's former residence," Uchiha Hikari replied. Before she could finish her sentence, the Umbu ninja vanished in an instant, his speed astonishing. Kushina leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Hikari, are we going to visit Grandma Mito's old home?" "Yes," Uchiha Hikari nodded. "During my time as an advisor in Konoha, I visited there almost daily. After I was sealed, I was also placed underground there, making it almost like a second home to me." Uchiha Kagami, accompanied by Kushina, arrived at the right side of the Hokage building, where a towering structure, grounded on a spiral staircase, came into view. Uchiha Hikaru gazed upon the ancient stronghold of the Uzumaki clan, his eyes swirling with a myriad of complex emotions. The Uzumaki held the art of sealing in high esteem. Yet this formidable power had also been exploited by others. In those turbulent times, they struggled like drowning souls caught in a vortex. Decades prior, this place thrived in splendor. But now, only a handful of Uzumaki clan members remain in Konoha. A tinge of nostalgia colored Uchiha Hikaru's voice, as if he were recounting the passage of an era. As they passed through the grand entrance, inspired by the design of the Meishin Gate, the hall's floor was adorned with a massive swirl motif. Long neglected, just quietly cloaked every corner. Occasionally, a few curious children would ascend the spiral staircase of the tall tower, infusing this serene space with a touch of vitality. Uchiha Hikaru held Kushina's hand, guiding her up the spiraling staircase. Reflecting on the past, she recalled the time spent here with Tobirama and Sister Mito. Their voices tinged with nostalgia as memories unfurled like a delicate tapestry in her mind. Kushina softly remarked, "Mother once mentioned that many of her sealing techniques were taught to her by you, Hikaru." Indeed, it was true, yet I learned much from Sister Mito as well. Uchiha Hikaru offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that the chakra of the Uzumaki clan easily harmonized with the swirling currents of nature. Unlike your clan, renowned for its vitality and sealing techniques, I, as an outsider, faced considerable challenges during my initial studies. However, it was precisely this gift that led many Uzumaki ninja into the throes of conflict. It was only in your mother's generation that circumstances began to improve, thanks to you, Hikaru. In truth, I owe far more than this. Uchiha Hikaru lightly scratched her head, her tone laced with self-reproach. Noticing Hikaru's melancholic demeanor, Kushina deftly shifted the subject, inquiring, "Did you and Grandma Mito design this place together?" A hint of shame flickered across Uchiha Hikari's face. No, the majority of the concepts originated from Sister Mito's hand. At that time, I was preoccupied with institutional construction and could not devote much attention to it. The design here is indeed quite peculiar. Yes, I believe Sister Mito aimed to create a space that not only showcased the glory of the Uzumaki clan, but also instilled a sense of belonging among its members. This building should be the embodiment of her dreams. Each time I ascend these steps and gaze upon the whirlpool below, I reflect that although the whirlpool appears unchanged in its flatness, as we ascend the spiral staircase, the scenery visible through the stairway windows is in constant flux. Perhaps Sister Mito's original intention in creating this building was to encourage the Uzumaki clan not to remain stagnant, but to adapt to the tides of the era and continually forge ahead. What lies at the end of the staircase? A curious glimmer sparkled in Kushina's eyes. It is the dream shared by Sister Mito and me. Uchiha Hikari smiled, her words imbued with warmth and longing. She took Kushina's hand, and together they raced toward the pinnacle of the building, standing side by side, gazing upward. In the past, whenever she and Sister Mito felt sorrowful, they would come here to look up. Is this your dream? Kushina's gaze lingered on the stone statue of Hashirama embedded in the cliff, filled with curiosity. Sister Mito and I are unlike Hashirama and Madara. We do not pursue endless strength. We simply yearn to stand alongside those who radiate warmth like the sun and become their steadfast support. Uchiha Hikari's words were soft, yet resolute. If Hashirama and Madara cherished the viewing platform on the cliff, then Sister Mito and I cherish this tower's peak, from which we can behold the entirety of the cliff. Uchiha Hikari sat on the stone edge of the rooftop, quietly observing the cliff. How wonderful, Kushina sighed. Uchiha Light slowly raised his head, his gaze fixated upon the faces of the three Hokage carved into the cliff. Kushina, in the future, you may find yourself standing at the pinnacle of the era, yet we, the denizens of the Hidden Rain Village, cannot remain by your side forever. Thus, you must learn to ascend alone amidst the whirlpool of fate, seeking that love which is uniquely yours. I hope that in the future, you will behold a landscape starkly different from the present. Kushina's gaze traversed the right side of the third Hokage's visage, landing upon the blank canvas of unwritten history. In a moment of innocent understanding, she nodded. Chapter 103, Kushina under attack in the distant hidden cloud village, beneath the grandeur of thunderclouds. The third Raikage clashed fiercely with the Eight Tails. This man, heralded as the mightiest spear, transformed into a dazzling flash of lightning on the battlefield, each leap intertwining with the roar of the Eight Tails. His speed was such that he could sever a portion of the beast's tail before the thunderous explosion of tailed beast bombs. The battle raged from dawn to dusk, then from nightfall to morning light, lasting a full 3 days and nights. The chakra of both combatants seemed inexhaustible, yet in truth, they had both reached their limits. At last, in a lightning-fast exchange, the third Raikage, wearied, revealed a vulnerability, his speed diminished, and he fell alongside the Eight Tails, inadvertently allowing the lightning in his hand to graze his own chest, leaving behind a deep scar. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the setting sun bled crimson. painting the horizon in a magnificent hue of red. Uchiha Hikari sat alone in the tranquil confines of her room, the warm tea in her cup exuding a subtle aroma. Yet her heart remained as serene as still water. Suddenly, the surrounding air rippled with faint disturbances as the presence of uninvited guests stealthily approached. In the corner of Uchiha Kei's eye, a fleeting crimson shadow darted by, instantly activating her sage mode, which precisely detected the lurking observers akin to a radar. With a swift movement, she traversed like lightning, silently dispatching the enemies that approached her with a thunderous force. Nevertheless, her intuition revealed that the eyes in the shadows had not vanished. The undetected ninjas concealed themselves even more profoundly. Rising to her feet, she gracefully approached the window. Directing her gaze towards the direction of the Ninja Academy, where Kushina was about to conclude her classes. Uchiha Hikari harbored concerns that this might merely be a ruse to draw her away, swiftly extracting the gemstone from the individual at hand for meticulous examination. The Umbu and spies of the Cloud Village? She murmured, despite having acquired numerous sealing technique scrolls in the aftermath of the war. The Cloud Village faced a formidable dilemma, the lack of suitable Jinchuriki. The criteria for selecting a Jinchuriki were exceedingly stringent, requiring not only immense chakra but also a robust physique capable of withstanding the ferocity of tailed beasts. Consequently, the higher-ups in the Cloud Village turned their attention towards Konoha. Discreetly contacting Danzo and investing substantial resources in pursuit of information regarding the Uzumaki clan. Danzo accepted the funds, fully aware that he was oblivious to the exact whereabouts of the exiled Uzumaki clan. However, this matter was well known to Kushina Izumaki and her guards. While Danzo was filled with curiosity towards the guards surrounding Kushina, he also coveted the power of the Nine Tails. Following Danzo's explicit orders not to engage the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Cloud Village shifted its focus towards Uchiha Hikari. Their scheme involved coercive interrogation and abduction to ascertain the location of the Uzumaki clan. I see. So this is directed at me? Upon realizing that Kushina was not the target, Uchiha Hikari resolved to swiftly deal with this unwelcome intrusion. In an instant, her figure vanished from the room, leaving behind only a faint trace of tea fragrance. Amidst the clamor of the Ninja Academy, Kushina's laughter resembled the chime of delicate bells, echoing through the corridors. Today was a particularly momentous occasion for her. She had not only successfully passed her graduation examination, officially ascending to the rank of Genin, but had also made a unique friend, Uchiha Mikoto, through a rather humorous misunderstanding. During the graduation ceremony, her attention was drawn to a figure in the corner of the classroom, characterized by long, inky black hair, strikingly similar to Uchiha Hikari's. Little Hikari, Kushina exclaimed with delight, mistakenly believing that Uchiha Hikari had come to the school to celebrate with her. She hurried over, intending to envelop little Hikari in a warm embrace to commemorate this special day. However, as she approached, she realized her error. The girl before her was a classmate with whom she had never conversed. Oh, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. It's quite all right, Uchiha Mikoto replied, waving her hand dismissively. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them, yet a gentle smile adorned Mikoto's face as she softly remarked, "You must be Kushina, right? I often hear Fugaka speak of you. He says you possess remarkable strength." "Well, I suppose I manage," Kushina replied modestly. Kushina felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the reason a boy focused on her was not her beauty, but her strength, which stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. The girls of her age quickly opened up, and through their lively exchange, they discovered astonishing similarities, a shared yearning for the world of ninjas, a deep appreciation for friendship, and an indomitable spirit of perseverance. Subsequently, amidst the training grounds, in the quiet corners of the library, and during their after-school chats, the laughter of Kushina and Mikoto resonated like the most enchanting melody throughout the ninja school. Bursting with joy, Kushina bounced her way home, eager to share her delight with Uchiha Light. Cherry blossom petals drifted down the dusky street, adding a touch of crimson to her happiness. "I'm back, little Light," she called out cheerfully, anticipating a response from Uchiha Light. "Huh, little Light, isn't here? How strange." Kushina's sensory abilities, enhanced by the Nine Tails chakra, were usually incredibly sharp. Yet today, she failed to detect the presence of Uchiha Light and the Umbu ninjas. Just as doubt crept in, an unusual aura suddenly filled the room. Where there should have been a wall, a vibrant autumn forest materialized, starkly contrasting with the bright spring scenery outside. Kushina was taken aback. "Hey, useless girl. Don't let such a simple illusion fool you." In her consciousness, the Nine Tails flicked her forehead, awakening her alertness. Instantly, Kushina regained her composure and noticed 3 cloud ninjas lurking in the dark corners of the room, their cunning smiles unsettling. She sensed that the chakra fluctuations of these 3 ninjas had reached the level of elite jonin. Faced with such formidable opponents, her current strength was evidently insufficient. Without hesitation, she executed the body flicker technique, attempting to escape outside and evade their pursuit. However, how could a mere Genin S speed compare to that of 3 elite jonin? She was on the verge of being caught. "Girl, your speed is too slow. Let me handle this." The voice of the Ninetales echoed within her like a thunderclap. The next moment, her eyes transformed, revealing crimson slit pupils and distinctive eye markings. The atmosphere around Kushina shifted dramatically, and her clothes seemed to come alive, morphing into a golden feathered cloak adorned with black magatama and swirling symbols, enveloping her like battle armor. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered beneath her feet. The power of the Ninetales erupted within Kushina, her speed becoming akin to a golden flash of lightning. As she raced through the forest, the trees retreated in her wake, leaving behind a blur of shadows. Was her speed comparable to that of lightning release ninjutsu? The ninjas of the hidden cloud were taken aback. Chapter 104, Sweetness Unveiled. Amidst the undercurrents between the hidden cloud and the hidden leaf, an unseen game was quietly unfolding. Although the hidden cloud had ostensibly forged an alliance with Danzo, the inherent animosity between the 2 great nations meant that neither would fully yield to the other. To this end, the hidden cloud meticulously devised a plan, splitting their forces into 2 factions. One aimed at abducting Kushina's guards to gather intelligence, while the other lay in wait, determined to capture Kushina herself, ensuring that this operation would not end in failure. Beneath the moonlight, which cast a silver sheen over the dense forest, a young boy sat quietly upon a massive rock. His skin was dark, his physique robust, akin to a beast poised to pounce. He was AI, the descendant of the 3rd Raikage and a prodigious talent of the hidden cloud, in a bid to enhance the success rate of this extraction of the Jinchuriki. The hidden cloud spared no effort in dispatching him into battle. As the retrieval team streaked through the woods like a meteor, AI instantly took note, his form transforming into a gust of wind as he swiftly zeroed in on Kushina, charging forward. Kushina, aware of AI's approach, quickened her pace. Despite possessing the formidable power of the Ninetales chakra, her mastery over it was still rudimentary, and her control remained unrefined. AI astutely detected this weakness, a confident smile gracing his lips, akin to a cheetah pursuing its prey with breathtaking speed. Relentlessly pursuing, AI maximized his speed advantage and quickly caught up to Kushina. "Your speed is commendable, but you are still far from enough." His voice resonated in the wind, laced with provocation. His body flickered with lightning-like agility as he delivered a powerful kick to Kushina's back. Kushina staggered, losing her balance and rolling several times on the ground. Rising with reluctance, a fierce determination sparkled in her eyes. Along her path, she discreetly tore off strands of her red hair, scattering them behind her in hopes of leaving a trace for the Umbu. Yet, even having distanced herself from the barrier for quite some time, the Umbu had yet to arrive, causing a flicker of despair to rise within her. Simultaneously, the mark left by Uchiha Hikari loomed like a silent abyss. Responding not at all to the chakra Kushina infused, stirring an unsettling dread within her, had Hikaru encountered misfortune? To still be standing after succumbing to my lightning release technique, indeed. "The Uzumaki clan is remarkable," AI remarked, a look of surprise crossing his face as he gazed at Kushina, excitement flaring in his eyes. Swiftly forming hand seals, he conjured a lightning clone that matched his stature, the 2 of them encircling Kushina. "Double lightning release, my strongest technique. If you can withstand it, perhaps I might spare you," he declared. As the words left his lips, both A's simultaneously sprang into action, channeling an immense surge of lightning release chakra through their limbs. The impending elbow strike came forth with the swiftness of thunder, nearly tearing the very fabric of the air. However, in that critical moment, a golden-haired figure suddenly emerged from the thicket, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens. It was Minato Namikaze, wielding a kunai, who arrived in the nick of time to pierce A's chest at the moment of his greatest vulnerability. Cursing under his breath, A was compelled to restrain himself, gripping Minato's hand tightly, while his lightning clone found itself ensnared by Kushina's golden arm, infused with the chakra of the Ninetales, rendering it immobile. Back to back, Kushina and Minato stood united, steadfastly withstanding A's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Minato seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive kick that sent him flying. He then turned his face, concern etched on his features, and inquired about Kushina's well-being. "Are you hurt?" Upon hearing his voice, Kushina unleashed her Ninetales cloak, obliterating A's lightning clone. As she turned her head, the clouds that had obscured the moonlight dissipated, revealing the silvery glow. Beneath its radiant light, she beheld Minato's face. A visage both familiar and gentle, akin to the dawn's first light. "I have come to save you," Minato whispered softly, his tone imbued with tenderness. A warm surge coursed through Kushina's heart, a smile crept onto her lips, and a blush colored her cheeks, yet her gaze betrayed a hint of bewilderment. The Nine-Tails chakra mode was proving taxing for her still maturing form, and in the next moment, she felt herself on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Observing her plight, Minato's heart raced with urgency, and he activated his body flicker technique, swiftly cradling her in his arms and murmuring, "It's all right now." With that, he securely lifted Kushina and leapt to the treetops, vanishing like a gust of wind. "Hey, wait." Kushina found herself flustered by this sudden princess carry. Yet warmth blossomed within her. Under the moonlight, she noticed the strands of crimson hair in Minato's hand, which served as a vivid reminder of the trail she had left behind. Realizing her gaze, Minato chuckled lightly. "I noticed it quickly because it's such beautiful hair." Kushina's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, pouting. "Humph, you never came to rescue me before, because I know full well how strong you are." "Both in power and spirit," Minato replied, coming to a halt atop a sturdy branch. However, this time, the conflict between the villages is different from the petty skirmishes of the past. "So," Kushina inquired. "So, I do not wish to lose you." Minato's voice was gentle and sincere, as a breeze tousled his hair. Kushina gazed at him intently and gently pressed, "But I am merely an outsider." "I do not see you as an outsider. You live in Konoha, and you are one of its comrades," Minato responded with a warm smile. "Furthermore, my dream is to become Hokage, and of course, I must protect those who are most important to me." The most significant Kushina gently bit her lower lip, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn, overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of warmth and excitement. In that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of safety and importance. Every word spoken by Minato was like a gentle spring breeze caressing her heart, filling it with sweetness. Minato's words seemed to possess a magical quality, compelling Kushina to believe that he could indeed realize that distant dream of becoming the Hokage who would protect Konoha. Kushina realized that her feelings for Minato had become uncontrollable, as fresh and pure as the morning dew of early winter. This was indeed the cherished emotion that both Kei and Granny Mito held dear. And now she finally understood how fortunate she was to arrive in Konoha, to become a Jinchuriki, and to meet Minato. A profound sense of fulfillment spread within her heart. "Granny Mito, my heart's vessel is now overflowing with love," she whispered softly. The moonlight, gentle as water, bathed the two of them. A tear glided silently from the corner of Kushina's eye, tears of emotion, tears of happiness. She nestled quietly in Minato's embrace, as if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving only the harmonious and warm rhythm of their heartbeats. The gentle breeze in the forest seemed to soften, lightly tousling their hair, as if bearing witness to their love. With a blissful smile gracing her lips, Kushina felt as though she had glimpsed a beautiful future in her dreams. Minato, gazing at the slumbering Kushina in his arms, was filled with tenderness. He understood that from this day forward, his life would bear an additional weighty responsibility, as well as a precious emotion to cherish. He must pursue his dreams with even greater determination. For now, he was not just living for himself, but for Kushina, and for the future they would share together. Chapter 105. The third great ninja wore the moonlight, like water, spilled into the forest. Two figures stood quietly, observing a young couple embracing under the moonlight. "Hey, why do you not allow me to intervene and stop those cloud ninjas?" Jiraiya leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, hand resting on the ground, his puzzled gaze directed at Uchiha. Uchiha Hikari removed her mask, and beneath the moonlight, a hint of reproach glimmered in her eyes. "Oh, foolish apprentice. No wonder you cannot win Tsunade's heart." She gently shook her head. In truth, Uchiha Hikari had arrived long before, but as she was about to intervene and assist Kushina, she witnessed Minato anxiously urging their teacher, Jiraiya, to hasten. Upon seeing this, a spark of inspiration struck her, prompting her to restrain Jiraiya and allow Minato to independently carry out this romantic rescue. Under the moonlight, the embrace between Minato and Kushina stirred memories deep within Uchiha Hikari's heart. She seemed to return to that dungeon, where Boruto had once emerged like a beacon, bravely rescuing her. Now, Kushina was accompanied by the Guardian of the Nine Tails, along with Jiraiya and the presence of Minato Namikaze, having also forged a friendship with Makoto Uchiha, filling her days with laughter and joy. After much contemplation, Uchiha Kagami resolved to seal herself once more. She advised Jiraiya to remain vigilant regarding Danzo's actions and then requested Kushina to seal her within a scroll to carry with her. This maneuver served dual purposes. It would lead Danzo to believe that Uchiha Kagami had been captured by the hidden cloud, while she could unseal herself at any moment to confront Danzo's sudden moves. More critically, she awaited the opportune moment to unseal herself during the next great ninja war, seeking to seize the tailed beasts and advance her own ambitions. Thus, Uchiha Kagami was sealed, with Kushina managing the scroll. Subsequently, the remnants of the war between Konoha and Sunagakure lingered, with minor skirmishes still occurring. As the Second War drew to a close, a ninja known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, garnered a formidable reputation on the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of his enemies. In a fierce confrontation, he personally ended the lives of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, leading to an unquenchable hatred in Chiyo's heart towards the White Fang. In the year 40 of the Konoha era, during a mission to rescue his comrades, the White Fang chose to sacrifice the mission's success for the safety of his friends, plunging him into a maelstrom of public scrutiny. Whispers and rumors surged like a tidal wave, and under the weight of this pressure, the White Fang chose to end his own life as a statement. His passing, akin to a fallen star, cast Konoha into a state of mourning and reflection. Meanwhile, Chiyo, the genius puppeteer of Sunagakure, upon learning of the White Fang's demise, found herself bereft of her revenge target. However, her animosity swiftly shifted towards the village leader, the third Kazekage, whom she blamed for the loss of her parents during the campaign against the White Fang. Thus, she plotted in the shadows and ultimately succeeded in assassinating the third Kazekage, transforming his corpse into a puppet as a tribute to her blood feud. The Kazekage's disappearance plunged Sunagakure into chaos, as his body was never found. The village believed him merely missing, exerting all efforts to locate him, which inadvertently left their defenses vulnerable. Soon, the Hidden Cloud village, known for its military expansion, sensed an opportunity and launched an offensive against Sunagakure. Subsequently, their gaze turned towards Konoha and Iwagakure, igniting the flames of the Third Great Ninja War. In the year 45 of the Konoha era, the Third Great Ninja War erupted in its entirety. The smoke of war spread from the relentless assault of the Hidden Cloud village, beginning in the land of thunder and wind. Amidst this chaos, a ninja named Rasha emerged from Sunagakure. Drawing upon the magnetic techniques learned from the third Kazekage, combined with his unique bloodline limit of sand gold, he constructed an unassailable defense, successfully repelling the invasion from the Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud village not only targeted Sunagakure, but also set its sights on Konoha and Iwagakure. Over the years, the great nations had completed their respective tailed beast weaponry. Now, these latent forces were poised to reveal their true potential. On this occasion, the two perfect Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, Oinoki and Han, were dispatched to the battlefield of the Land of Fire. In response, Konoha sent a team led by Jiraiya, composed of Minato Namikaze, Deidara, and Uchiha Shin to engage in battle. Konoha had underestimated Iwagakure. To contend with them, they should at least have brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The disdainful words of the elders echoed like a chilling wind. Without hesitation, the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts unleashed their transformations. The immense chakra, akin to a tempest, gathered as the tailed beast balls coalesced in the mouths of Sun Wukong and King Mu, imposing an unprecedented pressure upon Jiraiya and his companions. It is the tailed beast balls. We must retreat, Minato. No sooner had he spoken than two tailed beast balls soared through the air, narrowly missing the team. Minato swiftly formed hand seals, attuned to the flying thunder god technique, guiding his team to instantaneously vacate the battlefield. As they glanced back, the once vibrant battleground had transformed into a shroud of light and dust, a great mountain reduced to mere rubble. Cold sweat trickled down Minato's cheek, his expression betraying a profound apprehension. Is this the power of the tailed beasts? Having matured into a capable young ninja, Minato felt an incessant worry as he reflected on Kushina's identity as the host of the Nine-Tails. Each time he considered the terrifying force sealed within her, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Though Kushina had demonstrated remarkable talent as a perfect Jinchuriki, she remained confined by the barriers of Konoha. Her existence akin to that of a caged canary, bound by invisible shackles that stifled her freedom. On this day, Kushina opened her window, allowing the morning light to flood her room. Leaning against the frame, her profile gently resting on her elbow, she gazed out at the scenery, an imperceptible hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. When will I have the chance to be alone with Minato? She mused softly, her heart brimming with longing. At that moment, two Umbu ninjas appeared outside, adhering to protocol as they inquired, "What are your plans for today?" Kushina smiled faintly, spreading her arms wide. "Did I not inform you? Today, I shall train with Minato in sealing techniques. As she spoke, she spotted Jiraiya's team returning and dashed towards Minato without hesitation. "Minato!" Kushina exclaimed breathlessly as she approached him, her face radiating uncontainable excitement. "I shall be quite strict with our training today, having just completed a mission." Minato's weariness evaporated upon seeing Kushina, his eyes sparkling with tender warmth, his heart swelling with joy. "There are countless sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, and I will teach you them all," Kushina declared with anticipation. At her words, Minato scratched his cheek awkwardly, avoiding her gaze as he replied, "I apologize, Kushina." He continued, "I wish to practice a different ninjutsu in another location. And that location is?" A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Kushina's eyes, quickly masked as she curiously probed. "The third training ground," Minato responded, his heart heavy with guilt as he witnessed the dimming light in Kushina's eyes. "I truly did not intend to stand you up. However, the ninjutsu that I am about to cultivate is still incomplete and exceedingly perilous. I do not wish for you to be harmed," he explained, his voice imbued with concern. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina's chakra surged like tumultuous waves, her crimson hair dancing in the air as if it possessed a life of its own. "If you despise being with me, just say so," she exclaimed, her tone laced with anger and a flicker of hurt evident in her eyes. "No, Kushina. I have never harbored such thoughts," Minato hastily retorted, his hands pressed together, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he sincerely apologized. At that moment, Dakai approached, interrupting their conversation. "Minato, hurry to report the mission to the third Hokage. Do not keep Team 6 waiting too long," he urged. While the three girls from Team 6 gazed at Minato with admiration. "Hello, Minato-kun," one of the girls shyly waved in greeting. "Shall we invite Minato-kun to join us later?" Another girl suggested, covering her face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Will he accept our invitation?" The third girl, named Hinata, gazed at Minato bashfully, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Seeing their eager expressions, Minato felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He waved goodbye to Kushina, saying, "I'm sorry, I really must leave now. See you later." Before turning away, leaving behind a sense of longing, Kushina raised her hand but was unable to call him back in time. When she attempted to follow in Minato's footsteps, she was halted by the Umbu behind her. "Stop. This is the edge of the barrier. As the Jinchuriki, you cannot cross," the Umbu stated, dousing her fervor with cold water. Standing at the barrier's edge, Kushina watched Minato's receding figure with a tumult of emotions within her heart. Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes glinting with unwillingness. As she observed Minato following Jiraiya's team and the three girls from Team 6 moving further away, a surge of anger welled up within her. Impossible to suppress. Suddenly, an overwhelming chakra erupted from her being, and the sealing technique, Diamond Lock, was unleashed, binding the two Umbu ninjas firmly in place, rendering them immobile. "Damn it! It's Kushina's sealing technique again," one of the Umbu exclaimed, attempting to struggle, but the power of the seal was like invisible chains, making escape difficult. "Quick! Break it! Retrieve her!" The other Umbu shouted anxiously, yet contrary to their wishes, the sealing techniques might surpass their expectations. He helplessly formed hand seals in an attempt to counter it, but the outcome only heightened his frustration. "No, I cannot undo it. Ugh." That child's mastery of sealing techniques grows increasingly terrifying. Chapter 106. The trial of Kurama the third training ground lay in disarray. Spiraled craters dotting the landscape like scars upon the earth. Jiraiya and Minato sat exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat, their faces etched with fatigue and defeat. "Release your chakra to amplify the rotational force, yet it remains unstable," Minato lamented. The tone of Minato was tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Controlling the rotation of this technique is truly challenging," Jiraiya concurred, his brow furrowed. "Which direction should I rotate it then? To the left?" Minato inquired with a look of confusion. "I have no idea," Jiraiya replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Going to the right isn't necessarily incorrect. I've always imagined extracting chakra by rotating to the right because my swirl is clockwise." With that, he stood up and approached Minato, playfully tousling his hair. "I once heard that when refining chakra, following the direction of your swirl makes it easier. If that's the case, then is that notion merely superstition?" Minato interjected. "Jiraiya-sensei, which type am I?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Jiraiya's face. "You have two swirls, one clockwise and one counterclockwise." Minato was taken aback. As if he had stumbled into an unprecedented predicament in his training. He sat down dejectedly, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Today, he had canceled his appointment with Kushina to focus solely on his training. Failing to achieve results would be utterly embarrassing. Observing Minato's despondent demeanor, Jiraiya's lips curled into a faint smile as he retrieved a popsicle from a plastic bag he had prepared beforehand. Worrying won't help. Let's take a break and have a snack. This is my favorite food. Popsicle? Minato blinked in surprise, not expecting his teacher to enjoy such a treat. This was recommended to me by my master when I was feeling down, Jiraiya said with a warm smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Eat it. It will lift your spirits. A warmth spread through Minato's heart. Jiraiya-sensei's master? Is it the third Hokage? He asked curiously. No, the third is merely my supervising teacher. My true master is someone else, Jiraiya replied with a mysterious smile, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. She was a genuine genius of ninjutsu, if she were here. This technique might have already been perfected. As he spoke, he was lost in fond memories before suddenly snapping back to reality, gently breaking the popsicle in his hand. All right. If you don't eat it soon, it will melt. Which side do you want? He asked Minato. Either side is fine, Minato responded casually. But as soon as he spoke, a spark of realization lit up his eyes, so it doesn't matter which side. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Before he could finish his sentence, Minato sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with newfound clarity. Huh? What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Then I'll just have both. Jiraiya looked at Minato in confusion as he stuffed both popsicles into his mouth, a hint of puzzlement crossing his face, only to see Minato raising his hands, as if he had made a discovery. If both sides are refined simultaneously, Minato murmured softly, a confident smile creeping across his lips. In his hands, a small chakra ball began to rotate counterclockwise, soon enveloped by another chakra ball spinning clockwise. The two chakra spheres spun with equal force, achieving a remarkable equilibrium. Indeed, it has stabilized, Minato exclaimed in delight. Oh, at last, does it take form? Jiraiya observed the chakra sphere with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Minato, equally exhilarated, suggested, let us name it the Enlightening Will Ice Pop-inspired Spiraling Jiraiya Dual Technique. What an odious and lengthy name. You truly lack the gift of naming, Jiraiya retorted, rolling his eyes, though a smile crept onto his lips. Nevertheless, it seems the development of this new technique has reached a conclusion. I have other tasks to attend to and must take my leave. Is that so? Minato lowered his hands, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Use this opportunity to rest well. Understand? Jiraiya advised earnestly, concerned that Minato's continuous chakra concentration might take a toll on his body. Understood. After Jiraiya departed, Minato began to pack his belongings. The completion of the new technique signified that he could leave this place. However, just as he was about to set off for home, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from behind a nearby tree. Kushina hid behind the tree, secretly observing Minato, her face etched with anxiety, hesitant to approach. Sensing Minato's gaze, she immediately recoiled in nervousness. Hey, Kushina, what brings you here? Are you all right? Minato inquired with concern, fully aware of her usual restrictions on going out. Kushina hurriedly approached, her eyes darting, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lady Tsunade granted special permission for me to step outside the barrier, she explained, awkwardly scratching her head. I see. No wonder those two Umbu who usually monitor you are absent, Minato realized, fully believing Kushina's words. And he relaxed visibly with a clenched fist and a clap of his palm. I apologize for losing my temper at you this morning. That was my fault. With her head bowed, Kushina earnestly expressed her regret. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Minato was taken aback, a wave of guilt washing over him as he lowered his gaze. No, I owe you an apology for failing to uphold our agreement. Kushina walked softly to sit beside Minato, a delicate tension and warmth enveloping the air. After a brief silence, Minato finally spoke. His voice weighted with sincerity. The reason I chose to defy our agreement to complete the ninjutsu is that this technique was created to protect you. Huh? Given the ongoing war, where Jinchuriki could be summoned to the battlefield at any moment, he had specifically developed this technique not only to combat tailed beasts, but also to resonate with your chakra for your use. I wish to impart it to you. Minato's tone was resolute and earnest. Why would you go to such lengths for me? Kushina felt a surge of confusion intermingled with emotion. Because I do not wish to lose you. With her eyes closed, Kushina wore a warm smile upon her lips. The corners of her eyes moistened, and the hearts of the two drew closer in this gentle atmosphere. However, in this tender moment, the nine tails within Kushina suddenly spoke, dripping with sarcasm. How could such a thing possibly contend with us tailed beasts? Kushina, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, reproached, You foolish Kurama. This is a perfect moment, don't disturb it. Humph, enough of your chatter. Did he not claim he would protect you from the tailed beasts? Let me see what this lad's ninjutsu can do. Kushina's pupils instantaneously transformed into crimson slits, a smile of excitement gracing her lips. What's wrong, Kushina? Minato, holding her tightly, felt a fleeting sense of panic and confusion in his eyes. Hey, don't hold me like that. It's utterly revolting. The Nine-Tails seized control of Kushina with a near-violent force, pushing Minato away with its chakra. Whoa. Minato was caught off guard, sent sprawling onto the ground, landing unceremoniously on his backside. The Nine-Tails regarded Minato with a piercing gaze, its voice cold and unyielding. I can sense the negative emotions within you. Are you terrified by the tailed beasts of Sun Wukong and Muwang? If this is the extent of your courage and strength, I cannot entrust Kushina's safety to you. If you wish to take her from me, show me your resolve. Minato, hearing this, offered a bittersweet smile. Though the spark in his eyes remained undiminished, Kurama, you are as strict as a father-in-law. From a young age, Minato had harbored profound gratitude for the Nine-Tails, which had silently protected Kushina. Though fear of the tailed beast gripped him, this unexpected trial became a crucial step in overcoming his psychological barriers. He slowly rose to his feet, a glimmer of determination flashing in his gaze. This was not a mere contest. It was a test of his courage and his resolve to love and protect Kushina. Kurama, I admit, I have felt fear in the face of tailed beasts, but that fear stemmed solely from my dread of losing Kushina. Minato's voice grew increasingly resolute, yet because of that, I must become strong enough to safeguard her. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Kurama's eyes seemed to soften slightly. It gazed intently at Minato, as if scrutinizing and anticipating. Minato took a deep breath, a spark igniting in his eyes. He slowly raised his hands, gathering chakra into his small yet stable vortex. I will prove that I am worthy of protecting her. Chapter 107. Minato vs. Kushina. The Nine-Tails initiated the offensive, skillfully manipulating Kushina's hand as a small-tailed beast ball began to coalesce in her palm, akin to a star on the brink of eruption. Let us start with this, a test of that lad's abilities. Foolish Kurama. What if you hurt Minato with the tailed beast ball? In the realm of the spirit, Kushina's roar resonated alongside the explosive force of the Nine-Tails. Rest assured, I shall control the power, she asserted. If he cannot withstand even this small-tailed beast ball, it merely indicates that his ninjutsu is rather mediocre. As her words faded, the small-tailed beast ball in Kushina's hand began to compress, transforming into a streak of light that shot directly towards Minato, though Minato could easily evade it. At that moment, he was more inclined to test the true strength of his Rasengan inspired by Jiraiya's dual technique. In a flash, he moved to meet the small-tailed beast ball, and upon collision, the two chakra spheres erupted with astonishing force. While Minato's ninjutsu successfully neutralized the tailed beast ball, he was nevertheless propelled backwards by the expanding shockwave. The power is commendable. Its principle resembles that of the tailed beast ball. Yet it does not compress like our beasts. Rather, it accelerates through rotation, the Nine-Tails observed from afar. It seems you have succeeded. Amidst the swirling dust, Minato rose, the previous worry in his eyes replaced by a confident smile. Do not rejoice too soon. If you take pride in such a modest accomplishment, you will be ill-equipped to protect anyone in a battle against the tailed beasts, echoed the Nine-Tails' voice in the air. As the last words faded, a radiant golden light enveloped Kushina, expanding as a colossal head of the Nine-Tails emerged. Following this, an enormous tailed beast ball began to form in its mouth, resembling an impending tempest. Minato's expression shifted to one of gravity as he faced the gargantuan tailed beast ball. Swiftly, he formed hand seals and wielded the flying thunder god Kunai, unleashing a vast, enigmatic black seal towards the front. The moment the tailed beast ball made contact with the black symbols, it seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, collapsing instantaneously and vanishing into the spatial void at the center of the seals. Minato then raised the kunai, channeling chakra to resonate with the markings inscribed in the distant mountain range. In an instant, the relocated tailed beast ball erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, leveling the mountains to the ground. Gazing at the remnants of the explosion, Minato pondered, the power far exceeds that of the 4 tails and 5 tails. I must be more cautious with my next target. Minato, do not let your guard down, came Kushina's voice, now imbued with the consciousness of the 9 tails. Her form transformed into the tailed beast cloak, with 7 tails flickering behind her. This form is shrouded in high-density chakra, rendering it immune to all physical harm. Its drawback is a reduction in size and strength, but it possesses remarkable speed, Kushina elucidated, wishing to unveil her essence to Minato, ensuring that he would have an added layer of protection when confronting the Jinchuriki in the future. I see now. It is specifically designed to counter the flying thunder god technique, Minato realized. With a gentle smile, Minato found his encounter with Kushina to be an entirely novel experience. He formed a hand seal with one hand, while the fingers of his other hand ignited with the flames of chakra, swiftly inscribing the five-element seal onto Kushina's abdomen. In the next instant, Kushina transitioned out of her second state, reverting to her first state, clad in the guise of a tailed beast. Deep within the recesses of the spiritual realm, both Kurama and Kushina gazed in astonishment at Minato's remarkable situational response. Despite not being of the Uzumaki clan, you have adeptly intertwined sealing techniques with space-time ninjutsu, surpassing the innate talents of non-Uzumaki figures like Hashirama Senju. Kurama's voice rumbled, tinged with a subtle note of admiration. Why? With your prowess, do you cling to this girl? I am drawn to those who are strong, to those even stronger than myself, Minato responded, embracing Kushina tightly, his tone imbued with tenderness and resolve. Thus, I hold Kushina dear. I cannot fathom the thought of losing her. Within Minato's spiritual realm, upon hearing his words, Kushina felt a warm surge within her heart. She gently patted Kurama, signaling that it was sufficient. Kurama nodded. You bear the mark of his flying thunder god technique. Had he transferred the tailed beast ball to us when initially unleashed, we would have faced defeat long ago. Kurama's voice softened as the chakra binding him to Kushina gradually dissipated, retreating quietly to a corner of the spiritual realm, before drifting off to sleep. A nearly imperceptible smile graced Kurama's lips, the coldness in his gaze dissipating into an unnoticeable approval. It seems I have earned Kurama's recognition, Minato mused. A faint smile playing on his lips as his eyes grew increasingly unfocused, the recent battle having drained his chakra to its limits. As Minato began to falter, Kushina swiftly teleported to his side, holding him tightly. When Minato awoke once more, he found himself in a hospital bed at Konoha, surrounded by the concerned gazes of Kushina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, warmth and reassurance emanating from their expressions. Ah, you are all here, Minato spoke, a hint of surprise and comfort in his voice. Seeing him awake and unharmed, Kushina leaped into his arms, embracing him as if to reassure herself of his safety. Ah, it hurts, Minato exclaimed softly. But Kushina seemed undeterred by his discomfort, continuing to hold him tightly as if to dispel all her worries and fears. Before long, Minato was discharged from the hospital. Rarely did Kushina have the opportunity to spend time alone with him. Together, they ventured to the former home of Uzumaki Mido. Following a familiar path to the spiraling tower where Uchiha Itachi had once brought Kushina, this place served as a sacred ground for Mido, little Itachi, and the second Hokage to delve into the study of ninjutsu. Kushina exclaimed with excitement, at last, we can commence our training in the sealing technique. However, the ninjutsu you previously practiced bears a striking resemblance to the tailed beast bomb. What inspired you to develop it? I witnessed the Jinchuriki wielding the tailed beast bomb on the battlefield, and thus I drew inspiration from that, as I wish to teach you. Enabling you to confront those Jinchuriki, Minato replied. And what is the name of this technique? She inquired. It is called Illuminating Ice Pop Inspiration, Jiraiya's dual technique, Minato said with a chuckle. How utterly mundane. That name is excessively lengthy. Kushina could not help but critique. Since this technique was developed for my benefit, allow me to bestow a name upon it. I'm indifferent to that, he responded. Then follow me. I have a splendid location where we can thoughtfully consider a new name. Kushina beckoned, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and mystery. Minato trailed closely behind Kushina as they ascended the spiral staircase, gradually reaching the pinnacle of the whirlpool tower. The moment Minato set foot at the top, he was profoundly awestruck by the breathtaking view before him. Wow, I had no idea such a concealed gym existed within the village, Minato exclaimed, eagerly approaching the edge of the tower, where he could clearly see the entirety of the 3 hidden stones. Kushina stood behind him, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction as she remarked, the Rasengan. Minato turned around, curiosity brimming in his gaze. I have named the new ninjutsu Rasengan. What do you think? Rasengan. Indeed, it is a splendid name. With a smile, Minato nodded, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, that grin harmoniously merged with the third Hokage's silhouette, invoking an ineffable sense of satisfaction and longing within Kushina's heart. Chapter 108, Minato vs. A. As Minato's Rasengan stirred new ripples within the ninja world, the name Golden Flash became renowned throughout the realm. The Third Great Ninja War entered its climactic phase. On the distant battlefield between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind, the tide shifted dramatically. The Cloud Village, in the face of the Sand Village's staunch resistance, was compelled to retreat steadily. The golden sands of the Sand Village, akin to a tempest in the desert, rendered the Cloud Village powerless. Ultimately, Cloud Village had no choice but to abandon the Sand Village, with its remnants retreating northward, coveting the bountiful lands of the Earth Country. However, the Wagakure showcased an unprecedented might in this war, with two perfect Jinchuriki and the formidable third Tsuchikage, Anoki, at their zenith. The forces of Cloud Village, before Wagakure, were akin to fragile kites, easily shattered. Confronted with such adversity, the third Raikage was forced to make a grave decision, commanding a full retreat while choosing to remain behind, facing alone the 1,000 ninjas of a Wagakure. Despite possessing the strength to hold a fort against 1,000 foes, even he could not escape the fate of exhaustion under the onslaught of 1,000 ninjas. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, the third Raikage ultimately succumbed, becoming yet another fallen warrior in the war. Soon after, a new hope arose in the Land of Lightning. The third Raikage's son, inheriting his father's will, ascended as the new Raikage. Together with the now mature Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, they formed the strongest duo of the Land of Lightning, their signature technique, the lightning release, double lariat, sweeping across battlefields and establishing a formidable reputation. In the 46th year of the Leaf Village, Minato led Inuzuka Kiba, a Kimichi CHG, and Uzumaki Kushina to form a Jinchuriki team heading towards the northeastern battlefield to confront the elite of the Cloud Village. That unmistakable blonde hair and the instantaneous body flicker must be the legendary Golden Flash. The ninjas of the Cloud team exclaimed, their eyes shimmering with awe. Thus, we must retreat at once. So it was you, the one who thwarted our plan for the Nine Tails last time. The young A gazed intently at Minato, flames of battle igniting in his eyes. I recall you as well, the son of the third Raikage of the Cloud Village, known as the Bad Boy A, rumored to possess incredible speed. Minato drew forth his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, regarding it with solemnity. This time, we shall reclaim our victory from the last defeat. Killer Bee's voice resonated with a unique rap cadence, akin to an alternative beat on the battlefield. His words had barely settled when Minato's voice rang out from the opposite end of the battlefield. Everyone stay back. I shall face him alone. The sound of the water gate resonated with determination as he retrieved all the Flying Thunder God kunai from his tool pouch, casting them in all directions across the battlefield, as if weaving an invisible net. Upon witnessing this, A did not hesitate to activate his lightning release chakra mode, his body flickering with blue arcs of electricity, resembling an embodiment of thunder. With a powerful punch, he charged straight towards Minato's face. However, Minato's figure vanished like a specter, and in the next moment, he deftly threw a kunai, teleporting to its location in the forest with the Flying Thunder God technique. The fluidity of his movements suggested that he had mastered this technique to perfection. On the battlefield, A's astonishment had yet to fade as he murmured in disbelief. Did he truly evade my fastest attack? Unbeknownst to him, the kunai Minato had thrown hovered silently above his back, akin to an unexploded bomb. In the next heartbeat, Minato's figure materialized beside the suspended kunai, wielding it to strike at A's vital point. At that instant, a colossal octopus tentacle emerged, forcefully slamming A away, leaving merely a shallow scratch on Minato's kunai. A shiver coursed through Minato as he marked the tentacle with the Flying Thunder God imprint, his action swift as lightning. Are you all right? A, after being knocked away, swiftly returned to the formation of the Cloud Village squad, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Inuzuka Kiba gazed at the massive octopus tentacle, a sense of dread welling up within him. Could this creature be the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Just then, a series of urgent whistles echoed through the forest, signaling the retreat of Konoha. Minato, retreat now. Kushina's voice rang out on the battlefield, laced with urgency. Upon hearing this, Minato turned to leave, but before departing, he softly addressed A. Your lightning release armor concentrates chakra on speed, rendering you almost invisible. However, it lacks the defensive capabilities compared to your father's lightning release armor. In this state, you cannot contend with the Flying Thunder God. Humph. A scoff dismissively. But your brother possesses an admirable mastery over the tailed beast abilities. Minato's words carried a hint of admiration as he acknowledged the arduous nature of wielding such power. It seems that within that child lies a strength unknown to others. In terms of talent, my brother is indeed superior to me, A admitted, a proud smile gracing his lips. No, I refer not only to that, but to the more precious essence deep within him, Minato countered, turning his gentle gaze towards Kushina, as if conveying a shared understanding. A, you have a rare partner, and I too am fortunate. It appears that when we next meet, we shall carry the names of our respective villages as shadows and engage in a true contest. If you cannot recognize what is truly paramount for your brother, he may cease to be merely a Jinchuriki, and perhaps no longer be considered human at all. Humph, attempting to extricate yourself with grandiloquent words will yield no success. A remarked with a sneer, his gaze sweeping over the scattered flying thunder god Kanai, silently noting their positions in his mind. This time, no matter where you appear beside any Kanai, I shall swiftly vanquish you. As soon as he finished speaking, it transformed once more into a bolt of lightning. The tempestuous chakra of lightning release surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in on Minato. I too bear a heavy burden. Minato's voice resonated with calm determination. Humph, let me see you transfer. Wherever you materialize beside any Kanai, I shall instantly pursue you. A's confidence mirrored the unwavering conviction beneath his lightning release armor. Thus, I shall not falter. No sooner had Minato's words left his lips than his figure appeared behind Killer Bee, the Kanai in his hand poised dangerously close to the latter's head. Wait? A's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. Is it true that the Flying Thunder God technique is inscribed upon the tail of the Eight Tails? The Cloud Ninja gasped. Unable to conceal their astonishment, Killer Bee quickly grasped his short blade, bracing himself for the confrontation. To clash head-on, I am fully prepared. Although you are my adversary, I hold great admiration for you. Minato smiled, a gesture imbued with respect for his opponent and an acceptance of the impending contest. Minato, you should cease this now. In the distance, Kushina's call resonated like a gentle breeze on the battlefield, imbued with concern and care, piercing through the thunder and smoke. She understood that if the battle with Karabi were to persist, it would likely culminate in a mutually destructive outcome, a fate she fervently wished to avoid. A's gaze also shifted toward Karabi, reflecting an unspoken worry. The lightning release chakra mode enveloping him gradually dissipated, akin to shedding a heavy armor, leaving only the profound concern for his brother in his heart. In this fierce confrontation, the brothers keenly realized the formidable strength of Konoha, a power not easily shaken in a fleeting moment. Consequently, they refrained from deploying further troops against Konoha, opting instead to return to their village to reassess their strategy and adjust their tactics. This battle for Kumogakure marked a pivotal turning point in the Third Shinobi World War. It not only led Kumogakure to withdraw entirely from the conflict, but also sent shockwaves throughout the entire shinobi world. Chapter 109, Uchiha Obito in this year. Kumogakure and Tsunagakure exited the Third Shinobi World War. In the 47th year of Konoha, Iwagakure, a long-standing adversary, launched an unprecedented full-scale attack against Konoha. On that war-torn battlefield, an Iwagakure J-ni known as the Eastern Dead led his troops like a harbinger of death, cornering Konoha's elite into a dire predicament. In the trenches of the front line, only 4 Konoha ninjas remained steadfast, their silhouettes appearing particularly solitary amidst the smoke. Faced with desperation, Konoha's higher-ups disbanded the team involved in the covert operation at the Kaminobi Bridge, forcibly conscripting the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. In hopes of turning the tide of this nearly hopeless situation, the outcome of the battle was on the cusp of revelation. Everyone was urged to rally and secure victory. The Iwagakure ninjas shouted enthusiastically, their morale soaring, utterly oblivious to the true storm that was about to unfold. Within the Konoha trenches, the atmosphere grew tense. He has finally arrived, Minato, murmured one Konoha ninja. What is the situation? Minato's voice was calm and deep, yet his eyes betrayed a lingering concern for Team Kakashi. The enemy comprises approximately 50 men, while we are left with only 4 comrades. The words hung heavily in the trench, suffused with a sense of despair. Minato sighed softly. Everyone, please throw these kunai into the enemy ranks. After that, leave it to me. Isn't this too reckless? Even you. One member of the team voiced their apprehension. Silence. Heed his words. The team leader's tone was resolute. Next, we shall witness the battle of Konoha's Yellow Flash. It will be but a fleeting moment, and we must not let it slip by. Under Minato's command, the groups swallowed their tension and unease, launching the specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai towards the enemy ranks. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to be suspended in time, with every gaze fixated upon that golden-haired figure. Subsequently, a battle that showcased the pinnacle of Minato's prowess unfolded like a divine miracle. The Golden Flash, akin to the Grim Reaper of the battlefield, single-handedly faced the elite of Iwagakure. His speed was like lightning, his strength akin to thunder, with each strike delivered with deadly precision. The battle concluded with the astonishing feat of Minato vanquishing over 50 elite jonin from Iwagakure, an event that not only solidified the Golden Flash's renown throughout the ninja world, but also etched a vibrant chapter in the annals of Konoha's history. After completing his support on the front lines, Minato wasted no time and immediately sought permission to return to the Kamui Bridge. His thoughts were occupied by the three students he had personally mentored, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. While Kakashi's talent filled him with pride, his recklessness and the flaws of the Chidori technique left him with lingering concerns. The battle at Kamui Bridge, a life-and-death struggle concerning a crucial supply line, was quietly unfolding. Upon Kakashi's promotion to Jonin, Minato entrusted him with the responsibility of leading the team, which included Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. Their mission was to sabotage Awagakure's supply line. Kamui Bridge was the critical point they needed to conquer. After parting ways, the trio cautiously infiltrated the route to Kamui Bridge. However, fate played a cruel trick when Rin was captured by an Iwagakure ninja possessing stealth abilities. Before Kakashi lay two distinctly divergent paths. One was to adhere to the mission and forge ahead. The other was to defy regulations and rescue Rin. Deeply influenced by the death of his father, the Leaf's White Fang, Kakashi opted for the former, the seemingly cold path of rules. In his heart, he held that rules and commitments were of paramount importance. "We must complete the mission to destroy Kamui Bridge," he stated resolutely. "What did you say?" Uchiha Obito shouted. "Kakashi, every time you and I have been injured, it has always been Rin who saved our lives with her medical ninjutsu. Without her, you and I would have perished long ago. Right now, saving Rin must take precedence over the mission. Furthermore, Sensei Minato has also said that while rules and discipline are indeed significant, they are not absolute. There are times on the battlefield when one must adapt to changing circumstances." Kakashi fell silent, grappling internally with the struggle between rules and emotions, unable to discern which held greater weight. "I believe that White Fang was a true hero," Obito declared, his voice imbued with conviction. "In this world of ninjas, those who disregard rules are often seen as worthless. But I believe that those who do not cherish their comrades are even more so." Before his words could fade, Obito seized a kunai, determination shimmering in his gaze as he resolved to seek out Rin's whereabouts alone. His silhouette resembled the dawn breaking before day, stirring something deep within Kakashi. Following the trail left behind, Obito discovered a hidden cave of the Rock Village, the very place where Rin was imprisoned. However, just as he was poised to act, a rush of wind whipped toward him from behind. An adept of the camouflage technique from the Rock Village had stealthily approached, blade in hand. In that critical moment, Kakashi's figure appeared suddenly, the gleam of his white fang blade flashing as it deftly intercepted the attack. Amidst the clash of steel, Kakashi's blade struck the Rock Ninja's chest, leaving Obito momentarily dumbfounded by his friend's decisive action and bravery. "Kakashi, how could you?" Obito exclaimed in astonishment, shocked that the one who consistently preached about rules would defy orders to save a comrade. "Well, I couldn't possibly leave it to a crybaby ninja like you," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though his words were laced with profound concern. "Is that blade, and your white hair, not the legacy of Konoha's White Fang?" The Rock Ninja gasped, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. "This blade is a token of my father's legacy," Kakashi replied calmly, for it represented the deepest bond within his heart. "So, it is the White Fang's young one. There is nothing to fear then," the Rock Ninja sneered, forming hand seals with one hand as he activated his camouflage technique once more, vanishing from sight. "Damn it, this guy's presence has completely vanished. I can only deduce his location from the faintest shifts in the air and sound," Kakashi analyzed, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited him. "Where is he?" Obito scanned the surroundings anxiously. "Obito, behind you," Kakashi suddenly shouted. Obito, caught off guard, was unable to react as Kakashi lunged forward, using his body to shield Obito from the impending strike. The kunai grazed Kakashi's left eye, blood immediately staining his cheek. "Kakashi!" Obito rushed forward, worry etched across his face. "Are you all right?" Kakashi, covering his wounded eye, remained eerily composed, recognizing that this enemy was formidable, retreating and regrouping after a failed strike, even discarding the kunai stained with his blood. Noticing the tears welling in Obito's eyes, he smirked slightly. "What's this? Did some dust get in your eyes? A ninja must not cry." Obito gritted his teeth, gripping his kunai with unwavering resolve, his eyes shining with determination. "Kakashi, I've only ever been a burden, relying on everyone else's help, merely a talkative slacker. However, I refuse to let my commitment to my comrades remain mere words." No sooner had he spoken than the invisible Rock Ninja launched another surprise attack, sneering, "Die, kid." Yet, Obito was no longer the same Obito of the past. He calmly retorted, "The one who is going to die is you. Why is it that you cannot see, Obito?" Kakashi was taken aback as he beheld Obito, whose eyes suddenly revealed the ominous double Tomo Sharingan. With his hands gripping the kunai, he pierced the chest of the hidden ninja with the swiftness of lightning. The words of the Iwagakure shinobi were left unspoken as he fell to the ground. From this moment on, I shall protect our comrades. Obito withdrew the kunai, his Sharingan swirling with unwavering determination. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions within him. It seems this is the true essence of the Sharingan. Obito, sensing the power within his eyes, declared, I can clearly perceive the flow and direction of chakra. In response, Kakashi retrieved a medical kit, commencing rudimentary bandaging. His voice bore an unprecedented gentleness. Let us hasten to rescue Rin. Chapter 110, Kakashi of the Sharingan within the concealed cave where the Iwagakure ninja was hiding. Rin was firmly bound by ropes held by a wild-haired shinobi. You Leaf Village scoundrels are unexpectedly troublesome, he sneered, turning his gaze with a glint of predatory excitement. Suddenly, two figures burst through the entrance of the cave, Kakashi and Obito. When the Sharingan met the eyes of the Iwagakure ninja, a flicker of caution crossed his gaze. It appeared that you are not merely simple children. Kakashi, do you sense it? Rin's chakra is in disarray. Obito's voice was low and resolute. She must have fallen under a genjutsu. Kakashi replied slowly, his gaze sharp, yet Rin's will is strong. She has not divulged any information, which is why she has survived. With that, he raised his blade, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Obito, I have faced him before. This fellow possesses remarkable speed, so exercise utmost caution. Understood. With the synergy of Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan, the Iwagakure ninja was sent flying with a powerful kick, crashing against the far wall of the cave. The two swiftly liberated the bound Rin, and Kakashi infused her with chakra, dispelling the genjutsu that ensnared her. Kakashi? Obito? Rin's voice was imbued with disbelief as she gradually regained her composure. We have come to rescue you. Rin, all is well now, Obito said, his tone filled with concern. Now, let us retreat. Kakashi commanded decisively. However, the Iwagakure ninja was not yet finished. He slowly rose, hands rapidly forming seals. Doton, Awayabi Raku. The cave trembled violently as massive rocks began to collapse. Run towards the exit. Kakashi shouted, yet a colossal boulder suddenly crashed down from the left, pinning him beneath it. Kakashi. Oblivious to all dangers, Obito leapt back, lifting Kakashi from beneath the rubble and forcefully hurling him towards the exit. In that fleeting moment of turning, he was struck by a falling boulder. Soon, the entire cavern collapsed amidst a deafening roar, dust swirling chaotically, obscuring the sky. As the haze gradually settled, silence enveloped the cave. Are you all right, Rin? Kakashi? Obito's voice emerged from beneath the rocks, faint yet resolute, unable to mask the underlying frailty. Trapped beneath the immense stone, his body was pinned, rendering him immobile. Obito. Kakashi rushed forward, exerting all his strength in a futile attempt to shift the boulder. Yet it remained as immovable as a mountain. Don't waste your energy, Kakashi. Obito's voice carried a hint of resignation. I can no longer endure. I have lost all sensation in the right side of my body. Damn it. Kakashi clenched his fists, tears cascading uncontrollably down his face. Beside him, Rin's eyes glistened with moisture. How could this happen, Obito? By the way, I almost forgot. I am the only one who hasn't given you your promotion gift, Jainin. Despite his weakened tone, Obito's words brimmed with fervor. I wish to bestow upon you my Sharingan. Regardless of what the villagers say, you are an extraordinary Jainin. This is my heartfelt intention, so please accept it. Rin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan along with the optic nerve into Kakashi's left eye. Rin nodded solemnly, determination flickering in her gaze. I understand. She swiftly began her preparations, with Kakashi silently standing beside her, awaiting the procedure. I am on the brink of death. Yet I shall become your eyes, enabling you to perceive the future. Obito's voice resonated like a final promise. Once the surgery was complete, Kakashi emerged from the rubble. And the Tsutomu Sharingan quietly manifested in his left eye. He wiped away the traces of tears from his face, standing tall. What a nuisance, still alive. A rock ninja sneered upon seeing the tears in Kakashi's eyes. Come on, crybaby, let us settle this. However, Kakashi's left eye now bore an entirely different essence. It contained not only determination but also the shadow of Obito and a yearning for the future. That kid seemed somewhat different from before. A heaviness crossed the rock ninja's face as he began to realize that the youth before him was no longer someone he could underestimate. Kakashi Rin, I entrust everything to you. Obito's voice echoed like a final charge, weighty yet resolute. Rest assured, leave it to me. Kakashi drew forth his trusty white fang blade, his gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve and determination. He charged towards the IWA ninja, his white fang blade clashing against the opponent's twin daggers, shattering in an instant. Yet, Kakashi did not falter. His hands moved with the swiftness of lightning as he formed the seals, gathering lightning in his palms, an exquisite ninjutsu known as Chidori, a technique he had perfected with Obito. In a flash, thunder roared, and the IWA ninja had no time to react before being pierced through. As the battle concluded, Kakashi hurried back to Obito's side, where Rin's tears blurred her vision. "Kakashi, we must leave this place quickly. Enemy reinforcements are on their way," Obito urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "Obito." Rin attempted to grasp his hand, but he gently pushed her away. "We must go, Rin. Now." Kakashi stood atop the rubble, extending his hand, striving to pull Rin from this perilous locale. The pursuing forces from IWA had arrived. Over a dozen ninjas simultaneously unleashed earth techniques, causing the ground to tremble, the power of their jutsu threatening to bring the entire cave down upon them. "Rin, take my hand," Kakashi called out in desperation. Rin's tears mingled with her determination as she clutched Kakashi tightly, the two making their escape at the final moment. Obito felt the weight of the looming boulders above increasing, yet his heart remained remarkably calm. After finally reconciling with that guy Kakashi, it was unfortunate that he never managed to confess his feelings to Rin. He longed for the days spent together with everyone. Outside the cave, the IWA ninja encircled Kakashi and Rin. Two little brats left? One sneered. Fury flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he formed the seals for Chidori once more, the lightning flickering in his hands, as if 1,000 birds were lamenting. "Obito, this is the technique you helped me perfect." Kakashi's voice carried the weight of remembrance and promise to his fallen comrade. "Oh, even in such dire straits, you possess the courage to fight us. Truly, a ninja bold enough to venture deep into enemy territory," the IWA ninja acknowledged with a flicker of respect in his gaze. "Rin, leave these scoundrels to me. Take this opportunity to escape." Kakashi's voice was resolute, leaving no room for argument. "But Kakashi," Rin's eyes brimmed with concern. "I cannot abandon you. Obito entrusted you to me. Even if I perish, I will protect you," Kakashi declared, his words resonating like a solemn vow. "Kakashi." Rin's voice trembled, filled with emotion. "Kakashi, Obito cared deeply for you. He cherished you. Therefore, for his sake, I will risk my life to protect you." Kakashi's tone was imbued with the promise to his departed friend. "Then Kakashi, you must know my feelings." Rin attempted to voice her heart, but Kakashi interrupted. "I was once a scoundrel who nearly forsook you. Now, you must leave, Rin." Kakashi unleashed his Chidori, surging towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. However, his left eye, the Sharingan, could not be closed, and the relentless use of Chidori rapidly drained his chakra. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. At that moment, the kunai in his hand, imbued with the flying thunder god technique, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, a figure with golden hair and azure eyes appeared before Kakashi and Rin. It was Minato Namikaze. "Am I dead?" Kakashi opened his eyes once more, only to find himself surrounded by a vast expanse of stars. "Have you awakened, Kakashi?" Minato's voice was warm and familiar as he leaned against a tree, his gaze filled with concern. "This is a safe place, Sensei. How could this be?" Kakashi sat up, astonished as he looked at Minato. Minato picked up the kunai in his hand, explaining, "The seal on this kunai is a marker for my space-time ninjutsu." "What about the enemy?" Kakashi inquired urgently. "I have dealt with them all," Minato replied nonchalantly. "And Rin? Where is Rin?" Kakashi pressed, anxiety lacing his voice. "Rin is safe," Minato reassured him, his eyes brimming with compassion for his student. "It is all over now, Kakashi. You did well." Minato's gaze softened as he gestured towards a tranquil meadow not far away, where a girl with tea-colored hair was clasping her hands together, earnestly gazing up at the resplendent night sky, as if offering a prayer for someone. "I truly apologize for not arriving in time, Kakashi. Rin has informed me of everything." The sound of the water gate was as gentle as the night breeze. Chapter 111. The onslaught approaches. The Kamikaze Bridge, a witness to endless blood and fire on the battlefield, bore witness to the birth of two legendary heroes. One name is eternally engraved in the depths of the memorial stone, becoming an immortal legend. The other, revered by the world as Kakashi of the Sharingan, whose renown shines like brilliant stars, transcending borders and illuminating the night skies of various nations, has become the supreme glory of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Third Shinobi World War, a grand conflagration that spanned countless days and nights, laden with the blood, tears, and sacrifices of innumerable unsung heroes, finally drew to a close amidst a profound silence and sorrow. The Golden Flash, with a singular might, vanquished 50 elite jonin of the Rock Village, extinguishing their ambitions for aggression. The collapse of the Kamikaze Bridge severed the supply lines to the Land of Earth, bringing an end to the conflict between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Now, the remaining flames of war blaze along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village, fortified by its geographical advantage of being surrounded by the ocean, along with the fearsome 7 ninja swordsmen and the deterrence of the Three Tails, dared to challenge the Hidden Leaf. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf's forces, depleted from battles on other fronts, were left with only young Chunin and Jinin on the mist battlefield, feeling utterly powerless against a formidable foe. Might Guy, Noara Kakashi, and Ebisu found themselves in the direst of situations. Their squad was unfortunate enough to be ambushed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the situation was critical. Damn it, we are surrounded. There is no escape now. Guy clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire. How could this happen? Aren't they the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Kakashi's voice was laced with disbelief as he surveyed their surroundings, the 7 figures standing before them like insurmountable mountains. It seems we have finally caught up. Just as despair began to envelop them, believing there was no path to survival, a green figure streaked across the sky like the wind, descending onto the battlefield. Dad? Guy's voice was incredulous as he widened his eyes, realizing it was his father. Might Die? Father, what are you doing here? You're just a genin. Do not ask so many questions. You all must escape quickly. I will buy you time. Let us run? But father, they are all jonin, and renowned as the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's impossible for just you. I possess the 8 gates of might. But if you use that self-restraint, have you forgotten, Guy? Now is the time when I will protect you with my very life. Dai raised his thumb, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, and a reassuring smile graced his lips. Shortly thereafter, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Dai, sacrificing the last vestiges of his life, summoned blood-red steam as a catalyst to vanquish the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, leading to the immediate downfall of 4, while the remaining 3 fled, gravely injured. Meanwhile, on another battlefield where the Mist Village was engaged in combat, a young boy named Uchiha Hikari was also inscribing his own legend amid the chaos of war. Hikari, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had achieved the rank of Jonin at a tender age. His body flicker technique, akin to a golden flash, instilled terror in the hearts of his foes, prompting every ninja village to issue orders allowing retreat upon sighting Uchiha Hikari, free from repercussions. Even the Mist Village's Byakugan wielder, after witnessing Hikari's Sharingan, was compelled to retreat, harboring trepidation. In the 48th year of Konoha, the Mist Village, having suffered devastating losses due to the fall of its top-tier warriors, was ultimately forced back by Konoha to the southeastern lands of the former Whirlpool country, a territory that once birthed countless heroes and legends. This war not only heralded the rise of heroes, but also signified the twilight of an era. The Mist Village now stood at the brink of extinction, bereft of elite warriors like the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, while the third Mizukage was gravely wounded, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Konoha's upper echelons concluded that the Mist Village would resort to utilizing the tailed beast weapon as a last resort. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were designated as Konoha's special task force against the tailed beasts, originally slated for deployment. However, a super genius ninja named Yakura emerged on the battlefield, uniting the remaining trio of the ninja swordsmen for a final counteroffensive. Consequently, Minato had to urgently rush to that battlefield, compounded by the higher-ups' reluctance to allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina to venture alone. Thus, she was assigned to remain on standby within the village. Lady Kushina, within her chamber, a white Zetsu slowly ascended from the ground, shattering the tranquility. White Zetsu. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Kushina's eyes, for the arrival of white Zetsu invariably brought her gifts from the Rain Country, often serving as a bridge for communication with her mother. Is there something my mother needs from me? Kushina inquired, her heart brimming with anticipation. Indeed. Lady Yudai has instructed me to inform you that the mist may soon initiate an offensive led by the Three Tails. You must seek an opportunity to unseal Lord K. Furthermore, a grave incident has occurred in the Rain Village. Once Lord K resolves the Three Tails issue, please return to the Rain Village at once. White Zetsu's words stirred tumultuous waves in Kushina's heart. Something has happened in the Rain Village? What has transpired with my mother and the others? Aren't Nagato and Uncle Hanzo there? Kushina's voice was laced with urgency and unease, just as White Zetsu was about to explain. An unexpected sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. It was the Umbu ninjas, arriving for their routine inspection, interrupting their conversation. Upon noticing this, Kushina swiftly seated herself, hastily returning White Zetsu to the ground, her speed surprising even herself. When the knock of the Umbu ninja resonated, she quickly composed her emotions, striving to maintain a tranquil expression. The door creaked open, and the cold voice of the Umbu ninja pierced the air. Minato's student is in trouble. Kushina's heart clenched abruptly, and she hurriedly leaned forward, her eyes shimmering with anxiety. What does this mean? What has happened? The words of the ninja struck like an icy blade, rendering her expression pale as she learned that Kirigakure had captured Rin no Era on the battlefield, and now Kakashi was infiltrating the village alone to investigate. The barrage of news felt like a heavy hammer, overwhelming her with an unprecedented weight of despair and helplessness. Do you have anything else to say? She managed to steady her voice to inquire. Nothing more. We only came to convey this, as it concerns someone close to you. The Umbu ninja spoke. And like a specter, they silently departed, leaving behind a profound silence. Kushina stood alone, her demeanor despondent, her heart a tumult of emotions. Slowly, she retrieved the scroll containing the sealing of Uchiha light, her gaze filled with both hope and reluctance. For unsealing, it would mean plunging little light back into the chaos and strife of the ninja world. Chapter 112. The terrifying monk. Am I dead? Obito slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of a 3-tomo Sharingan. He jolted back to reality, realizing he was lying in a dim, mysterious place. Where's this? He wondered, glancing around. Underground, near the Kimui Bridge, came a deep voice in response. Obito stared in astonishment at the figure before him. That eye of yours, sir? Are you also of the Uchiha clan? No, I am a dead man, merely borrowing this body, waiting for someone here, the figure replied calmly. Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. Who exactly are you? Are you some kind of Grim Reaper, the one who takes people to heaven or hell? Obito attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere with humor, but his gaze caught sight of a scythe strapped to the figure's back, sending him into a panic. No, I don't want to die yet. Please, help me. I just saw the scythe. You must be the Grim Reaper, the one who oversees the Uchiha family's deaths. Tears streamed down Obito's cheeks. I've spent my life helping those in need, although I have done many wrongs and violated numerous rules. Surely that shouldn't negate all the good I've done. Please, don't take me to hell. He sat up in distress, only to be met with a wave of pain coursing through his body. Ugh, it hurts. The ability to feel pain signifies that you are still alive. The man gently hung the scythe from his back on the wall, crossed his arms, and leaned against it, casting a profound glance at Uchiha Obito. However, it is indeed a miracle that you were not crushed by the stones. It is almost as if you have penetrated through the very rock. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a lingering dread. Where did you find me? You collapsed in the underground passage I excavated, surrounded by the rubble of fallen stones. However, your body was nearly unrecognizable after being battered. I could only provide you with some emergency bandaging for the time being. Was it you who saved me? I am truly grateful. Obito looked at him with heartfelt appreciation. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. This favor is one you will eventually need to repay. Did you not profess that your life as creed is to assist those in distress? Indeed, I did say that. So what must I do? Become your personal caretaker. Attending to your daily needs? Having someone to care for me would be pleasant, but this body lacks sensation, feels no pain, and requires no sustenance, rendering a caretaker meaningless to me. Really? Listening to the man's perplexing words, Obito furrowed his brow tighter. I cannot remain here indulging in your whims. Since I am still alive, I must return to Konoha. We are still amidst a war, and I have finally awakened my Sharingan, this time. I will surely protect my comrades better. Protect your comrades better? The man murmured. What is it? With your current physical condition, you cannot continue as a ninja. How is that possible? I have finally attained these eyes, enabling me to execute more exquisite coordination with my allies. Ninjas must learn to perceive reality. This world is rife with disappointments. The longer you live, the more acutely you will feel the anguish, pain, and solitude inherent in existence. Enough chatter. In any case, I must not linger here. Obito gritted his teeth, attempting to mask his suffering. You may leave at any time, as long as you're able to move. Obito struggled to rise, but each attempt was met with excruciating pain. Damn it, he uttered, his voice tinged with frustration. The man, observing Obito's futile struggle, closed his eyes and ignored him. Obito crawled for a while, ultimately surrendering to despair. He turned his gaze towards the man, his heart filled with confusion. Sir, who exactly are you? You possess the Sharingan, yet do not wear the Konoha forehead protector. Are you a rogue Uchiha? I am the specter of Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. The man spoke slowly, his voice resonating with an ineffable sorrow. Madara? Obito was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Madara Uchiha, he is my ancestor. How could he possibly be alive now? That was so many years ago. Thus, I initially stated that I am merely a deceased soul inhabiting another's body. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, and his skin abruptly turned as dark as the night, as if it were soaked in shadows. Subsequently, the ebony skin gradually coalesced, separating from the corporeal form and transforming into a black sphere that hovered in the air. Obito, horrified, gazed at this scene, tumbling off the bed in a state of panic. I want to go back. With this body of yours, you might as well give up. Madara's voice resonated with a hint of indifference. Moreover, there is no exit here. Unless one employs my or Tobi's secret techniques, escaping is utterly impossible. Should you continue to fidget, the painstakingly assembled Hashirama cell construct will disintegrate. Do you wish for death? Having barely reclaimed a life, do not hasten to seek demise. What is your true intention? Why keep a mere child like me here? What do you aim to achieve? Obito's heart brimmed with caution. I have no ulterior motive. Rescuing you was merely a fleeting whim, Madara replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, even if I had a purpose, what could a child like you possibly accomplish? The threats this world currently faces are beyond the capacity of beings like us to alter. If you desire death, so be it. However, upon your demise, I shall claim your Sharingan. Why do you covet my eyes? Do you not already possess a Sharingan? Obito's voice trembled, confusion etched upon his features. No, I have given my original eyes to another. What I currently possess are merely backup eyes that were later transplanted, Madara stated with an air of indifference. Having a little more stock is never a disadvantage. As his words faded, the truth-seeking orb slowly merged into the body of Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara gently brushed aside his disheveled hair, revealing a formidable wound on his right eye that seemed to narrate a hidden past. My right eye was destroyed by a monk. My return was solely to restore my vision. The Sharingan can only unleash its true power when both eyes are complete. Uchiha Obito gazed in horror at the ghastly wound marring Madara's face, a gash so profound that it nearly obliterated half of his visage, instilling an unsettling dread within him. What a jest! Obito's voice trembled, struggling to comprehend the profound implications of the scene before him, yearning only to flee from this place, to escape the terrifying figure in front of him. Chapter 113. Journey to the Hidden Mist. Days later, Obito wearily opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of two familiar white figures who were cheerfully addressing him. Hey, it's me, Zetsu, one of them began, a teasing tone lacing his words. How are you feeling? The other, White Zetsu, followed suit, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Terrible, Obito replied as he sat up, his face etched with helplessness. How long have I been here? Don't worry, you won't have to pay rent, White Zetsu chuckled. Zetsu spread his hands, as artificial beings born from the ghetto statue. We don't need to eat. Expenses like meals and restrooms are irrelevant to us, as we have no need for such bodily functions. Please, do not compare me to you peculiar entities, Obito said, raising a hand to touch the right side of his body, feeling bewildered by their inexplicable nature. That's a clone of Hashirama's cells, Zetsu elucidated. Thanks to it, you can survive without nourishment. You should consider yourself fortunate. Indeed, White Zetsu chimed in. Oh, you two are insufferable, Obito replied, exasperation evident on his face. What exactly are you here for? Madara sent us to oversee your rehabilitation, Zetsu stated. We need to restore you to a state where you can fulfill his wishes. What a farce. I was told I wouldn't need a caretaker, Obito scoffed. By the way, Obito, you were calling out Rin repeatedly in your sleep. Were you wishing to play with a bell? White Zetsu inquired, a glimmer of curiosity in his gaze. I heard it too. You were also mumbling about idiot Kakashi among other things, Zetsu remarked, his expression puzzled. What is this idiot Kakashi you speak of? Does he even comprehend the concept of urgency? I have no idea. You might as well ask him directly, White Zetsu replied, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, how irritating. Obito shot a glare at the two jesters. By the way, where have the other white figures gone? They're out gathering intelligence, White Zetsu replied casually, his tone lighthearted. Wait. You can go outside? Obito exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, we can traverse freely through the earth, Zetsu explained, seemingly amused by Obito's ignorance. Really? You possess such abilities? Obito exclaimed. You never thought to inquire, Zetsu retorted. Ugh, enough of this. By the way, that man named Madara mentioned he was injured by a monk. What on earth happened? I recall Madara being a formidable figure, renowned alongside the first Hokage. How could someone possibly wound him? The specific circumstances remain unclear, yet it is rumored that the monk possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of manipulating the size of objects and traversing through the fabric of time and space. Baiju remarked, his eyes glinting with curiosity for the unknown. Changing size? Navigating through time and space? This is absurd, Obito sighed, expressing his bewilderment. Just consider it as Madara encountering a formidable adversary. Baiju, disinterested in elaborating, shrugged and stated, currently, Madara is in a weakened state, unable to take action. Thus, he has returned here to make preparations and relay information. He then inquired, by the way, are you asking these questions in an effort to assist? Obito turned his face away, asserting, I have no interest in this. It does not concern me. All I desire is to escape from here and return to Rin and Kakashi. As you wish, replied Akatsuki, exchanging a glance with Ju before both descended below. In the ensuing days, Obito trudged through the underground with great difficulty, the rehabilitation process accompanied by indescribable agony. Yet, he gritted his teeth, persevering time and again. Memories of Rin's gentle visage and the cherished moments spent together illuminated his path like a beacon. For the sake of reuniting with Rin, he resolved to endure any pain, no matter how severe. This unwavering determination gradually earned him the respect of Baiju and his companions. On one occasion, as Obito was about to stumble, Akatsuki could not help but extend a timely hand, steadying him. Obito's rehabilitation became a source of amusement for Baiju and others each day. Before long, the muscle in his previously withered right side began to regenerate, and his once emaciated arms gradually regained strength. From his initial unsteady steps to later playfully frolicking atop the head of the outer path golem, each advancement Obito made sparked intrigue among Baiju. However, tranquility was short-lived. Lacking a left eye, he lost his balance and fell from the golem. Akatsuki approached, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? He inquired. Obito, smiling, replied, I'm fine. This minor injury is nothing. Despite his injuries, he insisted on maintaining a fade of strength. Yet Akatsuki pointed to his severed arm, remarking, your body is incapable of feeling pain. Take a look for yourself. Obito, upon hearing this, froze in place, a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. For Rin had once imparted similar words to him, urging him not to feign strength when injured, always showing her concern. Strange fellow, Akatsuki mused, perplexed by Obito's sudden silence. Suddenly, a Baiju emerged from within the golem, interrupting Obito's reverie. Obito, I just ventured outside, and the situation regarding Rin and that fool Kakashi is dire. Obito, filled with anxiety, asked, what has happened? Akatsuki responded, they are currently surrounded by mist ninjas and are attempting to escape from the hidden mist village. Damn it, Obito exclaimed, rushing towards the underground stone door, channeling all his strength to strike it. Although cracks formed in the stone, his white arm was shattered by the recoil. This body is still incapable of breaking through rock. Afei approached, his tone imbued with a hint of gravity. I must rescue Lin and Kakashi, Obito declared resolutely, determination glinting in his eyes. Then let us merge, Afei replied, his spiral mask fracturing into multiple white tendrils that gracefully enveloped Obito. Aren't you Madara's subordinate? Is this assistance truly acceptable? Obito inquired with a trace of hesitation. No issue at all, for I too must venture to the hidden mist. A sudden voice rang out behind Obito. It was Madara, transforming into a dark orb that slowly detached from white Zetsu and affixed itself to Obito's left side. Thank you, Uncle Madara, Obito expressed gratefully. He clenched his fists, gathering energy, and steadied his stance before delivering a powerful punch towards the boulder. In the next instant, the stone shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering debris across the ground. White Zetsu, where are Lin and Kakashi right now? Take me to them immediately. The entity that has attached to you is my clone, White Zetsu responded. We can communicate telepathically within a certain range, and I have other clones distributed underground exchanging information. Afei extended a tendril, softly saying, I shall use this to guide you. Let us proceed outside. Very well, I entrust this to you. Obito nodded in agreement. As Obito stepped through the chamber's exit, his gaze swept over the various artifacts adorning the walls, ultimately selecting a deep black robe to don. He raced through the forest, the robe billowing in the wind like a shadow in the night. What is the current situation with Lin and Kakashi? He inquired as he ran. According to the information received, it appears quite perilous. They mentioned some experimental subjects from the hidden mist, but I do not comprehend, White Zetsu replied. Experimental subjects? In any case, Lin and Kakashi are surrounded by dozens of elite mist jonin and ANBU, each formidable in their own right. White Zetsu's voice echoed in Obito's mind, tinged with concern. What is Minato-sensei doing? Obito asked anxiously. Who? White Zetsu seemed perplexed. I am asking you, what is the Golden Flash engaged in? He seems to be undertaking another mission. Of all times, Obito exclaimed, his expression anxious as he quickened his pace. Kakashi, you must find a way to protect Lin. I will arrive shortly. Obito, it seems you are about to enter battle. Before that, there are a few words I wish to share with you. Madara's voice resonated suddenly. Deep and powerful. What do you wish to convey? Your combat prowess pales in comparison to mine, and it is my Rinnegan that sustains your battered form. What exactly are you implying? I suggest that during the fight, it would be more advantageous for me to act on your behalf. Did you not once affirm this? The true power of the Sharingan can only be realized when both eyes are fully awakened. With Kakashi, who possesses a Sharingan that complements my own, fighting alongside me on the battlefield, I am certain to surpass you. Together, Kakashi and I shall protect Rin. Enough of this. Madara scoffed coldly, remarking, regardless, you currently harbor cells of Hashirama within you. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers may indeed unveil an unprecedented strength. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar, followed by a dense mist rolling in from the horizon, accompanied by a series of massive explosions. What is happening? Obito halted, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. My clone has relayed intel. It appears to be in the direction of the explosions. Akatsuki swiftly responded, his voice tinged with tension. Obito's heart tightened. He instinctively understood that this must be the direction of Rin and Kakashi. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the explosions. The trees along his path seemed to freeze in time, flashing by like a still painting. Increasing his pace, visions of Rin's bloodied face haunted his mind. As he drew closer, the booming of the explosions grew clearer, and his heartbeat quickened in tandem. At last, Obito arrived at the edge of the battlefield. The sight before him was shocking. Rin and Kakashi were surrounded by a horde of mist ninjas, their bodies marred by wounds that testified to the ferocity of the battle. Chapter 114. The successful capture of the Three Tails not long ago in the hidden mist village. This secretive location, shrouded in perpetual mist, lived up to its name. Enveloped in ethereal clouds as if time itself had forgotten it. Within the mist, ancient structures seamlessly intertwined with the lush nature, and every stone and ancient tree seemed to whisper, recounting untold stories. Uchiha Hikari, as graceful as a swallow, glided through the shadowy alleys of the hidden mist village. Her destination lay in the fabled lake, said to be the prison of the Three Tails. The sharp gleam of her Sharingan sparkled with extraordinary brilliance, for she had sensed an immense and peculiar chakra fluctuation emanating from the depths of the forbidden area, beckoning her onward. Like a phantom, she silently navigated the night beyond the forbidden zone. At last, her delicate form alighted upon a rooftop, her gaze piercing through the layers of mist to fixate upon a dimly lit underground cell within the forbidden grounds, where a girl with chestnut hair was held captive. Uchiha Hikari retrieved a photograph that Kushina had entrusted to her before departing, which depicted three youthful faces alongside a grown Minato Namikaze. Upon closer examination, she recognized that the girl with chestnut hair was indeed one of those in the picture. While she had located the girl with chestnut hair, the white-haired imp remained elusive. I have found the chestnut-haired girl, but the insufferable little brat with white hair is still missing, Uchiha Hikari murmured softly, attuning herself to her surroundings. She discerned the presence of not only the imprisoned girl, but also the elite shinobi and umbu from the hidden mist lurking nearby. Let us deal with these nuisances first. With remarkable swiftness, she moved like a bolt of lightning in the night, each turn and step executed with pinpoint accuracy, as if she were one with the shadows. Faced with the guards, the hidden mist ninjas, and umbu, she hesitated not for a moment. An experienced hidden mist ninja detected her presence, brandishing a kunai and attempting to launch a surprise attack with lightning speed. However, Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan had already perceived the imminent danger. She deftly sidestepped the lethal strike, then delivered a sharp palm strike that precisely incapacitated the ninja, rendering him unable to continue the fight. She continued her relentless assault, swiftly defeating each hidden mist ninja and Umbu in turn. The Umbu attempted to spring a surprise from the darkness, but Uchiha Hikari's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary shinobi, her senses keen enough to uncover every hidden threat. In quick succession, she executed an unmatched palm strike that struck the hidden mist ninja's vital point, causing him to lose his will to fight and collapse limply to the ground. With the agility of a cheetah, she pivoted to confront another Umbu ninja, delivering a fierce kick that sliced through the air, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, executed with grace and precision as Uchiha Hikari swiftly and efficiently dispatched all the guards. Her formidable taijutsu prowess was fully displayed in this brief yet intense skirmish. "Ah, I see." Uchiha Hikari spoke softly, her gaze falling upon Noera Rin, the chestnut-haired girl who was imprisoned. Through her Sharingan, she could clearly discern that Rin's chakra flow was obstructed, evidently ensnared by a complex sealing technique. It appeared to be a timed seal meticulously arranged by the hidden mist, intended to contain the power of the three tails. However, the seal was rather rudimentary. Uchiha Hikari chuckled derisively. For one who had inherited all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, this seal was hardly worth her consideration. Uchiha Hikari swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to employ the advanced four-symbol seal to utterly rewrite the binding seal that ensnared Noera Rin. However, at that very moment, the chakra of the three tails suddenly surged violently, its tailed beast cloak enveloping Rin's form in an instant. It always unfolds this way. Can there not be a hint of novelty? Hikari lamented, gathering chakra in her eyes, the power of her Sharingan reaching its zenith, as if capable of piercing through anything. Be obedient, Three Tails. Hikari's voice resonated with an icy authority as she delved deep into Rin's consciousness. If you wish to survive, retreat and slumber. Her Sharingan glimmered with a chilling brilliance, locking onto the Three Tails with an undeniable threat. The colossal creature, upon being gazed at by Hikari's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, recoiled in fear, shrinking back into its shell as if struck by an invisible force. As the Three Tails was subdued, Rin gradually regained her awareness. She opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her gaze, but soon, Hikari's warm smile allowed her to relax, realizing that the girl before her was an ally, not an adversary. Who are you? Rin's voice carried a note of curiosity. I am Uchiha Hikari, sent by Kushina to rescue you. Rin, Hikari replied with a smile, reaching out to gently pat Rin's shoulder in an attempt to offer solace. But the Three Tails within me could awaken at any moment. Rin recalled the whispers of the mist's plan she had heard during her sealing, pushing Hikari away and retreating to the corner of the cell, curling up in despair. If you wish to leave, do so. I shall remain here. Even if I were to escape, I would only bring harm to others. Hikari observed this scene with a tumult of emotions stirring within her. The sight before her transported her back to her childhood days spent in the dungeon, evoking a sense of loneliness and despair. Were it not for Boruto, she might have succumbed long ago. Boruto. That name echoed in her heart as she pressed her lips together, recalling his choices. She approached the corner with unwavering resolve, grasping Rin's hand and pulling her into the illuminated side bathed in moonlight. Rin, Kushina once said that you are a strong and gentle child, her most cherished student. Uchiha Hikari's voice resonated with encouragement. If you fear causing harm to others, you may accompany me to the Land of Rain, the homeland of Kushina, where the Uzumaki clan, skilled in sealing techniques, resides. We shall assist you. Just then, hurried footsteps interrupted their exchange. We have found her. The Jinchuriki has not escaped. The ninjas of the hidden mist discovered their trail, and reinforcements surged forth like a tide, encircling them in an impenetrable barrier. Be cautious. This individual can infiltrate the hidden mist silently and is undoubtedly formidable. The ninjas, armed with various weapons, exhibited vigilance and wariness, as if confronting the most perilous of foes. It is time to leave, Rin, Uchiha Hikari declared, her voice resolute and warm. Ignoring the clamor of the hidden mist, she gazed sincerely into Noera Rin's eyes. Do not be afraid. I will remain by your side. With my Mangeki Sharingan, tailed beasts are of no concern. Yet Rin's voice trembled with hesitation, her gaze oscillating between hope and fear. There is no time, Rin, Uchiha Hikari earnestly urged. You must trust me now. Her gaze shone like a beacon, piercing through the fog of uncertainty in Rin's heart, bestowing upon her boundless courage and strength. All right, Tears glistened in Rin's eyes as she tightly grasped Uchiha Hikari's hand. The warmth and strength transformed into a soothing current, swiftly dispelling the shadows within her mind. "Let us go." Uchiha Hikari pulled Rin along, their forms darting swiftly into the distance. Chapter 115. The Crimson Knight. The pursuit team from the hidden mist village followed closely, like silent hunters. The Land of Water was notorious for its rogue ninjas, with most ninjas trained to capture renegades. Coldness and efficiency were their inherent traits, making Uchiha Hikari and Noera Rin's escape exceedingly arduous. "Xiao Guang, if this continues, we will inevitably be caught." Rin's voice carried fatigue and apprehension, her breaths seemingly racing against time, each one potentially the last. "Leave it to me." A flicker of determination crossed Uchiha Hikari's eyes. Unlike Tobirama, she could not execute the Flying Thunder God technique with precision amidst chaos, and even if she could, the range was severely limited, especially when carrying another person, which would further shorten the distance. Thus, she needed to devise an alternative strategy, seeking an opportunity for escape. Taking a deep breath, she felt her chakra begin to surge within her. Uchiha Kei withdrew a minuscule white spore from her bosom. Under the guidance of her chakra, the spore appeared to be imbued with life, voraciously absorbing her power and rapidly growing until it gradually assumed a human form. Uchiha Hikaru affixed white zetsu to Rin, and as chakra coursed through it, the spores began their astonishing transformation. They morphed until they became a perfect replica of Rin, even mirroring the subtlest nuances of her expressions and movements with impeccable accuracy. Rin stood before this doppelganger, a profound mix of astonishment and confusion etched across her face, her eyes brimming with disbelief. This was a synthetic being cultivated from Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Hikaru elucidated. Upon absorbing chakra, it could assume the form of that individual, even possessing a fragment of their abilities and memories. "The target of the Mist Village is you," he continued, suggesting that they send this white zetsu clone to mislead the pursuers, allowing us to conceal ourselves. Rin nodded, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her gaze. "Very well, let us proceed as planned." Uchiha Hikari and Rin swiftly blended into the dense forest, merging with the shadows of the night, soundless and stealthy. Utilizing the guise of white zetsu's clone, they successfully captivated the entire attention of their pursuers. The white zetsu impersonating Rin darted through the woods, each escape seemingly remarkably authentic, as if engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the pursuers. Soon, just as the white zetsu version of Rin was about to be caught by a mist ninja, a figure suddenly burst forth like a bolt of lightning. In a flash of thunder, the unsuspecting mist ninja was pierced by this sudden onslaught. "Are you all right, Rin?" The voice carried a note of concern as the figure removed the mist mask and outer cloak, revealing a head of white hair, with the Sharingan in his left eye glinting vividly under the moonlight. "Kakashi?" Rin's voice was laced with surprise and confusion. "I have been lurking within the mist pursuit team, following them all the way here," Kakashi chuckled. "It seems you have found a way to escape on your own. This has saved me considerable effort." The emotions swirling within white zetsu Rin were profoundly complex. Possessing Rin's memories, she was naturally aware of Kakashi's identity. Yet at this moment, her sole objective was to ensure the safe escape of Lord Hikari and the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. The Mist Ninja, though appearing relentless in his pursuit, merely sought to drive her back to Konoha, using the opportunity to unleash the Three-Tails. Hence, the Mist would never truly act against her. It was all an intricately designed charade. However, Kakashi's involvement could simplify matters significantly. White zetsu Rin pondered if Kakashi could end her life here. The Mist pursuit team would abandon their chase, thereby securing the safety of Lord Hikari and the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Resolute, she spoke, "Kakashi, you must kill me now." "Rin? What are you saying? I could never do such a thing." Kakashi gazed at her in shock, confusion etched across his features. "This is not the time for jokes. You need to leave quickly." "No." White zetsu Rin halted, her tone unwavering. "Kakashi, I have the beast sealed within me. If I return to the village like this, the Three-Tails will decimate Konoha." With that, she turned to face the approaching Mist Ninja, resolutely charging forward. Rin? Kakashi, concerned for her safety, immediately activated his Chidori, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward the ninja. White zetsu Rin smirked, swiftly pivoting to stand before the Mist Ninja, willingly meeting Kakashi's Chidori head-on. Her chest pierced as blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Kakashi." Blood trickled from the corners of White zetsu Rin's mouth, though she felt no pain. She knew she must maintain her altered form to afford Lord Kei and the Three-Tails Jinchuriki a precious opportunity to escape. Kakashi, however, remained oblivious to her plight. Gazing upon Rin's pallid face as she lay in his arms, his world seemed to shatter. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his Sharingan. He slowly withdrew his right hand, and Rin, expelling a mouthful of blood, appeared to lose her anchor in an instant, collapsing weakly to the ground. This scene unfolded before the hurriedly arriving Uchiha Obito, who bore witness to it all. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes as his steps came to an abrupt halt. "What is Kakashi doing?" Obito's voice trembled with shock and inquiry. He could hardly comprehend the scene before him. Against the backdrop of the night, the tomo of Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, ultimately coalescing into a dart-like kaleidoscopic form. Yet Kakashi was already utterly exhausted. His chakra had been completely drained by the power of his eyes, and he fell helplessly beside Rin. In contrast, Obito, bolstered by the cells of Hashirama Senju within him, felt his ocular power surge in a furious explosion. Winds swirling ferociously around him as if the very world trembled. The roar emanating from beneath Obito's mask was akin to that of a wounded beast. A lament against fate, a defiance of reality. The ninjas of the mist were struck dumb by this sudden turn of events, gazing at the bizarre white objects encircling Obito, murmuring in astonishment, "What on earth is that? Reinforcements from Konoha? Humph, what good is a single person in aid?" A mist ninja scoffed, casually tossing several shuriken in an attempt to end this farce. However, the shuriken passed through the void as if they had pierced nothingness, leaving no mark upon Obito, instead embedding themselves deeply into the trees behind him. "I will not acknowledge such a thing." Obito's voice resonated with a depth akin to an abyss, brimming with boundless sorrow and fury. What just transpired? The mist ninja gazed in terror at the unfolding spectacle, his voice quivering. Did he evade that? How could I possibly admit to such a thing? Obito could no longer contain the wrath and murderous intent surging within him. He pushed off the ground, and the earth seemed to fracture under his rage, debris scattering in all directions as he charged at the mist ninjas. Do not underestimate the village of the bloody mist. One mist ninja drew his blade, and, with a furious shout, charged at Obito. Yet, where the blade struck was naught but air, as if time and space had warped, rendering Obito's form elusive and indistinct. Chapter 116. The convergence of world lines. Obito's ocular power had ascended to an unfathomable realm, his very existence appearing to transcend the constraints of materiality, each movement bearing an indescribable sense of oppression. The mist ninjas exchanged fearful glances, an unprecedented terror swelling within them. "Get away!" With a furious roar, Obito struck the mist ninja in the abdomen with a powerful punch, causing the wood-style chakra to explode within him. The man's body was pierced by countless branches, blood splattering and staining Obito's white mask. Without the slightest pause, Obito's gaze was fierce, filled with murderous intent as he turned to the mist ninja, who was already terrified. In his hand, a sharp branch, solidified from chakra, resembled the scythe of death, aiming directly at the man's heart. "Die!" Seeing this, the mist ninjas seized the opportunity, and 4 of them leaped concurrently, launching an attack from behind Obito. However, their assault sank like a stone into the sea, passing harmlessly through him once again. This time, they felt the impact. But it was only because their strikes had gone through Obito and struck the mist ninja in front of him. "How is this possible? We didn't even hit him." The mist ninja was filled with unprecedented fear as he faced the wrathful Obito. He leaped violently, kicking the group away, the force so great that it shattered their bones. "What on earth is that guy? He employs such strange techniques. Damn it, we must at least retrieve that woman. We cannot allow the Jinchuriki's body to fall into enemy hands. Not on my watch." Without hesitation, Obito activated his Kamui and charged towards the glimmering blade in the crowd, rendering all their swords ineffective as they sliced through the air. This guy can truly be penetrated. Stay calm, retrieve the body, and retreat. The mist ninjas were numerous, and 2 had already approached Rin's lifeless form, preparing to take it away. Upon witnessing this, Obito launched the branch in his hand like an arrow, striking the mist ninja with precision. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the wood-style chakra surged again, completely piercing through the man. Afei, observing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "He has grasped the wood-style cutting technique without a master? This child's talent is truly astonishing." Yet, Obito paid no heed to the praises of Toby. With a swift body flicker technique, he transported himself beside another mist ninja, delivering a powerful punch that sent the man crashing into the earth. Anger and sorrow intertwined within him as he yanked the man from the depths below, sending him soaring into the sky with a fierce kick. only to seize the mist ninja's mask and shatter his visage with a knee strike. Finally, he grasped the man by the collar, forcefully smashing him into the ground, delivering blow after blow until the unfortunate soul was reduced to a mere pulp. The other mist ninjas, shaken by Obito's ferocity, recoiled in fear, chills running down their spines. "Who on earth is this man?" they murmured, their eyes filled with terror. Noticing the mist ninjas attempting to flee, Obito slowly turned, the cells of Hashirama within him surging wildly. In an unsealed state, he unleashed a vast expanse of the birth of the trees technique. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in a crimson mist, the moon reflecting the hue of a blood moon. All present were ensnared by the wood release, transformed into mere statues. The ground soaked in a pool of blood. With the sheer number of bodies, the ground where Obito stood had become a veritable bloodbath. The mask on Obito's face began to crack, and even with a single hole, it could not prevent the blood from staining his visage. "Thus, I understand now," he thought, as he discarded the last corpse in his grasp and approached the serene form of the auburn-haired girl lying beside the blood pool. His feet stepped into the sanguine depths, his gaze not lingering on Kakashi's fallen figure ahead. Using Kimyui, Obito's body phased through Kakashi, continuing forward. In the blood pool, Rin's figure lay tranquil, as if merely asleep. Extending his hand, he sought to gently touch Rin's face, but panic and sorrow caused him to forget to deactivate Kamui. His hand, like a phantom, passed directly through Rin's body. In that moment, Obito's expression turned to one of alarm. Realizing his mistake, he quickly adjusted, exerting control over his Manjiki Sharingan to close the powers of Kamui. This time, his hand genuinely met Rin's skin, cold and lifeless. Bending down, he carefully lifted Rin from the blood pool, cradling her against his chest. He held her tightly, as if wishing to impart all the warmth within him to awaken her slumbering soul. The moonlight bled red, casting Obito's silhouette as he stood guard over the most tender part of his heart. "Rin, you deceiver," he whispered, gently caressing her hair, each strand imbued with endless longing and reluctance. "You promised to watch over me until the day I became Hokage. It seems this girl means a great deal to you," came Madara's voice, as the sage of the six-path chakra slowly detached from Obito, merging instead with Rin's replica. Tobi also withdrew from Obito, transferring to Rin. In the next moment, the body of white Zetsurin rose slowly from Obito's embrace, leading him to believe Rin had returned to life. "Rin?" he gasped. "What truly remarkable eyes you possess." Under the support of Akatsuki and the Seeker of Truth, Lin stood up slowly and coldly declared, "The ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan aligns with the wishes of the individual at the moment of awakening. When that young girl perished, you completely denied this world, thus acquiring the rare space-time ocular technique." Upon hearing Lin's voice, which sounded amiss, Obito immediately realized it was Madara and shouted, "You too, step away from Lin." Madara chuckled lightly, laced with a hint of derision. "Oh, there's no need for haste. Although this girl's body has departed, both Akatsuki and I can continue to sustain her physical form, preventing it from decaying." Obito waved his hand, agitated. "What significance does that hold? Lin will never come back to life." "No," Madara replied, his tone imbued with a sense of mystery. "She can return, but only with the Rinnegan." "Rinnegan? What is that?" To explain the Rinnegan, one must start with the Sage of Six Paths and the Ten Tails. It would be a lengthy tale. Ten Tails? Isn't that a creature from mythology? Mythology often has its roots in reality. The tailed beasts scattered across the world are fragments of the Ten Tails' power, divided by the Sage of Six Paths. Each tailed beast is a remnant of the Ten Tails. Obito urgently pressed, "Is there proof to substantiate that this is not mere fabrication?" "Proof?" Madara's voice echoed in the night sky, carrying a sense of certainty. "The evidence is myself. After acquiring the cells of Hashirama Senju, I implanted them into my wounds. Initially, everything seemed normal, until the moment of my life's end, when the Rinnegan, that legendary ocular technique, finally blossomed in my eyes." "But how was that accomplished?" Obito's tone was laden with confusion. "Without the fusion of the Uchiha and Senju powers, the Rinnegan cannot awaken," Madara stated gravely. "Even if one possesses it, one must sacrifice the lifespan of their physical cells and an immense amount of yin-yang chakra as a price. How can these conditions be met?" Obito continued to inquire, his voice tinged with urgency. "Supplementing cells is not difficult." Madara's tone revealed a hint of coldness. "The white Zetsu within the Gedo statue can provide them. As for the yin-yang chakra," his voice paused as if weighing each word, "by merging the chakra from the nine-tailed beasts into the outer path Gedo statue, and then sealing the 10 tails, manifested in the form of a Jinchuriki within oneself. One can acquire the yin-yang chakra of the sage. The Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, Obito murmured. But you awakened the Rinnegan without becoming the Jinchuriki. The Gedo statue was once the vessel of the 10 tails and still retains a portion of the chakra from the 9-tailed beasts. That chakra was absorbed when I awakened the Rinnegan. This method would not work for you. Damn it. Obito pounded the ground in frustration. Madara looked at Obito's unwillingness and said solemnly, before you make a decision, I must clarify that while the Rinnegan can control life and death, reviving the deceased requires the caster to pay the ultimate price of their own life. Even the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails is not exempt from this. Upon hearing this condition, would you still be willing to sacrifice your life for the girl before you? Certainly, as long as I can resurrect Lin, I would willingly give everything. Obito's voice was resolute and fearless. Humph. Amidst the waning bloodline of the Uchiha, you still possess some spirit. Madara chuckled lightly, then I shall introduce you to Nagato. He is the only one capable of helping you realize your dreams. Nagato? Who is that? Obito inquired. Madara's voice echoed in the night. After my physical form passed away, I entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato, who is expending every effort for the peace and stability of the ninja world. If you harbor intentions of seizing his Rinnegan, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. I cannot sacrifice Nagato's life for the sake of reviving a girl. He is far too important to the current ninja world. Understood. Obito's voice resonated clearly under the moonlight. I merely need to awaken the Rinnegan myself, correct? Precisely. A hint of barely perceptible approval lingered in Madara's tone. Meanwhile, in a distant thicket, Uchiha Kagami and the original body of Noera Rin were racing along a forest path. Suddenly, Uchiha Kagami's sage mode detected an anomaly. She halted, bringing Rin to a stop, her gaze directed towards a distant pool of blood. What's wrong? Rin asked in confusion, lacking the sensory ability to comprehend why Kagami had abruptly paused. All those pursuing shinobi from the mist have perished. Uchiha Kagami's voice bore a somber weight. Rin covered her mouth, staring incredulously in that direction, her voice filled with shock. Who could possibly eliminate all those shinobi in one fell swoop? I do not know. Uchiha Kagami turned to Rin with a slight smile. But perhaps, when your doppelganger returns, we shall uncover the truth. With that, she resumed moving. We should leave. It is too dangerous here now. Rin responded, and the two figures quickened their pace, vanishing into the thicket like two streaks of light. Under the night sky, the wind in the forest seemed to grow heavier as Uchiha Kagami and Noera Rin's silhouettes gradually receded, disappearing into the darkness, heading towards the Rain Village. Chapter 117, Compassionate Strengths. Uchiha Hikari, bearing the weight of Noera Rin, was the first to return to the towering edifice of the hidden Rain Village. Upon entering the tower, she promptly instructed Uzumaki Yuta to lead a team in reinforcing the sealing techniques on Noera Rin. Although she had mastered the art of separating the 3 tails within Rin, preserving only a portion of its chakra to sustain her life, Uchiha Hikari's thoughts were ensnared by a more pressing reality. Within a chamber of the tower, the atmosphere was laden with tension. Nagato, once a vibrant youth, now appeared emaciated, as if reduced to mere skin and bones. Countless black spikes, formed from the art of yin-yang release, protruded from his back, sharp and frigid, each tethered to the outer path's demonic statue, serving as a bridge between life and death silence. Beside Nagato stood a young man with orange hair, clad in a dark robe adorned with fiery clouds. His form was similarly adorned with black rods, and his deep, penetrating Rinnegan seemed to perceive the very essence of the world. The voice of Uchiha Hikaru trembled, imbued with incredulous astonishment. Nagato, Yahiko, what on earth has transpired? She covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she slowly approached Nagato, her gaze brimming with empathy and confusion. Little Hikaru, allow me to speak, came Conan's voice from the shadows. Dressed in a dark cloak, she walked gracefully towards Hikaru, her expression laden with despondency, her eyes void of their former brilliance. Nagato is currently asleep. What has happened? Uchiha Hikaru's fist clenched tightly, her voice resonating with undeniable resolve. Conan's tone was cold and heavy. Yahiko, Hanzo-sensei, and even Tobarama-sensei, they were all slain by an organization known as K-Shell. What? Uchiha Hikaru felt as if struck by lightning, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed onto the ground, incredulity spilling from her lips. Tobarama. He is truly dead? Her mind was a tempest of confusion, recalling Tobarama, the boy who had incessantly engaged her in discussions of ninjutsu. The warm presence who had always been by her side, now irrevocably absent. She lingered in a daze, as if time had frozen at that moment, leaving behind an endless well of sorrow, and nostalgia. The situation had unfolded too abruptly. Uchiha Hikaru's heart was in turmoil, struggling to discern whether she was ensnared in a harsh reality or trapped in some absurd dream. Konan's gaze was filled with understanding and compassion as she slowly approached Uchiha Hikaru, opening her arms to embrace her. This warm embrace offered Hikaru a fleeting sense of security. She wept like a child, pouring forth all the grief and helplessness within her. Trails of tears marked her cheeks, leaving behind stark reminders of her anguish. After a considerable time, as her emotions began to settle, she lifted her head, her eyes ignited with fury and bewilderment. "Konan, what exactly is this organization called K-Shell?" Konan gently patted her back, her voice tinged with gravity. "According to the intelligence provided by Madara Uchiha and Tobirama-sensei, this organization has been lurking in the Land of Rain. It harbors not only a member of the Otsutsuki clan, but also possesses scientific technologies far beyond those of our contemporary ninja world." Scientific technologies? Is it reliant solely on such things? Uchiha Kei's face was etched with disbelief. She found herself enveloped in an unprecedented haze of confusion. In her quest for the truth, she yearned to comprehend it in her own manner. She offered an apology to Konan, then rose resolutely, directing her unwavering gaze towards Nagato. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan blossomed in her eyes. With a gentle flourish, she extracted Nagato's memory gem and began to scrutinize its contents. Fragments from recent years surged forth like a tidal wave. Under Hanzo's tacit approval, Nagato, Yahiko, and their companions established a mercenary organization in the Hidden Rain Village. One that espoused peace and sought to resolve the conflicts of the ninja world, aptly named Akatsuki. The Hidden Rain Village, perpetually situated at the epicenter of battles among the three great nations, was rife with both minor skirmishes and significant confrontations. Many war-torn citizens sought refuge by hiring the Akatsuki organization. As the turmoil persisted, coupled with the meteoric rise and strength of figures like Nagato, the Akatsuki organization gradually expanded, its reputation surpassing even that of Hanzo during the Second Shinobi War, emerging as an undeniable force. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably until an organization known as Kara shattered this tranquility and hope in an unprecedented manner. Not long ago, within the towering confines of the Hidden Rain, an unusually tense atmosphere prevailed. Senju Tobirama and a clone of Uchiha Madara returned in disarray from a teleportation. Their bodies battered and bruised, bringing back intelligence capable of rewriting the annals of the ninja world. They had been investigating a monk named Jigen. This individual not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also wielded the extraordinary ability to traverse through space and time. Tobirama and Madara attempted to confront Jigen, but quickly realized they were no match for him. In a moment of desperation, Tobirama seized the opportunity when Jigen opened a space-time tunnel, swiftly hurling a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique into it, subsequently escaping the scene with Madara. Upon their return, through numerous experiments and innovations with Uchiha and Madara, they finally grasped the essence of traversing through different dimensions using the Flying Thunder God technique. For the first time, they stepped into Jigen's realm. It was a world starkly dissimilar to Earth, shrouded in an abyssal violet sky, as if the last vestiges of light from the night had been devoured. The land was desolate, devoid of vegetation, surrounded by sheer cliffs, reminiscent of a long-deceased planet. Silent and solemn. On one of the cliffs, peculiar symbols were etched, suggesting remnants of an ancient civilization. Below the cliff, they beheld a disc-shaped metallic structure that transcended their understanding, housing a creature brimming with colossal chakra. They recognized it at once. It was the Ten-Tails they had glimpsed in the memory gem of Kagaya. However, this Ten-Tails was considerably smaller, clearly not the colossal beast they were familiar with. This version of the Ten-Tails had likely come into existence after absorbing all the energy from this planet. Tobirama solemnly deduced that since this planet was inherently less fertile than theirs, the Ten-Tails lacked the strength to reach the extraordinary dimensions they had previously encountered. On another planet, Uchiha Madara's face was momentarily etched with astonishment as his gaze settled upon the enigmatic, circular metallic structure. A multitude of questions surged within him. This implied that the Otsutsuki clan possessed the means to traverse interstellar space at will, a notion that was almost beyond belief. Yet, if they had mastered space-time ninjutsu, why invest effort into studying such technology? Even space-time ninjutsu required the user's physical presence to reach the target planet and establish a spatial marker. Tobirama explained that without a marked location, it was akin to his Flying Thunder God technique, imperceptible and thus impossible to traverse. What a terrifying race. Caution flickered in Madara's eyes. Let us conclude today's investigation. The monk may return at any moment. Agreed, Tobirama nodded. swiftly leaving flying thunder god markers throughout this alien dimension and retrieving the shuriken he had previously left behind. The two prepared to withdraw from the monk's space. However, just as they were about to depart, several black rods formed from yin-yang release materialized out of thin air, piercing through their bodies with blinding speed. Tobirama, being advanced in age, found his life nearly extinguished by these piercing attacks. Madara's fate was even more dire. His body was riddled with holes, and half of his right face was obliterated. Two little mice have intruded. It is time for a thorough cleansing. The monk's voice was chilling and devoid of emotion. Impossible. The Sharingan was unable to perceive the trajectory of his attack. Madara's left Sharingan gazed in shock at the approaching figure draped in white. Damn it, Tobirama thought, his heart racing with urgency. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he executed the flying thunder god technique, transporting both himself and Madara back to their original world, away from this perilous dimension. Yet, the monk's pursuit did not wane with their escape. He arrived at the location from which they had vanished and activated his sensing abilities. As this was within his own space, he instantly established a connection with the space-time of Tobirama's technique. The monk's reappearance was akin to the arrival of death itself, freezing the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Tobirama and Madara had anticipated this and had not returned to the hidden rain village, but rather to a plain in the land of rain. Hanzo, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had already prepared an ambush to capture this monk. However, even with such esteemed warriors of the ninja world at their side, they now appeared inconsequential. Before the monk, their resistance was as feeble as a candle flickering in a tempest. That bizarre spiritual mark on his jaw could absorb any ninjutsu. His elusive space-time left one utterly baffled. The colossal cubes descending from above and the unyielding black rods rendered any defense futile. The hearts of the crowd felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, experiencing a profound sense of helpless defeat for the first time. The battle concluded almost instantaneously. On the battlefield, the only figure remaining upright was Nagato, his body adorned with scars, and his eyes ablaze with a fiery rage. Oh! The gaze of Chizen was as frigid as ice, fixated upon Nagato's unique orbs. The Rinnegan? He inquired coldly, a hint of barely perceptible astonishment tinging his voice. From where did you acquire those eyes? Nagato remained silent, his gaze resolute and composed, showing no sign of retreat in the face of overwhelming power. Slowly, he raised his hand, as if the Rinnegan were calculating something, preparing for a final counterattack. Chapter 118. The Path of Pain. Do you not wish to speak? Chizen's voice was as cold as the ice, his gaze locked onto the black rod floating in the vastness of the dark sky, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light reminiscent of Viguna. Then, let that woman over there pay the price for your silence. Perhaps it will prompt you to reconsider. Stop! You bastard! Nagato roared, the light of Shinra Tensei coalescing in his hand, instantly releasing it to scatter the black rod hurled by Chizen into dust. However, the 5-second interval of Shinra Tensei exposed glaring vulnerabilities in his defense, making it impossible to withstand Chizen's relentless offensive. Nagato, Yahiko, do not mind me. Flee quickly. Konan's voice was urgent and resolute, unwilling to be a burden to her companions. It seems you are still reluctant to respond. Is this woman's life inconsequential to you? Chizen advanced relentlessly, the black rod in his hand rotating slowly like the scythe of death, aimed at Konan's head. Thus, prepare to embrace death. As his words fell, the black rod shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow. Konan! Yahiko's eyes flashed with resolution upon witnessing this, and he summoned the last of his strength to shield Konan, the black rod mercilessly piercing through his body and pinning him to the cold ground. Nagato, you and Konan must survive at all costs, for you are the saviors of this world. If it is you, perhaps Yahiko's voice grew weaker, ultimately fading as he collapsed into a pool of blood, the flame of life extinguished at that moment. Yahiko! Konan's scream tore through the air, tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Why rush toward death? Chizen remarked coldly, another black rod coalescing in his hand. Shinra Tensei, Nagato bellowed, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force that once again repelled the black rod. Futile. This technique has a 5-second interval, and you cannot possibly withstand all my assaults. The laughter of Sishin was rife with mockery, as the onslaught of black rods and the colossal cube surged towards Nagato like an unrelenting tide. The rebounding black rods, however, were effortlessly diminished by Sishin's My Baiku, rendering these counterattacks a mere exercise in futility. Aware of the dire situation, Nagato, in despair, clutched the cold bodies of Konan and Yahiko, preparing for a swift retreat. Yet, Fate seemed particularly cruel at that moment. As his legs were mercilessly pierced by the swirling black rods, the excruciating pain causing his steps to falter. "Conan, take Yahiko and retreat to safety." Nagato's voice was resolute and unwavering. He was prepared to embrace death. With swift hand signs, he struck the ground forcefully, summoning the outer path, Geto Mazo. With a thunderous roar, the massive Geto Mazo erupted from the earth, its colossal arms sweeping through the chaos, sending the rampaging black rods and cube flying. Granting Nagato and Conan a glimmer of hope. "Is this the shell of the Ten Tails?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Seishin's gaze. "Nagato, you mustn't use this." Conan's voice was laced with anxiety and fear. "Ah." From the Geto Mazo, several black spikes pierced Nagato's back. He bore the agony as the statue seemingly regained life. Opening its enormous maw, the technique, Phantom Dragon 9 consummations, transformed into 9 massive purple dragons, fueled by boundless rage and determination, surged towards Seishin. "It is already astonishing that lower beings possess the Rinnegan. I never anticipated that someone on this planet could summon the shell of the Ten Tails." A knowing smile crept across Seishin's lips. This time, he chose not to shrink himself with my Baiku, for the Phantom Dragon 9 consummations was a soul-tracking technique. Even if he diminished in size, he could not escape the soul-binding power of those 9 dragons. Seishin began to retreat slowly, a space-time tunnel materializing behind him, seemingly preparing to flee from the aftermath of the battle. "You shall not escape." Body flicker technique. The battle-scarred Hanzo, a demigod of the ninja world, exhibited an unprecedented resolve. Appearing beside Seishin and tightly embracing him. "Though I cannot defeat you, at least I can take you along on this journey." Hanzo formed a hand sign with one hand, causing the ground to tremble violently, gradually sinking down to create countless explosive tags that entwined Seishin's feet like vines, binding him firmly in place. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion arrived as scheduled, yet Seishin's my Baiku rendered it inconsequential, diminishing the blast to an insignificant scale. Immediately thereafter, the black rod in Seishin's hand acted as the Grim Reaper's decree, viciously impaling Hanzo into the ground, while he leapt into the space-time tunnel, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it, even a self-sacrificial attack failed to yield results?" Hans's voice resonated with an ineffable sorrow and rage. Following the disappearance of the compassionate strings, the explosions grew more ferocious. Hans, the salamander, a formidable figure once venerated as the god of the shinobi world, ultimately met a tragic end, sacrificing himself for his beliefs. In this moment, the illustrious stars of the ninja realm, Yahiko, the inaugural leader of the Akatsuki, and Tobarama Senju, both fell. Due to his frail age and the immense chakra depletion from employing the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse dimensions, Tobarama's life flickered out post-battle. They concluded their legendary lives to secure peace within the ninja world. It seemed that only the Rinnegan could contend with that individual, a clone of Uchiha Madara. Clutching its wound, staggered towards Nagato and Conan. "Let us depart. I will share the intelligence regarding that individual with Amigakure and inform Kushina to summon K. We must devise a new strategy." The defeated gathered, burdened by grief and exhaustion, returned to Amigakure. Following that battle, Nagato underwent a profound transformation. He reformed the Akatsuki, rejecting those who merely yearned for peace, and began recruiting renowned strongmen and eccentric figures from the ninja world. The emergence of the compassionate strings enlightened Nagato to the realization that love and peace devoid of strength were utterly meaningless in this cursed world. Unable to bear the burdens of battle, he divided his power into 6, entrusting it to 6 corpses, while he became the core, remotely controlling the 6 paths through chakra. Atop the tower in Amigakure, Yahiko's lifeless body stood still, his gaze profound as if capable of piercing through the dense fog to glimpse the contours of the future. He gradually closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if bidding farewell to his former self and engaging in a final dialogue with Yahiko's spirit. "Yahiko, you will always be the leader of the Akatsuki." Nagato's voice was low yet resolute, echoing within the vast chamber. The chakra behind him coalesced at the pinnacle of the tower, extending like fine threads, connecting with Yahiko's corpse. Under Nagato's control, Yahiko's once vibrant body slowly rose, as if bestowed with renewed life. Chapter 119. Ancient Matters. Uchiha Kagami gradually withdrew her consciousness from the luminous stone of Nagato's memories, her mind becoming a tumultuous sea of emotions. She had never anticipated that during her time of confinement, the ninja world would undergo such a multitude of upheavals. each event capable of altering the course of history. Little Kagami, Madara has returned. The gentle voice of Konan resonated softly from behind her. Uchiha Kagami turned around and beheld the figure of Madara, whose Rinnegan was now bound to the exterior of a Bido. Beside them stood a one-eyed Uchiha youth. With Madara's arrival, Kato-dan, SHJ, and Yudai, among others, also made their way into the conference room. It has been a long time, little Kagami, Obito's white mask slowly unfurled, revealing the visage of Noera Rin within. Her clear eyes seemed to transcend the dust of time, intersecting with Uchiha Kagami's gaze. Uchiha K's eyes momentarily widened in surprise as she recognized the figure before her, the copy of Noera Rin, whom she had previously dispatched as bait. Their reunion unfolded in such an unexpected manner. The Rin copy spoke, her voice imbued with a sense of relief after their long separation. I heard from White Zetsu that you ventured to the Hidden Mist Village, so I hurried to pursue you. Along the way, I encountered an intriguing little spirit and was delayed for some time. I did not anticipate that you would return before me. Is he the little spirit you mentioned? Uchiha K inquired, her gaze shifting toward the Uchiha youth. His name is Uchiha Obito, Madara explained. I saved him at the Kamui Bridge. I see, Uchiha K replied softly, her interest in the Uchiha child having waned over time. Brother, I am already aware of the matters concerning you and Nagato. What are your plans moving forward? Coincidentally, Madara's voice carried a weight of experience, yet remained resolute. Now that we are all gathered, I can share with you the intelligence I have gathered over the years regarding the Otsutsuki clan, along with Tobirama and Kato-dan. Madara's words resonated through the air, each syllable striking the hearts of those present like the tolling of a historical bell. As we learn from Black Zetsu's memories, the arrival of the Otsutsuki occurs in pairs. However, the reality is far more intricate than we comprehend. In Kagaya's ruins, Tobirama, Kato-dan, and I discovered a series of ancient texts, remarkably similar to the inscriptions on the Uchiha stone tablet. I brought these documents back, and with the aid of Nagato's Rinnegan, we unveiled a shocking secret. Kagaya Otsutsuki and her companion were not the first visitors to our world. We had long believed that the divine tree cultivated after Kagaya's arrival, but in truth, a divine tree had already stood upon this planet long before her. The Otsutsuki, arriving in pairs, ravaged planets for their energy, with lower-tier Otsutsuki being mere fruit to be consumed by their higher counterparts. Yet, Kagaya shattered this unyielding rule. As the lower-tier Otsutsuki in her pair, she appropriated the fruit that had ripened on this planet. Given the abundance of energy here, that fruit endowed Kagaya with powers far surpassing those of her companion. Upon consuming it, she betrayed her partner and, fearing that her kin would traverse the galaxies to hunt her down, she initiated the first infinite Tsukuyomi on this planet. The birth of over 100,000 White Zetsu marked the beginning of her rebellion. The subsequent events unfolded as depicted in Black Zetsu's memories. Bloodshed and turmoil engulfed the world. But why had a complete divine tree already matured on this planet before Kagaya's arrival? Uchiha K inquired. This is precisely what I wish to discuss, Madara responded, taking the lead in the conversation. The divine tree can only be cultivated by the Otsutsuki. If a member of the Otsutsuki had indeed sown seeds here prior to Kagaya, then where is that Otsutsuki now? The voice of Uchiha K emanated within the rain tower, imbued with a solemn gravity. Brother, is all of this connected to that kind string? Madara's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing. We cannot yet ascertain that. To unveil the truth, we must not only defeat kind string and extract intelligence from him, but perhaps the only path lies in resurrecting Kagaya Tsutsuki. However, the risks associated with her resurrection are so formidable that they would deter even the most intrepid. Her power transcends the limits of our imagination. We are scarcely worthy to engage in dialogue with her. Uchiha Hikari nodded, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The path before us is singular. Indeed, Madara replied gravely. We must devise a means to conquer that individual known as Tsushin. The atmosphere was heavy, and within the rain tower, a profound silence enveloped the group as each person became ensnared in their own reflections, rendered mute. Breaking the silence, Uchiha Hikari spoke of Tsushin's techniques and his powers. I discerned the manipulation of objects, both shrinking and enlarging, alongside the ominous descent of black cubes. These manifestations undoubtedly pertain to the realm of space-time sealing techniques. Space-time sealing techniques? Confusion flickered across the faces of the gathered. Uchiha Hikari withdrew a scroll from her bosom and gently unfurled it. She inscribed a series of incantations upon its surface and subsequently procured a large chair, placing it atop the scroll. With the infusion of chakra, The chair vanished as if it were but a mere illusion, becoming sealed within the confines of the scroll. Moments later, she invoked the spell once more, and the chair reappeared before the onlookers. In this manner, I too can manipulate the summoning and sealing of objects through the art of sealing techniques, Uchiha Hikari elucidated. However, Chiyu's abilities surpass mine. He possesses the extraordinary power to release multiple objects from the spatio-temporal continuum simultaneously and can choose any location for their manifestation. In my perspective, his prowess lies in the convergence of spatio-temporal manipulation and sealing techniques, all centered upon the gaze of his eyes, facilitating both the release and absorption of entities. Uchiha Obito leaned against the wall, recalling the conversation he had on his way here with Madara regarding the Tsutsuki. He interjected, asserting that if it were merely a matter of utilizing ocular perspective for space-time release and absorption, he could accomplish that as well. However, his tone shifted to one of gravity as he continued, yet, the divine strings possess the ability to both diminish and amplify objects. If he were to release the black rod in the form of a needle and enlarge it at the moment of impact, even with the dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan, it would be exceedingly difficult to react in time. Furthermore, Kato-dan added, the divine strings can also harness the peculiar tattoos upon his body to absorb ninjutsu and chakra, which implies that the formidable techniques prevalent in the current ninja world pose no threat to him. Is he not invincible then? Uchiha Obito could not help but emit a bitter laugh, pondering how one would engage in combat against such an opponent. The voice of Pain's Deva Path resonated in the silence, stating, based on the current intelligence, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and sealing techniques may be the only remaining means to restrict him. After all, even an entity as powerful as Kagaya Tsutsuki was ultimately sealed away. Uchiha Hikari's gaze flickered, as if a new idea had taken root within her. While Jigen could indeed absorb ninjutsu, he would likely be powerless against damage of a natural origin. I can summon the esophagus of a fire toad, which contains the pure, natural energy of Amaterasu. Perhaps it can inflict harm upon him, she suggested. Conan added, Nagato's Rinnegan releases the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, a sealing technique effective against the soul, which would also work on Jigen. Katan's phasing technique is an invaluable asset for us, said Pain of the Deva Path. Thus, we must seek allies proficient in illusion techniques. Obito inquired. Not limited to illusion techniques, Madara replied emphatically. Anyone with formidable strength is someone we should recruit. From what I understand, the shell organization that Jigen belongs to is far from ordinary. This organization is divided into outer and inner formations, with each member of the inner formation possessing strength at the level of a Kage, not to be underestimated. How is it that such a powerful organization has gone unheard of until now? Someone questioned. This organization has devoted most of its time and energy to scientific research. Madara explained. They seem to be secretly developing a certain technology, having remained hidden from the conflicts of the ninja world. Within the organization, members of the Otsutsuki clan provide technological support, and their communications are conducted through a form of remote imagery. Tobirama and I have made numerous attempts to contact the inner formation, but all have been in vain. Madara's words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The shell organization, a colossal entity concealed in the shadows of history, was gradually revealing its true form. Chapter 120. The next step. The current situation is dire, and I believe that relying solely on ourselves will make it difficult to contend with the shell organization. I propose that I first convey this intelligence to my friends in Konoha, Uchiha Hikari suggested. Are you planning to return to Konoha? Madara asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Yes, with Tobirama no longer present, tracking Jigen's time-space becomes exceedingly challenging. I must inform Kushina of everything that has transpired here, and I request Minato's assistance. Then it is fortuitous, Madara said slowly. On this journey, you can also bring along that fellow known as Orochimaru. Orochimaru? What has happened to him? Uchiha Hikari's curiosity was piqued. That man is obsessed with forbidden jutsu, but such research requires substantial resources. Although Danzo supports him from the shadows, the continuous disappearance of ninjas in the village has begun to unveil his secrets. It won't be long before the third Hokage's Umbu discovers his clandestine laboratory, Akatsuki added. As a manifestation of white Zetsu, capable of sharing intelligence from various white Zetsu. I see, Uchiha Hikari said with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the group before she suddenly noticed that, aside from Madara and Obito, everyone else was clad in matching black cloaks adorned with the fire cloud emblem. By the way, what is the story behind your attire? Conan chuckled softly, her voice warm. This is the design created by Yahiko during his lifetime, symbolizing the dawn. It's beautiful. Please get me one as well. Uchiha Light implored, I wish to wear the same attire as you. Conan, observing Uchiha Light's youthful countenance, expressed her regret. It is not feasible at the moment. The garments require prior customization, and no suitable size is currently available for you. A sigh escaped Uchiha Light's lips, his disappointment palpable. It seemed he would have to wait. Then, let us prepare a number of battle robes for the organization. The voice of Madara resonated within the conference room. We must recruit a multitude of capable comrades. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Inquired Nagato, his gaze sharp. Madara chuckled lightly. Many of them are merely figures of renown. Their weakness would lower the organization's prestige. However, I have identified two promising individuals. Who are they? Conan's curiosity was piqued. Currently, there are two targets. One is Kakuzu, an immortal ninja who has clandestinely mastered the forbidden technique demonic illusion from the land of water. The other is Sasori, a fugitive ninja from Sunagakure, a genius puppeteer. As for the rest, I will focus on the Uchiha clan, seeking out those with exceptional genjutsu abilities, Madara stated calmly. If you discover any potential ninjas, you may collect intelligence through White Zetsu. By the way, Obito, why have you chosen to join us? Shouldn't you be returning to Konoha? Uchiha Light inquired, intrigued. I have not declared my intention to join you. My goals merely align with yours for the time being, Obito replied coldly. I require the chakra of the tailed beast to fulfill my personal ambitions. Uchiha Hikari was utterly perplexed by the intentions of the young child, her gaze shifting towards Madara. Madara, manipulating the replica of Rin, slowly approached Obito. I intend to utilize this child's space-time ocular technique to probe into the realm of Chikyu. However, frequently connecting to another space-time requires an immense reservoir of chakra. Thus, our forthcoming priorities are twofold. First, to fulfill assassination contracts across various nations to amass funds and recruit allies. Second, to gather intelligence on the tailed beasts. Madara's assertion resonated with Pain of the Akatsuki, who concluded, the power of the tailed beast will serve as a significant advantage. Let us proceed in these two directions. Agreed, the others nodded in consensus. As these words echoed, they gradually departed the conference room, each pursuing their individual aspirations. Within the confines of the meeting room, only Uchiha Hikari and Utai remained. Utai, how is Rin faring? Uchiha Hikari inquired, concern etched upon her features. Utai replied with a smile, Rin's condition has stabilized. This child possesses astonishing willpower, and her compatibility with the three tails is surprisingly high. In a gentle tone, Utai added, she is currently asleep, likely exhausted. Uchiha Hikari let out a soft sigh. Rin had been captured on the battlefield, and we had journeyed tirelessly through the night to arrive here. She had not been afforded a moment's respite. Her words were imbued with deep concern. Take me to see her, she implored. The two of them quietly stepped into Rin's slumbering chamber. Uchiha Hikari stood by the bedside, observing Rin's tightly furrowed brow, gently caressing it, concerned that she might be trapped in a nightmare. It is truly heart-wrenching to witness a 13-year-old girl endure the ravages of war and subsequently bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Hikari's voice brimmed with compassion. Did we not also traverse a similar path? Utai gazed at Uchiha Hikari, a flicker of resonance in her eyes. The trials of war had been a shared experience for them both. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari sighed softly. Both she and Utai had emerged from the inferno of conflict, and they harbored a special empathy for children who had suffered the torments of war. Speaking of which, Hikari-sensei, are you not eager to return to Konoha? If you find yourself pressed for time, I would be willing to care for this child. No rush, I have already conveyed the intelligence to Kushina through White Zetsu. Uchiha Hikari smiled faintly, intending to wait for the child to awaken before addressing the matter of the three tails. Shortly thereafter, Rin slowly opened her eyes. Uchiha Hikari recounted her current predicament to Rin, who listened with concern. Rin, if you wish to extract the three tails from within you, I can assist, she offered. However, Rin smiled and gently shook her head. No, Hikari, I am no longer afraid of the three tails. Curiosity piqued, Uchiha Hikari inquired, what brought about this change? Yesterday, I had a dream in which I entered the realm of consciousness. The three tails revealed that it fears you, to avoid being controlled by your ocular technique. It is willing to cooperate with me. It even shared its name, saying it is called Isabu. Rin's tone carried a hint of tenderness, as if she were recounting the tale of a long-lost friend. Uchiha Hikari was momentarily taken aback, inwardly marveling at the unexpected sensibility of the three tails. If only the proud nine tails could exhibit such understanding. So, Rin, do you intend to return to Konoha? Rin's gaze was resolute. Kakashi is still in the village. I must go back at least to assure him of my safety. However, You are now a Jinchuriki. Should the likes of Danzo and the higher-ups discover this? Uchiha Hikari spoke earnestly, revealing the dark truths surrounding Danzo and Konoha's elite. In essence, if you choose to continue as the host for the Three Tails, returning to Konoha would be exceedingly perilous. I comprehend that, Rin replied, but Isabu expressed its fear of humanity, wishing not to be exploited any longer. I cannot help but feel pity for it. Hence, Rin, you are truly a gentle soul. Uchiha Hikaru tenderly stroked Rin's hair. Yet, this means you may not be able to remain in Konoha, at least for the time being. A flicker of hesitation crossed Rin's eyes. But soon she seemed to arrive at a decision. In that case, Hikaru, she spoke softly, after bidding farewell to Kakashi, I shall reside in Amigakure. Will that be acceptable? Uchiha Hikaru inquired with concern. Won't your parents worry about you? A shadow of sorrow passed through Rin's gaze. My parents perished long ago in the war. I am merely a child of conflict. To survive in this world alone, becoming a ninja is my sole path. Yet, I am not skilled in combat. I only possess some medical ninjutsu. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Hikari felt a surge of compassion within her. With a smile radiating determination, she declared, in that case, as you journey to Konoha, I shall take it upon myself to protect you. Rin's face illuminated with gratitude as she replied, Thank you, Hikari. No need for thanks. Hikari responded gently, You are an important student of Kushina and Minato, thus you are someone I must safeguard. She lightly patted Rin's shoulder. Chapter 121. The birth of the fourth Hokage. Kakashi's heart felt as if it were ensnared by the frigid grasp of winter, heavy with anguish. Not long ago, the passing of his dear friend Obito had left an indelible scar upon his soul, and Rin's demise plunged him further into an abyss of despair. The memory of Rin's eyes, brimming with hopelessness and sorrow in her final moments, pierced his heart like a sharp thorn, tormenting him with sleepless nights and relentless nightmares. The smoke of the Third Shinobi World War gradually dissipated, and the dawning light of peace appeared to flicker on the horizon. Among the nations, all but Konoha and Awagakure had signed a ceasefire agreement. Konoha dispatched 3 illustrious ninjas, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Oichi, and Akimichi Choza, as envoys to Awagakure to convey their desire for peace talks. This expedition, though fraught with uncertainty and peril, was ultimately successful due to the diversion of Sunagakure, allowing the trio to return safely and pave the way for negotiations between Konoha and Awagakure. Within Konoha, children reveled in joyous laughter, celebrating the impending alliance between the two great villages. Yet, Kakashi remained solitary, his heart akin to a lifeless ember. He wandered the streets, oblivious to the world around him, as if it bore no relevance to his existence. He ignored the greetings and concerns of his comrades, encased within an invisible barrier of isolation. Guy, as Kakashi's rival, observed his plight with concern, feeling a sense of urgency to reach out. He approached Kakashi, attempting to warm the chill of his heart with his own brand of encouragement. But his words failed to penetrate the depths of Kakashi's sorrow. Kakashi continued his aimless stroll until he found himself at the village bookstore. His gaze was drawn to a volume titled How to Die, resonating with the depths of his despair. Without hesitation, he purchased the book, eager to immerse himself in its pages in search of solace. However, at that moment, a figure rushed past him, inadvertently knocking the book from his grasp. This unexpected interruption jolted Kakashi from his reverie. He looked up to see a girl with chestnut hair bending down to retrieve his book, her eyes sparkling with concern and confusion. Why are you reading this? Her voice, reminiscent of morning dew, was imbued with warmth and care, yet faltered as it met the chill of his gaze. Their eyes intertwined in the air, as if time had come to a standstill, the atmosphere thick with unspoken, complex emotions. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Rin, yet she was not Rin. Beside her stood another girl with ebony hair, who, seizing the moment while Kakashi was momentarily entranced, tugged her away, vanishing as if they had never been there. Was that merely an illusion? Kakashi whispered, his voice laced with disbelief. In that moment, Rin seemed to be right beside him, within reach, yet simultaneously distant. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hokage in Konoha, a fervent discussion regarding the future was underway. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Midogate, and Shimura Danzo, the 4 decision-makers of Konoha, engaged in a profound dialogue concerning the aftermath of their alliance. I believe that forming an alliance is the most favorable outcome. The current state of Konoha, ravaged by war, cannot endure further devastation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady and resolute, fully aware of the preciousness of peace. Hiruzen, to ally in such a manner is a disrespect to the deceased. The village is expressing considerable dissent, and your actions may lead to you becoming a target. Tsunade's words carried a tone of concern. Then I shall resign from the title of third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze burned with determination regarding the peace talks with the Wagakure. He had made up his mind, unwilling to heed anyone else's counsel. Subsequently, under the witness of the daimyo of the Fire Country, a heated debate ensued between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo regarding the appointment of the next Hokage. Danzo nominated Orochimaru, with whom he had closely collaborated. However, this proposal did not find favor with Hiruzen. He believed that although Orochimaru was an undeniable genius, the malevolence and ambition flickering in his eyes rendered him unfit for the role of protector. The heavy responsibility of Hokage could not be entrusted lightly. Thus, Hiruzen recommended the illustrious Minato Namikaze, renowned on the battlefield as the Yellow Flash. The two held opposing views, and their argument persisted, yet ultimately, the daimyo of the Fire Country was swayed by Minato's esteemed reputation forged in battle and decided to support Hiruzen's proposal. Consequently, Minato Namikaze officially ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed the daimyo's decision to Minato. At this time, Minato had united with Kushina, who had finally liberated herself from the scrutiny of Konoha's Umbu and Barrier Core, allowing them to relish their tranquil moments together. Upon returning home, Minato, filled with joy, intended to share this delightful news with Kushina. In the kitchen, Kushina was busily preparing dinner. Minato stealthily approached from behind, gazing at her familiar silhouette, his lips involuntarily curving into a blissful smile. Sensing movement behind her, Kushina turned around and asked with a smile, "What are you doing just standing there? Did the third call you for something? Was it another reprimand? Don't take it to heart. I've grown accustomed to such trivial matters." "No, it's not that." Minato softly corrected her. "What is it then?" Kushina inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Minato raised his hand, pointing to himself, his expression serious. "He wants me to become the fourth Hokage. Is that something to be? What did you just say?" The spoon in Kushina's hand almost slipped from her grasp as she widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Minato, her shock palpable. "I am to succeed as the fourth Hokage." Minato's voice resonated once more, calm yet tinged with an unmistakable excitement. Kushina, initially taken aback, quickly transformed her astonishment into exhilaration. She wrapped her arms around Minato's neck, leaping joyfully like a child. "Congratulations, Minato," she exclaimed, before springing onto him, the two of them spinning excitedly within the confines of the small kitchen. "Hey, Kushina." Minato chuckled gently, offering a reminder. Realizing her lapse, Kushina jumped down, clearing her throat in an effort to adopt a more serious tone. "In any case, it's going to be a challenging journey ahead." "Indeed," Minato replied softly, yet his heart brimmed with dreams and responsibilities for the future. The retirement of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the ascension of Minato Namikaze echoed like a thunderclap, swiftly reverberating throughout the village of Konoha. The news spread like wildfire, igniting conversations among the villagers, filled with both joy and concern. Upon hearing this revelation, Guy rushed to share the splendid news with Kakashi. Upon receiving the news, Kakashi did not immediately reveal his emotions. Instead, he ventured alone to the grave of Rin and Obito. "Obito, the combination of Chidori and Sharingan has finally been realized. Yet I employed this technique to take Rin's life." Kakashi's voice was heavy with fury as he gazed at the hand that had once channeled Chidori, as if the brilliance still reflected Rin's shadow. Whenever he beheld the lightning of Chidori, Rin's face before her demise was seared into his heart, an indelible mark that haunted him. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi was summoned by Minato. It turned out that factions still lingered within the ranks of Konoha's ninjas, seeking to perpetuate the state of war for their own gain. Intelligence gathered by the Hokage's Umbu revealed that the militant faction, led by Danzo Shimura, was covertly seizing vital documents in an attempt to incite discord. Although Minato had ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage, he inherited only a fraction of Sarutobi Hiruzen's power after the latter's resignation, leaving the majority of Konoha's political authority still in the hands of Hiruzen and Danzo. While he was left with only a handful of younger ninjas, their strength insufficient. Chapter 122. The Omen of the Child of Prophecy at present. Minato Namikaze bore unprecedented pressure and frustration. He single-handedly shouldered the weight of all Konoha's affairs, yet when he truly sought to take action, he found himself lacking the support he so desperately needed. Reluctantly, Minato turned his attention to Kakashi, who was still engulfed in the sorrow of losing Rin and Obito. He understood that this decision might betray Kakashi's trust, but in the current predicament, Kakashi stood as his only reliable ally. From that day forth, Kakashi undertook the task of investigating the Umbu ninjas originating from the root. Following an extensive inquiry, he discovered that these ninjas were akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, perpetually threatening the peace of Konoha. During one such investigation, Kakashi's team was suddenly ambushed by IWA ninjas. "We are ninjas of Konoha. Are you not from IWA? Why break the treaty?" Kakashi attempted to defuse the situation, but was met only with silence and hostility. "Is there some misunderstanding?" He tried once more to communicate, yet the IWA ninjas remained unresponsive, the air thick with cold malice. These well-trained IWA ninjas swiftly and mercilessly dispatched all of Kakashi's comrades, leaving him isolated and encircled. At that moment, Kakashi's gaze appeared particularly numb and devoid of light. Each time he attempted to summon Chidori, Rin's sorrowful eyes shadowed him, rendering his concentration elusive. The passing of Rin loomed like an insurmountable chasm, casting a shadow over his heart. Gradually, he realized that he was unable to summon the familiar technique of the Thousand Birds. Kakashi, not of the Uchiha clan, found the use of the Sharingan increasingly burdensome. His body resembled an antiquated machine, each movement fraught with struggle. In the fierce battle against the Iwagakure ninjas, his speed and strength paled in comparison to former days. Each evasion and counterattack felt laborious. Just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, two familiar figures descended like divine reinforcements, positioning themselves protectively before him. One had raven hair, while the other sported chestnut locks. Both wore masks. Yet their silhouettes ignited a spark of incredulity in Kakashi's eyes. They seemed to merge with the memories of Rin and Obito, their presence akin to a long-lost warmth that pierced through the frost in his heart. In that instant, he felt a sense of reliance, and upon glimpsing their figures, he succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly drained. Reinforcements? The Iwagakure ninjas scoffed, swiftly regrouping and casting wary glances at the enigmatic saviors before leading their retreat, leaving behind a cloud of uncertainty. Xiaowang, were those people from Iwagakure? Why did they violate the treaty? The voice of the mask-wearer with chestnut hair brimmed with confusion. The raven-haired masked figure approached the bodies of Kakashi's team, extracting a shuriken from one corpse for careful inspection. "This is not an Iwagakure shuriken. Imposters? Why?" Rin's voice resonated with bewilderment. "It appears they sought to sow discord between Iwagakure and Konohagakure," Uchiha Guang remarked coldly, gazing in the direction the masquerados had fled. "Rin, take the unconscious Kakashi to the Uzumaki residence. I will pursue those individuals and see if I can glean any intelligence." Rin hesitated, turning to look back, only to realize that Kakashi had collapsed, unbeknownst to her. Uchiha Light spoke little. With a swift application of the body flicker technique, he vanished from sight, pursuing the enigmatic adversaries. Rin, on the other hand, employed a transformation technique, assuming the visage of an ordinary villager, as she carried Kakashi towards the direction of Konohagakure. Her heart brimmed with questions, yet at that moment, the paramount concern was ensuring Kakashi's safety. To her, Kushina's abode represented the safest haven. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Kakashi's consciousness briefly surfaced. He beheld the silhouette of the girl with chestnut hair. A wave of inexplicable warmth surged within him, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks. He wondered if he were ensnared in a dream, for since that fateful day he had taken Rin's life. This was the first instance he was not engulfed in endless nightmares, but instead found himself in a beautiful reverie of reunion with Rin, where everything felt so vivid, as if he had returned to a time of carefree bliss. Upon reaching Konohagakure, Rin settled Kakashi in Kushina's home. The sight of the unconscious Kakashi filled Kushina with both astonishment and concern as she and Rin carefully laid him upon the bed. Rin succinctly recounted the events. While in the living room, Minato and Kushina sat in silence, their expressions heavy with worry and astonishment at Rin's tumultuous fate. Soon after, Minato's voice turned somber as he sighed. "Is that so, Kakashi?" Rin dispelled her transformation, revealing her true visage, her eyes brimming with guilt and self-reproach. "I have never seen Kakashi like this." "Rin," Minato gazed at her with a comforting look. "Ultimately, it is fortunate that you and Light followed him discreetly. But it's all my fault. Had I met Kakashi sooner." Rin's voice fell despondently. "Rin, you mustn't blame yourself. There has been an Umbu shadowing Kakashi lately. If you and Light had approached him recklessly, it would have raised suspicion," Minato reassured her. At that moment, Uchiha Light, adorned in a white mask, suddenly appeared in Kushina's home, gripping a blue crystal in her hand. "Light, you have worked hard." Kushina approached her. "It was nothing," Uchiha Light waved dismissively, handing the crystal to Minato. "By the way, Minato, It turns out these individuals are indeed Danzo's subordinates. They seem resolute in their desire to prevent a ceasefire between Konoha and Iwagakure. Minato received the crystal, his expression grave as he scrutinized it. With each piece of information unveiled, his emotions grew increasingly intricate. Soon, his fist clenched instinctively. He understood that as the fourth Hokage, he could not allow such a conspiracy to come to fruition. I must immediately summon the Umbu to investigate this matter, Minato declared, rising with a tone of unwavering determination and a glimmer of resolute conviction in his eyes. In my view, as long as war is instigated, it can diminish your and the third's influence. Uchiha Light spoke softly, her voice imbued with profound insight. Danzo is a man who, as long as he can ascend to power, cares not for the safety of Konoha. What he values is only the dominion he wields over it. The analysis presented by Uchiha Hikari plunged everyone present into deep contemplation. She was all too familiar with such individuals. Her adoptive father, Uchiha Taijima, epitomized this archetype. After speaking, she settled into her chair, gently toying with her hair. If the issues surrounding Minato and Danzo remained unresolved, they would undoubtedly become a latent threat to Konoha. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Minato's face. Even as the Hokage, his political clout was insufficient to unseat Danzo. Although the third Hokage was ideologically opposed to Danzo, he would lend support at critical moments. This vacillation in political stance rendered my position exceedingly precarious. Observing Minato's predicament, Uchiha Hikari lowered her head and sighed softly. I apologize, Minato. The current state of Konoha is a consequence of both my and Tobarama's failure to uphold our responsibilities. Kushina, witnessing the sorrowful expressions on the faces of her two favored individuals, felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her. These old-timers have already impeded Konoha's progress. I truly wish to deliver a punch to each of their faces, she exclaimed with fervor, but her indignation was abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. What's wrong, Kushina? Minato inquired immediately, concern etched across his features. In response to Minato's worry, Kushina mustered a forced smile and waved her hand, attempting to mask her discomfort. It's nothing. I just got a bit too carried away while speaking and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. I must have been disgusted by those old geezers. She endeavored to lighten the tense atmosphere with a casual tone. Uchiha Keika perceptively sensed something amiss. She approached Kushina, scrutinizing her closely, remarking, "You do not appear to be experiencing a typical malaise." Her words were laced with concern, her eyes reflecting deep empathy. "Allow me to escort you to the hospital." Kushina, somewhat irked by the sudden wave of nausea, acquiesced with a nod, aware of the gazes upon her. "Very well. In that case, I shall accompany you," Rin promptly declared, positioning herself beside Kushina to alleviate her symptoms with her healing technique. "I will remain here to tend to Kakashi, as it is fortuitous that I have matters to discuss with him upon his awakening," Minato stated. Uchiha Light nodded gently, then proceeded to the hospital with Kushina and Rin. Chapter 123, Pregnancy. "Congratulations, Kushina." What happened?" Kushina sat obediently on the chair, her expression filled with confusion. "The expected due date is around October 10th. The doctor smiled warmly, his eyes brimming with blessings. The results of the hospital examination struck them like a bolt from the blue, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, revealing a shocking piece of news. Kushina was pregnant. "Ah, is this really true?" exclaimed the two girls in unison, their voices laced with astonishment and disbelief. In an instant, Uchiha Kagami and Rin embraced Kushina tightly, tears of joy welling in their eyes yet ultimately unfallen. They replaced their tears with laughter, celebrating this hard-won happiness. Today, it is merely a fluctuation of emotions that has led to some minor physical discomfort. But there is no cause for concern, the doctor continued, his tone imbued with a warmth akin to the sun, dispelling the last remnants of gloom in their hearts. Upon returning home, Kakashi had already awakened. He gazed at Rin, his eyes filled with reassurance, as if he could perceive all the emotions dwelling within her. He gently enveloped her in his embrace, and this warmth instantaneously melted Rin's heart. Not long ago, Minato had recounted to Kakashi the recent events in the tale of Uchiha Kagami and Rin. All of it unfolded like a captivating film, evoking tension and emotion in Kakashi, ultimately culminating in this moment of embrace. "All right, Kakashi, you often call others crybabies. How is it that you two are smiling?" Rin playfully nudged him away, her eyes glimmering with affection. She then turned to Minato, excitement sparkling in her gaze. "Minato-sensei, we have wonderful news to share." Kushina, feeling unwell, found Minato busy in the kitchen, preparing a nutritious meal. "What is the matter? What has happened?" he inquired, his hands not ceasing their work. Kushina-sensei is expecting a baby. Rin's voice brimmed with joy. Ah, a baby? Minato was taken aback, the rolling pin in his hand seeming to lose weight as he slowly exited the kitchen. His eyes were filled with disbelief and delight. I'm going to be a mother, Kushina exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. I'm going to be a father? Minato stood frozen, the words sounding as if he were questioning himself while simultaneously announcing it to the world. I am a mother, Kushina reiterated, as though confirming the authenticity of her happiness. I have become a father. Minato's tone was laden with incredulous joy, and Kushina's embrace, akin to warm sunlight, instantly melted away all his doubts and anxieties. The rolling pin fell from his grasp, leaving his world solely focused on the woman he was willing to protect for a lifetime. Congratulations, Minato-sensei. Kakashi's voice was low and solemn as he performed a standard ninja bow, his eyes sparkling with respect and blessings for his teacher. Thank you, Minato replied, joy mingling with a hint of gravity in his gaze. Kakashi, set aside all your current tasks. I have a special assignment for you. From now until the delivery, approximately 10 months from now, I would like you to serve as Kushina's bodyguard, ensuring her safety. Yes, Minato-sensei, Kakashi's tone was resolute. Minato and Kushina exchanged comforting glances. It seems Kakashi is well now, Uchiha Kagami softly remarked as she approached Rin, gently patting her shoulder. Lin softly responded and discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Watergate, Lin, and I will be leaving the village soon. Uchiha Hikari's words fell like a droplet into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Xiaoguang, are you really leaving? Kushina's voice carried a sense of reluctance, her eyes filled with concern and affection for her friends. Yes, Uchiha Hikari nodded in affirmation. Will you take Lin back to the Hidden Rain Village? Kakashi inquired. Uchiha Hikari gently shook her head and softly remarked, I intend to seek out Tsunade. I have heard that she recently resigned from her position as the head of medical services and has yet to return since leaving the village. Before my mission, I was asked to check on her. If possible, I wish for Rin to stay by Tsunade's side. On one hand, it would provide better protection on the other. Rin could further hone her medical ninjutsu. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi murmured, his gaze reflecting admiration for her. By the way, Kushina, have you decided on a name for the child? Uchiha Hikari broke the silence, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I haven't settled on a name yet, Kushina replied, slightly bashful as she scratched her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Uchiha K approached, whispering, You must never allow Minato to name you. That fellow possesses no gift for nomenclature. Her words carried a playful tone. A chuckle escaped Minato, tinged with embarrassment. Well, I suppose I shall return in a few months, by which time you should have settled on names. Uchiha K smiled, her expression as warm and healing as a gentle spring breeze. She tenderly grasped Rin's hand, saying, It is time for us to depart, Rin. Rin softly replied, Goodbye, Kakashi. With that, the two exited Kushina's home, leaving behind an atmosphere of infinite warmth and blessings. That night, in stark contrast to the coziness of Kushina's abode, a chilling incident unfolded in a mortuary within Konoha, where an ominous aura permeated the air. Orochimaru had long been conducting inhumane experiments within the village, and as time progressed, his actions grew increasingly reckless. This compelled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to resolve decisively to eliminate the threat that Orochimaru posed, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the village. Hiruzen, accompanied by Umbu ninjas, silently surrounded Orochimaru's lair. Upon breaking through the door, they beheld a room cluttered with jars and vials, exuding a repugnant stench. There, Orochimaru coldly dissected a corpse on the table with a scalpel, his gaze devoid of compassion, consumed only by an obsessive pursuit of knowledge. How unfortunate to have been discovered, Orochimaru's voice emerged, low and indifferent, akin to the biting chill of a winter night. What on earth is happening with you, Orochimaru? Hiruzen's tone brimmed with anger and disappointment. He could scarcely fathom that his once promising disciple had strayed so far down this irrevocable path. I had set so many traps, yet you managed to dismantle them all. Truly worthy of your title as my teacher, Orochimaru's words dripped with sarcasm, yet also conveyed a begrudging respect for Hiruzen's abilities. Chapter 124. The temptation begins recently. The village's Jinin, Chunin, and even a lead Umbu shinobi had gone missing, compounded by recent intelligence suggesting your movements are highly suspicious. Hiruzen's voice resonated deeply, powerful as autumn winds sweeping through withering leaves, exuding an undeniable authority. Lord Orochimaru, why would a ninja of your caliber resort to such actions? The Umbu's voice was laden with confusion and disappointment, struggling to reconcile that a once heroic figure had descended into such darkness. Since I have been discovered, there's no point in feigning righteousness any longer. Orochimaru slowly turned, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I am merely developing ninjutsu, nothing more. You, using your comrades as subjects for your experiments in the name of ninjutsu development. The Umbu's outcry was filled with indignation and contempt. Indeed, you are researching forbidden techniques. What exactly do you desire? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, there was both fury directed at Orochimaru's actions and a tinge of sorrow for his disciple. I aspire to master all ninjutsu and comprehend every truth that exists in this world. Orochimaru spread his arms, a fervent smile gracing his lips. The first person to blend blue and yellow beheld the creation of green. I merely wish to achieve the same. If blue represents chakra and yellow symbolizes seals, then green embodies ninjutsu. Just as there exists an infinite variety of colors, so too does the realm of ninjutsu encompass myriad forms. However, to grasp all ninjutsu and truths necessitates the passage of extensive time. Only those who devote long years to understanding everything may be deemed the ultimate individuals. For me, the lifespan of the physical body is exceedingly brief and insubstantial. Even if one is called Hokage, once death arrives, all is lost. You hide here, studying ninjutsu. Sarutobi's voice resonated with caution and gravity. Indeed, as you surmised, it is the technique of immortality. Orochimaru's cruel smirk emerged. Teacher Sarutobi, do you intend to kill me? In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, the standoff between them resembling a game played on the precipice of a cliff. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Sarutobi's voice was steady and resolute, and with his invocation, the figure of the Monkey King gradually materialized. With your indecisive heart, do you truly believe you can slay me? Teacher Sarutobi? Orochimaru's voice was as frigid as ice, his hands swiftly forming seals. In an instant, a tempest surged within the room, rampaging like a ferocious beast. Bottles shattered in the wind, and the Umbu ninjas were swept away by the sudden storm, helplessly swirling in the air like fallen leaves. Kill him, Sarutobi. The opportunity is now. The voice of the ape demon resounded like thunder, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Yet, on the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there flickered a moment of hesitation, a struggle between the complex emotions he harbored for his former disciple and the responsibilities of his role as Hokage. Ultimately, recalling the bond of teacher and student, the third Hokage could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow to Orochimaru, allowing the latter to escape into the winds like a cunning serpent vanishing into the depths of the night. In the eyes of the ape demon, there was a profound confusion and disappointment. He gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if questioning why this rare opportunity was not seized. In the dead of night, while Konoha village lay ensconced in a tranquil slumber, a war without gunpowder was quietly brewing. The root ninjas reported Orochimaru's whereabouts to Danzo, whose eyes, sharp as a hawk's, instantly recognized this as an opportunity not to be missed. In his mind, a meticulously crafted chess game was unfolding. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not abandoned hope. He dispatched a cadre of ninjas, cloaked in the night. Their figures glided like phantoms through every corner of Konoha, their singular aim being to capture Orochimaru alive. The knowledge and techniques possessed by Orochimaru were invaluable treasures for Konoha, and should they fall into the hands of another nation, it would spell a tremendous loss. At that moment, Orochimaru, gravely wounded, was aware that this was the optimal moment for his capture. The long, dream-filled night allowed no room for complications. In the dense forests of the Land of Fire, the moonlight poured like water upon the winding paths. Jiraiya had long awaited on the road to the Rain Country, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once comrades in battle, he and Orochimaru now stood at the precipice of opposition. Why? Why must you do this? Jiraiya's voice was laden with confusion and sorrow. We have always been known as the legendary three, together since childhood. How naive you are, Jiraiya, came Orochimaru's cold and unrelenting response. You never think deeply about anything. And that is precisely why you remain oblivious to what I am undertaking. Can you not reconsider, Orochimaru? Jiraiya implored, still clinging to a thread of hope. Ridiculous. Even stupidity must have its limits, Orochimaru scoffed. We both know that beings like Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ultimate immortal entity, exist in this world. Yet you and your Konoha ilk continue to engage in childish games of friendship in the village. I find your foolishness pitiable. His words struck Jiraiya like a chilling wind, leaving him speechless. Regarding the intelligence on the Rain Village, Jiraiya had learned through Minato of the grave situation at hand. Unlike Orochimaru, he would not choose a path devoid of ethics. Tsunade had long seen through the darkness of the village. Now, only you remain, Jiraiya. Lost in the illusion of false peace. Orochimaru's voice was as sharp and frigid as ice, resolute and unyielding. Upon finishing his words, he swept past Jiraiya, his figure gradually vanishing into the night as he made his way towards the hidden rain village. Was this farewell truly acceptable? Shortly thereafter, beside Orochimaru, the silhouettes of Uchiha Itachi and Noera Rin silently followed, akin to specters in the twilight, shrouded in an air of mystery. The matter had been laid bare. If he remained oblivious, there was little I could do. A hint of helplessness lingered in Orochimaru's tone. Uchiha Hikari paused for a moment, then retrieved a ring from his pocket and gently handed it to Orochimaru. "This is for you." "What is this?" Orochimaru inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he accepted the ring. The current state of Amigakure is quite different from before. In order to freely enter and exit the village's central barrier, this ring is essential, Uchiha Hikari elucidated. "I see," Orochimaru nodded, securing the ring. "Additionally, should you wish to join us, there is one condition." Uchiha Hikaru's tone turned serious. The Akatsuki's principle is strength above all, thus, a duo will come to assess your abilities. If you pass, you will gain access to all the economic and personnel support of the Land of Rain. And you may utilize the White Zetsu at your discretion. At that point, you can conduct your research as you wish. There will be no shortage of experimental subjects. That sounds quite enticing, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips, his gaze revealing a yearning and excitement for the unknown. "Well, Rin and I have matters to attend to. You may proceed to Amigakure alone. With that ring, you can come and go freely." Uchiha Hikari spoke softly. Beneath the moonlight, the silhouettes of the three gradually faded into the distance, their fates diverging like branching rivers, each flowing towards an uncertain horizon. Chapter 125, Training All Right. "This shall be the place," Tsunade's voice echoed at the entrance, her eyes sparkling with an unusual fervor, as if she had discovered a new hunting ground. "Wait. This entire town is a casino, and the stakes here are the highest." Shizen's incredulous voice trembled with concern, foreseeing an impending storm. "Shizen, stop overreacting and let us go inside," Tsunade replied, her tone laced with impatience, yet her gaze bore an undeniable resolve. "Please wait a moment, Lady Tsunade." Shizune's voice quivered in the night breeze, resembling a fragile leaf adrift in a tempest, lost and bewildered. However, Tsunade had already pushed open the doors of the casino. Settling quietly on a tatami mat, she opened a red suitcase, revealing a mountain of cash within, her lips curling into a confident and proud smile. "Can I exchange all this money for chips?" Beside her, Shizen clutched a small pig, her expression rife with worry. "This is it." Lady Tsunade is brimming with confidence. "Tonight's lodging fee." In the casino, an elderly gambler leaned closer to the casino owner, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Who is this formidable lady?" The owner's voice trembled with a hint of reverence. "You don't know her? She is the one known as the legendary Fat Sheep." At the mention of this title, the atmosphere in the casino shifted dramatically, with all present revealing sinister expressions, as if they could scent their prey. "This is bad. Everyone is excited." Shizen retreated in horror, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. On Shanshan Street, two young girls strolled along, their laughter echoing in the air. Uchiha Hikari and Noera Rin shed their disguises, adorning themselves in two fitted kimonos, clad in traditional wooden sandals, leisurely strolling through the streets while savoring ice pops. In the sunlight, their silhouettes resembled two blossoms unfurling in the night, beautiful and enigmatic. "Are we not in a hurry to find Lady Tsunade?" Rin inquired, peering curiously ahead. "Not just yet," Hikari replied, her voice imbued with tranquility and ease. "It is rare that the war has come to an end. We should indulge in this leisurely time. Besides, I have a jutsu I wish to cultivate, though currently, it exists only as a mere concept in my mind. My incessant restlessness hampers my thoughts." She clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze growing particularly profound as she pondered over the weaknesses of that fellow, Jigen, much like a hunter tracking its prey. "I see. So you intend to gather intelligence on Tsunade while training?" Rin's voice carried a hint of intrigue. "Not quite," Hikari smiled as she elucidated. "I have already acquired information regarding Tsunade through White Zetsu. If I continue on this path, I shall encounter her shortly. I merely wish to avoid wasting time on the journey, and a bit of playful diversion can be quite refreshing, don't you think? I have heard that there has been a festival celebration here recently. Living in this place must be quite lively." Uchiha Hikari suddenly halted her steps, gazing at a nearby stall. "Lin, don't you find that fox mask over there utterly charming?" "Where?" Noera Lin followed the direction of her finger and indeed saw it. "Boss, how much for this mask?" Uchiha Hikari approached the stall, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Oh, what delightful little ladies we have here. If you wish to purchase this mask, just pay for one, and the other shall be my gift to you," the proprietor replied, his tone brimming with warmth. "Oh, thank you, kind sir. You are quite dashing." Uchiha Hikari's voice chimed like silver bells, infused with a hint of mischief. "Well, you have an eye for beauty. Young lady, I shall sell you the second one at half price." The merchant's voice was laced with admiration. "Really? That is splendid, Lin," Uchiha Hikari exclaimed with joy, as she and Lin donned the masks, securing them with strings atop their heads. Shortly thereafter, a hint of embarrassment crept across Uchiha Hikari's face. I'm sorry, Lin, but it seems I have run out of money." Her tone bore a touch of helplessness. "How rare it is to see you in a predicament, Hikari," Lin teased, her voice reminiscent of a nightingale, playful yet sweet. "Here, take this." She handed Hikari several bills, adding, "I live alone, so I've been saving up." "Lin, thank you." Uchiha Hikari's voice was filled with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I promise to repay you once we return to the village." "It's no trouble at all, Hikari. You saved my life. I feel that this is still insufficient compensation for you." Lin's voice radiated warmth and comfort. Uchiha Hikari let out a soft sigh, realizing the necessity of establishing a small enterprise. Each time she was liberated from confinement, she faced a financial crisis, which was utterly embarrassing. Gurgle, gurgle. As she spoke, her stomach began to rumble. "Sir, I would like an order of takoyaki." "Coming right up." The proprietor's voice wafted through the night air, imbued with warmth. "And I shall have creamy potatoes." "Certainly. What about chocolate parfait?" "On its way." "And a portion of almond candy, please." "Thank you for your patronage." Uchiha Hikari, cradling an abundance of delectable treats, wore a blissful expression, savoring a bite at every interval. Her smile seemed unceasing. "Hikari, a young lady should exhibit a touch of elegance while indulging in food. Otherwise, she risks disfavor from the boy she admires," Lin playfully reproached. "It's nothing to worry about. Boruto isn't present at the moment. For now, I need not fret over such matters," Hikari replied, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "Boruto?" Lin inquired with curiosity, leaning in eagerly to probe further. "Is he the one you fancy?" Cough, cough. "In any case, Lin, I am off to the hillside to practice my new ninjutsu. I will return to the inn a bit later," Hikari declared, hurriedly dashing up the mountain, as if escaping something, leaving Lin chuckling behind her. Upon reaching the summit, Hikari patted her cheeks. After a deep breath, she focused intently, inscribing the space-time contract technique upon the ground. Her movements resembled a unique dance, imbued with concentration and mystery. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. In the next moment, Hikari summoned forth a colossal flame from the realm of her incantation. This was not a fire style derived from chakra, but rather the natural fire from the esophagus of the fire toad of Miyaboka Mountain, embodying the primal forces of nature. Gazing at the flame, disappointment flickered in Hikari's eyes. The size of the fire was intrinsically linked to the dimensions of the formation inscribed on the ground. With such an overt technique laid out, how could someone of Chizuru's caliber possibly tread upon it? Furthermore, even if he did, that individual could both fly and shrink objects. If she could not inscribe this technique upon his back during actual combat, then this summoning of flame would be rendered utterly futile. Uchiha Hikari's voice was tinged with a hint of self-mockery and a sense of helplessness. She repeatedly attempted to diminish the size of the formation and increase the summoning of flames, yet every endeavor ended in failure. After all, the flames were not governed by chakra, rendering her incapable of manipulating them at will. Sishin had the ability to freely reduce any substance outside of living beings. But if the issue of the formation's diminished power could not be resolved, she would stand no chance against Sishin. If quality was lacking, she would have to rely on quantity to determine the victor, Uchiha Hikari murmured. She began inscribing additional formations atop the mountain, contemplating that if they were all to be reduced, she could amass them in numbers. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon an inconspicuous stone. She summoned a shadow clone, which began etching the summoning technique onto the stone from afar. Ninjutsu, mutual summoning technique. The shadow clone continually activated the summoning array on the stone, conjuring forth natural flames. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari herself systematically dispelled the summoning technique. Sishin's shrinking technique operated based on visual perspective. If the objects within sight were overlapping, he would have to reduce them layer by layer. Therefore, as long as she persistently inscribed the summoning arrays on the original formation, the outcome would hinge on sheer willpower, whether Sishin could shrink them faster than she could draw the summoning arrays. After numerous attempts, Uchiha Hikari discovered a new approach and began to engage in continuous combat simulations. Chapter 126. I will keep a close watch on you. In the days that followed, Uchiha Hikari, alongside her shadow clone, embarked on a series of practical combat drills. Each confrontation was predicated on the peculiar absorption and contraction abilities of Shizuka, simulating the most adverse battle conditions. During these training sessions, she nearly abandoned all chakra-consuming jutsu, retaining only the shadow clone technique, summoning jutsu, and the chaotic lion's barrage skills capable of inflicting actual harm on Shizuka. The Sharingan appeared powerless against Shizuka's rapidly enlarging black rods, while the sensory perception afforded by Sage Mode could merely detect fluctuations in life energy and chakra, seemingly rendered ineffective against the unique black rods. Uchiha Hikari once contemplated the possibility of harnessing the art of Sage transformation to infuse life into her surroundings, as a means to counteract Chisen's shrinking technique. However, she soon realized that Chisen possessed the ability to soar freely through the skies, while the materials within her reach were limited, compelling her to set this notion aside for the moment. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan, her ultimate weapon, proved inadequate in the face of Chisen's prowess. While the Sharingan could unleash extraordinary effects, it fell within the realm of ninjutsu, which Chisen could absorb. Moreover, by the time she reacted, he could even force the Sharingan back into her body. Typically, she employed the Sharingan after incapacitating her opponents. And though the 8,000 Spears technique could absorb all chakra from a marked individual, it posed a significant threat to Chisen as well. In practice, marking a target with the 8,000 Spears became exceedingly difficult against a mobile opponent. During her battle with the Ghost Lantern's Hongguang, the technique proved largely ineffective. Even if she managed to mark Chisen, he could reduce the mark's size, forcing her to repeatedly inscribe the 8,000 Spears, trapping her in an endless cycle. In the heat of battle, Uchiha Hikari could not continuously employ the 8,000 Spears. She had once considered emulating Hongguang by using a tangible illusion affecting vision. But lacking the transformation of water chakra, she abandoned the idea. If only she could project her ocular techniques onto the moon, continuously executing the 8,000 Spears. How splendid that would be, Hikari sighed, reminiscing about the grand design of Infinite Tsukuyomi. As dusk settled, Shoshan Street was adorned with vibrant lights, bustling with life. Noira-rin, feeling a twinge of boredom as Hikari had yet to return, decided to venture alone into the festival on the street in search of amusement. As the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, she understood that should her identity be revealed, unpredictable dangers would ensue. Therefore, whenever Hikari was absent, she donned a mask to conceal her true self. Amidst the lively festival, where voices mingled with the night, and brilliant fireworks illuminated the faces of all, Rin strolled through the crowd, savoring this rare moment of tranquility amidst the clamor. Just as she passed a street corner, seeking a quiet spot to rest, she noticed a short-haired figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a tiger-striped mask, seated on a stone bench. The figure, sensing her approach, turned and grumbled discontentedly. "Is it just to relay information? You're moving far too slowly, old man." Rin stood momentarily stunned, perplexed, even with her mask. She surely appeared as a girl. How could this person mistake her for an old man? Gathering her composure, Rin timidly replied, "I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." The man in the tiger-striped mask was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the girl before him. Although her features bore some resemblance to Rin, she lacked the familiar darkness that clung to her, and there was no sign of affect. He realized that he had indeed mistaken her for someone else. She was merely a stranger who bore a passing likeness to Rin. "I apologize, it seems I have truly misidentified you," he said, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he scratched his head beneath the mask. "It's quite all right. The fireworks tonight are dazzling and disorienting." "It's understandable to make such an error," she replied with a warm smile, taking a few steps closer and sitting beside him on the stone bench. Curiosity piqued, she regarded the masked figure beside her. Despite the barrier of the mask, his voice carried a muted yet youthful vitality that resonated with her age. "Why are you sitting here alone amidst such a lively festival?" Rin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I am merely waiting for someone. But what about you? Aren't you also wandering here all by yourself?" He countered. There is no joy in a bustling festival if one isn't accompanied by someone they cherish. Rin replied softly, a hint of melancholy woven into her words. "And where has that cherished person gone?" he asked, intrigued, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this girl. "Far away. And lost to the past, a casualty of the war, Rin's voice grew somber as her gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly lost in the painful memories of yesteryears. At her words, a jolt of recognition coursed through him. He lowered his head, falling into a brief silence. Is that so? You too? Rin turned to him, her eyes revealing a flash of surprise and resonance. Yes, in the earlier conflict, he replied, clenching his fist as a flicker of bitterness crossed his gaze. If it weren't for the people of the Mist Village abducting Rin, she would not have suffered such misfortune. He silently vowed to seek justice from the Mist Village once the recent troubles were resolved. What was she like, the one you lost? Rin continued to probe, eager to uncover the past of the boy hidden behind the mask. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with starlight, reminiscent of warm and treasured memories. She was a gentle yet strong person, always caring for me when I tried to act tough, scolding me, but ultimately offering silent support. To me, she was more important than the world itself. However, as soon as she was no longer by my side to watch over me, I gradually lost the meaning of living. His gaze was as deep as the night sky, immersed in endless recollections. Turning to the girl beside him, whose features so closely mirrored Rin's, he felt a stirring within his heart and couldn't he help but ask, and you? What was the most important person in your life like? Well, he is a clumsy boy, always managing to get things wrong, yet he tries so hard. His heart is pure, and he never hesitates to lend a hand to those in need. Lin gently parted her rosy lips, a subtle smile gracing her face, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Each time I beheld him, an involuntary pang of sympathy surged within me, compelling me to care for him, for he was engulfed in solitude. Should I not remain by his side to offer support, he would surely succumb to despair. Upon hearing my words, Obito sat frozen on the stone bench. As if the essence of my sentiments had profoundly stirred his heart, his gaze grew distant, seemingly finding resonance and solace within my expressions. Noticing his stillness, Lin quietly leaned closer, her face nearly brushing against Obito's. He abruptly snapped back to reality, a flush of crimson flooding his cheeks, his body instinctively retreating as he stood up from the bench. Whoa, what's wrong? Lin inquired with concern. Who told you to suddenly lean in like that? You startled me, Obito stammered, attempting to mask his fluster. A soft giggle escaped Lin, her laughter ringing like silver bells. You appeared quite despondent. You once mentioned that simply being watched would invigorate you, so I came closer to observe. If you wish, I could gaze upon you endlessly. Humph. Obito turned his face away, feigning indifference. You're not her. Looking at me won't lift my spirits. Lin chuckled lightly, rising to her feet as the night breeze gently tousled her hair. All right, it's getting late. I must return. Eh? Are you leaving? Obito's voice echoed in the twilight, tinged with reluctance and longing. Yes. The one who accompanies me and has been caring for me would worry if I were to return and he did not see me, Lin replied, waving her hand gently, her figure appearing exceptionally delicate against the night backdrop. She turned, slowly making her way toward the inn, each step imbued with grace and tranquility. As if the very air paused in reverence, Obito remained rooted in place, watching the girl's silhouette gradually fade into the night, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. The night wind caressed him, yet it could not dispel the melancholy that weighed upon his heart. He stood transfixed, until the girl's form vanished entirely into the shadows of the night. Chapter 127. Hope no era. Lin returned to the inn with light footsteps, the echoes of laughter and joy from the festival still resonating in her heart. Upon entering her room, her gaze froze, for she beheld Uchiha Hikari in conversation with another, a figure strikingly reminiscent of herself, the white Zetsu clone encountered days prior. Lin has returned. How was the festival? Was it enjoyable? It was all right, Lin replied, her face aglow with youthful shyness and excitement. Is that so? Uchiha Hikari's voice suddenly took on a somber tone, and she lowered her head gently. Little Kagami. What's wrong? Has something happened? Lin asked with genuine concern, her intuition sensing that Uchiha Hikari's emotions were not as tranquil as they appeared. I am still in discussions with him, Uchiha K softly responded, turning her gaze towards the figure of Madara on Rin's clone. Little K. I witnessed your training during the day. To be candid, such training poses merely a slight threat to Toby. To utterly vanquish him is nigh impossible. That fellow's strength is unfathomable. Our combined assaults have failed to draw even a bead of sweat from him. Now, we can only pin our hopes on your Rinnegan. Madara spoke. But, brother, there is still room for negotiation. You truly need not take such drastic measures. There is no room left. Nagato has already faltered. With the current state of my body, which wields the truth-seeking orb, I can do little. It is better to bestow this power upon you. Once your body absorbs the strength of the bloodline limit, you will surely awaken the Rinnegan. I refuse the Rinnegan. All I wish for is for you to stay by my side. Uchiha Kei's voice trembled with the weight of tears. Hashirama, Tobirama, Midone, Izuna, those dear to me have all departed. If even you were to leave, Madara gently reassured her, I have long since passed. The being you converse with now is merely a fragment of my memory. It is a profound satisfaction for me that I can transform into the strength of your eyes after death and become the truth-seeking orb that guards you. Do you remember? I once tried to deter you, yet you resolutely embarked on this solitary path. Whatever happened to that strong little Kei? As Madara's affectionate voice echoed. Tears silently cascaded from Uchiha Kei's eyes. But Kei, you have not forgotten the very reason you fight, have you? Madara's voice resonated in the hushed room. Have you not always yearned to meet that young man of the Uzumaki clan? Do you not long to stroll together in a peaceful world of shinobi? Uchiha Kei's thoughts were abruptly drawn back, as Boruto's visage flashed through her mind, and in that moment, she felt once more the warmth she had long missed. She fell silent for a moment, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Xiao Guang, Lin observed the pallor of Uchiha Kei's face, stepping forward to gently grasp her hand. Though I am unaware of what transpires between you and others, know that I, along with teacher Kushina and the others, stand as your unwavering support. You will never be alone. Thank you, Lin. Uchiha Kei's voice trembled with emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lin's words pierced through the gloom that enveloped her heart like a ray of sunshine. But why does brother cling so fervently to the Rinnegan? Uchiha Kei inquired with curiosity. The abilities of the Rinnegan vary according to its wielder. Madara's voice resonated calmly and profoundly. Your Sharingan's capabilities have reached their zenith if you wish to advance further. Awakening the Rinnegan is the only path. Yet, even if I awaken the Rinnegan, it does not guarantee victory over Chizen, does it? Only those who possess the Rinnegan and Hashirama cells stand a chance to control the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki. Do you recall that there exists a Ten Tails within Chizen's time-space? Is brother suggesting that I infiltrate Chizen's time-space to seize that Ten Tails? Indeed, Madara's voice was resolute. This is our singular opportunity. But Tobirama is no longer here. My Flying Thunder God technique cannot connect to others' time-space as adeptly as he could. Uchiha Kei's words bore a hint of regret. This is a concern you need not harbor, Madara spoke with an air of mystery. Do you recall the young boy I brought along? His ocular technique is an exceedingly rare time-space ninjutsu. Provided he is given sufficient chakra, he can establish a connection to Chizen's time-space and mark it. That child? Uchiha Kei's thoughts drifted back to the Uchiha boy in the Rain Village. At present, you and that boy are the only ones capable of perfectly merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Madara's tone turned solemn. Whether it is you or him, as long as either can awaken the Rinnegan, there lies the prospect of reclaiming the Ten Tails from Chizen. This signifies that, with your collaboration, you may have the chance to become the saviors of this world. Uchiha Kei remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding gravely. I understand, brother. With that, Madara declared, next, I shall separate the Shinju. As his words echoed, the truth-seeking orb slowly detached from Lin's replica, transforming into a suspended black sphere in the air. Above the sphere, a brilliant blue gemstone gradually emerged, resembling a solitary star in the vast expanse. Uchiha Kei's gaze did not linger on the black orb, but instead gravitated towards the azure gem, cradling it gently in her embrace. Unbidden, tears streamed down her cheeks, not merely a manifestation of sorrow, but a profound nostalgia for the bygone days. She closed her eyes, allowing Madara's memories to surge forth like a relentless tide. For decades, every experience of his relentless pursuit was vividly etched in her heart. Since that fateful encounter beneath the Shinobi Bridge, Madara had embarked upon an endless journey. He traversed countless Tsutsuki ruins and engaged in innumerable battles, each endeavor fueled by the desire to protect his sister, to deliver crucial intelligence to her. He paid the price with his own flesh, trading it for information and the prospect of survival, enduring countless brushes with death and rebirth. All of this stemmed from the profound guilt he harbored for his sister, the scars inflicted by the darkness of their lineage, and anguish he could never cast aside. Had those events not transpired, perhaps his sister would have enjoyed a mundane yet blissful life within their family. Madara's existence was one of atonement. He devoted his entire being, in the most selfless manner, to his family. Upon learning all of this, Uchiha Kei found herself sleepless through the night. Lost in the world of memories conjured by the gem, the moments shared with Madara replayed like a film before her eyes, each recollection bringing forth a torrent of tears and an unbearable ache in her heart. As dawn broke on the following day, the first rays of sunlight cascaded down. The visage of Uchiha Hikari has returned to tranquility. She took a deep breath, gradually absorbing the Seeker's jewel that bore the weight of the future of the ninja world. In that moment, she seemed to merge with the universe, the elemental transformations of wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, and the dualities of yin and yang all coalescing within her being. She could feel an unprecedented surge of yin-yang release chakra coursing through her body. However, she did not immediately awaken the legendary Rinnegan. Uchiha Light understood clearly that in order to awaken the Rinnegan, he must obtain the unique chakra of each tailed beast. That would be the ultimate key. Little Light, are you all right? Rin, having awakened early, noticed Uchiha Light sitting quietly, and her concerned voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Yes, I am fine now, Uchiha Light replied with a smile. Rin, let us go. It is time to seek out Tsunade. Her voice was resolute and composed, a testament to her unwavering belief in the future, forged through countless trials. Chapter 128, Entrustment Afei, what are your plans next? Uchiha Light's inquiry reverberated in the tranquil air. Afei, residing within Rin's replica, responded, I intend to return to that child and inform him of Madara's request. Afterward, we shall head to the Hidden Mist to recruit an intriguing individual. Once these matters are settled, Kushina should soon give birth to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Madara mentioned that there may be an opportunity to acquire some of the Nine-Tails chakra at that time. I see, Uchiha Light nodded. Then on the day of Kushina's delivery, we should be able to meet again. You can contact me through White Zetsu first. Understood, Afei replied. Then, manipulating Rin's replica, he quietly melded into the embrace of the earth. Several days later, amidst the cacophony of a bustling casino, big sister, I see you've lost quite a bit. Quite unfortunate, a gambler's voice, laced with cunning, chimed in. How about we change the game? Let us flip a coin and guess heads or tails. If you guess right, I'll return half of your wager. If you guess wrong, you'll add half more. What do you say? All right. Tsunade's eyes flashed with determination. Lady Tsunade, Shizen, standing nearby, whispered a caution. If you lose, we cannot afford it. Humph. What is there to fear? Winning will resolve everything. Tsunade's smile radiated confidence and nonchalance. Then let us begin. The gambler flicked his fingers, sending the coins soaring like a silver lightning bolt, slicing through the air towards the heavens. As it neared the ground, his other hand swiftly covered it, obscuring all sight. All right, big sister, you may guess first. Tsunade's gaze bore down upon the gambler, sharp as a hawk, attempting to penetrate his palm and discern the coin's fate. I say, big sister, no matter how intently you stare, you cannot see through my hand. The gambler's tone dripped with arrogance. Damn it, Tsunade muttered, exasperated. Tsunade, choose tails, a sudden voice, like a gentle spring breeze, cut through the din of the casino and reached Tsunade's ears. Turning, she saw Uchiha Light alongside a girl with chestnut hair. The former wore a mysterious smile, as if privy to all secrets. Trust me, Uchiha Light's words were simple yet imbued with strength. All right. Tsunade's voice was loud and resolute. Her eyes locked onto Uchiha Light's, drawing confidence from his gaze. She turned to the gambler and declared, I choose tails. Open. The gambler's hand slowly lifted, and the air in the casino seemed to freeze in anticipation. As the crowd held their breath, the true face of the coin was revealed, and all eyes were astonished to see the reverse side. Indeed, it was the back. Gasps of amazement erupted. Tears shimmered in Jinine's silent eyes. They were tears of relief. How wonderful. I won't have to sleep on the streets tonight, Jinine exclaimed, her voice breaking. Oh my. What kind of life has Jinine been living? Uchiha Hikari thought, observing her reaction with a sense of sympathy. She was aware that Jinine was the niece of Cat Dan, yet she had not anticipated such hardships akin to those faced by Tsunade. Enough of the tears. Today, we shall feast, Tsunade declared, her spirits lifted as she stepped outside, wrapping her arms around Jinine and Uchiha Hikaru, determined to treat this unexpected friend well. They departed from the casino and entered an unassuming little restaurant. With a table full of dishes ordered, Tsunade, unable to contain her excitement, raised her glass before all the food had arrived. Thanks to you, Hikaru. Jinine and I were truly on the verge of sleeping on the streets. Her laughter, mingling with the aroma of the wine, echoed throughout the small eatery. Her words, half inebriated yet sincere, conveyed her heartfelt gratitude. But how did you guess? Jinine inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. You silly apprentice, don't you remember? Hikaru is from the Uchiha clan, Tsunade teased lightly. Oh, right, the Sharingan, Jinine exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes. How wonderful it would be if we also had the Sharingan. We wouldn't have to keep losing. Shoo. Using ninja abilities in civilian casinos is considered cheating, and being caught could lead to severe consequences. Uchiha Hikaru cautioned them to lower their voices. By the way, Hikaru, what prompted you to seek me out today? Tsunade asked, her tone laced with curiosity as she set her glass down, a look of intrigue crossing her face. Dan and SHU have been worried about you since they heard you left the village. They want to know what happened, Uchiha Hikaru replied softly, her words imbued with genuine concern for Tsunade. Is that so? Tsunade's voice grew somber as she descended into deep reminiscence. For these past years, I have been striving to innovate and reform the medical system of Konoha. Yet after the Third Shinobi World War, the atmosphere in the village shifted dramatically. Many of my proposals, whether for the development of new equipment or the allocation of funds, were systematically rejected by the village's upper echelons. The village has turned into a vortex of power struggles. Each day spent there feels suffocating, which is why I chose to escape. I'm sorry, Tsunade. Uchiha Hikaru's voice was filled with remorse, realizing that Tsunade had endured a plight similar to that of Minato. This is not your fault. Why do you apologize? Tsunade replied, perplexed. My companions and I, when we established the village, only wished to create a sanctuary where children would not need to face the battlefield and where heroes would not have to repent before tombstones. I truly never imagined it would come to this. Uchiha Hikaru's words were rife with nostalgia for the past and helplessness regarding the present. Let it go. It is all in the past now. Tsunade gently shook her head. Yet your visit, I presume, is not merely for such trivial matters? Indeed. I wish to entrust this child to your care. Uchiha Hikaru's gaze fell upon Noera-rin, her eyes brimming with trust. Who is this child? Tsunade's attention shifted to Noera-rin, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features. Her name is Noera-rin. I rescued her from the ruins of war. She is a student of Minato, proficient in medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Hikaru spoke with palpable pride. If she is indeed Minato's student, would it not be more advantageous for her to remain in the village? Tsunade's gaze darted between Uchiha Hikaru and Noera-rin, her words laced with confusion. Yet she understood that Uchiha Hikaru's decision must carry profound significance. You are well aware of the current state of Konoha. Uchiha Hikaru's tone bore a weight of gravity. Minato's political resources are severely constrained, and all key promotions and advancements are held firmly in the hands of the previous generation and senior advisors. Furthermore, even without these constraints, I cannot permit Rin to stay in the village. What has transpired? Tsunade's brow furrowed, concern flickering in her eyes. Rin is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Uchiha Hikaru's voice was low as she revealed Rin's special identity and the underlying circumstances to Tsunade. So it is, you wish for this child to learn by my side. That I might protect her, correct? Tsunade's gaze softened. She comprehended Uchiha Hikaru's worries and resolve. Yes, this matter must remain concealed from the higher-ups in the village, such as Danzo. Uchiha Hikaru's words were resolute. Tsunade pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, I consent. This child is of a similar age to Shizen. Having her by my side would also allow her to assist me splendidly. Is that true? I am immensely grateful. Lady Tsunade. Noera-rin's voice was filled with excitement and gratitude. For a medical ninja, the opportunity to learn under Tsunade was a dream come true. So, Hikaru, will you be accompanying us henceforth? Tsunade's gaze turned towards Uchiha Hikaru, a question lingering in her eyes. No. My primary purpose this time is to assist Dan and Shoshin in visiting you, and to lend a hand to this child. Once matters are concluded, I intend to make my way to the Mist Village. My brother mentioned there is a child of the Uchiha clan in need of my support. Uchiha Hikaru's tone revealed a hint of reluctance, as there were pressing matters she must attend to. After exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing, Uchiha Hikaru bid farewell to Rin the following day. Before departing, she transferred a portion of the Three Tails chakra within Rin into her own body using the 8,000 spears for sealing and storage, so that now, her being housed both the chakra of the Nine Tails and the Three Tails. Chapter 129, Kisame Hashigaki in the Dense Forests of the Mist Village. The members of the team were relishing a rare moment of respite. In the Umbu division, a girl with orange hair, somewhat shy, approached the reticent Kisame Hashigaki. Mr. Hashigaki, would you care to join us for a meal? She softly inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yet, Kakashi only shook his head gently, cradling his large blade as he leaned against a tree, his tone devoid of warmth. Please do not display excessive affection towards me. Our relationship is strictly professional. Forget him, interjected a companion. He has made his stance clear. The Guardian Corps and the Cipher Division have never seen eye to eye. However, the auburn-haired girl insisted. We are all engaged in the same mission. What does our departmental origin have to do with it? The elite of the Intelligence Corps and the members of the Guardian Corps are fundamentally from two different worlds, remarked a portly Miss Ninja, casually chewing on a piece of chocolate. Upon hearing this, Kakashi gradually stood, surveying the group as he approached them. What are you planning to do? The companions asked warily. We must depart immediately. Kakashi's voice was calm yet resolute. What? Is there an enemy approaching? He pointed towards a nearby stone, where a kunai was lodged, its fine wire quivering slightly, conveying an ominous message. Upon hearing this, the group swiftly gathered their belongings and quickened their pace. Kakashi, the auburn-haired girl called, catching up a few steps, her smile brightening her features. May I invite you to dinner after the mission concludes? Just the two of us this time. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent, and continued to move swiftly. In his heart, he bore not only the weight of the Guardian mission, but also a more pressing duty. Should any of his Cypher Division comrades fall into enemy hands, he would have to act immediately to prevent any information from leaking. At that moment, several kunai adorned with explosive tags suddenly flew through the air, shattering the tranquility and heightening the tension. Scatter, engage individually, and locate the enemy's position. Kakashi shouted with alacrity. Like a cheetah, he led his team members, who dispersed like shooting stars, evading the torrential explosions. As the smoke cleared, Sanai Ibiki led the Leaf Village forces, appearing like phantoms before the group, surrounding the Mist Cypher Division. Surrender, you have nowhere to flee. Ibiki's voice was cold and authoritative. A smirk curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. I know you. A master of interrogation, are you ready to make your move? His smile concealed disdain and provocation. Humph. Ibiki responded only with a disdainful grunt, and immediately, the glint of Leaf's blade surged like a tide. As the battle raged, Kakashi seized the moment to throw an explosive tag, swiftly dividing the battlefield to cover the retreat of his companions. However, the Leaf forces were seasoned elites, while those Kakashi protected were members of the Cypher Division, far removed from the battlefield. With this disparity, Kakashi realized that there were too many to safeguard, and he was unable to protect them all. These individuals would soon be captured and fall into enemy hands. Before long, the Mist team found themselves cornered at the edge of a cliff. The auburn-haired girl's eyes were filled with dread. Kakashi, what shall we do? Upon hearing the words, Kisame swiftly and decisively eliminated the two companions beside him. Ibiki, arriving from a distance, witnessed the scene and questioned, why have you slaughtered your own village's allies? Kisame, his gaze calm, replied, why? You should know best. We cannot allow our secret code to fall into the hands of the enemy. These individuals will soon betray themselves. You Mist shinobi are indeed efficient, Ibiki remarked. At that moment, a round of applause suddenly erupted before the crowd. A distortion of space-time materialized before Kisame and the girl with orange hair. The distortion gradually expanded, and from the vortex emerged two figures, one with short hair and a tiger-striped mask, the other with long hair and a fox mask. Beneath the tiger mask, Obito gazed at Kisame with admiration, stating, very impressive. It appears, as White Zetsu said, he truly possesses exceptional ninja qualities. Obito's voice was cold and deep. What are the next steps? Uchiha Kagami inquired, his tone equally muffled beneath his mask. First, take him away, Obito replied in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, he sprang into action, transforming into a mere shadow as he charged towards Kisame. A red light flickered, Obito's right eye emitted a strange glow, and the spiral patterns of space-time distortion manifested around him. Mr. Kisame. Seeing this, the girl with orange hair unhesitatingly pushed him aside, only to be drawn into Obito's space-time, vanishing without a trace. Kisame was momentarily stunned, gazing at the place where the girl had disappeared, his heart a tumult of emotions. However, the instincts of the battlefield prompted him to react swiftly. Like a specter, he leaped into the river below the cliff, making a hasty escape. It seems the plan has failed, Uchiha Kagami remarked, approaching Obito and watching Kisame disappear beneath the cliff with a hint of resignation. No matter. He will eventually return to report to the Mist. I have already marked that location, Obito said, his Sharingan flickering with crimson veins, sinister and profound. In the next moment, he gently touched Uchiha Kagami's shoulder, and the two vanished into the vortex of space-time, leaving behind only a faint distortion in the air. Once Kisame returned to the Mist Village, he immediately sought out his superior, Fugu, the Watermelon Mountain, to report the tragic fate of the Secret Code Department. Upon hearing that a member had been captured by the enemy, Fugu erupted in fury, mercilessly reprimanding Kisame and ordering severe punishment for him. Upon hearing this, Kisame's pupils constricted into slits. With a swift motion of his blade, the sharp edge ruthlessly pierced Fugu's chest. Kisame. Fugu's voice cut off abruptly, the lifeblood gushing forth as he collapsed in a pool of his own blood, disbelief etched in his eyes. Kisame discarded the bloodied blade and slowly approached Fugu's lifeless body, bending down to remove the large sword, Kubikurabocho, from his back and slinging it over his own. This blade not only symbolized the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but would also become his new weapon. You have worked hard, Kisame. A sudden voice echoed from behind him. Kisame turned around to see a diminutive figure standing there, Yagura, the 4th Mizukage. His deep-set eyes seemed to perceive everything. You have been rather careless, Hoshigaki, oblivious to the fact that the hidden mist's ethos is one of rebellion, Yagura remarked with a chuckle. It appears that from this moment forth, you shall become the master of the Samahata, and subsequently, my subordinate. Master? Do you intend to eliminate me as well, Lord 4th Mizukage? Kisame retorted with a cold sneer, a glimmer of frost in his gaze. A character like you is quite trustworthy. Capable of executing sordid tasks for the sake of the nation and the village, Yagura expressed with a hint of admiration. It is precisely for this reason that you comprehend the current hierarchy of the ninja world is steeped in darkness. I understood this the moment I first took a comrade's life. Kisame's voice was low yet resolute. As a ninja of the hidden mist, he perpetually found himself in the act of slaying his fellow countrymen. Eventually, one could no longer discern friend from foe, leading to a loss of self, a disorientation regarding one's identity, purpose, and allegiance. All that remained was the relentless execution of orders, culminating in the realization of one's own illusory existence. Behind Yagura, 2 silhouettes emerged stealthily. Let us liberate you from this torment of falsehood. We shall offer you a sanctuary, they spoke, their voices imbued with an air of mystery and solace. Who are you? Kisame inquired, gripping the hilt of Samahata with vigilance. Let us commence with this nation. The shadowy figure began. Previously, you acted to eliminate comrades. From now on, you shall act as our ally. Though you seem to place great trust in me, I remain oblivious to your identities. Kisame's tone was laced with suspicion as he struggled to comprehend the hidden motives behind this unexpected invitation. In the darkness, the eye holes of their masks glimmered with a crimson light, akin to 2 ominous flames. So these are the eyes that shine in the dark, Kisame scoffed. I had always assumed it was the 4th Mizukage governing, only to discover that it is you pulling the strings. This world is indeed rife with deceit. However, possessing the ability to manipulate shadow-level ninjas, who exactly are you? His gaze was sharp, fixed intently on the 2 enigmatic figures. I am Uchiha Madara, came the voice of Obito from beneath the tiger-striped mask as he stepped forward, accompanied by my sister. Oh, this is a true surprise. It is indeed the legendary siblings, Kisame exclaimed in astonishment. Yet I have heard that the Reaper of the ninja world perished long ago, and that the rumored Uchiha weapon was sealed by Konoha. Your claims are hardly credible. At the very least, one should unveil their true visage, no? A sardonic smile graced Kisame's lips. Very well. Believe what you will at your discretion. Uchiha Kagami stepped forward, slowly removing her mask to reveal her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, radiating an eerie brilliance. You are quite youthful, almost resembling a child, Kisame remarked. Do you expect me to believe your theatrical claims in such a manner? I have little patience for explanations. Uchiha Kagami's voice bore a hint of coldness. Since you despise pretense, I shall reveal everything to you. Whether you choose to join us after hearing the truth is entirely your decision. As her words faded, the power of her Mangeki Sharingan surged forth, instantly enveloping Kisame in the realm of Tsukuyami. She unveiled to him the truth of the Tsutsuki and the looming crisis the ninja world faced, along with the Akatsuki, the sole organization fighting for peace in the ninja realm. We are genuinely those who wish for tranquility in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito's voice resonated softly. If you are willing to join us, consider this a reward. Following his statement, the swirling vortex within his eyes spun, and within that space, the orange-haired girl was gently released, standing unharmed before Kisame. In summary, this is the unembellished truth our world currently faces, a reality devoid of falsehood, Uchiha Kagami stated with a tone of solemnity. Kisame's lips curled slightly in amusement. Interesting. If what you say is true, I too would like to see that place. Chapter 130. Uchiha Kagami vs. Chizen. After bringing Kisame and that orange-haired girl to the Hidden Rain village, the strength of the Akatsuki reached unprecedented heights. At this moment, formal members included Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kisame Hoshigaki, Konan, Pain, Haiden, Orochimaru, Katodan, Zetsu, Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Obito. This confluence of power surged like a fierce flame in the darkness of night, creating ripples throughout the ninja nations, executing mercenary contracts, monopolizing bounty rewards, and instilling fear in countless civilian mercenary organizations. Over the course of 10 months, the Akatsuki devoted nearly all of its energy to financial tasks and intelligence gathering, paving the way for its ascendance. Now, with 10 months having passed and Uzumaki Kushina on the verge of childbirth, a yearning to return to Konoha welled up within Uchiha Kagami. She approached Uchiha Obito slowly and inquired softly, "The initial phase of the organization has concluded. Obito, what do you intend to do next?" After a prolonged silence, the voice from beneath the mask broke the stillness. "I wish to meet that individual known as Chizen." "No. It's far too perilous," Uchiha Kagami exclaimed urgently, her eyes filled with concern. "That being has transcended the bounds of reason. We are not equipped to handle such a threat at this stage. Do not worry, I possess space-time ninjutsu. Even if I cannot overcome him, he cannot harm me." Obito replied with a hint of determination. "I have previously marked his space-time. If I can seize the opportunity to acquire the 10 tails, my plan can be realized ahead of schedule. You're being reckless. Approaching Chizen's space-time requires us to consolidate our forces and collaborate with our allies in Konoha to devise a meticulous plan. Your impulsive actions could lead to dire consequences." Uchiha Kei's tone was imbued with an unwavering resolve. She understood all too well that any rash action in the presence of an entity like Chi Xian could yield irrevocable consequences. "This is my decision. It does not concern you. Leave." Uchiha Obito abruptly shoved Uchiha Kei aside, activating the spatio-temporal abilities of his right eye, causing the very fabric of space to distort. Children are often heedless of warnings. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Kei lunged towards Obito, and together they stepped into the enigmatic realm of time and space. In the next instant, they found themselves amidst a desolate expanse. The sky loomed a profound purple, devoid of sunlight, encircled by an eerie silence and an apocalyptic landscape. "Is this Chi Xian's domain of time and space?" Uchiha Kei murmured to herself, and although she had gleaned some understanding from her studies, being present in this realm was still profoundly overwhelming. Obito's gaze was fixed on a short distance ahead, where a disc-shaped structure resembling a spacecraft lay quietly upon the earth. It seemed the 10 tails resided there. He began to advance slowly. However, Uchiha Kei suddenly noticed that the surrounding environment diverged from her memories. Just as Obito was about to set foot on the vessel, she cried out, "Wait, Obito!" Caught off guard, Obito failed to react in time as the symbols on the spacecraft illuminated suddenly, unleashing a powerful binding array that instantaneously shackled their chakra and spatio-temporal abilities. "Is this a seal that confines time and space?" Uchiha Obito was horrified to discover that black sigils were spreading across his body, rendering his right eye's Kamui ineffective. Damn it! Just as Uchiha Kei was about to cast a spell to break the seal, she felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder. Her body sent flying by a tremendous force. She landed to find Chi Xian standing there, eerily calm. Uchiha Light's lips bled slightly as his Sharingan fixated intently on the monk clad in white, his heart brimming with confusion and shock. He had not anticipated encountering Jigen so soon. The situation had become quite complicated. After allowing those vermin to escape last time, I had set up a barrier beside the 10 tails, believing that the same trick could not be pulled off again. Jigen's voice was cold and profound, akin to the chilling winds of a secluded valley, as he slowly approached Uchiha Light and Obito, his eyes flickering with profound calculation. "TCH," Uchiha Light scoffed softly. And from beneath his robe, a flying thunder god kunai shot forth with great speed. Immediately, he formed hand seals, invoking the ninja art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As the words left his lips, the kunai multiplied in a manner akin to replication, transforming into a torrential downpour directed at Jigen. Jigen emitted a cold snort, and his form vanished from sight. In the next instant, he materialized behind Uchiha Light, the black staff in his hand arriving as expected. Uchiha Light stared incredulously at the black staff that had suddenly appeared at his chest. So that was it. He had shrunk his form during movement, utilizing inertia to accelerate before enlarging to achieve a speed unattainable by the human body. Truly a troublesome ability. Just as the realization struck, Uchiha Light's form dissipated into smoke, and the black staff struck the ground with a crisp sound. A shadow clone. Jigen turned to regard the other Uchiha Light, his voice icy as he remarked, "You trespass into my space-time like thieves, time and again. I am beginning to grow weary of it. If you find it bothersome, you might as well resign yourself to death." Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Uchiha light formed hand seals. His cheeks puffing as a torrent of colossal chakra erupted forth in a fiery deluge, resembling a monstrous wave that surged forward. Yet, Jigen merely raised a hand slightly, and the surrounding space appeared to warp under some unseen force, as the fire technique was thwarted by an invisible barrier, failing to come even close to him. A smirk of derision curled at his lips. Ninjutsu was ineffective, truly troublesome. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Uchiha Light's eyes as he decided to try something new. He formed seals once more, and suddenly, countless black staffs coalesced in the air, shooting towards Jigen at an almost imperceptible speed. Can even inferior beings wield the power of yin-yang release? Jigen raised an eyebrow, seemingly unprepared for this turn of events. However, he soon swayed slightly, vanishing once again, reappearing outside the range of the black staff's assault. Each time you come, your combat style evolves. Jigen's tone carried a hint of amusement, as it seemed that repeated incursions into his space-time had yielded them considerable intelligence. Recently, there were reports within the organization of someone investigating the shell in my absence. It must be your doing as well. Enough prattle. Fire release. Fireball technique. Still invoking ninjutsu? Jigen's words dripped with disdain as he raised a hand lightly. The wedge seal glimmered with light, absorbing every fireball unleashed by Uchiha Light. Fire release. Dragon flame song technique. Uchiha Hikari did not cease her hand seals. In an instant, she employed the Flying Thunder God technique to unleash a vast expanse of fire release from all directions, attempting to obscure Chiin's line of sight. Before the cursed seal, all ninjutsu proved futile. Chiin effortlessly turned around, and those flames were devoured by an invisible black hole, vanishing without a trace. Uchiha Hikari seized the opportunity to strike, launching herself directly at Qixin with a burst of speed, leading to an explosive clash of physical prowess. With the keen perception afforded by her Sharingan, Uchiha Hikari managed to gain a precarious upper hand. However, as the flames dissipated, Qixin's form vanished from sight, leaving her with a sharp pain in her eyes as a black rod pierced through her vision. Uchiha Hikari cried out in agony, only for her silhouette to dissipate into white smoke, a mere shadow clone. Qixin's gaze shifted to the nearby cliff, where Uchiha Hikari stood, her Sharingan fixed intently upon him. It seems you were resolute in your intent to battle me, Qixin remarked with a cold smile, though a flicker of gravity passed through her eyes. Summoning technique. Before Qixin could react, Uchiha Hikari swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a small toad that appeared on her shoulder. Fire release. Toad oil flame bullet. Uchiha Hikari and the summoned toad executed a seamless combination. The toad's oil merged flawlessly with Uchiha Hikari's fire technique, unleashing a formidable assault that surged toward Qixin. In that same moment, several black rods of yin-yang release were concealed within the fiery onslaught. Fire release. Phoenix fire claw. Qixin's brow furrowed as she momentarily faltered, deftly evading the attack using her space-time abilities. However, activating such powers evidently took a toll on her, as her lips twitched involuntarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Your abilities are indeed a source of frustration, but I am far from defeated, Uchiha Hikari declared, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Sage art. Toad oil. The red markings around Uchiha Hikari's eyes ignited, signaling the activation of Sage Mode. The small toad unleashed a vast spray of toad oil that quickly coated Qixin from head to toe. What a distasteful and filthy ninjutsu, Qixin grimaced, surveying the toad oil clinging to her. You think this will defeat me? How naive. Seizing the moment when Qixin's focus wavered, Uchiha Hikari teleported behind her using the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark and the contract for the summoning technique upon Qixin's back. In the next instant, her figure vanished once more, her hands coming together in a prayer stance. Mutual flame summoning technique. From the Flying Thunder God mark on Qixin's back, an array of summoning seals began to erupt in flames, engulfing her entirely in a sea of fire. Qixin revealed a cold smile, unimpressed. What do you take me for? Even now, you resort to fire release? He extended a hand, yet the flames did not wane. Rather, they intensified, and he felt an unprecedented searing heat. What? I cannot absorb this. It is not fire release. It is the natural fire summoned from the toad's digestive tract. Uchiha Hikari's voice resonated within the inferno, her hands racing through the hand seals as she continuously unleashed summoning techniques from the mark on Qixin's back, making the flames even fiercer. Qixin, scorched by the flames, was ensconced in toad oil, rendering the fire nearly inextinguishable, while also infusing the sage power into her fire release, significantly amplifying its potency. You lowly creature. You have provoked my wrath. The voice of Cien resonated from the inferno, as horns sprouted from his forehead, and a diamond-shaped mark on his jaw began to spread across his body. Chapter 131, The Chaos of the Nine Tails, Omen. Moments later, the flames enveloping Cien began to diminish. What is happening? The bound Obito watched in disbelief as the fire surrounding Cien gradually dissipated. Even the flames of nature seemed to be absorbed by him. No, they were merely reduced in size. Uchiha Hikari's pupils widened in astonishment, as she observed that ever since the horns had emerged from Cien's head, his ability to shrink objects appeared to have intensified. Almost immediately, the mountain beneath her feet was diminished in an instant, as if devoured by an invisible force. Uchiha Hikari tumbled from the mountaintop, crashing heavily onto the ground. Inferior beings must not dare to look down upon the divine. Cien sneered coldly, slowly approaching Uchiha Hikari, each step echoing like a drumbeat in her heart. How infuriating. Uchiha Hikari struggled to rise, invoking the wild lion's mane technique. Her long, raven black hair instantly fanned out, resembling the mane of a black lion, attempting to ensnare Cien. However, in the next moment, her attack fell short once more, as Cien shrank in stature, reappearing beside her. Futile. No matter what you attempt, you cannot conquer me. Uchiha Hikari gritted her teeth, summoning the flames of Amaterasu, fire release, black flame of the hellfire. The inferno enveloped her, transforming into sharp, dark fiery spikes, attempting to ensnare Cien within. Relying solely on fire techniques lacks creativity, young one, Cien remarked with a light chuckle, as the black flames, upon making contact, were devoured silently as if drawn into a black hole. Now, allow me to present this. Suddenly, a deep crimson skeletal frame appeared around Uchiha Hikari, a manifestation of the semi-formed Susanu's might. A colossal fist, imbued with destructive power, descended upon Cien, leaving her to choose between a fatal blow or being consumed by Amaterasu's flames. Cien's cold smile was the only response she offered. In the next moment, Uchiha Hikari was forcibly ejected from the Susanu, and a massive black cube plummeted from the heavens, shattering her left arm. Ah! Uchiha Hikari screamed in agony. Her eyes filled with resentment as she beheld her immobilized left hand. Cien approached her slowly, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Your efforts are but futile. This is my secret technique, Daikokutten. I trust you remember it? With a sneer, Cien advanced towards Uchiha Hikari, her gaze brimming with scorn, as a lower being. You have performed adequately. It would be a pity for you to perish here. Would you consider joining my organization and serving me? Uchiha Hikaru, with a pair of Sharingan gazing intently at Chihira, softly murmured, his voice barely audible. Chihira frowned slightly, leaning closer, straining to catch his response. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Hikaru summoned the last remnants of his strength, vanishing beneath the shadow of the great black sky, only to reappear beside Obito. Obito, you must flee at once. With a single hand forming the necessary seals, he dispelled the barrier that bound Obito. However, Chihira reacted swiftly. A diminutive black rod, conjured by the lesser deity, shot toward them in an instant. Obito activated Kamui to evade the impending attack, but Uchiha Hikaru found himself firmly ensnared. Little Hikaru, Obito exclaimed. Defeating this foe is impossible now. You are the sole individual capable of traversing his space-time, our only hope. You must survive. Do not concern yourself with me, go. Before his words could fully resonate, Chihira's form lunged toward Obito, yet his grasp seemed to clutch nothingness, passing right through him. This is the space-time realm. No wonder Chihira quickly grasped the essence of Obito's ocular technique. Without hesitation, Obito harnessed the power of Kamui, vanishing into a swirling vortex, effectively concealing himself from this space-time. Chihira attempted to pursue him into that realm, only to discover it led to uncharted territories. Cleverly, Obito had first returned to his own space-time, devoid of Chihira's markings, severing any possibility of pursuit upon re-entering the main world. Chihira's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Uchiha Hikaru. It seems you have no intention of aiding me. It matters not. With hands pressed together, two massive black bowls materialized from the great black sky, swiftly clamping down to imprison Uchiha Hikaru within, rapidly constricting. You still possess some value. In darkness, sing the praises of this fleeting extension of life. Until we meet again. I eagerly anticipate your response. As her words faded, Chihira vanished from the space-time realm, returning to the base of the Shell organization. In Konoha village, at Kushina's residence, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his wife, Bawako, paid a visit. Kushina, as you approach childbirth, there are certain matters that must be clarified. The former Mizukage nearly unsealed the nine tails during childbirth, so as a precaution, I regret to inform you that you must deliver a short distance from the village. Within a barrier. Kushina's expression was somewhat complex. She had long since formed a bond with the nine tails, making such concerns seem unwarranted. Kushina, Minato spoke gently, sensing her unease. Fear not. I shall be by your side during the delivery. Although Kushina harbored little anxiety, Minato's concern warmed her heart, and she nodded in response. The Umbu will be here, and my wife Bawako will accompany you as well, Hiruzen continued. Everything will proceed discreetly, and my personal Umbu will ensure your protection. Watergate held Kushina's hand tightly, assuring her that he would proceed to set up the barrier first. Do not worry, he said. Kushina nodded gently, her heart brimming with trust. Then let me guide you to the location, spoke Bawako, the wife of the third Hokage. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, they chanced upon Mikoto Uchiha, who was cradling a small infant. Excited, Kushina leaned in to catch a glimpse of the baby. Oh, is it a girl? She inquired. Mikoto smiled and replied, No, it's a boy. How adorable. What is his name? Kushina asked. His name is Sasuke, Mikoto answered tenderly. Oh, he shares a name with the third's father, Bawako remarked. Indeed. We hope he will grow to be a remarkable and powerful ninja, Mikoto said with a smile. Kushina, you must be nearing your own time, right? It would be wise to choose a name soon. Kushina gently poked Sasuke's small face and said, We have already decided on a name, Naruto. He will be classmates with Sasuke. You must ensure they get along well. Just as she finished speaking, Kushina leaned closer to Mikoto and whispered, Mikoto, childbirth must be very painful, right? Mikoto chuckled softly, surprised to see Kushina with fear. Let's go, Kushina, Bawako said gently, taking her hand and leading her onward. Your delivery is confidential. We must avoid any familiar faces during our journey. Understood, Kushina replied apologetically, turning back to Mikoto to say, Goodbye, Mikoto. Mikoto waved, watching as Kushina and Bawako gradually faded from view. On the tranquil streets of Konoha, their figures slowly disappeared. As nightfall descended, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow colder. Chapter 132. The onset of the Nine Tails chaos. Bawako and Kushina traversed the concealed paths of Konoha, deliberately steering clear of crowded areas. Their passage was serene, broken only by the soft sound of their footsteps and hushed whispers that occasionally pierced the stillness. We're almost there, Bawako murmured shortly after, her tone laced with gravity. This is the location we meticulously selected, safe and hidden. Kushina nodded, her heart entwined with anticipation and apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her racing thoughts. Under Bawako's guidance, they arrived at a secluded glade enveloped by a dense forest, where a lake lay hidden, and a small hill bore a faintly glowing barrier. Minato Namikaze had been waiting for them. Upon their arrival, he stepped forward to greet them. You have arrived, he said, his voice imbued with reassurance. This place is entirely safe. I will remain here until the child is born. Kushina smiled, her eyes shining with determination. I am ready as well. As they entered the cave, not long after, Kushina's cries echoed within. It hurt so much. Waves of pain surged relentlessly, beads of sweat forming on Kushina's forehead. The atmosphere was tense, yet orderly, as Pai Beiho prepared for the delivery. Time ebbed slowly amidst anxiety and anticipation, while Minato fidgeted, clenching his fists. Kushina appeared to be in considerable agony. Was she truly all right? Minato cast a worried glance at Pai Beiho. She is fine. Your primary responsibility is to safeguard the seal of the Nine Tails, Pai Beiho reassured him. Yet, as the fourth Hokage, you must remain composed, Pai Beiho admonished. If you were a man in this situation, you would have collapsed under the weight of pain by now. The strength of a woman is something you must come to appreciate. Minato felt a bit embarrassed. His bond with Kurama was profound, and everything seemed to be in equilibrium. He focused his attention back on Kushina, murmuring softly, Hang in there, Kushina. You can do it, Naruto. Outside the barrier, Uchiha Hikari stealthily approached, his eyes glinting with a coldness concealed beneath his tiger-striped mask. Silently, he employed Genjutsu to eliminate the Umbu guards, advancing with deliberate steps. The barrier posed no hindrance to him as he seamlessly passed through the rock wall, entering the cavern undetected. The head is out, just a little more, Kushina. You can do it, Minato urged. Unable to bear witnessing Kushina's suffering any longer, he called out, Naruto, hurry and come forth. The next moment, the cavern was filled with the clear sound of an infant's wail. Fetch hot water at once. Yes. Kushina, congratulations. It's a spirited boy. Naruto. Minato yearned to reach out and touch his son but was halted by Pai Beiho. Do not touch him yet. He must meet his mother first. Minato's expression was one of frustration. Kushina gazed at the crying infant, tears streaming from her eyes. Naruto, I finally get to see you. All right. Now let us allow you some much-deserved rest, Pai Beiho said, cradling Naruto to clean him. Minato approached, gripping Kushina's hand tightly. Kushina, are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Ah. Suddenly, screams erupted from Pai Beiho and the midwife, both collapsing to the ground. Minato froze, his gaze darting around to discover that Naruto had fallen into the hands of a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and a tiger-striped mask. Lord Pai Beiho? Minato's voice trembled with shock, his heart tightening at the sight before him. Fourth Hokage Minato, you must immediately leave the Jinchuriki, or this child's life will last but a minute. The voice from beneath the mask was cold and menacing. Minato was taken aback. This place was fortified with multiple barriers. How had this person infiltrated so silently? Who are you? Obito drew a kunai, aiming it at Naruto, his voice conveying an undeniable command. Leave the Jinchuriki's side at once. Do you not care for this child's life? Hold on. Calm yourself. This admonition was more suited for your own ears, Watergate. I am quite calm, replied Obito with a cold smirk, suddenly tossing Naruto into the air, where a kunai gleamed ominously below. Naruto! Kushina exclaimed in panic. A glint of cold light flashed in Watergate's eyes, and in the next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, securely cradling Naruto in his arms. Truly the golden flash. Yet how will you fare against this? Obito formed hand seals with one hand, igniting several explosive tags nestled within Naruto's blanket. Watergate. Naruto. Watergate reacted swiftly, teleporting with Naruto to an empty house, discarding the blanket along with the explosive tags, while he held Naruto tightly, rushing outside. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Watergate gazed in astonishment at the vacant room, where the burnt tags merely flickered with faint flames, causing no destruction whatsoever. What is happening? Watergate pondered, perplexed. Wasn't this fellow aiming to eliminate me and Naruto with those explosive tags? It seems his target is Kushina. I have been lured away. I must return quickly. Watergate's form instantly reappeared at home, placing Naruto securely in his crib before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more to return swiftly. At the lakeside, Obito gradually released Kushina from the barrier using the Kamui technique. Who are you, and what are your intentions? Kushina demanded breathlessly, her voice laced with caution. Beneath his mask, Obito replied gravely, the situation is urgent, necessitating some rather forceful measures. Rest assured, I will not harm you. I merely wish to borrow some of the Nine-Tails chakra. What did you say? Kushina was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. I cannot be bothered to explain, Obito retorted coldly, his Sharingan fixated on the seals adorning Kushina. To his surprise, aside from the Flying Thunder God mark, there were no other seals present. How intriguing. I expected to exert considerable effort to unravel the seal, yet it appears the Nine-Tails seal has already vanished. Obito chuckled lightly, his Manjiki Sharingan penetrating Kushina, delving into her innermost space to confront the Nine-Tails. After the ocular technique's illumination, the Nine-Tails' crimson slit pupils swiftly morphed into the shape of the Sharingan. A smile crept onto Obito's lips. Excellent. Now, heed my commands, Nine-Tails. You shall not succeed. Suddenly, Kushina's spiritual form manifested within the realm of consciousness, delivering a sharp blow to the Nine-Tails' head. The illusion ensnaring the Nine-Tails was instantly dispelled, and it shook its dazed head. Damn it. I nearly fell victim to that cursed ocular technique once again. What? Beneath the mask, Obito's Sharingan suddenly fell into a moment of shock, followed closely by the swift appearance of Minato, like a bolt of golden lightning, as he hurled a Flying Thunder God kunai directly at him. Truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash, he returned in an instant. A hint of surprise tinged Obito's voice, but he quickly regained his composure. The kunai pierced through Obito's mask and embedded itself in the cliff behind him. Minato's movements were as swift as the wind, seizing the fleeting moment. He scooped up Kushina and retreated to the branches of a nearby tree. Minato, is Naruto all right? Kushina's voice was laced with concern. Yes, he is in a safe place. Peacefully asleep, Minato reassured her gently, his gaze conveying comfort. Minato, you must hurry and stop that man. His target is the Nine-Tails, Kushina urged anxiously. At her words, Minato's icy gaze shifted towards the masked man, revealing a glimmer of lethal intent. Chapter 133, the second stage of Flying Thunder God reporting, Lord Third. All the Umbu at the Sealing Lake have fallen under a Genjutsu. A ninja burst into the Hokage's office in haste, panic evident in his voice. What? Has something happened to Kushina and the others? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. How infuriating. Despite all the precautions taken, it was for naught. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi immediately donned his battle attire and commanded in a grave tone, "Evacuate the villagers at once. The Ninetales may go on a rampage at any moment. Order everyone to prioritize the protection of non-combatants." Yes, the ninja complied swiftly. At the edge of the sealing lake, the atmosphere was tense, akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion, stiflingly oppressive. "Kushina, you should rest. Let me take over." Kushina's eyes widened in anger, transforming into sharp golden slits. As a surge of golden chakra enveloped her form, morphing into a majestic cloak of chakra. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into the Ninetales chakra mode. The golden radiance illuminating the entire lake, reflecting in the water like a surreal dream, yet brimming with peril. A colossal golden Ninetales manifested behind her, its immense form nearly obscuring half the sky. It let out a deafening roar, as if to rend the very heavens asunder. The roar reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble, while the surrounding trees swayed, their leaves cascading down. "You Uchiha brat, taste the wrath of my tailed beast bomb," Kushina bellowed. In an instant, the Ninetales chakra mode enveloped her, encircled by the massive head of the Ninetales, which exuded a chilling aura. A tailed beast bomb rapidly coalesced in her mouth, its brilliance akin to a blazing sun in gestation. The tailed beast bomb, imbued with catastrophic power, distorted the air around it, emitting a crackling sound. With a command from Kushina, the tailed beast bomb shot forth like a golden meteor, hurtling towards Obito. Swift as lightning, it tore through the air, leaving a long gash in its wake. However, the tailed beast bomb passed directly through Obito's ethereal form, resulting in nothing but emptiness. His body appeared as a mere illusion, allowing the tailed beast bomb to pass through unscathed. Alarmed, Minato's countenance shifted dramatically. He shouted, "Ninetales, you are too reckless. That direction leads to the village." Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike the village with catastrophic force, Minato vanished in an instant, like a wraith, reappearing atop the Hokage rock. With swift hand seals, he began to chant incantations. A powerful temporal force surged around him, forming a mysterious space-time barrier. Under Minato's command, the barrier accurately captured the tailed beast bomb, forcibly redirecting it to a desolate mountain range. Yet, even so, the immense power generated during the transfer unleashed a terrifying storm. The tempest rampaged like a ferocious beast, engulfing everything in its path. Nearby houses were obliterated in an instant, tiles flying, wood splintering, as dust swirled into the sky. Villagers' terrified cries echoed, plunging the once tranquil village into chaos. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was en route to provide assistance. Upon witnessing the devastation before him, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced his heart. The streets lay in disarray, littered with rubble, while the ruins emitted plumes of black smoke, intermittently accompanied by the groans of the injured. Children wept amidst the debris, desperately searching for their loved ones. "Damn it, the Ninetales has truly gone berserk," lamented the third Hokage, resolute in his thoughts. "We must swiftly resolve this crisis and prevent further harm to the village and its people." His eyes reflected unwavering determination as he quickened his pace, leading the others toward the site of the conflict. With a sigh of relief, Minato felt the tailed beast bomb had been successfully relocated, but suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, launching an attack. Reacting swiftly, Minato turned and thrust a kunai toward Obito's head. Yet, he felt no impact. The kunai passed right through him. Almost immediately, Obito seized Minato's hand tightly, an ominous premonition flooding Minato's mind. "Fourth Hokage, you are quite a nuisance right now," Obito declared, the power of Kamui coalescing in his eyes as swirling vortexes began to materialize before Minato. Seizing the moment, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the spatial absorption of Kamui, finding himself at the training ground, slowly rising from the ground while pondering. The attack passed through him, yet he can solidify and intends to absorb me. What kind of jutsu is this? Before Minato, the vortex of spatial distortion reappeared as Obito emerged, his Sharingan slightly narrowed, a cold edge in his voice. "Indeed, if I do not eliminate you first, I shall not obtain the Ninetales chakra." "Indeed," Minato murmured softly, tightening his grip around the kunai. "You possess the space-time ninjutsu, enabling you to transport Kushina with ease. You can effortlessly incapacitate the Umbu directly under the third Hokage, traverse through layers of sealing barriers, and are aware that the seal on the Ninetales weakens during childbirth. Moreover, you can even tame the beast using your ocular techniques." Within my knowledge, there exists only one individual capable of such feats. Are you Uchiha Obito? No. That cannot be right. She is a dear friend of Kushina and would never resort to such actions. Obito gently lowered the hood of his dark cloak, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. It seems you care for her deeply, but do you realize that continuing to obstruct me will only hasten her demise? What do you mean by hastening her demise? Minato's voice trembled with urgency. If you wish to know, you must allow me to absorb you without resistance. Do not interfere with my control over the Nine Tails. Who would trust a masked stranger? Minato, wielding his kunai, surged forward with unwavering determination gleaming in his eyes. Observing this, Obito revealed a chain from within his sleeve, slithering forth like a spectral serpent in the night, stealthily winding around its target. In the next instant, the two collided. Minato's kunai, along with his very being, pierced through Obito. Yet, Minato suddenly felt a constriction at his abdomen. The chain had silently ensnared him from behind. With a single-handed seal, Minato teleported to a nearby kunai marked with Flying Thunder God technique, skillfully evading the binding. He then landed and swiftly turned, hurling the kunai like a shooting star, which penetrated Obito's mask and soared backward. Once more, they charged at each other. Just as Obito's hand was about to make contact with Minato, the latter utilized the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Obito's kunai. Rasengan. Minato's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. As the rapidly spinning sphere of chakra struck Obito, who was instantaneously driven into the ground. Damn it. I thought this would be resolved swiftly. I never anticipated such difficulty. Obito lamented, a hint of defeat lacing his tone as one of his prosthetic arms gradually detached. As Obito mused over his predicament, Minato teleported once more, impaling him with the kunai. Ah, I see now. You marked me with your Rasengan earlier. Truly, you are the fourth Hokage. It has been a long time since I sustained an injury like this. It appears that no matter what, I shall be unable to obtain the chakra of the Nine Tails. Obito's voice resonated with resignation. Uchiha Obito slowly removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars, starkly contrasting with the youthful visage that Minato held in his memories. Is that you, Obito? You're alive? Minato exclaimed, astonished as he gazed upon the true identity of the masked man. But why would you do this? Minato-sensei. There is no time for explanations. Since you care for Uchiha Kei, lend me the chakra of the Nine Tails. If this drags on, she will perish. Obito's voice was tinged with urgency, his words shrouded in mystery, filling Minato's heart with confusion. Kei? What has happened to her? Minato's voice was laced with desperation as he looked at Obito, utterly perplexed. She is trapped within the space-time of Chizen, her fate uncertain. My chakra can only facilitate a single round trip. To maintain a frequent connection to Chizen's space-time, an immense amount of chakra is required. Time is running out. Obito's tone was fraught with anxiety, his eyes glimmering with concern. Fool, why didn't you mention something so crucial sooner? Minato reproached, his voice tinged with frustration. I know your personalities. Had I revealed it, you would have insisted on coming along. Obito retorted, lowering his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. If something were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. Obito. Minato paused, then a smile broke across his face. Recognizing the helpful spirit of the Obito he once knew. I understand. Since we are out of time, let us hasten. With a grave tone, Minato grasped Obito's hand. And in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, they instantly arrived beside Kushina. You are Obito? But why? Kushina, having exited the Nine Tails chakra mode, her wounds already healed, looked at Obito in bewilderment as he returned with Minato. Kushina, there is no time to explain. Kei is in trouble. You must transfer a portion of the Nine Tails chakra to Obito, Minato urged urgently. Kei. Upon seeing Minato's alarmed expression, Kushina immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. She re-entered the Nine Tails chakra mode, tightly holding Obito's hand as she began to transfer the chakra to him. The transfer of chakra was remarkably swift. Obito felt the debilitating weakness within him dissipate instantaneously. His wounds healed rapidly under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra and Hashirama cells, and his ocular techniques became significantly more responsive. Ah, so this is the power of the Nine Tails, Obito sighed, feeling the surge of chakra within him, a glimmer of surprise and excitement flashing in his eyes. Very well, leave the rest to me. You both should return. Wait. Minato's voice was resolute as he looked at Obito, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. I must go as well. Absolutely not. The opponent is Chizen. This is not a foe you can confront. Uchiha Obito's voice was stern, fully aware of Chizen's terror, unwilling to place Minato in peril. I will go too. We will not become your burden, Kushina asserted. You two should return and take care of the children. After Uchiha Obito spoke, he did not wait for their consent and directly opened the tunnel connecting to the space-time of the Tensigen, preparing to depart. Chapter 134, Rescuing the Granddaughter-in-Law. The desolate earth and the violet sky, the whirlpool of time and space, expelled Obito from the temporal realm, returning him to this unfamiliar and perilous world. As his feet touched the ground, Obito beheld a gigantic black bowl before him, resembling a silent mountain, standing quietly. Just before the spiral tunnel behind him vanished, a kunai inscribed with the words Sword of Endurance flew in, shattering the silence. In the next moment, the figures of Minato and Kushina appeared before Obito. Their arrival akin to a warm ray of light illuminating this desolate expanse. Minato-sensei, you all, did I not tell you not to follow? Obito's voice was laced with urgency. Concern for Minato and Kushina's safety evident. Kogen is in trouble. How could we possibly stand by idly? Kushina exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, a man clad in a black had suddenly emerged above the vast black bowl. His imposing figure leaned against the bowl, a mocking expression directed at Minato, Obito, and Kushina. Oh, someone has returned. It seems that Tensigen was correct. A mere mortal truly has mastered interdimensional space-time ninjutsu. The man's voice dripped with sarcasm, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Who are you? Where is Tensigen? Obito inquired. I am Burrow, a member of the inner circle of the shell. Burrow replied disdainfully. Tensigen is busy restoring his body and has no time to play with you. I alone am sufficient to deal with your lot. Where have you hidden Kogen? Kushina pressed urgently. Ha ha ha, it seems you care quite a bit for her. Burrow lifted the black bowl, sealing Uchiha Kogen within, his laughter imbued with mockery. Is she inside that? Minato and Obito's expressions hardened. Indeed, that girl is here, but whether she is alive or dead, and how she fares, is of no concern to me. Burrow's tone was cold. Scoundrel, release Kogen at once. Kushina's voice brimmed with fury. Hee, as you wish. Burrow sneered, swinging his arm to hurl the massive bowl towards the trio, which struck the ground with a resounding crash, creating a deep pit and raising a cloud of dust that enveloped everything in chaos. Kogen. With all her strength, Kushina attempted to pry the black bowl open, but it was as unyielding as steel, refusing to budge. What on earth is this? Burrow shrugged and laughed. Regrettably, only Tensigen can unseal that. Do not say I did not warn you. Forcibly opening or shattering it is ill-advised, for the safety of what lies within cannot be guaranteed. Athahaha. Kushina placed her hand upon the black bowl, and the chakra of the Nine Tails resonated with the chakra contained within the Uchiha light. The words of that rotund figure were indeed accurate. Little light was indeed within, and she was alive. However, how shall we rescue her? Obito. Can you penetrate through space-time to retrieve her? The voice of Minato was tinged with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Obito approached the bowl and extended his hand. But his Kamui vanished upon contact with the black bowl, as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. This is futile. The seal on this bowl possesses space-time restrictions, rendering me incapable of penetrating it. How vexing. This complicates matters. Minato clenched his fists. Having initially presumed that rescuing her would suffice, yet in this predicament, the enemy would not allow them to study the seal in peace. They were compelled to engage in battle. Minato, Obito, be cautious. That fellow has vanished. At that moment, Kushina cautioned, her sensory abilities surpassing those of the other two. Amidst the chaotic smoke and dust, the three swiftly dispersed, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. This individual intentionally hurled the bowl to distract us. Initially, I thought he was merely a loquacious buffoon, but he possesses considerable tactical intelligence. Do not underestimate him. In that tone, do you think you can defeat me? Bul's figure materialized silently upon the cliff, his voice laced with derision and scorn. Lava release, lava strike. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from beneath the feet of the three, resembling the wrath of the earth. In the next instant, a torrent of yellow acidic liquid surged forth from the ground like the magma of hell, spreading across the entire area and engulfing the desolate land in a sea of corrosive fluid, akin to a raging tsunami. Obito instantaneously activated his intangibility, deftly evading this unforeseen catastrophe. Minato, meanwhile, cradled Kushina, leaping like a nimble leopard onto the cliff and landing gracefully. This liquid is acidic. Is it a bloodline limit? Minato pondered incessantly. Minato, wait. That acid has also consumed Little Light's black bowl. Kushina remained vigilant regarding Uchiha Light's condition. This is dire, Kushina. The acidic water will dissolve upon contact, Minato warned. Leave it to me. The Nine Tails suddenly called out, and in the next moment, Kushina's eyes transformed into crimson slits once more. Her golden chakra arm, akin to the hand of a deity, reached out to grasp the black bowl, retrieving it from the ocean of acid and placing it upon the cliff. Minato-sensei, that individual is heading your way. Obito's Sharingan detected BLOS movements, and he immediately warned Minato and Kushina. This fellow periodically engages in hand seals. You must remain vigilant. No sooner had he spoken than acidic water surged forth again beneath the feet of Kushina and Minato, resembling the tentacles of a demon, attempting to engulf them. Humph. How could the same tactic possibly prove effective? The Nine Tails manipulated Kushina, directly initiating the transformation into a tailed beast. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it sent the corrosive liquid flying away, as if dispersing dust. Boruto's form became visible, and upon gazing at the tailed beast-formed Kushina, he realized. So it is the Jinchuriki. I never expected to encounter one here. Despite his hefty physique, he was revealed to be a despicable and cunning individual. Anger tinged Kushina's voice, her eyes ablaze with fury. Kushina, remain calm, Minato softly urged. I have placed a marker on the Nine-Tails' tail. Understanding dawned upon Kushina, her expression brightening as she commanded the golden Nine-Tails to strike at Boruto with its massive tail. Umph, such a cumbersome attack could never reach me, Boruto sneered. Though his body was large, he moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a wily beast, evading the Nine-Tails' tail with agile movements, as if performing a bizarre dance. Flying Thunder God! Minato exclaimed, swiftly appearing in front of Boruto, propelled by the marker on the Nine-Tails' tail. A kunai, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, shot forth like a meteor, slicing through the air and leaving a brilliant trail. Boruto smirked, effortlessly grasping the kunai as if it were a trivial insect. Second stage. Minato's assault did not cease. He conjured a Rasengan in his hand, its power akin to a miniature typhoon, and drove it forcefully into Boruto's abdomen. Boruto was sent flying backward from the impact of Minato's Rasengan. Have we succeeded? Kushina's voice brimmed with anticipation. No, Minato replied, his expression grave, eyes glinting with caution. The only sign of injury on Boruto was a tear in his clothing. The wound on his abdomen had already healed by the time he stood, as if he had never been harmed. Is this the Rasengan? It's nothing remarkable, Boruto taunted, his tone dripping with derision. This rotund fellow possesses astonishing regenerative abilities. Obito remarked, astonishment evident in his gaze. Even with the chakra of the Nine-Tails and Hashirama's cells, he could not achieve such rapid healing, since he can regenerate. Let's reduce him to ashes. Kushina's voice resonated with determination. She activated her tailed beast transformation, commanding the Nine-Tails' massive claws to seize Boruto from the ground and slam him down with ferocity, reminiscent of a beast unleashing its wrath. Subsequently, a tailed beast ball began to coalesce within the Nine-Tails' mouth, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, in the next instant, Kushina suddenly felt something amiss. Her tailed beast transformation was abruptly dispelled, and she collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Kushina, what's wrong? Minato exclaimed, his heart tightening as he instantly teleported to her side, worry and urgency flickering in his eyes. Yet, Minato soon sensed an anomaly within his own body. Feeling as though he were ensnared by invisible shackles, kneeling on the ground. What is happening to my body? He murmured. Hee, a bunch of fools. The laughter of Boruto echoed like the whispers of a demon, rising from the swirling dust like a chilling breeze that sent shivers down one's spine. After all, who urged you to charge in thoughtlessly? The black smoke enveloped the area, and as he squinted, he noticed black particles floating around him, akin to grains of dark sand. Was this his ninjutsu? Chapter 135, the lagging 20 years. Boruto approached Shuemin and Kushina with deliberate strides, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Obito finally seized an opportunity, teleporting to stand before the two. Fire style, storm dance. His fire technique altered its trajectory with a divine might, the range and speed overwhelming. Boruto was instantly engulfed in flames, the shockwave dispersing some of the surrounding black mist. Futile, Boruto scoffed mockingly. Such a level of ninjutsu cannot possibly disperse my black cloud. Your body will inevitably succumb to erosion over time. If you wish to escape, now is your best chance. He taunted Obito, whose clothes caught fire. Yet the charred parts swiftly regenerated as if untouched, while the black mist gradually coalesced once more. This fellow was the extreme opposite of Kihara. One absorbed ninjutsu, while the other remained unaffected by it. Obito, with a tone of resignation, initiated the spinning of his right eye's space-time, resembling an abyss, intending to absorb the surrounding black smoke into the void. Not on my watch. Water style, Water break wave. Boruto formed hand seals, and the ground erupted with high-pressure water columns aimed at Obito, unable to penetrate the attack while absorbing. Obito was forced to cease his absorption of the black mist and enter a state of intangibility. Obito was at his wit's end, striving for a moment's reprieve. Suddenly, Shuemin called out with determination, struggling to rise with his weakened body as he grasped Kushina's hand and activated Flying Thunder God to teleport beside the colossal black bull. Understood. Though Obito was unaware of Shuemin's plan, he chose to trust his teacher, with hands clasped in seals, within the realm of the divine might. 3 enormous shurikens and countless yin-yang black rods shot toward Boruto like a flurry of arrows. What purpose does delaying serve? Kahara's seal is utterly unbreakable, Boruto sneered, continually leaping backward. To Kushina, I need you to connect my chakra with the Nine Tails chakra, Shuemin implored, gripping her hand tightly. It's possible, but what good will it do? Kushina replied, her voice laced with confusion, as she manifested a coat of tailed beast chakra around Shuemin. As long as there is contact with my chakra, or indirect contact, I can utilize Flying Thunder God to transfer. I recall you mentioning that little Hikari possesses the chakra of the Nine Tails, correct? Shuemin's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Kushina nodded. While Obito holds his ground, let us begin. The isolation effect of this black bull is formidable. I must concentrate, Shuemin declared, closing his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them wide, exclaiming, Eureka! With a single-handed seal, the flying Raijin technique was executed. In the next moment, Minato grasped Uchiha Kakashi's hand with his left and pulled Kushina with his right, appearing beside Obito, exclaiming, We did it, Obito! We must hurry. Truly remarkable, Minato-sensei. Obito's voice brimmed with excitement as he gazed at the trio, Kamui. The whirlpool of space-time began to spin, and the 4 were drawn into Obito's dimension. How could they have escaped from the seal of compassionate strings? What a farce. I would never allow you to leave unscathed. Scientific ninja art, Black Cloud. Boruto's voice thundered with fury, launching an offensive. A vast expanse of black smoke surged forth like ominous clouds, being pulled into Obito's dimension, engulfing everything in darkness. Yet, he was too slow. The figures of the 4 had vanished completely from this realm, like a breeze dissipating into the fog. Without a moment's pause, Obito conducted another space-time transfer, transporting Minato, Kushina, and Uchiha Kakashi to the Divine Tower of Rain Hidden Village. What is happening? What occurred? Kushina? Upon seeing her daughter and the others emerge from the dimension, battered and bruised, Uzumaki Yuda's voice quivered with concern, like a tear that fell upon the heart. There is no time to explain. We need to get a doctor immediately. After landing, Minato and Kushina began to cough violently. Yuda touched their foreheads, panic rising within her. This is bad. They are burning with fever. Damn it. Obito's voice was laced with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Stay here. I'll fetch Orochimaru and Kabuto at once. He dashed towards Orochimaru's laboratory in a state of frantic disarray. With collective effort, the severely injured trio was carried into the operating room. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru emerged, his expression complex. What is the situation, Orochimaru? How are they? Yuda's voice trembled with anxiety, as if she were an ant on a hot stove. Among the 3, Uchiha Kakashi bore the brunt of the injuries, yet compared to Minato and Kushina, her wounds were primarily external. After emergency treatment to her bones, she would eventually recover. Orochimaru spoke with a calm demeanor, reminiscent of an experienced physician, as he delivered his diagnosis. And what of Kushina and Minato? Yuda's voice was filled with trepidation. They are afflicted with a unique virus, one never before documented in the world. Given the current level of medical technology, it is beyond our means to cure them. Orochimaru's tone was frigid, his gaze reflecting grave concern. If my human cloning experiments yield breakthroughs, perhaps I could develop an antidote for this virus. However, based on my current research progress, any significant advancement will require at least 20 years. 20 years? Uzumaki Yuda's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Does this mean there is no hope for Kushina and the others? Her voice sighed, heavy with despair, resonating in the hearts of all present. Is there truly no alternative? At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open, revealing Uchiha Light, her neck adorned with bandages and her fractured left arm supported, emerging with a frail demeanor. Little Light, you must rest. Do not wander about recklessly, Yuda urged with concern. It's merely a minor injury. Uchiha Light waved dismissively, her gaze fixated intently on Orochimaru. After a brief silence, Orochimaru spoke. Healing undoubtedly requires a protracted period. Their bodies cannot endure until then. However, we can employ freezing as a means to decelerate the vitality of the flesh, thereby slowing the virus's proliferation. Yet, this method is merely a temporary measure. In time, it will prove ineffective unless you can freeze time itself. His eyes glimmered with a chilling calm. Freeze time, Uchiha Light murmured. Suddenly her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Orochimaru. The curse mark you previously researched, is it not a variant application of sage arts? That is a degraded version of the sage art of the Dragon Cave. While it allows for the utilization of natural energy, it is not flawless, Orochimaru lamented. That matters not. As long as I can harness a modicum of natural energy, I will utilize my Sage Mode and Sharingan to balance their chakra, Uchiha Light declared with resolute determination, akin to a sword cleaving through despair. Sage Mode, I see. You intend to seal the couple within a scroll. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he flicked out his tongue like a serpent, licking his lips. Indeed, once sealed, they will exist in a realm of suspended time. When your cloning technique is perfected to produce antibodies, I shall release them from the scroll, Uchiha Light explained. Chapter 136. Unlocking the golden hair form. However, this curse mark is still in the experimental phase, with a success rate that is exceedingly low and may even be fatal. Orochimaru's voice deepened as he tightly grasped two pills. Their usage would be a gamble of life and death, for the body, upon absorbing natural energy, might become overly activated, potentially exacerbating the virus's spread. Uchiha Light felt a surge of anxiety, striking her fist against the door. Seeing Minato and Kushina's pained expressions filled her with guilt akin to an overwhelming tide. If it were not for her, they could have enjoyed a blissful life as a family of three. Little Light, the situation has not yet reached its direst point. You need not blame yourself. Minato's voice was weak, yet he managed to raise his body, speaking gently. I have studied Sage Mode. You need only focus on aiding Kushina. Really? Uchiha Light exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Minato smiled, for he too was a disciple of Jiraiya, having trained in Mayaboku Mountain long ago. Then, we need only concern ourselves with Kushina. Uchiha Light turned her gaze towards Kushina. You need not worry about me. I can assist as well. A sudden voice emanated from within Kushina. The Ninetales spoke. I can absorb Sage Chakra and help balance the three energies within her consciousness. Ah, so there is this method. Uchiha Hikari was filled with a blend of surprise and guilt as she swiftly approached the two, her gaze brimming with remorse. I truly apologize, Kurama. I once vowed to assist you in attaining your freedom. Merely 20 years, the Ninetales scoffed within the realm of consciousness. If I do not aid you in combating Otsutsuki, I shall inevitably fall into their grasp, and what then becomes of freedom? Thank you, Kurama, Kushina said gently, caressing her abdomen. Yet, I cannot bear to have you endure this suffering alongside me. You should divide your essence and accompany Hikari. She spoke softly. We will no longer be able to assist Hikari, but with your presence, you can lend her strength when she needs it most. Wait, Uchiha Hikari gently shook her head, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. I harbor the chakra of the Ninetales within me, and it is no longer necessary. It would be better to seal Kurama within Naruto. That way, when we cannot be there, Kurama can protect him. But that would make Naruto a Jinchuriki. Kushina's voice dropped, filled with gravity. The shackles and solitude of a Jinchuriki, I do not wish for Naruto to suffer the same fate as I. As long as we maintain the confidentiality of this information, it should suffice, Uchiha Hikari proposed. Konoha is unaware of last night's events. As long as no one knows Naruto is a Jinchuriki, he will not face isolation. No, Minato's tone was heavy with concern. It is not that simple. Naruto is our child, and the third Hokage and Danzo will undoubtedly focus their attention on him. The secret of the Jinchuriki will eventually be unveiled. Furthermore, Danzo's covetousness towards the Ninetales Jinchuriki is not a recent development. He excels in exploiting the darker aspects of human nature. Once the information leaks, he will disseminate it, manipulating the villagers' fear and disdain to inflict emotional wounds upon Naruto. At that point, he may feign assistance, and Naruto could fall under his control. Then let us take Naruto back to the Rain Village. Uzumaki Yuta spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. As his grandmother, I will care for him well. Mother. Doing so would disrupt the balance of tailed beasts in Konoha. Kushina expressed her concerns. If Minato is no longer here, Konoha may once again descend into chaos. A heavy silence enveloped the group, the air thick with tension. They had not anticipated that the decision of a Jinchuriki could be so intricate, entangled not only with Naruto's future, but also with the peace and stability of the entire Konoha. It seems we must resort to old methods, Uchiha Hikari sighed, a flicker of resolution crossing her eyes. Hikari, are you suggesting what I think? Kushina's eyes reflected her reluctance. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari affirmed with a nod. I will seal the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto that remains unchanged. However, I shall protect him as I once cared for you. But your former identity as Uchiha Nameless can no longer be utilized. Wearing a mask now would only arouse suspicion, Kushina voiced her worries. Well aware of the rigor of Konoha's umbu. In that case, Uchiha Hikari formed hand seals with one hand, gathering chakra. Almost immediately, spores from her body summoned a white Zetsu. After white Zetsu was affixed to Minato, absorbing a portion of his chakra, he astonishingly transformed into Minato's likeness. Subsequently, Uchiha Hikari donned white Zetsu, and beneath its enveloping guise, her hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue, while her eyes deepened to a sapphire-like brilliance. It was truly remarkable. Resembling Minato's own sister, Kushina exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes brimming with wonder. The transformation technique of white Zetsu was impervious even to the Byakugan or Sharingan. By merely stating that she was a relative of Minato, she could rightfully remain by Naruto's side to care for him. How ingenious! Minato clapped in admiration. Since you have reached a consensus, time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the sealing immediately, Orochimaru reminded, having closely monitored the condition of Minato and Kushina. As the virus within them spread relentlessly with each passing moment. I understand, Uchiha Hikari nodded solemnly. Little Hikari, before the sealing. Minato and I have some words we wish to impart to you, and I hope you can convey them to Naruto verbatim. Kushina's voice trembled yet resonated with unwavering resolve. The couple shared their love and hopes for Naruto, their words laden with reluctance and anticipation, striking Hikari's heart like a hammer and drawing forth a torrent of tears. I will relay them to Naruto. Uchiha Hikari choked back her sobs, tears welling in her eyes, yet she resolutely held them back from spilling. Uchiha Obito stood quietly to the side, his heart burdened by an abyss of guilt. Had it not been for his impulsiveness, the Minato couple and Uchiha Kakashi would not have had to endure such suffering. Yet, before these three individuals, who had every right to unleash their ire upon him, not one chose to cast blame. This act of forgiveness only deepened his inner torment. On the eve of Obito's sealing, Minato smiled and beckoned him closer. As Obito approached, Minato gently patted his head and said, I entrust Naruto to you and little Kakashi. You are my student, and I will always have faith in you. Teacher, I do not deserve that. Obito's voice trembled, laden with remorse. Do not fret. You are still my proudest pupil. Just like Rin, we will watch over you. Minato's words were like a gentle spring breeze, melting the ice that encased Obito's heart. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Obito wiped away his tears. Uchiha Hikari stepped forward and gently patted Obito's shoulder. Subsequently, she employed the technique of the 8,000 spears, meticulously extracting the majority of the Nine-Tails chakra from Kushina and sealing it within herself. Thereafter, in perfect harmony with Uzumaki Yuta, she utilized a sealing technique to confine Minato and Kushina, who had absorbed natural energy, within a scroll, entrapping them in a realm where time stood still. As the onlookers observed Uzumaki Yuta burying the scroll deep within the shadowy recesses of the tower, a profound sorrow filled their hearts. Obito, I need you to help me return to Konoha. Uchiha Hikari's voice was somber. After I leave Amigakure, I entrust you and Nagato with the Akatsuki. I understand. Obito nodded solemnly, his Sharingan glimmering with a resolute light. Utilizing the space-time ninjutsu Kamui, Obito and Uchiha Hikari vanished from the ruins of Amigakure in an instant. The next moment, they materialized at the edge of Konoha, surrounded by familiar trees and the melodies of birds, the air suffused with the scent of home. After surveying the surroundings to ensure their safety, Obito spoke softly to Uchiha Hikari, then I shall return. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari affirmed with a nod. The silhouette of Konoha gradually became more distinct in the morning light, and Uchiha Hikari gazed at her former home, her heart awash with complex emotions. She bit her finger, formed a hand sign, and summoned a communication frog. Little Hikari, why do you look different again? This is a long story. Please reach out to Jiraiya for me. There are matters I require his assistance with. Chapter 137, Naruto and Hikari. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years ago, with Jiraiya's aid, Uchiha Hikari adopted the alias Namikaze Hikari and remained in Konoha as Naruto's cousin, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to protecting the child. Not only was she recognized as Jiraiya's esteemed pupil, but she also showcased her exceptional ninja abilities through numerous missions, mastering many techniques of Minato and Jiraiya. This prompted the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to foresee her potential as Minato's successor. However, in Uchiha Hikari's heart, there resided only the simple wish to safeguard Naruto. To her, The pursuit of promotion was merely a tedious game. Despite the third Hokage's persuasive efforts, Uchiha Hikari steadfastly clung to her original intentions, dismissing the allure of advancement with a smile, much to Hiruzen's exasperation. On that day, Konoha's park remained lush and vibrant. 5-year-old Naruto gazed up at a cloud and the small black dot beside it. Suddenly, from behind the clouds, a beam of sunlight broke through. The dazzling light prompting Naruto to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, the true form of the black dot came into view, a majestic eagle soaring across the sky. Naruto, that is Konoha's messenger, Igeo. It is the fastest among Konoha's couriers. A gentle voice resonated in Naruto's ears. You're back, Hikari Nichin? Did today's mission conclude? Young Naruto gazed excitedly at Uchiha Hikari. Today, my sister received her salary, allowing us to purchase some delectable food to prepare at home. How about she takes you out for some fun? Hikari's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze, warm and radiant. Sure, let's go. She softly grasped Naruto's hand, and together they made their way to the former residence of Minato and Kushina, now their cherished little sanctuary. For Uchiha Hikari, daily life consisted of diligently completing her tasks, returning home, and wholeheartedly caring for this child. The days were simple yet fulfilling. As they walked through the village, whispers swirled around them like an invisible web, tightly ensnaring their existence. I heard it's true, that child, some murmured quietly. How unfortunate. If it weren't for the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, 5 years ago the village would have been obliterated by the monster within him. Others lamented with indignation. Just seeing him sends shivers down my spine. Whispered voices trailed behind them. Remember, never play with him. Who knows what he might do? He is far too dangerous. He is a harbinger of misfortune. Getting close will only bring calamity. Such words pierced Naruto's tender heart like a chilling wind. His little face was filled with confusion. Hikari, why do they all dislike me so much? Have I done something wrong? He looked up at Uchiha Hikari with innocent eyes, brimming with bewilderment. Naruto, you haven't done anything wrong. They dislike you simply because they do not understand you yet. Hikari gently ruffled Naruto's golden hair, her eyes filled with affection. What can I do for them to understand me? Naruto's voice was young and curious, yearning to connect with the villagers, longing for acceptance. I don't know. Uchiha Hikari sighed softly. However, standing still will certainly change nothing. The answer is something you must seek for yourself, Naruto.